Gene decoding awakens the ancestral bloodline, forging the mightiest cultivators and assembling an invincible legion to traverse the vast, boundless star realms. Unveiling the long-sealed imprints, it ignites a fervor for cultivation, delving into the domain of deities and revealing the enigmatic veil of the gods. The development of advanced technology shapes dazzling mech storms that sweep across the resplendent cosmos. Chapter 1. The Beginning. A base vehicle. In a spacious chamber, the walls shimmer with a faint metallic sheen, adorned with intricate luminescent patterns that exude a vibrant and wondrous science fiction aura. At the center of the room, numerous pipe-like conduits, as thick as an arm, connect to a platform upon which Lu Xiaoyao stands. Radiant streams of pure, white energy flicker and slowly dissipate in this moment. What is this bizarre place? Lu Xiaoyao, with a puzzled expression, holds a plate of skewers in his right hand and 2 bottles of beer in his left, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. Is this some kind of glass prison from a sci-fi film? A laboratory mouse? As he comprehends his confinement within a third of square meter enclosed space, a shiver runs down his spine. Lu Xiaoyao is a freshman at the Military Academy of China, having just concluded a day of military training. While dining with classmates in the cafeteria, he suddenly found himself in this peculiar locale. But how'd he get here? Glancing at the beer and skewers in hand, Lu Xiaoyao is certain he is not mistaken. But what happens next? Then everything is a blur. Just as he is engulfed in confusion, a strikingly beautiful face, seemingly enhanced by a beauty filter, appears before him. With finely arched brows and luminous, dark eyes that seem to reflect the world, the girl is encircled by a halo of flames. Who are you? You are. As the transparent glass door glides open, Isha steps to the edge of the platform, struggling to suppress the fury bubbling within her. Though they speak in unison, their inquiries are tinged with hesitation, particularly from Lu Xiaoyao. This girl evidently possesses the potential to be an internet sensation, her beauty rendering Lu Xiaoyao, a novice, somewhat bashful. Her features are exquisitely delicate, with fair, smooth skin and eyes that sparkle with vitality. Despite her currently icy demeanor, an air of aloof elegance surrounds her. As her soft lips part, her voice, akin to the sweet song of a oriole, gently resonates in the air. Life, subpar; spirit, subpar; mind, subpar. Physicality, strength, agility to these metrics is also subpar. Not a single value exceeds 5. The combat power assessment barely reaches 5. Neither a warrior nor a cultivator. You're not even qualified to be cannon fodder. What kind of waste are you? Isha gazes down at a tablet, her expression darkening with each word spoken, and by the end, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. It's over. The remaining energy is insufficient to support another time-space transfer. What should we do now? What to do? We're doomed. Lu Xiaoyao stares in astonishment at the girl before him. While her beauty is undeniable, she seems to be grappling with some form of confusion. Life, spirit, mind? And what is this talk of time-space transfer? One might think they were engaged in an online game. As for being useless, that Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of displeasure. After all, she was a top-tier talent capable of gaining admission to a military academy. With a slight pout of dissatisfaction, she was about to inquire about the situation when the entire metallic chamber began to tremble violently. Caught off guard, Lu Xiaoyao staggered momentarily, nearly losing her balance, and exclaimed in alarm, "What is happening? An earthquake? Sister Sha, have reinforcements arrived?" The outside can barely hold on. The armed robots have suffered severe casualties. A crisp female voice echoed from an unknown source, imbued with a hint of virtual resonance, likely transmitted through some communication device. "Understood. I will rush to provide support immediately." Isa's expression darkened further as she shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaoyao, stating, "You stay here. You are not allowed to go anywhere." Noticing Isa turning to leave, Lu Xiaoyao's instincts sensed something was amiss. A sudden flash of insight struck her mind, prompting her to hastily follow after Isa. Meanwhile, Isa, consumed by urgency, was oblivious to Lu Xiaoyao's actions. As Lu Xiaoyao trailed behind Isa, she observed that the girl's attire resembled a standard uniform, yet the style was entirely unfamiliar to her. Passing through several fully automated gates, Lu Xiaoyao felt increasingly certain that this place was far from her known environment. At the very least, many of the objects before her seemed to be straight out of a science fiction blockbuster. Yet now, there was no sight of a cameraman, and this was certainly not a film set. The rumbling explosions resonated through the thick metallic walls, reaching Lu Xiaoyao's ears, albeit faintly. Although she had yet to grasp the situation, it was evident that a battle was unfolding outside, and the circumstances appeared dire. Isa opened another gate and swiftly entered. However, Lu Xiaoyao, standing at the threshold, was taken aback by the equipment inside. This was an armory, as indicated by the sign above the door. Yet the items within left Lu Xiaoyao astounded, though she had never seen real guns. She was aware of their appearance. However, the weapons in this armory bore no resemblance to anything she recognized. Could you tell me where this is? Lu Xiaoyao, unable to contain her curiosity, ventured to ask Isa, who was busy arming herself. Since you appeared in the temporal transmission device, how could you be unaware of this location? Hearing the voice behind her, Isa furrowed her brow slightly and glanced back at Lu Xiaoyao, replying, "This is the Eastern Theater. We have departed from Haizhou and are deep within the Eastern Ridge." With a series of sharp clicks, Isa completed her gear assembly, hoisting a weapon taller than herself and thicker than a fire extinguisher. She raised an eyebrow at Lu Xiaoyao and coldly stated, "I do not care who you are if you cannot pass this threshold. You will die alongside us." Observing the weapon in Isa's hands, Lu Xiaoyao silently pondered. She was still in the dark about the situation, yet here she was facing a life-threatening scenario. "You may choose any equipment here," Isa said as she approached the gate, brushing past Lu Xiaoyao, her pace momentarily faltering. "After all, we are all destined to perish here." The despair conveyed in her words and the hopelessness in her tone ignited a spark of anger within Lu Xiaoyao. This moment, Lu Xiaoyao began to vaguely comprehend that it seemed as if Isa intended to summon reinforcements. Yet the outcome transformed into her own presence, inevitably leading to a loss of hope in the face of the encountered predicaments. However, was this remarkably broad object, wider than a cannon's barrel, truly just a firearm? Faced with such an extraordinary weapon, Lu Xiaoyao felt a strange allure, despite the oddity of it all. Approaching a nearby weapons rack, she reached out to grasp one, only to find it immovable. How heavy could it possibly be? Observing a firearm identical to the one held by Isa, which appeared weightless in her grasp, Lu Xiaoyao was struck by astonishment. Quickly, Isa called from outside the door, her demeanor impatient and restless. "They're coming." After attempting several firearms, none proved light enough to wield easily. So she casually seized a small stick, about a foot in length, and hurried after Isa outside the armory. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao had severely underestimated Isa's speed within the blink of an eye. She had vanished from sight. Unable to locate Isa, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow in contemplation. In light of this sudden upheaval, it was imperative to swiftly acclimate to the surroundings, even though the current situation appeared rather dire. As she pondered deeply, several previously overlooked keywords soon emerged in Lu Xiaoyao's mind. Armed robots, time-space transmission device. Moreover, there were references to cultivators and martial artists. These two seemingly unrelated terms appeared to intertwine in a remarkable manner. Considering the environment she found herself in, Lu Xiaoyao began to grasp that this was a world of extraordinary civilization. Not only was there advanced technology, but also a culture of cultivation. If cultivation was possible, then spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this place is quite abundant, Lu Xiaoyao remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly as a glimmer of brilliance sparked within them. Eastern War Zone, Haizhou, Dongling. Time-space transmission device. Lu Xiaoyao murmured softly, realizing why she had suddenly appeared here. Since she could be transported here, it should likewise be feasible to return. She merely needed to first overcome the immediate challenges. With clarity dawning upon her, Lu Xiaoyao took a deep breath and allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. As she traversed the spaces before her, it seemed every inch was composed of metal. Moreover, after walking several hundred meters and descending 6 or 7 flights of stairs, the magnitude of this construction was unfathomable. Even buildings forged from metal occasionally resounded with violent tremors. What kind of force could possibly induce such impacts? The booming sounds from the outside world grew increasingly clear, stirring a sense of trepidation within Lu Xiaoyao. The battle appears to be quite intense. With a slight tug at the corners of her mouth, she descended the final step and emerged from the stairwell into an extraordinarily vast space. The dense cacophony of explosions and flashes surged in from the gate to her front left. The gate stood 5 meters high and over 10 meters wide enough for 3 or 4 vehicles to pass side by side. Through the open portal, the external scene began to unfold. Figures darted left and right, engaging in combat with their foes. Yet they were not firing bullets instead. They launched streams of clustered rays and orbs of light the size of fists. What is the situation? Looking at the stick in his hand, Lu Xiaoyao couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. If he approached, wielding this object, would he not be reduced to mere ashes? Just as he pondered this, he lifted his gaze and was met with an unexpected sight. Before him stood a robust figure, a burly man who deftly maneuvered through the dense barrage of rays and light projectiles. In his grasp, he wielded a stick that emitted a blade of light extending over a meter in length. With every occasional swing of this luminous blade, he deflected the incoming light projectiles and severed the concentrated beams of energy. So, it could be utilized in such a manner? It was only at this moment that Lu Xiaoyao realized the astonishing capabilities of the stick he held. Is this akin to a galactic battle? But how does one operate this? As Lu Xiaoyao curiously examined the stick, a thunderous voice resonated. Your base vehicle has been surrounded. Do not resist futilely. Do you think a mere few hundred armed robots can contend with us? Base vehicle? Lu Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a glimmer of disbelief. Could it be that such a colossal entity was merely a base vehicle? Chapter 2. Ancient Martial Arts. The innate Grandmaster, the Colossal Mobile Command Center, a concept familiar to Lu Xiaoyao from games, novels, and science fiction films, presented an awe-inspiring spectacle that was almost beyond comprehension. She found it difficult to fathom how such a gigantic vehicle, reminiscent of a skyscraper, could possibly move. Her mind was clouded with unanswered questions, yet the looming threat before her demanded immediate attention. In a mere instant, a burly figure had breached the defenses of the armed robots, wielding a laser longsword with devastating prowess. The powerful firearms posed no threat to him. Instead, he dismantled several of the armed machines with ease. Observing the man's agility and technique, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened with intensity. However, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyao sprang into action, swiftly appearing at the gate. As her perspective widened, the scene outside became starkly clear. The formidable man lunged towards Isha, his laser sword striking down mercilessly, devoid of any mercy. Though Isha retaliated with a few energy projectiles, they did little to impede his advance. She was left with no choice but to heft her massive spear and attempt to parry the attack. The collision erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, leaving a long gash along the spear's shaft. Yet, Isha leveraged that force to propel herself backward, narrowly evading the second strike that followed. A flurry of energy projectiles surged forth, momentarily halting the man's pursuit, the resulting explosions sending clouds of dust into the air. Isha retreated swiftly, creating distance while her weapon began to radiate an even more intense glow. As the dust settled, the man charged forward, confronting Isha, who was poised to unleash her powerful strike. A brilliant beam of concentrated energy erupted forth, fierce and radiant. However, the man had already evaded to safety, the beam narrowly missing him and striking the distant forest instead. The explosion reverberated ominously, uprooting towering trees and reducing the center of impact to mere splinters. Due to the earlier damage sustained, Isha's weapon succumbed to the unleashed energy, exploding into a heap of scrap metal. She swiftly grasped two compact handguns. But before she could mount a counterattack, the burly figure was upon her. "Submit, little girl," he sneered, a chilling smile spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with malice. "Your escort has perished. No one will come to your aid. Dream on." Isha retorted through gritted teeth, her form darting swiftly to evade the man's laser blade. Yet she found herself devoid of the ability to counterattack. A cry of pain echoed nearby, followed by a resounding thud as a petite figure collided with the side of the mobile command center, crashing to the ground. "Hand over what you possess. It is just the two of you now, and you cannot protect it." Above, a figure hovered in midair, casting a disdainful gaze downwards, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon a young man, slender and seemingly fragile, as if he could be easily swept away by the wind. Yet, within the palm he raised, a brilliant light shimmered, suggesting something was swimming within its depths. So, this is what a cultivator is? As her eyes flickered, Lu Xiaoyao grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing the words exchanged between the two. It was no wonder the girl had succumbed to despair. With only two girls remaining, how could their lives be secured? Moreover, there seemed to be something the adversary sought to seize. The young cultivator descended gracefully, a cold smile perpetually gracing his lips, his gaze filled with aggression. "Little girl, your name is AI Linlin, is it not? If you wish to live, I can offer you an opportunity." AI Linlin let out a cold snort, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly wounded internally. The battle raged on, with armed robots falling one after another, and the sounds of explosions reverberating continuously, causing the entire base vehicle to tremble. Lu Xiaoyao glanced upwards to see countless flying machines launching an assault on the base vehicle. The vehicle's walls were lined with countless turrets returning fire. On the ground, numerous battle tanks charged forward, braving the onslaught of armed robots. A brilliant blue light emanated from the front of the tanks, forming an immense defensive barrier. Explosive projectiles and beams struck the barrier, creating ripples of disturbance, yet failing to shatter it. Behind these battle tanks, human soldiers appeared, alongside fully armored combat robots. Meanwhile, the armed robots on the base vehicle continued to resist, yet could do little to halt the enemy's advance. This was no mere predicament, it was a veritable deadlock. Her gaze swept towards Isha, pondering how many individuals she intended to transport and who they might be. At that moment, Isha, locked in a fierce struggle with a burly man, could not evade his attack and was sent flying by a powerful kick. As she crashed heavily to the ground, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dazed, Isha staggered to her feet, only to find the burly man pointing a lightsaber at her throat. All-out assault, disarm everyone, commanded the young cultivator, his gaze shifting as he noted the two women were under control, prompting him to issue further orders. There was no time to waste. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she dashed forward, leaping towards the unsuspecting burly man. Swift as lightning, she appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. In front of the burly man, Isha's expression turned to one of horror, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Lu Xiaoyao. A fierce wind surged from behind. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the burly man reacted instinctively, twisting his body to swing his sword. But in the next moment, he felt a terrifying force wrap around his wrist, followed by an excruciating pain. A sickening crack echoed as his wrist broke. Lu Xiaoyao's hand glided effortlessly, seizing the lightsaber. And with a swift motion, she slashed it diagonally, cutting from the burly man's left flank to his right shoulder. Blood sprayed forth, a vivid crimson. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze remained icy as she forcefully pushed the burly man away and tossed a stick to Isha. In her shock, Isha instinctively caught it and looked down to find it was the hilt of a lightsaber. As she lifted her gaze once more, Lu Xiaoyao had already departed, her luminous sword flickering as she lunged toward the young cultivator. How could this be possible? A sense of shock coursed through Isa, momentarily derailing her thoughts. When Lu Xiaoyao had teleported in, her scans had revealed him to be merely a healthy, ordinary youth. How could he suddenly possess such terrifying power? Before her lay a fallen giant, his body cleaved in two, eyes wide open in horror, a quintessential case of death refusing to close its eyes. Durin, a junior lieutenant with combat prowess exceeding 1,000, had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even though it was a surprise attack, the incredulity remained. In her astonishment, Isa's gaze shifted, and she saw Lu Xiaoyao vaulting into the air, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light directed at the cultivator. The concentrated force erupted fiercely. Could he be a martial arts master? Isa's pupils constricted, her heartbeat quickening in response. The sword light surged forth, arriving in an instant. The chilling intent to kill had locked onto its target. Lu Xiaoyao's sword danced like a thunderbolt. The cultivator, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively ascended, soaring into the sky. The radiant weapon in his grasp erupted with blinding brilliance, clashing against the oncoming sword. A sharp sound echoed as a diminutive sword, no larger than a palm, pierced Lu Xiaoyao's sword tip. The colossal force surged, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Riding this wave, the cultivator ascended higher, glancing down with lingering trepidation. Lu Xiaoyao's strike had missed, and as the shockwave struck her, she was sent plummeting back toward the ground. Was there still someone else? The cultivator's eyes narrowed in suspicion, and he swiftly counterattacked. The small sword, enveloped in radiant light, shot down like a meteor, pursuing Lu Xiaoyao with lethal intent. The small sword's brilliance flickered as it descended upon Lu Xiaoyao's crown, its fierce edge imbued with a terrifying aura of death. So swift, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. And to everyone's astonishment, he extended his hand toward the incoming small sword. What? Has he lost his mind? Isa and Alanlin exchanged horrified glances at this spectacle. Meanwhile, the cultivator hovering above curled his lips into a mocking smirk. Yet, in the next instant, they beheld Lu Xiaoyao's hand emanating a radiant glow, ensnaring the small sword tightly within his grasp. He had seized the blade with his bare hands. That was the cultivator's flying sword. Moreover, it belonged to the junior cultivator, Heitao, whose strength surpassed Durin's, boasting a combat capability exceeding 1,500. How could this be? Heitao's disdainful expression faltered, morphing into an enraged snarl as he bellowed, "Explode." Yet the sword clutched by Lu Xiaoyao remained firmly in hand, devoid of any explosive power. Hearing the furious shout from above, Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, slowly ascending, and hurled his sword into the air, issuing a low command. Go. The sword quivered, then erupted into a brilliant flash, transforming into a shooting rainbow, directly aimed at Haitile. How could this be? Stepping into the air, wielding the sword to soar. With empty hands and a resilient physique. Hadaway's eyes widened as he plummeted towards the ground, narrowly evading the incoming sword of light. He glared at Lu Xiaoyao and bellowed, "You practice the ancient martial arts? Is it possible that anyone still cultivates such arts in this day and age?" The mention of ancient martial arts caused the crowd to change their expressions. Staring at Lu Xiaoyao in astonishment. "Whatever, boastful." Lu Xiaoyao cast a fleeting glance, and with a subtle flick of his right hand, the sword of light that had missed suddenly soared back, once again launching itself towards Hadaway. "You." Once more dodging the sword, Hadaway sneered. "The ancient martial arts have long since fallen into obscurity. I never expected anyone would still practice them. What is wrong with the ancient martial arts? Why have they declined?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired with a trace of confusion upon hearing Hadaway's words. "Did your master not enlighten you?" Hadaway's eyes glimmered as he chuckled. "I am astonished that you have achieved such accomplishments in the ancient martial arts at such a young age. If I am not mistaken, you have reached the innate stage. Becoming a grandmaster. Ancient martial arts? Innate grandmaster?" As she gazed at Lu Xiaoyao's silhouette, Isha was filled with disbelief. Chapter 3. Instant Steps. A teacher imparts wisdom, bestows knowledge, and clarifies doubts, gathering disciples along the way. Yet, a grandmaster possesses a unique system of cultivation, signifying their capability to establish a school of thought. Becoming the progenitor among masters. Could it be that the youth before me has attained such a remarkable level? Given the arduous nature of ancient martial arts training and the vast array of knowledge required, it is astonishing that someone could reach the status of a grandmaster at such a tender age. Regardless of the truth, this young man is now the last beacon of hope, the sole chance for survival. Buzz. The hilt of the laser sword quivered as the blade emerged, prompting Isha to launch a counterattack. Armed robots descended from the aerial vehicles, initiating a comprehensive assault on the base vehicle. Hightower's final command was to disarm the base and secure the ultimate prize of victory. However, no one anticipated that the sudden appearance of Lu Xiaoyao would introduce such significant variables into the battle. With the strength of a grandmaster, his combat prowess must exceed 10,000. Hightower was acutely aware that he was no match for him. The preceding dialogue was, in fact, a plea for help, which he trusted his colleagues had overheard through their communication devices. In the distance, several figures emerged, hastening towards this location. Were they awaiting reinforcements? Lu Xiaoyao turned his head, casting a quick glance, and then, in a flash, appeared before Hightower, delivering a devastating punch. "You." Hightower's expression turned frantic as he raised his hand, attempting to block Lu Xiaoyao's assault. Yet, the physical fortitude of a cultivator pales in comparison to that of a martial artist. Faced with Lu Xiaoyao's sudden onslaught, Hightower became akin to a kite severed from its string. The laser sword blazed with brilliance, piercing through Hightower's chest. Boom. Hightower's eyes widened in terror as he crashed to the ground, resembling a puddle of mud, blood pooling and saturating the earth. That is all. Casting a glance at Hightower, Lu Xiaoyao descended and returned to the ground. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted Alanlin not far away and immediately rushed toward her. "Hey, how do we break the deadlock?" Alanlin was momentarily taken aback, turning to survey the situation, and replied helplessly, "How would I know?" Lu Xiaoyao frowned, glancing around, realizing they had fallen into a tight encirclement. Enemies were everywhere, above and below. Meanwhile, their counterattacks were becoming increasingly feeble. Not only had the armed robots suffered severe damage, but most of the base vehicle's turrets were also incapacitated. Could these robots merely be destroyed? Lu Xiaoyao pondered briefly, voicing his doubts. In this battlefield, the most abundant presence was not human soldiers, but those high-tech weapons. Yet, who controlled these robots, and from where did the commands originate? Unless the command center could be dismantled, where is it? Lu Xiaoyao's eyes brightened at the thought. Of course, it's the command vehicle behind the enemy. Alanlin rolled her eyes upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words. This was fundamental knowledge. How could such a powerful individual be unaware of this? At this juncture, do you still have the leisure to flirt? As her eyes darted, AI Linlin, while downing an aircraft, seemed to suddenly grasp Lu Xiaoyao's intent. Flirt? What nonsense is this? Lu Xiaoyao, taken aback, glanced at AI Linlin, and with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Less chatter, I'll take you over. Can you handle it? Take me over." AI Linlin frowned, then scoffed. "Are you dreaming? Wake up. Follow me." Ignoring AI Linlin's protests, Lu Xiaoyao extended his arm, encircling her slender waist. AI Linlin, petite in stature, had a waist that could easily be grasped, and her weight was alarmingly light. "Wow, what are you doing?" AI Linlin wielded a weapon resembling a rifle, yet distinctly different. Attached to the barrel were elongated blades resembling a short heavy sword, perfectly suitable for close combat. Sensing Lu Xiaoyao's actions, AI Linlin instinctively raised her weapon. intending to retaliate with the stock. However, before she could make a move, a rush of wind whistled past her ears, and the scenery before her shifted in an instant. The sudden sensation of weightlessness left AI Linlin momentarily breathless. We're flying, ah tiger girl, don't scream. As Lu Xiaoyao soared into the air, he noticed several cultivators lunging towards him, their hands aglow with energy as they unleashed their techniques against him. Fire back, he instructed AI Linlin. Hurling his light sword at the approaching cultivators. These cultivators, seasoned in combat, were difficult to predict even as they advanced at high speed. The light sword thrown by Lu Xiaoyao failed to hit its mark. At this moment, AI Linlin regained her composure and began to shoot. A barrage of light projectiles, each the size of a thumb and fired at an astonishing rate, filled the space ahead in an instant. However, this weapon came with significant drawbacks. The powerful recoil bore down on Lu Xiaoyao. What kind of gun is this? He mused, casting a quick glance before shifting his focus. The cultivators ahead had encircled him, numbering at least 3, while on the ground. A throng of soldiers emerged from the protection of their armored vehicles, pursuing Lu Xiaoyao under the command of 4 adept warriors. Just as AI Linlin unleashed a volley of light projectiles, a multitude of them descended upon the ground. Ah, run. AI Linlin's face turned pale at the sight of the impending barrage. Suspended in midair, there was nowhere to evade. If struck, there would be nothing left of her. Lu Xiaoyao, unfamiliar with these advanced weaponry and reluctant to confront them head-on, could only seek to evade their wrath. This is an inauspicious start. In the instant Lu Xiaoyao retreated, a flurry of light projectiles whizzed past him. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have found himself amidst a meteor shower. Inform Xia to take cover and engage the enemy cautiously. Compared to the armed robots, human soldiers exhibited far greater agility, though somewhat lacking in firepower. Their overall combat strength is undeniably formidable. The soldiers on the ground, under the guidance of their martial leader, advanced with relentless momentum, swiftly clearing away the few armed robots in their path. Naturally, the enemy's reinforcements followed closely behind. We cannot retreat. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's command, AI Linlin instinctively voiced her dissent. In the face of imminent peril, there is no room for choice. It is either life or death. With that declaration, Lu Xiaoyao fell silent, casting his gaze forward, though internally he felt a rising trepidation. He had never encountered such a dire situation and harbored no certainty of overcoming this desperate predicament. The place he once called home had long been depleted of spiritual energy. Despite possessing the realm of a master, he lacked the corresponding strength. Were it not for the abundant spiritual energy of this world, how could he possibly manifest such extraordinary abilities? In the next instant, Lu Xiaoyao moved, his form becoming ethereal, as if ice and snow were melting away, like mist dispersing. With a sudden burst of speed, he traversed the distance in the blink of an eye, arriving at the enemy's rear. Chapter 4. The Ambush. Thunder of the sword and spear, 3 cultivators soared through the air, while 4 warriors led their troops to encircle the area, only to suddenly find their target vanished. Where has he gone? One cultivator questioned, confusion etched on his face. I have no idea, replied another, equally perplexed. The final cultivator, brow furrowed, remarked, I felt as if a fierce wind had just swept by. A fierce wind? This is bad. The cultivators exchanged glances, turning to look behind them in alarm. PS headed for the command vehicle. We must retreat. We must retreat. The warriors who had just arrived instantly changed their expressions and turned back, leading their troops in haste. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao was already standing atop an armored vehicle. Is this the one? Lu Xiaoyao pondered. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of this world, where the advanced technology might not correspond with that of her original realm. Among the war machines, tanks, and armored vehicles, she saw no distinctive markings, rendering her unable to identify the command vehicle. That one. AI Linlin surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards an armored vehicle. The command center is right there. Lu Xiaoyao followed her indication and nodded. Quickly, we have only 1 minute. What? AI Linlin was taken aback, exclaiming in frustration. That is impossible. The door won't even open. 1 minute. Lu Xiaoyao leaped into action, propelling herself and AI Linlin towards the command vehicle. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed to guard the area had already spotted the two and were in hot pursuit. Upon reaching the command vehicle, Lu Xiaoyao set AI Linlin down and urgently instructed, I will handle them. You take care of this place. Before AI Linlin could respond, Lu Xiaoyao jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, scanning the vicinity and spotting a dozen soldiers aiming their weapons at her. Countless energy projectiles and beams streaked across the sky like shooting stars. That is fierce, Lu Xiaoyao thought, as she sprang into the air, her form soaring upwards. What is that sound? A buzzing noise reached her ears, immediately heightening her alertness. Turning her gaze, she saw a tank swiveling its cannon. A radiant glow flickered at the cannon's opening, as if it were gathering energy. Just as Lu Xiaoyao focused on it, the cannon unleashed a basketball-sized energy projectile, trailing a long streak of light across the sky. Goodness! Lu Xiaoyao shuddered, instantly employing her weighty descent technique, plummeting towards the ground from her previously ascending position. The sharp whistle of the projectile sliced through the air above her, and she could even smell the searing scent of burnt air. She landed back atop the command vehicle with a resounding thud, leaving 2 distinct footprints on the roof. The command vehicle rocked violently before stabilizing once more. Suddenly, the side door of an adjacent armored vehicle swung open, and a figure emerged. As soon as his gaze fell upon Lu Xiaoyao, he raised his hand and unleashed a streak of light. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. Another cultivator. The cultivator launched a flying sword, immediately beginning to execute a sword technique. The incoming sword transformed into 5 beams of light, locking onto Lu Xiaoyao's position. Too naive. Unleash your ultimate move. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao realized that her previous thoughts had been rather naive. To extract the head of an enemy general from the midst of a myriad of troops was no simple feat now surrounded. AI Linlin continued to strike the car door with that peculiar weapon. The lock area was already glowing red from the impact, yet the metal remained unyielding and undamaged. A mere glance from Lu Xiaoyao revealed that the metal here was far from ordinary. Buzz! Before she could withdraw her gaze, she heard a humming sound as a faint blue energy shield suddenly enveloped the entire command vehicle. At this point, AI Linlin's weapon was rendered utterly ineffective. The command vehicle is unharmed. You may proceed with your assault. I shall handle this matter. You must ensure to bring back the items and that woman. As the cultivator executed his sword technique, he charged towards Lu Xiaoyao, engaging in conversation with others. In the distance, the returning cultivators, fighters, and soldiers immediately abandoned their support and surged towards the command vehicle. Lu Xiaoyao, wielding her lightsaber, advanced to meet them and instantly unleashed 5 strikes. 4 beams of sword light were extinguished, while 1 flying sword was cleaved back. The sword traced a circle before landing in the cultivator's hand, radiating a brilliant glow. You have slain my junior brother. I shall take vengeance myself. A realization dawned upon Lu Xiaoyao. No wonder the surrounding soldiers halted in their tracks. Half a minute. With a sharp exclamation, Lu Xiaoyao ceased her words and charged towards her adversary, challenging, "Do you intend to employ the same trick again?" The cultivator snorted coldly, his gaze frigid as radiant light emanated from him. The sword in his hand flickered ominously, manifesting into a colossal sword of light that ruthlessly descended upon Lu Xiaoyao. You are overly confident. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyao halted in her advance, the gigantic sword crashing down just a foot in front of her. The ground trembled, soil erupted, and a deep chasm split the earth in 2. Had Lu Xiaoyao not stopped, she would have met the same fate as the ground beneath her. With her left hand raised mid-sentence, she grasped Hadaway's flying sword, which had now transformed into her concealed weapon. Indeed, it was a concealed weapon. Whoosh! The flying sword sliced through the air, piercing its target's throat. This palm-sized blade became a formidable instrument of destruction. The cultivator struck by the sword had his eyes bulge, his body propelled backward, crashing violently into the armored vehicle, nearly toppling it with a deafening roar. 15 seconds. Lu Xiaoyao seemed to murmur, yet her voice reached AI Linlin's ears. Frantically spinning in confusion, AI Linlin suddenly raised her weapon high, her hands gripping the handle tightly. Strangely, the entire weapon began to undergo a transformation. The blades along the barrel slid forward, while the handle shifted further back, forming a straight line with the body of the gun. Fire for me, sword gun thunder. AI Linlin, her eyes aflame, summoned lightning that danced around the sword, striking down with a fierce yell. Boom! Amidst the resounding tumult, the azure dome of the command vehicle was cleaved asunder by a single strike, shimmering momentarily before vanishing into oblivion. AI Linlin raised her sword lance once more, aiming a fierce blow at the vehicle's entrance. With a thunderous crash, lightning illuminated the scene, and a blinding radiance erupted, casting a fleeting brilliance across the realm. Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. AI Linlin appeared diminutive, yet exhibited such ferocity. As the rapid succession of events unfolded, the surrounding soldiers regained their composure and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Lu Xiaoyao. Countless beams and projectiles rained down once again. Wielding her light sword, Lu Xiaoyao defended AI Linlin's back, deflecting several rounds with precision. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Give me 3 minutes." Turning her gaze, Lu Xiaoyao heard the unmistakable sound of the command vehicle's inner sliding door being sealed shut by AI Linlin. Why were there still 2 doors? If you enter, what shall I do? Lu Xiaoyao found herself at a loss. Chapter 5. Program Infiltration. Turning the tide of battle and retribution. This is undoubtedly an act of vengeance. The moment she sensed something amiss, Lu Xiaoya swiftly vacated her position. With Ailin already inside the command vehicle, there was no need for her to remain at the entrance, becoming a target. As for the situation within the vehicle and whether Ailin could neutralize the threats inside, that was beyond Lu Xiaoyao's concern. Just as she departed, a cacophony of explosions erupted, leaving her uncertain whether the embedded sliding door was as sturdy as the armored entrance outside. Lu Xiaoyao found herself ill-prepared for the military might of this world. In her previous life, peace reigned, large-scale warfare was a rarity, and even minor skirmishes involving just a handful of individuals were uncommon. Though Lu Xiaoyao had indeed reached the level of a master in theory, her true cultivation remained far from sufficient. In the terms of her original world, she was at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage but had been unable to take that final step to attain the golden core due to certain peculiar circumstances. In her former realm, spiritual energy was severely depleted, resulting in painfully slow progress in cultivation. Her level of skill was largely due to the assistance of spiritual herbs from a young age. As for her prowess, it was a reflection of her cultivation level, experience, and combat knowledge. Under her master's tutelage and rigorous training, her abilities certainly did not falter. Even in the face of armed soldiers, she could still maneuver with remarkable agility. In this open area, numerous battle vehicles, tanks, and armored cars provided ample cover for Lu Xiaoyao. Should anyone disembark, they would unwittingly walk into a trap, greeted only by a laser sword. However, as the soldiers closed in, her options for evasion were rapidly diminishing. At this rate, she would inevitably be encircled. A mere minute had passed. Time was indeed of the essence. Outside, Lu Xiaoyao felt a rising sense of urgency. Yet, inside the vehicle, Ailin was even more anxious. She had managed to enter the command vehicle and eliminate the soldiers inside. But the problem lay in her utter lack of understanding regarding how to crack the program or issue commands outside. Even resorting to brute force would yield no results. The combat units, including unmanned aerial vehicles, fully automated attack vehicles, and armed robots, would continue to execute their previous orders, unaffected by the damage to the command vehicle. Sasha, please tell me what to do. Despite Ailin's confusion, Isha, the program architect, found these matters trivial. Upon learning that Ailin was inside the enemy command vehicle, Isha was momentarily taken aback. However, after swiftly dispatching an enemy robot with a single strike, she sought refuge in a nearby room. Ailin, I will send you an infiltration program right away. Use your microbrain to connect to the command vehicle's intelligence system, and the program will automatically erode their defenses, allowing you to take control of their armed units. All right. Ailin nodded and activated the miniature intelligent brain shaped like a wrist guard on her left forearm. Receiving the program transmitted by Isha, she then pulled out a data cable to connect with the vehicle's intelligent brain. Initiating 5-dimensional communication, I will guide you through the process. Upon hearing Isha's words, Ailin tapped on her wrist guard, projecting Isha's 5-dimensional holographic image from the microprojector. As the 5-dimensional communication was established, Isha appeared as if she were present, glancing at the surrounding scenery before focusing her attention on the vehicle's intelligent brain. Where is that fellow? Isha scanned the area but could not find the young man who had brought hope. Realizing she did not even know his name, she thought of him. He. Ailin's expression changed as she suddenly realized. Feeling somewhat guilty, she said, he is still maneuvering outside. Oh, Isha replied, not giving it much thought. Assuming that Lu Xiaoyao was merely seeking glory, entirely oblivious to Ailin's demeanor. Let's help him. Follow my instructions. Under Isha's guidance, Ailin's fingers flew across the control panel. In a matter of moments, the combat system of the command vehicle was activated. A pale blue protective shield enveloped the command vehicle, and the 3 turret cannons atop began to rise slowly. He is surrounded. The vehicle's surveillance clearly revealed that enemies had formed a tight encirclement around Lu Xiaoyao. Numerous armed robots charged forward recklessly to attack. Fire. Isha gritted her teeth, her voice becoming hoarse and low, her eyes fixed on the screen. Ailin's eyes were also filled with concern, biting her lip fiercely as she declared, yes, fire. As the words left her lips, Ailin's slender fingers struck the control panel. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, both individuals felt the command vehicle shake violently. The turrets unleashed their assault, with dazzling projectiles erupting fiercely, engulfing most of the enemies. In an instant, a significant number of soldiers surrounding Lu Xiaoyao collapsed. From Lu Xiaoyao's direction, the command vehicle was clearly visible, which was, in fact, a deliberate tactic on his part to keep the command vehicle within sight. Just moments ago, Lu Xiaoyao had noticed the 3 turrets rising. The moment the turrets began to shimmer with brilliance, signaling impending fire, Lu Xiaoyao took cover behind an armored vehicle. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the armored vehicle to shake slightly. The power of the turrets was terrifying. Countless luminous projectiles illuminated the surroundings in blinding white. That was close. Lu Jiao glanced around, remaining vigilant. Though he had only just engaged with this world, its dangers still left him unsettled. When the cannon fire ceased, the area was left in utter disarray, countless corpses emitting a charred stench. Most of the armed robots lay in ruins, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Crash. The door of the command vehicle creaked open. Ailenling, wielding her spear, gazed at the somewhat disheveled Lu Xiaoyao and smiled, proclaiming, "The tide of battle has turned. The counterattack begins." The notion of reversing the situation brought clarity to Lu Xiaoyao. She understood that the crisis had been averted. Yet, what could a counterattack entail? With merely 2 girls and a scant number of armed robots alongside the base's artillery, the disparity in strength between friend and foe was still glaringly apparent. A few surviving soldiers, having taken refuge, emerged from their hiding spots, brandishing their weapons and aiming at Lu Xiaoyao and Ailenling. Meanwhile, some of the armed robots, not entirely incapacitated, converged around the soldiers. "Armed robots, eliminate them at once," shouted one soldier, consumed by fury as he issued his command to the nearby robots. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the barrels of the armed robots instead turned towards him. "What are you doing?" The soldier was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Bang! The soldier would no longer require any further comprehension. Chapter 6. Profound Lessons. The enraged young deer sees from a higher perspective. The divine view. Across the battlefield, identical scenes unfold. Armed units, once allies, abruptly turn their weapons against the accompanying practitioners, warriors, and soldiers. This unforeseen upheaval results in a staggering number of casualties among the enemy ranks. Above, aerial vehicles relentlessly bombard the area, while assault drones momentarily cease their offensive. The automated combat vehicles that had breached the blockade established by the base have also come to a halt. All unmanned armed units have been reprogrammed by Isha and Ailenling, transforming them from foes into allies. The tide of battle has shifted dramatically, igniting a breathtaking counteroffensive. In this advanced technological arena, unmanned combat units dominate. With human soldiers few in number, the enemy, comprising practitioners and warriors, has deployed merely over 100 troops. In the recent counterattack, they swiftly lost over half of their forces. Coupled with the distraction caused by the young deer, the command vehicle has eliminated a portion of the remaining troops, leaving only a handful on the battlefield. The roles have reversed. The enemy's territory now lies in Isha's hands. What should have been an inevitable defeat, with the entire army in ruins, has transformed into a resounding victory. A wave of bitterness and dread surged within Isha and Ailenling, tears flowing like a burst dam. After a brief emotional release, the two quickly regained their composure. The base still requires their protection, and they have a significant mission to fulfill. The final data was soon compiled. Although the recent skirmish incurred substantial losses, the gains were nonetheless commendable. With proper utilization, the base's armament remains formidable. Even if they face another assault, they will not be without the means to resist. As for the specific details, the young deer is indifferent. Her primary concern now is the possibility of returning home. This world is perilous, and she longs for the safety of Huaxia, her true paradise. The 17 captured human prisoners were confined in the base's detention chamber, marking the conclusion of this battle. At last, Isha and Ailenling found themselves with a moment of leisure. What is this? Observing the tiny glass vial that Isha handed her, the young deer's face was filled with confusion. "You don't know what this is?" Isha blinked, a hint of skepticism on her face as she shook another vial in front of the young deer. "Don't you need to replenish your nutrients and energy?" The young deer, at a loss for words, asked with a mix of laughter and tears, "Is this how you entertain me? Can't you offer something more delectable? Delicious?" Ailenling, standing nearby, opened the glass vial's seal and remarked blandly, "Unfortunately, there isn't any." "All right then." The young deer resignedly imitated Ailenling, pouring the viscous liquid into her mouth. It was neither sour nor sweet, neither bitter nor salty, lacking any discernible flavor, akin to sipping thick glue, a sensation that left her feeling somewhat nauseous. Two girls consumed their food with a natural ease, while Lu Jiaoyao found herself compelled to swallow quickly as well. "Isn't this quite delightful? Rich in nutrition and energy, yet you appear to be less than fond of it." Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's persistent frown and her evident struggle to swallow, Ailenling expressed her curiosity. "Oh, have you both always consumed this?" "Indeed, since childhood," Ailenling replied, then suddenly realized, "You must be a noble, right? I've heard that only nobles possess the habit of dining. How unfortunate." This revelation struck Lu Xiaoyao like a thunderbolt. How could she have grown up without ever tasting real food? Moreover, in this world, Even the act of eating had become an exclusive privilege of the aristocracy. Was it truly that unfair? Her eyelids drooped slightly. A manifestation of her despair. What a dreadful world this was. As she listened to the conversation between the two girls, a wave of weariness washed over Lu Xiaoyao, almost lulling her to sleep. She attempted to rally her spirits, but was met with an overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber. No, a sudden alertness surged within her. The uncontrollable fatigue was certainly not a normal occurrence. At her current level of cultivation, even several days without sleep would not have such a profound effect. Yet now, you drugged me. With a thud, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes fluttered and she collapsed to the ground. Impressive. She managed to hold on for so long and even engaged us in conversation, AI Linlin remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Sister Shasha, are we being too harsh? I wish it weren't so, but these are extraordinary times. We must ascertain who she is, replied Isha, her expression cold and her teeth clenched. Her mood evidently less than cheerful. I checked earlier and discovered that the coordinates of the space-time transmission device were erroneous, likely due to data corruption caused by the attack on the base vehicle. Very well. AI Linlin produced a pill and placed it into Lu Xiaoyao's mouth. Lu Xiaoyao then opened her eyes, yet they were devoid of any spark, clearly under the influence of the drug. Where do you come from? Isha inquired. Huaxia Yujing. Lu Xiaoyao answered. The two girls exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Where is Huaxia Yujing? AI Linlin asked, bewildered. Ask her, Isha suggested. What sort of place is it, and where is it located? On Earth. And Earth? Where is that? AI Linlin's frustration was palpable. It belongs to the solar system, one of the 9 planets. The subsequent questions only served to deepen their confusion, as Lu Xiaoyao's responses left them utterly bewildered, each piece of information foreign to them. Sister Shasha, let us not press further. As long as she is not a spy, that's all that matters. AI Linlin sighed, her head drooping in dejection. Who sent you here, and what is your purpose? Isha asked, her question direct and pointed. No one sent me. I find myself here quite helplessly, Lu Xiaoyao replied. Isa's greatest concern was alleviated, and her vigilance relaxed as she casually inquired, what is your name? Lu Xiaoyao, a 20-year-old man of impeccable character and integrity, devoid of any vices, replied, I am unmarried and without a girlfriend, though I am open to possibilities if the right one comes along. Is there anything else you wish to know? Isa realized she had not asked those questions, and abruptly reacted, her face a mixture of shock and embarrassment as she stared at Lu Xiaoyao. Oh, when did you? Standing beside her, AI Linlin wore a similarly dazed expression. How is this possible? He hasn't even been given the antidote, and yet he has awakened? When did he regain consciousness? Lu Xiaoyao let out a cold snort, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the two women, his expression frosty as he said, I rescued you from peril, turning your defeat into victory and saving your lives. And this is how you repay me? With the final words, Lu Xiaoyao's presence erupted with intensity, his eyes harboring a fierce fury. You have imparted upon me a most profound lesson. Chapter 7, A Perilous World. Potential enemies. The atmosphere thickened, enveloped in an awkward predicament. Isabella's caution and prudence, given their circumstances, were indeed not misplaced. Regrettably, the individual before her hailed from an era of peace. Lu Xiaoyao possessed no foresight or precaution, failing to comprehend the necessity of employing measures against her life saviors. Having fought alongside them and rescued them, Lu Xiaoyao had already regarded the two women as friends, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. However, she was soon to receive a vivid lesson. Lu Xiaoyao's countenance darkened, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she might engulf the two women in her wrath. While she did not seek recompense for her aid, betrayal was equally unacceptable. Casting a cold glance at the pair, Lu Xiaoyao's clenched fists ultimately remained unstruck. Striking women was not in her character, and her reason had not been entirely consumed by anger. Most importantly, her desire to leave this place and return to Huaxia depended on their assistance. Though these foolish women had committed an exceedingly imprudent act, Lu Xiaoyao had suffered no significant loss. With divergent paths, there was no need for collaboration. Lu Xiaoyao had no intention of lingering here. As long as she could return to Huaxia, they would never cross paths again. Why should she allow her temper to flare over two foolish strangers? The two women's wariness towards an unfamiliar man was something Lu Xiaoyao could understand. Yet, she could not condone their actions. The manner in which she was brought here should dictate her departure. She harbored no desire to remain in this wretched place for even a moment longer. Releasing her tightly clenched fists, Lu Xiaoyao quelled her anger. Though her demeanor was no longer as warm as before, the shift in her attitude was palpable to the two women. Yet they were inherently in the wrong and bore no resentment. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Isabella pressed her lips together, revealing a hint of hesitation. Before Isabella could respond, Lu Xiaoyao turned and walked away, progressing down the empty corridor until she unknowingly arrived at the armory. Gazing at the sign above, Lu Xiaoyao suddenly remembered that her skewers and beer had been left behind. The armory door remained ajar. Entering, Lu Xiaoyao grabbed a bottle of beer, popped the cap, and down half in one go. After consuming a few skewers, she heard footsteps approaching. Slightly turning her head, she caught sight of AI Linlin, who peeked in with a curious demeanor. Setting down the skewer, Lu Xiaoyao rose and inquired, "Is there something you need? Might you be able to escort me back?" Well, AI Linlin stepped inside, her gaze fixed on the items in Lu Xiaoyao's hands. Her curiosity piqued. Simultaneously, her certainty grew that this seemingly skilled individual indeed hailed from nobility. There's a bit of an issue. Her eyes drifted from the skewers as she hesitantly continued. In the earlier battle, Klaus's forces breached the base vehicle. Although we swiftly turned the tide and concluded the fight, significant damage was inflicted upon the base vehicle. And then, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Taking a deep breath, AI Linlin lifted her gaze, meeting Lu Xiaoyao's eyes with gravity as she spoke. The interdimensional transmission device is severely damaged, and a substantial amount of data has been lost. As of now, we have yet to find a means of repair, so I cannot return. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao seemed momentarily lost in thought. Though she had anticipated such a possibility, her inherent optimism had prevented her from dwelling on the worst outcome. Yet, upon hearing the reality, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Is there truly no way? She murmured softly. Perhaps there is, though the outlook is bleak. AI Linlin was evidently not one to offer comfort. She delivered the stark truth plainly. Given Sister Shasha's capabilities, if she could not repair the device, the hope of recovery was nearly non-existent. Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's despondence, AI Linlin spoke gently. Rest assured, we will make every effort to locate Huaxia Yujing and devise a method to send you back. Lu Xiaoyao sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice. Since I have come, I shall make my peace with it. From Lu Xiaoyao's perspective, this was undeniably another world. If the original method of return was unfeasible, the chances of discovering an alternative were infinitesimally small. Thus, upon learning that repairs could not be made for the time being, she had mentally prepared herself. After all, she had no kin in Huaxia. Lu Xiaoyao was an orphan, raised with great care by her master, who had passed away 3 years prior. Cast adrift in a foreign land, Lu Xiaoyao was indeed unfortunate. Yet, without attachments, perhaps she was fortunate in another sense. Noticing AI Linlin's gaze lingering on the skewers, Lu Xiaoyao picked up a plate and offered it to her. These are local delicacies from my hometown. Please, do try some. After glancing at Lu Xiaoyao, AI Linlin took a skewer, mimicking Lu Xiaoyao's actions, and took a bite. Her eyes brightened momentarily. The flavor was peculiar, yet undeniably delightful. This is far superior to the nutrient solution and pills you provided. Lu Xiaoyao smirked, while AI Linlin's expression turned awkward as she held her skewer somewhat begrudgingly. Go ahead and eat. I'll find that person. Lu Xiaoyao began, then hesitated. I still don't know how to address you. Her name is Isha, and I am AI Linlin. Well then, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Xiaoyao. With that, Lu Xiaoyao turned to leave. Yet she realized she had no idea where Isha was. Fortunately, AI Linlin, unwilling to let her go empty-handed, quickly followed, guiding Lu Xiaoyao. As they walked and conversed, Lu Xiaoyao turned her head to see AI Linlin had only eaten 3 or 4 skewers before stopping, prompting her curiosity. Why have you stopped eating? Is it not to your liking? I can no longer eat. AI Linlin replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone, lamenting that such delicious food could not be consumed in greater quantities. Oh, I see. Lu Xiaoyao froze for a moment, then comprehended the reason. Since they had been raised on nutrient solutions instead of solid food, their digestive systems must have atrophied. She simply had not anticipated the extent of this decline. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao became acutely aware that while the nutrient solution could replenish nourishment and energy, it failed to provide a sense of satiety. The recollection of his ravenous hunger suddenly caused a pang of discomfort in his stomach. Food is of paramount importance to the people, and this posed a significant dilemma. Since returning to Huaxia was not an option, he must find sustenance. The mere thought of subsisting solely on that nutrient solution was utterly distressing. Briefly explaining to AI Linlin, he deftly shifted the conversation, recalling her earlier mention of Klaus. Who is he? Upon realizing the possibility of not being able to return to Huaxia, Lu Xiaoyao resolved to gain a comprehensive understanding of his surroundings. The Klaus mentioned by AI Linlin must be the potential adversary. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy can one emerge unscathed from 100 battles. The perils of this world were not to be taken lightly. For if one could not discern friend from foe, one might find oneself unaware of the manner of their demise. Chapter 8. Advanced Warning. Resource depletion. Upon the mention of Klaus, AI Linlin's expression darkened, her eyes brimming with an intense malevolence. Klaus is the nephew of General Kulai, who ranks 23rd among the 28 generals under the command of the sovereign of Zhongzhou. We are affiliated with the Sea King of Eastern Haizhou. The circumstances are rather intricate, yet to summarize, a significant portion of Haizhou has now fallen to the sovereign's conquest. As Ai Linlin recounted the events, her voice grew increasingly somber. Within her once bright eyes lingered profound anguish and animosity. We constitute one of the remnants of the Sea King's forces, yet we are now on the brink of exhaustion. With gritted teeth, Ai Linlin spoke with barely contained fury. Ever since the collapse of our city's guard forces and the initiation of the base reconstruction plan, we have been betrayed and hunted down by Klaus. We have been fleeing for over half a year now, and our 50,000 guards have suffered catastrophic losses, leaving only myself and Sister Sha. However, Ai Linlin's tone shifted as she anxiously gazed at Lu Zhaoyao, imploring her not to perceive our situation as irrevocably dire. She firmly believed that His Majesty the Sea King would undoubtedly lead us to rejuvenation. Noticing the peculiar expression on Lu Zhaoyao's face, Ai Linlin's voice dwindled, her confidence visibly wavering. What is that look you have? Ai Linlin bit her lip and suddenly exclaimed, a month ago, the Sea King dispatched troops for reinforcements, indicating that the current situation is not yet. Hey, I didn't say anything, did I? Why are you shouting? You startled me. Interrupting Ai Linlin, Lu Zhaoyao found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, patting her chest in resignation. Even if, as you claim, the situation is not beyond redemption, what does that signify for us? That Sea King may still be able to resist, but tell me, on what basis do you believe you can? Relying on you and Isha? This space vehicle? Or me, who is utterly unfamiliar with everything? Confronted with Lu Zhaoyao's inquiries, Ai Linlin fell silent. If I am not mistaken, the 50,000 guards you mentioned refer to 50,000 human soldiers, excluding other robots, correct? Upon Ai Linlin's nod, Lu Zhaoyao sighed. If this ratio of 50,000 is comparable to today's adversaries, who possess an abundance of advanced technological equipment, then such a formidable army being annihilated in merely 6 months, what makes you think you can endure until that Sea King rises again? Do you believe you are superior to those 50,000 guards? Lu Zhaoyao refrained from continuing further. Had it not been for her intervention today, it is likely that this base vehicle would have long since succumbed, becoming a trophy for others to flaunt. Similar battle scenarios cannot be replicated. When the enemy returns, will we be so fortunate again? The annihilation of a technologically advanced army of 50,000 in just over half a year attests to Klaus's formidable prowess. This realization weighed heavily upon Lu Zhaoyao's heart. Starting with a mere base vehicle and with only 2 young women as companions, the situation had deteriorated to its utmost severity. That unreliable Sea King is hardly a beacon of hope. A month ago, reinforcements were promised. Yet now there is not even a shadow of their presence. They are likely unreliable. How can a mere mobile base withstand the elite forces of Klaus? The concerns voiced by Lu Zhaoyao are well understood by Ai Linlin, yet she is reluctant to dwell on them. However, regardless of her desire to avoid such thoughts, the day of reckoning must inevitably arrive. It is a reality that cannot be evaded. This topic, laden with gravity, only serves to exacerbate Lu Zhaoyao's already troubled state of mind. Under Ai Linlin's guidance, they arrive at the command center of the mobile base, where Isha is busily engaged at the control panel. After a brief moment, Isha removes her headset and slams it down onto the table, her long hair becoming disheveled in the process. Sister Sha, what is the matter? Ai Linlin inquires cautiously as she approaches. We've lost contact. Isha lifts her gaze to Ai Linlin, her voice tinged with disappointment. I fear the current situation is dire. How could this happen? Ai Linlin's alarm is palpable. Losing communication with headquarters raises grave concerns. Could it be that we have been abandoned? Lu Zhaoyao's voice interrupts, causing Isha to startle. She turns to see her. You two have arrived. Abandonment is not an option, for our mobile base holds immense significance. We will not be forsaken. The inability to establish contact is worrisome. What of the situation over there? Although uncertain of Isha's confidence, Lu Zhaoyao must rely on the information at hand for her analysis. I cannot ascertain, Isha sighs, rising from her chair to face Lu Zhaoyao earnestly. I sincerely apologize for our previous actions. The current circumstances are exceedingly precarious, and I must exercise caution. We do not seek your forgiveness for our offense, but please believe that we harbor no ill intentions. Let it go, Lu Zhaoyao responds, unwilling to dwell on the apology. What matters is that I wish to survive. She furrows her brow, looking at the 2 women. However, this seems rather challenging. I would like to know your plans. Isha begins, but is suddenly interrupted by a spherical object hurtling toward them from afar. As it approaches, it glows with a crimson light and repeatedly broadcasts an alarming message. High-level alert. High-level alert. Lu Xiaoyao turns to see that the gates of the mobile base are automatically opening in the wake of the sphere. An alert? What on earth? Are enemies approaching? A wave of dread washes over Lu Xiaoyao. Could their luck truly be this unfortunate? Executive Isha. Assistant Robot Zero is issuing a warning. The mobile base's reserve resources are nearing depletion. Please replenish them promptly. How much remains? Isha inquires. Total energy reserves at 4. Total mineral reserves at 11, and other consumable resources at 1. 5. The voice replies. What are the backup supplies? These have been allocated to various workstations for the repair of damaged armed units, with an estimated restoration rate of approximately 17. Recovery of damaged resources is currently underway and being sorted for use in the repair of the mobile base. The exterior of the base vehicle has suffered a 64 damage, while the interior has sustained 41 destruction. The external defense turret is compromised by 83, and the internal defense system is damaged by 57. Listening to the data relayed by the assistant robot, Lu Xiaoyao felt a wave of headache wash over him. Meanwhile, Executive Officer Isha furrowed her brow, beads of sweat trickling down her face. Lu Xiaoyao had anticipated the vehicle's deterioration, yet he never expected the extent of the damage to be so severe. It was indeed adding insult to injury. Despite the acquisition of armed units and some resources, they were evidently insufficient to seal the breaches in the base vehicle. Now, it was a true test of Isha's capabilities. Lu Xiaoyao observed with a detached demeanor, eager to see how she would navigate this crisis. Should her resolution prove inadequate, he would not hesitate to distance himself from the situation, unwilling to jeopardize his own safety due to the incompetence of others. It is not the formidable adversaries that instill fear, but rather the ineptitude of one's companions. Given the previous incident where Isha had drugged him, Lu Xiaoyao harbored a lingering mistrust. There was no way he would willingly stake his life alongside them. He did not fear entrusting his fate to teammates. Yet these two foolish women clearly fell short of that standard, and it was uncertain whether they considered him a true ally. Chapter 9. Breaking the Shackles. The TAI base. The scale of this mobile base is nothing short of monumental. Upon first laying eyes on it, Lu Xiaoyao was profoundly struck with awe. Measuring 240 meters in length, over 80 meters in width, and soaring to more than 60 meters in height, it resembled a towering skyscraper. Constructed entirely of metal, Lu Xiaoyao found herself at a loss for words. With such a colossal mobile base, it was no wonder it was relentlessly pursued. Its presence was unmistakably conspicuous. However, this was a product of advanced technology, a realm beyond her comprehension. Though her mind was rife with questions, she refrained from asking, recognizing that those who dared to navigate such a behemoth must possess means of evading detection. As AI Lin had mentioned, it was betrayal that had led the enemy to locate and shadow them. Lacking understanding, Lu Xiaoyao chose not to inquire further. There was no need for her to be burdened by such matters. Following the conclusion of the battle, it took nearly half a day to scour the battlefield, recovering usable metal debris and energy sources, yet these efforts could not compensate for the resource deficit of the mobile base. The exterior of the base was merely patched up before they set off under the cover of night. Indeed, this mobile base did not traverse the ground but hovered approximately 100 meters above it, flying with considerable speed. With its battered condition, the base dared not increase its velocity. Nevertheless, it astonishingly achieved half the speed of sound, reaching over 600 kilometers per hour, a testament to its remarkable technological prowess. Seated in the command room, Lu Xiaoyao could even faintly hear the howling winds, a thought creeping into her mind that the mobile base might disassemble mid-flight. However, such concerns were entirely unwarranted. The exterior of the base was safeguarded by an energy shield, ensuring its safe passage. As the night wore on, Lu Xiaoyao closed her eyes, retreating to a lounge to cultivate her abilities. The spiritual energy in this world was particularly abundant, flowing through the air with every breath. Being on the cusp of achieving the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, just a step away from forming her core, Lu Xiaoyao found it impossible to resist such temptation. After Isha dispatched a probe to seek various resources, Lu Xiaoyao began to adjust her mindset, preparing to make a decisive breakthrough and truly attain the mastery of her craft. This process was lengthy, yet within Lu Xiaoyao's perception, time seemed to stand still. 7 days passed, during which Isha and AI Lin visited multiple times to check on her progress. Had it not been for the rapid accumulation of spiritual energy surrounding the lounge, without any signs of chaotic turbulence, one might have thought Lu Xiaoyao had fallen into a state of madness or perished within. Still not out? Isha inquired as she saw AI Lin return to the command room. Not yet, but the speed of energy accumulation has increased more than tenfold since yesterday. Moreover, the concentration of the spiritual energy is exceedingly high, showing signs of potentially transforming into a liquid state. Spiritual energy liquefaction? Isha exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. This is the essence of ancient martial arts, truly as powerful as the legends suggest. Although the ancient martial arts are formidable, they demand exceptionally high levels of talent, comprehension, root bone, and aptitude from practitioners. This has led to a subsequent revolution in cultivation, resulting in the division of cultivators into martial artists of the physical sect and practitioners of the spiritual sect. AI Linlin shrugged, expressing a hint of envy as she remarked, "This fellow is so young yet has achieved such mastery in ancient martial arts. I truly wonder what kind of prodigy he is and what sort of teacher could cultivate him." Indeed, Huaxia Yujing might be an extraordinary realm. The vast land of the divine state is divided into 9 provinces, yet our extensive search through records and texts has yielded no information regarding its location. Could it possibly be a hidden sanctuary beyond the mundane world? It is plausible, but his own explanations are so vague that pinpointing Huaxia Yujing's whereabouts is exceedingly challenging. As they engaged in casual conversation, a sudden, piercing long howl reverberated through the air, penetrating the eardrums of the 2 women. "Ah!" they exclaimed in shock, feeling their heads spin and a buzzing sound echoing in their minds. Instinctively, they raised their hands to cover their ears. Yet, even this action could not quell the resounding howl, which continued to echo vividly within the depths of their consciousness. They exchanged glances, their astonishment deepening. The force of this breakthrough was overwhelmingly intimidating, as if the howl sought to pierce their very souls and rend their spirits apart. "Not good, quickly meditate." The 2 women clenched their teeth and promptly settled into a lotus position, tightly shutting their eyes to focus their minds and cultivate their energies to withstand the terrifying howl. The howl soared into the skies, and spiritual power surged forth like a cascading stream, rushing towards them with fervor. Lu Xiaoyao was enveloped in a radiant aura, resembling a miniature sun. An endless tide of spiritual energy washed over her body and soul, cleansing and rejuvenating her. Throughout this process, Lu Xiaoyao kept her eyes closed, her demeanor tranquil as that of a newborn babe. Time became indiscernible. Eventually, the tumult of spiritual energy began to subside, returning to its usual gentle state. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao opened her eyes, a brilliant light flashing forth, illuminating the rest area in an instant. "I have finally formed my golden core," she thought, her fist tightening with joy, murmuring softly, "Master, I have finally broken through. Your diligent guidance was not in vain." Simultaneously, in the command room, both ISA and AI Linlin opened their eyes as the howl dissipated. Their faces were etched with exhaustion, clearly indicating the struggle they had faced against Lu Xiaoyao's howl. "How long was that?" AI Linlin asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. ISA tilted her head slightly to check the time, sighing wearily, 10 minutes. "Goodness. Why do I feel like it has been 10 centuries? AI Linlin lamented, her face a picture of dismay. 10 minutes is not short at all. ISA said softly. AI Linlin paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. Indeed, the howl lasted an impressive 10 minutes, characterized by its high pitch and rich resonance, without any interruption or decline in strength, an accomplishment not easily attained by just anyone. A common individual would likely have been rendered breathless by such an exertion. Even among cultivators and martial artists of the same rank, few could boast such enduring and profound breath. Moments later, Lu Xiaoyao emerged. The 2 women immediately turned their gazes towards Lu Xiaoyao, whose aura had not yet fully receded, radiating a formidable presence. "This is." AI Linlin scrutinized her for a moment and could not help but inquire. "What do you mean by Taiwu realm?" "Taiwu realm?" Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, a hint of perplexity crossing her face. "What is the Taiwu realm?" "What?" AI Linlin exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging glances with Isha. "You don't even know about realms? Do enlighten me, perhaps our classifications differ from yours." Lu Xiaoyao approached and seated herself beside the 2 women, her curiosity piqued. "What are you both doing sitting here?" "Well," AI Linlin rolled her eyes, pulling Isha to her feet with irritation. "It's all because of you." "Me?" Lu Xiaoyao questioned, her expression one of confusion. "What does your sitting on the ground have to do with me?" Chapter 10, A Tense Confrontation. The battle for energy. Linlin let out a soft snort, offering no further explanation as she waved her small fist and turned her attention away from Lu Xiaoyao. In contrast, the gentler Izar patiently addressed Lu Xiaoyao, inquiring, "Are you familiar with the extraordinary 5 paths?" Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao shake her head, Izar continued, "An ordinary individual, through their unremarkable beginnings, can forge an extraordinary path to become a grandmaster, traversing 5 distinct stages. These stages are solidifying one's foundation and nurturing one's essence, strengthening the body and refining one's form, undergoing a transformation and refining one's bones, purifying one's essence and transforming one's spirit, which is akin to a process of muscle and marrow cleansing. Completing this phase leads to the true understanding of martial arts, where one cultivates their qi and attains the zenith of martial enlightenment." "What about the ancient martial arts?" Lu Xiaoyao queried, somewhat puzzled, as Izar's explanation had not touched upon this. At that moment, Ailenlin approached, hands clasped behind her back, and remarked, "Ancient martial arts is not only a method of cultivation but also represents a realm attained by practitioners. It emerged gradually after the cultivation revolution, essentially evolving from Zen martial arts, indicating that the latter has become a thing of the past." Subsequently, the two women elaborated on the cultivation revolution and the subsequent transformations that ensued. Thus, it was revealed that contemporary practitioners are classified into two factions, the body sect warriors and the spirit sect cultivators. Ancient martial arts, therefore, corresponds to Zen martial arts, encompassing dual practitioners who simultaneously cultivate as warriors and cultivators. Lu Xiaoyao began to grasp the significance of their sensitivity towards ancient martial arts, which directly correlates to the nascent soul stage of the original world, signifying mastery attained at the innate level. Is the cultivation of ancient martial arts truly arduous? The information gleaned from both women left Lu Xiaoyao astonished. Her journey from foundation establishment, body refinement, resting cultivation to achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement had seemed remarkably smooth, devoid of formidable obstacles. It was merely due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the original world that hindered her ability to form a nascent soul within. Indeed, it is quite challenging, primarily due to the vast array of subjects to master. Even if a practitioner focuses on specific areas, it still demands considerable time and energy. Ailenlin added, while practitioners may possess strength, their progress is notably slower compared to that of cultivators and warriors. As soon as Izar finished speaking, Ailenlin interjected, for instance, the foundational four subjects for practitioners encompass body techniques, qi manipulation, medical arts, and metaphysics. Each subject is profound and intricately interconnected. Given that an individual's energy is finite, it is quite arduous to achieve proficiency across all disciplines within a short span. At this juncture, Ailenlin blinked and fixed her gaze on Lu Xiaoyao, asking, "Are you a Zen martial grandmaster?" One could say so. Upon hearing Ailenlin's sudden inquiry, Lu Xiaoyao understood her implication. She coughed, "Though I am not thoroughly proficient, I possess a slight understanding." "My heavens!" Ailenlin exclaimed, her eyes widening with incredulity. "Are you even human?" Lu Xiaoyao rolled her eyes, deliberately ignoring Ailenlin, and turned to the more composed Izar, asking, "What is the significance of the Taiwu realm?" Zen martial arts is further divided into three grand realms: true martial, Taiwu, and divine martial. The divine martial realm is intricately linked to future cultivation. As Lu Xiaoyao turned to herself, Isa continued to explain, "Beyond the extraordinary 5 paths lies the superlative 4 paths. I am only familiar with the first, the refinement of the divine spirit. The details of the others elude me." "Oh, I see." Lu Xiaoyao nodded, intending to inquire further, when the assistant robot approached. "Executive Isa. Probate 10 has returned with news of a rich energy mine, and further exploration is underway." "Where is it?" Isa promptly turned, moved to the console, and activated a large holographic screen displaying a map. The assistant robot flew over to indicate the location. "Connect to probe 810, with Isa's command." The map zoomed and shifted to the upper left corner, revealing a wilderness scene on the screen. It appeared to be an open-pit mine, with a spiritual energy concentration reaching level 6. Eileen frowned as she spoke. "Sister Shasha, typically, open-pit mines attract mutated beasts. Moreover, with the energy concentration at level 6, it likely harbors numerous such beasts. Given our current capabilities, we cannot effectively eliminate or drive them away. But we urgently need energy replenishment." Isa hesitated, clearly reluctant. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao, gazing at the screen, was filled with curiosity. "What are mutated beasts? Can they be eaten?" "Huh." Isa and Eileen were momentarily taken aback. They were focused on energy collection, yet this fellow was contemplating consumption. "Well," Isa hesitated and quietly murmured, "some materials for nutrient solutions do come from mutated beasts, but they must be carefully selected, as many are poisonous. Perhaps we can locate an area with fewer mutated beasts. After all, we won't be mining long-term. We only need enough energy for our needs." Lu Xiaoyao crossed her arms and thoughtfully stroked her chin, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. The two women exchanged glances, slightly nodding in agreement. Lu Xiaoyao's idea aligned perfectly with theirs, representing the most suitable approach. However, before they could voice their consent, Lu Xiaoyao inquired, "What is the stealth capability of this base vehicle?" "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoyao's abrupt change of topic and her erratic thought process left Isa and Eileen a bit bewildered. "Forget it. Let us focus on acquiring energy first." "I will accompany you," Lu Xiaoyao declared, striding towards the door. "By the way, how long have I been in seclusion?" Isa, perplexed by Lu Xiaoyao's question, replied, 7 days. 7 days? No wonder I'm so hungry. Let us hurry to find some mutated beasts." Eileen smirked, muttering under her breath in disbelief. Does this fellow really want to eat mutated beasts? Isn't that a bit too savage? Does she not fear being eaten by them? She might not have encountered any mutated beasts before. We should exercise caution. Isa sighed and instructed Eileen. You should also prepare quickly and equip her. We may encounter level 6 mutated beasts. Understood. Once Eileen and Lu Xiaoyao departed, Isa's previously serene countenance was overtaken by a trace of worry. Many days had passed without any contact from headquarters, stirring a profound sense of unease within her. On the other side, with the assistance of AI Linlin, Lu Xiaoyao donned her combat attire. It was remarkably lightweight yet resilient, offering commendable protection. However, the most striking aspect was its stunning design, exuding a futuristic allure. After meticulous consideration by Isha, the base vehicle came to a halt in the central area of the energy mining zone, selecting the territory of a 5th-level exotic beast. A choice facilitated by the presence of the master, Lu Xiaoyao. The exotic beasts were formidable, with an intense territorial instinct that escalated with their level of strength. As the base vehicle descended, the gates on all sides simultaneously opened, unleashing the captured automated battle vehicles to disperse and establish a secure perimeter within a designated area. Subsequently, the armored vehicles erected a defensive network, with tanks and armed robots further fortifying the safety zone. Roars of disquiet and fury erupted from the vicinity of the automated battle vehicles, signaling that combat was imminent and the struggle for energy was about to commence. Chapter 11. The Lair of the Beasts. A critical situation, a platform for observation unfolded atop the towering walls of the vehicle, which stood over 10 meters high. Several figures were stationed there, attentively surveying the surroundings. As the roars of beasts echoed from the vicinity, Isha tapped her tablet decisively. All units, advance. The order was issued, and the armed divisions prepared for battle immediately sprang into action. Fully automated combat vehicles, armored cars, and tanks surged forward, followed by the armed robots racing towards their designated targets. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao truly beheld the monstrous creatures, those colossal beings, brimming with formidable combat prowess. Left him profoundly stunned. It was evident that the appearance of even a single one of these creatures in the human realm would result in immeasurable devastation. Given the technological prowess and combat capabilities of the original world, vanquishing these beasts seemed an insurmountable challenge. Even these ultra-advanced armed units found themselves lacking a decisive advantage when confronted with such titans. In fact, they were at a distinct disadvantage. And if these units were to engage individually, they would likely meet with destruction. Though these creatures were still classified as beasts, they possessed an innate and fierce instinct for combat, or rather, for hunting. Lu Xiaoyao witnessed a fully automated combat vehicle being torn to shreds by one of these gigantic beasts. Despite the overwhelming firepower of the advanced technology, its agility could never rival that of a living creature. Even with an intelligent neural system, it could not transcend its rigid programming. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xiaoyao was about to voice his thoughts when he noticed that other combat units had already initiated their counterattack against the giant beast. Thunderous blasts erupted as a barrage of energy projectiles and beams struck the creature, the explosive force devastating its resilient fur. Bloodshed ensued, a gruesome spectacle. Rays pierced through its body, inflicting lethal wounds. The beast, engulfed in fury, roared in anger, yet succumbed to the relentless onslaught, ultimately collapsing like a small mountain under the cacophony of destruction. In the ensuing chaos, several armored vehicles and tanks found themselves trapped beneath its massive form, unable to extricate themselves for the time being. War is unceasingly brutal. Even these mindless steel weapons and these intellectually inferior savage creatures engaged in a relentless struggle for survival. Lu Xiaoyao fell silent, his desire to consume the beast gradually dissipating. Strangely, he began to feel an inexplicable sense of pity for them. The incursion of these metallic weapons had invaded their territory, and they were merely responding in self-defense. Yet, war acknowledges no right or wrong, whether it be between humans, against the forces of nature, or with other creatures. The only pursuit is that of interests, a truth that has persisted throughout history. Much like the conflict between the sovereign of the land and the king of the sea, Lu Xiaoyao's heart remained too tender, living in an era of peace. The tranquil existence had dulled his edges. As Lu Xiaoyao pondered these thoughts, Isha and Ai Linlin observed him closely. Noticing the furrowed brow and a hint of compassion in his gaze, they found themselves perplexed by this unexpected sentiment. Did you develop a sense of compassion for these extraordinary beasts? Yet, how does such an emotion cultivate a masteress temperament? Sister Shasha. Isa withdrew her gaze, turning towards Ailinlin. Ailinlin hesitated, murmuring softly. That day, he only killed those who posed a threat to him. This statement elucidated the matter, and Isa instantly comprehended. What kind of environment could foster such a tranquil disposition in Lu Xiaoyao? However, to survive on this continent, an overly benevolent heart is insufficient. Competition is the only means of existence. The law of nature dictates that only the fittest shall survive, a truth that has persisted throughout history. Isa, holding her tablet, maintained a stoic expression, quietly observing the distant conflict. This is the natural selection of the world, where only the strong possess the right to endure. Casting a sidelong glance, Lu Xiaoyao smiled, aware that the other had discerned something. Yet, every being possesses the right to exist, and none can arbitrarily strip that away. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze met Isa's, asserting that aggression has never been synonymous with justice. Even if cloaked in the guise of righteousness, the truth shall ultimately be unveiled. There is a saying in our land, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Aggression is never justice. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, the two women fell into silence, softly murmuring, "Is that true?" The king's assault on Haizhou resonated deeply with them, naturally evoking empathy. However, when they lifted their heads, Lu Xiaoyao had already departed. Where did he go? Ailenlin's eyes widened in confusion. Has he returned? Isa turned her head, pointing in a direction. He is over there. Following her indication, they beheld Lu Xiaoyao charging towards a beast, wielding a luminous sword. This scoundrel speaks with such conviction, yet shows no mercy in action. Ailenlin's eyes widened in disbelief as she could not restrain her expletives. Though Lu Xiaoyao possesses a hint of benevolence, he is not a fool. Compassion is not inherently flawed, but it must be discerning. These beasts are fierce and brutal. Even if Lu Xiaoyao's heart softens, they will not appreciate it. The sword glimmered, unleashing tremendous force as his combat prowess soared to its zenith. Lu Xiaoyao, having just broken through, stood at a crucial juncture of refinement. And these beasts served as the perfect sparring partners. Whoosh! The sword flew like a long rainbow, striking with the force of 1,000 pounds. In an instant, the beast was cleaved in two, blood gushing skyward. Gazing at the ascending blood mist, Ailenlin's voice fell silent. How is this possible? Isa's lips parted in astonishment. That was a level 4 beast, equivalent to a marrow-refining practitioner, yet it was slain in one strike? Sister Shasha, I heard that for practitioners of the same combat power, one must multiply the values of cultivators and martial artists by 1 to 5, correct? Indeed, while practitioners appear to be dual cultivators, it is far from a mere addition of 1 and 1 equaling 2. However, practitioners of ancient martial arts are estimated at double the combat power. Isa nodded, fixing her gaze on Lu Xiaoyao. As for him, he likely exceeds 3 times that. In other words, even with equal combat prowess, he could take on 3, or perhaps even more. A profound sense of shock enveloped Ailenlin. Suddenly, a terrifying roar resonated from the distance, causing the very earth to tremble. The beasts engaged in battle began to retreat like a receding tide, raising their heads to howl in anguish. Just as Lu Xiaoyao pierced the heart of a beast, he sensed a violent and chaotic surge of spiritual energy. What is that? Lu Xiaoyao squinted into the distance, a sense of foreboding rising within him. An 8th-tier beast. Both Isha and Ailenlin exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with sheer horror. Quick, call him back. Ailenlin, regaining her composure, activated the communicator. However, Isha, beside her, restrained Ailenlin and, with despair evident in her eyes, said, "It's too late. This is indeed a beast's lair." What? Upon hearing this, Ailenlin's expression instantly shifted to one of utter despair. Chapter 12. The Tides of Spiritual Energy. The evaluation of the levels of beasts in the mind of Zen martial arts are intricately linked to the ancient practitioners of martial arts. There exists a reciprocal relationship between the levels of cultivation of these practitioners and the beasts. In other words, the martial realm of Lu Xiaoyao corresponds to the 5th level of beasts. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyao's combat prowess is several times that of practitioners or warriors of equivalent rank. Thus, the combat strength of a level 5 beast is synonymous with Lu Xiaoyao, and it is highly likely to be even greater. As for the 8th level beast, it surpasses the comprehension of both Isha and Ailenlin, capable of effortlessly overpowering the current Lu Xiaoyao. The highest realm known to Isha is the 6th stage of spirit refining. She is utterly at a loss on how to confront this 8th level beast and realizes that her current strength is insufficient. In the face of such a terrifying beast, even the strongest Lu Xiaoyao may not escape, let alone the relatively weak individuals like them. Having halted Ailenlin's impulsive actions, Isha quickly contacted Lu Xiaoyao, succinctly conveying the current predicament. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao squinted slightly, responding nonchalantly, "Sounds quite formidable." Lu Xiaoyao's calm demeanor was not what Isha had anticipated, causing her heart to sink. This was the very situation Isha feared most. She found it impossible to grasp Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts or predict her next move. In truth, Lu Xiaoyao had no concept of the levels of beasts. Even if she had some understanding, without testing her strength, who could ascertain whether she could prevail? Listen to me. Do not act rashly. The combat strength of an 8th level beast is beyond our capacity to withstand. Isha's expression grew anxious as she devised a plan. I will use armed robots and aircraft to distract it. There's no need for such complexity. You all retreat first. I will go and have a look. Gazing towards the observation platform, although the faces of the two women were obscured, Lu Xiaoyao could sense a profound fear in Isha's tone. This fear was something she had never encountered, not even when surrounded by enemies, facing possible annihilation. Hey, come back quickly. Isha's urgency intensified. But Lu Xiaoyao had already ended the communication. As Lu Xiaoyao turned to confront the beast, Isha's complexion turned pale. Sister Shasha, what should we do? Ailanlin overheard their exchange. Although she admired Lu Xiaoyao's bravery, she still believed such actions to be tantamount to courting death. Go to the command room, tighten the formation, and cover the retreat. If the beast pursues, concentrate fire to fend it off. Taking a deep breath, Isha made her arrangements. However, her penetrating gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiaoyao. Torn between hoping for her return and wishing for a miracle, the energy of the base vehicle had been nearly depleted. If it could not be replenished, the vehicle would be rendered inoperable, akin to a disaster. Yet, a miracle, how could that be possible? Why entertain such thoughts? Isha gently shook her head, realizing that even if Lu Xiaoyao were a master, she was by no means a match for an 8th level beast. The 8th level aberration belongs to the realm of the extraordinary 4 paths, far surpassing the superlative 5 paths, representing a formidable powerhouse. The extraordinary still resides within humanity, while the superlative transcends to celestial beings. The chasm between them is insurmountable. A terrifying roar reverberates through the heavens and earth, an overwhelming pressure instilling fear among the beasts. Although the aberrations respond, their subservience is unmistakable. Lu Xiaoyao, wielding a luminous sword, ascends into the sky, gazing toward the direction of the 8th level aberration. There, a colossal beast, towering at 10 meters, rushes forth with a gale, trailing behind it a swirling cloud of dust, within which numerous aberrations can be discerned. The aberration moves with astonishing speed, and in an instant, its form becomes clear. It is a tiger, resplendent in white, a magnificent white tiger adorned with silver stripes. The visual impact of the 10-meter-high creature is truly staggering. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao furrows her brow, glancing at the luminous sword in her hand, questioning whether it could slice through the white tiger's fur. Yet, almost immediately, she springs into action, charging toward the white tiger, transforming her form into a streak of light, leaving behind a trail of afterimages stretching over 100 meters. On the observation platform of the command vehicle, Isha witnesses this scene, her pupils narrowing in shock. Her small hand clenching tightly, her heartbeat seemingly slowing. Her concern for Lu Xiaoyao is palpable. Despite their brief acquaintance, it weighs heavily on her heart. Isha is not a particularly assertive individual. Beneath her seemingly cold facade as a strong woman lies an exceedingly delicate nature. In the current predicament, devoid of external assistance or support, she finds herself relying solely on Lu Xiaoyao, with only the younger AI Lin Lin by her side, though she does not outwardly express it. The mere thought of Lu Xiaoyao provides her with solace, a psychological comfort that she herself hardly acknowledges. In the distance, the charging white tiger, upon noticing the approach of an adversary, unleashes a furious roar. Its wild gaze coldly fixes upon Lu Xiaoyao. The surge of spiritual energy crashes forth like tumultuous waves, directed toward the audacious human who dares to encroach upon it. In that instant, Lu Xiaoyao becomes acutely aware of the anomaly in the spiritual energy around her. The energy, seemingly uncontrollable, converges towards the white tiger, rippling as if brewing a dreadful tempest. This is dire. A chill runs through Lu Xiaoyao as she hastily communicates with Isha. We must evacuate the mining area immediately. I can hold it off for 1 minute. A minute is already the limit. However, no sooner had the words left her lips than the terrifying tide of spiritual energy engulfed her completely. Receiving Lu Xiaoyao's message, Isha dares not delay, issuing an immediate evacuation order. Yet, she soon realizes that if they flee first, what will become of Lu Xiaoyao? Sister Shasha, what is happening? The armed units have yet to retreat. AI Lin Lin's voice resonates in Isha's mind, along with thoughts of Lu Xiaoyao. Boom. Within the tumultuous tide of spiritual energy, a resplendent light erupts, akin to a steadfast reef shattering the waves that crash against it. The spray of water scatters, but the reef stands unyielding. That is, the Zen martial will. Isabel gazed into the distance, her eyes widening suddenly. This was a technique belonging to a grandmaster. But how could he, being only at the Taiwu realm, comprehend the essence of Zen martial arts? What does this mean? Behind Isabel, a voice emerged from Ailanlin, inquiring, "What are you saying? What is happening? How can he fend off an 8th level exotic beast?" It seems we have underestimated him. Clenching her fists tightly, Isabel's eyes gleamed with a strange light. In the three realms of Zen martial arts, each corresponds to a level of comprehension of martial intent, which reflects the practitioner's understanding of the martial way. I don't understand, Ailin replied, as she was still at the bone-refining realm and was not well-versed in the subsequent levels. Taking a deep breath, Isabel explained, true martial represents clarity of martial intent. Taiwu signifies discernment of the martial heart, and divine martial embodies the essence of Zen martial spirit. This represents a profound understanding of the martial way, and it also leads to the formation of one's martial intent, a process of grasping the true meaning of martial arts. Shouldn't we hurry and stop chattering? The voice of Lu Zhaoyao crackled through their communicators. You both need to run quickly. This little cat is somewhat formidable, and I seem to be unable to withstand it. Little cat? Looking at the towering 10-meter-tall white tiger, Isabel and Ailin exchanged speechless glances. Chapter 13, A Leap into the Abyss. The entire energy mining area was in turmoil, its spiritual essence thrumming with unrest, affecting a vast expanse, even causing the base vehicles to tremble. Countless exotic beasts were swept away by the tempest of spiritual energy, while many armed units suffered varying degrees of damage. Boom. The base vehicle had barely ascended a few meters when it was struck by the terrifying shockwaves, crashing back to the ground with a thunderous sound. The earth quaked. Dust billowed, and the howls of myriad beasts filled the air. In the sky, Lu Zhaoyao brandished his luminous sword, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity. Amidst the raging winds, his figure swayed precariously, yet he ultimately steadied himself. In this world, there exist three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. To comprehend the way, one must embrace all three. Cleaving through the very ground, Lu Zhaoyao murmured softly, gripping his sword tightly. Suddenly, he lunged forward, and with a fierce cry, unleashed a devastating strike. In that instant, the heavens resonated, the earth groaned, as if an ethereal shadow surged forth from within Lu Zhaoyao. This phantom, stretching 10 zhong, bore a sword in each hand. With eyes tightly shut, its form mirroring Lu Zhaoyao's, exuding a formidable might that melded with his martial intent. Battle! Lu Zhaoyao roared, and the colossal phantom instantly transformed into a radiant sword light, cleaving towards the oncoming tide of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, the spiritual essence shattered, the tide fracturing. The sword light darted through the air, slicing 100 zhong away. Bang! The sword light exploded as a massive tiger claw came crashing down. Its razor-sharp talons, akin to 5 curved blades, obliterated Lu Zhaoyao's sword light into fragments. Before him, a flickering white figure emerged. The white tiger leapt into the fray, aiming straight for Lu Zhaoyao. Such ferocity! Observing the approaching beast, Lu Zhaoyao swiftly executed his movements, evading his previous position. Boom! The white tiger landed, its claw striking the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive pit several meters wide. What a tremendous crater! Lu Zhaoyao smirked, realizing the immense power of the white tiger, far beyond his own capabilities. Lu Zhaoyao, retreat and shake off that white tiger. I am about to initiate a spatial leap. We must leave this place immediately. The voice of Isha crackled through the communicator, tinged with urgency. How long will it take? Before the question fully escaped, a thick tail swept across, threateningly. Lu Zhaoyao stepped into the void, activating his instant movement and darting 50 meters away in a heartbeat. It will take 30 seconds. Isha's voice echoed, urging him to enter the base vehicle within that time frame, or else. Understood. Lu Zhaoyao responded, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart regarding Isha's words. 30 seconds? He dared not gamble. Should anything go awry, it would spell disaster. The strength of this white tiger was not to be compared with the minions of Klaus. Resolute, he cast aside the white tiger and soared towards the base vehicle. The beast, now seething with rage after 3 consecutive failed attacks, pursued him. Yet, awaiting it was Lu Zhaoyao's swift counter, as he struck back with his sword. In this world, there exist 3 paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. To comprehend the way, one must embrace all 3, cleaving through the void. As the words fell, a sweeping sword aura surged towards the white tiger. The blade of energy extended several feet, its silvery sheen both concentrated and ethereal, resembling a thunderbolt streaking across the heavens. With a furious roar, the white tiger deftly twisted its form, landing gracefully upon the ground. The silver-white blade sliced through the air, its reach expanding to over 10 feet. The other beasts trailing the white tiger were instantaneously severed, some cleaved in twain, their lower halves still racing forward while their upper bodies lay lifeless on the ground. The sight of these fallen creatures, akin to small hills, plunged the pursuing beasts into chaos. Roaring in response to the carnage behind, the white tiger threw back its head and leapt once more, its fierce gaze glinting with a savage intensity. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoyao, wielding her luminous sword, turned and dashed towards the base vehicle. Though the white tiger was swift, Lu Xiaoyao would flick her sword whenever it pursued at full speed. Having learned from past encounters, the white tiger grew even more cautious. Yet, as it prepared to evade, it noticed Lu Xiaoyao fleeing with remarkable speed, seemingly without launching an attack. Having been mocked several times, the white tiger's ferocity reached a boiling point. With an earth-shattering roar, the energy of the world surged anew. Countless arrows of light rained down from the sky, engulfing an expansive area. Lu Xiaoyao sighed in resignation at the sight. Though the previous 2 strikes had been powerful, they had also drained a tremendous amount of her spiritual and physical energy. Faced with the white tiger's formidable onslaught, she realized that failing to respond promptly could lead to dire consequences. However, the base vehicle was now within sight, with merely 10 seconds remaining. A sudden realization struck. The time jump would activate 5 seconds early due to miscalculations. Unreliable. Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened. In a moment of distraction, she failed to evade a luminous arrow that struck her left shoulder, causing her to plummet. The searing pain ignited her determination. Raising her sword high, she declared, "In this world of 3, heaven, earth, and humanity, there exists a path. One must pierce the heavens." A terrifying sword aura erupted with her upward swing, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. The heavens rumbled, echoing the wrath of the divine, as lightning crackled ominously. In a thunderous clash, countless bolts of lightning descended, intertwining with her sword aura. The radiant light and thunder danced in unison as Lu Xiaoyao moved, while the arrows raining from the sky were swiftly vanquished. This girl truly knows how to provoke. Lu Xiaoyao gritted her teeth, transforming into a shooting star as she raced towards the observation platform. 5, 4, 3. "Why are you still counting down?" she exclaimed, exasperated upon hearing the countdown echo from within the base vehicle. 2. "Haha, I have escaped, you little white cat." The observation platform was within arm's reach. And in his excitement, Lu Xiaoyao turned around to extend his middle finger at the white tiger, declaring that he would eventually return to settle the score. Just as he spoke, a white shadow suddenly lunged towards him, crashing into his embrace. In that instant, Lu Xiaoyao's heart raced with trepidation. If it was indeed that white tiger, then none of the 3 individuals in the vehicle would emerge alive. With a series of thuds and crashes, Lu Xiaoyao felt the world spin chaotically as he was tossed about mercilessly. Time became a blur, and after an indeterminate period, a disoriented Lu Xiaoyao struggled to rise from the ground. As he glanced around, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Through the shattered remnants of the vehicle, he could faintly perceive the beauty of the outside world, where the sky gleamed like azure glass, as if viewed through a tenfold filter. What on earth was happening? He rubbed his head, attempting to ease the pain coursing through his body. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his gaze began to scan the surroundings. In a moment of panic, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes fell upon a large, fluffy, white mass beneath a pile of debris. Chapter 14, Awakening. The dominant body gazing into the distance, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with vigilance. Instinctively, she raised her lightsaber, only to discover that the blade had vanished. And even the hilt bore signs of damage. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged from around the corner. AI Linlin approached, her gait reminiscent of someone intoxicated, swaying slightly as she leaned against the wall. Upon spotting Lu Xiaoyao, she halted, preparing to greet her. However, Lu Xiaoyao gestured for silence, a look of concern crossing her face as she pointed towards another direction. Upon noticing what lay concealed beneath a pile of debris, AI Linlin's face drained of color. The shadow cast by the white tiger was formidable, and even in its diminished form, it radiated an overwhelming pressure. Lu Xiaoyao activated her communicator, urging AI Linlin to retreat temporarily to avoid the fearsome beast. The 2 cautiously stepped back, treading lightly to avoid awakening it. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. The white tiger soon stirred, rising slowly. With a roar, the white tiger emerged from the clutter, its bright eyes darting about in confusion. Upon spotting Lu Xiaoyao, it bared its fangs, lowering its front half while its hindquarters began to twitch, clearly poised to attack. Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, perplexed. The white tiger's roar seemed different from before. Could it be attributed to its reduced size? Moreover, its appearance appeared somewhat altered. As Lu Xiaoyao observed, AI Linlin had already raised her sword gun, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles. Simultaneously, the white tiger lunged at Lu Xiaoyao, rendering AI Linlin's assault futile. With fangs bared and claws at the ready, the beast exuded a primal ferocity. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's instincts sharpened. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she clenched her fists and charged towards the white tiger. Utilizing her martial technique, she executed a swift maneuver. With the grace of an arrow, she slipped past the tiger's claws and then lowered her stance, crashing into the beast's chest. The white tiger howled in pain, propelled backward. Indeed, a surge of excitement coursed through Lu Xiaoyao. This was not the formidable 8th-level white tiger. Continuing with her martial technique, she followed up with a powerful elbow strike. Bang! The massive form of the white tiger was once again sent flying through the air. AI Lin, who stood behind, was left agape, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched the astonishing scene unfold. Just how formidable was Lu Xiaoyao that she could so easily overpower even an 8th-level white tiger? Wait. After the initial shock, AI Lin realized that the aura emanating from this white tiger was far weaker than before. While the king of beasts still exuded a certain majesty, it paled in comparison to the pressure of an 8th-level white tiger. Thud! The white tiger landed heavily on the ground, its body suddenly flipping over as it let out an enraged roar. Martial arts, soaring through the sky and shattering the earth. Lu Xiaoyao leapt into the air, reaching the pinnacle of his ascent before plunging downwards in an instant. The force of his punch was fierce, energy coalescing and swirling, radiating a brilliant, scorching light. A roar erupted. The tiger's roar resonated, sending shockwaves soaring skyward with immense impact. Lu Xiaoyao, falling from the air, found himself unable to evade, directly facing the onslaught. A thunderous crash resounded, the energy exploding, as Lu Xiaoyao shot upwards, colliding with the ceiling before crashing back down to the ground. Damn, retribution strikes hard. Lu Xiaoyao cursed inwardly, having just attacked this white tiger, only to find himself on the receiving end. Before he could rise, a startled cry caught his attention. And as he looked up, the shadow of the tiger was already upon him. This is bad. Suddenly, a massive sword cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Lu Xiaoyao. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the tiger's paw swatted away the sword spear thrown by AI Lin. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoyao was already on his feet, charging at the white tiger. This was a level 6 beast, unlike the previous one. Hearing AI Lin's voice, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of calm. I will handle it. You be careful. Lu Xiaoyao was well aware of AI Lin's cultivation level, knowing her presence would only complicate matters. Although the level 6 beast was still stronger than Lu Xiaoyao, victory was not entirely out of reach. Giving AI Lin a knowing glance, Lu Xiaoyao engaged in battle with the white tiger. Receiving the hint from Lu Xiaoyao, AI Lin took cover and established contact with Isha. However, this time, they communicated through written messages. Beasts above level 5 had developed a certain level of intelligence, capable of understanding some human language. Meanwhile, Isha quickly devised a strategy to ensnare the white tiger. Amidst the fierce struggle, Lu Xiaoyao exerted all his strength, yet still found himself at a disadvantage. This won't do. I can't keep up. He was outmatched in strength and speed. The tiger's thick fur provided astonishing defense. Lacking a weapon, Lu Xiaoyao was unable to inflict any damage. In contrast, his combat suit bore the marks of battle, unable to withstand the tiger's sharp fangs and claws. Blood surged within him, each punch landing solidly. And although he remained on the back foot, Lu Xiaoyao fought with unrestrained fervor. In the previous 2 encounters, he had either held back or been completely overwhelmed. Only this time did he unleash his full potential. Hiding around the corner, AI Lin watched the fierce struggle, her heart racing with anxiety. Battling a beast, the conflict intensified. Yet Lu Xiaoyao's expression revealed not an ounce of fear, but rather a hint of exhilaration. Exhilaration? How could one feel exhilarated in such a moment? AI Lin found it hard to comprehend, but as the battle raged on, a faint crimson glow seemed to envelop Lu Xiaoyao. A crimson glow? Staring intently at Lu Xiaoyao, AI Lin furrowed her brow, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Quickly, she initiated a video call, her expression tense as she exclaimed, Sister Shasha, look quickly. What is happening to him? In the next moment, Isa's exclamation pierced the air, unable to conceal the astonishment within her heart. Awakening. Was this truly the first awakening? How could it be so? After all, he was a practitioner of the Zen martial path, at the pinnacle of the Taiwu realm. I too found it hard to believe. Lin's eyes widened, fixated on Lu Xiaoyao. Sister Shasha, where on earth did you find this peculiar individual? I too. Isa parted her lips, utterly at a loss for words. We had initially thought him to be a mere withered trunk with a combat power of less than 5. Yet he turned out to be a master with a combat prowess exceeding 10,000. We had anticipated demise in that encirclement. But this man had brought us back from the brink of death. We believed we could escape, only to find ourselves stumbling into the lair of otherworldly beasts. Now, still not free from the jaws of danger, Lu Xiaoyao had once again delivered a new surprise. Who on earth is this enigmatic figure? And why does his presence grow increasingly mysterious the longer we are together? This man, shrouded in riddles, what secrets does he truly harbor? Chapter 15. The City Embraced by Tigers. Undercurrents. As time progresses and technology advances, we find ourselves in an era of extraordinary scientific achievements, particularly in the realm of genetics. The initial awakening signifies the unlocking of genes, unleashing the latent potential within the human body. The human form is a treasure trove, with secrets embedded within our very genes. By deciphering the genetic locks and awakening mysterious powers, one can significantly amplify their abilities. This enhancement bears a resemblance to the pursuits of cultivators, martial artists, and practitioners, all seeking to unveil the mysteries of the body to attain extraordinary powers. One of the mediums through which these bodily secrets can be unlocked is the ethereal energy that permeates the universe. Unlocking genetic potential can be achieved through various unconventional methods, including the cultivation of spiritual energy, self-stimulation, and pharmacological induction. Each of these methods has its advantages and disadvantages. The former is demanding in its activation conditions and lacks stability, while the latter, though reliable, carries risks of adverse side effects that require remedial measures. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao belongs to the former category. In the heat of battle with the white tiger, he accomplished a form of self-stimulation, reaching the threshold of initial awakening. However, this condition is not yet robust enough to facilitate a complete awakening. From this point forward, do not interfere. This is his opportunity. After a brief observation, Yishao warned Alanlin that Lu Xiaoyao's remarkable cultivation at such a young age is a testament to his exceptional talent. Naturally occurring self-stimulation is the optimal path for his awakening. Upon hearing this, Alanlin comprehended the significance of this rare opportunity for Lu Xiaoyao. Self-stimulation to unlock genes is a demanding process with myriad methods. And even after years of research, it remains challenging to grasp all the intricacies. Factors such as mental state, physical condition, and external pressures can all contribute to the activation of genetic potential. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Lu Xiaoyao, despite being battered and bruised, entered a state of oblivion, with his focus solely on his opponent. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a level 6 beast, despite being of a lower level, would certainly stir a significant uproar if the word got out. The white tiger, though seemingly uninjured externally, suffered severe internal damage from Lu Xiaoyao's martial techniques, which were a blend of rigidity and flexibility, force and finesse, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Throughout the course of their struggle, the white tiger endured numerous setbacks, unable to decipher Lu Xiaoyao's techniques. Even with its formidable defensive hide, the white tiger experienced severe internal injuries, with blood seeping from its orifices. Should the fight continue, Lu Xiaoyao might very well drag the beast to its demise. The white tiger gasped for breath, emitting growls of distress as the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to coalesce rapidly. Sensing the disturbance of this energy, Lu Xiaoyao immediately perceived the threat, denying the white tiger any opportunity. With a fierce spirit, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent surging as he executed intricate footwork, closing the distance to the white tiger. With a ferocity akin to a fierce tiger scaling a mountain, the assault on the white tiger could indeed be deemed a harmonious clash. The white tiger roared vehemently, its sharp claws striking with sudden intensity, akin to blades of steel. Boom! Lu Xiaoyao unleashed a powerful punch directly aimed at the forehead of the white tiger, disregarding the two lethal claws that approached at an angle. Roar! The white tiger bellowed in rage, its voice creating a resonating shockwave that stirred a terrifying ripple, momentarily disrupting Lu Xiaoyao's offensive rhythm. A ghostly, radiant white luminescence erupted from the white tiger, its silver stripes standing out in stark relief. In the next instant, a surge of spiritual energy exploded forth, resulting in a violent tremor that sent both figures hurtling back. Bang! Lu Xiaoyao's form wavered before crashing into the wall. The iron wall, forged from steel, buckled under the impact, embedding him within it as though he were a part of a three-dimensional mural. Meanwhile, the white tiger collided with the exterior of the base vehicle, shattering a large section of the iron wall. The tiger, now fallen to the ground, was once again buried beneath the debris of the crumbled wall. Was this a mutual defeat? Alanlin, who had been observing the battle from a distance, was now utterly stunned by this outcome. Such a conclusion was almost beyond belief. The white tiger was a formidable 6th-level beast, corresponding to practitioners of the divine refinement path. Yet it had been vanquished by Lu Xiaoyao, who was a whole rank lower. What are you still standing there for? Isa hurried over to Alanlin, urgently instructing, "Take him to the medical room. I will handle things here." Understood. Alanlin, regaining her composure, dashed towards Lu Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Isa cautiously maneuvered several robots to confine the unconscious white tiger within a cage. When Lu Xiaoyao opened his eyes, he discovered himself submerged in a water chamber, with only his head above the surface. Puzzled, he noticed a spherical object floating towards him. "I am Medical Room Assistant Robot 120. Your injuries have healed to 95, and your health status is satisfactory. You may choose to leave or continue your recovery. I can leave now? Indeed. Rising from the water chamber, Lu Xiaoyao realized he was clad only in his undergarments, a flush of embarrassment crossing his face. Who removed my clothing? Your combat suit was damaged. There is a spare suit available. Robot 120 exited, halting by a platform. Lu Xiaoyao looked over to see a brand new combat suit awaiting him. Did you take off my clothes? Yes. Thank you. After donning the new combat suit, Lu Xiaoyao proceeded toward the command room. Yet, before he could approach, he noticed numerous soldiers standing in the corridor. Who are these people? Lu Xiaoyao halted, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The attire of these soldiers differed from that of the previous adversaries. Although their gazes held a hint of caution, there was no hostility present. After appraising Lu Xiaoyao, the soldiers returned their attention elsewhere. With no obstruction in his path, Lu Xiaoyao paused momentarily before continuing toward the command room, only to be intercepted at the doorway. Inside, discussions were underway. You may choose to wait a moment or allow me to consult the commander. Casting a glance at the soldier, it was evident that although his uniform was identical, his adornments were markedly more extravagant. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. The soldier nodded and raised his left arm, sending a brief message via a micro-device. Moments later, the command room's gate swung open, and AI Lin Lin emerged. Please, come in. What is the matter? As AI Lin Lin stepped into the command room, she noticed a few individuals who appeared to be officers seated at a table not far away. Our spatial jump was disrupted by an 8th-grade beast, resulting in a miscalculation of coordinates. AI Lin Lin shrugged, her demeanor relaxed. Yet she hadn't anticipated that we would be transported near Tiger's Embrace City. Oh. Lu Xiaoyao exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Although unfamiliar with Tiger's Embrace City, Lu could discern from AI Lin Lin's expression that they were now safe. However, at that moment, one of the officers suddenly pointed at Lu Xiaoyao and declared, "We are allies. So there is no issue on that front. Yet, this unknown individual must undergo our investigation." Chapter 16. Targeted. Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the officer and then at ISA's expression, before furrowing his brow in irritation. It was evident, without needing to inquire, that his identity had drawn the attention of this group. After ISA's earlier schemes, Lu Xiaoyao was already wary. These individuals were like startled birds, fearful of infiltrators in their ranks. From the officer's words, Lu Xiaoyao could discern the underlying tension. Enough of your squabbling. Lu Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively and took a seat at the table, casting a glance at the glaring officer. I have no interest in your so-called Tiger's Embrace City. As his words lingered in the air, Lu Xiaoyao turned his gaze towards ISA. I say, young lady, you are safe now. May I take my leave? Where do you intend to go? ISA was momentarily taken aback, then replied, You cannot go anywhere, Commander Tong. I can guarantee with my honor that Lu Xiaoyao poses no threat. Throughout this journey, he has won your trust, has he? Tong Zhanyu interjected, casting a cold glance at Lu Xiaoyao, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What is the matter? Are you feeling guilty? Ready to flee now that you've gotten what you desired? What do you mean by that? Lu Xiaoyao frowned, his expression darkening. With a sharp clap, another officer rose abruptly. Truly a legend. I am quite curious. If I were to recount such a tale, dear Executive ISA, would you believe me? Upon hearing this officer's words, ISA fell silent. Although the encounters since Lu Xiaoyao's arrival had been few, each one was undeniably legendary. What defines a legend? It is a tale so astonishing that it defies belief. The journey alongside Lu Xiaoyao had indeed been filled with such incredibility. Were it not for her first-hand experiences, ISA would find it hard to accept. Yet, regardless of belief, the reality remained irrefutable. What doubts do you harbor? We have captives here. Lin, exasperated, attempted to convince the officers. Captives? Tong Zhanyu scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Little girl, your experience is woefully insufficient. Are you certain those so-called captives would not collude with him? The rebuttal was both rational and compelling, leaving Lin speechless as she turned to her sister. What do you think? It would be prudent to exercise caution. Rising from Tong Zhanyu's side was a tall girl, strikingly similar to Lin. Seeing this girl, Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback. What kind of place was this Tiger's Embrace City that had housed Lin's kin? Alewire's face reflected concern as she glanced at Lu Xiaoyao. You are aware of the current situation. What? Lu Xiaoyao surveyed the group, his voice low and firm. Neither leaving nor staying seems viable. Do you intend to place me under house arrest? As long as you can prove your innocence, we shall not trouble you. Another officer declared, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyao, a chilling tone in his voice. Before my strict old tiger, no deceit can remain concealed. Oh? Lu Xiaoyao smiled faintly and replied, Do you understand psychology? Heh. I have a slight acquaintance with it, but Yin Laohu's smile faded, revealing a hint of menace. However, I am far more proficient in interrogation. With a glance at Yin Laohu, Lu Xiaoyao sighed softly and remarked, "It is futile. Your conjectures and doubts are baseless. Hence you cannot extract what you merely imagine. Whether it is mere imagination will only be revealed through inquiry." Yin Laohu's gaze turned even colder. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words, having to confront the tiger once more. On the other side, Isha exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing? If it weren't for him, we would never have reached this place. If you persist in making things difficult for him, we will leave immediately." A profound silence enveloped the command room. After a moment, Tong Zhanyu chuckled and slowly returned to his seat. Since Executive Isha has gone to such lengths, let us trust him for now. Upon hearing Tong Zhanyu's words, both Isha and AI Linlin breathed a sigh of relief. However, sitting nearby, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing that this fellow's shift in attitude was rather swift. Yet, Tong Zhanyu turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyao, saying, "Although Executive Isha has vouched for you, you are not permitted to leave the confines of Hubao City without authorization. Should you wish to go anywhere, you must report it." Lu Xiaoyao understood that this outcome was a concession from the other party. However, the fact remained that he was still under their surveillance, which greatly displeased him. "What do you think?" Tong Zhanyu inquired. "Kid, don't be ungrateful," Yin Laohu scoffed, seemingly dissatisfied that Lu Xiaoyao was not imprisoned. AI Linlin, seated beside them, discreetly kicked Lu Xiaoyao under the table. "All right," Lu Xiaoyao replied with a resigned glance at the group. "I have no other choice, do I? Very well then. Shall we set off?" Tong Zhanyu stood up and smiled at Isha. "I will replenish the energy of the base vehicle. Let us return to Hubao City." It appeared that all other matters had been settled before Lu Xiaoyao's arrival. Subsequently, soldiers from Hubao City moved in to clean the base vehicle. When the transport arrived, the depleted energy of the base vehicle was finally replenished. The entire base vehicle set sail once more, arriving at Hubao City before nightfall. Standing within the base vehicle and gazing ahead, Lu Xiaoyao marveled at the grandeur and vastness of Hubao City. "This city is immense," he exclaimed. "It pales in comparison to Haizhou City, which is like a small fish before a great whale." Tong Zhanyu seized the opportunity to speak again, casting a glance at Isha. "If you doubt it, you may inquire with Executive Isha. Hubao City, though small, boasts a strategic geographical advantage, making it easily defensible and difficult to assault. Furthermore, to the southeast lies a natural harbor." With matters resolved satisfactorily, Isha's mood brightened considerably. "It is getting late. You may either rest or explore Hubao City," Tong Zhanyu said with a smile, patting Lu Xiaoyao on the shoulder. "What transpired earlier was a matter of business, and it shall be treated as such. In private, conventions seem to fade away." Tong Zhanyu remarked, addressing the group. "Let Avril accompany you. I have matters of business to attend to." As he strode away, Lu Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable oddity. The notion of business being conducted in a formal manner was something she found hard to believe. "Truly, you won't keep an eye on me?" Lu Xiaoyao's gaze shifted to Avril. "Indeed, in this city, one cannot stir up much commotion." Avril smiled softly, guiding AI Linlin a few steps away before pausing to glance back with a smile. "However, you should make sure to return before 10 o'clock. Shall I accompany you?" Isa approached, though her words belied a heavy heart. Lu Xiaoyao shook her head and replied nonchalantly, "You have many matters to attend to, do you not? I shall wander around and explore the local customs before returning." "Very well, do take care." After watching Isa depart, Lu Xiaoyao fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 17, Blood Eyes. The mysterious chicken thief tiger embrace city, aptly named, is encircled by a continuous mountain range that gracefully wraps around the entire fortress. The mountains form a semicircular arc, extending outward like the outstretched arms of a tiger. At the heart of this range lies its highest peak, reminiscent of a roaring beast. Beneath the Tiger Embrace mountain range sprawls the vast expanse of the Tiger Embrace Plain. A river, descending from the mountains and named the Tiger Embrace River, traverses the land, giving rise to numerous tributaries that nourish the fertile terrain. The city itself is situated at the river's terminus, precisely where the Tiger Embrace River meets the sea. Though not considered a truly colossal city by Tong Zhanyu and Isha, Lu Xiaoyao soon realizes the true magnitude of this urban expanse. Its area is comparable to that of an entire province from the original world, and its population reaches a staggering 180 million, a veritable miracle in Lu Xiaoyao's eyes. Yet, in the grand scheme of this realm, it is merely regarded as a small city. The most majestic and awe-inspiring of all is the Dragon City, Zulong City, established in the region of Zhongzhou. Revered as the sacred land of the Central Plains and the progenitor of all territories, Zulong City is nestled within a region aptly named Zhongzhou. To the east lies Haizhou, known for boasting the longest coastline in the realm of Shinjo-Hautu. This world, referred to as Shinjo-Hautu, is boundless, though it does possess a rough delineation. Within each state's domain, there remain vast, uncharted territories, fraught with peril and inhabited by unfathomable horrors. Expeditions into these realms, even those comprising technological legions of tens of thousands, often return empty-handed, with only a handful of exceptional warriors managing to escape by sheer luck. Those who have narrowly evaded such fates refuse to speak of their experiences, consistently opting for silence. In a corner of a local tavern, Lu Xiaoyao listens to the lively discussions among patrons, gaining a vivid understanding of this world. Although much of what he hears consists of fanciful tales, there are kernels of truth scattered throughout. Over the subsequent days, Lu Xiaoyao finds himself most enchanted by the various taverns and gourmet districts of Tiger Embrace City. His initial impression, influenced by Ailanland, led him to believe that sustenance had been entirely supplanted by nutritional fluids. However, upon discovering the culinary delights of the gourmet district, he realizes his misunderstanding. The richness of the local cuisine leaves Lu Xiaoyao in awe, enticing him to linger endlessly. He savors an array of unfamiliar ingredients, indulging in a culinary feast. His daily excursions through the bustling streets are conducted under the watchful gaze of Tong Zhanyu. Those assigned to follow him are easily discernible to Lu Xiaoyao, yet he chooses to disregard their presence, curious about the intentions of Tong Zhanyu. Thankfully, the yuan coins provided by Isha suffice for a lavish meal at the Cloud Banquet. After the meal, Lu Xiaoyao secures a window-side seat in the establishment, utilizing the ordering device to select his dishes while absorbing the vibrant scene of traffic outside. Not long after, a cacophony of clattering and shouting erupted, accompanied by the angry voices of numerous individuals. Lu Xiaoyao, along with several diners, turned their heads curiously toward the source of the commotion, only to witness a frail figure clad in a tattered cloak stumbling out from the kitchen in a frantic escape. Hot on the heels of this individual were 2 or 3 cooks, brandishing spoons and knives, hurling insults in their wake. "There's a thief. Where's security? Someone hurry. Stop him. He is a thief," shouted the host. "Dish staff, are you blind? Can't you at least try to block him?" The hall had descended into chaos, exacerbated by the presence of various employees joining the fray, leaving many unsuspecting patrons dazed and confused. Yet, amidst the employees' encirclement, the cloaked thief was gradually being cornered. Still hoping to flee? The thief's cloak was voluminous, adorned with a large hood that obscured his features. However, in his grasp was a chicken, freshly plucked and not yet gutted. Lu Xiaoyao caught a glimpse of him ravenously gnawing at the bird. What level of hunger drives one to such desperate measures? Devouring raw flesh with such fervor? Witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, contemplating intervening. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from becoming the scapegoat. Tong Zhanyu's spies were lurking nearby, and any unusual actions would surely not escape their notice. Adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Lu Xiaoyao suppressed her compassion. The current situation was beyond her capacity to resolve. The damage to the hall, broken tables, chairs, and dishes, along with the myriad of compensation fees, was far beyond what she could bear. The meager funds she possessed were bestowed by Isha. Regrettably, Lu Xiaoyao wished to avoid conflict, yet trouble found her. The thief, darting hither and thither, unwittingly drew closer to her position. What was happening? Lu Xiaoyao fixed her gaze on the thief, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. Suddenly, with remarkable agility, the thief evaded the 2 individuals blocking his path and lunged toward Lu Xiaoyao. In that instant, her body tensed, muscles coiling in readiness. The next moment, the thief leapt onto Lu Xiaoyao's table, propelling himself toward the adjacent window. All she saw was a fleeting shadow as he vaulted through the window. Following closely behind were several employees, rushing toward her. "I won't let you go. You think I'm a sickly cat, you little beggar? Just wait until I catch you." Lu Xiaoyao sprang into action, her tall frame surging forward, colliding with several employees and leaping out of the window in pursuit of the thief's retreating silhouette. The impact sent several individuals tumbling, cursing as they fell. A few agile security personnel dashed out of the store, but they lost sight of their target before long. Lu Xiaoyao blended into the crowd, stealthily trailing the thief until she arrived at a secluded alleyway. As soon as he turned into the narrow alley, the thief's trace vanished from Lu Xiaoyao's sight. This was a master. Reflecting on the way that thief slipped through the window and evaded capture by the employees, it became evident that he was no ordinary individual. An extraordinary person, endowed with formidable strength, would find it far from difficult to make a living. Why then resort to the lowly act of thievery? Moreover, what left a lasting impression on Lu Xiaoyao was the pale visage concealed beneath the hood, along with those crimson-hued eyes. This individual was a quintessential anomaly. Such beings are either geniuses or madmen. Thus, Lu Xiaoyao felt an immense curiosity about which category this person would belong to. Chapter 18. Focus on the chicken. In a narrow alley. The passage branches out in all directions. Lu Xiaoyao stood silently, heightening her senses to their utmost, meticulously capturing any anomalies. For a long while, only the gentle breeze whispered. The insects chirped softly, and the distant clamor from the street echoed. It seemed as if Lu Xiaoyao was the sole occupant of this desolate alley, which felt utterly empty. Yet, the moment her slightly closed eyes suddenly sparkled with a sharp glint, she lunged towards a corner of the alley. There lay a heap of refuse, teeming with filthy rats and repulsive maggots. The sounds of a thief devouring and swallowing his meal were perfectly masked by the surrounding noise. But Lu Xiaoyao still caught a fleeting difference. The thief, in his haste to consume the food, choked and let out a belch, though he quickly covered his mouth. The sound inevitably escaped. Abruptly, the thief raised his head, his blood-red pupils gazing into the air above. There, a figure pounced down, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In the next moment, the thief reacted, lifting one hand to strike at Lu Xiaoyao. Thud, thud, thud. 3 successive strikes unleashed a wave of force, sending 3 transparent ripples radiating outward. Within a 10-foot radius, the rats flipped onto their backs, and the maggots ceased their writhing. Silence. It remained eerily quiet. After delivering 3 punches, Lu Xiaoyao retreated, positioning herself outside the refuse pile. At that moment, the thief lowered his head, retrieving a relatively clean bag to stow away nearly half of the raw chicken he had gnawed upon. Do you intend to kill me? The sweet, melodious voice bore a hint of charm, as the thief adjusted her tattered cloak with a caution akin to caressing a rare treasure. Lu Xiaoyao felt a stir within her mind and body. This pale-faced figure with blood-red pupils turned out to be a woman? A brief scan revealed that beneath the voluminous cloak, Lu Xiaoyao could not discern her figure. As for her appearance, it was merely a hasty glimpse as she passed by the window. Lu Xiaoyao's attention was primarily drawn to her eyes. It seemed somewhat challenging. Quickly regaining her composure, she offered a faint smile. Do you not perceive that this is a misguided decision? The thief's hood shifted slightly. Lu Xiaoyao sensed that the other was scrutinizing her. You are rather peculiar. However, eliminating you would pose little trouble, yet I abhor complications. The thief sidestepped, her voice cool as she commanded, You may leave. Why spare me? Complications. The simple response prompted the thief to sit back down, slowly opening the bag to extract the raw chicken, taking a hearty bite. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao's lips twitched in disbelief. Why? She stepped forward. The thief ignored her, engrossed in her meal. I say, little thief, you are quite impolite. Lu Xiaoyao frowned and approached the thief, seating herself beside her. What now? The chicken thief paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoyao. However, the enormous hood obscured her face, preventing Lu Xiaoyao from discerning her expression or gaze. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. This chicken thief was indeed lacking in courtesy. With no other option, Lu Xiaoyao took the initiative to break the ice, inquiring about the taste. The chicken thief remained unresponsive, and as Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, pondering how to find an opening, she felt something in her hand and instinctively grasped it. Lowering her gaze in confusion, she discovered that she was now holding a chicken foot. Lu Xiaoyao's eyelids twitched in irritation as she extended the chicken foot toward the thief, questioning its significance. I do not eat this. You don't eat it, yet you offer it to me? It's raw, my dear. Not everyone possesses your robust teeth and stomach. Before Lu Xiaoyao could continue, she felt another item materialize in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it was another chicken foot along with a chicken wing. Staring in astonishment at the chicken thief and then at her own hands, Lu Xiaoyao's temper had dissipated entirely. Just as she was momentarily dazed, a small hand reached over, adding yet another item to her collection. A chicken head still attached to its neck. What on earth is this? While the wings and feet could be overlooked, who could possibly stomach a fresh chicken head with those bulging eyes? Care to taste? The sweet, sultry voice wafted through the air, causing Lu Xiaoyao to shudder involuntarily. What a tempting siren. Just her voice was enough to send ripples through one's heart. If she were to reveal her face, what sort of allure would she possess? Lu Xiaoyao studied her, increasingly intrigued by her mystery. Discarding the items in her hand, she attempted to swat away the raw chicken, but the thief deftly evaded her. Dispose of it, and I shall treat you to a meal. Another silence ensued, the chicken thief lowering her head, gradually retracting her hand to nibble on the chicken meat. However, her actions faltered once more, and her voice, laced with an enchanting allure, inquired, What is it that you desire? Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback, yet quickly regained her composure, placing a hand over her heart as she boldly declared, I wish for you. As she spoke, it was evident that the chicken thief's body stiffened. Casting a deep glance at her profile, Lu Xiaoyao continued, How about we become friends? The thief's rigid forms soon relaxed. Silence once again enveloped them. Lu Xiaoyao remained patient, quietly awaiting a response. After a brief interlude, the chicken thief set down the raw meat, gradually rising to her feet and striding toward the alley's exit. There was an opening. Lu Xiaoyao smiled faintly and stood to follow her. However, just then, a group of people appeared at the alley's entrance. TSK, what have we captured here? Yin Laohu's gaze was mocking, his derisive tone cutting through the air. A mysterious little deer and a rat hiding in the filthy corners. With the mockery concluded, Yin Laohu's expression turned cold. Now what do you wish to say? Lu Xiaoyao was not surprised by Yin Laohu's sudden appearance. Even in the absence of this incident, other events would inevitably arise, casting baseless accusations upon Lu Xiaoyao. What do you expect me to say? Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward a couple of paces, gazing at Yin Laohu and remarked, "Ah, right. While I indulge in wine, you gaze longingly. When I feast on meat, you watch enviously, even when I slumber. You stand vigil outside. Truly, you are the epitome of an exemplary lackey. Are you seeking death?" Yin Laohu's eyes blazed with fierce wrath, radiating an intense fury. Do you truly believe that such refuse would ever grace a noble's menu? Lu Xiaoyao had been leisurely enjoying his days, while Yin Laohu found himself in dire straits. In pursuit of Tong Zhanyu's mission, he even took it upon himself to keep watch. However, throughout these past several days, Lu Xiaoyao had done little more than wander aimlessly, finding no opportunities whatsoever. Yet now, the heavens reward the diligent, and at last, a splendid opportunity has presented itself. This beggar, lurking amidst the refuse, serves as the most perfect scapegoat. Once the label of a spy is affixed, even the intervention of Isha would not be able to save him. Chapter 19. Who deceived whom? The fierce and resolute Lu Xiaoyao bore no interest in the delicacies of the noble's menu. At long last, Tong Zhanyu revealed his fangs. This was truly the crux of the matter. The formidable Yin Laohu was merely a pawn in the game. Do you wish to invite me to a noble feast? Lu Xiaoyao crossed her arms, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Yin Laohu's actions indicated that they had garnered some understanding of her capabilities. With her record of single-handedly confronting a level 6 white tiger, Lu Xiaoyao was unconvinced that only a few mere kittens stood before her. The true masters had yet to make their appearance. A noble feast was not in store, but a prison meal had certainly been prepared. With a cold demeanor, Yin Laohu ominously inquired, "Will you walk out on your own, or shall I escort you? Prison fare is notoriously unpalatable. Best save it for yourself." Lu Xiaoyao replied with a languid yawn, her impatience palpable. "If there's nothing further, we shall take our leave. Are you suggesting defiance against arrest?" Yin Laohu narrowed his eyes, malice seeping into his gaze. "In defiance, I possess the authority to eliminate you on the spot. And you think you can?" Lu Xiaoyao cast a derisive glance, her expression laced with scorn. To fabricate accusations is a common practice. If you choose this route, be prepared to pay the price. Humph, young one, such arrogance is ill-advised. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the crowd. As the words fell, a figure leaped forth, landing beside Yin Laohu. The newcomer, in his 40s, wore tufts of white at his temples, with an eagle-like visage that exuded a fierce demeanor. His chilling gaze instilled an unsettling discomfort in those around him. "Mr. Ing." Upon the arrival of this individual, Yin Laohu bowed slightly, his face adopting a sycophantic expression. "Ing Jialong, the esteemed senior elder of the offering hall and a master of the extraordinary 5 paths of Zen martial arts, commanded great respect." As Yin Laohu's gaze shifted towards Lu Xiaoyao, a mocking grin replaced his earlier demeanor. "Even with your astonishing talents, you shall find no escape before Mr. Ing." "Indeed." "Quite formidable," Lu Xiaoyao acknowledged with a nod, recognizing the impressive aura he projected. "Humph, since you are aware of your fear, you ought to surrender to avoid a painful fate. Boy, if you wish to evade suffering, admit your guilt and comply. Otherwise, delightful outcomes will elude you." The surrounding soldiers began to jeer, eager to showcase their prowess in hopes of gaining recognition. Ing Jialong's formidable strength ranked among the elite in the offering hall. Aside from a few exceptionally distinguished elders, he certainly ranked within the top 10. Countless strong figures inhabited the tiger-hugging city's offering hall, making it exceedingly challenging to stand out. Ing Jialong had labored intensely to solidify his current standing. "Kneel," he commanded, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyao. "Should I be compelled to intervene, you shall undoubtedly lose limbs. Considering your youth and your mastery, I might intercede on your behalf, making you a combat servant in the law enforcement hall, a possibility not entirely out of reach." Combat servant? Lu Xiaoyao had never before encountered the term, failing to grasp its chilling implications. In truth, it referred to a slave controlled by poison, who received antidotes on a scheduled basis. If one truly becomes a pawn in this battle, their life and death would lie entirely in the hands of others. Though she may not fully comprehend, Lu Xiaoyao is acutely aware that this is undoubtedly a dire situation. You think too much, old man, she scoffed, dismissively curling her lip. At your age, with such minimal cultivation? If I were you, I would have long since leapt into the river myself, unable to bear the shame. Are you seeking death? Yin Laohu's threat was merely a hollow intimidation, while Ying Jiaolong's menace was a genuine promise of death. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ying Jiaolong had already made his move. The fierce wind of his punch, imbued with an icy murderous intent, surged directly towards Lu Xiaoyao's chest. As expected, Ying Jiaolong's actions corroborated his earlier words. His strike was a ferocious and relentless killing blow, leaving no room for mercy, epitomizing the concept of a lion using all its strength to catch a hare. The spiritual energy stirred, whipping up a tempest that tousled Lu Xiaoyao's hair. In the next moment, she unfurled her form, soaring like a great rock into the air, diving downwards. With her martial prowess, she executed the technique known as Soaring Earthpiercer. A terrifying force descended with a thunderous crash, aimed squarely at Ying Jiaolong's crown. What? How could it be so swift? Before Ying Jiaolong's punch could land, Lu Xiaoyao had vanished, only to launch a counterattack. With her technique being somewhat antiquated, changing tactics at this moment would prove exceedingly difficult. This young individual displayed an exquisite mastery of timing, akin to a masterful artist at the pinnacle of their craft. Humph! Ying Jiaolong's expression darkened, and with a heavy stomp, he twisted his body, forcibly altering his trajectory. That previously well-practiced punch traced a semicircle, targeting the airborne Lu Xiaoyao. While such a maneuver would inevitably drain some of his power, it also spared him from a passive predicament. Gazing at the descending Lu Xiaoyao, it was hard to fathom her youth. Given sufficient time to mature, she would undoubtedly blossom into a formidable force. Alas, today, he was resolute in extinguishing this young prodigy in her cradle. Kill. With a thunderous punch, Ying Jiaolong's follow-up move was already prepared. Regardless of whether Lu Xiaoyao could withstand this blow, she would be met with an ensuing tempest of ferocity. However, as their fists clashed, Ying Jiaolong felt an overwhelming, destructive force akin to a mountain crumbling beneath him. With a force capable of shattering the brittle, he was sent reeling backward, a surge of blood choking his throat, painting his face crimson, followed by a pallid hue. How was this possible? When that punch descended, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had sunk. In the presence of Lu Xiaoyao, it was reminiscent of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. It was simply unbelievable. Yet at that moment, a sudden, delicate cry interrupted Ying Jiaolong's thoughts. Turning to look, he found himself momentarily stunned. Lu Xiaoyao, too, was awestruck by the scene before her. Not far away, a thief stood beneath a wall, and before her lay a group of individuals, including Yin Laohu and the others. Strikingly, aside from Yin Laohu, not a single person was standing. At that moment, Yin Laohu was spitting blood, his gaze filled with horror as he stumbled backward. The thief's cloak billowed dramatically, revealing her tall and slender figure beneath. The ample hood was stirred, revealing her pallid visage and those striking crimson eyes. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze shifted back to the ground, where the individuals stood motionless, devoid of any vitality. They had all fallen victim to this chicken thief. Lu Xiaoyao repelled her foes with a single move. Yet she dispatched a multitude with equal ease. Truly, she was a force to be reckoned with. Observing this rather fierce young woman, Lu Xiaoyao's lips curled in a smirk, unable to restrain her reproach. Must you be so ferocious? Is this not a tad too ruthless? Goodness, you are putting me in a predicament. Meanwhile, Ying Jiaolong suddenly darted to the side of Yin Laohu, seizing him and leaping away once more. This incident would be duly recorded. The offering hall would accompany them to the end. Hubao City would never idly witness the rampage of a madman. Prepare to face the reckoning of justice. Fled? How cowardly. Lu Xiaoyao turned to reveal a hint of disdain, exclaiming loudly, "Injustice, you say? Humph. I shall be right here awaiting." Chapter 20, Citywide Pursuit. Core secrets gazing at the chaos surrounding her. Lu Xiaoyao felt a mix of disbelief and an inability to accept the reality before her. In her original world, peace reigned, and law governed society. The environment in which she had been raised made it particularly challenging for her to adapt to the rules of this new world. A swift examination of the scene revealed that none remained alive to draw breath. The ruthless measures employed, the decisive killer, sent a shiver through Lu Xiaoyao's heart. Yet, the more she pondered, the more her curiosity intensified. With such formidable strength, why resort to thievery? Moreover, during the banquet in the clouds, she had refrained from harming those ordinary individuals. It appeared that despite her immense power, this young woman adhered to certain principles. "You've gotten me into trouble?" Lu Xiaoyao remarked, lifting her gaze to the wall where the thief crouched. The thief's breath had steadied, her hood once more concealing her face. and her cloak draped over her slender figure. You've pushed me into the fire pit as well. Her voice, soft and melodious, dripped with sweetness, reminiscent of honey. You. Lu Xiaoyao let out a wry smile, preparing to speak when a piercing howl interrupted her. Almost immediately, alarm bells echoed throughout the sky. This is bad. Looking into the distance, Lu Xiaoyao's expression tightened, realizing that numerous cultivators and martial artists were converging towards their location. She rushed towards the thief, grasping her wrist, and urged in a low tone, "We must leave quickly and find a place to hide." Sensing Lu Xiaoyao's grip, the thief instinctively attempted to break free but hesitated and ultimately allowed herself to be pulled along. The two moved swiftly, employing their agile and nimble forms, navigating through the labyrinthine alleys, soon escaping the perilous area. As dusk settled, they finally paused in a quieter part of the city. "You've put me in a terrible predicament. You've put me in a terrible predicament." Their words coincided, and they exchanged bemused glances. Lu Xiaoyao laughed lightly, teasing, "We seem to have a remarkable synergy." The thief, however, turned her gaze elsewhere, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Lu Xiaoyao. "What is your name? How should I address you? Your skills are impressive. Where do you hail from?" Lu Xiaoyao attempted to shatter the silence and awkward atmosphere with a barrage of questions, yet ultimately succumbed to the thief's reticence. "I am Lu Xiaoyao. Please say something." "What should I say?" At last, a response emerged, and Lu Xiaoyao exhaled in relief. "What is your name?" Yet, silence enveloped them once more. Frustration began to creep into Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor, and she playfully suggested, "How about you become my sister and take my surname? Lu. It is the deer from Milu, you know, the spotted deer?" Casting a glance at the thief, Lu Xiaoyao leaned against the wall, no longer expecting her to speak, and continued to muse aloud. "Your voice is charming and sweet, and your appearance is delicate and alluring. Perhaps I should call you Lu Demii? No, perhaps Lu de Beautiful? How splendid. What do you think?" Lu Xiaoyao said with self-satisfaction, patting Lu de Beautiful's shoulder. "You." With a puzzled gaze, Lu Demii looked at Lu Xiaoyao, who inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter? Why are you trembling? Are you unwell?" Before she could finish her sentence, a figure flickered before her eyes, and Lu Demii stood directly in front of Lu Xiaoyao, emitting a low, guttural growl. This peculiar reaction from Lu Demii heightened Lu Xiaoyao's vigilance. She was not one to be trifled with, and Lu Xiaoyao was still uncertain of the extent of her formidable strength. Heavy, labored breaths filled the air, carrying an unsettling frenzy that made Lu Xiaoyao's heart race with unease. Furthermore, an enigmatic aura emanated from Lu Demii, causing Lu Xiaoyao's vital energy to become agitated. To describe it as mere agitation would be inadequate. It was a boiling sensation, as if it threatened to surge forth from within her very being. Strange. This sudden anomaly seemed intricately linked to Lu Demii. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, her footsteps retreating once more, her gaze brimming with caution. Suddenly, Lu Demii's energy swelled and erupted violently. Her blood-red eyes glinted beneath her hood, radiating a savage brilliance. With a low growl, she extended her arms, launching herself ferociously at Lu Xiaoyao. Startled, Lu Xiaoyao intended to retreat swiftly, but forgot she was positioned against a wall. Not only did she fail to evade the attack, but she was also rebounded back towards Lu Demii, colliding head-on with her. As Lu Demii's gleaming white teeth bared in close proximity, a stark thought flashed through Lu Xiaoyao's mind. Is this what they call self-inflicted misfortune? Announced throughout the city, initiate a full-scale manhunt. They must not escape. At the earliest opportunity upon receiving the news, Tong Zhanyu issued a city-wide wanted notice. Gazing out over the entirety of Tiger Hug City from his office window, he could not help but smile with delight. Once he secured the core secrets from the base vehicle and dealt with Isha, his mission would be deemed accomplished. With this thought in mind, Tong Zhanyu turned and dialed a number, summoning Isha and AI Linlin to the conference room for a matter of great importance. By the time Isha and AI Linlin arrived, the principal leaders of Tiger Hug City had already gathered in the conference room, with only Tong Zhanyu and Yin Lahu absent. As the two women entered, all eyes in the room converged upon them. Certainly, admiration for their beauty played a part, but primarily, it was the mockery and derision that drew their attention. Isha and AI Linlin were well aware of the disdainful glances directed their way, which rendered their expressions quite grim. However, the notion that Lu Xiaoyao was a spy for the enemy was one they could hardly believe. Her appearance had been entirely unexpected, and no one knew better than Isha that Lu Xiaoyao was, in fact, their savior, the hero who had ensured the safety of the base vehicle. Yet now, the label of spy had been affixed to Lu Xiaoyao. Even though Isha's status was somewhat unique, it could not adequately explain the situation. Nor could she absolve Lu Xiaoyao of the accusations. This was Tong Zhanyu's territory. Even if Isha had the will, she found herself powerless in this moment. This is the cruel reality of being at the mercy of others. It is evident that Isha and Aelinlin are not foolish. They have sensed the underlying intricacies of the situation. What they fervently hope is that their apprehensions do not materialize. The sound of footsteps approached, the rhythmic cadence unmistakably belonging to Tong Zhanyu. As the door to the conference room swung open, Tong Zhanyu entered, his brow furrowed in concern, casting a detached glance at those assembled before taking his place at the head of the table. Regrettably, he bore tidings of ill fate. His gaze, moving slowly, ultimately rested upon Isha's face, signaling the end of their good days. The ominous shadow of war loomed over Hubao City. A murmur of shock rippled through the officials of Hubao City. Someone inquired the sovereign? Indeed, Tong Zhanyu affirmed with a nod, his expression laden with sorrow. The vanguard of the Klaus Legion has already appeared on the outskirts of the Hubaitian Mountains. Chapter 21, Fangs. Crimson canopy in the conference room. An air of tension enveloped everyone, their gazes revealing a peculiar blend of hesitation, conflict, and struggle. Yet ultimately, each person's eyes seemed to solidify with determination. After an initial clamor, tranquility soon returned, for all were aware that Tong Zhanyu had more to convey. Isabella and Ellen, having transitioned from astonishment to silence, each lowered their heads, lost in their own thoughts. The series of events had left them somewhat flustered. Just as one wave of anxiety subsided, another rose, leaving Isabella with a throbbing headache. Her thoughts flitted between Lu Xiaoyao and the relentless pursuit of Klaus, only to be interrupted by her concerns regarding Tong Zhanyu's stance. The situation had spiraled beyond her control, rendering Isabella powerless. Entering Tigerhold City was a misjudgment. However, not doing so could likely have yielded even worse outcomes. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, akin to a mass of disordered threads, causing her considerable distress. Nevertheless, there was no cause for alarm. Klaus was still far off, and it would take at least a month for his main forces to arrive. Casting a glance at the assembly, Tong Zhanyu declared, "Therefore, during this interval, we must fortify our defenses and enhance our combat capabilities. The nearly 200 million citizens and soldiers of Tigerhold City must unite like never before." "Indeed, Lord City Master speaks wisely," echoed a voice. "At this critical juncture, we must stand as one. If the citizens and soldiers of Tigerhold City rally together against the enemy, Klaus shall find himself at a loss." The civil servant rose, brimming with confidence, and rallied. "Colleagues, we must hold steadfast to our conviction. Justice belongs to us. Justice belongs to us." The other officials echoed, rising to their feet, their right fists striking their left chests. Pleased with the fervor displayed by his subordinates, Tong Zhanyu nodded approvingly, ready to offer further encouragement, when a voice interrupted him. "City Master, our technological capabilities are significantly inferior to those of Klaus and his forces." It was Director Chen from the Military Academy. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Tong Zhanyu's expression turned serious as he regarded Chen Jun. "Your Military Academy is our technological backbone. The optimization of equipment across all units and the updating of microbrain programs rely entirely upon you. Director Chen, whatever challenges arise, be it funding, personnel, or resources, each department will prioritize your needs." "Thank you for your unwavering support, City Master," Chen Jun replied with a smile, though a cloud of concern soon crossed his features. However, the pressing issue at hand is not one of resources or manpower that has been sufficiently addressed due to your generosity. As Chen Jun spoke, his gaze flickered toward Isabella and Ellen, seated not far away. Upon hearing this exchange and sensing Chen Jun's scrutiny, Isabella felt her heart race. "What is it?" Tong Zhanyu inquired, puzzled. "Technology." Chen Jun surveyed the room, his demeanor solemn. "The advancement of technology is never a matter of mere days or weeks. Given the urgency of our timeline, even if everyone at the Military Academy were to toil without rest, we could not achieve a breakthrough in our technological capabilities. This is an unavoidable circumstance. As long as Elder Chen exerts his utmost efforts, that suffices." Tong Zhanyu exhaled with relief, a smile illuminating his eyes. "Yet it is imperative to ensure that the current equipment remains operational. I certainly do not wish for any malfunctions when war descends upon us. My lord, this is a certainty. I pledge it on my honor." Chen Jun nodded, then added, "However, achieving technological advancements is not an impossible feat, though it currently necessitates the assistance of an individual." "Who?" Tong Zhanyu's expression brightened, only to notice Chen Jun shifting his gaze towards Isha. "Here it comes." Isha's heart plummeted, and she clenched her fists in silence. The night was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by a resplendent moon that shone brightly in the firmament. The moon of this land, vast and majestic, outshone that of the original world, casting down silvery light that cloaked the entire realm in a luminous glow, rendering the night less oppressive than in the previous world. Nevertheless, the city's edifices towered ever higher, each resembling colossal pillars stretching towards the heavens, their summits obscured from view. Thus, even with visibility somewhat improved, the ground remained enveloped in the shadows cast by the towering structures. Yet now, Lu Xiaoyao was not only concealed within the shadows but also burdened by inner turmoil. Slumped in a corner, she appeared listless, her complexion as pale as parchment. Raising her hand to touch her neck, she noticed lingering numbness there. A vampire. The girl was indeed a bona fide creature of the night. In the moment she was bitten, Lu Xiaoyao feared for her life. Even if she were to escape death, she might unwittingly become her progeny. However, after a brief interval, she felt no extraordinary sensations, merely a slight tingling at the site of the bite. Hey, am I poisoned? Is there bacteria in your mouth? Lu Xiaoyao lifted her leg and gently kicked the cowering Lu Damei in the corner. At this moment, Lu Damei, having fed, had returned to her normal state. The shadowy cloak shifted slightly as Lu Damei revealed her pallid face, her fangs slowly retracting back into her mouth. Casting a glare at Lu Damei, Lu Xiaoyao held little hope that this taciturn figure would respond. Regardless, her body seemed to suffer no serious harm, so she dismissed any grievances. As for the blood that had been drawn, she considered it a voluntary donation, having engaged in such acts in her previous life. It's nothing. Lu Damei broke the silence after a moment. I am not truly a pure-blood vampire. Could you be a blood thrall? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, slightly perplexed. As legend spoke of vampires who would capture individuals to transform them into blood thralls. Certainly not. I am in truth. I am unsure of what I truly am at this juncture. Lu Damei's tone bore a hint of self-mockery. Lu Xiaoyao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Eager to press for further clarification when Lu Damei suddenly gazed skyward, her eyes flashing with crimson light. Oh no, they are coming. I can sense their presence. They? Lu Xiaoyao looked up, asking, who are they? They have arrived. They are here. Lu Damei paid no heed to Lu Xiaoyao, muttering incessantly, they will kill me. I must leave this place. Leave this place. Yes, leave at once, to somewhere they cannot find me. What is wrong with you? Lu Xiaoyao inquired. His gaze fixed warily on Lu Damei, feeling somewhat perplexed by her erratic behavior. Under Lu Xiaoyao's watchful eyes, Lu Damei seemed entranced, suddenly leaping from the ground and sprinting into the distant darkness. This left Lu Xiaoyao momentarily stunned, but he gritted his teeth and pursued her. At that moment, however, he noticed something peculiar about the previously ink-stained sky. It appeared altered. Even the bright moon was veiled in a faint hue of crimson. A scarlet sky. A scarlet sky. It is him. He is coming. In the distance, a piercing scream erupted from Lu Damei, laced with fear and trepidation. Who is he? Lu Xiaoyao's heart sank. The terror that could instill such dread in Lu Damei hinted at the formidable power of the approaching figure. Chapter 22. Sanctions. A battle for life. What an extraordinary world this is. Lu Xiaoyao could not fathom why a civilization steeped in technology could coexist with one rooted in cultivation, achieving a level of mutual influence and integration. Even more perplexing was the existence of the legendary creature known as a vampire in this realm where cultivation and advanced technology coalesce. Yet now, not only had she encountered one, but it was evident that another, or perhaps several, formidable vampires had also emerged. The bloodline noble known as Lu Damei was inscrutable to Lu Xiaoyao in terms of her cultivation level. But her ability to dispatch numerous soldiers with a single strike suggested an exceptionally formidable power. However, at this moment, she exhibited such fear and trepidation that it was difficult to imagine the horror of the approaching entity. Without time to ponder, Lu Xiaoyao had already pursued, only to witness Lu Damei trembling, her teeth chattering in a rhythmic clatter. The crimson mist thickened around them, and as Lu Xiaoyao turned to survey her surroundings, she felt a faint pressure encroach upon her. For Lu Xiaoyao, this pressure bore little consequence, yet Lu Damei shrank back, unable to move, stumbling and collapsing to the ground, pitifully curling into a ball. How could this be? Lu Xiaoyao was utterly baffled by the identity of the impending threat and why it instilled such terror in Lu Damei. Let us go. Observing Lu Damei huddled in a ball yet still striving to inch forward, like a mouse confronted by a cat, was unbearable. Unable to stand idly by, Lu Xiaoyao reached out and swept Lu Damei into her arms. Where to? Though the presence of the unknown power was faintly felt by Lu Xiaoyao, it seemed that Lu Damei had an awareness of its location. Back, back. We must return. Nestled within Lu Xiaoyao's embrace, Lu Damei appeared to regain some composure, her teeth no longer chattering. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao could distinctly feel her body trembling violently. Where are we going? Lu Xiaoyao was somewhat dazed, but she pressed on, sprinting forward with determination. After just a few steps, a spark of insight illuminated her mind. She suddenly understood Lu Damei's intent. She wished to return to the refuse heap. Although the rationale eluded her, there was no choice but to comply. It was likely that Yen Laohu and his companions would not remain there. The most perilous location often proved to be the safest. It was a gamble. Moreover, compared to Yen Laohu and Ying Jiaolong, this unknown power posed a greater danger. If Lu Damei wished to return to that refuse heap, she must have devised some strategy to cope with it. What did it matter? A path would surely reveal itself as they approached the mountain. Lu Xiaoyao dared not linger, hastening back to the refuse heap. Upon reaching the familiar environment, Lu Damei struggled to rise, nearly running and crawling towards the pile of refuse. With a flurry of motion, Lu Damei began to excavate the heap, flinging debris aside as she unearthed item after item, casting them into the unknown. At last, Lu Damei extricated a large wooden plank from the refuse, a piece towering over her stature. This plank, not only lengthy but also remarkably wide, was nearly as broad as Lu Damei's slender waist. What could this be? Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized the peculiar object, noting that it was enveloped in an immense hide. After retrieving the item, Lu Damei seated herself on the ground, placing the plank flat across her legs. Her small, soiled hands gently caressed its surface, and a faint, serene smile graced her delicate features, reminiscent of a neighborly little girl who had just received a cherished doll. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao observed that upon acquiring this object, Lu Damei had calmed, her previous terror seemingly dissipating. With this newfound tranquility, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief, fearing that if the girl lost control of her emotions, she might frighten herself to death before any adversary even appeared. Who is he? After a moment of silence, Lu Xiaoyao approached and crouched beside Lu Damei. It was as if awakening from a dream. Lu Damei blinked in realization, lifting her gaze toward the distance and murmuring dreamily, "He has arrived." Arrived? Lu Xiaoyao's face contorted with confusion as he attentively sensed his surroundings, yet he detected no unusual presence. The moon, seemingly aware that Lu Xiaoyao could not discern the target. Lu Damei softly prompted him. Stunned by her words, Lu Xiaoyao began to inquire how, but before he could voice his question, he fell silent. Fixing his gaze upon the moon, he noticed a small black dot appearing. Initially disregarding it, he soon recognized, thanks to Lu Damei's alertness, that the dot was gradually enlarging. This entrance was rather ostentatious. As the black drew nearer, it became evident that the figure possessed a pair of enormous wings. Could it be a bat? Considering the legends surrounding vampires, Lu Xiaoyao ventured a hypothesis. However, as the being approached, he discerned that it was a half-bird, half-bat creature. Indeed, a bat could be considered half a bird. The winged figure hovered in the air, silhouetted against the moon, rendering its features indistinguishable. Nevertheless, its physique appeared tall and slender, aligning perfectly with the archetype of a vampire. Rebellious one, even if you escape to the city of the Dawn Clan, you shall never elude the fate of retribution. No, I merely wish to survive. What wrong have I committed? Why do you relentlessly pursue me? I only wish to live. Even if it means living in humility, is that truly a sin? To live? Your existence is the gravest error. Your life is the greatest sin. Rebellious one, prepare to face your punishment. Ha, you half-bird creature are truly amusing. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyao erupted into laughter, displaying no fear of this unknown formidable entity. The ignorant and insignificant Dawn Clan, impolite and contemptible pests. Once I have dealt with the rebellious one, I will offer your filthy soul as a blood sacrifice. You are but a half-bird creature, a vampire that shuns the light. Yet you dare to declare that others exist in sin? Lu Xiaoyao gazed at him with disdain, a mocking smile gracing her lips. You, devoid of shame and dignity, believe others cannot live joyfully? With eyes akin to a rat, do you presume to perceive the souls of others? A base and despicable race. I am of the noble bloodline. Do you dare to show disrespect to the esteemed bloodkin? The powerful bloodline warrior seethed with anger, a crimson glow igniting within his eyes. Casting a glance at the half-bird creature, Lu Xiaoyao sighed, noting not only his poor vision but also his lack of intellect. You, a giant rat, attempt to don wings and masquerade as a beast. How absurdly ambitious to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Alas, you likely cower from its rays, perhaps only daring to catch a few mosquitoes beneath the moonlight. The bloodline warrior's wings unfurled, transforming into a shadowy streak as he lunged towards Lu Xiaoyao. Ignorant insect. You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Is it so? Do you truly believe that you, a mere flying rodent, can instill fear? Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, recognizing the gravity of facing such a formidable opponent. Her muscles tensed like steel, her inner energy surging like a roaring river. Fight for life, little girl, slay him. With a voice that echoed like thunder, Lu Xiaoyao launched herself into the air, akin to a cannonball fired from its chamber. Chapter 23. Exterminate Evil. The shadowy specter of the Blood Clan's formidable warrior descended from the heights, They form a tapestry of overlapping illusions, as if conjured from the ether. Lu Xiaoyao soared upward, his figure reminiscent of a soaring dragon, unleashing a piercing roar that echoed through the heavens, rippling the very fabric of the sky. The winds of his fists howled, summoning a surge of spiritual energy that churned violently. As the tempest brewed, the cosmos quaked, the mountains and rivers transformed, and even the deities were stirred. In the face of the world's vicissitudes and the relentless passage of time, one must ponder the essence of the way. Who commands the rise and fall in this dance of clouds and rain? With enlightenment, Lu Xiaoyao declared, "Rise." Boom. The moment his words resonated, the spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring terrifying waves. In the hazy atmosphere, the energy coalesced like auspicious clouds. The clouds billowed and undulated, amidst which could be heard the distant echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls. What is this? The descending Blood Clan warrior gazed at the roiling clouds below and, upon hearing the faint yet powerful sounds, was suddenly gripped by a profound sense of unease. Such an extraordinary technique had never before graced their eyes. Summoning forth the energy into the clouds, there lay a hidden threat. Lu Xiaoyao leaped into the clouds. Humph, a mere cultivator dares to show off before me. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Blood Clan warriors' thoughts shifted rapidly, and with a sudden unfurling of bat-like wings, they unleashed a gale. The boundless crimson mist seemed to be drawn forth in an instant. Countless blood-red arrows coalesced in midair, transforming into a torrential rain of projectiles aimed at the clouds below. Trivial techniques. The piercing shriek resonated, as invisible sound waves reverberated through the sky. Enveloped in a rich crimson glow, the Blood Clan warrior surged into the clouds. In the next heartbeat, the clouds convulsed, the mist roiling, while the tiger's roar soared and the dragon's song surged, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyao's commanding shout, "Break!" Boom. The clouds erupted, scattering into infinite ripples. The spiritual force surged forth, crashing against the onslaught. The seemingly endless rain of blood-red arrows was swept away in the wake of the explosive waves unleashed by the clouds. High above, a cloud dragon soared, carrying an oppressive might, crashing violently into the Blood Clan warrior. Below, a cloud tiger leaped forth, cloaked in formidable authority, pouncing upon the Blood Clan warrior. The Blood Clan warriors shook violently, caught off guard by the assault, yet their crimson aura merely dimmed slightly. Raising their gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao, fury ignited in their eyes. While they possessed some means, it was still insufficient. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Clan warriors' wings flared once more, charging at Lu Xiaoyao. With enlightenment, rain falls. Gazing at the beleaguered Blood Clan warrior, Lu Xiaoyao launched another offensive. The storm of clouds and rain surged forth, relentless. Boom. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed. And suddenly a torrential downpour engulfed the realm. Boundless spiritual energy rapidly condensed into countless droplets. The droplets transformed into blades, innumerable and boundless. With enlightenment, the great wind, come. Lu Xiaoyao clenched his jaw, swiftly forming seals with his hands as the surrounding spiritual energy stirred once more. A tempest swept forth, swirling myriad rain blades, enveloping the Blood Clan warrior. With enlightenment, the thunderstorm, go. As the final seal was completed, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly moved and plunged into the tempest wrought by the wind and rain. Clouds, rain, wind, thunder, vanquish the wicked, Lu Xiaoyao bellowed, his voice resonating like the thunderous echoes of the Tao. Across the horizon, waves of sound reverberated continuously. Blood escape. Faced with relentless assaults, the Blood Clan adept could no longer withstand the onslaught and transformed into a flickering crimson light, fleeing beyond Lu Xiaoyao's range of attack. Indeed, I underestimated you. To force me to retreat, the Blood Clan adept, whose once pristine attire now bore signs of disarray and whose cloak had suffered a tear, observed his own blood-red aura shatter as he revealed himself. On the ground, Lu Demii gazed in astonishment at the brief yet intense clash that had just transpired. In less than half a minute, the display of abilities was enough to leave one in awe. Such extraordinary powers were unlike anything Lu Demii had ever witnessed. You are indeed a practitioner. No wonder your strength is formidable. The Blood Clan adept's expression turned grave, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. Given your age, should you continue to grow, your potential is limitless. However, your life ends here. Perhaps you might consider accepting my initial embrace and become a descendant of Count Nader. You think too highly of yourself, Lu Xiaoyao replied, descending slowly to the ground, panting. The previous assault had drained his energy, leaving him incapable of withstanding another strike. While your cultivation is commendable, it must have also exhausted your power. The Blood Clan adept smiled, advancing slowly as he glanced at Lu Xiaoyao. Do not be so hasty to refuse. Perhaps you should contemplate it? Not interested. Lu Xiaoyao shook his head, Yet his mind was calculating. The commotion he had caused would undoubtedly alert the city's guards, and they should be arriving soon. As if reading his thoughts, the Blood Clan adept revealed a disdainful smirk. Before certain individuals arrive, I am confident I can eliminate both of you. Come then. Lu Xiaoyao beckoned with a grin, eager to witness the adept's prowess. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's fearless demeanor, the Blood Clan adept felt a flicker of doubt. Having already suffered some setbacks, he was reluctant to approach Lu Xiaoyao again. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, it seems I must resort to blood sacrifice. After a moment's contemplation, the Blood Clan adept remained wary. The city's guards were likely en route. While their strength might be lacking, engaging them could still prove troublesome. A crystalline sphere of crimson light coalesced in the adept's palm, a potent force swirling within. With a cold smile, the Blood Clan adept prepared to launch the orb, proclaiming, "Prepare to face the noble bloodline's judgment." Bang! A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a streak of light that struck the Blood Clan adept, the force of impact causing him to stagger backward. The Blood Clan warrior, maintaining a steady stance, suddenly wore an expression of dismay as he turned his gaze towards the direction of the gunfire. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, the Blood Clan warrior was prepared, swiftly transforming into a swirling mist of crimson. The light bullet penetrated the blood mist, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. As the blood mist gradually dissipated, it coalesced in another location. At that moment, however, Lu Damei had also reacted, brandishing a large wooden board and charging fiercely towards the Blood Clan warrior. "Rebellious one, how dare you strike at me?" Upon seeing Lu Damei appear before him, the Blood Clan warrior did not flinch or evade. Instead, he thrust his left hand forward, conjuring a protective shield. When Lu Damei's wooden board struck, it surprisingly failed to create even the slightest ripple. Observing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao felt somewhat speechless. Clearly, this shield was merely for show and lacking in substance. Chapter 24, Mysterious and Unfathomable. Illusions and clones. Upon returning with Lu Damei, she unearthed this object, initially believing it to be a formidable weapon. However, it now appeared to be nothing more than a considerable piece of refuse. Before the shield of Marquis Nader, it was utterly ineffectual, instead delivering Lu Damei directly into his grasp. So, should one save or not save? Lu Xiaoyao suddenly felt a profound difficulty. Encountering a foolish teammate only compounded her challenges. Just as Lu Xiaoyao hesitated, an overwhelming force erupted from the point of contact between the large wooden board and the shield. An invisible wave surged forth, transforming into a terrifying tempest that swept in all directions. Lu Xiaoyao braced herself against the shockwave, witnessing the once mighty Count Nader being thrust backward by this explosive force, crashing through the wall of a distant building in an instant. Such ferocity. Redirecting her gaze, she turned her attention to the large wooden board, her eyes brimming with questions. If Lu Damei possessed such a powerful weapon, why did she still harbor such fear towards Count Nader? Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a wooden board. The beast hide that enveloped it had been shredded to fragments, revealing a vivid crimson core within. It was a colossal crimson heavy sword. The sword spanned an impressive length of 1.7 meters, even surpassing Lu Damei's height by a considerable margin. Its entire surface shimmered with a fiery red glow, akin to molten lava. The crimson light flickered rhythmically, as if imbued with life. How formidable! After glancing at the extraordinary heavy sword, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze shifted to Lu Damei, honing in on the gaping hole in the wall created by the impact. That place appeared to be a shopping mall, and the intrusion of Count Nader had triggered the alarms within. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, unfurling massive bat-like wings and lunging directly at Lu Damei. An angry, resonant voice echoed through the air, declaring that this blood-refined demon sword was a treasure of the Blood Clan, unworthy of being possessed by a traitor. Count Nader trembled slightly and conjured several illusions, the blood weapon mirage, to attack. "Be careful," Lu Xiaoyao warned sharply. As the illusions manifested, they displayed astonishing speed, reaching Lu Damei's side in the blink of an eye. "You have no chance." The illusions surrounding Lu Damei revealed menacing sneers, some lunging towards her, while others reached for the heavy sword. Faced with Count Nader's onslaught, Lu Damei was utterly unable to defend herself. Before she could even raise her hand to wield the heavy sword, the illusions forced her back down. In mere moments, the heavy sword was on the verge of slipping from her grasp. "You underestimate me too much." Lu Xiaoyao leaped forward, raising her hand to strike with a palm chop, proclaiming heaven, earth, and humanity, understanding the Tao, severing the void. A powerful surge of energy erupted from her hand, aimed at one of the illusions. Upon impact, the illusion faltered momentarily before shattering into countless crimson fragments. After vanquishing the illusion that sought to seize the heavy sword, Lu Damii let out a fierce roar. Swinging the heavy sword in a wide arc boom, 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 several illusions, unable to evade in time, were instantly obliterated, dissipating into a mist of blood. Yet, in the final illusion, the heavy sword was unexpectedly grasped by a pair of hands suspended in the air, with palms facing each other. A crimson current surged from their centers, firmly anchoring the sword in place, rendering Lu Xiaoyao's efforts futile as she could not budge it an inch. No, this last image was not an illusion, but the true entity. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, and she immediately lunged toward the entity in the air. Utilizing her physical techniques, she executed a vertical leap, her fists imbued with concentrated power, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy like a projectile. Boom. Blood shadow clone technique. Just as she was about to strike, Count Nader snorted coldly, once again splitting into two figures. The two phantoms diverged, one advancing toward Lu Xiaoyao, while the other lunged at Lu Damii. Bang! A powerful fist collided with one of the figures, unleashing a force that shattered it into fragments. A ruse. Exhausted from her previous efforts, Lu Xiaoyao found herself in a vacuum of action, unable to summon new strength. What to do? Meanwhile, the other clone had reached Lu Damii's side, its slender fingers already probing toward her elongated neck. Helpless, this Blood Clan powerhouse possessed abilities that were both enigmatic and elusive, posing a significant threat. Lu Xiaoyao shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. However, just as her eyelids were about to close, they snapped open in the next instant. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and in a flash, a brilliant projectile struck the clone. The hand that had been grasping Lu Damii's neck froze in place, then exploded into a faint mist of blood. A golden opportunity. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes brightened as her internal strength surged forth. Her descending form shot upward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming straight for Count Nader. Heaven, earth, and man, understanding the Tao, stirring the heavens. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy suddenly coalesced into a stream of light, which, with a sweeping motion of Lu Xiaoyao's arm, transformed into a radiant arc boom. The gunfire echoed again as the projectile and the stream of light struck Count Nader in succession. Ah! Count Nader grunted in pain, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist, transforming into a deep crimson light as he attempted to evade the collective assault. Kill! The heavy sword slipped from control, and Lu Damii swiftly swung it, cleaving through the blood light. A piercing scream echoed from within the blood light, which rapidly retreated several dozen meters. Wait for me. I shall return. Count Nader bellowed in rage, spreading his wings as he soared into the sky, fleeing toward the moonlit horizon. Seeing this tenacious Blood Clan warrior depart, Lu Xiaoyao finally relaxed her tense heart. However, her vigilant gaze darted toward the distant source of gunfire. Moments later, a hovering motorcycle appeared, approaching Lu Xiaoyao. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the rider as Ailenling's sister, who was wielding a sniper rifle in her left hand. Yet, this sniper rifle bore a strikingly different design from those in her original world, emanating a profoundly futuristic aesthetic. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao discovered that the firearms in this world were devoid of any magazine design. Avril, furrowing her brow, Lu Xiaoyao was filled with questions. Are you here to capture me? What do you think? Avril descended but did not halt her motorcycle, merely tilting her head slightly to indicate. You all should get on the bike. The guard team is on their way. Otherwise, do you really think that vampire could leave in such a disheveled state? Not here to catch me. Although a flicker of doubt lingered in her mind, she nonetheless took hold of Lu Damii and leaped onto Avril's motorcycle. Hold on tight. As soon as Avril's voice fell, they ascended into the sky, weaving around towering edifices, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Moments later, numerous hovering vehicles appeared, encircling the area. The guard team finally arrived at the scene, but all they beheld was the aftermath of chaos. Report. Following a technical investigation, traces of the Twilight Clan have been discovered. It is likely that members of the Twilight Clan participated in this conflict. The guard captain soon received the report and, upon hearing of the Twilight Clan's involvement, his expression turned somewhat astonished. Who did you say? The Twilight Clan? Is that the Blood Clan, the Shadow Clan? Or perhaps the Succubi? Chapter 25, Ambition. The whirlwind of conspiracy in the wilderness. A gentle stream meanders gracefully. The crystalline waters reflect the moonlight, creating luminous ripples that dance in the night. Beside the riverbank, a sleek motorcycle stands idle. Though not particularly large, it can barely accommodate 4 individuals. Avril leans against the motorcycle, her gaze fixed on the 2 companions beside her, suspicion etched in her eyes. How did you get entangled with those vampires? After a moment of silence, Avril shattered the tranquility. I assure you, it was an accident. Would you believe me? Lu Xiaoyao replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice. The trouble with that bloodline was, after all, instigated by the troublemaker at her side. Despite being vampires, why is there such a vast difference between us? A glance at the stunning Lu Daybody prompted a slight nod from Avril, who countered, why wouldn't I believe you? Your words leave me speechless, Lu Xiaoyao sighed wryly. You must have something to discuss? Is it not permissible for me to seek you out if I am unoccupied? Avril pouted, turning from the motorcycle to retrieve an item, which she tossed to Lu Xiaoyao. Here, this is meant for you. They urged you to leave Tiger Hold City at once. Go as far as you can, preferably beyond Haizhou. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow at Avril's words. Do you not comprehend? Haizhou is akin to a quagmire, and Tiger Hold City is equally tumultuous. You are innocent, and I wish to spare you this turmoil. Observing Lu Daybody, Avril leaned closer, lowering her voice. If possible, extricate yourself from this predicament. Well, let us discuss this later. Lu Xiaoyao sighed, examining the item in her hand. What is this? A micro-intelligent device, of course. Everyone possesses one. You truly did not know? Avril blinked, suddenly bursting into laughter. It appears you are indeed a hapless soul who has been swept away from some secluded haven. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao shrugged, nostalgia gracing her features. Our place was serene, untouched by war for many years. Is that so? Such a place would be delightful, Avril remarked, her expression tinged with envy. Though she refrained from probing further, she extended a sword hilt, adding, oh, and this laser sword is also from Sister Shasha for self-defense. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyao smiled and waved her hand. Shall we take our leave then? Wait. Avril straightened, patting the motorcycle beside her. You should take this with you. What about you? Lu Xiaoyao questioned, somewhat perplexed, as they remained within the bounds of Tiger Hold City, albeit distant from the residential area. As for me, Avril donned a playful expression, her bright eyes narrowing. You should take me along. Are we eloping? The words slipped from Lu Xiaoyao's lips instinctively, only to witness Avril's face flush with color. Her playful demeanor quickly replaced by indignation. Eloping? Nonsense. I'm leaving. Avril turned around, leaping onto the hovering motorcycle, and addressed the two. Get in. Hey, what are you doing? Observing Avril on the vehicle, Lu Xiaoyao felt somewhat bewildered and turned to Lu Daymai. Let's go. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed as an unsettling sensation washed over her. Indeed, Lu Daymai lifted her head, a flash of crimson gleaming in her eyes, followed by a low growl emanating from her throat, her body trembling violently. No way. A sudden alarm surged within her. This scene felt eerily familiar. She quickly stepped back, but Lu Daymai lunged at her with force. What the? Lu Xiaoyao hastily retreated, yet the proximity between them proved too close, and she was knocked to the ground. To Avril's astonishment, Lu Daymai sank her teeth into Lu Xiaoyao's neck. How shocking. Avril blinked in surprise, then instinctively raised her hand to cover her eyes, though the slight gap between her fingers betrayed her curiosity. Lying on the ground, Lu Xiaoyao was genuinely incensed. What was wrong with this girl? Biting and drinking blood at a whim. Who could endure this? It had only been a short while, and this was the second time already. If this continued, she would surely be drained dry. Feeling the loss of blood, Lu Daymai gradually calmed down in her embrace, prompting Lu Xiaoyao to push her away, clutching her neck wound with gritted teeth. I say, isn't this enough? Lu Xiaoyao glowered, contemplating a reckoning. Yet the sight of Lu Daymai's tattered attire softened her resolve. I am too compassionate, a true saint. She rose in fury, stomping her foot in frustration, venting her discontent. This blood, if you don't let her drink, she will go mad. Avril on the motorcycle displayed a hint of teasing, remarking, I've heard that women of the bloodline are exceedingly beautiful. You've certainly gained an advantage. This advantage is yours, I want none of it. Shooting a glare at Avril, Lu Xiaoyao fumed, addressing Lu Daymai. When do you even need to drink blood? I cannot endure this relentless torment. Having just endured a grueling battle, her energy was still not replenished, and after being drained twice by Lu Daymai, Lu Xiaoyao genuinely felt overwhelmed, a dizzy sensation clouding her mind. I only need blood after I strike, Count Nader grunted, then erupted into a mist of blood, forming a vivid crimson light. Attempting to escape the collective onslaught. Flash. The heavy sword slipped from control as Lu Daymai swung it, cleaving through the blood light. A piercing scream echoed from within the blood light, retreating with alarming speed to a distance of several dozen meters. You all wait. I shall return. Count Nader bellowed in fury before taking flight into the sky, transforming into a small dot against the moonlight. With the formidable bloodline adversary finally departing, Lu Xiaoyao felt a weight lift off her chest, yet her vigilant gaze shifted toward the distant source of gunfire. Moments later, a hovering motorcycle appeared, racing towards Lu Xiaoyao. Gazing intently, the figure seated upon the motorcycle was none other than Ailenlin's sister, who held a sniper rifle aloft in her left hand. However, this sniper rifle bore a strikingly different design from those in the original world. Avery, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Are you here to capture me? What do you think? Avery replied, descending yet not halting the motorcycle, tilting her head slightly to indicate. You all get on the vehicle first. The guards are approaching swiftly. Not here to apprehend me? Although a sliver of doubt lingered in her heart, she nonetheless grasped the hand of the stunning Lu and leapt onto Avery's motorcycle. Hold on tight. Avery's words barely left her lips before they ascended into the sky, weaving around towering edifices and vanishing into the night. Moments later, numerous hovering vehicles emerged, encircling the area. The guard team had finally arrived at the scene. Yet all they beheld was a chaotic aftermath of battle. Report. Following technical investigation, traces of the Twilight clan have been discovered. It appears they were involved in this conflict. The captain of the guards soon received the report, and upon hearing of the Twilight clan's presence, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Who did you say? The Twilight clan? Are they of the bloodline, the shadows, or perhaps the succubi? Chapter 26. Temptation. An invisible confrontation. Chapter 26. Infiltration. Conspiracy. The night enveloped the surroundings, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. The motorcycle raced through the skies, with the obscured scenery swiftly whizzing past on either side. What else? Avril adjusted the motorcycle to automatic mode and cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyao. The scent of conspiracy lingered in the air. The motorcycle was not enclosed, and the wild wind howled beside them. Lu Xiaoyao squinted into the distant darkness. After a brief silence, Lu Xiaoyao remarked, ambition breeds conspiracy, and conspiracy fuels ambition. Though I am yet to comprehend Tong Zhanyu's intentions, he possesses such a vast territory and governs nearly 200 million people. In these extraordinary times, how could he be devoid of thoughts? Retracting her gaze, Lu Xiaoyao smiled at Avril, adding, especially when the Sea King is in a state of decline, utterly consumed by his own troubles. Do you not have any thoughts? What thoughts do I have? Avril replied, momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Lu Xiaoyao before turning her head away, one should always have some thoughts, regardless of the time. Observing Avril, Lu Xiaoyao chuckled. If one were to think of nothing, would that not render them akin to the dead? And what are you thinking? Avril asked, curiosity piqued. Me? Oh. Lu Xiaoyao stretched lazily, sliding down in her seat and yawning. I am simply thinking about sleep. You. Avril was momentarily speechless, shaking her small fist before choosing not to engage further with Lu Xiaoyao. However, her gaze into the distance shimmered with an unusual light. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao, feigning sleep against the chair, observed Avril with half-closed eyes. Avril seemed to sense this, casually pressing a button on the control panel, causing a mechanical shell to rise and enclose the motorcycle's interior. The howling wind was barred from entry, and the motorcycle became remarkably quiet, soon filled with the soft sounds of snoring. Pig, asleep so soon. Avril turned her head, murmuring softly, before lowering the driving position and closing her eyes for a brief rest. The next morning, the sound of the mechanical shell sliding open roused the slumbering Lu Xiaoyao. The blinding light poured in, making it difficult to open her eyes. After a moment of adjustment, she finally discerned her surroundings. They were still in the wild, but in the north, towering buildings came into view, likely on the outskirts of a residential area. Where's this? Lu Xiaoyao leaped from the motorcycle, stretching her body. An old district, now a slum. Slum? How impoverished. Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback. How could there be impoverished individuals in such a technologically advanced place? Just as poor as you, Avril responded with a smile, opening a box and retrieving 2 vials of nutrient solution. I heard you dislike this stuff. Does that mean I need not offer it to you? Guess? Lu Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. I guess not, Avril retorted while flipping her hand, presenting a vial of nutrient solution to the beautiful Lu Xiaoyao. Here, I'm lending it to you. Do remember to return it. The gaze of Lu Demii flickered towards Lu Xiaoyao. Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's silence, she extended her hand to receive the item, expressing her gratitude. Oh, you are quite the polite young bloodsucker, Avril remarked, leaning against her motorcycle and addressing Lu Xiaoyao. What are your plans next? Are you not returning? Lu Xiaoyao's response was evasive. Her eyes roamed the surroundings, searching for something wild to satiate her hunger. Where to return? She mused, sipping the nutrient solution. Avril, with a playful smile, queried, Are you doubting me? What is wrong with you? Lu Xiaoyao squinted and sauntered towards a distant thicket. As she approached within 10 meters, several wildfowl took flight in a flurry. Still trying to escape, Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed, shaking her hand to launch a few stones she had just collected. Suddenly, A flash of light shot forth, and with a thunderous boom, a luminous sphere appeared in the sky. Have you had your fill? Lu Xiaoyao glared at Avril. Witnessing the wild chicken being obliterated. I was merely attempting to assist you. Why so fierce? Avril retorted innocently, clutching a handgun. On another note, a shadow of blood suddenly soared into the sky. Lu Xiaoyao turned to see a fleeing wildfowl cleaved in two by the shadow. Shortly thereafter, Lu Demii dashed over, retrieving the heavy sword along with the fowl. As Lu Demii approached, Lu Xiaoyao instinctively took a step back. Uffed. Ha! Avril burst into laughter, pointing at Lu Xiaoyao. You are actually afraid of her? Coughing, Lu Xiaoyao felt helpless, having been frightened in the past. Meanwhile, Lu Demii stood awkwardly, hesitant to draw closer to Lu Xiaoyao. You don't need to drink blood, do you? Lu Xiaoyao inquired for her own safety. At this, Lu Demii gently shook her head and stepped forward, presenting the halved wild fowl to Lu Xiaoyao. Well then, allow me to showcase my skills. Fire up, and let us roast some meat, Lu Xiaoyao declared, demonstrating her basic survival skills. Having been raised by her master, she had learned how to sustain herself from an early age. Setting the prepared fowl over the fire, Lu Xiaoyao fell into a contemplative silence, while the two women nearby watched with curiosity. The earlier exchanges had yielded no useful information from Avril, leaving Lu Xiaoyao uncertain of her intentions. Based solely on her connection to Issa and Eileen, Lu Xiaoyao doubted she could gain Avril's trust or closeness. What has become of them? After the wild fowl had roasted, Lu Xiaoyao tore off a piece of meat and offered it to Lu Demii. Avril, you likely do not consume food either, so I shall not offer you any. Touch. Avril gazed longingly, only to receive such a retort, promptly rolling her eyes in response. Although she had no need for sustenance, the aroma of Lu Xiaoyao's roasted fowl was undeniably tantalizing. With a dismissive pout, Avril huffed, crossing her arms. Do you know why I chose to accompany you? Has something gone awry? Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, narrowing her eyes. Avril sighed, her expression growing somber. When I departed from the City Affairs Bureau, Tong Zhanyu was convening a meeting with everyone, including Isha and my sister. Later, when I managed to locate you, I received word from a friend that they had already been detained by Tong Zhanyu. Why? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, intrigued. I'm not entirely sure. It seems he was demanding something from Isha, but she refused. Avril shrugged, then spread her hands. That's all I know. Oh. Lu Xiaoyao nodded in realization. Do you know something? Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's reaction, Avril's eyes brightened, and a hint of delight appeared on her face. Chapter 27. The wind steals into the night, concealing scheme's eye. Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what could I possibly know? Avril, equally surprised, retorted. What was that expression you just made? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao chuckled and offered a piece of breast meat to Avril, suggesting, care for a bite? What? Avril was momentarily perplexed. In my hometown, we have a saying, eat where you wish to replenish. Lu Xiaoyao remarked, rising to his feet and strolling away. Replenish where you eat? Avril blinked, glancing at the piece of meat in her hand, then at her own chest. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she hurled the meat at Lu Xiaoyao, exclaiming, you rogue. Watching Lu Xiaoyao's antics, Avril couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It dawned on her that his sudden retreat was merely to evade her retaliation. Do not speak so recklessly. I am a gentleman of integrity, Lu Xiaoyao vehemently denied. Catching the meat she had thrown, he inquired, are you truly not going to eat? I'm already full of anger, Avril huffed. Nearby, Lu Demii observed their banter with his blood-red eyes, swirling with thoughts unknown. Lu Demii, have you had enough? If not, help yourself, Lu Xiaoyao greeted him with a smile. Though a chill settled in his heart. With wine insufficient but bellies full, the trio reclined in silence on the motorcycle. The wind swept gently across the wilderness, while the sun blazed fiercely overhead. During the conversation with Avril, Lu Xiaoyao had uncovered some subtle hints from the limited information at hand, yet lacked concrete evidence. Nevertheless, he felt no need for proof. Understanding the situation was sufficient to devise a plan of action. As the sun rose and fell, dusk descended once more, bringing with it a feast of game. Tossing a bone into the fire, Lu Xiaoyao approached the motorcycle, declaring, let us move. It's time to stretch our legs. Huh? What do you mean? Avril queried, her brow furrowed. You're not actually planning to enter the residential area, are you? Do you not realize you are wanted throughout the city? Let us go. It's nothing. Lu Xiaoyao waved dismissively, glancing back. You can either drive or teach me. Choose one. Suppressing the campfire, Lu Demii followed suit, taking his place in the back seat of the motorcycle. Very well. Avril sighed in resignation, approaching. But before she could board, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly occupied the driver's seat. What are you doing? Avril exclaimed as Lu Xiaoyao grinned from the driver's seat, saying, "I've decided it's better if you teach me. Isn't this rather dangerous?" Avril hesitated. "Not at all. Just drive slowly," Lu Xiaoyao urged, tilting his head toward her. "Hurry up and get in. Show me how to operate this. I assure you, I'm exceptionally clever. I'll learn this in no time." Such bravado. Avril was skeptical but nonetheless took her place in the passenger seat, activating the assistive driving feature. The motorcycle ascended swiftly, but under Lu Xiaoyao's unsteady control. It wobbled precariously, nearly plummeting from the sky on several occasions. However, what followed was a gradual increase in proficiency. Lu Xiaoyao slowly mastered the methods and began to grasp some rudimentary techniques. Once the motorcycle could operate steadily, Lu Xiaoyao started to accelerate, the machine racing through the air while the fierce wind howled in her ears. "Stop! What are you doing?" Suddenly, Avril's expression changed as she pointed ahead and exclaimed, "You're headed the wrong way." "Not at all. This is indeed the right direction." Lu Xiaoyao cast a glance at the control panel, where the map displayed the defenses, confirming that she was not mistaken. This was the path to the 5th residential zone. "Yes, I am indeed going to the 5th zone." Despite Avril's sudden alarm, Lu Xiaoyao remained calm, as this was part of her plan. "What on earth?" Avril furrowed her brow, her teeth clenched tightly, her eyes filled with suspicion. "You should be able to locate Isha and Alanlin, right?" Hearing Avril about to speak, Lu Xiaoyao interrupted. "Let us move during the night to find them and discuss our next steps." "Are you out of your mind?" Avril's face darkened, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it so easy to just walk into the city affairs office?" "It depends on whether we want to enter. Solutions are forged under pressure. I call this taking a bold gamble and plotting in secrecy, followed by strategically maneuvering and fishing in troubled waters. Just wait and see." Lu Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. This was a necessary step. If she did not rescue Isha and Alanlin, her future would be even more arduous. In this world, the only individuals Lu Xiaoyao could tentatively trust were Isha and Alanlin. "No, it's too dangerous." As Avril spoke, she raised her hand, preparing to halt the motorcycle. "Lu Daming, take her down." Noticing Avril's movement, Lu Xiaoyao maintained an impassive expression. "Oh." Lu Daming hesitated for a moment, but quickly acted, striking at Avril's neck. Avril attempted to counter, but her reflexes could not match Lu Daming's speed. As she merely turned slightly, she was already struck by Lu Daming. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she slumped into unconsciousness. "Well done." Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiao gave Lu Daming a thumbs up. The motorcycle soared through the sky, and only deep into the night did they arrive at the 5th residential zone. The 5th zone, the location of the city affairs office, was also where Lu Xiaoyao, Isha, and Alanlin temporarily resided. The 5th zone spanned a vast area, nearly equivalent to that of an entire city in the original world. In such an expansive space, locating the city affairs office proved exceedingly difficult, especially since Lu Xiaoyao was unfamiliar with the routes. "Wake up, the moon is high in the sky." Parking the motorcycle in a corner, Lu Xiaoyao nudged the slumbering Avril. Avril blinked awake, still somewhat groggy, but upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao, she immediately swung a fist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Blocking the incoming punch, Lu Xiaoyao chuckled. "We've arrived. Quickly take me there. I know you have a way." Casting a glance around, Avril raised an eyebrow and cautioned, "You must be certain. If discovered, there shall be no chance to flee." "How could we possibly be discovered?" Releasing Avril's clenched fist, Lu Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes, adding, "Unless you wish for me to be found out." "Humph." Shooting Lu Xiaoyao a glare, Avril retorted, "Step aside. I shall take the wheel." In the 5th residential district, Avril was indeed quite familiar, effortlessly evading every patrol guard. Under Avril's guidance, Lu Xiaoyao successfully infiltrated the city affairs headquarters and soon located the room where Isha and Eileen were detained. "How do we get in?" After glancing at the 2 guards at the door, Lu Xiaoyao withdrew her head and turned to Avril behind her. Chapter 28. A scheme within a scheme. Many guards had been deftly evaded, yet those stationed at the entrance posed an insurmountable challenge. Lu Xiaoyao rubbed her forehead, uncertain of how to proceed. Inside the building, creating a diversion or luring them away was hardly feasible. "How would I know?" Avril retorted with a pout, exasperation evident in her voice. "I've brought you this far. What more can I do? Can't you just get them to leave?" Lu Xiaoyao whispered. "Do you expect me to know them all? The Bureau of Civil Affairs has thousands of personnel. How could I possibly recognize them all?" Avril rolled her eyes, a look of disdain crossing her face. Her words rang true, leaving Lu Xiaoyao momentarily speechless. "I have an idea," Lu Daming cautiously interjected. "But you?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired, glancing at Lu Daming with hesitation. "Are you confident?" "Yes." Lu Daming nodded affirmatively. "All right, off you go, but be careful." Lu Xiaoyao clenched her teeth. It was merely a matter of drawing a little blood, nothing too dire. One must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger. Having entered, was she truly afraid of shedding a little blood? Goodness, it seems I've raised a vampire. Avril blinked, eyeing the piece of meat in her hand before glancing at her own chest, and suddenly, realization dawned upon her. She hurled the meat at Lu Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "You rogue." Avril's expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief as she observed Lu Xiaoyao's antics. So, this fellow had stepped away merely to avoid a beating? Don't speak nonsense. I am a paragon of virtue, Lu Xiaoyao vehemently denied, catching the meat thrown by Avril. Are you really not going to eat? I'm already full of indignation. Avril huffed. Meanwhile, Lu Damii watched the exchange, her blood-red eyes darting about, lost in thought. Lu Damii, have your fill. If you're still hungry, help yourself. Lu Xiaoyao greeted with a smile, though her heart felt colder. With drinks insufficient and their bellies satiated, the trio lounged on the motorcycle in silence. The wind whispered through the wilderness, and the sun blazed hotly upon them. Through her conversation with Avril, Lu Xiaoyao had gleaned some intriguing hints, yet she lacked concrete evidence. Nevertheless, she knew that evidence was unnecessary. Understanding the situation was enough to devise a response. The sun rose and set once more. As dusk approached, another feast of wild delicacies awaited. Tossing a bone into the fire, Lu Xiaoyao moved towards the motorcycle. Let us go. It's time to stretch our legs. Huh? What do you mean? Avril asked, perplexed. You're not thinking of entering the residential area, are you? Don't you know you're wanted throughout the city? Let us go. It's nothing. Lu Xiaoyao waved her hand dismissively, glancing back. You can either drive or teach me. Choose one. Lu Damii extinguished the campfire and followed Lu Xiaoyao, settling into the back seat of the motorcycle. Very well then. Avril, feeling helpless, approached the vehicle. However, before she could climb in, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly took a seat in the driver's position. What are you doing? Avril questioned. I've thought it over, and I believe you should teach me, Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile. Isn't that too dangerous? Avril hesitated. It's fine. Just drive slowly, Lu Xiaoyao urged, tilting her head to signal Avril to join her. Trust me, I'm exceptionally clever. I'll grasp this in no time. You're boasting, Avril thought. Skeptical but eventually settled into the passenger seat, activating the driving assistance feature. The vehicle soon ascended, and under Lu Xiaoyao's control, it swayed precariously in the air, nearly spiraling down several times. Yet, with each passing moment, Lu Xiaoyao's proficiency increased, gradually mastering the fundamentals and acquiring a few rudimentary techniques. Once the vehicle stabilized, she began to accelerate, racing through the skies with the wind howling fiercely around them. Stop. Slow down. What are you doing? Suddenly, Avril's expression changed, and she pointed ahead urgently. You're going the wrong way. Not at all. This is the right direction, Lu Xiaoyao replied, casting a glance at the control panel, where the map indicated a path to the 5th residential area. Exactly. I intend to go to the 5th district. Lu Xiaoyao appeared unfazed by Avril's alarm. This was the plan all along. What are you up to? Avril furrowed her brow, her jaw clenched, her eyes filled with suspicion. Hey, you should be able to find Isha and Eileen, right? Interrupting Avril, Lu Xiaoyao continued. Let's go at night, find them, and discuss our next steps. Have you lost your mind? Avril's expression darkened, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is it as simple as just walking into the City Affairs Bureau? It depends on whether you want to get in. Solutions are often forced out. This is what I call taking risks in strategy and plotting meticulously, followed by crafty arrangements and fishing in troubled waters. Just wait and see, Lu Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. This course of action was essential. Failing to rescue Isha and Eileen would only complicate Lu Xiaoyao's future endeavors. In this world, the only individuals Lu Xiaoyao could tentatively trust were Isha and Eileen. No, it's too dangerous, Avril insisted, raising her hand to stop the vehicle. Lu Damii, take her down. Noticing Avril's movement, Lu Xiaoyao's expression remained impassive. Oh. Lu Damii paused for a moment but promptly struck towards Avril's neck. Avril attempted to retaliate, but her reflexes lagged behind Lu Damii's. As she merely shifted her body, Lu Damii's blow connected, plunging her into darkness as her consciousness faded. Well done. Witnessing the scene, Lu Xiaoyao gave Lu Damii a thumbs up. The vehicle soared through the night sky, finally entering the 5th residential area as darkness enveloped them. The 5th district. The seat of the Municipal Affairs Office is where Lu Xiaoyao, along with Isha and Ai Lin, is temporarily residing. The expanse of the 5th district is vast, nearly comparable to that of an entire city in the original world. Within such an extensive area, locating the Municipal Affairs Office proves to be quite the challenge, especially since Lu Xiaoyao is entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Awaken, the moon is high in the sky. After parking the motorcycle in a secluded corner, Lu Xiaoyao nudged the slumbering Avril. Avril opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, but upon recognizing Lu Xiaoyao, she immediately threw a punch. Hey, what was that for? Blocking the incoming fist, Lu Xiaoyao chuckled and said, "We've arrived. Please lead me there. I am aware you possess a way." Glancing around, Avril raised an eyebrow. "You better be certain about this. If we are discovered, there won't even be a chance to flee. How could we possibly be caught?" Releasing Avril's fist, Lu Xiaoyao squinted. "Unless you wish for me to be found." "Humph." Shooting Lu Xiaoyao a glare, Avril retorted, "Move aside. I will take the wheel." In the 5th residential area, Avril indeed displayed remarkable familiarity, skillfully evading every patrol guard. Under Avril's guidance, Lu Xiaoyao successfully infiltrated the municipal affairs office and swiftly located the room where Isha and AI Lin Lin were imprisoned. "How do we get in?" After surveying the 2 guards stationed at the door, Lu Xiaoyao withdrew her head and turned to Avril behind her. Chapter 29, Infighting. A tangled web. Avril looked exasperated at Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor and tone. How could such an irresponsible attitude warrant any serious responsibility? In the current situation, with such a lackadaisical approach, how could anyone be trusted? "What?" Lu Xiaoyao remained unfazed, gazing at Avril with indifference. "Are you afraid now? Both of us are quite capable. You need not worry. Solutions will emerge under pressure. It simply depends on your willingness to act." You, Avril, somewhat irked, couldn't help but retort. "Perhaps we should conduct some research. Weren't you the one suggesting collaboration?" "Collaboration?" Lu Xiaoyao regarded Avril with confusion, gesturing towards Isha and Ailenlin. With a hint of resignation, she remarked, "They are your sisters. Is there truly a need for negotiation in the face of familial bonds?" Time was of the essence. They would return shortly. Pushing Avril aside, Lu Xiaoyao intently stated, "If you choose not to leave, then I shall take my leave. Do not say I lack compassion." Standing at the doorway, Lu Xiaoyao cast a final glance back. Lu Damei approached swiftly, following closely behind her. "I shall accompany you. Idly waiting is not my style," Ailenlin declared. Donning her jacket and moving beside Lu Xiaoyao, Isha sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Having made her decision, she resolved to act swiftly. "Hey, are you all joining him in this madness?" Avril was momentarily taken aback, watching as Lu Xiaoyao opened the door and a group of individuals stepped out. With a frustrated stomp, she hastily pursued them. 5 individuals indeed felt somewhat excessive. Standing slightly apart, they effectively blocked the corridor. "Let us proceed. Without a touch of madness, one cannot survive. Life is but a gamble. Without risk, how does one escape dire straits?" Lu Xiaoyao assessed the situation before retracing her steps. However, as the group rounded a corner, they unexpectedly encountered a man. Both parties halted, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized him, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as her hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of her laser sword. The man, upon noticing the group, appeared momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping across Isha, Ailenlin, and finally resting on Avril. A fleeting look of surprise crossed his features before he abruptly turned and attempted to walk away, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, she pursued him, pressing the hilt of her laser sword against his shoulder. "Why the rush to leave? As if you didn't see us at all?" she queried playfully, intrigued by this man's demeanor. He didn't dare to address them, but simply sought to escape. Was he feigning calmness in order to relay information? Or was there another motive at play? Regardless, he could not be allowed to leave, at least not unimpeded. Who is speaking?" The man glanced around, a bewildered expression on his face. "Enough pretense," Lu Xiaoyao chuckled softly, her voice gravelly. "Rest assured, I shall not let you off easily." At her words, it was evident that the man's body trembled, and he soon knelt before Lu Xiaoyao, seemingly overwhelmed. "Brother, did you really not see us? Just treat me like a mere gust of wind, will you? What kind of farce is this?" Lu Xiaoyao seems a bit bewildered. This fellow lacks any backbone, doesn't he? Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's silence, the man trembles even more, turning his gaze towards Avril. "Vivi, for the sake of our acquaintance, please intercede for me and spare my life." Avril, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Lu Xiaoyao, but remained silent. She now comprehended that the initiative lay entirely with Lu Xiaoyao. Others held no decision-making power. What frustrated Avril the most was that even Isa and Eileen were listening to him. There was no possibility of leniency. Lu Xiaoyao reached out, grasping the man's shoulder and lifting him up. "However, if you wish to survive, I shall offer you a way out." "Brother, please enlighten me," the man replied, forcing a mournful smile. "No matter the conditions, I will comply if it is within my capacity." Such righteous words, Lu Xiaoyao scoffed, releasing his grip and giving the man a gentle shove. "Now, take us to the base vehicle, and then I shall let you go." "What?" The man was taken aback, glancing at Isa and Eileen, his expression betraying hesitation. Are you serious? Do you believe we are on such familiar terms that I would jest? Lu Xiaoyao retorted. Fine, fine, I'll escort you. The man conceded, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyao before lowering his head and turning to lead the way. Lu Xiaoyao stepped back slightly, calling over Avril and Lu Damii. Eileen, keep an eye on him. Don't let him stray. If he dares to play tricks, Lu Damii will deal with him. Eileen nodded in agreement but said nothing. Lu Damii, however, softly acknowledged the instruction. Seeing the heavy sword strapped to Lu Damii's back, the man's face turned pale with fear. Yet, the more he reacted this way, the more Lu Xiaoyao suspected that this individual was quite peculiar. As they walked at the rear, Lu Xiaoyao pulled Avril aside and asked, You know him, right? Sort of. Oh. Lu Xiaoyao nodded, choosing not to press further. After a brief moment, once they exited the building and mounted the motorcycle, Avril could no longer contain herself. Hey, why did you stop questioning him? Didn't you say you knew him? Lu Xiaoyao retorted, taking the passenger seat and eyeing the man. Are you clear about your task? Yes. I understand. The man replied awkwardly with a smile. As the motorcycle roared to life and soared into the sky towards the base vehicle, Isa softly remarked, Isn't this a bit too smooth? I feel uneasy, as if something will happen. Your instincts are correct, Lu Xiaoyao nodded, unfazed. Do not worry. We shall confront whatever comes our way. What is meant to happen will inevitably unfold. Evasion is futile. Why am I starting to dislike you more and more? Avril suddenly exclaimed. Lu Xiaoyao laughed and asked, Is it because I am too exceptional? No, it is because you are excessively self-assured. Avril bit her lip, enunciating each word. Do you truly believe we can escape? I never intended to escape. Lu Xiaoyao smiled, her eyes sparkling with sharp brilliance. Did you not consider escaping? Avril remarked with a trace of derision, casting a cold smile at Lu Xiaoyao. Then what is your purpose in bringing us along? You could depart openly. Turning to glance at the motorcycle's rear seat, Lu Xiaoyao shot a curious look at Avril. I find myself somewhat intrigued. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone? I simply cannot abide you, Avril retorted, her gaze flickering. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyao replied coolly. Well then. Suddenly, AI Linlin interjected, interrupting Lu Xiaoyao. What are you two quarreling about? Why create discord among ourselves now? Let us speak less. Isha also chimed in to mediate. The motorcycle continued its journey, encountering several unavoidable checkpoints, all of which the man navigated with a dismissive ease. Lu Xiaoyao regarded him with growing suspicion. Who indeed was this fellow? The current situation seemed increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 30. Playing along. Those in authority are often confused, and human hearts are most complex. The situation becomes even more intricate as participants multiply. Each individual represents a variable, capable of triggering additional transformations. Humanity, arguably the most intricate of all creatures, exhibits an endless array of behaviors and actions, leading any given situation to unfold in countless directions. A quantitative change will ultimately precipitate a qualitative one. For instance, what once appeared exceedingly challenging was effortlessly accomplished due to the unexpected involvement of a single individual. Although Avril possessed the capability to achieve it, the task would not have been so facile. Following closely behind this man, Lu Xiaoyao observed that he navigated through the mobile command center with ease, encountering no inquiries, and was greeted by numerous acquaintances naturally. These greetings were directed at the man leading the way. Lu Xiaoyao grew increasingly curious about his identity. The individuals near the mobile command center were predominantly lower-tier employees, unknown to Avril. Yet this man, as he proceeded, seemed to be well acquainted with personnel at various checkpoints and even within the patrol teams. What were they still doing working at such a late hour? Seizing a moment of privacy, Lu Xiaoyao inquired. Upon hearing her question, the man replied in a hushed tone, It's all due to the city lord. He then glanced back at Isha, revealing a wry smile, and sighed. Isn't Klaus's army about to invade? The entire city has entered a state of red alert. However, our technology pales in comparison to Klaus's. If a confrontation were to occur, our chances of victory would be slim. Oh, I see. Lu Xiaoyao responded, somewhat enlightened, yet remained puzzled about what exactly Isha possessed that had captured Tong Zhanyu's attention. However, it seemed to be related to military technology. Casting a questioning look at Isha, she decided not to pry further, respecting her reticence. Although they were repairing the mobile command center, they were also delving into its core technologies as the man spoke. He halted, turning to Lu Xiaoyao with a smile. Brother, I brought you to the mobile command center. What do you think? Quite commendable. Lu Xiaoyao continued onward, striding through the gate and standing within the vehicle's belly. A cursory glance revealed significant changes. The previously damaged walls were largely repaired, and many internal weapons were undergoing assembly and debugging. While the overall appearance remained somewhat unrefined, it was certainly an improvement compared to before. What is the current status of the mobile command center? Lu Xiaoyao scratched her head and casually asked. Initially, she intended to direct her question to Isha, but the man responded instead. Indeed, the walls have been largely restored, and the external turrets are over halfway repaired. However, we are short on basic cannons and have only equipped a limited number thus far. Additionally, the internal defense systems. The man was in the midst of his explanation when he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon turning, he discovered that all eyes were fixed upon him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he prepared to feign ignorance. All right, well done. After the man's introduction, Lu Xiaoyao finally understood his role. It turned out that he was responsible for repairing this vehicle. And even if he wasn't the main person in charge, his position was certainly significant. Avril, standing not far away, furrowed her brow as she regarded the man. By the way, Sister Shasha, where exactly did Tong Zhanyu want his item to be? Avril glanced around and leaned closer to Isha, saying, I've been here before, but found nothing. You seem quite interested? Ailing approached, separating the two with a smile and shaking her head. Don't think it's just you who can't find it. Even Sister Shasha and I are in the dark. How is that possible? Avril exclaimed, astonished. Don't you know? The more you know, the quicker you meet your end. Ailing shrugged and sighed lightly. Not knowing is the greatest form of self-protection. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao walked over and instructed the group, Isha, head to the command room. Ailing, prepare to close the gate. Understood. Isha and Ailing replied in unison before hastily departing. What are you planning? The man suddenly asked, his expression tense. Let me tell you, don't do anything foolish. Lu Xiaoyao smiled and queried, like what? Like? The man's face showed confusion as he instinctively replied, just. Before he could finish, Lu Xiaoyao interjected, for instance, I want to leave here with it. He raised his hand, pointing to the vehicle above. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent. Since it was now out in the open, he could not prevent the event from unfolding. You are quite a perceptive individual, Lu Xiaoyao observed seriously, smiling as he inquired, what should I call you? Suing Bei. The man sighed and looked at Lu Xiaoyao, acknowledging, since you wish to leave, then it is no longer my concern. You promised to let me go. Of course. Lu Xiaoyao nodded, and Suing Bei exhaled in relief. However, just as Suing Bei was about to turn away, Lu Xiaoyao spoke again. However, I have had a change of heart and do not intend to let you go. Lu Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed Suing Bei, instructing Lu Damei. Keep an eye on him. Do not let him out of your sight. All right, Lu Damei agreed and moved closer to Suing Bei. Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Suing Bei frowned. Brother, how can you be so untrustworthy? Untrustworthy? I am certainly trustworthy. Did I not offer you a chance to leave? Lu Xiaoyao chuckled, speaking nonchalantly. But I changed my mind, which is why I brought you back. Is that a problem? From a distance, Avril's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze filled with disdain. This fellow was utterly shameless. You, Suing Bei, now staring intently at Lu Xiaoyao, spoke coldly. You will regret your lack of integrity. No, I will only pay the price for my choices and will never regret them. Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened. A glimmer of determination in his eyes as he gazed outside the vehicle. This matter would eventually reach a conclusion, but certainly not at this moment. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Xiaoyao turned and approached the gate, gazing outward. What do you think, Lord Tongcheng? He chuckled. I believe this matter can be resolved today. Suddenly, a figure clad in uniform emerged from around a corner. With his arrival, a throng of soldiers surged forth, seemingly having hidden away moments ago. You have fallen into my trap. Do you still wish to retreat unscathed? Tong Zhanyu shed his uniform, revealing the official garb beneath. A companion handed him a cap, and Tong Zhanyu methodically adjusted it before standing still, 10 meters from the command vehicle. As he donned the hat, his demeanor transformed, resembling a towering mountain standing resolute. His imposing presence was awe-inspiring. Caught in a web of his own making, the authorities are indeed bewildered. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao remained unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Chapter 31. The showdown surrounding the base vehicle. An unknown tool illuminated the area within a kilometer as if it were midday. Although the light was bright, it exuded a gentle glow, neither harsh nor blinding. The technological advancement of this world far surpassed that of the original realm by several levels. Despite your commendable abilities, what impact can you truly make in the face of absolute power? With a cold scoff, Tong Zhanyu instructed those beside him. Pass the word down. No one is to escape. Whether they could flee or not lay not in their hands, nor in yours, but in mine. Observing Tong Zhanyu's arrangements, Lu Xiaoyao remained unperturbed, advising him calmly, do not waste your efforts. It will yield no results. I truly wonder from where you draw your confidence. Unaware of being ensnared, You naively believe you can extricate yourself. How blind and arrogant you are. Tong Zhanyu wore a scornful expression, confident that none within the base vehicle could escape. In this scenario, he had already seized the initiative. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Xiaoyao sighed and remarked, "It is difficult to ascertain who is truly ensnared within this game. In fact, it seems you have been left bewildered by your own shifting plans, haven't you? Plans must adapt to circumstances. It is an unavoidable reality." Tong Zhanyu, indifferent to the fact that he had initially forced Lu Xiaoyao away only to later draw him back, simply sought to extract some information. "Plans?" Lu Xiaoyao scoffed derisively. His eyes filled with disdain. "Your scheme is to frame me, to kindle suspicion in Isha and the others, and then leverage the overwhelming force of Klaus's army to compel them to surrender the advanced technology of the base vehicle, is it not?" At these words, Tong Zhanyu's expression darkened. Casting a glance at him, Lu Xiaoyao continued, "Though you managed to drive me away, your unease compelled you to use Avril to approach me, eager to discern whether I possessed any secrets. The appearance of that blood clan offered Avril a prime opportunity, perfectly timed and unencumbered by doubt. Standing nearby, Avril's complexion drained of color. So Lu Xiaoyao was aware of all this. How had he discovered it? Avril pressed her crimson lips together, unable to fathom where the misstep lay. "Oh, how unexpected that you uncovered all this," Tong Zhanyu said, a mixture of surprise and a faint scoff in his voice. As his gaze flicked toward Avril, "You are truly incompetent. You cannot even manage such trivial matters." With a mocking demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao responded to Tong Zhanyu. Recognizing that while using Ailanlin as leverage might compel her cooperation, would Avril's loyalty be genuine? Avril trembled, her face a canvas of shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How could he know even such details? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao shifted his focus from Tong Zhanyu to Avril. "Now that Ailanlin and Isha have been rescued, I presume you have no lingering concerns? You anticipated all of this?" Avril's body quaked, overwhelmed by the terror of the individual before her, who had quietly discerned so much and had adeptly resolved the underlying issues without a sound. Indeed, in this matter, Avril found herself constrained, compelled to act as an undercover agent beside Lu Xiaoyao. However, she never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. At this moment, Tong Zhanyu's expression darkened, as if a realization struck him, anger flickering in his eyes. "So, you returned to the 5th District, infiltrated the City Affairs General Office, and came here? Was it all premeditated?" "Of course." Lu Xiaoyao nodded, gesturing to her head, and replied nonchalantly, "Since you have provided me with an opportunity, would it not be a disservice to you if I did not take advantage of it?" With these words, all eyes turned toward Lu Xiaoyao. Avril remained in a state of shock, her emotions a complex tapestry. Suddenly, she recalled Lu Xiaoyao's earlier words, to take risks, to plot in secrecy, to lay clever traps, and to fish in troubled waters. Although each step along this path seemed perilous, they were all merely fishing in troubled waters. It turned out that Lu Xiaoyao's earlier statement held this very meaning. It was laughable that she had once considered intervening. Gazing at Lu Xiaoyao, it was truly difficult to fathom what kind of person she was to execute such a risky gambit. This game was one where a single misstep could lead to total defeat. Yet, who could have imagined that the person presumed to be a mere pawn was, in fact, a detached observer, watching the unfolding drama? The truth has become evident. Although Tong Zhanyu was enraged, he was not overly concerned. While the process differed from his expectations, the final outcome remained unchanged. Taking a deep breath to calm his fury, Tong Zhanyu's gaze turned frigid. What a clever counter-strategy. But what of it? Here, you are trapped, with just a handful of you. What storm can you possibly stir? At that moment, a figure stepped forth beside Tong Zhanyu, fixing a gaze upon Lu Xiaoyao. "Last time, you were fortunate, but this time, I shall capture you. You are the one called Jialong, am I correct?" Lu Xiaoyao glanced over and nodded in realization, saying, "A defeated foe dares to speak of valor. Have you been diligent in your training, perhaps made some progress? Or perhaps you sought guidance from an elder and learned some extraordinary technique? Young man, do not be arrogant. Watch as I personally take you down." Provoked by Lu Xiaoyao's mockery, Jialong, now filled with indignation, disregarded Tong Zhanyu and lunged toward Lu Xiaoyao, this time fueled by a desire for revenge. Jialong unleashed his full strength, closing the distance to Lu Xiaoyao in an instant. Moreover, Tong Zhanyu was not the only expert from the worship hall present. To confront Lu Xiaoyao, not only had he brought along 4 or 5 high-ranking worshippers, but he had also summoned a special worshipper. The special worshipper, Zhou Gongyu, observed Jialong's attack and nodded in satisfaction, noting, "His agility has improved significantly compared to before, and his cultivation has advanced considerably. He should have no trouble dealing with this little deer." However, before Zhou Gongyu could finish his sentence, he was astonished to see Jialong, who had charged forward at breakneck speed, being propelled backward at an even greater velocity, as his feet skidded on the ground. Ying Jialong's complexion turned crimson, and upon regaining his balance, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Ying Jialong's face darkened, his eyes clouded with a sanguine hue. How could this be? A strike delivered with utmost effort was effortlessly neutralized? Defeated once more, and this time, more completely than ever. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's calm demeanor, it was evident that he had expended little to no energy. Not only did Ying Jialong find this impossible, but even Tong Zhanyu and Zhou Gongyu were equally astonished. You all, advance together and subdue them without causing further trouble. Casting a glance at Ying Jialong, Tong Zhanyu's eyes gleamed with menace. The strength of this Lu Xiaoyao surpassed all rumors. Chapter 32. A single hero against the tide. Upon receiving the command, the nearby attendants swiftly sprang into action. Rushing towards the base vehicle, they were acutely aware of Tong Zhanyu's intent to capture Lu Xiaoyao and her companions in one fell swoop. Among them, 5 attendants, including Ying Jialong, were present. 3 of them surrounded Lu Xiaoyao, while the other 2 lunged towards Lu Damei. As they veered away from Lu Xiaoyao, their figures still airborne. A sharp command rang out. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Lu Xiaoyao extended her hands, seizing one individual with each grip and pulling them back with force. A single hero can hold the gate against 1,000 foes. Each of these 5 cultivators and warriors was a master of formidable strength, having achieved remarkable accomplishments and reputations in their respective fields. Otherwise, they would not have been appointed as high-ranking attendants in the Hall of Offerings by Tong Zhanyu. The total number of high-ranking attendants in Tiger Embrace City barely exceeds 100, and the special grade attendants are even fewer, numbering less than 10. The contingent brought forth was already considered a significant show of seriousness against Lu Xiaoyao. As the 2 airborne figures were caught, they felt an overwhelming force grip them, rendering them utterly unable to escape. Move, Lu Xiaoyao bellowed, her arms bulging with muscle as she swung the 2 individuals overhead, hurling them towards the other 3. This scene astonished everyone present. No one could discern how Lu Xiaoyao accomplished such a feat to the majority of onlookers. It appeared that Lu Xiaoyao was encircled by 3 adversaries, only to suddenly witness the 2 assailants who had charged in reverse course, spinning midair before crashing into the trio. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, a violent collision echoed, and all 5 emitted muffled groans, becoming entangled in chaos. Outside the base vehicle, Tong Zhanyu's expression darkened as he coldly observed the unfolding drama, his fury blazing fiercely within him. After investing substantial resources each month to sustain these masters from the Hall of Offerings, how could he endure such humiliation? 5 masters unable to subdue a single young grandmaster? In terms of experience and foundational strength, they should undoubtedly surpass Lu Xiaoyao. So what if she is a grandmaster? A grandmaster of such youth should possess an unsteady foundation. For 5 individuals to be thwarted by one was akin to a resounding slap to the face. Fortunately, they had a special grade attendant present. Otherwise, they might have been thoroughly defeated by Lu Xiaoyao. How could this be? Tong Zhanyu's expression remained grim, while the special grade attendant, Zhou Gongyu, was equally entranced. He alone among the crowd had comprehended the scene most clearly. The intricacies of Lu Xiaoyao's movements eluded even him. And it was precisely this technique that had allowed her to breach the encirclement of 3. If one could grasp the essence of such a technique, it would offer unparalleled enlightenment to a grandmaster. Zhou Gongyu's gaze, having shifted from initial astonishment, gradually ignited with fervor. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched into tight fists as he forcibly suppressed the urge to intervene. Let those individuals expend their energy. This person's speed is exceedingly rapid, leaving little room for certainty in capturing him alive. Indeed, if one were to resort to lethal force, Zhou Gongyu possesses the confidence to accomplish it. However, the task of capturing him alive presents a formidable challenge. The keen eyesight of a top-tier reverend far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to perceive what others cannot. Tong Zhanyu cast a glance at Zhou Gongyu, yet observed no intention of action on his part. Can a mere junior master, who has just embarked on the path of Zen martial arts, truly be beyond your collective grasp? Although he refrained from intervening, Zhou Gongyu did speak. His words laced with sarcasm, intended to provoke the reverence. Upon hearing this, Ying Jialong and the others felt their pride wounded, gritting their teeth and employing their utmost skills to launch another assault. Just as they managed to restrain a few, Zhou Gongyu impatiently voiced his thoughts, immediately capturing Lu Xiaoyao's attention. Casting a dispassionate glance, Lu Xiaoyao was astonished to discover that the aura emanating from this individual bore a striking resemblance to his own, albeit significantly more potent. This indicated that the opponent was not only a master, but one of even greater mastery. In the realm of Zen martial arts, there exist 3 levels: Jinwu, Taiwu, and Shinwu. Each level represents a profound metamorphosis, akin to the distinctions between virtual Dan, real Dan, and golden Dan in Lu Xiaoyao's original world. The chasm between these realms is akin to an abyss. Lu Xiaoyao utilized a technique to conceal his cultivation. Those below the master level find it nearly impossible to discern his true capabilities. Only a master possesses sufficient insight to glimpse the reality of Lu Xiaoyao's cultivation. Yet such insights are prone to significant error, which correlates with the disparity in their levels. The closer the levels, the greater the margin of error. The opponent's assertion that Lu Xiaoyao is merely a junior master in Zen martial arts suggests that his highest level is the Xinwu stage. Lu Xiaoyao, upon entering Zen martial arts, had directly vaulted to the second level, Tai Wu. The relatively minor difference in cultivation led to a substantial miscalculation. This proved fortuitous for Lu Xiaoyao, yet potentially fatal for Zhou Gongyu. As Lu Xiaoyao made this assessment, he was already engaged with 5 masters. Under Zhou Gongyu's provocation, the masters exerted their full strength, attempting to capture or eliminate Lu Xiaoyao. Yet, they gravely underestimated him. In addition to his current level and cultivation, Lu Xiaoyao had experienced a prior awakening of his bloodline. This bloodline, a legacy from ancient times, possesses extraordinary power. Even a preliminary awakening has granted Lu Xiaoyao remarkable enhancement to his physique. To Lu Xiaoyao's perception, he merely felt stronger and swifter, yet this transformation was undeniably formidable. Boom, boom, boom. With his martial technique, the 3 points of the King of Hell, Lu Xiaoyao struck with lightning speed, instantly repelling 3 opponents. A distinct sound of fractured ribs echoed from their bodies. Every master is a formidable practitioner of the marrow-cleansing path, having honed their physical resilience to the utmost. Even the bodies of cultivators, refined by spiritual energy, are exceptionally durable. However, upon Lu Xiaoyao's strike, they immediately sustained grievous injuries. Blood oozed from his mouth, and his demeanor appeared languid. This was not merely an external injury, but rather a grave internal wound. Such is the formidable essence of practitioners of ancient martial arts, who adeptly master both physical techniques and qi cultivation. They are far superior to mere martial artists who focus solely on physical training or cultivators who dedicate themselves exclusively to qi practices. A true practitioner embodies not only formidable physical prowess and profound qi mastery, but also possesses knowledge in medicine, metaphysics, astrology, celestial phenomena, geomancy, human fortune, feng shui, and various formations. Each cultivator is a paragon of multifaceted strength. After a decade of seclusion, their emergence can astonish both gods and demons alike. This is the terror of a true practitioner. However, the path to growth for a cultivator is fraught with challenges. This explains why practitioners in this world often simplify their approach, specializing in one discipline to achieve rapid advancement. You are all too weak. With a single strike, Lu Xiaoyao injured 3 individuals and intimidated 2 others. Her gaze swept over to Gongyu, revealing a hint of a playful smile. The glint in Lu Xiaoyao's eyes hinted at a touch of mockery. Chapter 33. Infinitely powerful. Despair or madness, a profound silence enveloped the scene as 5 masters had already sustained injuries, 3 of whom were incapacitated. The remaining 2 were evidently shaken, hesitating to advance. Surrounding the base vehicle were countless soldiers, yet an eerie quietude prevailed. Each person present was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the masters, beings capable of battling 100 adversaries single-handedly. However, against this young man, it took but a few moves to suppress the combined might of the 5 masters. As Lu Xiaoyao's gaze swept across the room, Zhou Gongyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Those bright, deep-set eyes seemed to peer directly into one's soul. Ah! It turns out he is a practitioner of ancient martial arts. No wonder he could overpower them so effortlessly. The situation had devolved into a stalemate, and Zhou Gongyu's plans had unraveled. The defeat of the 5 masters had led to a rapid decline in morale. Should Zhou Gongyu fail to step forward, it was likely that everyone present would be utterly intimidated by Lu Xiaoyao alone. Standing nearby, Avril was equally dumbfounded. The shock delivered by Lu Xiaoyao today was almost beyond belief. So young, yet with such sharp insight, intricate thoughts, and an overwhelming strength. Lu Damiai's eyes sparkled with intensity. Her face, concealed beneath her hood, betraying a hint of excitement. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Damiai, Suingbei was quietly maneuvering, stealthily circling to her side. His gaze was fixed on Lu Xiaoyao while stealing glances at the hefty sword that Lu Damiai carried on her back. At that moment, Isa and Eileen appeared within the confines of the base vehicle. Hearing footsteps, Suingbei raised an eyebrow, retracting his hand that had instinctively reached out. However, Isa and Eileen's attention was clearly not on him. The multitude of soldiers amassed outside had rendered them alert. Eileen had already secured all the gates of the base vehicle, and several staff members remained trapped inside. Gradually, the clamor of footsteps converged towards the entrance. An encirclement had formed inadvertently. Yet the combat capacity of these individuals was quite limited. Even if they chose to engage, their role would be merely supportive, yet it was sufficient to cause considerable disruption. Suingbei's eyes flickered with calculation, his mind racing to encompass everyone present, yet he inadvertently overlooked Avril. While all eyes were fixed on Lu Zhaoyao, Avril noticed Suingbei's movements. Her hand, hanging down, tightened subtly, her gaze shimmering with a complex array of emotions, clearly embroiled in an internal struggle. At that moment, Zhou Gongyu's voice resonated through the air, revealing Lu Zhaoyao's identity as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, which sparked a wave of astonishment. In this era, although practitioners of ancient martial arts were few, their formidable reputation persisted. What this identity represented was abundantly clear to all. Such a status undoubtedly augmented Lu Zhaoyao's leverage. Not only did it instill fear in adversaries, but it also bolstered the confidence of certain individuals. Avril's gaze sharpened, her expression easing as if she had reached a decision, her spirits lifting considerably. Yet, it is but a mere formality. Allow me, Zhou Gongyu, to engage with you, a younger generation. Zhou Gongyu strides forward with resolute steps. Despite Lu Zhaoyao's cultivation in ancient martial arts, he cannot afford to retreat at this moment. Moreover, although practitioners of ancient martial arts possess formidable strength, Zhou Gongyu is extremely confident in his ability to contend with Lu Zhaoyao. Should he fail to subdue her, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. With a firm resolution in mind, Zhou Gongyu hesitates no longer and charges toward Lu Zhaoyao. At this moment, he is grateful to be a master martial artist. If a cultivator were to approach, he would be at a disadvantage. The physical resilience of cultivators cannot withstand the onslaught of a martial artist. However, a martial artist holds the potential to overpower those of inferior cultivation, which is one of the sources of Zhou Gongyu's confidence. As Zhou Gongyu draws near, the recently revealed Issa and Ailanlin quietly retreat back into the base vehicle. Given the current situation, their strength is insufficient to effect any resolution. Their only recourse is to activate the vehicle. At this juncture, Issa begins to grasp Lu Zhaoyao's intentions. Thus, she proceeds without pause, preparing to depart. Leaving this place is their only means of ensuring safety. Tong Zhanyu has already taken this step, indicating a readiness to tear away the final veil of modesty. Zhou Gongyu approaches with each step, his pace quickening with every advance. The ground trembles beneath him, and the distance, though seemingly vast, is traversed in an instant as he stands before Lu Zhaoyao. Faced with a master of ancient martial arts, Zhou Gongyu dares not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Although he appears at ease, it is merely a facade. Internally, he is on high alert. When he strikes, it is with lethal intent. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanates from Zhou Gongyu, forming a colossal wave imbued with overwhelming pressure, crashing toward Lu Zhaoyao's core. This strike is executed to perfection, a culmination of all his strength, an absolute kill. Failure is not an option. A terrifying force descends, bringing with it a tempestuous gale. Lu Zhaoyao stands resolute, seemingly unperturbed by the approaching fist. The fierce wind rushes forth, expanding rapidly within her gaze. She perceives the intent behind the punch. It is the fighting spirit of Zhou Gongyu. The realm of divine martial is characterized by the comprehension of Zen martial intent. Zhou Gongyu embodies this realm, possessing his unique Zen martial spirit. Yet, it is still insufficient. Only the fist's intent has manifested, not the full essence of Zen martial spirit. Lu Zhaoyao waits, anticipating Zhou Gongyu's climactic eruption at the final moment. As the fist's intent surges toward her, Zhou Gongyu transforms into a raging lion, his strength swelling like a tsunami. A transparent beast of ferocity erupts from within him in an instant. She sees it clearly. It is an enraged barbaric bear. The bear roars, swelling to an immense size, akin to an ancient deity of wrath, raising its colossal paw for a devastating strike. This, indeed, is the embodiment of Zen martial spirit. In an instant, Lu Zhaoyao attained enlightenment, yet his realm had not yet been reached. He was still unable to condense the essence of Zen martial spirit. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoyao moved. Akin to lightning beneath the calamity clouds, a blinding radiance flashing forth, dazzling the eyes of all present. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, the brilliance fleeting. As the crowd turned towards the sound, only to behold a figure soaring through the air. It was. Everyone's pupils constricted, revealing a countenance of sheer horror. Zhou Gongyu. It was none other than Zhou Gongyu, the formidable martial arts master, whose prowess was unparalleled. He had fallen. The master had been defeated at the hands of that young man. Moreover, it was accomplished with but a single strike. One blow to vanquish the foe, infinitely powerful. Fear surged within their hearts, escalating to an unbearable peak, leading to either despair or madness. Yet, Tong Zhanyu would not succumb to despair. He would only descend into madness. Chapter 34, Unmatched. A formidable adversary capable of invoking despair and inciting madness. However, Tong Zhanyu, who commands abundant resources and wields immense power, would not succumb to hopelessness due to the strength of a singular individual. In such a scenario, Tong Zhanyu resolved to stake everything on a decisive offensive, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. If they could not triumph in strength, they would drown their opponent in sheer force of numbers. The moment Zhou Gongyu was repelled, Tong Zhanyu issued the command for all troops to open fire. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, every soldier raised their weapons, unleashing dazzling energy that ignited the air with blinding flames, instantly engulfing the entrance of the base vehicle. Countless energy projectiles and a barrage of concentrated beams transformed the entire area into a colossal furnace. Spiritual energy whipped up a storm, wreaking havoc all around. The energy surged, creating chaotic currents that reverberated in all directions. With the soldiers launching their full-scale assault, it was as if they were venting Tong Zhanyu's wrath. With a frigid gaze and a stern countenance, Tong Zhanyu watched silently. Victory was inevitable. What of cultivators? What of grand masters? In the face of absolute power, no matter how formidable an individual's strength, it ultimately pales in significance. Once he resolved to eliminate the threat, Tong Zhanyu had no intention of sparing it. Even if he were to vanquish Lu Xiaoyao, there remained Isha and Alialu, whose presence would not disrupt his plans. Ceasefire. Prepare to advance. Lu Xiaoyao believed that under such an overwhelming barrage, unless one achieved the extraordinary fourth realm, there would be no chance of survival. The soldiers halted their assault and moved forward towards the base vehicle. The radiant light faded, leaving a haze of dust in its wake. Suddenly, from within the swirling smoke, a shimmering barrier began to enlarge. The barrier wavered precariously on the brink of shattering. The soldiers' advance slowed, and the lowered gun barrels were once again raised. It was under the soldiers' cover. Tong Zhanyu also approached the base vehicle, but upon witnessing the situation before him, he abruptly halted. His eyes flickered with disbelief, seething with rage. His face a mask of frost. Absolute defense. It was indeed absolute defense. Why must it be absolute defense? Tong Zhanyu felt a weight upon his chest. As if a mountain pressed down upon him, his voice caught in his throat, unable to escape. His chest heaved violently, as if it would explode. Drawing a deep breath, he rasped, "Avery, do you truly wish to betray me? When you threatened me with your sister, you forfeited my loyalty." Avery's expression was icy, a trace of blood staining her lips. Though absolute defense boasted formidable strength, it exacted a tremendous toll. The intensity and duration of the defense depended entirely on the wielder's strength. In the face of such overwhelming attacks, it was clear that Avery was outmatched. Yet, to maintain the absolute defense, she was even consuming her own vitality. At that moment, Avery's spiritual energy was utterly depleted, and her internal organs bore severe injuries. As those words left her lips, torrents of crimson blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Avril withdrew her gaze and turned to the nearby Lu Xiaoyao. Her eyes reddened and her voice choked with emotion. "I hope you can forgive me." Before she could finish her sentence, Avril lost consciousness. Lu Xiaoyao, quick to react, immediately caught her in his arms. As he placed his hand on her wrist, a dark cloud passed over his face. Avril's pulse was alarmingly weak. Were it not for Lu Xiaoyao's keen perception, he might not have detected that faint heartbeat. At that moment, Avril stood at the brink of death, without prompt medical intervention. She risked fading away forever. In a bid to activate absolute defense and withstand the ferocious onslaught of concentrated fire, Avril had sacrificed her life to shield against the collective attack of hundreds. How foolish. He gazed at Avril with a heart full of lament. From the outset, Lu Xiaoyao had never blamed anyone. Each individual had their own burdens of helplessness. Many actions are not merely a matter of desire, but of necessity. With a chilling glimmer in his eyes, Lu Xiaoyao raised his head to behold Tong Zhanyu amidst the crowd. "Lu Demii, take care of her." Lu Xiaoyao's voice was devoid of emotion. "Understood." Lu Demii soared forth, transforming into a streak of crimson, instantly appearing beside Lu Xiaoyao. "This is..." Lu Xiaoyao sensed something. Could this be his own transformation, the fish dragon metamorphosis? When had Lu Demii acquired such skill? Before he could ponder further, Lu Xiaoyao's voice erupted like thunder. "Isha, initiate the spatial jump immediately. I will hold them off." A large-scale spatial jump? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's command, the crowd looked on in astonishment. Trying to flee? Tong Zhanyu's eyes blazed with fury as he ground his teeth and commanded, "Spare no effort. Eliminate them. Everyone, attack." Should they manage to escape, everything would be lost. The uncertainty of the past and the subsequent plans would amount to mere empty talk. The small-scale spatial jump had been initiated, and the countdown began. 30 seconds remaining. Isha had prepared well in advance, upon Tong Zhanyu's arrival. It was clear there were no other options left. The relentless defeat of the Sea King had shattered the morale of the Haijo populace, leading many to harbor ulterior motives. In such an era, how could those with power and resources be devoid of ambition? Even if the lord of the city lacked it, what of his subordinate officials? The monarch's covetous gaze upon Haijo had plunged the sea into utter chaos. At this moment, Isha felt no hope for the enigmatic ally whose whereabouts were unknown. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? More than a month prior, they had found themselves in dire straits, yet that damn support had yet to arrive. Boom. The vanguard robots leaped high from the crowd, their steel-forged arms wielding dangerously sharp superalloy energy blades. These lethal weapons were enhanced with energy, rendering them formidable instruments of destruction, capable of easily dismantling armored vehicles. Eileen, close the gate. Lu Xiaoyao leaped into the fray, confronting the oncoming enemy. Attain enlightenment, summon the tempest, beckon the winds. Unleash the thunder. Faced with a throng of adversaries, Lu Xiaoyao began to weave intricate seals. A surge of ethereal energy surged forth, gathering clouds, transforming into rain, summoning winds, and coalescing into thunder. The elements of cloud, rain, wind, and thunder conspired to vanquish evil. Lu Xiaoyao, empowered by a formidable spirit, stood resolutely, his garments billowing around him. Eyes ablaze with fury, exhausting every ounce of his strength to stand against the multitude of foes. Beware, retreat swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Gongyu's eyes widened in horror, exclaiming, "This is the grand mastery of a cultivator, wielding an extraordinarily terrifying power, in communion with nature, harnessing the might of heaven and earth." There was no time for further contemplation as Zhou Gongyu dashed forward, seizing Tong Zhanyu and urgently retreating. Time was slipping away. As he sensed the boundless power rapidly converging around them, despair crept into Zhou Gongyu's heart. With a thunderous roar, the skies erupted, the sound of thunder rumbled. Rain poured torrentially, fierce winds howled, and mist enveloped the entire realm. Before the base vehicle lay a scene of chaos. Yet, at the base vehicle, all was calm. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyao withdrew, his gaze remarkably tranquil. As he vanished back into the confines of the base vehicle, it emitted a resonant hum, activating an energy shield, and subsequently disappeared into the tumult of time and space. Chapter 35, 3000 Armors. Able to defy the world, a ferocious force rampaged through the heavens and the earth, unleashing a terrifying might. The cacophony of explosions and screams melded into a chaotic symphony. The elite robotic soldiers were systematically obliterated, and amidst this turmoil, the casualties among the human soldiers were staggering. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, while a torrential downpour of blades and a howling wind enveloped all in a shroud of mist. Zhou Gongyu reacted swiftly, the first to lead Tong Zhanyu in a desperate escape, yet they could not break free from the tumultuous onslaught. After enduring several waves of attacks, Zhou Gongyu, battered and bruised, managed to drag Tong Zhanyu to safety. However, as they glanced back, they beheld an even more potent surge emanating from the now vanished base vehicle, radiating wildly in all directions. This was the temporal turbulence triggered by the vehicle's transdimensional journey. In the face of such rampant power, survival seemed nearly impossible. Yet, under the divine powers of Lu Xiaoyao, a few fortunate souls clung to life, only to be further ravaged by the chaotic temporal currents. Robots were reduced to mere dust, and living beings exploded into clouds of crimson mist. This region had transformed into a hellish nightmare. "City Lord, we must flee." As the waves of temporal turbulence surged ominously closer, Zhou Gongyu, despite his grievous injuries, urged Tong Zhanyu towards a motorcycle. The vehicle roared to life, ascending into the sky and speeding away at breakneck velocity. Zhou Gongyu piloted the motorcycle, blood spilling from his mouth, but he had no time to tend to his wounds. Frequently glancing back, he anxiously monitored the approaching chaos. When the turbulence finally receded after a perilous distance, Zhou Gongyu allowed himself a moment of relief. Yet, as he relaxed, the toll of his injuries became undeniable. "City Lord, I cannot hold on much longer. My wounds are too severe. Rest for now. I shall take the wheel," replied Tong Zhanyu, switching the driving controls and steering towards the city administration headquarters. This endeavor had incurred devastating losses. Not only had they failed to secure their objectives, but they had also obliterated a military base. Tong Zhanyu seethed with resentment. Lu Xiaoyao, it was all due to this man that his plans had crumbled. This enmity could not be settled lightly. It was a grudge that demanded retribution. Clenching his teeth, he stole a glance at Zhou Gongyu, who took a moment to regain his composure before consuming a vial of medicine. Tong Zhanyu then inquired gravely what exactly transpired. Upon hearing the question, Zhou Gongyu's expression darkened as he sighed deeply. "What I employed was the practitioner's divine powers. It may appear to merely harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Yet the practitioner must also master celestial phenomena, geological features, and geomancy. Our so-called cultivators today may wield such techniques, yet they possess only the outward form, lacking the essence, rendering their power incomparable. So formidable? Tong Zhanyu pondered for a moment before furrowing his brow and asking, is there truly no way to counter it? After a decade away from the mountains, the emergence of a practitioner stirs awe and dread. Each cultivator is a paragon of might, Zhou Gongyu replied, turning his head with a bitter expression, mastering all and excelling in all. To confront cultivators, ordinary practitioners, and martial artists, one must transcend several realms to suppress them, bearing an immense cost. At this point, Zhou Gongyu fell silent. The price paid today had already been exceedingly grim. Yet he had still failed to capture Lu Zhaoyao, who had even managed to escape with the base vehicle. Tong Zhanyu chose not to speak further, silently riding the motorcycle. Lord City Master, what shall we do about that situation? The atmosphere inside the vehicle was unbearably oppressive. Despite his severe injuries, Zhou Gongyu endured. What else can we do? With no leverage left, we must devise another strategy. The value of Hubao City is sufficient for negotiation. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Gongyu, Tong Zhanyu replied nonchalantly, it's merely a loss of leverage. I refuse to believe he would truly resort to armed conflict. There is no need to worry too much, City Master, Zhou Gongyu comforted. We still possess the advantage of swallowing the tiger's mouth if he truly intends to act. He must consider the consequences. Indeed, the formidable passes of the world have not been earned by mere empty renown throughout history. A faint smile graced Tong Zhanyu's lips. This was the source of his confidence. The tiger's mouth and the wolf's throat, defended by 3,000 soldiers, stand as a bulwark against the world. 100 miles away lies the tiger's mouth, renowned as one of the top 10 formidable passes in the vast lands of Xinzhou. The tiger's mouth is situated in the central region of the Tiger's Embrace mountain range, forming a crucial point of access. Here, it serves as a natural fortress, guarding the passage between Hubao City and the outside world, with the most elite troops stationed year-round. Within the tiger's mouth lies a gorge known as the wolf's throat, a narrow passage barely 100 feet wide at its broadest point. Even the most elite of tiger and wolf troops cannot form a proper formation here. Any attempt to seize this strategic stronghold would demand a painfully steep price. The heights of the Tiger's Embrace mountain range pierce the clouds, and even with today's advanced technology, traversing this celestial chasm remains impossible. The base vehicle, limited by its small space jump, could not cross this seemingly endless mountain range without sufficient energy. Prior to reaching the Tiger's Embrace mountains, the vehicle leaped out, landing amidst the towering peaks. Isabella hurried over, appearing somewhat anxious. Upon seeing Lu Zhaoyao, she spoke. The space jump device has an independent energy supply system, and after the last jump, there was little energy remaining. Since then, it has not been replenished. So we cannot perform a longer jump. Just leave Hubao City. What is our current position? How far are we from Hubao City? As Lu Zhaoyao spoke, she continuously channeled her spiritual energy into Avril, sustaining her life. At that moment, Eileen came running, bringing a stretcher vehicle. Quick, take Avril to the medical room. They lifted Avril onto the stretcher, which then ascended into the air. We are now on the outskirts of the Tiger's Embrace mountain range, with a straight line distance of over 2,000 kilometers from Hubao City. For the time being, we are safe. Over 2,000 kilometers? Lu Zhaoyao was momentarily stunned. Just how vast is this world? The area of Hubao City is roughly equivalent to that of a province in the former world. Now, we have arrived at the boundary of Tiger's Embrace City, which astonishingly spans over 2,000 kilometers. Lu Zhaoyao pondered briefly, making a simple estimation. Does this imply that the jurisdiction of Tiger's Embrace City encompasses an area equivalent to nearly 5 provinces? It is truly terrifying. Such an expansive region, akin to a nation within a nation, is referred to as a mere small city by Isa and her companions. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Lu Zhaoyao lifted her gaze and inquired of Isa, how far is the white tiger we encountered last time from here? It is somewhat farther away. Approximately 170 million kilometers. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaoyao felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Realizing that a single small spatial leap would cover 200 million kilometers? No. Isa shook her head, responding earnestly. The last small spatial leap was disrupted by the influence of the white tiger beast, causing us to drop out midway. In reality, the maximum distance for a small spatial leap is 500 million kilometers. Wiping the astonishment from her forehead, Lu Zhaoyao posed another question. Could you tell me how vast Haizhou's area is? Chapter 36, Exceptional Talent. A body refinement path girl. The vastness of this world felt ethereal to Lu Zhaoyao, almost surreal, akin to a dream. The experiences of the past month indeed seemed unreal. A dreamlike sequence of events. Before being locked by the time-space transmission device and transported here, Lu Zhaoyao had never imagined she would undergo such a legendary journey. The boundless world ignited her curiosity, compelling her to explore the unknown. A multitude of questions, curiosities, and confusions swirled in her mind. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. Unsure of the local medical standards, she was acutely aware that Avril's injuries were grave, sustained in the effort to activate absolute defense, shielding against Tong Zhanyu's assault. As the group proceeded, they reached the medical room. By the time Lu Zhaoyao arrived, a stretcher had already conveyed Avril into a medical chamber. An oxygen mask enveloped her mouth and nose, while medicinal fluid was slowly infused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ai Lin, tears streaming down her face, fixated on a dim blue screen displaying an array of data. What was the situation? The information on the screen was incomprehensible to Lu Zhaoyao. Ai Lin hung her head, offering no response. Yet, her expression betrayed a grim reality. Although the absolute defense had thwarted all attacks, it had drained Avril of her entire strength, spiritual energy, physical stamina, and even her life force. She was on the brink of death. A male voice emerged from behind Lu Zhaoyao. Su Yingbei spoke with a detached tone. The activation of absolute defense consumes an alarming amount of spiritual energy. She has endured attacks from over 100 people, exhausting all her power. Can silence save her? Ai Lin suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at Su Yingbei. I speak the truth. Only a venerable expert, well-versed in the healing arts, could potentially save her. Su Yingbei's demeanor remained indifferent as he glanced at Lu Zhaoyao. Regrettably, this ancient martial arts practitioner was evidently more adept in combat techniques than in medicinal knowledge. How intriguing. Lu Zhaoyao mused silently, recognizing Su Yingbei's attempt at provocation, perhaps fearing she would hesitate to aid. Initially, Ai Lin seemed to consider Lu Zhaoyao as a potential savior. Her gaze filled with hope. However, the subsequent words cast a shadow over her expression, leaving her eyes filled with despair. Su Yingbei was not mistaken. Even practitioners have areas of specialization. Given Lu Zhaoyao's formidable combat prowess, it was inevitable that she would lack in other domains. In her youth, with limited time and energy, how could she possibly match the expertise of those seasoned elders across all fields? How trivial, in the face of life and death. Such minor matters were hardly worth quarreling over. Lu Zhaoyao cast a sidelong glance at Su Yingbei and retorted, mind your own group of people. If you dare to pull any tricks, I assure you, I will deal with each of you before Tong Zhanyu arrives. Do you dare to threaten me? At this moment, Su Yingbei was a stark contrast to his previously timid self, transformed into a figure of undeniable strength. So you're finally showing some backbone? Lu Zhao remarked coolly. What will you do if I threaten you? Upon hearing this, Su Yingbei promptly fell silent. In the face of overwhelming power, how could he dare to challenge? Although there were still numerous employees in the base vehicle, most were technical staff, hardly dependable in a crisis. Tong Zhanyu's heavily armed soldiers, along with several formidable experts from the offering hall, had all suffered at Lu Zhaoyao's hands. Casting a glance at Su Yingbei, Lu Zhaoyao disregarded him and turned her attention to Isha, inquiring about the availability of medicinal supplies in the base vehicle necessary for treating Avril. Are you truly confident? Isha hesitated. Her curiosity piqued, though uncertainty lingered. It should be fine, Lu Zhaoyao replied, having already taken Avril's pulse during her fainting spell, possessing an intimate understanding of her condition. Listen, don't pretend to understand. Improper medication could be lethal. If you are confident, then say so. If not, then admit it. What does should mean? It implies a lack of absolute certainty. Su Yingbei interjected once more with a sarcastic tone, warning against being rashly provoked into making reckless decisions, treating lives as though they were trifles. Su Yingbei's transformation into a loquacious figure was beginning to irritate Lu Zhaoyao. Lu Daimai, make him hush, she implored. All right, Lu Daimai responded, swiftly appearing beside Su Yingbei and delivering a sudden punch to his cheek. Do you think I'm an easy target? Su Yingbei shouted angrily, stepping aside and countering with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. Lu Daimai staggered back 3 steps from the tremendous impact, while Su Yingbei merely swayed slightly. Lu Daimai's had shifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise as he raised his brow. In the next instant, Lu Daimai leaped into the air like a streak of light, diving towards Su Yingbei. What is this? Lu Zhaoyao observed, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Lu Daimai was employing the aerial technique known as the sky-piercing earth drill. Bang! A deafening noise echoed as Su Yingbei was propelled backward, skidding across the floor for several meters before regaining his balance. Again, Su Yingbei, clearly irritated, charged at Lu Daimai once more. His strength coalesced, explosive, and unyielding. He was a master of the cleansing marrow path. He had not anticipated such latent power from this individual, who had concealed his capabilities well. Yet, what astonished Lu Zhaoyao most was Lu Daimai's prowess. Utilizing techniques such as the Yin Wang S three-point palm and the fish dragon body technique, moves she had once mastered, was an impressive feat without guidance. He had merely observed once and could replicate nearly 70% of the techniques, showcasing his exceptional talent. Bang, bang, bang. With each of Lu Daimiai's strikes, Su Yingbei was forced to retreat further. In the final moment of the third round, Su Yingbei could no longer withstand the force and was struck in the chest by a powerful palm from Lu Daimiai. With this heavy blow, Su Yingbei let out a muffled groan and fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to prop himself up, his mouth slightly parted, he appeared to be gasping for breath. His eyes, filled with astonishment, were fixed on Lu Daimiai, reflecting a deep sense of unwillingness. You have merely cultivated the body refinement stage. Yet how is it that your strength is immense and your speed astonishingly swift? Su Yingbei's query lingered in the air, met with silence from Lu Daimiai. To this day, even in the presence of Lu Xiaoyao, she spoke very little. As for others, she scarcely acknowledged their existence. Chapter 37. Seeking Medicine. The formidable prowess displayed by the formidable woman captivated everyone's attention. Not only did it intrigue the protagonist Su Yingbei, but even Isha and Ailenlin found themselves curious about the figure cloaked in a cape, her head shrouded in a hood. Since their encounter the previous night, she had not uttered a word. Even her occasional remarks were merely in response to Lu Xiaoyao. To this moment, her face had remained unseen. Her appearance was a mystery. Who is she? Judging by her voice, she seemed to be a young girl, yet her cultivation level was merely at the body refining stage. In contrast, Su Yingbei had just exhibited the aura of a master at the marrow cleansing stage during their earlier confrontation. How could a master be so swiftly defeated by a girl at the body refining stage? Had it not been witnessed firsthand that Su Yingbei had exerted all her strength? Who would believe that someone at the body refining level could overpower a master? Lu Xiaoyao was indeed an anomaly. Yet she was a practitioner with the legacy of ancient martial arts. What was the story behind this girl? Could she also be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? The techniques she had employed earlier bore some resemblance to those of Lu Xiaoyao. However, given Lu Xiaoyao's background, it was unlikely they shared any connection. You cannot even best her, yet you persist in provoking me. Are you merely seeking attention? Casting a glance at Su Yingbei, Lu Xiaoyao shook her head gently and jested. Do not attempt your little schemes in my presence. Beautiful one, keep an eye on them. Should anyone dare to make a move, feel free to deal with them as you see fit. Su Yingbei lowered her head, letting out a resigned sigh. As for the technical staff, upon witnessing Su Yingbei's defeat, none dared to stir trouble. The situation remained one where fists spoke louder than words. What terrifying spectacle awaited when that heavy sword was drawn? Scanning the crowd, Lu Xiaoyao turned to Isha and said, "Let us proceed to examine the medicinal materials and see if there is anything usable." All right. Although a multitude of questions swirled in her mind, aiding Avril was the foremost priority. The medicinal liquid from the medical pot could heal injuries, yet it evidently lacked the capacity to restore vitality. Currently, Avril's condition was dire. Conventional healing methods were futile against her fundamental injuries. Isha, unwilling to delay, immediately took the lead, guiding Lu Xiaoyao toward the warehouse. Is Avril's injury severe? After leaving the medical room, despite her awareness, Isha could not help but inquire, seeking some comforting words from Lu Xiaoyao. Indeed, it is quite grave, Lu Xiaoyao sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. However, there are ways to effect a cure. You truly have a solution? Isha's worries began to dissipate, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yes. Lu Xiaoyao nodded solemnly before adding, however, it depends on whether we can find the necessary medicinal materials. If none are available at this point. She glanced at Isha and fell silent. The implication was clear. Without the requisite materials, there would be no remedy. Hearing this, Isha's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged with anxiety once more, prompting her to quicken her pace. The warehouse housing the medicinal herbs is situated not far from the medical room. In the brief exchange of a few words, the two individuals arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Upon opening the door, a potent aroma of herbs wafted out, encompassing fragrant notes, astringency, bitterness, and an array of peculiar scents. Lu Xiaoyao stepped in, commencing his search from the nearest shelves. This one, take it. Not hesitating, he instructed Issa to retrieve the necessary herbs. At his behest, Issa promptly summoned the auxiliary robot to assist in extracting the herbs from the cabinet. How many? She inquired, glancing at Lu Xiaoyao. Surely, you don't intend to take them all? Ah, this Qualongzi requires 3 tails, and that's an an leaf, all of it. As he indicated the herbs, Lu Xiaoyao also specified the quantities. After a thorough search around the warehouse, he had selected the needed herbs, yet as they emerged, his brow remained furrowed. What's wrong? Are there still herbs missing? Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's expression, Issa felt an increasing sense of urgency. It's almost complete. After recalling the herbs they had chosen, Lu Xiaoyao shook his head. However, we are still short 2 primary herbs and 1 catalyst. What shall we do now? Is there not another herb that can serve as a substitute? Although Issa was not well versed in medicine, she had a modicum of understanding. Some exceedingly rare herbs could be replaced with others. The primary herbs could be substituted, but the catalyst could not. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao inquired. This is the Tiger Hug Mountain Range. There should be wild herbs available. I will go search for them. But the Tiger Leopard Mountain Range is perilous. Even though this is the outskirts. Lu Xiaoyao shrugged his shoulders and retorted, what else can we do? We cannot simply watch Avril perish, can we? Without waiting for Issa to respond, he waved his hand. I will exercise caution. However, before I leave, I must stabilize her condition. All right, I will follow your lead. At this moment, Issa had lost her sense of direction. Lu Xiaoyao nodded, taking a step forward, then abruptly halted. Did you hear that sound? What? Upon hearing the inquiry, Issa was taken aback and listened intently, her face a mask of confusion. Something is attacking the wall. Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and asked Issa, could it be a strange beast assaulting the base vehicle? Surely not. As Issa spoke, she slapped her forehead, suddenly recalling, I remember now. It's that little white tiger. Oh, Lu Xiaoyao paused, then exclaimed with delight. It's still on the base vehicle and hasn't been taken by Tong Zhanyu? No. Issa shook her head earnestly. That creature is exceedingly precious, and since it was captured alive, it is practically a treasure. How could we allow it to be taken? Splendid. Lu Xiaoyao's face lit up as he grasped Issa's arm, asking, is it a male or a female? What? Issa was momentarily startled before realizing, it's a female tiger. Is that so? Then that is even better. Gaining this information from Issa, Lu Xiaoyao rubbed his hands together in glee, declaring, now everything is in place. I am absolutely confident that I can save Avril. The medicinal herbs you seek lie within that fierce tigress. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Issa instantly grasped the implication. Lu Xiaoyao gestured, urging, let us proceed to confront that tigress. Are we to slay it? Issa inquired, her inclination leaning towards sparing the white tiger. For it would hold greater value alive. No, Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile. I require its claws, blood, and feces. The feces of a tiger? Issa, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lu Xiaoyao in disbelief. Are you mistaken? It is a female tigress. It does not possess that thing. What? Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, looking at Issa, who had turned crimson, stammering her words. Ah, I meant its excrement. Only then did Lu Xiaoyao realize that Issa had misheard feces as whip. Chapter 38, Negotiating with the Tiger. The fury of the beast what on earth? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's explanation, Issa's mind momentarily faltered. If it were merely her own conjecture, it might be somewhat embarrassing, yet it would still be considered a form of medicine. But how could the excrement of a tiger possibly be involved? The notion of utilizing tiger dung as a remedy was beyond comprehension. If it truly cured Avril, would she explode with rage upon discovering such an ingredient? Given Avril's temperament, it was not merely a possibility but rather highly likely. That girl had always been headstrong. Though she appeared gentle on the surface, once provoked, she could transform into a little tiger. A little tiger. As this thought crossed Issa's mind, her lips twitched. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor, it was evident he was not jesting, and she could only lament silently within her heart. The two soon arrived at the cage where the white tiger was imprisoned. This place was remarkably concealed. Had it not been for the white tiger's ferocious attacks reverberating against the walls with a heavy thud, Lu Xiaoyao would not have detected even the faintest sound. As the metallic wall slid open, they were greeted by the sight of a barred enclosure. Through the gaps in the bars, the furious roars of the white tiger were vividly audible. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, creating a fierce gust that struck the cage with tremendous force. The entire enclosure endured the onslaught, but remained steadfast, emitting a cacophony of iron and metal clashing. As the metallic wall opened wider, the sound intensified, causing their ears to ring with the resonance. Ah, quite spirited indeed. A glance at the cage revealed it was riddled with claw marks. It seemed the little white tiger had been restless during its confinement. Did it not require sustenance? Lu Xiaoyao observed closely, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The cage bore no remnants of food, and it was inconceivable that any waste could exist within. Of course not. Issa shook her head and remarked to the white tiger, exotic beasts can absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. The higher the beast's rank, the less it requires conventional food. Moreover, advanced beasts typically select other exotic creatures or spiritual plants as their sustenance. I see. Lu Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then inquired, is it true that the food sources for the nobility are also exotic beasts or certain spiritual plants? Precisely. Issa nodded gently in response. If the nobility wishes to wield power, they must possess formidable strength. Each noble is cultivated from a young age, consuming countless resources. As for us commoners, unable to partake in ordinary food and unable to afford high-grade sustenance, we are left reliant on nutrient solutions. Thus it is. Lu Xiaojiao stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon the little white tiger. Do you possess a means to procure what I require? Indeed. Izar activated her microbrain, summoning an assistant robot that promptly soared into the cage. Upon the appearance of Lu Xiaojiao and Izar, the white tiger let out a few roars before fixating its vigilant gaze upon them. As the assistant robot materialized, it immediately assumed an aggressive stance, launching a fierce assault. With razor-sharp claws, the tiger struck, sweeping through the air and leaving a shadow of its claw in its wake. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The assistant robot was flung backward, colliding with the bars of the cage, where a crack marred its metallic body. The situation was dire. The assistant robot could not approach, nor could it administer the necessary injections. Isabella sighed, feeling a weariness settle within her, as if everything she attempted was met with resistance. Upon hearing this, Dear Xiaoyao furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Is an injection really required? How else can we pacify it?" Isabella remained perplexed. "We need to draw blood. The presence of any other substances could lead to unpredictable consequences." Casting a glance at the white tiger, Dear Xiaoyao solemnly suggested, "Let the robot extract it. Open the door, and I shall assess the situation." "What?" Isabella gasped, immediately refusing. "That is far too perilous. What danger could there be? Wasn't it I who subdued it last time?" Dear Xiaoyao dismissed her concerns, smiling as he reassured her, "You should stay back. I will engage with it. Given that it is a high-level beast, its intelligence should be considerable. Perhaps we can negotiate." "Negotiate with a beast? What a jest!" Isabella rolled her eyes, still filled with apprehension. "Are you confident in your abilities?" "My strength has significantly improved since our last encounter. You needn't worry." Unable to dissuade Dear Xiaoyao, Isabella reluctantly complied. She stepped back and opened the cage, releasing the white tiger. "Hello again, little one," Dear Xiaoyao greeted as he observed the tiger hesitantly stepping out of its confinement. "Oh well." The white tiger turned its gaze, lowering its body, its eyes brimming with caution. It was evident that it remembered Dear Xiaoyao from their previous encounter. Moreover, their prior conversation had not been shielded from its ears, yet it remained uncertain whether it could comprehend their words. "How about we strike a deal?" Dear Xiaoyao rubbed his hands together, cautiously attempting to communicate. However, he quickly realized that while it might understand him, he could not decipher its responses. "I need a few items. If you are willing to provide them, I shall grant you your freedom." "What say you?" "Oh woo," the white tiger growled, baring its fangs and emitting a low, rumbling roar. "I require a small amount of blood, a claw, and your excrement." As he uttered the last request, Dear Xiaoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, this was a beast, a female tiger, no less, and asking for such things felt utterly preposterous. Thankfully, it was not human, otherwise, he would have been mortified. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than the white tiger lunged at him, as if his final statement had provoked its ire. Such an affront, a mere tiger, even though it was just a tiger. It was a formidable female. Sensing the imminent threat, Dear Xiaoyao swiftly activated his agility, employing his fish dragon transformation to evade the tiger's sharp claws, gliding to the side with the grace of a fish. "Can we not reach an understanding?" As he sidestepped the white tiger's charge, he reached out, aiming to strike its rear with an open palm. Before the tiger even touched the ground, its robust tail swept towards Dear Xiaoyao's chest like a steel rod. Bang! He raised his hand defensively, blocking the impact against his chest as he collided with the tiger's tail. Stumbling back 2 steps, he frowned and remarked, "When a tiger refrains from roaring, do you mistake me for a sickly cat?" The white tiger turned, raising its neck to roar. Who truly embodies the essence of a tiger? As the fierce roar reverberated, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and swirled, converging towards the white tiger. Waves of sound rippled outward, creating concentric circles. Oh no! Lu Xiaoyao sensed the impending danger and immediately activated his agility, rushing towards the white tiger. Utilizing his martial arts, he unleashed the technique of the King of Hell's 3 points. With a thunderous roar, the fury of the tiger was unparalleled. A shadow that resembled a real tiger erupted from within the white tiger, charging towards Lu Xiaoyao with precision. Upon witnessing the approaching tiger's shadow, Lu Xiaoyao's expression tightened. His eyes filled with astonishment. The Zen martial spirit. This white tiger possesses such formidable prowess? Chapter 39. The Spiritual Beast. The shy white tiger outside. Isha attentively monitored the unfolding events through surveillance equipment. Upon witnessing the white tiger unleash its Zen martial spirit, a look of astonishment crossed her face. The 6th-tier white tiger was equivalent to an adept in the path of spirit refinement. Those who attain such a level are revered by society as esteemed beings. among humanity. They are regarded as paragons, the masters of their craft. Each individual who ascends to the status of an esteemed one becomes a figure of utmost respect and admiration. Esteemed beings are no ordinary individuals. In the eyes of the world, they possess the power to traverse the heavens and the earth, to move mountains and fill seas, transcending the mundane realm. Even masters must lower themselves and respectfully address them as esteemed ones. This particular white tiger possessed the strength of such an esteemed being. In the face of it, Lu Xiaoyao had little chance of victory. Their previous encounter, where they had fought to a standstill, had favored Lu Xiaoyao only because the confined space had impacted the white tiger as well. Since the white tiger had pounced on Lu Xiaoyao, he had narrowly escaped injury. However, Isha remained pessimistic about the current situation. Even with Lu Xiaoyao's awakening, he might not hold any advantage against the white tiger. Just as tension mounted, Isha's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Lu Xiaoyao unleash a thunderous assault, swiftly subduing the white tiger. Before Lu Xiaoyao, the white tiger seemed utterly powerless to resist. What is happening? How did Lu Xiaoyao accomplish this? Grasping the white tiger, Lu Xiaoyao firmly pinned it down. The white tiger roared in fury. Yet it remained unable to break free from Lu Xiaoyao's grasp. Do not move. If you do, I shall strip your hide. You have sustained severe internal injuries. Are you not aware of this? After the white tiger had demonstrated its Zen martial spirit, Lu Xiaoyao began a full-force counterattack. Yet, upon reaching the white tiger's side, he noticed its breath falter, and the gathered momentum dissipated entirely. In confusion, Lu Xiaoyao then observed blood oozing from the white tiger's mouth and nose. After pinning it down and conducting a brief examination, he realized that the white tiger bore significant internal injuries. Although not immediately life-threatening, without timely intervention, death would be imminent. How about I heal your wounds? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's proposition, the white tiger ceased its struggles, merely turning its head slightly to regard him with wary eyes. Clearly, it did not trust Lu Xiaoyao. You have no choice now. Lu Xiaoyao rose, gazing at the white tiger, and declared, a fair trade. I shall uphold my end of the bargain. The white tiger, now upright, displayed a hint of hesitation. Yet, it was acutely aware of its own injuries, which was precisely why it had sought to break free from its confinement. Despite previous attempts to heal, its condition had only worsened, instilling a sense of imminent peril. Glancing at Lu Xiaoyao, the white tiger nodded, finally conceding. In its current state, having fallen into human hands, it had no alternative but to place its trust in Lu Xiaoyao. Trapped here, there is no escape. Ultimately, death is inevitable. A deal has been struck. Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of joy. Having the white tiger cooperate willingly was the best possible scenario. If the white tiger had been obstinate or had succumbed to its primal instincts, it would have had to be killed. Isla, prepare. Isla, waiting outside, was taken aback as she witnessed the unfolding scene. Could it truly be possible? Humans and beasts negotiating? Not merely negotiating, but succeeding? What kind of anomaly was Lu Xiaoyao? Upon entering, Isla, observing the docile white tiger, immediately inquired, what have you done to it? What could I do? Noticing Isla's peculiar gaze, Lu Xiaoyao waved dismissively, quickly. Take blood, claws, and a stool sample. At the mention of the stool sample, the white tiger emitted a sound. Casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyao that bore a hint of resentment? What was this absurdity? Lu Xiaoyao shivered, unable to contain the discomfort of such a human-like white tiger. Obtaining blood and claws was not overly difficult. But the issue lay in the fact that the white tiger had not produced any excrement. This dilemma greatly troubled Lu Xiaoyao and left Isla feeling rather awkward. The sensation of being around the tiger's rear was quite overwhelming. Not only was Isla uncomfortable, but even the white tiger, coiling its tail protectively around its hindquarters, would let out a distressed roar whenever Lu Xiaoyao glanced its way, swiftly concealing its backside behind its back. Isla, attempting to approach, was met with the white tiger's vigilant gaze. Had an agreement not been reached, it might have nipped at her. To this day, Lu Xiaoyao could still hear its teeth grinding. Scratching his head, the three of them exchanged glances, each at a loss for what to do. Shall I offer you something to eat? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, unable to see the hindquarters, instead fixating on the belly. With no stool to be found, even a bit of urine would suffice. Isn't it common to use excrement when marking territory? At this remark, the white tiger's eyes widened in indignation, and it hurriedly tucked its tail and fled. Hey, where are you going? Seeing the white tiger retreat, Lu Xiaoyao grew anxious. The white tiger turned back, approached Isla, and seized the small vial from her hand. Watching the white tiger's retreating figure, Lu Xiaoyao stood dumbfounded, muttering, it's shy? Did it really just get shy? I can't be mistaken, can I? Indeed, it possesses great intelligence. You are not mistaken. Isla replied, her face etched with a wry smile. It was her first encounter with a level 6 beast. She hadn't anticipated that a level 6 beast, apart from its inability to speak, would be so similar to humans. After exchanging a few words, they were startled by a sudden tiger's roar. What is happening? Lu Xiaoyao was bewildered, glancing at Isla. Go check it out. Moments later, Isla returned, holding a small vial containing a modest amount of liquid. Handing the vial to Lu Xiaoyao, Isla, with a grim expression, asked, "Is this sufficient?" Yes, this is wonderful," Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed with excitement. "Though it's slightly lacking, it will do." The journey back to the medical room was marked by a profound silence from Lu Xiaoyao. Beside them, Isha remained undisturbed, aware that Lu Xiaoyao was contemplating a treatment plan. Baihu followed closely behind, a shimmering royal emblem upon his forehead, curiously surveying the unfamiliar mobile base. Upon sensing footsteps approaching from behind, Lu Xiaoyao suddenly halted and turned to say, "I have a method to treat your injuries, but I must first attend to a friend of mine who is in grave danger." Baihu turned his head and, with a surprisingly human gesture, nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Such an intelligent creature made it difficult for Lu Xiaoyao to regard it as merely a beast. However, her expression of gratitude elicited a curious response from both Isha and Baihu. In Isha's mind, no matter how wise, the otherworldly beasts remained beasts, ultimately adversaries of humanity. Baihu found it even more perplexing. He had only witnessed humans either slaying, driving away, or enslaving otherworldly creatures, and never one who would express thanks to them. Chapter 40. Infusing Vitality. The ultimate essence of cultivation. Upon returning to the medical room, a cluster of employees had gathered, engaged in hushed conversation. As they spotted Lu Xiaoyao's return, a sudden silence enveloped them. However, upon noticing the presence of the white tiger behind her, they gasped and instinctively recoiled. The white tiger cast a fleeting glance in their direction before settling down on the ground, motionless. With a sly grin, Lu Xiaoyao addressed the onlookers. "Now, you may resume your work on the base vehicle. Should any of you dare to play tricks, I shall feed you to the tiger." All right. We'll get to work immediately. Please, don't," they pleaded, casting wary glances at the white tiger, which glared back at them. Its sudden flick of the tongue sent a chill down their spines. "Big brother, you must keep an eye on it. We have no desire to meet our end just yet." As they begged for leniency, they hurriedly made their exit. Within the base vehicle, there remained sufficient materials for their use for some time. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Xiaoyao turned to find Su Yingbei still present. "Why aren't you leaving?" she inquired. "I am a highly esteemed engineer. How could I stoop to their level?" Su Yingbei retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. "One may kill a soldier, but never humiliate him. Do not put your luck." Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with menace. "Do not force my hand." Su Yingbei, sensing the palpable intensity radiating from Lu Xiaoyao, refrained from provoking her further and begrudgingly turned to leave. This formidable aspect of Lu Xiaoyao instilled a deep sense of fear even in those like Isha and Ailanlin, who had never witnessed such a side of her. Having endured so much, how could Lu Xiaoyao maintain her composure? In a world where weakness invites oppression and humiliation, one must exude strength. The Blood Clan's powerful figures acted with impunity, while Tong Zhanyu wielded his vast influence without restraint. Both had imparted valuable lessons to Lu Xiaoyao. Strength and power are indispensable. Now unable to return to her original world, she resolved to survive in this one. Let Hubao City be her starting point. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiaoyao meticulously prepared the medicinal ingredients, double-checking for errors before commencing the concoction of the herbal brew. She instructed Ailanlin to monitor the fire while assigning Isha to oversee the proceedings, ensuring the employees remained under scrutiny. "Do you no longer require blood?" Lu Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon Lu Damei, who had just engaged Su Yingbei in combat, yet showed no signs of distress. "Not at all," Lu Damei replied, shaking her head, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. "Your blood possesses peculiar qualities, exhibiting remarkable effects. Moreover, I only employed physical techniques without depleting my blood energy." "Very well then," Lu Xiaoyao smiled, her spirits lifted at the thought of not needing to draw blood. As for Avril, she had been moved from the medical chamber to another ward. Even her combat attire had been replaced by loose hospital garments courtesy of Ailanlin. Upon entering the room, Lu Xiaoyao found Avril lying on the hospital bed, her brow furrowed, her complexion pale, as if she were enduring immense suffering. This anguish is not of the corporeal realm, but emanates from the very depths of the soul, originating from a life force on the brink of depletion. As for the physical wounds, they have been largely mended by the medicinal fluids within the healing chamber. Approaching the bedside, I assisted Avril into an upright position. Seated in a meditative posture, Lu Xiaoyao ascended onto the bed as well, settling behind her, inhaling deeply before entering a state of meditation. As the rhythm of her breathing became steady, the celestial energies around began to coalesce. In this moment, Lu Xiaoyao too required the restoration of her spiritual power, aiming to elevate her condition to its zenith. In the preceding battle, the final display of her martial prowess had utterly drained her spiritual reserves. That strike, imbued with fury, was a culmination of her utmost effort, an attempt to obliterate her adversaries entirely. Once the desire for bloodshed had ignited within her, how could she have held back? Although Lu Xiaoyao was acutely aware that she lacked the capacity to annihilate that multitude in a single blow, her unbridled rage had clouded her judgment, leading to the escape of merely 2 individuals. As Lu Xiaoyao commenced her cultivation, a vast influx of celestial energy began to gather, transforming into countless scintillating motes of light that surged into her being. At her lower abdomen, a radiant glimmer emerged, illuminating her from within. This was Lu Xiaoyao's elixir, still in its nascent second stage, known as the substantial elixir. With the continuous influx of energy, the elixir grew increasingly dense and refined. With each breath, the surrounding spiritual energy quivered, synchronizing with Lu Xiaoyao's rhythm, pulsating like a heartbeat. This elixir, teeming with vibrant life force, served as a second heart for the practitioner. Of paramount importance, Lu Xiaoyao's palm trembled as she began to guide the elixir upwards from her lower abdomen. The substantial elixir followed suit, ultimately soaring forth from her lips. The elixir, exquisite and resplendent, shimmered with iridescence, blurring the line between the tangible and the ethereal, existing in a state of energy form. At this juncture, Lu Xiaoyao opened her eyes, abruptly bringing her hands together to grasp the elixir between her palms, then gradually directing it towards Avril. In the next instant, the elixir erupted in brilliant radiance, flooding the room with a searing white light, akin to the manifestation of a miniature sun. Even through the crack of the door, the outside observers, Ai Linlin and Bai Hu, could sense an overwhelming and vigorous force. It was the essence of vibrant, flourishing life. At that moment, Bai Hu's gaze flickered, an unusual brilliance gleaming in his eyes as he fixated intently on the door, his demeanor becoming somewhat agitated. What a magnificent life force! Ai Linlin's eyes widened in astonishment, whispering softly. Lu Demi stared at the door, her blood-red pupils shimmering with fervor, her slightly inclined body trembling, overwhelmed by an instinctive urge to breach the threshold and consume that life force. The fangs of the vampire protruded from her mouth, and her lips parted slightly, unconsciously mimicking the act of swallowing. Stepping forward cautiously, Lu Demi suddenly clenched her fists, forcibly stabilizing her instinctual response. Within the room, under Lu Xiaoyao's influence, the life force released by the elixir was pouring into Avril's body. As this vital energy flowed, Avril's condition was steadily improving. The pallid visage regained its rosy hue, and the furrowed brows unfurled. At this moment, Avril appeared vibrant and serene, reminiscent of a neighboring girl lost in slumber, exuding an enchanting sweetness. However, as vitality surged within her, Lu Xiaoyao's body trembled, drenched in perspiration that soaked through her garments and the bed linens upon which she sat cross-legged. Just a fraction more, merely the final push. Lu Xiaoyao squinted, engulfed in profound fatigue. Yet, she could not afford to falter now, lest her efforts be rendered futile. Primordial Qi, Hunyuan divine art, Lu Xiaoyao murmured softly, swiftly channeling her energy. An abundance of spiritual essence filled her being, flowing into her elixir and transforming into an immense life force that coursed into Avril's body. Spiritual essence, the very source of life's vitality, possesses an almost inexhaustible reservoir of energy. The path of a cultivator, in essence, revolves around nurturing oneself with this essence, continually enhancing and magnifying one's existence. Life embodies relentless perseverance, courage in the face of adversity, and the relentless pursuit of breaking through limits, shattering the shackles of existence, and achieving transcendence. Yet, as time incessantly flows forward, mankind has become entranced by overwhelming power, forgetting the ultimate essence of this cultivation journey. Consequently, it has devolved into a realm of oppression and conflict, leading the pursuit of cultivation astray. Chapter 41, The Manifestation of Zen Martial Arts. The essence of spirit shines brilliantly, radiant with vitality, resembling a resplendent sun, akin to an eternal light. In contrast, the frail Avril appears as a delicate blade of grass, gradually reviving under the gentle caress of sunlight. The sun shines resplendently, illuminating the heart. The drooping branches slowly straighten, and the once weak physique becomes increasingly vigorous. Avril's charming face, vibrant with youth, exudes tranquility and gentleness. With her eyes softly closed, her eyelashes flutter, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao experiences profound enlightenment, comprehending the true aspirations and pursuits of cultivators. Slaughter and conflict have never been their ultimate goal. Such actions are merely a means of self-defense, a way to cease hostilities, never the aim itself. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge in all directions, The pursuit of cultivators is eternally about transcending the self and exploring the unknown realms. Life embodies relentless self-improvement, the courage to resist, continuously breaking limits, striving to transcend shackles, and shattering the chains of existence to achieve liberation. This is the essence, the spirit of seeking true knowledge. Amidst the brilliance, the Tao's majesty reverberates. The heavens and earth tremble, and all things resonate. Additionally, the profound sound of the Tao descends, enveloping Lu Xiaoyao in its embrace. In the dazzling brilliance, Lu Xiaoyao seems to don a splendid golden garb, emanating an aura of mystery and sanctity. Lu Xiaoyao's momentum rises, swiftly reaching a critical point. Buzz. The body quivers. The soul ascends, an indescribable spiritual resonance incites a celebration of divine sounds. The divine martial realm. Lu Xiaoyao has attained the divine martial realm. Yet, the ascent of realms does not cease. Zen martial intent, Zen martial manifestation, the spirit reveals my true self. The manifestation of Zen martial arts reflects the essence of the heart. The true spirit of intent unveils the genuine meaning of my heart. My heart's path is distant, with no end in sight. My heart embodies life. My will signifies resilience. Life is eternal, never yielding. The heavens and earth shudder. The sound of the Tao resonates. The celestial might is overwhelming, and the vastness of existence is profound. For what one aspires to, the unwavering spirit of exploration persists eternally. Exploring the cosmos, nature, life, and the self. Lu Xiaoyao tightly closes her eyes, sensing the profound sound of the Tao, perceiving the might of the heavens and earth, and understanding the essence of all beings. The realm reaches a critical point once more, having glimpsed the edge of the divine martial realm. A single step further leads to the extraordinary four paths. Zen martial arts and intent are two aspects of a singular essence. The manifestation of Zen martial arts and the clarity of intent intertwine, one tangible and one ethereal, one yang and one yin. Zen martial intent represents the harmony of yin and yang, the interdependence of heaven and earth. Lu Xiaoyao opens her eyes, her hands spread before her, and instantly, the Zen martial manifestation takes form, conjuring an ethereal shadow. The shadow twirls, mysterious and wondrous, quietly hovering in the palm of Lu Xiaoyao. Moments later, the ethereal form materializes into a sickle. With a slight arch of her brow, she channels her spirit, merging with the essence of intent. Suddenly, the sickle radiates light, shimmering with a subtle brilliance, exuding an ancient grandeur. The sickle, a crystallization of the wisdom of ancient ancestors, symbolizes their will, nourishment, cutting, harvest, hope. Originally, a small sickle symbolized the hope of life. And now, does not Lu Xiaoyao's desire to survive echo that sentiment? The sickle quivers, radiating a brilliant light, illuminating the sky with the glow of hope. An exquisite tapestry unfolds from the sickle. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpens. It resembles the harvest scene of our ancestors. The imagery reveals ancient forebears diligently reaping their crops. Golden waves of wheat dance in the breeze, warmed by gentle sunlight. The ancestors wield their sickles joyfully, harvesting the bounty of the land. As the sickles swing, sheaves of wheat are gathered by eager hands. As twilight descends, wisps of smoke rise, and the ancestors transport their harvest back to the warmth of home. The vision quietly shatters, dissipating into the heavens. Were it not for the war sickle suspended in Lu Xiaoyao's grasp, coupled with the remarkable surge in her cultivation, one might have thought the recent events mere phantasmagoria. Releasing the war sickle, Lu Xiaoyao lifts her head, only to be overcome by dizziness, collapsing onto her bed, succumbing to a profound slumber. Meanwhile, the unconscious Avril also topples, landing atop Lu Xiaoyao. The two slumbering figures remain oblivious to the passage of time. Outside the room, however, concern begins to mount. Numerous phenomena manifest within the chamber, vividly apparent, even affecting those outside, who are keenly aware of the strangeness. At this moment, a gathering forms, whispers filling the air. Eileen's remedy is prepared and awaits Lu Xiaoyao's emergence to administer it to Avril. Isa stands quietly, her mind swirling with questions. Suddenly, a startled cry pierces the air, drawing everyone's attention, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Isa and Eileen exchange a knowing glance before hastening toward the door. Upon opening it, they find Avril sprawled atop Lu Xiaoyao, the two entangled in a curious embrace. As they hear the door creak open, the two quickly turn, and upon seeing Eileen and Isa, Avril's face contorts with indignations. Jumping up to point at Lu Xiaoyao, exclaiming, I. Before she can articulate her thoughts, her eyes roll back, and she collapses back onto the bed. Eileen and Isa stand at the threshold, dumbfounded by the scene before them. What on earth is happening? Has Avril recovered? But what were Avril and Lu Xiaoyao engaged in moments ago? Could it be that Lu Xiaoyao harbored ulterior motives? The peculiar expressions of the two, along with the suggestive glances from the crowd outside, instantly alert Lu Xiaoyao to the gravity of the situation. Allow me to elucidate, Lu Xiaoyao began. scratching his head in perplexity, yet found himself at a loss for words. How does one articulate such matters? The more one attempts to explain, the murkier it becomes. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao decided to remain silent, gently placing Avril upon the bed. He then instructed AI Lin, quickly fetch the medicine. Once she has taken it and regained her strength, all will be well. AI Lin's expression turned peculiar as she cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyao before hastening out of the room. How is she? ISA inquired, approaching to assess Avril's condition while also tidying her disheveled attire. Observing ISA's actions, Lu Xiaoyao felt compelled to clarify. She must have just awakened and is still bewildered by her surroundings. My presence as a man here would naturally evoke a sense of resistance. I understand, ISA nodded, though her brow furrowed in confusion as she queried, must? Chapter 42, The Half-Blood. The Three Swords of Enlightenment. Lu Xiaoyao had been in the room for quite some time, pondering the use of such uncertain phrases. Upon noticing the puzzled expression on ISA's face, Lu Xiaoyao felt a tinge of helplessness. After tending to her injuries, fatigue had overtaken her, prompting a brief nap nearby. Oh, I see. ISA responded, her gaze lingering on the bed, as if searching for evidence of any misdeeds on Lu Xiaoyao's part. This was, in fact, an instinctive reaction. The room was equipped with surveillance devices, and reviewing the footage would clarify everything. At that moment, AI Lin returned, relieving Lu Xiaoyao of her awkwardness. You all take care of her. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Xiaoyao seized the opportunity to depart. As she exited the room, the surrounding staff cast her furtive glances, their intentions inscrutable. There was no need for Lu Xiaoyao to be courteous. She glared at them, demanding, what are you all doing here? Is there nothing else to occupy your time? Instantly, the crowd scattered. However, Bei, with reddened eyes, glared fiercely at Lu Xiaoyao, accusing, what have you done to Wei Er? As he spoke, he lunged forward, fury evident in his gaze, raising his hand to attack. The shadows of his fists danced through the air, infused with surging spiritual energy and overwhelming malice. Lu Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, and with a casual wave of her hand, unleashed a powerful gust. Boom! Bei, charging with reckless abandon, was thrown to the ground before he could even reach Lu Xiaoyao. The resounding crash echoed throughout the room, drawing the attention of those still present, while others who had already exited turned back in alarm. Despite being knocked down, Bei wasted no time in scrambling back to his feet, launching himself at Lu Xiaoyao once more. Observing Bei's relentless actions, Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened as she unleashed another wave of energy. The fierce wind howled, arriving in an instant. The immense force struck Bei, propelling him away once again. Try to make a move again, and do not blame me for being unmerciful. Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor grew icy, her eyes glinting with murderous intent as she cast a cold gaze upon everyone present, feeling the chilling aura emanating from her. Several individuals rushed forward to restrain the frenzied Bei. The commotion disturbed the adjacent patient rooms, prompting ISA and AI Lin to rush out. With a single glance, they quickly understood the situation. They approached, one grabbing Lu Xiaoyao while the other positioned themselves in front of Bei. The room is under surveillance. Should we clarify this matter? ISA's expression was tinged with anxiety, considering the implications this might have on the treatment of AI Wei Er. She needed to inquire with Lu Xiaoyao regarding any confidential techniques that might have been employed. Suit yourself. Casting a fleeting glance at Bei, Lu Xiaoyao turned to leave. His actions had already revealed much about his character. This individual possessed the ability to endure and adapt, displaying a remarkable resilience and the wisdom to assess circumstances, making him a highly valuable talent in the current situation. After taking a few steps, Lu Xiaoyao paused and instructed ISA. Come to the command room for a meeting in half an hour. Understood. After agreeing, Isha began to soothe the crowd. The surveillance footage from the hospital room was also edited by Isha, starting from the moment Lu Xiaoyao fainted. The subsequent seconds were continuous, albeit accelerated tenfold. Those present possessed a certain level of cultivation, allowing them to discern even the swift moments. In the footage, Lu Xiaoyao remained in a state of slumber, from collapsing onto the bed until Avril awoke. It was only when Avril screamed and struck Lu Xiaoyao that he was finally roused from his stupor. With the truth unveiled, Bei's emotions stabilized. Lu Xiaoyao entered the command room, smiling at Lu Damei, who followed closely behind. Your talent, insight, innate ability, and potential are quite impressive. Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Lu Damei's expression turned inquisitive. Thus, I wish to teach you some skills. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze shifted behind Lu Damei, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If I recall correctly, Count Nader referred to it as the blood-refining demon sword? Indeed. Lu Damei nodded, her crimson pupils sparkling with excitement upon learning that Lu Xiaoyao intended to impart skills to her. However, the enormous hood obscured her expression from Lu Xiaoyao's view. With a serious tone, Lu Xiaoyao continued, "However, before I instruct you, I need to conduct an examination." "An examination of what?" Lu Damei inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "It pertains to your lineage as a bloodkin, or more precisely, your connection to the blood clan." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized Lu Damei, uncertain if this topic would elicit a notable reaction. To his surprise, Lu Damei proactively clarified, "Strictly speaking, I am neither a bloodkin nor a blood descendant. I can only be considered a half-blood." "A half-blood? Only barely?" Lu Xiaoyao had no desire to pry into Lu Damei's background, recognizing it as a personal matter, and their relationship was not intimate enough for such inquiries. Yet, her words sparked some speculation, granting Lu Xiaoyao greater assurance. Extending his hand, Lu Xiaoyao asked, "May I take your pulse?" "Sure." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Damei slowly raised her hand. Resting his fingers on her wrist, Lu Xiaoyao closed his eyes and attentively felt the rhythmic pulse that resonated through his fingertips. The fundamental skills of observation, inquiry, and examination were the solid foundation he had cultivated since childhood. After a brief while, Lu Xiaoyao opened his eyes and inquired, "Could you remove your hood?" Lu Damei hesitated at his request. However, after a moment of silence, she removed the hood. Gazing at Lu Damei's delicate face, Lu Xiaoyao inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with astonishment. Even from her voice alone, she exuded an alluring charm. Yet, seeing Lu Damei's visage in person revealed the essence of ethereal beauty. Although her face bore some dirt and her complexion appeared quite pale, it did nothing to conceal her exquisite allure. Her features were finely crafted, her skin smooth and supple, with scarcely a flaw in sight. Those blood-red pupils, rather than instilling fear, added an intriguing allure. Having completed the processes of observation, inquiry, examination, and pulse-taking, Lu Xiaoyao had gathered all necessary information. As I observed Lu Damei, a sense of confidence began to blossom within me. "Martial arts, qigong, or combat techniques, what do you wish to learn?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao entrusted her chosen path entirely to Lu Damei. "For martial arts, I possess knowledge of two styles, Tai Chi and Bajikwan. In terms of qigong, I am versed in two forms, heaven and earth, and nature. However, when it comes to combat techniques, I am only familiar with three sorts." "What are combat techniques?" Lu Damei inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she regarded Lu Xiaoyao. Though her expression remained composed, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of astonishment. She was not captivated by my appearance. Combat techniques can be understood as a synthesis of martial arts and qigong. To master these techniques, one must first attain proficiency in both martial arts and qigong. With a smile, Lu Xiaoyao squinted and asked, "Do you wish to learn combat techniques?" "Absolutely." Without hesitation, Lu Damei replied resolutely, "I want to learn combat techniques." "Very well," Lu Xiaoyao affirmed, nodding with satisfaction. "I shall now impart to you the essence of my three sorts. In truth, with your physique, mastering combat techniques will yield remarkable results with minimal effort." Chapter 43. Turbulent Winds. Hidden currents stirring the calm waters. The current situation is fraught with internal and external challenges, and an attitude of merely getting by will undoubtedly serve as a death knell. Among those present, only Su Yingbei possesses the highest cultivation, yet his purpose for remaining here is solely for Avril. Love renders one blind. Among the others, Lu Damei exhibits the greatest potential. With her prowess in the body refinement path, she astonishingly transcends several levels to defeat Su Yingbei of the cleansing marrow path. When Lu Xiaoyao first discovered Lu Damei, she had tested her. Even in sparring with herself, Lu Damei showed no signs of inferiority. Lu Damei had even claimed she could easily take Lu Xiaoyao's life. Although Lu Xiaoyao was somewhat skeptical, the mere confidence displayed by Lu Damei suggested she possessed certain capabilities. Now, Lu Xiaoyao's aim is to elevate Lu Damei's cultivation level and enhance her abilities. In truth, Lu Xiaoyao had long contemplated this matter, and now presents the opportune moment for its implementation. After thoroughly assessing Lu Damei's condition, Lu Xiaoyao intends to devise a practical training method tailored to her unique traits. A true master is the progenitor of all teachers, possessing their own cultivation theories and the ability to create the most suitable training methods based on the characteristics of their disciples. The value of a master lies in this foundation. Otherwise, how do they differ from a mere expert? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao has made further advancements in her own cultivation, stepping into the realm of the extraordinary fourth path and becoming a respected figure. The training methods she creates will undoubtedly be even more refined. However, such methods do possess limitations that cannot lead one to the status of a master. To enter the cleansing marrow path and attain mastery, one must rely on their own understanding. This reflects the adage, the master opens the door. But the journey of cultivation lies with the individual. The groundwork has been laid. Whether one can perfect their own path depends on their own capabilities. If one cannot even perfect their own cultivation path, how can they impart knowledge to others? How can others trust them to teach? Under Lu Xiaoyao's guidance, Lu Dami swiftly entered a state of cultivation. To learn combat techniques, one must first elevate their realm and abilities. Otherwise, the use of a technique could drain the practitioner of all their strength, potentially leading to a fate similar to Avril's, wherein their life force is depleted. Moreover, Lu Dami inherently suffers from a significant deficiency in blood energy, which gnaws at her talent and foundation. Were it not for her exceptionally outstanding gifts, she might have already exhausted her vitality. In Lu Xiaoyao's eyes, Lu Dami resembles a parched rice field. Even with fertile soil and premium seeds, it cannot yield bountiful harvests. Thus, a parched field requires irrigation, which necessitates either gentle rain or a water source. The gentle rain symbolizes the ethereal energy of heaven and earth, while the water source represents latent potential. With both in abundance, coupled with effective drainage methods, the desiccated rice field can swiftly regain its vitality. After Lu Dami entered her focused state, half an hour passed. Outside the command room, footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of Isha and Ailenlin. As the gate swung open, Isha was the first to step inside, followed closely by Ailenlin, who supported Avril. Bringing up the rear was that fellow, Suingbei. Today, I preside over this meeting. Is that acceptable? Lu Xiaoyao glanced at Isha. Her tone was inquiring, yet undeniably authoritative. Very well. Isha had long since lowered her guard against Lu Xiaoyao. Without her, they might not have reached this point. The desperate counteroffensive, the narrow escape from Tiger Hold City, each moment devoid of Lu Xiaoyao would have led them to despair. Hope was a gift from Lu Xiaoyao, and dawn would surely grace the land once more. As long as Lu Xiaoyao remained, light would inevitably break through. That was Isha's conviction. Following Isha's affirmation, the others voiced no dissent. The flow of spiritual energy in the command room caught everyone's attention. Yet they merely cast a glance at the striking Lu Xiaoyao before gathering around the conference table. The situation was clear to all present. With a brief survey of the attendees, Lu Xiaoyao wasted no time and delved into the matter at hand. Suingbei, I require your stance. Will you collaborate with us? Or will you stand apart? If you choose the former, you may stay. If the latter, you must leave. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened significantly. Let me remind you, do not harbor any illusions. Do you comprehend my meaning? Faced with the weight of her presence, Suingbei showed no fear. Meeting Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, he retorted, don't try to intimidate me. I'm not easily swayed. As he spoke, his eyes flicked to Avril before he added, where she goes, I go. Avril, however, felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. Stealing a glance at Lu Xiaoyao, she quietly lowered her head, as if she had heard nothing. Yet her demeanor did not escape the notice of others. Isha and Ailenlin exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with intrigue, while Suingbei furrowed his brow, his hand tightening discreetly beneath the table. Lu Xiaoyao observed these subtle movements but chose to disregard them. She had no intention of delving deeper. All right, I believe you. With Suingbei's position now clear, Lu Xiaoyao declared, in that case, let us officially commence the meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened in their seats. Their gazes fixed upon Lu Xiaoyao. She felt a sense of admiration for their military discipline, seemingly ingrained in their very being. Even Suingbei, a researcher, adhered strictly to this ethos. With this realization, Lu Xiaoyao felt a renewed sense of assurance. What she feared most was a disorganized and undisciplined assembly. Only a solid foundation could be sculpted into something formidable. Isha, I require all intelligence within and surrounding Tiger Hold City, as well as the profiles of key personnel and the internal factional structure. I trust that Suingbei and Avril have insights into this area. Suingbei nodded in response. Addressing Lu Xiaoyao, I can provide that information, but I am curious to know what your intentions are. I find it hard to believe that Tong Zhanyu has complete control over such a vast entity as Tiger Hold City. Lu Xiaoyao smiled, a hint of treachery evident in his expression. It seemed to me that he must have numerous adversaries, be they political rivals or personal vendettas, and these individuals would serve as our allies. You. Suingbei's countenance changed in alarm as he stammered. Are you intent on dealing with Tong Zhanyu? Is that not feasible? Lu Xiaoyao retorted with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Since he dares to plot against me, he must be prepared to face my retribution. Retribution is merely a secondary endeavor. If my sole intention were to eliminate Tong Zhanyu, I could easily resort to assassination. However, Lu Xiaoyao's ambitions extend far beyond that. The entirety of Tiger's Embrace City lies within his sights. To overturn a city is to incite chaos. It is no simple task to stir tumultuous waves amidst a tranquil sea. Surviving in this tumultuous era is an even greater challenge. Chapter 44. The True Fire Forging of Divine Bones. Transcending mortality to achieve immortality in the forefront, there was a citywide manhunt led by Tong Zhanyu. Behind, the formidable army of Klaus pressed relentlessly. With wolves in front and tigers behind, there was no choice but to carve a path through the chaos. Your thoughts astonish me. Su Yingbei's eyes flickered as if contemplating something profound. However, a particular individual came to mind. Who? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, intrigued. In such a critical moment, Su Yingbei's recollection must pertain to a pivotal figure. As they spoke, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, rushing towards a specific direction. When the crowd turned to see, a vortex of spiritual energy had formed around Lu Damei. At the center of this vortex, Lu Damei sat, the energy swirling at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a myriad of delicate cracking sounds that resonated with the flow of energy. This is the forging of bones with spiritual energy. Gasps of astonishment erupted from several individuals. How could this be possible? Su Yingbei observed, his face a mask of disbelief. Having previously engaged with Lu Damei, he was acutely aware of her cultivation level, which was still far from the path of bone forging. Yet now, her prowess was advancing at an alarming rate. Moreover, the rapid rotation of the energy vortex was truly remarkable. Could it potentially explode? Such intense bone forging. How could anyone withstand it? Isla expressed her concern. The speed of this bone forging was indeed terrifying. Just as Isla's words fell, Ailenlin cried out, "Spirit fire, look quickly. Is that not spirit fire? Heavens! This is spirit fire forging bones." Even the frail Aver was left dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. Su Yingbei stared vacantly, a tinge of envy in his eyes. Spirit fire, this was an advanced method of bone forging, typically reserved for ancient sects with profound legacies. As soon as the words escaped, Aver exclaimed, "Wait, no, look. Why has the spirit fire turned red? What? Am I imagining things?" Ailenlin stood up abruptly, rubbing her eyes vigorously. "Goodness, what is this? I've never seen anything like it. If I am not mistaken, it should be the original forging method." At that moment, Su Yingbei's expression darkened. Who was this girl? Possessing knowledge of the original forging method? It was unfathomable to consider the immense power that could wield such techniques. But she is of the bloodline. Aver was somewhat aware of Lu Damei's identity. The bloodline? Su Yingbei's eyes narrowed in confusion, yet he quickly countered, "No, this isn't the blood flame of the bloodline." No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding red spirit fire enveloped Lu Damei entirely, obscuring her form from view. As they gazed at this sudden turn of events, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ailenlin murmured, "Her potential must be extraordinary, to be completely surrounded by the spirit fire." The size of the spirit fire could indeed reflect one's potential. The greater the potential, the more vigorous the fire. While an ordinary person might have flames the size of a finger or a fist, if something of the size of a human head were to appear, it would undoubtedly evoke overwhelming astonishment. As for something that could envelop its entirety, that would be utterly astonishing, indicating an unfathomable potential. The excited exclamations from the crowd left Lu Xiaoyao at a loss for words. After all, it was merely a cultivation method. Was such astonishment truly warranted? If they were to learn that this method was conceived and perfected within merely half an hour, would they not be utterly shocked? Are you all being a tad excessive? Unable to restrain herself, Lu Xiaoyao inquired. Little did she expect Avril to immediately turn, glaring with fury and exclaiming, "What do you know? This is the most sophisticated foundational bone refining technique, and I fear you would not comprehend it." Lu Xiaoyao felt speechless. It was as if Avril was the authority on the matter. Indeed, Su Yingbei would not squander the opportunity to impress the fair maiden. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoyao and remarking, "Such foundational bone refining techniques are exceedingly rare among practitioners of ancient martial arts." "Quite impressive," Lu Xiaoyao asked. "Impressive?" Beyond mere impressiveness. Su Yingbei's demeanor bore an air of arrogance, finally managing to overshadow Lu Xiaoyao. The technique she employed would incite fierce competition even among sects passed down from ancient times. "Enough with the chatter, there's a change," interjected Ailenlin, her gaze fixed intently on the beautiful Lu. At that moment, 3 luminous points emerged from the crimson flames. The brilliance of these points was blinding, making it difficult to gaze directly at them through the roaring fire. What might this signify? Even Su Yingbei appeared perplexed, his face betraying a look of skepticism. "Those are the true fire of Samadhi, also known as the divine fire of Samadhi." A mere glance revealed to Lu Xiaoyao that Lu Damei had reached a critical juncture. "True fire of Samadhi. How do you know?" Avril asked, her expression tinged with doubt. "Are you trying to deceive us?" "The true fire of Samadhi refines divine bones, transcending the mundane to attain an immortal form. This is a technique exclusive to ancient holy lands." Su Yingbei's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. How could a bloodline practitioner possess a technique reserved for ancient holy lands? An ancient holy land, you say? Observing the expressions of those around her, Lu Xiaoyao stifled a chuckle. Yet, As her gaze shifted, she noted that the three flames were flickering precariously, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Should the flames be extinguished, the true fire of Samadhi could not be formed. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy appeared agitated, seemingly on the verge of a violent outburst. The six harmonies returned to the source, embracing unity and guarding the essence. Lu Xiaoyu softly intoned, then rushed towards Lu Dami. "What are you doing?" Suing Bei, sensing Lu Xiaoyao's intent, angrily rebuked, extending a hand to block her path. Yet, in an instant, as she moved, she found herself grasping at air, turning back. She saw Lu Xiaoyao had already positioned herself behind Lu Dami. "The Big Dipper, I elucidate, the true sovereign lies in the far north, guiding the pole star." Lu Xiaoyao's expression grew serious as she raised her hand and waved it through the air, forming the Big Dipper constellation. At the tip of the spoon of the seven stars lay Lu Dami's position, aligning with the North Star. As they gazed at the celestial formation overhead, all present stood dumbfounded. What manner of technique was this? With a graceful wave, stars were summoned, shifting the heavens and altering the cosmos. As this scene unfolded, the command room seemed to be enveloped in the cloak of night. In the vast sky, only 8 stars shone with resplendent brilliance. Under the dominion of these 8 celestial bodies, the once tumultuous spiritual energy began to stabilize, flowing in accordance with the guidance of the Big Dipper towards Lu Dami. 3 strands of true fire were likewise calmed, their flames gradually intensifying. The integration of the 3 essences, spiritual consciousness, vitality, and essence, formed a harmonious unity. Mastering the profound art of fire, Lu Xiaoyao exhaled in relief, gesturing to dismiss the stars, and the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated accordingly. He stepped aside, observing quietly. The threefold true fire had taken shape, enveloping Lu Dami, creating a mass of flames that appeared almost congealed, akin to a lustrous jade. Within the fiery embrace, Lu Dami remained engrossed in her cultivation, seemingly oblivious to the preceding spectacle. Meanwhile, the gazes directed towards Lu Xiaoyao from the onlookers conveyed an enigmatic significance. Chapter 45. Emerging from the cocoon. Combat power assessment. The aura of Lu Dami continues to elevate amidst the tempering of the 3 flames. Time flows gradually, as all eyes remain fixated on her, filled with hope. People come and go, and this wait stretches into 7 days and nights. Crack. A series of soft sounds emerge as the condensed 3 flames begin to show fine fissures. When these cracks spread like a spider's web, they suddenly shatter with a muffled sound, dissipating slowly into the ether. A wide cloak envelopes Lu Dami, and beneath the hood, a visage of unparalleled beauty is concealed. Seated in a meditative posture, Lu Dami now hovers in the air. The moment she opens her eyes, a powerful aura radiates from her. Is this the cleansing marrow path? The personnel in the command room are struck with astonishment as they sense this aura. The previous Lu Dami was merely at the body refinement stage, and in just 7 days, she has ascended to the cleansing marrow path? This signifies a leap across 2 substantial tiers. The cleansing marrow path represents mastery. As Lu Dami descends gracefully, her first glance is directed toward Lu Xiaoyao. "The technique you just created is extraordinary." Just then, the words created and technique leave everyone momentarily speechless. Who is Lu Dami referring to? Could it be Lu Xiaoyao? Did he truly create this technique? And was it conceived just moments ago? Each person's memory begins to rewind. 7 days prior, before arriving at the command room, it seems there was merely half an hour's time. In that brief span, a cultivation method comparable to sacred secrets was devised? This is indeed perplexing. Isha and Ailenling exchange silent glances, while Avril stands in stunned disbelief, and Suing Bei's face flushes with color. When Lu Dami joyfully rushes toward Lu Xiaoyao, the truth becomes undeniable. A collective gasp fills the air as they marvel at the prodigy that is Lu Xiaoyao. Their gazes toward Lu Dami are now infused with envy. What an incredible technique! How did you create it? From beneath the large hood, a charming and excited voice emerges, causing Lu Xiaoyao to feel somewhat awkward. The others, too, find themselves entranced, staring blankly at Lu Dami. As her cultivation rises, her innate allure has surged significantly. Ahem, as long as it suits you, Lu Xiaoyao smiles, then adopts a serious demeanor. However, the path ahead will depend on your own efforts. Your cultivation has improved, but your realm still requires work. Otherwise, it will be easy to lose control. Yes, I understand. I will make sure to elevate my realm. Lu Dami replies obediently, displaying a newfound deference toward Lu Xiaoyao, even engaging in more conversation. So when will you teach me combat techniques? There's no rush. We can discuss it upon your return. For now, stabilize your cultivation and enhance your realm. During the 7 days of Lu Dami's training, Lu Xiaoyao and the others have remained diligent, consistently investigating information regarding Tiger Hug City and Tongzhanyu. They are now nearly prepared, and it is time to take action. As Lu Xiaoyao turned her head, she encountered the 4 individuals, each displaying a rather foolish expression, prompting her to snap her fingers in exasperation. Only then did the group regain their composure, seemingly oblivious to any previous awkwardness. "Ah, Lu Demii, congratulations on your progress in cultivation," AI Linlin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She then turned to Lu Xiaoao. "Can you create your own techniques?" "Indeed, Lu Demii, you are truly remarkable." AI Wire chimed in, eagerly tugging at Lu Xiaoao's arm. "Could you provide me with some guidance? I seem to have hit a bottleneck." Standing beside them, Isha wore a smile, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, which made Lu Xiaoao feel a bit flustered. While being surrounded by such beauty was delightful, the presence of Su Yingbei, the proverbial light bulb, was rather distracting. "Don't worry," Lu Xiaoyao said as she pulled Lu Demii and pushed her into AI Wire's embrace, suggesting they take a bath and change clothes. "All right, leave it to me." AI Wire responded without hesitation, dragging Lu Demii away. AI Linlin blinked and cheerfully inquired, "What about me?" "You take a few people, lead the little white tiger, and gather some game to celebrate Lu Demii. Remember, she loves chicken." Lu Xiaoyao assigned the task without hesitation. A few days prior, the little white tiger's injuries had been treated. Although not fully healed, it was on the mend. "Okay, I'll be back soon," AI Linlin exclaimed as she dashed off. In the command room, only Isha and Su Yingbei remained. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the two. "Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll make a trip then," she proposed. Looking at Su Yingbei, "Is that all right?" "Sure," Su Yingbei nodded, his expression somewhat complex. "May I inquire about your current level of cultivation? Curious, are we?" Lu Xiaoyao smiled, turning her attention to Isha. "How do you measure strength?" "We utilize instruments for scanning and detection, and..." Isha raised her left arm, demonstrating. "We can also conduct biological monitoring through the microbrain." As her words concluded, Isha turned and cheerfully suggested, "Since we have some time, let us conduct a test. I'm quite curious. I remember when I first met you, your combat power was below 5. Touching her nose, Lu Xiao chuckled. "It seems your instruments can be deceived as well." Following Isha, she approached a device and entered as instructed. Isha and Su Yingbei stood by the control panel, observing the detected data. "How is it?" Lu Xiao now inquired. "Why is the value still 5? How did you manage that?" Isha looked up, her expression filled with confusion. Su Yingbei glanced over, equally puzzled. "I didn't see any shielders." "What is a shielder?" Lu Xiao paused, then realized that Su Yingbei must have used such a device to conceal his cultivation level from her. And now? Lu Xiaoao activated her breath-concealing technique, no longer masking her presence. Data has been gathered, fluctuating on the screen. Isabella gazed intently, her face radiant with astonishment. 1,000, 5,000, 13,000, 22,000, 30,000. After a brief moment, both individuals looked up in disbelief. The combat power value of the refinement path ranges between 10,000 and 50,000. When did you surpass into the extraordinary fourth path? Moreover, considering you have only just attained this level, how could you possibly reach 30,000? The myriad sensors retracted, and the sliding door slowly opened, revealing Lu Xiaoyao stepping forth. "I happened to break through while healing Avril. Did you not observe the surveillance?" Lu Xiaoyao, puzzled by their astonishment, questioned how the 30,000 figure was computed. Su Yingbei's lips twitched. What did it mean to happen to break through? Achieving the extraordinary fourth path is no trivial feat. The surveillance footage was viewed in reverse. "We did not consider the earlier segments." Isabella blushed, realizing she had overlooked such a momentous event. A venerable one, indeed. Chapter 46, The Perfect Awakening. The tribal conflict. According to the rules, a cultivator's combat power must be multiplied by 2 to 5 times. ISA understood that Lu Xiaoyao was not familiar with these concepts, so she aimed to provide a systematic introduction. Glancing at the data, ISA remarked, "Thus, your actual combat strength ranges from approximately 60,000 at its lowest to around 150,000 at its highest." Her gaze shifted towards Su Yingbei. Regarding the realm of Transcendence 4, of which she was not entirely certain, this is roughly at the early stage of the Chaiyuan path. Transcendence 4 comprises the refining spirit path, the gathering of essence path, the Chaiyuan path, and the void harmony path. Su Yingbei took the conversation forward, observing the data on the panel. "As for you, being a cultivator, your overall combat power is enhanced, thus fluctuating between the early stages of the gathering of essence path and the Chaoyuan path. However, this is merely a general estimate and does not accurately represent your true combat prowess." Switching the screen panel, Su Yingbei continued, "In truth, this is less an estimation of combat power and more an assessment of physical metrics." From the panel, Lu Xiaoyao discerned 6 data points: life, mind, spirit, physique, strength, and agility. She quickly recalled that upon her arrival in this world, ISA had mentioned these metrics. Each of these categories displayed values around 30,000. the highest exceeding 34,000 and the lowest surpassing 27,000. In essence, the evaluation of combat power is the average of these 6 metrics. Lu Xiaoyao glanced at them and reached a clear understanding. Indeed, it was as such. Su Yingbei turned to Lu Xiaoyao and explained, among these, mind and spirit are closely related to cultivators, while strength and agility pertain to martial artists. As for life and physique, they are crucial for any living being. Seemingly enlightened, Lu Xiaoyao gazed at the panel, comprehending that cultivators and martial artists have distinct emphases. Conversely, cultivators balance both, hence the multiplicative bonus in their calculations. Precisely, Su Yingbei nodded, his eyes narrowing at Lu Xiaoyao with a smirk. You appear to be more astute than I anticipated. Yet, these estimations are merely data-based references and should not be overly trusted. After all, in genuine combat, numerous factors influence the outcome. Now, shall we discuss your data? Why does it indicate 30,000? How would I know? Lu Xiaoyao replied somewhat exasperatedly, gesturing towards the instrument. Perhaps there is a malfunction. Su Yingbei shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoyao. That is unlikely. I believe I understand the situation. At this moment, ISA interjected, it is due to the awakening. During your initial battle with the little white tiger, Lu Xiaoyao underwent her first awakening. First awakening? Both Lu Xiaoyao and Su Yingbei were momentarily taken aback. While Lu Xiaoyao was puzzled, Su Yingbei was astonished. Yet even with an initial awakening, such an increase would be improbable unless it was a perfect awakening. Furrowing his brow, Su Yingbei scrutinized Lu Xiaoyao. A simple test will suffice. Again, Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback, unable to suppress her retort. Do not push it. Do not attempt to treat me like a lab rat. Your body is your own. I am indifferent. Su Yingbei waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of indifference. If something goes awry and there are repercussions, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. With a chuckle, Lu Xiaoyao retorted. Do I really need your reminders when I am already well-versed in the medical arts? Nevertheless, she approached the instrument, intrigued. I am curious to know what this initial awakening truly entails. Very well, allow me to enlighten you, Su Yingbei responded, pleased by Lu Xiaoyao's cooperation, and began to elucidate the knowledge surrounding awakening. Through his explanations, Lu Xiao gained a clearer understanding. The term awakening refers to genetic awakening. From ancient times to the present, all beings have possessed their own bloodline heritage. The essence of this heritage predominantly resides within the genetic makeup of their lineage. The practice of cultivation involves harnessing spiritual energy to develop oneself, activating the power of the bloodline and awakening the legacy of ancestors. In addition to traditional cultivation methods, there now exists a pharmaceutical approach designed to activate the latent powers within one's genes. Cultivation and pharmacology represent 2 common avenues for enhancing human potential. Another method involves extreme stimulation, both physical and mental, which is frequently employed. The ascetics and devotees serve as quintessential examples of individuals who refine their bodies and minds through rigorous discipline. As the instrument emitted a soft beep, Su Yingbei inhaled sharply, while Isha gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. It truly is a flawless awakening, 100%. Su Yingbei turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao, his face radiating admiration. I am truly impressed. How is it that you can achieve this? Are you even human? Lu Xiaoyao rolled her eyes and stepped away from the instrument. Initial awakenings are categorized into 10 levels, each representing a 10% increment. Achieving 100% signifies a perfect awakening, which corresponds to a complete enhancement. Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's nonchalant demeanor, Su Yingbei grew a bit anxious. What I am stating is the most scientifically sound conclusion. What percentage of individuals typically reach these levels of awakening? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Su Yingbei explained. Most awakenings occur below 50%. Very few achieve 50%. And those surpassing it are exceedingly rare. As for a perfect awakening, only a handful of heroes ranked within the top 100 have accomplished such a feat. Awakenings can be repeated multiple times, each yielding varying degrees of enhancement, though the increments diminish with each successive attempt. Heroes? Lu Xiaoyao paused, bewildered. What do heroes have to do with this? Su Yingbei elaborated. Heroes are formidable individuals who have rendered great service to our Dawn clan during tribal conflicts, each embodying a legend of their own. In Isha's eyes, there shimmered a blend of reverence and aspiration. Tribal conflicts? Dawn clan? Lu Xiaoyao felt somewhat lost, realizing the complexity of the information she was now absorbing. Pondering briefly, she recalled that Count Nader had mentioned the Dawn clan, though she had not paid it much heed at the time. The rivalry among the Dawn clan, the Twilight clan, and the Backlight clan has endured for ages. I shall refrain from elaborating on it for now. Su Yingbei sighed, his gaze deepening. Your awakening is unequivocal, indicating your immense potential. You are destined to become a great hero in the future. Please, I harbor no such ambitions, Lu Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. What nonsense! I merely wish to live a good life and have no interest in the conflicts of tribes. Since your emergence is a matter of fate, it cannot be altered. Su Yingbei cast a profound glance at Lu Xiaoyao, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Will there be a conflict between awakening and cultivation? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, casting yet another question. After all, such abilities as awakening did not exist in the original world. Not at all. At this moment, Su Yingbei seemed to acknowledge Lu Xiaoyao, his demeanor becoming markedly more sincere. Awakening can be regarded as a profound exploration of one's potential, and it will only serve to enhance and complement cultivation. However, it cannot be ruled out that a conflict may arise between the two. There are whispers and certain secrets that the Twilight clan emerged as a new race precisely due to such rejection. Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, vigorously ruffling his hair. The very composition of this world was indeed astonishing. Chapter 47, Qingyu Group. Depth charges light and roses, darkness and withered bones, redemption and guardianship. Decadence and slaughter weave together to form a magnificent epic of the vast land of Xinzhou. Here lie ancient myths passed down through generations, countless tales of heroic legends, and stories of romantic encounters between talented individuals. This is a tale interlaced with love and hatred, destruction and salvation. 280 years ago, a revolutionary upheaval transformed the entire world. The chronicles playing in the bar's lobby held little interest for Lu Xiaoyao. With Su Yingbei, a living encyclopedia, she could acquire the most professional answers to all her inquiries at any time. Moreover, the knowledge possessed by Su Yingbei was undoubtedly unadulterated core secrets. Yongxing Town, situated on the outskirts of the Tiger Leopard Mountains, rose to prominence through the hunt for exotic beasts and is one of the towns under the jurisdiction of Hubba City. Hubba City, along with the 33 towns in the Hubba Plain, constitutes the complete map of Hubba City. The notable figure Su Yingbei had previously mentioned was a distinguished individual from Yongxing Town, Lei Zhentian, a name exuding power, the chairman of Qingyu Group. True to his name, he is a man of considerable prowess, commanding the Qingyu Mercenary Corps, the foremost pillar among the three major forces of Yongxing Town. The bar where Lu Xiaoyao and her companions found themselves was one of Lei Zhentian's primary establishments. According to Isha's investigation, Lei Zhentian often stationed himself here. What a scene! Observing the rugged and boisterous mercenaries around her, Su Yingbei furrowed his brow in distaste. The noisy environment irritated this distinguished engineer. He much preferred the tranquility of a scientific research laboratory. So, what is his personality like? Lu Xiaoyao chuckled, taking a sip of her drink as she surveyed the surroundings. He is straightforward, loyal, and trustworthy. Otherwise, how could he gather such a group of people willing to risk their lives for him? Su Yingbei, with a slight flutter of his eyelids, covered his nose and whispered, however, his strength is considerable. Unlike others, he has built these enterprises through sheer power. You hold him in high regard, don't you? Lu Xiaoyao smiled, noting that to become a local tyrant in such a place requires more than just straightforwardness and loyalty. Yet, without a notorious reputation, he may indeed be an upright person, or perhaps quite the opposite, someone feared enough to deter gossip. As for the truth, one must engage further to discern it. Nevertheless, since he bears the name Qingyu, it suggests he is unlikely to be utterly despicable. Furthermore, Su Yingbei's admiration indicates he is at least not a villain of great malice. Let us proceed. Finishing her drink, Lu Xiaoyao stood and walked towards the bar. Su Yingbei, Isha, and Lu Dami followed closely behind her. Tap, tap, tap. Knocking on the table, Lu Xiaoyao said, "Excuse me, I would like to see your boss." Looking puzzled, the bartender scrutinized Lu Xiaoyao and her companions and inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" "No. Let us arrange one now." Lu Xiaoyao waved her hand, signaling the bartender to fetch someone. "Are you here to see the boss, or are you looking for trouble?" The bartender cast a wary glance, casually waving his hand, and immediately several security personnel approached. Unperturbed by their subtle gestures, Lu Xiaoyao merely smiled mysteriously, suggesting that if their leader did not arrive, trouble might ensue. She reminded them that this was Qingyu, after all. The bartender's expression shifted momentarily, his hand hovering over the alarm button. There was a lucrative deal at stake. And if he had the authority, he could bypass the usual protocols. Is that so? The bartender furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Lu Xiaoyao. "I could summon the manager." "Better call your boss," Lu Xiaoyao replied, her impatience evident. "Our boss is not someone just anyone can meet." A cool voice interjected as a burly middle-aged man approached, his muscular physique straining against his clothing. And how might one gain an audience? Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaoyao smiled. "There are two paths, influence and strength." The man raised two fingers, stepping closer to Lu Xiaoyao and tapping the bar, "Deep water bomb." The bartender nodded and began to prepare. "As for influence, that is hard to showcase. If I had tens of thousands, you wouldn't be able to accommodate them all." Lu Xiaoyao chuckled lightly, gesturing to the other side. "How about we test strength instead?" The middle-aged man maintained a calm demeanor, assessing Lu Xiaoyao and her companions. Finally fixing his gaze on Su Yingbei. All right, how about you? Among the four, only Su Yingbei appeared somewhat capable. Not him. He is just a bookworm. Lu Xiaoyao waved her hand dismissively, pointing to Lu Demei. She should go. Are you certain? The middle-aged man's expression became peculiar. Are you afraid? Lu Xiaoyao countered. Her confidence unwavering. Me? Do you think you have the right to make me act? The middle-aged man dismissed her with a wave, calling over a waiter, bring Taimu. It's a serious match, double stakes. Watching the waiter depart, Lu Xiaoyao smiled nonchalantly. Are you sure you want to take action? Let us talk after you win. The middle-aged man replied, grabbing the deep water bomb handed by the bartender and heading toward the arena, taking a seat at a VIP table. Su Yingbei leaned in, uncertain. Is Demei up for this? Shouldn't you go instead? I'm definitely not going. Su Yingbei rolled his eyes. That would just invite trouble. Before they could follow suit, they overheard a commotion. News had already spread. What? Someone is challenging Taimu. Are they out of their minds? I heard Taimu has perfected his cleansing technique and is preparing to break through to Zen martial arts. Hey, Manager Liao is probably looking for a sparring partner for Taimu. Right? Of course. Who would dare challenge Taimu now? That would be sheer folly. Rumor has it Taimu has taken an awakening potion and experienced a 46 boost upon awakening. Is that true? Yes, that formidable? With a couple more awakenings, wouldn't he achieve perfection? Listening to the crowd's chatter, Lu Xiaoyao and her companions exchanged glances. Realizing that Manager Liao was rather indiscreet, glancing at Lu Demei, Lu Xiaoyao whispered, when the time comes, hit hard, just don't kill anyone. At this moment, Lu Demei had donned a new leather outfit, accentuating the exquisite contours of her physique. However, the voluminous cloak draped over her still obscured her perfection. Beneath the hood, Lu Demei gently nodded her head. Moments later, a similarly imposing figure approached, drenched in perspiration. All onlookers parted to make way for him. The opponent had arrived. Lu Xiaoyao, accompanied by several others, approached Manager Liao, inquiring if he was the formidable Taimu. Regret could still be entertained. Manager Liao leisurely sipped from his wine glass, exuding an air of nonchalance as he remarked, in the realm of martial arts, one must be wary, injuries may occur, and you must not hold me accountable. Throughout his statement, he did not even raise his gaze, indicating his utter disdain for the group before him. Chapter 48. The Bet. A direct confrontation as Manager Liao spoke. The surrounding mercenaries turned their gaze toward Lu Xiaoyao and her companions. What a jest. Such frail individuals daring to challenge Taimu? Do not underestimate them. They might be cultivators. Yet, in such a diminutive arena, a cultivator's potential is significantly constrained. What cultivators or warriors are they? In the presence of our brother Tai, they are mere trifles. Indeed, Brother Tai is invincible. Brother Tai, whose fist can shake the mountains and rivers. A chorus of voices erupted, filling the air with fervor. Lu Xiaoyao and her companions stood at the foot of the stage, feeling as if they were encircled by countless troops. To the onlookers, they appeared weak, pitiable, and helpless. Regardless of the spectators' opinions, Lu Xiaoyao paid them no mind, though their clamor was quite bothersome. From their words, it was evident they held Taimu in high esteem. While regarding Lu Xiaoyao and her group with disdain and hostility, a gaunt man approached, his eyes slanting with derision. I suggest you lot leave if you wish to avoid calamity. There are always some foolish creatures who overestimate their capabilities. Thinking Brother Liao and Brother Tai have nothing better to do. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Lu Xiaoyao casually replied, Who are you referring to as foolish creatures? I mean you, the man scoffed, lifting his chin in a provocative manner. Unable to contain her laughter, Lu Xiaoyao retorted, So, are you a cat or a dog? Or perhaps a mixed breed? How dare you? The lean man finally realized he was being insulted. At that moment, however, Manager Liao interjected, Xing. Our guests are here. Let us not appear impolite. All right. Xing forced a smile and stepped aside, muttering under his breath. I advise you not to seek your own suffering. How do you know we're the ones seeking suffering? Lu Xiaoyao remarked with a light smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. What do you say to a wager? A wager? What are the stakes? Xing replied, his expression dripping with sarcasm. If you can win, or even merely withstand 3 moves, I shall perform a table-eating act right here. Table eating? Isn't that a bit barbaric? Lu Xiaoyao frowned. Then what do you suggest I eat? Lu Xiaoyao, feeling somewhat vexed, replied, Well, how about the cup in your hand? How dare you? Xing nearly exploded, glaring furiously. What will you wager? My appetite is not as grand as yours. The moment those words left her lips, Xing nearly lost his composure. Lu Xiaoyao glanced around and pointed at a fruit platter, saying, I'll eat that. The platter isn't impressive, Xing mocked. I meant the fruits inside. Lu Xiaoyao said innocently, exuding an air of helplessness. What sort of reasoning does this fellow possess? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, while Xing, fuming, turned away in silence. Lu Xiaoyao smiled calmly, her gaze drifting toward Taimu, pondering who would be the true detonator in this encounter. "Let the contest commence," she declared. Upon hearing this, Manager Liao lifted his head and called out to the stage, "Taimu, take it easy." "Got it, Brother Liao, just watch," Taimu replied, ready to engage. Dear Xiaoyao turned her head to glance at Dear Demei. Silent, Dear Demei leaped gracefully onto the stage. The spectators, momentarily taken aback by her agile movement, soon erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "What a remarkable display!" "Humph, a mere jester," a Xing scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. On the stage, Dear Demei remained poised, her heavy sword resting on her back, her head shrouding her delicate features. "Please," she uttered, her soft, enchanting voice resonating throughout the venue. Though her words were few, they silenced the previously chaotic atmosphere, which quickly rebounded into a cacophony of excitement. "Goodness, it's a woman. I wonder what she looks like. Just look at that grace. Her figure must be utterly captivating. Wow, her voice is so alluring. I wonder how she appears." The audience buzzed with fervor. Whistling and gossiping, their excitement palpable. Ironwood had not anticipated that his opponent would be a woman. They aimed to employ the allure of beauty. Yet they were unaware that once Iron Brother stepped onto the stage, he would show no mercy. "Iron Brother, go easy. Don't harm the lovely maiden," someone cautioned. Ironwood furrowed his brow, his voice cold as he declared, "Though you are a woman, since you stand here, I shall not hold back." The ample cloak shifted slightly as Dear Demei replied, "Please." Without further ado, Ironwood stomped heavily, causing the arena to tremble. His massive fist, propelled by a fierce wind, surged towards Dear Demei. True to his word, there was no mercy, only the victor's claim. "Wow, Iron Brother is ferocious. The lovely maiden may not withstand it," they murmured. As Ironwood's fist descended, Dear Demei remained still, seemingly stunned into silence. The spectators, once again, began to shout, many pleading for her. Ironwood, leaping through the air, felt a flicker of doubt. Just as he hesitated to withdraw, he noticed her movement. A crimson shadow shot upward, appearing diminutive against Ironwood's bulk, yet her speed was astonishing. Not good. Ironwood's eyes widened in alarm. Before he could react, a fist, as solid as steel, struck his abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, forcing a muffled groan from his lips as he plummeted from the air. Thud! The heavy sound stirred dust on the stage. The once exuberant crowd fell silent, as if an unseen hand had gripped their throats. The arena transformed from a tumultuous uproar to an eerie stillness in the blink of an eye. The silence was so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Manager Liao's eyes widened in disbelief. He raised his glass to his lips but froze, the drink spilling down his chin, soaking his collar without his notice. A Xing's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit a peach. Everyone else appeared frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that singular moment. Heh. This is the talent I have nurtured. Gazing upon this scene, Lu Xiaoyao was filled with joy and pride, softly uttering, "The performance begins now." The fallen Taimu, however, did not yield. He endured the excruciating pain in his abdomen and rose from the ground. What a thrilling display. A true master. Taking a deep breath, Taimu's muscles swelled, and a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. "Let us battle once more." With that, he moved with the ferocity of a wild bull, charging across the arena. The ground trembled beneath him as he roared in fury. In this moment, Taimu embodied the essence of a relentless warrior. His greatest strength lay in his formidable power, using his robust physique to overpower opponents, which he regarded as the most exhilarating combat experience. To Taimu, this was sheer enjoyment. As he charged forward with untamed ferocity, Lu Demei chose to confront him head-on. A resounding crash echoed, sending ripples of spiritual energy vibrating through the air. In that instant of engagement, the onlookers finally awakened, erupting into fervent cheers and shouts. Yet, this time, it was not Taimu who basked in the thrill, but Lu Demei. Chapter 49, the veteran emerges. The cheers resonated like a surging tide, crashing against the shore. This marked the second clash between the two on stage, the petite Lu Demei and the imposing Taimu, whose contrasting physiques created a striking visual impact. Yet, despite the stark disparity in appearance, their prowess revealed a remarkable inverse relationship. With a resounding boom, a ripple of spiritual energy surged forth, creating a circle of waves. The mercenaries in the surrounding stands could distinctly feel the force of the shock waves sweeping past their faces. One could only imagine the tremendous impact occurring within the arena. In that fleeting moment of collision, the victor had already emerged. The formidable Taimu was once again sent reeling backward. His heavy footsteps echoed ominously on the stage, producing a dull thud. The arena, constructed entirely of alloy, bore clear impressions of his steps. Taimu's martial attire, strained under the ferocity of his power, began to tear. With a swift motion, he tore off the garment, his gaze fixed upon the diminutive woman, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable fire. as if wishing to consume Lu Damei in a conflagration. The second strike. Lu Xiaoyao uttered calmly as she observed the contest. Beside her, a Xing shivered, jolted awake by Lu Xiaoyao's words. A glance at Lu Xiaoyao, followed by another at Lu Damei, revealed that the earlier taunts had now returned to haunt him, darkening his expression. The invisible slap of humiliation was indeed the most lethal. Patience, there is still a third strike. A Xing grit his teeth, his gaze fixed on Taimo, his heart still brimming with hope. Upon discarding his martial attire, Taimo launched his third assault. A tempest of fury erupted, disturbing the surrounding spiritual energies. This time, Taimo unleashed his full might, channeling all his strength for a counterattack. The energies roiled and the force coalesced, indicating an impending display of martial prowess. Lu Damei swayed, her speed now even more accelerated. To the spectators, she appeared as a mere streak of red. On one side of this crimson line stood Lu Damei, while on the other loomed Taimo. Brother Taimo is employing his ultimate technique. The mercenaries familiar with Taimo erupted in excitement. However, before their cheers could fully escape, a sudden and unmistakable fracture appeared across the red line. In the next instant, another line emerged, carving a semicircle that shattered the initial red streak into oblivion. Amidst the explosive sound, all eyes turned to the scene where Taimo lay motionless on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. After a brief pause, a tumultuous wave of sound erupted, akin to a roaring mountain or crashing sea. Taimo had been defeated. He had lost to a mere girl? Stand up if you're a man. Do not fall. Long live the beauty. The beauty is mighty. Such a fierce little lady, I seek an embrace. A chorus of voices surged through the tavern, igniting a fervor among the mercenaries, who, though more familiar with Taimo, found the unexpected thrill of this surprise invigorating. In the third round, not only did he endure, but he also triumphed over Taimo. Lu Xiaoyao turned his head and, with a playful glance at a Xing, remarked, I shall await the banquet with a cup in hand. A Xing, gritting his teeth, retorted fiercely, do not let pride cloud your judgment. At this moment, Manager Liao rose from his seat, brushing off his attire, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. I seem to have underestimated the situation. Allow me to test my mettle as well. Oh, let us practice together, Lu Xiaoyao responded, loosening his shoulders and summoning Lu Damei. Manager Liao paused, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyao with a puzzled expression. Are you capable? Due to the effect of the concealment technique, Lu Xiaoyao appeared no different from an ordinary person. Manager Liao, being a master himself, possessed strength far beyond that of Taimo. A Xing once again interjected, displaying a smug demeanor. Do you understand what a master is? They can establish their own sect. Have you heard of this? I could easily defeat you, an ordinary person. Do not seek your own demise. Let us see then. Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile, undeterred by the title of master. However, it became evident that the esteemed leader they spoke of was likely a respected figure. A respected individual capable of remaining hidden in such a modest locale showcased a remarkable level of restraint, perhaps even more formidable than Suing Bei. If one possessed the strength of a respected figure, then it was only natural for Lei Jinting to dominate this place, though it seemed somewhat of a misallocation of talent. Choosing to disregard a Xing's taunts, Lu Xiaoyao perceived him merely as a petty jester, unworthy of concern. As Lu Xiaoyao ascended the platform, Manager Liao had no choice but to follow suit. The two stood upon the stage, drawing the attention of the surrounding mercenaries. Is that Brother Liao? He is actually making a move? Who is that person? Why do they appear so ordinary? Nonsense. They are merely an ordinary person. Has he lost his mind? Brother Liao is a master. Amidst the audience's confusion, Manager Liao remained composed, realizing that if his opponent dared to step onto the platform, they likely concealed their true abilities. Show me your skills, he urged, his expression grave, fully aware of the caution required after Taimu's experience had sounded the alarm. These seemingly ordinary individuals were, in fact, cunning predators in disguise. Let the host dictate the terms. Lu Xiaohao extended his hand in challenge, his aura intensifying as he adjusted the concealment technique to maintain his prowess at the master level. So, you are also a master. Perceiving the shift in Lu Xiaoyao's aura, Manager Liao became increasingly cautious. Lu Ting, I seek your guidance. Lu Xiaoyao, I humbly request your guidance. The two took their positions in the arena, with Lu Xiaoyao remaining calm and collected. In contrast, Lu Tung appeared excessively cautious, hesitating to initiate an attack. Lu Xiaoyao stood resolute like an immovable rock, presenting no vulnerabilities. Lu Ting sought an opportunity to strike, yet found none, which ignited a sense of frustration within him. Meanwhile, the spectators began to murmur. Why isn't Brother Liao attacking? Does anyone else find Lu Xiaoyao's name somewhat familiar? It does ring a bell, but who cares? This individual seems quite formidable. Brother Liao is far more cautious than usual. As a multitude engaged in conversation, a few figures approached from a distance. Liao Teng, step down. You are no match for him. Who uttered such words? Liao Teng's complexion darkened, and he swiftly turned his gaze, his eyes filled with fury. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, his expression swiftly transformed. Leader Lei, what brings you down here? Liao Teng stood at attention, resembling a steadfast pine tree, a stark contrast to his previous languid demeanor. A distinguished guest graces my humble abode. How could I possibly show any negligence? Lei Jinting strode forward, leaping onto the arena with vigor, his piercing tiger-like eye surveying Lu Xiaoyao. My young friend, your enthusiasm is commendable. Allow me to engage with you in a few rounds. The surrounding mercenaries erupted in astonishment. The chairman of Qingyu Group, the commander of Qingyu Mercenary Corps, had unexpectedly appeared in the arena. And he was about to spar with a young man? All eyes were fixated on the young contender, who suddenly seemed to embody an aura of enigma. Chapter 50. Disrespecting the elderly. Only schemes can win hearts upon comparing with the photograph etched in his memory. It became evident that the individual before him was indeed the target. Thunderstorm Lei, the chairman of Qingyu Group. Although in his 40s, Lei exuded an invigorating vitality that surpassed even that of the younger generation. After a brief observation, Lu Xiaoyao concluded that Lei was indeed a venerable figure, a master of the divine refinement path. Had he not recently experienced a breakthrough, he would have surely met with a humiliating defeat. You're a bit early, Lu Xiaoyao remarked with a nod and a smile, greeting him. Greetings, Elder Lei. I am Lu Xiaoyao. Early? What do you mean by that? Lei's eyes widened with a hint of confusion as he casually responded, Don't call me Elder. Very well, Uncle, Lu Xiaoyao replied. You little rascal. Lei's eyes bulged as he glared at Lu Xiaoyao, exclaiming, Am I really that old? Call me brother. You refer to yourself as old man. How could you not be old? Lu Xiaoyao thought to himself, bemused by Lei's unconventional demeanor. However, since Lei was not taking offense, he decided to forego formality. All right, big brother, Lu Xiaoyao quickly amended, fearing further insistence from Lei. He swiftly shifted the conversation. It seems you emerged earlier than I had anticipated. You're the one who is old, Lei retorted, narrowing his eyes and coldly questioning. Early? When should I have come out, then? You should at least allow me to. Lu Xiaoyao began, gesturing towards Liao Teng and the others who were unwilling to yield. Defeat those who oppose me first. Are you truly intent on bullying my brothers? Must you defeat the minor foes before confronting me, the final boss? Lei squinted, his gaze turning icy. Should I retreat for a moment and return later? Huh? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao found himself momentarily stunned. Lei's suggestion, albeit unexpectedly fitting, seemed a bit disrespectful of age. No, wait. Now that you've come out, why return? Lu Xiaoyao thought to himself, perplexed by the old man's obstinacy. Very well, let us engage in a spar. If you wish to bully my brothers, you must first pass through me, he declared. Before his words had fully settled, Lei stepped aside and assumed a stance, signaling the imminent commencement of the duel. Are we truly about to fight? Lu Xiaoyao felt completely thrown off balance. Since Lei's arrival, he had lost control of the situation. This individual, though seemingly eccentric, possessed considerable prowess. Who wants to bully them? Lu Xiaoyao thought with a wry smile, realizing that this unpredictable character was indeed a formidable opponent. Moreover, he seemed excessively protective. A mere offhand comment had led to such reluctance. Was he truly trying to bully him? With an arched brow, Lei raised his voice further. What? Am I too old to be of use? Observing Lei, Lu Xiaoyao found himself in a bemused state. Who was truly bullying whom? Wasn't he the very same person who moments ago insisted on not being addressed as old, now leaning on his age? The old fool, I shall take advantage of you. Lu Xiaoyao, somewhat irked, quickly devised a strategy to turn the tables. Since Lei Jintian was unpredictable in his tactics, she would shatter his pattern and impose her own. Since ancient times, deep affections cannot be retained, only the hearts of those who rely on schemes. As Lu Xiaoyao launched her attack, delivering a powerful punch towards Lei Jintian, she immediately disrupted his plans. Faced with the onslaught, Lei Jintian adopted a serious demeanor, abandoning his previous strategy and promptly countering Lu Xiaoyao. Boom. The collision of their fists produced a deep, resonant sound. The explosive force was entirely absorbed by both combatants. Unlike Lu Daming and Taimo, there was no ripple of energy emanating from them. Their exchange resembled that of ordinary individuals, devoid of any visible turbulence. Yet only they understood the terrifying power concealed within each other's punches, stemming from a profound internal force. This represented a refined technique in martial arts, a transformation from external to internal strength, requiring an advanced mastery of force. However, this internal energy was still within the realm of masters, with many experts managing to grasp it to some extent. The contest of their internal strength lacked visual spectacle, yet the peril therein was far more daunting. A breach in defense could injure one's vital organs without any outward signs of harm. In a matter of moments, they exchanged several blows, their figures interweaving, shifting positions countless times. The dance of evasion and pursuit was a true battle of strength and speed. Bang! As palms and fists clashed, the force ebbed and flowed. And they separated, each retreating a few steps. The watching mercenaries finally reacted, erupting in applause and cheers. Well fought. Our leader is magnificent. Keep it up, young man. Who is this lad, managing to trade blows with the boss? It's just the boss going easy. Otherwise, how could it be so close? Indeed. Who could possibly rival Lei Jintian? In their minds, no one had ever lasted so long against Lei Jintian without succumbing. Moreover, the opponent was a mere youth. Making it an astonishing feat as for whether the fight was tempered, there was certainly an element of leniency. Lei Jintian represented invincibility. Yet, even with this concession, to endure thus far was commendable. Quite impressive. Lei Jintian's gaze was profound. Only he knew that their earlier skirmish had not been easy. The young man before him possessed a daunting strength. Most importantly, he was still so young. Given a few more years, to what heights could he ascend? I am capable of much more than this. Lu Xiaoyao smirked with confidence. However, her candid proclamation incited the ire of the mercenaries. Who do you think you are? To be so impertinent before the boss. Exactly. If you were given a little face, you would not know how to hold back. Boss, I could take on 5 of this little brat. We must not indulge him. Boss, teach this audacious whelp a lesson. Amidst the clamorous mercenaries surrounding him, Lu Xiaoyao maintained an air of composure. Brother, if I were to bring you down before them, it would hardly present a favorable image, he remarked. You're talking nonsense. Lei Jinting retorted with a fierce shout. Do you truly believe you can do as you please in my presence? Let strength speak for itself. Unfazed by the confrontation, Lu Xiaoyao seized the opportunity to take the initiative. Before Lei Jinting could respond, he charged forward once more. This time, Lu Xiaoyao held nothing back, launching a full-throttle assault aimed at toppling Lei Jinting. Only by instilling fear could he achieve his objective. That cunning old fox was not easily subdued. Only absolute strength would suffice. I shall dismantle you. Lei Jinting bellowed, his voice reverberating with fury. His entire being trembled as azure arcs of electricity crackled around him. In that moment, Lei Jinting resembled a thunderbolt, radiating flashes of lightning as he hurled himself towards Lu Xiaoyao. Chapter 51. A Deviation of the Sword. The cunning little fox amidst the dazzling lightning and rumbling thunder, a colossal sphere of thunder, enveloped in the roar of the tempest, surged forth in a cascade of radiant light. An immense pressure descended, bringing with it a heavy aura, as if divine retribution were striking from the heavens. Lu Xiaoyao fixed her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance, her hands naturally coming together, suspended before her chest. The hand seals shifted rapidly, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that drew upon the essence of the universe, forming a tremendous storm. The mastery of energy manipulation that Lu Xiaoyao possessed was intrinsically linked to the natural forces of the world. In her domain of expertise, surrender was not an option. The storm coalesced, spinning at an alarming velocity, generating ferocious waves of force. I comprehend the way. The great winds arise. A tornado. With a gentle incantation from Lu Xiaoyao, a tornado with a diameter of 2 meters materialized, obstructing the inevitable path of the thunderous assault. The tempest howled violently, reverberating with intensity. The thunder crashed, its might overwhelming. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as lightning flashed, the wild winds wreaking havoc. Blinding bolts of electricity illuminated the chaos, cutting winds scattering in all directions. The entire bar hall was suffused with the blades of wind and arcs of electricity, affecting nearly everyone present. The spectators and mercenaries on the viewing platform were thrown into disarray, having overturned countless tables and chairs in their panic. The distant seating areas of the bar also suffered the wrath of this violent power, with many injured due to their unpreparedness. On the arena, Lu Xiaoyao stood poised, hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of mastery. In stark contrast, the thunderous opponent, Lei Jintian, leaned awkwardly against the ropes, his attire marred by numerous tears. Mother always warned us to steer clear of electric sources. Observing Lei Jintian's disheveled state, Lu Xiaoyao shook her head, sighing, Look at you now. You've brought this upon yourself. You little rascal. With wide eyes, Lei Jintian spat disdainfully and turned to leap off the stage. Xiao Liao, this is your responsibility now. You lot, follow me. Hearing his words, Lu Xiaoyao exhaled in relief, finally feeling a sense of acknowledgement. In truth, from the moment Lu Demei ascended the stage, Lu Xiaoyao was acutely aware that the situation would be relayed to Lei Jintian. Every subsequent step had been anticipated. However, she had not expected Lei Jintian to deviate from the script, acting in an unpredictable manner. From the moment Lei Jintian appeared until he made his move, Lu Xiaoyao had been led by the nose, and it was only through her own unconventional approach that she could turn the tide. What about you all? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, glancing toward Lu Demei and the others at the edge of the stage. We have been following closely behind you, so we weren't significantly affected, Su Yingbei replied. shaking his head as he gazed across the arena. Shall we proceed? Indeed, this old fellow is quite cunning and not easily dealt with, Lu Xiaoyao smiled. Her gaze shifting to the side. The Xing, do not forget the wine glass. A Xing emerged from beneath a row of seats, suddenly hearing Lu Xiaoyao's jest, and stumbled awkwardly, nearly sliding back under the seating. He managed to regain his footing, glancing at Lu Xiaoyao and the others. A deep sense of trepidation evident in his eyes. The seemingly frail young man possessed strength comparable to Lei Zhentian, from whence had this formidable creature emerged. In the office of Lei Zhenting, situated on the upper floors of the bar, the entire level has been transformed into an expansive chamber, radiating opulence. As the door swung open, Lu Xiaoyao cast a glance inside, her expression rife with sarcasm. Do you have any manners, you little rascal? Lei Zhenting's voice echoed, now clad in a different attire. Speak, what brings you here? Nothing much, Lu Xiaoyao replied, taking a seat on the sofa with several companions. While Lu Damei stood resolutely behind her, burdened by a hefty sword. Nothing at all? Lei Zhenting raised an eyebrow, amused. You come to see me without any purpose? With nothing else to do. I heard you've been quite formidable, reigning supreme here, so I thought I'd come and witness it firsthand. Any objections? Observing their exchange, Isha and Suinbei exchanged glances, amused. If not for their prior unfamiliarity, one might assume these two were old acquaintances. Their banter bore the hallmark of familiarity, bordering on the audacious. Lei Zhenting fell silent, pondering the motives behind their visit. Lu Xiaoyao's prowess had evidently earned recognition. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been brought here. Yet her lack of cooperation was an evident tactic, attempting to seize the initiative. As for breaking the stalemate, an unconventional approach was necessary. Otherwise, the two sides would remain entrenched with no fruitful dialogue. As Lei Zhenting contemplated, a familiar face intruded upon his thoughts. Lu Xiaoyao, that infuriating individual. What are you up to? Why are you encroaching on my space? He furrowed his brows, suspicion glimmering in his eyes. Lu Xiaoyao straightened up, then retreated a step, resuming her seat with a grin. I merely wished to see if this cunning old fox was concocting any mischief. Do you think everyone is as careless as you? Lei Zhenting rolled his eyes in response. You are a straightforward person, and I appreciate that. Let us not beat around the bush. Lu Xiaoyao sat upright, locking her gaze onto Lei Zhenting. Whether we collaborate or not is entirely up to you. Her words left not only Lei Zhenting astonished, but also Isha and Suinbei, who were equally taken aback. Was this truly how negotiations were conducted, as if it were a mere transaction? Heh, you are even more straightforward than I am, Lei Zhenting chuckled dryly, narrowing his eyes slightly. You lack sincerity. Sincerity? Lu Xiaoyao shook her head, extending a finger. We represent the Sea King. That is our utmost sincerity. That is merely an empty promise, Lei Zhenting countered, shaking his head. Do you believe I have squandered my years in ignorance? What are your terms then? Lu Xiaoyao turned to Isha. Why not consider bringing this old fellow into our fold? Isha and Suinbei were momentarily stunned. Lu Xiaoyao's audacity was beyond belief. Should she provoke Lei Zhenting, any chance of collaboration might evaporate. Can you be any more brazen? Lei Zhenting could no longer contain himself, rapping the table forcefully. I share a history of grievances with Tong Zhanyu, and you bear fresh animosities against him. Can we not approach this with a modicum of seriousness? I am quite serious indeed, Lu Xiaoyao replied. Lu Xiaoyao, with a face full of grievance, let out a gentle sigh. All right, I shall yield once more. Speak your mind. We are willing to assist you, but what can you offer in return? I can offer. No, that's not it. Lei Zhenting's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Lu Xiaoyao, rebuking her. Are you trying to deceive me? No, I am quite serious. Lu Xiaoyao rose to her feet, fixing her gaze upon Lei Zhenting, and declared, I am Lu Xiaoyao, 20 years of age, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, currently at the realm of refining the spirit path. Do you not think such sincerity is sufficient? You, Lei Zhenting, being an astute individual, suddenly grasped the weight of Lu Xiaoyao's words. Frowning in contemplation, he scrutinized her, while his mind began to deliberate. Chapter 52. Secrets. The true strength of Hu Bicheng through the channels of Lei Zhenling, uncovering information about enemies, is undoubtedly a trivial task. It is believed that the recent events could hardly escape his attention. The destruction of a military base is no minor affair. As for the identities of Lu Xiaoyao and his companions, Lei Zhenling must be fully aware. After all, how could a challenger appear and draw Lei Zhenling out otherwise? The moment Lu Xiaoyao revealed his name, his intentions were laid bare. Thus, Lei Zhenling wasted no time in demonstrating his authority to Lu Xiaoyao. If one cannot surmount such a trivial obstacle, they would naturally fail to capture Lei Zhenling's interest. Currently, Lu Xiaoyao has passed the test. Yet he has also posed a dilemma for Lei Zhenling, who finds himself in a perplexing situation. The animosity with Tong Zhanyu is evident. Yet Lu Xiaoyao manages to cultivate power right beneath his nose, showcasing the extent of Lei Zhenling's capabilities. Lu Xiaoyao is acutely aware that Lei Junling is astute, akin to a cunning fox. Therefore, he must not afford him too much time, otherwise, he risks being countered. With a gentle tap on the table, he captured Lei Junling's attention. Furthermore, due to Isha's official status, they are fully entitled to pursue any endeavors they desire. Lu Jiao squinted his eyes, resembling a crafty little fox, closely observing his prey. This notion, even without Lu Xiaoyao's words, is well understood by Lei Junling. It is precisely this understanding that stirs Lei Junling's interest. Even amidst chaos, one must not act recklessly. Should one's actions lack justification, it provides others with leverage against them. Currently, Tong Zhanyu's aggression towards Isha stands as his greatest blunder. As long as Isha is willing, there exists a legitimate rationale to confront Tong Zhanyu. After all, Isha represents the ruler of Haizhou, the Sea King. Isha possesses a just cause but lacks an army, conversely. Lei Junling wields military power yet lacks legitimacy. The amalgamation of their strengths would lead to a harmonious complementarity. This is precisely why Lu Jiaoya suggested that Isha enlist Lei Junling. However, should he accept this enlistment, even if Lei Junling remains the commander, the allegiance of this force would nominally shift to Haizhou. This is a conclusion Lei Junling cannot and will not accept. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoyao's self-introduction resonated deeply with him. Given Lu Xiaoyao's youth and cultivation, he would undoubtedly receive high regard wherever he went. As long as he follows Lu Xiaoyao, there is no fear of being sidelined. Should Lu Xiaoyao extend his hand, success and fame are inevitable amidst this tumultuous era. The turmoil in Haizhou is merely a beginning, a harbinger of greater chaos to come. Lei Junling is acutely aware that the true age of disorder is swiftly approaching. What remains now is a choice to be made. As for Lu Xiaoyao's character, Lei Junling trusts his own judgment. Many harbor enmity towards Tong Zhanyu, yet Lu Xiaoyao specifically chose him, which is indeed intriguing. A saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The fact that Lu Xiaoyao sought him out signifies a shared affinity between them. In the Hall of Offerings dedicated to Tong Zhanyu, there reside 3 esteemed elders, all of whom are revered masters. After a brief silence, Lei Jinting made his decision, and his words conveyed sincerity. 3 revered masters. Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow, realizing he had underestimated Tong Zhanyu. Leaning back in his chair, Lei Jinting cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoyao and smiled, adding, as far as I know, Tong Zhanyu's cultivation is also quite formidable. He was on par with me back then, and perhaps now he surpasses me. Do you lack definitive information? Lu Xiaoyao's heart sank, filled with disbelief. Could his cultivation truly be that high? Sitting nearby, Su Yingbei displayed a face of astonishment. What? Tong Zhanyu possesses such remarkable cultivation? I have never heard a whisper of it. Indeed, my investigations yielded no such information, Isha echoed, equally astonished. Of course, Lei Jinting surveyed the group. Rising to pace the room as he spoke in a somber tone, you are unaware. Ever since our battle 15 years ago, he has not taken action again. Pausing momentarily, he sighed and shook his head. Now that I am a revered master, what level must Tong Zhanyu have attained, the one who triumphed over me? These revelations were undoubtedly secrets. Were it not for Lei Jinting's account, who would have suspected that Tong Zhanyu could potentially be a revered master himself? Thus, it appears their revered master's number 4, Lu Xiaoyao lamented. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive as the group fell into silence, confronted by such overwhelming power that seemed to leave them utterly defenseless. Tilting his head, Lu Xiaoyao noticed that Lei Jinting appeared to have more to say. He could not help but twitch his lips, urging him to reveal any hidden strengths without reservation. Well, are you all prepared for what comes next? Lei Jinting hesitated, reluctant to further dampen their spirits. Yet, the harsh reality must be faced. Go ahead, even if there is a true master, I can take it as a joke. Su Yingbei quipped, seemingly attempting to lighten the mood. Huh? Congratulations, Lei Jinting sighed, plopping down into a seat. Do you think I have endured all these years without intervening for no reason? Is there really a true master among them? That would be a powerful figure from the gathering of splendor. Su Yingbei was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing they had already lost the battle without even engaging. Before a true master, even Lu Xiaoyu would likely find it difficult to gain any advantage. The path of spirit refinement is known for its revered masters. While those of the gathering of splendor are called true masters, perhaps Lu Xiaoyao could withstand a singular true master, but what about facing 4 revered masters? On their side, even counting the petite white tiger, they could muster only 3 revered level powerhouses. In light of the stark disparity in absolute strength, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened. If Tong Zhanyu is indeed a revered master, why did he not intervene when we escaped last time? Back at the military base, I was merely at the zenith of CH in martial arts and could not have withstood a revered master. Moreover, Reflecting on that day, Tong Jianyu had appeared remarkably composed since his arrival. Though she displayed great anger that day, anger does not equate to fear. It is astonishing to discover that the one who conceals the deepest secrets is, in fact, Tong Jianyu. From the moment she encountered him, she never once considered him a threat. The mere recollection sends a chill down Lu Xiaoyao's spine. Yet, the questions in her heart multiply with each passing moment. Raising her gaze towards Lei Jinting, she furrowed her brow and pondered before inquiring, what could his hidden agenda be? Is there some underlying reason that prevents him from taking action? Uncertain, Lei Jinting shook his head, his expression laden with bitterness. If we could ascertain that, would we still be in this predicament? It is precisely the unknown that incites the greatest apprehension. Isla interjected, however, the pressing issue remains, even disregarding Tong Jianyu. The other real beings and esteemed elders are not foes we can contend with. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly challenging. Lu Jiao leaned back against her chair, her face etched with worry. In the face of absolute power, any scheme or trickery is no more than a paper tiger. A tiger? Suddenly, Lu Jiao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. Chapter 53, The Schemes of the Old Fox. Overturning the table in an instant. A multitude of thoughts surged through Lu Xiaoyao's mind, and all of them ultimately traced back to Lei Jinting. Everything she now knew, the content of their conversation, was orchestrated by him. Lu Xiaoyao suddenly realized that she seemed to still be led by the nose. This old fox was indeed not to be underestimated. Casting a glance at Su Yingbei, her eyes sparkled with intrigue as a smile crept onto her lips. She reached out and patted Su Yingbei's shoulder. Is this what you call straightforwardness? I see only a cunning old fox. What? Su Yingbei was taken aback, bewildered. What have I done? Lei Jinting glared at her, his expression innocent. What are you up to, you little rascal? What am I up to? Lu Xiaoyao sprang to her feet, pressing her hand against the coffee table, a cold smile gracing her lips. I intend to overturn the table. With a resounding crash, the coffee table was abruptly flipped over and hurled towards Lei Jinting. Su Yingbei and Isha were left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. What was Lu Jiao planning to do? Bang! Lei Jinting reacted swiftly, kicking the table aside and cursing angrily. You little brat, are you never satisfied? You old fox, thinking you can scheme against me just because you're older? Do you take me for an easy target? In the face of Lei Jinting's curses, Lu Xiaoyao was unfazed, immediately beckoning, Lu Damei, let us teach him a lesson. As her words fell, Lu Damei shook her cloak and sprang towards Lei Jinting like a young deer. Martial technique, sky-piercing ground spike. A tremendous force descended from the air, the spiritual energy coalescing in her fist, radiating a fierce light as it aimed for Lei Jinting's face. Lu Xiaoyao leapt forward, directly lunging at Lei Jinting. Old man, I believe you're overdue for a beating. You dare. Lei Jinting roared in fury, his fists crackling with electricity. The clash of formidable powers and the ferocity of their martial arts stirred up waves of spiritual energy within the room, sending Su Yingbei and Isha reeling backward. At this moment, Su Yingbei's eyes flickered with contemplation, pondering Lu Xiaoyao's intentions, while Isha wore a perplexed expression, utterly confused by the unfolding situation. Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts were always whimsical, characterized by a leap of logic that Isha had never managed to keep up with. Martial technique, left and right forceful entry. Lu Xiaoyao extended her arms, deflecting Lei Jinting's attack, leaving his chest exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Damei lunged forward, delivering a fierce three-point strike to Lei Jinting's chest. Enduring the intense assault, Lei Jinting was propelled backward, but with Lu Xiaoyao holding onto his arms, only his lower body could lift off the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. Martial technique, the 8 forms of the diamond, mountain splitter. Lu Xiaoyao leapt, releasing Lei Jinting, but in the next moment, she pressed against his lower back. Fall. With a sharp command, Lu Xiaoyao exerted his strength, seizing Lei Jinting and smashing him down onto the ground. The earth quaked beneath the impact, the floor cracking as if an earthquake had struck. Lei Jinting bore the brunt of this assault, leaving him disoriented. The clamor of hurried footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by the sound of a relentless pounding on the door. Without glancing back, Lu Xiaoyao ordered, Lao Su, Isha, block them. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the door burst open, and a throng of security personnel stormed in. Su Yingbei, upon hearing the call, rushed forward to engage with the security guards. As chaos ensued, Isha was compelled to join the fray. Yet, the sheer number of intruders proved overwhelming. And despite Su Yingbei and Isha covering each other, they found themselves continually retreating. Suddenly, a crackling arc of electricity surged forth, momentarily halting Lu Xiaoyao. Lei Jinting scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Lu Xiaoyao. You little brat, I won't let this go. As he spoke, Lei Jinting regrouped, unleashing a torrent of thunderbolts towards Lu Xiaoyao. Dab Mei, go assist them, Lu Xiaoyao commanded sharply, pointing at Lei Jinting. Old man, Do you think you're the only one who can wield thunder? Comprehend the way, condense the lightning strike. Boom. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, plummeted from the ceiling, landing squarely upon Lei Jinting's head. The deafening crash momentarily halted Lei Jinting's advance, but he quickly surged forward again, intent on Lu Xiaoyao. I'll strike you down, you old fox. As Lei Jinting closed in, Lu Xiaoyao engaged him in combat once more. Meanwhile, with Dab Mei's intervention, the security guards were finally held at bay. However, Dab Mei had yet to draw her heavy sword. Her fists alone were proving more than sufficient. Her unique talents rendered her exceptionally formidable, and with only the rudimentary combat skills learned from Lu Xiaoyao, the security personnel found it increasingly difficult to stand their ground. With the support of Isha and Su Yingbei, they swiftly overwhelmed the guards, leaving them sprawled across the floor. Lu Xiaoyao braced himself against a powerful punch, quickly retreating. Old man, do you have any sincerity? He glared angrily, seizing a cabinet and hurling it at Lei Jinting. You little brat, that as precious golden sandalwood. Lei Jinting caught it with a gentle touch, placing it aside. Just as the words left his mouth, a sharp crack echoed from below. Crack. Upon closer inspection, a porcelain vase lay shattered into fragments. Lei Jinting winced in pain, cursing, you little brat, that was from 500 years ago. Nonsense, at most 5 years. Lu Xiaoyao scoffed, disdainfully replying, it's just a common ebony wood. Do you really think I'm that easily fooled? As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyao turned again, casually tearing a painting from the wall. You shameless one, stop right now. If you wish to fight, I will gladly accompany you, but do not harm my treasures. Fuming, Lei Jinting glared at Lu Xiaoyao, feeling utterly despondent at having entangled himself with this wretched creature, who simply refused to adhere to his anticipated schematics. Very well. Lu Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, raised the painting, and with a faint, icy smirk, declared, do not attempt to play mind games with me. When have I ever? Lei Jinting quickly altered his stance upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's motion to throw the painting, exclaiming, no games, no games. Let us meet with sincerity. Who wishes to engage sincerely with you? You incorrigible rogue. Do you even possess an education? Lu Xiaoyao retorted through clenched teeth, irritation lacing her words. That is what I mean by sincere engagement. Very well, let it all be as you say. You are in charge, is that agreeable? Lei Jinting, filled with pent-up frustration, glared fiercely as though he might devour her whole. See, in business dealings, one must possess an imposing presence. Lu Xiaoyao gestured grandly, hurling the painting towards Lei Jinting. Chapter 54. The Master of Performance. Thunderous rage mingled with laughter as Lei Jinting expressed his frustration, nearly demolishing the house in the process. Clearly intent on provoking a heart attack. With a cold, piercing gaze, he spoke in a low voice, you speak of momentum. Yet this is nothing but an attempt to incite anger. Furthermore, in business, integrity should be paramount. Have you even received an education? These were the exact words of Lu Xiaoyao, delivered back to him in full. It was all the same, as long as you understood. As for integrity, you possess it. As do I. Lu Xiaoyao smiled nonchalantly, pulling over a chair and brazenly seating herself before Lei Jinting. Once both parties ceased their hostilities, Isa and her companions approached. Everyone, please step outside. Observing the injured scattered across the floor, Lei Jinting's lips twitched. You can collect a month's subsidy from Xiaoyao. Thank you, Boss Lei. As the crowd departed, Lu Xiaoyao finally spoke. If you wish to borrow our momentum, do not use your momentum to oppress others. It is good for me, good for you, and good for everyone. Why must we keep score in our interactions? If you find it effortless, I find it tedious. Her words seemed disjointed, leaving Isa and Su Yingbei utterly perplexed. Yet, within Lei Jinting's heart, astonishment brewed as he gazed at Lu Xiaoyao, curiosity overwhelming him. How did you come to this realization? You said it yourself, Lu Xiaoyao replied with an air of indifference, her hands clasped together. Though I may be a bit slow, with a little contemplation, I would inevitably grasp the truth. When did I say that? Lei Jinting wondered aloud, recalling their previous conversation, unsure of any slip of the tongue. Your subtle hints regarding the strength of Tiger Hug City, gradually applying pressure on us, is merely a prelude for your own agenda, is it not? Fixing her gaze upon Lei Jinting, a smirk played upon her lips as she confidently asserted, I suspect you will next propose a solution, and your ultimate aim is power. To elevate your own standing, perhaps even to turn the tables and assume leadership over us? As Lu Xiaoyao articulated her thoughts, Isa and Su Yingbei finally comprehended the implications, a cold sweat trickling down their backs. If Lu Xiaoyao's deductions held true, then Lei Jinting's intentions were indeed terrifying. Isa was acutely aware of the secrets harbored within their mobile base. Should those secrets fall into the hands of outsiders, the consequences would be dire. Even the advanced spatio-temporal technology of the base was sufficient to attract the attention of the ambitious. In such tumultuous times, ambition was rampant. Lei Jinting had not anticipated that within such a brief span, Lu Xiaoyao would uncover so much. Casting a deep glance at her, he chuckled lightly and shook his head. I underestimated you. Since you are aware of the power of Tiger Hug City and have been developing here for so many years, you must have considered how to respond. Lu Xiaoao's expression turned serious. Her heart remained vigilant. However, I believe what you just mentioned is merely the tip of the iceberg. Within Tiger Hug City, there must be other forces at play, those that truly warrant your caution. Certainly, within the vast expanse of Tiger's Embrace City, how could there be merely a handful of formidable forces in residence? Lei Zhentian nodded in agreement, revealing a trace of bitterness. Indeed, you only mentioned the offering hall. Lu Xiaoya replied with a nod, speaking with a calm demeanor. Tiger's Embrace City is a tiger. Tongzhanyu is a tiger. You, too, are a tiger. None of them are mere paper tigers. It cannot be that simple. You, little tiger, are equally remarkable. Lei Zhentian shook his head, letting out a sigh of contemplation. Since you have come to seek me out, there must be some forethought behind it, correct? Forethought? None at all. Lu Jiao chuckled, rubbing his palms together as he said. But I do have a notion or two. Pray, share your thoughts? Lei Zhentian leaned closer, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Beside them, Isha and Su Yingbei looked on in confusion at the exchange between the elder and the youth, wondering how they had gone from playful banter to seeming camaraderie. After a brief murmuring between the two, Lei Zhentian suddenly straightened up, slamming his palm onto the table with a roar of indignation. Get out, you little brat. And do so at once. Leave? Why should I fear? Lu Xiaoya retorted, rising to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Lei Zhentian. Let me make it clear. If I leave now, do not expect me to return. Isha and Su Yingbei were bewildered. How could a moment of levity devolve into a squabble once more? Who do you think you are, that I would care? Lei Zhentian summoned a sphere of lightning in his palm and hurled it with force. Bang! The sphere exploded, illuminating the room with a flash of electric brilliance. Lu Xiaoya appeared taken aback, caught directly in the blast. Had he not instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, he would have been marked with a face full of sparks. You old fool! Lu Xiaoyao immediately retaliated, overturning Lei Zhentian from his chair with a swift kick. Run! After landing a surprise attack, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the door. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit, rushing into the hallway. Behind them, Lei Zhentian emerged in a fury, unleashing a barrage of thunderous lightning. A tempest approaches. Lu Xiaoyao glanced back, skillfully casting a seal. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, conjuring a storm that impeded Lei Zhentian's advance. What is happening? Isha asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Su Yingbei replied soberly, it seems this path is no longer viable. We shall regroup later. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Xiaoyao was the first to burst forth, only to find a throng of mercenaries gathered outside. That old fox! Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Damn that old man. He's settling personal scores. Brothers, eliminate them. Capture them alive for the boss. Charge. Dare to provoke our leader, and we shall bring you to ruin. The mercenary shouts echoed, surging towards Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Follow my lead. Lu Xiaoyao commanded, swiftly launching an offensive. Ultimate technique. Fish Dragon Metamorphosis, 100 Transformations Fist. In an instant, countless shadows of fists surged forth, striking out in all directions. The mercenaries who had charged in were swiftly swept away. Countless bodies sent reeling back by the force of the attack. In an instant, chaos erupted among the mercenaries, who collided with one another in disarray. Quickly move. Lu Xiaoyao called out, rallying with Isasha and the others as they surged forward. We cannot let them escape. Close the door. With a shout, a dozen individuals rushed to the entrance of the bar, intent on shutting the doors. But it was too late. Lu Xiaoyao swiftly maneuvered through the throng, reaching the bar's entrance. With just a few punches and kicks, he felled several mercenaries. Following closely behind him, Lu Demii shielded Isasha as they dashed out, with Su Yingbei trailing right after. The mercenaries regrouped and charged once more. Inside the cramped confines of the bar, their movements were restricted. However, once outside, they were free to unleash their full potential. A flurry of fierce figures lunged forward, each mercenary displaying a desperate resolve. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao hesitated, unwilling to take their lives. The flying car is coming. We should board. Isasha raised her left arm, deftly summoning the hovering vehicle with a flick of her wrist. You all get in. I will hold the rear. Lu Xiaoyao halted momentarily, eyeing the pursuing mercenaries, and with a cold smirk, declared, Wu Yu Dao, turn the clouds, rise. Chapter 55, The Philosophical Debate. A sudden surge outside the Qingyu bar, the entrance was violently breached, the door splintered into fragments. Lu Xiaoyao and his companions rushed out, pursued by dozens of mercenaries. A hovering vehicle descended, and the three of them leaped into it. Lu Xiaoyao stood at the front of the vehicle, casting a cold smile over his shoulder towards the bar's upper echelons. There, a shadow flitted past, hastily retreating indoors, promptly drawing the curtains. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the open space outside the bar, shrouding all the mercenaries within its grasp. A few mercenaries who managed to escape were ensnared again by the cloud locks emerging from the mist. Within the dense fog, screams and curses erupted, creating utter chaos. Lu Xiaoyao entered the vehicle, forming a hand seal and uttering, "Rainfall, descend." As his words fell, a torrential rain of blades cascaded into the mist. The already disordered mercenaries instantly erupted into cries of agony. "Let us go." Lu Xiaoyao chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. The hovering vehicle roared to life, soaring into the sky. Racing towards the outskirts of Yongxing town, disappearing from view in an instant. At that moment, Lei Jinting, who had arrived late, ascended into the sky, roaring in frustration. After hurling a few curses, he reluctantly retreated from the bar. Inside the hovering vehicle, Isha wore a troubled expression, while Su Yingbei's face was etched with bitterness. Observing their demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao found himself wanting to laugh. How can you still find humor in this? Su Yingbei shot a glance at Lu Xiaoyao and said irritably, "This plan with Lei Jinting has failed. Shall we try someone else?" "Who said it has failed?" Lu Xiaoyao countered. "Given the chaos, can we still rely on collaboration?" Su Yingbei replied, somewhat at a loss. Lu Xiaoyao paused, then shook his head. Collaboration is no longer an option. "So, what now?" Isha's expression mirrored concern as she glanced at Lu Xiaoyao, her eyes hinting at reproach. "Let us recruit him," Lu Xiaoyao suggested with a smile, nonchalantly adding. "Life is but a play, all reliant on performance. If you two were deceived, surely others will fall for it as well." "What do you mean?" Both Isha and Su Yingbei were taken aback, staring at Lu Xiaoyao in disbelief. "Are you acting?" "Of course." Lu Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, revealing a mischievous grin. "However, if that old fool dares to scheme against us, I shall ensure he faces a bit of hardship." "What hardship?" Isha inquired with curiosity. "Surely not those mercenaries?" Su Yingbei recalled that Lu Xiaoyao had seemingly employed some form of tactic when leaving the bar. "A mere inconvenience, nothing severe. Rest assured." He patted their shoulders and then turned his gaze toward Lu Damei. "How do you feel?" "Not bad," Lu Damei replied succinctly. "Indeed. There are a few areas you need to pay attention to." Lu Xiaoyu began to reminisce, explaining to Lu Damei and pointing out certain errors, before summarizing. "Physical techniques are mere externalities. While they possess considerable power, they also incur significant expenditure. Therefore, I do not recommend focusing on this. Rather, it is more beneficial to invest time in comprehension." "Comprehension?" Upon hearing this, Lu Damei felt a twinge of confusion and curiously inquired, "What do you mean by insight?" "Look." Lu Xiaoyao pointed towards the outside of the vehicle, a mysterious expression adorning his face. "What do you all see?" The sky, akin to exquisite glass and uncut jade, captured Isa's attention for a fleeting moment before she responded. Su Yingbei glanced outside and then withdrew his gaze, observing the endless mountain ranges. Silent Lu Damei was also gazing outside, his blood-red pupils shifting, yet his focus seemed to wander. Above, there was the sky. Below, the earth. In the distance, mountains. Nearby, forests. Lu Xiaoyao, observing the group, continued to guide them. "Upon witnessing all this, what thoughts arise within you?" The others fell into silence, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. Lu Xiaoyao's voice continued to resonate in their ears. "In this world, every phenomenon embodies a principle. So, what is the principle?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao sought to elevate their understanding, to broaden their perspectives and magnanimity. "The way can be articulated, yet it is not the eternal way. Names can be assigned, yet they are not the eternal names. Non-being is the name of the origin of heaven and earth. Being is the name of the mother of all things." Quoting a passage from the Tao Te Ching, Lu Xiaoyao began to elucidate for the three individuals. As they listened to his eloquent discourse, they found it captivating and replete with intrigue. Lu Xiaoyao referenced classical texts, expounded his views, and ultimately summarized his discourse, often leaving his audience enlightened. "Consider your own realms. Why does the term way always accompany the names of these realms?" Observing the earnest expressions on their faces, Lu Xiaoyao felt that his efforts were worthwhile. The foundation is for the way. The tempering of the body is for the way. Zen and martial arts are for the way. The cultivation of the spirit is for the way. Even the subsequent realms are manifestations of the way. As you mentioned, in this vast world, is the way not omnipresent? Su Yingbei furrowed his brow, gazing at Lu Xiaoyao, and remarked, "Many of your perspectives are truly unheard of. In this world, there is no shortage of wonders." Lu Xiaoyao chuckled, turning his gaze to the outside. "Even what I speak now may, one day, be overturned by another, rendering it worthless. However, each individual possesses their own way. Once one understands oneself, one can reach the utmost, and that is your ultimate way. As for my way, my ultimate way." After this discourse, the three once again fell into contemplation, questioning themselves and exploring the nature of the way. noticing that they had entered a remarkable state of selflessness. Lu Zhaoyao comfortingly closed his eyes. The vehicle sped along, and silence enveloped the interior. After an indeterminate period, the three gradually awoke. What just happened? It felt as if an eternity passed, yet it seemed only a moment. Su Yingbei scratched his head, his face a canvas of confusion, but soon exclaimed in astonishment. My realm has actually elevated, and my cultivation has surged significantly. This. His gaze turned to Lu Zhaoyao, revealing a look of shock. As Su Yingbei spoke, Isa gasped in astonishment, her face soon breaking into a radiant smile. I have truly entered the realm of Zen martial arts. It is simply incredible. The progress of Su Yingbei and Isa has surged remarkably, while Lu Damiai's advancement is nothing short of astonishing. In the moment of awakening, an exquisite aura enveloped her. Lu Damiai has once again transcended a significant boundary, reaching the same level in Zen martial arts as Isa, thus becoming a revered master. Observing the alarming speed of Lu Damiai's enhancement, Lu Zhaoyao furrowed her brow with unease. Such rapid advancement is indeed peculiar. It may lead to an unstable foundation and pose future risks. Grasping Lu Damiai's hand, Lu Zhaoyao placed her fingers on her pulse, yet after 5 minutes, she found nothing amiss. The growth in realms and cultivation is undoubtedly a positive development. After a brief silence, Lu Zhaoyao cautioned, yet one must remember, haste makes waste. Yes, I shall keep that in mind. Lu Damiai nodded, discreetly withdrawing her hand and turning her gaze towards the exterior of the vehicle. A faint blush graced her fair visage, concealed beneath her hood. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the sky. A tremendous shockwave caused the hovering vehicle to sway violently. What is happening? Lu Zhaoyao frowned and peered out of the flying car. It appears to be an aerial explosion. A skirmish is suspected to be unfolding ahead. We have entered a battlefield in the skies. Just as the hovering vehicle stabilized, Isa's voice resonated. Chapter 56, Soaring with the Sword. The assault of fighter jets. The realms of several individuals have ascended, yet their cultivation has advanced only marginally, as they are not in a state of focused training. Even for Isha and Lu Damiai, their realms have been elevated, but their cultivation has yet to catch up. A substantial influx of spiritual energy is required for that, and the current environment does not permit such practice. In the midst of the aerial maneuvering of the hovering vehicle, the sensation of vertigo soon becomes overwhelming. Isha, despite her administrative background, remains relatively composed due to her prior training. In contrast, Su Yingbei and Lu Damiai struggle. One is a dedicated research engineer, while the other is a desperate little vampire beggar, neither of whom has ever engaged in such aerial acrobatics. This cannot continue, as their bodies are ill-equipped to endure it. While Isha manually pilots the vehicle, she keeps a keen eye on the conditions of her companions. I too am feeling unwell. Lu Zhaoyao's complexion has turned pale. As the vehicle's erratic ascent and descent, coupled with rapid spins and rotations, leave her dizzy and her stomach unsettled. In the distance, several aircraft are in hot pursuit, their cannon fire whistling through the air like a meteor shower. Who is attacking? Lu Zhaoyao grips the handrail tightly, trying to stabilize herself. But she cannot discern the identity of their assailants. The troops stationed at Tunhuko, led by Klaus's vanguard, are on the offensive. Upon hearing Isha's response, Lu Zhaoyao is filled with doubt. Wasn't Tunhuko one of the 10 formidable passes? How could it be so swiftly breached by the vanguard? Yet, that may not be the case. At this moment, Su Yingbei catches his breath and addresses Isha directly. Focus on driving. I will explain to him and do my best to shake off the pursuers. As soon as he finishes speaking, he turns to Lu Zhaoyao, stating that their current assault is merely a probing attack. The aircraft outside are reconnaissance vessels, moving at remarkable speeds, making interception challenging. However, these aircraft must be eliminated swiftly, as the data they collect will be transmitted in real time. Such brazen reconnaissance? Lu Zhaoyao is momentarily taken aback, questioning the intelligence of the enemy commander. How could this be? Glimpsing the ongoing battle outside, Su Yingbei continues, they must have come in stealthily. Those aircraft are constructed with stealth technology. However, Tong Zhanyu has managed this area for many years and possesses formidable technological means. If even enemy reconnaissance cannot be detected, occupying the pass would be futile in the long run. Then it seems Tong Zhanyu possesses some skill. Lu Zhaoyao nods in understanding, contemplating Klaus's army. Just as Lu Zhaoyao begins to articulate her thoughts, an abrupt sensation of weightlessness envelopes them, and the entire vehicle ascends rapidly. Boom! A powerful shockwave reverberates, unleashing a violent ripple that surges from beneath the vehicle. The hovering car sways but swiftly distances itself from the impact zone. Turning around, Lu Zhaoyao witnesses the pursuing aircraft being obliterated by aerial explosive shells, blooming like fireworks in the sky. Yet, regrettably, the explosive shells, having destroyed the aircraft, Continue to follow the path of the vehicle. It appears that the station troops at the Tiger Mouth are intent on annihilating all aerial objects that are not allied. Resolute and decisive. The commander of the Tiger Mouth garrison is indeed a formidable character. Time slipped by unnoticed, and over 10 hours have elapsed, leading us to the vicinity of Wolf's Throat Town, evading the incessantly raining explosive projectiles. The flying vehicle executed a sharp maneuver and soared towards the Tiger Mountain range. Wolf's Throat Town, Lu Xiaoyao pondered. Is it one of the two military towns adjacent to Tiger Mouth? Indeed, there is another town named Tiger Town. These two military towns form a second line of defense, creating a triangular formation with Tiger Mouth. Should a conflict arise at Tiger Mouth, these towns can respond swiftly. If, by any chance, Tiger Mouth were to fall, the two military towns could still maintain resistance. Su Yingbei interjected at this point, raising his voice. Isabel, be cautious. Several military aircraft are in pursuit. Understood. Can we eliminate them? Lu Xiaoyao glanced back, feeling a sense of oppression. It is possible, but our firepower is insufficient. We may suffer mutual destruction. Isabel examined the instruments, her delicate brows furrowing. Moreover, the energy levels were inadequate. If we engage them, we might not make it back. Then let me take charge. The situation of being attacked without the ability to retaliate was driving Lu Xiao to the brink of frustration. Do not act impulsively, Su Yingbei advised. The vehicle door swung open, and Lu Xiaoyao, with a flick of his wrist, leaned halfway out and cast a throw towards the rear. A brilliant flash of light, akin to a streak of silk, swept across the sky. With fingers poised like a sword, Lu Xiaoyao unleashed the sword control technique, targeting the aircraft. Boom! The sword light erupted with a thunderous roar. Several aircraft, caught off guard, were instantly obliterated, exploding into fiery blossoms mid-flight. The sword technique continued to be wielded, with flying swords shimmering in the air. The pursuing aircraft were consecutively destroyed in the sky. It is clear now. Lu Xiaoyao beckoned, retracting the flying swords. As he slid back into the vehicle, Su Yingbei couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, a cultivator is remarkable. Even this is achievable. Growing increasingly formidable. Is this the flying sword we acquired last time? Isabel's eyes sparkled as she recalled how Lu Xiaoyao had just teleported and single-handedly dispatched a martial artist, seizing a lightsaber from a cultivator. In that moment of being encircled by enemies, Isabel had nearly lost hope. Yet this man, whom she deemed to be a mere novice, had led them to a splendid counteroffensive. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao nodded, possessing two flying swords, albeit of mediocre quality, hence he had never employed them. Just as they exhaled in relief, believing they had evaded their pursuers, a series of powerful roars reverberated through the sky once more. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Isabel glanced and exclaimed, "Not good, it's a fighter jet." The massive roar was rapidly approaching, instilling a tremendous sense of pressure. The sound was so overwhelming that it induced a sense of panic, as if the sky were about to collapse. Lu Xiaoyao felt a chill within. Are they deploying fighter jets now? With curiosity stirring in his heart, Lu Xiaoyao turned to look. The fighter jets here are entirely different from those in the original world, save for their shared name. 3 formidable aircraft, accompanied by a thunderous roar, relentlessly pursued them. A series of brilliant energy projectiles, leaving trails of flame in their wake, were hurtling towards the flying vehicle. These projectiles not only traveled at remarkable speeds, but were also of considerable size. Should they strike the vehicle, it would likely result in utter destruction and loss of life. Keep moving. Lu Xiaoyao's expression turned grave as he abruptly flung open the door and leaped from the vehicle. This sudden action left everyone momentarily stunned, only for their faces to pale in alarm. After all, these were fighter jets, the pinnacle of advanced technology, boasting immense combat prowess and serving as one of the primary weapons of battlefield dominance. Even cultivators of the Fourth Realm would hesitate to confront such formidable entities head-on. Chapter 57. Aerial Warfare. The struggle for supremacy in the skies. The fierce confrontation between the cultivator and the fighter jets left the occupants of the vehicle visibly distressed. Both Isa and Su Yingbei were taken aback by Lu Xiaoyao's audacity as she leapt from the moving car. The modern fighter jets were no longer the antiquated machines of yore. They represented cutting-edge technology with enhanced combat capabilities and an array of formidable weaponry. With their energy shields, high-energy cluster beam emitters, superconducting airburst bombs, and guided energy cannons, these aircraft possessed unparalleled power both in the air and on the ground. Their performance was agile and their functions versatile, capable of vertical takeoffs and reverse flight, once mere fantasies that had now been mastered through technological advancements. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao was oblivious to these intricacies and had recklessly jumped out. Isa's expression darkened with concern. What would become of Lu Xiaoyao if she ventured out alone? Conversely, if they did not assist her, all of them risked perishing here. What could be done? Bei furrowed his brow, glancing anxiously at Lu Xiaoyao. If she were to meet her demise, their escape would be impossible. His unspoken intention was to stay behind and help. However, the driver was Isa, and Bei had no authority to decide. As Lu Xiaoyao leaped from the vehicle, she hurled her flying swords into the air. Two swords emerged in succession. One erupted into a brilliant display of light, hovering beneath her feet, while the other, radiating a fierce aura, rested on her shoulder. The distant fighter jets, now aware of Lu Xiaoyao as their target, quickly recognized her identity. Nevertheless, undeterred by the presence of a cultivator, the jet surged forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. A deep blue energy shield materialized around the aircraft, enveloping it entirely. As the high-energy cluster beam emitters locked onto Lu Xiaoyao, in the next moment, a barrage of searing beams shot through the sky, streaking like meteors, yet bearing an even greater peril. Indeed, upon witnessing the energy shield and beams, Lu Xiaoyao comprehended the gravity of her situation. These fighter jets were not the relics of her memories, but rather superweapons of this world. Channeling her sword technique, the flying sword beneath her feet surged into motion. However, the speed at which it ascended proved difficult for Lu Xiaoyao to control, causing her to wobble precariously atop the sword. This bizarre spectacle left not only Isa and the others in stunned silence, but also the cultivator piloting the fighter jet in sheer disbelief. Was this person not a cultivator? How could she lack the ability to ride her sword? Were it not for the detection of her presence, the energy shield would not have been activated. Narrowly evading the beams, Lu Xiaoyao managed to stabilize her posture after a moment of adjustment. With no prior experience in flight, she nearly lost her balance. If she had indeed fallen, would she have been the first revered one to tumble from a flying sword? With her high cultivation level and formidable self-regulation abilities, Lu Xiaoyao quickly adapted. After the initial phase of evading several waves of beams from the fighter jets, she was able to fly steadily on her sword. However, the thought of attempting high-difficulty aerial maneuvers made her reconsider. This fleeting moment was incredibly brief. Lu Xiaoyao adjusted his flying posture as the fighter jet roared towards him. The concentrated energy beams became increasingly dense. With Lu Xiaoyao's current sword flight skills, evading such a high-density barrage seemed nearly impossible. In the next moment, just as he managed to hover steadily, his body suddenly tilted and plummeted downwards. The energy beams whizzed harmlessly overhead, accompanied by another fighter jet. As Lu Xiaoyao descended, the jet lost its target, and its supersonic speed rendered it difficult to maneuver. Despite knowing Lu Xiaoyao's trajectory, it was impossible to follow immediately. The jet rushed past and swiftly veered away. At that very moment, a brilliant sword light surged from beneath the fighter jet. The flying sword, radiating fierce spiritual energy, struck the energy shield with tremendous force. The collision of such terrifying offensive power and formidable defense was instantaneous. The high-speed jet spiraled out of control, completely losing its balance. The other two fighter jets, still 100 meters away, split apart, making a wide arc before regrouping to concentrate their fire on Lu Xiaoyao. High-energy beams rained down frantically, interspersed with superconducting airburst bombs, fully locking onto Lu Xiaoyao's position. As Lu Xiaoyao fell from the sky, he was not relying on his sword to fly. He was in free fall. His speed increased, the wind roaring past his ears. The high-energy beams missed their mark, but the superconducting airburst bombs pursued relentlessly. What a nuisance, Lu Xiaoyao muttered. And the flying sword beneath him suddenly activated, darting horizontally. Explode. With a flick of his sword, another flying sword shot forth to meet the airburst bomb. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the clustered shockwaves detonated. The flying sword transformed into a shooting star, piercing through the airburst bomb while simultaneously targeting another approaching fighter jet. Bang! A deep blue light flashed as the flying sword struck the shield. Yet it failed to breach it. The opposing fighter jet sustained no damage whatsoever. The strength of the shield was quite formidable. Lu Xiaoyao maneuvered his flying sword deftly in the skies, evading a third fighter jet. At that moment, the first fighter jet, having stabilized, was about to search for its target when it suddenly experienced a violent tremor. Isha, piloting a hovering vehicle, crashed directly into the already decelerating fighter jet. The jet tilted dangerously and plummeted towards the ground. Cannon, fire. Bei gripped the control stick and launched an assault on the fighter jet. Countless energy projectiles rained down upon the aircraft, merely causing ripples on the energy shield. The weaponry on the vehicle lacked the power to breach the fighter's defenses. Nevertheless, the overwhelming impact caused the jet to tremble, making it difficult to regain stability. The descending fighter was on a collision course with a mountain. Damn it! The pilot of the fighter jet, a practitioner of the bone refinement path, knew that a direct collision with the mountain would spell certain doom. Up, he bellowed, yanking the control stick to lift the nose of the aircraft. However, at that very moment, a dazzling streak of light struck the plane's front. The angle he had just adjusted was forcefully reverted. In this critical moment, it was far too late to make any further adjustments. With a thunderous roar, the fighter jet collided with the mountain, erupting into a massive fireball. On board the flying vehicle were Isha, Su Yingbei, and even the usually silent Lu Damei, all gazing towards the direction from which the radiant light had come. Lu Xiaoyao extended his hand, summoning his flying sword, which whirled back to him. "Eliminate them," he commanded. Having destroyed one fighter jet, Lu Xiaoyao ascended into the sky, directing his sword towards another aircraft. The sword's brilliance erupted, dazzlingly transforming into a streak of light that swiftly traversed the sky. Boom. This time, the aircraft's defensive shield failed to function, and under Lu Xiaoyao's sword attack, only a burst of fireworks remained. Chapter 58. Beware. The ambition of thunder after an initial period of testing. The strength of the psychic defense shield was thoroughly grasped by Lu Xiaoyao. Seizing the opportunity as the adversary pursued, Lu Xiaoyao retaliated immediately. Leveraging the speed of the fighter jet combined with the sharpness of the flying sword to effortlessly breach the defense shield. Without the protection of the psychic barrier, the aircraft struggled to withstand the destructive force of the sword. The flying sword was recalled, yet Lu Xiaoyao frowned upon inspection. The small blade bore damage. Though the cracks were minute, they were nonetheless fatal. The third fighter jet roared into view, but the intended descent swiftly transformed into an ascent. Attempting to flee, Lu Xiaoyao crossed her hands, exchanging the two flying swords. The cracked sword was pressed beneath her foot, while the intact sword was launched into the air. "Pursue." With a gentle command, Isha wasted no time, immediately piloting the flying vehicle towards the fighter jet. At this moment, the fighter jet had just tilted its nose upward, preparing to soar into the heavens. Lu Xiaoyao stepped upon the flying sword and ascended into the sky, her hand gestures shifting to harness the surrounding spiritual energy. Comprehend the way, stir the clouds, rise. The originally clear sky swirled with dense mist. The fighter jet, having just taken flight, plunged headlong into the shroud. Comprehend the way. Thunderous force, go. Boom. The thunder roared, reverberating through the clouds. Brilliant lightning erupted in the sky. The airborne vehicle's machine gun immediately spewed forth countless luminous projectiles, all of which descended into the swirling fog. Under the dual assault, the clouds churned violently, culminating in a deafening explosion that shattered the clouds into fragments. Flames leapt up, fiercely ablaze, and the last fighter jet was obliterated, witnessing the remnants of the fighter jet plummeting towards the wild earth. Those inside the flying vehicle felt as though they were in a dream. This scene was utterly surreal. How could three fully armed fighter jets have been so easily destroyed? When did these superweapons, once dominant on the battlefield, become so fragile? Lu Xiaoyao entered the flying vehicle, stowing away the two flying swords. "Let us go." "Yes." The astonished Isha swiftly regained her composure, activating the flying vehicle to escape into the distance. Having destroyed 3 fighter jets here, it was certain that the forces from Yanlang town would soon arrive, and they would undoubtedly bring even stronger military might. The flying vehicle was enveloped in silence. Everyone remained quiet. Isha and Su Yingbei were still lost in the aftermath of the battle, while Lu Damei had not uttered a single thought throughout. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao, clutching the 2 flying swords, furrowed her brow in concentration. The material of these swords was adequate for practitioners of the cleansing marrow path, yet insufficient to endure the power of a venerable one. Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, Su Yingbei also looked at the flying swords. "In the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall procure a fine spiritual weapon for you." "Spiritual weapon?" Lu Xiaoyao turned her attention to Su Yingbei, noting his words with care. "This is what you promised." "I shall remember it well. Of course, should we escape this predicament, I will exert every effort to forge the finest spiritual weapon for you." Su Yingbei vowed with a resolute thump of his chest. As Yingbei delved deeper into the understanding of Lu Xiaoyao, his admiration for her grew exponentially. The barriers that once separated them gradually dissipated without either of them realizing it. Meanwhile, Isha found herself increasingly reliant on Lu Xiaoyao's abilities, though it was more a matter of trust than mere dependence. In the past, she had even attempted to drug Lu Xiaoyao. Yet Lu Xiaoyao generously chose not to pursue the matter, repeatedly offering her assistance, which left a profound imprint on Isha's heart. However, Isha believed herself to be a good person solely because she still held some utility. Lu Xiaoyao's desire to return to her original world was futile without Isha's help, compelling her to overlook the past incident. Upon learning that the interdimensional teleportation device was damaged, extinguishing her hopes of returning home, Lu Xiaoyao found herself with no other options. Rather than eliminate the 2 fierce women and venture into the world alone, she deemed it wiser to use them as guides to help her settle in this new realm. After all, wandering alone in an unfamiliar territory posed the true danger. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. By the time they returned to the base vehicle, the moon hung high in the sky. Zhu Yingbei's technical staff had long since retired for the night. Inside the vehicle, Avril reclined on the sofa, taking a brief respite, while Ailenlin attentively monitored the surveillance screens. She had been the first to notice their return in the hovering vehicle. How did it go? Ailenlin inquired with a hint of anxiety as Lu Xiaoyao and the others entered the command room. Rest assured, everything went smoothly, Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile. Settling into a chair, her face a canvas of fatigue. Perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow. For now, everyone should return and rest. Isha approached, speaking softly. There are a few matters I need to address with you all. After gesturing for everyone to take a seat, Lu Xiaoyao raised her finger. First, please compile a list as soon as possible and send it to the old man. The old man? Ailenlin pondered in confusion but refrained from asking immediately. Second, Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor grew serious as she regarded the group. That old man has been entrenched in Huba City for many years. His connections and influence are undoubtedly intricate. He is someone we must utilize, but we must tread carefully to avoid backlash. Indeed, Lei Jinting is a local tyrant, and we are but outsiders, Isha concurred. Everyone unanimously acknowledged the gravity of the second point. A person who harbors animosity towards Tong Zhanyu yet remains unscathed under his watchful eye is certainly not as simple as he appears. From Lu Xiaoyao's dealings with him, it was clear that Lei Jinting was a man of considerable depth. If one were not cautious, they might find themselves devoured whole. Zhu Yingbei's initial assessment could now be entirely overturned. Lu Xiaoyao extended her third finger. Third, Lei Jinting will begin to lobby for more reliable allies. As for how reliable they are, we shall set that aside for now. However, our primary task remains to prevent any potential backlash. Lastly, her gaze settled on Isha. I do not know what you hold, nor am I privy to the secrets of this base vehicle. However, I now hope you can provide some assistance, as we find ourselves at a disadvantage. It is quite challenging to deal with Tong Zhanyu. I fear your intentions extend beyond mere revenge against him, do they not? After a brief silence, Isha let out a soft sigh. I can offer some technical information, but all critical content must be completed at the base. It's a deal. As for what Isha possesses, Lu Xiaoyao remains indifferent. All that is needed is to supply some technical data to enable Lei Jinting and his ragtag group to pose a threat to Tong Zhanyu. The objective has become undeniably clear. None present are fools, and it is impossible not to see through it. Reflecting on this point, Lu Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before placing her hands on the table. I am not familiar with the situation in Haizhou, but our circumstances are indeed precarious. Gazing into Isha's eyes, Lu Xiaoyao spoke in a grave tone. Do you truly dare to guarantee that upon reaching the next city, we will not encounter a similar predicament? Chapter 59. Open and Honest. The flames of spark such words were certainly beyond the courage of Isha to utter. With her current prowess in Zen martial arts and lacking a formidable backing, she would inevitably be at the mercy of others wherever she went. Once able to wield the name of the Sea King, she now had no knowledge of its current state. Even if it were to be presented, it would instill uncertainty in her heart. Out in the world, the emperor's commands hold little sway, especially among those local lords who command military and political power. Noticing Isha's silence, Lu Xiaoyao shifted the conversation, inquiring, have you yet made contact with your so-called Sea King, or perhaps your headquarters? No, Eileen replied, taking over the conversation with a troubled sigh. Before you returned, I did reach out, but still, there has been no news. With this revelation, the atmosphere grew even more somber, and the group fell silent. Avir and Su Yingbei had little to contribute, as they had only recently joined the fray. Given this, we must prepare for the future, Lu Xiaoyao declared, clenching her fists and looking at everyone with a serious demeanor. Relying on others is far less reliable than relying on oneself. What are you all waiting for? Is it the careful consideration of Tong Zhanyu, or the meticulous support of Lei Jinting? Rising from her seat, Lu Xiaoyao's icy gaze met each person in turn. No, it will not be a wolf or a tiger. Not one among them is benevolent. The question remains, will you be the hunter or the prey? This should require no further contemplation. Her candidness had laid bare her thoughts. What followed would be their moment to express their stance. Should they choose not to cooperate, it would pose no great concern. Lu Xiaoyao had other options at her disposal. City Affairs Headquarters, Lord's Administrative Office. Bang. The grand and ornate doors were forcefully flung open by two guards. They collapsed to the floor, clutching their necks, their bodies convulsing violently before succumbing to silence. Hearing the commotion, Tong Zhanyu set aside the report from Yanlang Town and rose to gaze towards the entrance. In the flickering light outside, a tall figure approached slowly. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the vacant space, as if the world had been reduced to this singular sound. The corridor's windows stood ajar, with the curtains dancing in the breeze, producing a crisp rustling. Moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the slender figure in an eerie and haunting aura. As the figure stepped inside, passing by the lifeless guards, the door closed soundlessly behind them. Who are you? Tong Zhanyu's gaze sharpened, revealing a wary expression. You belong to the Twilight Clan. Are you of the Blood Clan or the Shadow Clan? Adorned in a high-top hat and evening attire, wielding a cane, the stranger's appearance bore a closer resemblance to the customs of the Blood Clan. Lord Tong, your subordinates have shown a lack of courtesy, so I took it upon myself to teach them a lesson. I trust you won't mind, the newcomer said, slowly lifting their head, revealing a strikingly handsome face adorned with a devilish smile. Count Nader, it is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed Lord Tong Zhanyu. Upon hearing this, Tong Zhanyu let out a cold snort. The speaker's words may have been sweet, yet there was no genuine respect in their tone, only a palpable disdain. In response, Tong Zhanyu paid no heed. Each member of the bloodline exhibited such behavior. To become irate over this would only lead to unnecessary distress. Thus, the self-proclaimed noble of the bloodline has arrived at this late hour, unaware of the purpose of his visit. After speaking, Tong Zhanyu spat disdainfully, altering his tone to a mocking one. If you have something to say, do so quickly. I am quite busy. Count Nader's expression shifted slightly, narrowing his eyes as he produced two photographs. I believe you will find these of great interest. One of the photographs was tossed towards Tong Zhanyu, soaring directly in his direction. What is this? He caught the picture mid-flight, dissipating the power imbued within it. It was remarkable how Tong Zhanyu had mastered the control of power to such an intricate degree. Count Nader chuckled softly, gesturing with sincerity. I assure you, my intentions are genuine. A glance at the image revealed the vehicle from the base. Do you know where they are? His demeanor grew serious, and Tong Zhanyu became increasingly vigilant. If the bloodline was aware of the vehicle's location, they were likely privy to its secrets as well. Indeed, Count Nader nodded, sending the second photograph towards Tong Zhanyu. In exchange, I desire this girl. The photograph was divided into two segments. One depicted a figure cloaked in a hood, while the other presented a girl in an evening gown, her face flawless. Upon first sight, Tong Zhanyu's heart raced. The girl possessed an angelic visage, albeit with an overly pale complexion. Upon closer inspection, she seemed to evoke the most primal instincts within him. Her blood-red eyes, silvery hair, and exquisitely sculpted features, coupled with gentle facial contours, created a striking visual impact, exuding an overwhelming allure. Her soft, rosy lips curved slightly, radiating an aura of captivating charm. Upon seeing her, do you not wish to possess her, to hold her close? A teasing voice emerged from Count Nader. But I must warn you, she is also of the bloodline. The awakening Tong Zhanyu immediately dismissed any lingering thoughts. No need for your reminders. I have no interest in women of foreign blood. This was a woman of disastrous allure, one best left untouched. Otherwise, one would surely meet their doom. Very well. Count Nader shrugged, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Her name is Yi Yin, or you may refer to her by her current moniker. Current moniker? Tong Zhanyu inquired, glancing at the hooded figure. He swiftly navigated through his microbrain. Lu Demei? The companion of Lu Xiaoyao? The one who fought against others on my territory? Precisely. Count Nader replied with a chuckle. What now? Do you still wish to imprison me? Humph. Tong Zhanyu lowered his gaze, studying the photograph displayed alongside Lu Demei on the microbrain. Lu Xiaoyao, reveal their location to me, and I will consent to this transaction. Once completed, we shall be free of further entanglements. Agreed, a straightforward deal. Count Nader achieved his objective and turned to exit, promising that news would soon arrive, hoping it would bring him good fortune. Good fortune? Observing the departing Count Nader, Tong Zhanyu wore a sardonic smile. The wretched hounds of the Twilight Clan. Do they truly believe I shall spare them? A plan had already taken shape within his mind. He had no intention of letting anyone, including Count Nader, escape unscathed. His gaze drifted toward the striking beauty of the vampire, and the intrusive thoughts he had just suppressed surged uncontrollably to the forefront. A spark can ignite a conflagration, particularly when fueled by the desires of an ambitious soul. Once ignited, it can transform from a mere ember into a roaring blaze. Damn it. Tong Zhanyu flipped the photograph over, pressing it down with a scowl in his palm. Yet, within his grasp, warmth began to emanate, as if a delicate hand were tenderly caressing him. Chapter 60. The Oncoming War. The debate of victory and defeat, a voluminous cloak and an ample hood perfectly concealed everything about Lu Demei. Even though Lu Xiaoyao was aware of her beauty, the few times she accidentally caught a glimpse of herself, her face appeared soiled, rendering her completely unrecognizable compared to her photographs. Within the training room, ethereal energies swirled, transforming into a trickling stream, perpetually devoured. It resembled a terrifying, bottomless abyss, incapable of being satiated by the vast amounts of spiritual energy. 3 days had elapsed, yet Lu Demei remained in seclusion. Both Isha and Su Yingbei were also engaged in their training within the room, intending to elevate their cultivation to a commensurate level. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the 3 training rooms revealed the pace of their progress and, to some extent, indicated their relative strengths and weaknesses. Lu Damei stood out as the most exceptional, followed by Su Yingbei, with Isha trailing behind. During these past few days, all matters concerning the base vehicle were managed by the AI Linlin sisters, while Lu Xiaoyao merely oversaw operations. After all, with Lu Xiaoyao's knowledge, she was utterly unfamiliar with the equipment of the base vehicle. The day after their return to the base vehicle, several transport aircraft arrived, laden with supplies sent by Lei Jinting. With the replenishment of these resources, the base vehicle finally began to recover. In the subsequent days, various essential resources continued to arrive, significantly hastening the pace of repairs. Under the diligent efforts of the technicians, a transformation was underway for the base vehicle. However, the specter of war loomed ever closer, and Hubao City had entered a state of red alert. According to the intelligence relayed by Lei Jinting, within a mere 7 days, Klaus's army would reach their position. Recently, Klaus's vanguard had engaged in numerous skirmishes with the troops stationed at Tunaku. The vanguard was frequently testing the waters, even leading to a minor armed conflict where both sides deployed a total of 5,000 troops, excluding various advanced technological equipment. Meanwhile, Lei Jinting had covertly visited several towns, establishing contact with a few allies. He awaited the opportune moment to seize control of the local government offices by force and then unite their forces to confront Tong Zhanyu. As for the specific details, Lu Xiaoyao remained uninformed, merely providing Lei Jinting with the technical data compiled by Isha to assist in his technological upgrades. Lei Jinting's series of maneuvers heightened Lu Xiaoyao's vigilance. The ability to rally a group of allies in such a short time revealed that Lei Jinting had been preparing for years, with hidden forces that were profoundly formidable. Lu Xiaoyao hoped that driving away one wolf would not lead to the arrival of another tiger. Judging by the current momentum, Lei Jinting was evidently far more daunting. What was truly frightening was not merely his power, but the cunning strategy he employed. As time flowed by, the 7 days swiftly passed, and Klaus's main forces approached the Hubao mountain range, with an army of 100,000 seemingly stretching to infinity. This figure only accounted for personnel. When considering armed robots and other advanced technological equipment, the number of combat units would be even more terrifying. News arrived that Tong Zhanyu had already headed to Tunaku, intending to personally oversee the defense of this formidable stronghold. Inside the command room of the base vehicle, the luminous screen displayed a map of Hubao City, alongside a comparative analysis of military strengths between Klaus and Tong Zhanyu. Lu Xiaoyao and his companions were closely monitoring the unfolding conflict. From a purely statistical perspective, Tong Zhanyu appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, in terms of geographical positioning, he held a distinct edge. Su Yingbei furrowed his brow and sighed softly, pondering that if the technological gap was too significant, such an advantage could be rendered inconsequential. Can Klaus's military technology truly overwhelm Tong Zhanyu? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, his agitation palpable. The technological prowess at play exceeded all expectations, leaving Lu Xiaoyao feeling utterly disoriented. Without a firm grasp on the comparative strengths of both sides, there was a genuine risk of self-destruction. Although he was technically opposed to Tong Zhanyu, Lu Xiaoyao harbored no desire for his defeat. In their current state of utter poverty, facing Klaus's formidable army of 100,000, it seemed unlikely they could even muster a ripple of resistance. Su Yingbei hesitated, having spent considerable time in Hubao City, yet possessing only a limited understanding of Klaus. At that moment, Isha interjected, stating, "It is a complete rout in the realm of military technology. There is no comparison with Klaus." Now a practitioner of Zen martial arts, Isha had acquired a strength surpassing her previous abilities. In this regard, both Isha and AI Linlin possessed greater insight. Su Yingbei nodded, a hint of discouragement in his demeanor, realizing that even relying on the strategy of swallowing the tiger's mouth would not sustain them for long. Indeed, if Tong Zhanyu were to fall, what would become of us? The group began to discuss, yet their deliberations yielded no conclusions. After all, this offensive and defensive battle was led by Tong Zhanyu and Klaus, leaving little relevance for those present. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyao was lost in thought, contemplating various possibilities. Both combatants were adversaries, and whether they lived or died was of no concern to him. However, once the victor emerged, what would be their course of action? After a prolonged period of reflection, the surroundings gradually fell silent. Lu Xiaoyao lifted his gaze to find everyone staring at him intently. "What is it?" he inquired, touching his face with curiosity. "Do you think I've become more handsome?" "Ugh." The group collectively rolled their eyes, and Su Yingbei chuckled, saying, "You still have the presence of mind for jokes. It seems you are quite full of yourself." "Not at all," Lu Xiaoyao replied, exasperated. "Do you truly believe that I alone can stand against an army of 100,000? To his surprise, Everyone present nodded solemnly in agreement. What on earth? Lu Xiaoyao was both amused and bewildered. As the saying goes, 1,000 troops are easy to find, but a general is hard to come by. You could certainly match 100,000 soldiers, Su Yingbei remarked at the opportune moment. What logic is that? Lu Xiaoyao shot Su Yingbei a glare. Just as a call request came through. Turning to check, he realized it was from Lei Jinting, and it was a 5-dimensional communication. Upon connecting, Lu Xiaoyao said, "Perfect timing. I needed to speak with you." "Wait a moment, let me explain. I just received news that Tong Zhanyu has gone missing." Lei Jinting's voice was grave. Yet there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Where do you think he could have gone at a time like this? Tong Zhanyu is missing? Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat perplexed. Lu Xiaoyao, feeling particularly speechless, retorted with irritation, "If your person has gone missing, why come seeking me?" This individual had vanished within the treacherous Tiger's Embrace mountain range, accompanied by numerous skilled allies. As you are aware, this locale is exceedingly intricate. Following too closely risks detection. While keeping a distance may lead to losing the target altogether. Thus, one might as well wait for his return. Perhaps he has ventured elsewhere. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was articulating his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired. "You cannot possibly mean he is heading in our direction, can you?" Astute. Lei Jinting snapped his fingers, casting a glance elsewhere. If his calculations were correct, the individual would arrive within 10 minutes. "You old rascal, you are deceiving me once again." Lu Xiaoyao abruptly rose to his feet. A fierce glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "I shall go seek you out." With that, he concluded the communication. Meanwhile, at this moment, Isha and the others had already risen, hastily making their way to their respective positions. Chapter 61, Fierce Battle. Self-destructive assault. Lu Xiaoyao had not anticipated that with Klaus's formidable army poised at the city gates, Tong Zhanyu would still have the energy to venture into the depths of the mountains to seek them out. The man's actions were truly perplexing. What vendetta fueled Tong Zhanyu's relentless pursuit? 10 minutes was an exceedingly brief span. Lu Xiaoyao harbored grave suspicions that this was a deliberate ploy by Lei Jinting. While she could not outright accuse him of betrayal, it was evident that he had exploited her this time. If her instincts were not mistaken, that scoundrel Lei Jinting was already amassing forces to seize the town. However, it was also plausible that this was part of his cunning design. Aiming to achieve 2 objectives with a single stroke, Lei Jinting was notoriously untrustworthy and would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures. Regardless, the situation was perilous. For the moment, she would have to set Lei Jinting aside and focus on extricating herself before confronting him later. Lu Xiaoyao cracked her knuckles, a chilling glint in her eyes. Since Tong Zhanyu had come this time, he must have prepared thoroughly. It was unlikely he would be as easily dealt with as before. With only a handful of companions beside her, resisting Tong Zhanyu's onslaught would prove difficult. Although Lu Xiaoyao herself was unafraid, she was unwilling to lose her meager resources so readily. The target had been located, and an unidentified aerial object was rapidly approaching their position. AI Linlin stared at the screen, monitoring the enemy's movements. "Activate the base vehicle at once," commanded Isha, holding the communicator, issuing orders for all technicians to cease their work and return to their quarters immediately. Assistant robots were promptly dispatched to gather all supplies. The base vehicle was on the verge of departing, with a time limit in place. Isha glanced at the clock and spoke in a low voice. "For minutes. The base vehicle will initiate departure in 4 minutes. This is bad. They have already detected us and are heading our way," AI Linlin exclaimed, then turned to Avril. "Immediately activate the base artillery. Prepare for fire interception if necessary." "Understood. Activating base artillery. Interception is ready." As the others swiftly responded, Lu Xiaoyao approached and inquired, "Will we make it in time?" "Perhaps not," Su Yingbei replied grimly. Reports of similar aerial objects had emerged from other directions. Armed warboats. Armed warboats possess transport capabilities, offering ample space for troops and supplies. Equipped with comprehensive features, they serve multifaceted roles in offense, defense, and transportation. Within this fleeting moment, Su Yingbei elucidated the situation, allowing Lu Xiaoyao to grasp the gravity of their predicament. "Avril, initiate the main cannons preheating. Be ready to attack at a moment's notice," Su Yingbei urged, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, AI Linlin interjected, "There are a total of 8 armed warboats, capable of carrying over 100 personnel in combat formation. We cannot afford to delay. We must strike first, or we risk falling into peril." With a serious demeanor, Isha promptly issued commands to activate all weapons, instructing that as soon as they entered range, they were to execute deadly fire. The group, each with clearly defined roles, executed every order with precision, while Lu Xiaoyao felt somewhat superfluous in their midst. At a height of 2 meters, even the assistive robots were soaring swiftly, executing their respective tasks. The two sides soon engaged in combat, and unexpectedly, Tang Zhanyu's armed warships immediately sustained damage. The overwhelming barrage of firepower rendered the remaining armed vessels unable to approach. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyao keenly observed that the adversary was not retaliating at all. What could this mean? Did the armed warships not possess weaponry? Lu Xiaoyao glanced over and noticed that several of the warships had even begun to retreat. The weaponry on the base vehicle had been upgraded, boasting a range that surpassed theirs. Su Yingbei spoke. Yet his expression shifted as he fixated on the screen. There were cultivators and martial artists, all of whom were masters. Upon hearing this, the group turned their gaze to the damaged, armed warships, from which numerous figures emerged. Some leaped among the treetops, while others soared directly on flying swords. Their small and agile forms made it exceedingly difficult for the heavy weaponry to hit them. Switch to the rotary cannon and intercept them, commanded Isa, her eyes unblinking. Her fingers deftly maneuvering over the control panel. Give me 2 minutes, and the base vehicle will enter a subsonic flight state. At this moment, the base vehicle had ascended into the air, gradually increasing its speed. Received. Understood. The Eileen sisters responded in unison, continuing their respective tasks. The rotary cannon activated. And from the screen, a barrage of light projectiles surged forth toward those figures. The terrifying power was unleashed. Each exploding light projectile triggered a tempest. Intense air currents whipped up violent waves, obstructing the martial artists and cultivators. Wire, concentrate fire, and take down a few more warships. Su Yingbei observed that warships from other directions had closed in to a certain distance and commenced their counterattack on the base vehicle. Countless light projectiles and rays lit up and extinguished in the forest, conjuring a scene of devastating storms. Tang Zhanyu underestimated us. We have faced much larger confrontations than this. Ailenlin displayed an air of disdain, seemingly unimpressed by these foes. Do not underestimate them, Isa promptly cautioned. Our base vehicle is not as well equipped as it once was. A thunderous explosion resonated from outside the base vehicle, sending a palpable tremor throughout its interior. As the armed warships drew nearer, the intensity of the exchange escalated, prompting both sides to activate their defensive measures. The thunder floating devices were deployed to drive them away. This experience of super-technological warfare was a first for Lu Xiaoyao, filling her with wonder and awe. From the display, one could see numerous 1-meter-wide openings on the exterior of the base vehicle, from which spherical objects resembling flying saucers shot forth rapidly, targeting the approaching cultivators and martial artists. The cultivators managed to cope with the thunder floating devices, albeit at a slowed pace. However, the martial artists among the treetops were compelled to descend to the ground to evade. In the depths of the mountains, the terrain grew increasingly complex, completely hampering their movements. The current situation is favorable. Lu Xiaoyao exhaled in relief while pointing at the screen. This armed warship has deployed numerous aircraft, and the personnel are disembarking. Are they preparing for a desperate fight? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Su Yingbei glanced over, but his expression immediately shifted. We're, coordinates 205 and 230, a swarm of hunters has emerged. The enemy's armed vessel appears to be initiating a self-destruct attack. We must intercept it immediately. Understood. Intercepting at 205 and 230 right away, Ivy responded. Her voice tinged with urgency as she added, Sister, please assist me. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Lu Xiaoyao felt a tightening in her chest. Could something have gone awry? Chapter 62, Extreme Measures. A confrontation of arms on the colossal screen ahead, divided into numerous smaller panels. The surroundings of the mobile base were vividly displayed. An armed vessel surged forth with increasing velocity, hurtling towards the base with reckless abandon. Countless drones, akin to relentless hunters, soared in all directions, their targets being the encroaching ethereal beings that threatened the practitioners and warriors. The air crackled with innumerable explosions, flames bursting forth in radiant displays. The thunderous ethereals were engaged in fierce competition with the swarm of drones. The sounds of gunfire and detonations resonated in a chaotic symphony. The autocannons unleashed torrents of flame, while the main cannon roared with ferocity, sending a barrage of light projectiles racing forth, sweeping away all within their vicinity. The sky was ablaze, resplendent like fireworks. The fiery clouds on the horizon appeared even more vibrant, an intense crimson staining the glass-like sky. The main cannon's assaults struck the armed vessel, yet the adversary seemed well prepared, deftly evading the onslaught with remarkable agility. The distance between them diminished rapidly. The armed vessel was left with no escape, having endured several hits, relying solely on its defensive shield for protection. The entire craft belched forth thick plumes of smoke, as if on the verge of detonation. Yet, despite the relentless barrage, it pressed on with unwavering determination. Cease fire and maneuver, commanded Isha, her expression steely, harboring deep resentment towards the vessel. However, the pilot within exhibited extraordinary skill, rendering their efforts futile. The armed vessel had drawn too close. Even if they were to destroy it now, the ensuing explosion would undoubtedly affect them. Understood. Eileen responded promptly, initiating evasive maneuvers to avoid the armed vessel. Yet, the situation had escalated to one of life and death, with the armed vessel fixated on the mobile base, refusing to deviate from its collision course. Calculations indicate we cannot evade. Eileen gritted her teeth, frustration evident in her voice. Activate the Omega-level energy shield immediately. Understood. Activation in progress, but we must still attempt to evade. Isha replied, her demeanor grim. With the activation of the Omega-level energy shield, the entire mobile base shuddered. The once brilliant illumination dimmed significantly. This extraordinary shield consumed energy at an alarming rate, draining more than half of their reserves in an instant. Warning! Warning! Orange alert. The third power chamber has gone offline. Please investigate the cause immediately. As the alarm blared, the command center's lighting flickered ominously. What is happening? Maintain primary energy supply and activate the backup power chamber. Isha clenched her jaw, her eyes blazing with fury, her fingers deftly manipulating the control panel. In the next moment, a surveillance feed appeared on the screen. Two shadowy figures lurked in the corridor, heading towards the fourth power chamber. Who are these individuals? Isha turned to Suing Bei, entrusting the matter to him. I have dispatched armed robots to intercept. Eileen began, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the mobile base was violently jolted, the deafening roar of an explosion resonating through the air. As if it had shattered the very essence of one's soul. Lu Zhao swayed his head, and in that fleeting moment, his mind was a blank slate. Suing Bei, who had just stepped outside, was knocked down once more, sliding out along the tilted angle of the vehicle and crashing heavily against the corner of a metallic wall. Beep, beep, beep. Energy supply unstable. Please replenish energy immediately. This was bad. ISA's voice echoed with urgency and frustration. The impact from the self-detonation of the armed warship has consumed an excessive amount of the premium energy defense shield, resulting in an insufficiently stable energy output. Temporarily deactivate the base turret and prioritize maintaining energy supply stability. Avril reacted swiftly and made her decision without hesitation. The trajectory of the mobile base deviated, and within 20 seconds, it would plummet to the ground. Everyone, hold on to something secure. ISA glanced at the instruments, urgently alerting the group. Boom, rumble. The base crashed onto the ground, producing a tremendous noise. It would take 15 seconds to take off again. ISA maneuvered the vehicle, calculating the necessary time. Yet before the vehicle could restart, Lu Zhao's voice rang out. It was too late. Boom. As Lu Zhao's words fell, another resounding blast erupted. Under such catastrophic force, the defense shield of the mobile base finally shattered, with all external pressures borne solely by the vehicle itself. Without the protective shield, the cacophony from outside became even more deafening, akin to thunder cracking beside one's ear, causing hearts to race with fear. Another self-destructive attack. How extreme could this individual be? Amidst the violent tremors, the group turned their gazes to the screens, only to discover that a second armed warship had collided with the power system of the mobile base, causing severe malfunctions. The alarm blared incessantly, leaving them momentarily bewildered before they quickly regained their composure. Tong Zhanyu's assault this time was not only forceful but extreme, seemingly indifferent to the losses, determined to ensure they remained. 8 armed warships had directly destroyed half of their number. 2 were blasted apart, 2 were wrecked, while the remaining 4 surrounded the mobile base, blocking all directions. Many survivors had escaped from the warships just before their destruction, and now they gathered, forming an ominous encirclement. Outside the mobile base, Tong Zhanyu's voice emerged, laced with a condescending tone, advising them not to engage in futile resistance. As he spoke, more individuals appeared on the intact warships. Lu Zhao observed that among them were mostly masters, with nearly 10 grandmasters in their ranks. Let us go out and meet them. The battle had finally come, albeit sooner than anticipated. Glancing at the others, Lu Zhao declared, ISA, Eileen, let us go. Suing Bei and Avril shall remain behind. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Dami stepped forward, blocking Lu Zhao's path. You too, you shall join us. Lu Zhao Yao smiled, comprehending her meaning, and naturally would not leave her behind. The gate of the base vehicle swung wide open, and Lu Zhao Yao and the others stepped out. But where were those 2 treacherous wolves? Tong Zhanyu cast a sweeping glance but did not see Suing Bei and Ai Wei and thus mockingly inquired, could it be that they are too ashamed to face anyone? One must leave a couple behind to guard the place, after all. What if this shameless one sneaks in to steal something? Lu Zhao Yao rolled her eyes, her demeanor appearing quite languid. ISA and the other 3 exchanged glances. puzzled by why she was feigning such an attitude, considering she had been full of vigor moments ago. Under the current circumstances, was it necessary to strategize? They could simply seize the opportunity and take what they desired. As Tong Zhanyu spoke, his gaze subtly shifted, settling on the enchanting figure of Lu. The girl shrouded in her hooded cloak, the embodiment of a flawless bloodline woman. Chapter 63. In the depths of the forest, the deer appears. The battle with the respectable one beneath the crimson glow of a fiery sunset. The clouds danced as if the sky were a vast pool filled with scarlet blood. For armed warboats had their cannons aimed at the base vehicles below. Surrounding them, the immense treetops and sturdy branches were teeming with cultivators and warriors. Through the loudspeakers of the warboats, Tong Zhanyu's voice resonated. This time, he had learned from his previous mistakes and chose not to appear in person, despite his confidence. Akin to the last encounter, he believed he could subdue these uncooperative individuals. Truly a bandit, brimming with audacity. I admire that, Lu Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, I must thank you for your flattering remarks, Tong Zhanyu responded, his expression impassive as he gazed upon the people below. However, you still have but two choices, either submit to me or perish here. Given your praise, could you perhaps offer a third option? Regrettably, I cannot. Tong Zhanyu's disdain for Lu Xiaoyao, coupled with a burning jealousy, ensured that he would not spare her. However, I can provide you with a chance. If you can defeat one of my respected ones, I shall grant you your life. What do you think of that wager? Is that all? How rather stingy, Lu Xiaoyao remarked, shaking her finger as she locked her gaze on Tong Zhanyu's warboat. Surely, a city lord such as yourself possesses greater resolve than that? Oh, how intriguing. Do you truly believe you can contend with a respected one? The master of Zen martial arts and the respectable one of refining spirit. The disparity is as vast as the heavens. But how would you know unless you try? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao sought to create an opportunity, hoping to buy time. Hope must be pursued in the moments of opportunity. Without time, how could one find the chance? Very well, as you wish. Seemingly confident in his control of the situation, Tong Zhanyu graciously acquiesced. What do you wish to wager? If I win, you shall cede control of Tiger's Embrace City to me, and I will assume the role of city lord, Lu Xiaoyao declared. Her hands clasped in salute as her gaze swept the surroundings. If you lose, you shall allow us to depart. You are quite the clever one, aren't you? Tong Zhanyu scoffed at Lu Xiaoyao's proposition. What difference does it make whether you win or I lose? Very well, you may only gain a verbal advantage. As long as you can withstand 3 moves from the bold respectable one, I will relinquish the city lordship to you. Agreed. A promise made is a promise kept. You shall not regret this. However, for the sake of fairness, let us settle this in a best-of-3 format. Lu Xiaoyao waved her hand in agreement with Tong Zhanyu. As for the consequences of losing, would the loser still hold any clout before Tong Zhanyu? Given his bandit-like nature, he would likely not honor any agreement regardless of the outcome. Lu Xiaoyao's current actions were merely a ruse to delay time. You wish to delay? Tong Zhanyu saw through Lu Xiaoyao's intentions, letting out a cold snort. You wouldn't be counting on that fool Lei Jinting, would you? What Lei Jinting? Lu Xiaoyao retorted promptly. It's more like Lei Jinyu. These two have long been adversaries, and it is not surprising that they are well acquainted. As for their alliance, there is nothing extraordinary about it. It seems that old fellow has said nothing at all. A hint of chill crept into Tong Zhanyu's tone. Lei Jinyu was his sister, and she had perished at my hands. Oh, it appears this may be a rather sorrowful tale. Why not share it? Lu Xiaoyao responded with a smile. Humph. You might as well descend into hell to inquire with Lei Jinyu. Tong Zhanyu retorted coldly, clearly reluctant to elaborate. Niu Xuanzhang, please take action. I despise this scoundrel. Make him vanish from my sight at once. Have I perhaps stirred some unpleasant memories for you? Lu Xiaoyao mocked. Not expecting a reply, a figure emerged from the armed patrol boat, taking a single step in midair before appearing 50 meters away from the command vehicle. This was the instant step. By concentrating spiritual energy within oneself and then unleashing it, one could achieve terrifying speed in an instant. The instant step was merely a technique for momentarily unleashing maximum speed, accessible to masters who had attained the Zen martial realm, albeit varying slightly in efficacy depending on the practitioner's strength. With each minor advancement in realm, one could employ it an additional time consecutively, with the distance increasing accordingly. A master could execute it up to 9 steps continuously. In battles among opponents of equal rank, the instant step is the most frequently employed ability. In the past, Lu Xiaoyao had utilized the instant step to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's command vehicle with AI Linlin, leading to a triumphant counteroffensive. Are you confident? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, glancing at Lu Damei, who was indeed a master. Sensing Lu Xiaoyao's intent, Isha and Su Yingbei froze momentarily. After a glance at Lu Damei, Su Yingbei could not help but say, Lu Xiaoyao, this is permissible, but I demand blood. Lu Damei raised her head and cast a glance at the master, showing no sign of fear. Suingbei's words had barely left his lips before Lu Damei cut him off. Since she had expressed her willingness, what objection could he raise? However, Lu Damei's expression revealed hesitation. The Blood Clan's pursuit could prove perilous. Upon hearing Lu Damei's subsequent explanation, Suingbei's features contorted. The Blood Clan was notorious for their viciousness. How could this young girl from the Blood Clan be hunted? Was it due to her association with humans? Yet, there were other Blood Clan members who mingled closely with humans. Fear not, as long as we eliminate them, with the might of Hubao City. What do we have to fear from that flying rodent? Lu Xiao scoffed, dismissing Count Nader as merely a blustering figure, all appearance and no substance. A flying rodent? The term was indeed apt, yet not everyone would dare to utter it. Suingbei's face twitched, and he suddenly felt a twinge of toothache. Was joining Lu Xiaoyao and her companions truly the right decision? With Tong Zhanyu still unsettled, and Klaus lurking menacingly. Now they had also attracted the ire of the deranged Blood Clan. Suddenly, I find myself pondering as a member of the Dawn Clan, why is there not a glimmer of light in sight? Ignoring Suingbei's inner turmoil, which was evident on his face, Lu Xiaoyu boldly extended her arm before Lu Damei. Inhale deeply, draw it in, fill yourself. For we must be prepared for the task ahead. With determination, Lu Xiaoyao resolved to offer her blood. There was no immediate need. Perhaps the blood energy would remain untapped for now. Pushing aside Lu Xiaoyao's arm, Lu Damei stepped forward. With each stride, the hefty sword that had been slung across her back was finally gripped firmly in her hand. The blade quivered lightly, and the silk cloth that had enveloped it fell to the ground. Lin Shun observed not only Lu Xiaoyao, but also Lu Damei, the foremost warrior by Lu Xiaoyao's side. Not only had she taken such action, but she had also spoken with conviction. If you wish to challenge me, you are not yet worthy. First, you must surpass her. Lu Xiaoyao stepped back, casting a glance at the esteemed figure above, proclaiming, I doubt you can even best her. If you do not believe me, then go ahead and try. Chapter 64. Proximity to Vermilion and the psychological offensive each of the esteemed ones possesses a formidable pride. Though they may find themselves at the bottom of the extraordinary 4 paths, within the extraordinary 5 paths, they stand as transcendent beings. Now, confronted by the derision and disdain of a master, the esteemed figure surnamed Nyo feels a profound sense of humiliation. How could a proud esteemed one tolerate the insolence of myriads? The extraordinary are merely those who stand out among the ordinary, however, before the truly extraordinary. The former 2 groups are indistinguishable, both relegated to the status of insignificant insects. Initially, having received orders from Tong Zhanyu to dispatch Lu Xiaoyao with a single strike, new thoughts began to form. If he were to brutally slay this young man surnamed Lu, surely Lord Tong would be pleased. Yet, what cunning ploy does this caved and hooded youth possess? Is he merely testing the waters? With these questions swirling in his mind, esteemed Nyo raised his gaze to Lu Xiaoyao. You little dear are quite sprightly. Once I sever this little fellow, I shall methodically flay you. Oh dear, how frightening. Uncle is so fierce. Lu Xiaoyao patted his chest, feigning terror as he jested. Do you believe our esteemed Lu Damei can make you call for your mother? I have no such son. Lu Damei interjected suddenly, leaving those present momentarily stunned. Given Lu Xiaoyao's temperament, such a remark was not unexpected. What was peculiar was Lu Damei's unexpected agreement. Indeed, those close to ink will become dark. Isa muttered with a bemused expression, but Lu Xiaoyao, with keen ears, swiftly retorted, it is clearly those close to Vermilion who will turn red. Are you not a deer? How have you become a pig? Isa quipped, blinking innocently. Lu Xiaoyao paused, exclaiming in exasperation, Beauty, you have led astray. It seems I must keep way away from you. Suingbei added with a playful jab. You all bring me such heartache. Lu Xiaoyao feigned a heart-holding gesture, his face a mask of innocence. The boat of friendship capsizes so easily. Be serious, stop the banter. Isa interjected, her gaze filled with concern. Above them, esteemed Nyo could no longer restrain himself, his anger boiling over. A bunch of nonsensical fools, perish. These individuals not only disregarded his dignity, but also trampled upon it. Which esteemed one could endure such contempt and humiliation? Filled with rage, esteemed Nyo swung his hand, unleashing a fierce sword light directed at Lu Damei below. As the sword light descended, it drew forth a torrent of spiritual energy, coalescing into a terrifying sword rainbow. This sword rainbow, bolstered by the influx of spiritual energy, widened to several zhang and extended over 10 zhang in length, nearly connecting with esteemed Nyo's descending hand. The razor-sharp edge sought not only to strike down Lu Damei, but also to encompass Lu Xiaoyao within its lethal grasp. In the midst of a thunderous roar, brilliance erupted below. The sword forged from concentrated spiritual energy shattered, and a flash of crimson light erupted amidst the dazzling brilliance. Lu Damei swung her colossal sword, which was even longer than her own height, radiating a deep red glow that cleaved the terrifying sword rainbow in two, like molten lava ablaze. Red flames surged forth from the sword's body, enveloping Lu Damii in an instant. What? How could this be? As he gazed at the approaching crimson figure, Elder Nyo's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The opponent's displayed cultivation truly seemed to be at the level of Zen martial arts. Yet they could directly sever the sword rainbow of a venerable master? Activating his instant movement, Elder Nyo vanished, reappearing a yard away to the side. The brilliance of Lu Damii's sword erupted as she ferociously slashed, but her strike met only empty air, failing to connect with her target. In the next moment, a sharp wave of sword energy surged forth, viciously striking again. With a sweeping motion, the heavy sword was brought to bear against the oncoming sword energy. A muffled sound echoed as the sword energy shattered. Lu Damii, wielding her sword, gracefully leaped forward, pouncing towards Elder Nyo. How could this be possible? Elder Nyo's expression hardened. This time, he did not evade but instead extended a hand, positioning it firmly before him. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, countless sword energies materialized, instantly wreaking havoc across the space, obstructing Lu Damii's advance. Seizing this opportunity, Elder Nyo turned to observe but was once again astonished to find that Lu Xiaoyao remained standing, seemingly untouched. The situation revealed itself to be rather peculiar. The performances of these two individuals were exceedingly surprising. A master and a grandmaster exhibited powers that far exceeded expectations. Yet, despite their formidable prowess, they had not transcended. They remained mere insects amid the extraordinary five paths. You shameless old man, resorting to a sneak attack? Do you still want to save face? You truly bring disgrace to the venerable ones, Lu Xiaoyao retorted sharply upon seeing his gaze. Just wait for me. The ferocity in Elder Nyo's eyes surged dramatically. At that moment, Lu Damii lunged forward, her heavy sword gleaming with fierce crimson light, perfectly meeting the wrath of Elder Nyo. Elder Nyo, do not harm her. Capture her alive. The spiritual energy he was about to unleash halted in that instant. Just as he intended to unleash his power, Elder Nyo swiftly altered his strategy, once again executing his instant movement to appear behind Lu Damii. Steady yourself. Elder Nyo reached out, aiming to grasp Lu Damii by the neck, his gaze flickering with an intense glimmer. But then, a sudden chill ran through him, awakening a profound sense of impending danger. As he clenched his hand, the figure of Lu Damii before him vanished, as if melting away like ice and snow. Simultaneously, a fierce whistle echoed from behind. It was the sound of sword light slicing through the air. Boom. Elder Nyo's eyes narrowed, and he dared not underestimate the situation any longer. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, creating a powerful wave that radiated outward in all directions. The blood-red sword light that had slashed toward him was momentarily obstructed by this wave. In that fleeting moment, Elder Nyo executed his instant movement to escape, leaving behind only a corner of his robe fluttering in the turbulent winds. Hiding at a distance, beads of sweat covered Elder Nyo's face. In that fleeting moment, I found myself circling before the very gates of hell. Had it not been for the activation of a protective talisman that conjured a defensive shield, I would surely have been cleaved in twain by a single strike. Tong Zhanyu, aboard the armed warship, never anticipated that his utterance could nearly spell doom for a revered one. Yu Yan, do you truly wish to oppose me? Observing the alluring vampire beauty concealed beneath her hooded cloak, Tong Zhanyu promptly initiated a psychological onslaught. With these words, Lu Damii's body quivered violently, halting her pursuit of the esteemed Nyo, and she gradually pivoted towards the armed warship. Yu Yan, as long as you cease to aid Lu Xiaoyao, I can bestow upon you all that you desire. Witnessing Lu Damii turn her gaze towards him, Tong Zhanyu beamed with delight. Chapter 65, The Night of the Crescent Moon. The rainy banquet, the named Night Rain Banquet, was unfamiliar yet echoed in the ears of all, courtesy of Tong Zhanyu. It was evident that this title belonged to the individual capable of repelling the esteemed with every strike. The name, upon first hearing, suggested a feminine identity. The surname Knight is rare, yet it does not imply obscurity. On the contrary, this surname is associated with a legendary figure, a superhero renowned by many. However, this person bore no apparent relation to the one presently before them. At least, this was the prevailing sentiment among all except Lu Xiaoyao. The latter was entirely unaware of anyone bearing the surname Knight. Perhaps she had just encountered her first knight, yet she was a female half-blood. According to the established norms of this world, any hybrid lineage not purely human was not considered part of the Dawn clan. Broadly speaking, they could not be classified as human. Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, having already detected the peculiarities surrounding Lu Damii. Could Night Rain Banquet truly be her birth name? How did Tong Zhanyu come by this knowledge? Even Isha had failed to uncover any identity clues regarding Lu Damii in the Haijo database. Yet, Tong Zhanyu had known, and called it with precision. The blood clan, the nobleman named Count Nader. In an instant, Lu Xiaoyao identified the crux of the matter. Count Nader had allied with Tong Zhanyu. Such a development cast a pall over Lu Xiaoyao's heart. The enigmatic capabilities of the Blood Clan instilled a profound sense of trepidation within her. Now that Tong Zhanyu had approached, was it conceivable that Count Nader had also arrived? Perhaps he lay in wait, biding his time for both to exhaust each other. The Blood Clan represented an uncontrollable variable. The confidence she once possessed had evaporated. Lu Xiaoyao felt uncertain of her ability to extricate herself from the alliance of Count Nader and Tong Zhanyu. Meanwhile, the night rain banquet above was far from composed. The esteemed one had already made a move, reaching towards Lu Damei, yet she remained unresponsive. To turn one's back on an esteemed was an act fraught with peril. Lu Damei faced an armed battleship, her back turned to the bull esteemed. A potent surge of spiritual energy enveloped Lu Damei, immobilizing her in midair. The bull esteemed conjured a strand of spiritual light, which snaked towards Lu Damei to bind her. This was a rudimentary application of spiritual energy, transforming it into a rope to ensnare an adversary. However, such a spiritual rope would only be effective if the disparity in cultivation was vast, or if the ensnared party was grievously injured. Otherwise, it would not achieve the intended result. The shimmering spiritual rope had ensnared Lu Damei. As the sun descended, the moon ascended gracefully. Lu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed further, her intuition sensing impending doom. Indeed, a veil of murky blood mist suddenly enveloped the entire realm. The concentration of the blood mist was exceedingly faint. Without deliberate scrutiny, it could almost be entirely overlooked. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao had perceived it, her gaze turning towards the moon. In the haze, a small black dot gradually magnified within her vision. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. The scarlet sky. Not long ago, when encountering the enchanting deer demeanor. I had a prior meeting. Count Nader made his appearance, but this time he was not alone. Behind him trailed over a dozen dark figures, advancing like a swarm of bats emerging to hunt in the dead of night. Their enormous wings unfurled in the air, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Esteemed Miss Rain Banquet, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Count Nader's frosty gaze fixated squarely on dear demeanor, disregarding the presence of anyone else. After a brief silence, he continued, Rebellious one, do not be so ungrateful. The master has been seeking you. What master? I do not know him, came dear demeanor's voice from beneath her hood. Dear Miss Rain Banquet, accepting the blood sacrifice is your destiny. For the glory of the Blood Clan, you must dedicate everything you possess. If you wish to make sacrifices, that is your affair. Why must you come to me? Dear demeanor's tone was cold as she struggled against the spiritual bindings. Very well, as a noble. I generally dislike coercion, yet I find myself with no other choice. Count Nader's gaze shifted past dear demeanor to her companion. Are you not just like your wretched mother? No, you shall not lay a hand upon him. At this moment, dear demeanor exhibited a hint of panic. Indeed, as the adage goes, like mother, like daughter. Both equally despicable. Fixing his gaze upon dear demeanor, Count Nader was momentarily taken aback, before his anger flared. Damn it, why do you no longer fear me? Who has given you such audacity? Is it that foolish insect? Hearing this, dear Xiaoyao felt utterly speechless. Was she caught in the crossfire? Continue your quarrel, but do not drag me into it. I say, that flying rodent, have you contracted the plague? Dear Xiaoyao stepped forward, seemingly walking on air as if treading upon invisible stairs, ascending to a height level with Count Nader. Once she reached this elevation, she extended a finger and shook it. This is an illness, it must be treated. Biting indiscriminately is ill-advised. Are you seeking death? Count Nader's expression darkened. This was not the first time he had been insulted. Previously, he had held back due to certain reservations, only to be wounded by dear Xiaoyao. Indeed, you are correct. Dear Xiaoyao nodded earnestly, fixing her gaze on Count Nader. If I seek you out, your demise is assured. Therefore, do not be too presumptuous. It is of no avail. The onlookers surrounding them were rendered speechless upon hearing this exchange. After all, he was a count of the Blood Clan, a being of immense power. The Blood Clan was known for their inscrutable talents, their individual strength formidable to the point of instilling dread, and they were the most vengeful of races. Few dared to provoke them. Very well, since you seem eager to court trouble, I shall graciously offer you as a blood sacrifice. As his words fell, his bat-like wings suddenly unfurled, and Count Nader's hands conjured two spheres of crimson light. Yet at that moment, dear demeanor's voice quietly resonated. The moon waxes and wanes. A banquet in the rain. The pear blossoms are drenched in blood and sorrow. What? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, turning their gaze towards the distant figure of the trapped woman. Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, sensing the profound sorrow concealed within the lines of poetry. With a thunderous crash, the spiritual ropes binding her shattered instantly, dispersing anew into the essence of heaven and earth. 10 years ago, it was you who shattered my home. The magnificent cloak of Lu Damei billowed, buoyed by the surging spiritual energy, while her hood was cast aside, revealing an unparalleled beauty. Her silver hair cascaded like a flowing river, radiating a shimmering glow. Anger infused her exquisite features, and even her fierce expression exuded an air of cold elegance. Her crimson eyes burned fiercely, emanating a murderous intent akin to a raging inferno. Bloodcore? A formidable pressure swept over the scene, and Count Nader was momentarily stunned, his face shifting to one of utter astonishment. How could this be? How could you possibly condense a bloodcore? No, it is not a bloodcore. It is the Zen martial path, the inner alchemy of a master. Blood shadow cross-strike. In Lu Demei's blood-red pupils, a flicker of hatred ignited, and in an instant, her form transformed into a streak of crimson light as she raised the heavy sword in her grasp. Chapter 66. The Battle of Blood. The might of heaven and earth, a colossal sword swept through the air, resembling a blood-hued neon light. Lu Demei's figure became ethereal, conjuring four illusions that coalesced from all directions. For heavy swords, for trails of neon, clashed in a deadly dance. A crimson cross flickered in midair, its center precisely where Count Nader stood. As the cross vanished, a burst of scarlet light erupted, gradually dissipating. Simultaneously, Count Nader also vanished, disappearing alongside the cross's assault. Above, a chill coursed through Lu Xiaoyao's heart as she sensed a sudden onslaught from above. The crowd looked up to behold two silhouettes, each with four pairs of bat-like wings, swooping down with ferocity. Boom! Lu Xiaoyao struck out with both fists, generating a force that blocked the assault of the bat wings. Meanwhile, Lu Demei attempted to parry with her sword but was sent flying. TSK, you are indeed stronger. The figure attacking Lu Demei suddenly vanished from the air. Yet another gust of wind surged toward Lu Xiaoyao. Boom, boom, boom. A series of attacks unleashed a torrent of force, sending waves of energy rippling outward, causing the surrounding spiritual essence to tremble. The ferocious power stirred the winds, making the dense forest sway ominously. Her elevation and prowess, is it connected to you? Count Nader's wings and fists unleashed a relentless barrage, overwhelming Lu Xiaoyao and leaving her no room to divert her focus. Receive my night kill. Not expecting a reply from Lu Xiaoyao, Count Nader's voice rang out sharply as he melded into the night, disappearing before the onlookers. Lu Xiaoyao concentrated, heightening her senses to the utmost, yet still could not detect Count Nader's presence. I am here. Suddenly, Count Nader's voice whispered chillingly into Lu Xiaoyao's ear, akin to a devil's murmur. Swift step. Lu Xiaoyao executed 3 rapid steps, retreating several dozen meters, yet she could still sense his looming presence, as if the threat of death was ever near. Bang! Just as she prepared for a 4th swift step, a dreadful force struck her squarely in the chest. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed, reverberating like a clap of thunder in clear skies, sending a tremor of dread through her heart. Lu Xiaoyao was sent reeling, the icy wind howling past her ears. It's up to you now. Night Rain Banquet belongs to me. A piercing shriek resonated through the air as Count Nader soared away, his wings unfurling with ferocity, seemingly intent on shrouding the entire sky. Night Rain Banquet, you rebellious one, cursed being, source of evil. Only through blood sacrifice can you attain liberation and return to the embrace of the blood god. No, I refuse. Lu Demei, no. Night Rain Banquet let out a defiant roar to the heavens, her silver aura dancing with the wind, her piercing cry echoing as a challenge to the world itself. Her cloak billowed, silver hair flowing. Night Rain Banquet gripped her heavy sword tightly, her entire being enveloped in a shroud of blood mist. You shall not escape, Crimson Canopy. Count Nader lightly shook his cloak, summoning an immense tide of spiritual energy, the sky filled with swirling blood mist, as if a fierce blood storm was coalescing. The storm enveloped the two combatants. Beneath the scarlet sky, can you truly escape? Count Nader's gaze was frigid, imbued with a chilling aura of sanguine intent. The scarlet sky, a manifestation of the realm's power. Do you genuinely believe it to be merely an enchanting yet futile mist? Kill. The howl of Night Rain Feast ceased, his form enveloped in a crimson glow, as his eyes, fixed upon Count Nader, sparkled with a blinding, blood-red radiance. Awakening? Sensing the shift in Night Rain Feast, Count Nader was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a cold smirk. Interesting indeed, yet no matter the circumstances, your fate shall remain unaltered. The one who dares to defy fate will invariably be you, destined to fail. Even if I am shattered to pieces, my heart shall remain unwavering. Night Rain Feast raised his heavy sword, charging towards Count Nader, roaring defiantly, my life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Outside the scarlet sky, Lu Xiaoyao shot forth, witnessing the swirling blood mist engulfing both Count Nader and Night Rain Feast. Innate Chi, mixed elemental divine art. Lu Xiaoyao's voice rang out sharply, as her spiritual power erupted with ferocity, anchoring her form amidst the tumultuous energy. You little dear, do not be too ostentatious. The cold words echoed from a distance. As the esteemed bull elder hovered in the air, declaring, "With your meager cultivation, you cannot save her. First, you must pass through me. Bull elder, eliminate him." Tang Zhanyu's voice resonated from afar, laced with a chilling intent. "All units, listen up. Lu Xiaoyao, kill on the spot. The rest, capture alive." "Understood." A resounding shout erupted, as numerous figures emerged from the surrounding thickets. The cultivators in the sky and the martial artists on the ground all bore watchful eyes. "Fire, unleash all firepower. Activate all armaments." At this moment, Issa cast aside all reservations, for they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Intense gunfire erupted once more. Explosions, roars, and cries of battle melded into a chaotic symphony. The once serene forest was shattered, and the profound night sky was illuminated by myriad lights. "Retreat," Eileen called out, hastily withdrawing into the base vehicle. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Only the base vehicle could provide a semblance of defense. Remaining outside would render them vulnerable to attacks from all sides, a precarious predicament for those lacking Lu Xiaoyao's formidable strength. "Fire, provide fire support, launch all drones, and dispatch armed robots." "Is Xiang base side secured yet?" Issa fired back while connecting with Avery, her gaze scanning the skies, anxiety etched in her eyes. Lu Demii was ensnared by Count Nader, and Lu Xiaoyao was entangled with the bull elder. They could only rely on themselves now. In the sky, Lu Xiaoyao maintained a composed demeanor. Though she found herself at a disadvantage, her expression remained tranquil. Gazing at the bull elder before her, she gently shook her head, a playful glint in her eyes. "You seem quite confident." "Very well, I shall shatter your confidence." "Do you possess such capability?" The bull elder retorted with scorn, his tone dripping with derision. "Night Rain Feast is of the bloodline, inherently gifted. What do you amount to?" "I am nothing, yet the power I wield commands respect." Lu Xiaoyao clasped his hands together, conjuring a seal, and with it, the wind stirred, the heavens trembled, the mountains and rivers transformed, and even the spirits were taken aback. The tempest gathered, and thunder roared above. With a resounding boom, the celestial realm was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, coalescing with the shifting seal. Clouds swirled ominously within a mere radius of 10 feet, reverberated by the sound of thunder. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, targeting the esteemed Nyo. His heart raced, and he sprang into motion. Yet, in the very instant Nyo appeared, the thunder still descended upon him. Bang! A terrifying sound reverberated as Nyo was struck down, his form enveloped in billowing smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, more bolts of lightning crashed upon him. The fallen Nyo, battered by the onslaught, had lost all semblance of human shape. His wide, terrified eyes still reflected profound fear. Before the might of heaven and earth, even the esteemed were rendered defenseless. This celestial power, only those who cultivate can truly harness. Chapter 67. Face the challenge. 5 bolts of lightning struck, radiating brilliance and producing a deafening roar. Harnessing the might of heaven and earth, it was as though justice was being enacted on behalf of the celestial realm. The overwhelming power of divine authority was indeed unparalleled. However, such formidable techniques exacted a tremendous toll. In merely one invocation, Lu Xiaoyao expended a third of her spiritual energy. This was merely the result of drawing upon spiritual power to manipulate the atmospheric spiritual essence. Though Nyo Xuanzhang held the title of Xuanzhang, he was still merely a cultivator, lacking the physical prowess of a martial artist, rendering him incapable of withstanding such celestial force, nor did he possess the knowledge to counteract it. Before Lu Xiaoyao, he found himself utterly defenseless. Only those of the same cultivation level could pose a threat to true practitioners, the so-called masters. Mere products of mass production like cultivators and martial artists were insignificant when faced with genuine practitioners. True cultivators mastered myriad techniques, their methods infinitely varied, far beyond the reach of inferior experts. The 5 thunders did not only strike Nyo Xuanzhang, but also descended upon Tang Zhanyu. In that moment, a single strike obliterated a Xuanzhang. A shiver ran down Tang Zhanyu's spine, chills coursing through him. "Guozhen, Liang Zibin, you must join forces. There are 2 more Zunzhangs aboard the armed vessel, initially intended to maintain order, but now they must be called into action. If even old Nyo cannot withstand this, what hope do we have?" The 2 Zunzhangs paused, their expressions laden with hesitation. Lu Xiaoyao's abilities were astonishingly mystical. Moreover, her recent display had revealed her cultivation level. She was a practitioner of the divine refinement path, also a Xuanzhang. Although Gua and Liang were also Zunzhangs, they were merely martial artists, capable of enduring only for a fleeting moment. Yet, upon seeing Tang Zhanyu's expression, they dared not voice their concerns any longer. Exchanging a glance, they departed from the armed vessel. As the 2 emerged, Lu Xiaoyao observed, her hand forming a seal, though she refrained from unleashing her powers. "What? A mere moment after the death of one, you wish to send yourselves to the same fate? This statement rendered Guozhen and Liang Zibin mute. They had no desire to step into danger. Noticing their hesitation, Lu Xiaoyao spoke with a grave tone, "Submit to me, and I shall spare your lives. Are you suggesting we betray our allegiance?" They both froze, then exchanged sardonic smiles. Guozhen replied, "On what grounds do you make such a claim? Do you truly believe a handful of you can shift the tide of this conflict? To win our loyalty, you must possess genuine means. Otherwise, should we betray our cause? How could you trust us? Those skilled in treachery seldom meet with favorable ends." Yang Zibin was even more forthright, stating, "Only formidable strength can command loyalty. Wait for it." Casting a sidelong glance at the two, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Guo and Liang felt a sudden chill, soon accompanied by a fierce gale that swept between them. Crack, crack. The sound of a hand striking their shoulders echoed, yet when they turned to look, they found no one in sight. Could it be? Their gazes shifted to each other's shoulders, and in their eyes, they recognized the same shock. They simultaneously turned to face the armed vessel behind them. Lu Xiaoyao. It was indeed Lu Xiaoyao. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the armed vessel. What astonishing speed was this? As fellow esteemed individuals, they too possessed the ability to traverse distances instantaneously. Yet their velocity and range could not possibly rival that of Lu Xiaoyao. It was said he was a cultivator. Guozhen murmured, "Liang Zibin." His face etched with bitterness, sighed deeply and replied, "Is there even a need to speculate? Did you not witness it?" In truth, doubts had already emerged. The appearance of cultivators and warriors was merely to satiate the demands of war. Shoo! Liang Zibin's countenance turned solemn as he swiftly silenced Guozhen. Certain matters were not to be uttered. This was a conspiracy. Guozhen's eyes narrowed, brimming with fury. This was the machination of the higher-ups. How could those in power possibly care for us? Their concerns lie solely with, what were they intending to do? Just as he spoke, Liang Zibin abruptly shifted the topic, perhaps to evade that sensitive issue. Guozhen, momentarily taken aback, immediately focused his attention. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao extended his hand, pressing it against the reinforced glass of the armed vessel. Crack, crack. A series of fissures appeared on the surface, resembling a spider's web as they began to spread. This. Guozhen and Liang stared in disbelief. That glass boasted formidable defensive capabilities, and even ordinary energy projectiles were rendered ineffective against it. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's mere touch had caused it to fracture. Meanwhile, inside the armed vessel, Tong Zhanyu observed quietly, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. To think that a single Lu Xiaoyao had forced him to this extent. Was it truly time to take action? But indeed, the moment had come. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tong Zhanyu's eyes. The hands behind his back clenched tightly, gradually moving towards his waist, where his weapon was concealed. Snap! In the next instant, the glass of the armed vessel shattered. The shattering of the glass served as a signal. Tong Zhanyu swiftly drew 2 short rods, slamming them together with a resonant click. As the rods merged, they elongated into a staff, with a slender blade protruding from the left side. Prepare to receive my strike. At that moment, Tong Zhanyu's aura shifted, becoming more acute and menacing. He emanated the essence of a long spear. Kill. The instant the glass shattered, he lunged forward viciously, thrusting his spear. As he did so, a faint hum resonated from the spearhead, radiating a brilliant light. The super-energy blade enhanced the spear's destructive power. Simultaneously, in the distance, Guozhen and Liang Zibin launched their assault. They stepped through the air toward Lu Xiaoyao, weapons drawn, their laser swords imbued with lethal intent. The shattering glass amplified their murderous resolve. The sharp glimmer of their blades surged forth, and Lu Xiaoyao, ever vigilant, promptly sidestepped, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Narrowly evading the lethal shot aimed at him by Tong Zhanyu, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly leapt into the armed vessel. With a deft motion, he reached for his waist and unsheathed the hilt of his sword. As energy surged forth, a blade of laser light emerged. The lightsaber swept violently, targeting Tong Zhanyu's midsection. A sharp clang resonated as Tong Zhanyu thrust forward with one hand, summoning a luminous shield that deflected Lu Xiaoyao's assault. You are indeed formidable. I regret not having eliminated you back then, Tong Zhanyu remarked coldly, while his other hand wielded a spear that surged forward menacingly. A single misstep, and it all unravels. You have no chance left. In the face of Tong Zhanyu's lethal intent, Lu Xiaoyao exhibited no signs of retreat. Within moments, the two had exchanged over 10 blows. Guozhen and Liang Zibin, who had just been knocked down before the armed vessel, were left astonished by the fierce confrontation unfolding inside. For so many years, they had been unaware that Tong Zhanyu was, in fact, a revered master. Moreover, judging by his aura, he had seemingly reached the pinnacle of his powers. Chapter 68. The Depths Reveal Whales. Battle alarm in the tumultuous clash aboard the armed vessel. External intervention had become exceedingly difficult. Even several of the pilots had fled the scene. The cabin was engulfed in chaos, marked by fierce collisions, bursts of energy, and flying sparks. The air resonated with continuous explosions, causing the vessel to tremble violently and veer off course. With a resounding crash, the hull of the armed ship was breached multiple times. A figure was propelled out, their armor bearing numerous damages. At that precise moment, the blue shield before them shattered. Was it truly Tong Zhanyu who had faltered? The spectators, Guo and Liang, were left in utter astonishment. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, another individual emerged from the gaping hole in the vessel. Meanwhile, the armed ship began its descent. Unable to sustain flight. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoyao, wielding a lightsaber, surged forth like a shooting star towards Tong Zhanyu, displaying no visible injuries. The disparity in strength between the two was now glaringly apparent. It was nearly unfathomable that, despite Tong Zhanyu's formidable prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage against Lu Xiaoyao. What are you waiting for? Tong Zhanyu's voice echoed ominously, imbued with a chilling aura. As his gaze swept over them, Guozhen and Liang Zibin shuddered, instinctively raising their weapons. Ah, quite the spectacle, a 3-on-1 is it? A sudden voice, laced with mockery, resonated from an unknown source, sending a shockwave through the hearts of all present. Who? Tong Zhanyu's eyes narrowed, warily scanning the surroundings. Who goes there? Lu Xiaoyao paused, directing his gaze towards the origin of the voice. From the sky, an overwhelming roar erupted as several aerial vessels approached at breakneck speed. Not far from Lu Xiaoyao, another figure appeared, forming a triangular formation with him and Tong Zhanyu. Do not be alarmed. The newcomer surveyed the scene with a smile, introducing himself. I am Zeng Jing. Perhaps my name is unfamiliar to you, but he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoyao before fixing his gaze on Tong Zhanyu, exuding a palpable aura of menace. My mother is Lei Jinyu, my father is Zeng Zhilin, and Lei Jintian is my uncle. Upon hearing Zeng Jing's declaration of lineage, Tong Zhanyu frowned, then shook his head with a cold chuckle. Ha, coward, you dare to show yourself only now, much like your ineffectual father. Say that again? Zeng Jing's previously murderous demeanor intensified, his cultivation in the refining spirit path becoming unmistakable. Oh, touched by Zeng Jing's level of prowess, Tong Zhanyu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the so-called waste had indeed produced a commendable son. Mr. Lu, may I take care of this? Though directed at Lu Xiaoyao, his gaze remained fixed on Tong Zhanyu. Be my guest. Thank you. Zeng Jing's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew a battle blade, lunging towards Tong Zhanyu. Driven by the desire for vengeance against his parents' killers, blood for blood. As Lu Xiaoyao's words resonated, she turned her attention to the nearby figures of Guozhen and Liang Zibin, who immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze merely brushed past them, fixating instead on a crimson light curtain in the distance. There. Yi Yuyan had been ensnared by Count Nader for some time, and the current state within was uncertain. Indeed, Count Nader possessed formidable strength, and Lu Xiaoyao harbored no absolute confidence of victory. During their previous encounter at Tiger's Embrace City, it was not fear that had motivated the opponent, but rather a stalemate that had persisted too long, leading to a desire to avoid being besieged by the approaching guard team. At the entrance of the base vehicle, Isha, Ai Lin Lin, and Suing Bei stood in confrontation with the martial artists and cultivators. Yet, with Zeng Jing's arrival, the pressure swiftly alleviated. The various airships had already initiated their assault. Tong Zhanyu's remaining 3 warships were swiftly shot down amidst the barrage of attacks. Many cultivators surged forth from the airships, directly targeting Tong Zhanyu's subordinates. The battle had turned decidedly one-sided, with Tong Zhanyu's faction facing imminent collapse. With the situation under control, Lu Xiaoyao withdrew her gaze, directing it toward the scarlet sky of Count Nader. The lightsaber in her hand was raised high. Stepping forward, her figure emerged beyond the crimson curtain. She brought her sword down with a heavy strike, a muffled sound resonating as it pierced the thick blood mist. Yet, her blow failed to breach the curtain. What is this? Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, retracting her lightsaber, invoking the Tao, thunderous wrath, banish the evil. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down, unleashing a tempestuous force that sent the blood mist churning violently, resembling a pool of fresh blood. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as she once again formed a hand seal. Summoning the winds and clouds, 5 thunders descending. The thunder roared down, as if stirring waves, causing the blood mist to writhe even more furiously. In the areas under attack, the blood mist thinned considerably. Observing this, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, unsheathing her lightsaber to deliver a decisive cut. With a resounding crash, the blood mist collapsed, revealing the scene within. Count Nader stood with both hands raised, unleashing torrents of crimson lightning that bound Yi Yuyan in midair. Meanwhile, Yi Yuyan's heavy sword had already fallen into Count Nader's grasp. You were delayed by someone like Tong Zhanyu? Count Nader lifted his head, peering through the opening of the crimson curtain at Lu Xiaoyao above. Is this the current state of practitioners? Have they grown so weak? Strength or weakness? That is not for you to determine. Lu Xiaoyao fixed her gaze downward, gripping her lightsaber tightly. Shall we put this to the test? Humph. This count has no time for you. Let my descendants entertain you instead. With Count Nader's words, 10 figures suddenly appeared, encircling Lu Xiaoyao. You think these mere bloodkin can hold me back? Lu Xiaoyao scoffed, her tone laced with derision. Haven't you grasped the gravity of the situation yet? The surrounding scarlet sky suddenly expanded, reverting to a state of hazy mist. Curse it. Count Nader glanced around and discovered that numerous cultivators and warriors had encircled him. Those foolish insects should never have chosen to collaborate with that individual. Faced with the encirclement of dozens, along with the formidable expert Lu Xiaoyao, Count Nader harbored no fear for himself, yet he worried for the descendants around him, who might perish in this confrontation. The emergence of descendants from a blood clan is indeed a troublesome affair. Losing a dozen offspring for a mere night banquet is an unwise trade-off. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Count Nader sighed and summoned back 10 of his descendants, deciding to spare them this time. Lu Xiaoyao spoke resolutely, but I do not wish to let you go. You cannot retain us. Count Nader raised his heavy sword and suddenly hurled it into the distance, shouting, Tong Zhanyu, catch the sword. What? Lu Xiaoyao instinctively turned, only to see a flash of sword light, while Tong Zhanyu's presence was nowhere to be found. Where is Shang Jing? No, just as she was about to turn back, a figure flickered and appeared before her. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Yue, whom she swiftly caught. However, Count Nader seized the opportunity to silently ascend into the high skies, taking his descendants with him. Glancing at Yi Yue, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened, revealing a cold demeanor. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, addressing those around her. What is that sound? An alert. The red battle alarm of Tiger's Embrace City, someone replied. Chapter 69, Trouble Brewing. The foreboding soared the battle alarm from Tiger's Embrace City left Lu Xiaoyao somewhat perplexed. Even though Lei Jinting had been prepared, it was implausible for him to respond with such rapidity, prompting a battle alert from Tiger's Embrace City. The distance separating them was over 2,000 kilometers. The alarm they heard was not directly transmitted from Tiger's Embrace City. Rather, it was a directive issued by the city, commanding all towns within its jurisdiction to sound the alarm. Such a widespread alert could only indicate that something grave had transpired in Tiger's Embrace City. Who, then, could incite such a sudden warning from Tiger's Embrace? While his intuition suggested one possibility, verification was still necessary. Fixing his gaze on those around him, Lu Xiaoyao spoke in a somber tone. Who is in charge here? Immediately contact Lei Jinting and inquire about the situation. Also, has anyone been dispatched to search for Xingjing, who has gone missing? Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we have already sent someone, one individual promptly replied, dialing to reach Lei Jinting. Before any response could be received from him, Lu Xiaoyao was startled by an incoming communication from Lei Jinting. What's going on, Lei? Lu Xiaoyao asked as he connected the call. Did you instigate this? What? It wasn't you? Lei Jinting responded, bewildered. How could it possibly be me? No matter how swift I am, I cannot teleport across nearly 2,000 kilometers. I assumed it was your other contingent at work. It is not me either, Lu Xiaoyao said, his confusion evident. In matters of such gravity, Lei Jinting had no reason to deceive him. The two fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the unfolding situation. After a brief pause, Lei Jinting's voice broke the stillness. I have dispatched someone to investigate. The contacts I left in Tiger's Embrace City have yet to respond. Something must have gone terribly awry there. Should we wait and observe? We cannot remain idle. We must seize control of the towns immediately. A foreboding sensation stirred within Lu Xiaoyao, coupled with a desire to secure as many towns as possible. Once Yongxing Town was captured, they would radiate outward, subjugating all that could be subdued. Are you intending to stir up trouble? Lei Jinting inquired, his tone rising in surprise. You won't create a mess, will you? The heavens are already shifting. What more mess could we create? Lu Xiaoyao replied gravely. I fear that what lies ahead may indeed shatter the heavens. Are you certain? Uncertain, Lu Xiaoyao admitted, inhaling deeply as a glimmer of sharp insight sparkled in his eyes. I ponder the complexity of Klaus. Knowing that the Tiger Leopard Mountain Range is one of the 10 great strongholds, why would he approach with such fervor? What does he rely upon? Do you suspect that Klaus is orchestrating something in Tiger's Embrace City? Lu Xiaoyao lifted his gaze, his eyes flickering thoughtfully as he gazed at the multitude of stars, his mind racing with deductions. I am not certain. Proceed as I have suggested. Very well. I shall relay the orders, Lei Jinting responded, then shifted the topic. By the way, has my nephew arrived? You young people should interact more. I have met him. He is quite impressive, Lu Xiaoyao replied, retracting his gaze and shaking his head subtly. The celestial phenomena in this world differed greatly from those of the original realm, leading to significant discrepancies in the projections he made. The art of astrology inherently harbors substantial uncertainty. The celestial phenomena of this world render Lu Xiaoyao exceedingly perplexed, thus complicating the process of divination and yielding scant results. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. Lu Xiaoyao, regaining her composure, addressed Lei Jinting. However, do not presume that your utilization of my abilities has concluded. Before Lei Jinting could finish his statement, Lu Xiaoyao severed the communication. Casting her gaze around, she observed that the individuals brought by Zheng Jing were already engaged in clearing the battlefield. Mr. Lu, we have located the blood-red sword, but our men are unable to approach it, having already sustained injuries from its sword aura. At that moment, someone rushed over to Lu Xiaoyao, saying, "Could you take a look at this?" With Zheng Jing absent, they had no choice but to seek Lu Xiaoyao's assistance. I shall attend to it immediately. Glancing at the exquisite Lu Demii in her arms, Lu Xiaoyao activated her instant step. Arriving at the location of the blood-refining demon sword, beside the sword stood 3 or 4 individuals, 2 of whom were bleeding profusely from their hands. The others murmured in concern, perplexed as to why the bleeding would not cease, fearing dire consequences if it continued. Let me see. Upon hearing their words, Lu Xiaoyao approached and examined the wounds, identifying the presence of sword aura. She instinctively sought to extract it. How do we remove it? The injured individuals appeared pallid, clearly suffering from significant blood loss. One companion nearby implored Lu Xiaoyao, "Mr. Lu, what should we do?" Lu Xiaoyao extended her hand, hovering over the wound. This sword aura is quite domineering. The presence of the sword aura caused her to furrow her brow. Subsequently, she channeled her spiritual energy into her palm, cautioning, "It will be quite painful, so bear with it. Hold him down." Understood. The injured party was restrained by his companions, allowing Lu Xiaoyao to commence her work, carefully extracting the hidden sword aura from the wound, bit by bit. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the wound, as if imbued with life, fiercely resisting Lu Xiaoyao's efforts. Rise. With a gentle command, the sword aura suddenly burst forth, radiating an enchanting red light. Faintly, a sound reminiscent of a sword's lament echoed, seemingly piercing the very soul. The nearby individuals collectively gasped, as though suffering a grievous blow. Seal. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, and she immediately unleashed her spiritual energy, enveloping the sword aura. With her formidable and robust strength, she sealed this malevolent aura. This sword aura is quite wicked. You should maintain your distance. Within the confines of her spiritual seal, the blood-red sword aura continued to struggle, as if attempting to break free. As the aura was extracted, the bleeding of the injured ceased, and the hemostatic powder applied began to take effect. Employing the same method, she healed another individual before finally turning her attention to the blood-refining demon sword. Awaken. She shook Lu Demii gently, yet there were no signs of consciousness. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, reaching for the blood-refining demon sword. In an instant, a tremendous sword aura erupted from the sword's body, unleashing a multitude of blood-red sword lights. Lu Xiaoyao's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly retreated a step back, creating a distance of 10 feet. What a fearsome sword! Her gaze turned resolute as she silently lamented that while this blood-refining demon sword was indeed formidable, it exuded an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. As Lu Xiaoyao fixated on the blood-refining demon sword, she failed to notice Yi Yui lurking in the crook of her arm, who suddenly opened a pair of blood-red eyes. The crimson orbs gleamed with an ominous radiance, and in the next instant, Yi Yui lunged at Lu Xiaoyao. Her lips parted silently, revealing a set of sharp fangs that sank fiercely into Lu Xiaoyao's neck. An intense pain surged through her, and Lu Xiaoyao felt a jolt of alarm as she sensed her lifeblood rapidly draining away. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, instinctively rushed forward, weapons raised. "No need, it's fine." Lu Xiaoyao quickly interjected, "Focus on your own matters." Moments later, Yi Yui released her grip, revealing Lu Xiaoyao's pallid complexion. I couldn't control myself. You were quite ruthless, attempting to drain me dry?" Lu Xiaoyao grimaced, realizing that her earlier confrontation with Count Nader had likely depleted her considerable reserves of blood energy. Chapter 70. The Coastal Defense Falls. The entire city is overrun. The recent conflict has exacted a considerable toll. In the confrontation with Tong Zhanyu, Lu Xiaoyao exerted every ounce of her strength. By the time she faced Count Nader, her spiritual energy was utterly depleted. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing Count Nader and his entourage to escape. Had she truly wished to confront Count Nader, it would likely have resulted in mutual destruction. Consequently, Lu Xiaoyao's ultimate objective would also be adversely affected. Every second was exceedingly precious, leaving no room for squander on recuperation. Now, having been drained of considerable vitality by Yi Yuyan, It was as if all of Yi Yuyan's consumption had been transferred onto Lu Zhaoyao, who was nearing her limit. Upon sheathing the blood-refining demon sword, Yi Yuyan returned to the base vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jing hurried back, appearing somewhat dejected. What transpired? Lu Zhaoyao furrowed her brow and sighed softly. Judging by Zhang Jing's demeanor, it was evident that Tong Zhanyu had managed to escape. That cunning wolf, he actually retreated while fighting, leading me to. As someone inquired, Zhang Jing finally lifted his head, unleashing a torrent of frustration. However, he abruptly fell silent, slamming his fist against the table in exasperation. An ambush? Patting Zhang Jing on the shoulder, Lu Zhaoyao offered words of reassurance. There will be another opportunity. Do not despair. He cannot evade forever. The base vehicle and Zhang Jing's team converged at a new encampment overnight. The night was particularly hectic, and it was not until the following evening that they finally paused. Zhang Jing's team suffered minimal losses, primarily related to the repairs of the base vehicle. Fortunately, the duration of the battle was brief, and the damage was not overly severe. Many of Tong Zhanyu's subordinates had been captured and were now detained. Casting a glance at the corner of the command room, where the white tiger lay comfortably asleep, Lu Zhaoyao felt a surge of indignation. After such a fierce battle last night, this little white tiger had not even offered assistance. Regardless, it was a level 6 beast, equivalent to a master of the divine refinement path. Its actual combat prowess surpassed that of most practitioners of the divine refinement path. Had it chosen to aid, Count Nader's vampire might not have escaped. Shaking her head in resignation, Lu Zhaoyao turned to leave when she suddenly heard AI Linlin's exclamation, calling base vehicle 01. This is the Haizhou Military District Headquarters, please respond. At the sound of this voice, everyone froze, particularly Isha and AI Linlin. For it was a call they had longed for dearly. They exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Avril and Suingbei also displayed expressions of delight. Hurry, Linlin. Connected. Listening to the repeated calls felt surreal. Isha pinched her cheek, then dashed forward. All right. AI Linlin, regaining her composure, promptly established the connection. Official communication followed suit. Resonating within the base vehicle. This is the Haizhou Military District Headquarters. Please report your status immediately. Here lies Base 01, where Acting Executive Officer Issa. At this point, Issa's voice quivered with emotion. While others remained largely unaffected, AI Linlin found her eyes brimming with tears that flowed uncontrollably. Beside her, Avril could not help but reach out, enveloping her sister in a comforting embrace. Report, Acting Executive Officer Issa is addressing you. What? It's just the two of you left? How could this be? The reinforcements we dispatched. Wait a moment, Lu Zhaoyao approached. Signaling to terminate the communicator before addressing the two. Relay the situation here to your headquarters. Understood. Issa nodded. We must secure formal recognition. It is crucial for our claim to Hubao City. Without legitimacy, our words will carry no weight. You must understand how to articulate this. Lu Zhaoyao meticulously outlined the necessary details, ensuring both Issa and AI Linlin were well informed. And what about you? Do you wish for an official identity? With her mind focused on Lu Zhaoyao's instructions, Issa was also intent on securing a formal status for him. Once Hubao City is attained, would there not be a place for me? Lu Zhaoyao shook his head, fixing his gaze on the two. Now, it is imperative that you lead. It is under your command, Issa, that we have achieved our current success. We, in turn, are here to follow your orders. At such a juncture, it was inconceivable for an outsider like Lu Zhaoyao to receive official recognition, let alone an appointment. Only Issa and AI Linlin, being their own, could earn their trust. Acting Executive Officer Issa, Acting Guard Captain AI Linlin, please initiate the Level 1 confidential review procedure. We now require the confirmation of your information. Yes. Initiating the Level 1 confidential review procedure immediately. Issa promptly complied, working alongside AI Linlin. Following the verification of their identities, they began to report to the Haizhou General District, supplying various materials and evidence as directed by Lu Zhaoyao. Executive Officer Issa, we need to convene an emergency meeting for discussions. The results will be communicated to you at the latest by the day after tomorrow. During this time, please ensure your communication remains open. Understood. After concluding the call, the previously agitated Issa and AI Linlin finally regained their composure. Isn't it wonderful to reconnect with the organization? Lu Zhaoyao observed the two with a smile. What do you think are the chances of our request being granted? The chances are not substantial. With a deep sigh, Issa replied solemnly. The headquarters will not heed a single perspective. They will undoubtedly reach out to Tong Zhanyu. As the group deliberated, another communication request came through. They glanced at the screen. It was from Lei Jinting. Upon connecting, they beheld Lei Jinting, filled with fury, his eyes bloodshot. It's over. It's all over. Klaus has breached our defenses. Klaus? How could this be? The tigeress mouth has fallen? Upon hearing the inquiries from several individuals, Lei Jinting immediately shook his head, his voice a low, thunderous roar reminiscent of an injured beast. No, it is from the sea, advancing from the ocean. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed in frustration. My men report that the coastal defense line has been completely breached. Klaus's air force has surged in from the sea, and the city of Hubba has now fallen. What? So soon? Upon hearing this, Isha and the others were left in a state of shock, their mouths agape. They had initially believed that relying on the Tuntuko could withstand Klaus's forces for quite some time. However, they had not anticipated that the enemy had no intention of assaulting Tuntuko directly. Instead, they had circumvented the Tiger Leopard mountain range and launched an attack from the sea. Listening to Lei Jinting's account, everyone was rendered speechless. In such dire circumstances, were they not all doomed? Outside Tuntuko lay Klaus's main army, while a formidable elite force was advancing from the sea. Now, they found themselves caught between two fronts, besieged on all sides. Chapter 71. Appointment. Immediate arrest. The occurrence of an unexpected incident has rendered Lu Xiaoyao's original plans futile, leaving them entirely unutilized. It is now imperative to swiftly adapt to the situation and modify the previously established strategies. The circumstances surrounding the naval force that has arrived remain unclear, necessitating an urgent investigation to ascertain the facts. In contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao promptly conveyed his concerns to Lei Jinting, instructing him to arrange for further inquiries. On another front, he reiterated his directives to both Isha and Ailanlin. The anticipated emergency meeting at headquarters could not be awaited. It was essential to report the sudden events here to enhance the chances of acquiring authority. Although Hubei City is engulfed in crisis, it presents Lu Xiao with a fortuitous opportunity. In this scenario, substantiating Tong Zhanyu's betrayal would afford Isha the highest authority over Hubei City. Whether Tong Zhanyu has genuinely betrayed is now of little consequence. Even if defenses falter and Hubei City falls, he cannot evade culpability. Isha swiftly reported the breach of Hubei City, accompanied by video data provided by Lei Jinting. The footage revealed enemy armed vessels, fighter jets, and aerial vehicles obscuring the skies, alongside countless armed transport vehicles, tanks, armored cars, and robots deployed along the coastline. The coastal defense forces of Hubei City held out for only a brief time before collapsing entirely. Most of the coastal artillery, watchtowers, and anti-aircraft systems had been obliterated, as though the enemy had masterfully orchestrated the assault, rendering the coastal defenses impotent. The fragmented and varied lengths of video segments sufficiently illustrated the dire situation facing Hubei City. With a population nearing 200 million and hundreds of thousands of troops, the city had succumbed to enemy forces with alarming swiftness. This was a catastrophic defeat, a monumental disgrace. Was it possible to ascertain the enemy's armament and troop strength? Upon receiving the news, the military district headquarters promptly responded. The information is currently unclear. Isha's expression turned troubled as she articulated the present predicament. We are being pursued by Tong Zhanyu, and this information has been hard-earned. Is the source of this intelligence reliable? Came the skeptical inquiry from the other side. This individual is named Lei Jinting, former chief of military affairs of Hubei City, and his identity has been verified. Isha went on to recount Lei Jinting's prior status. Lei Jinting retired 15 years ago, and according to our intelligence, he harbors a long-standing grudge against Tong Zhanyu, the lord of Hubei City. Please hold. We are retrieving classified records. Observing the exchange, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. The so-called procedures are indeed quite cumbersome. Can events from 15 years ago truly be clarified? Given that their animosity led to Lei Jinting's retirement, Tong Zhanyu would undoubtedly leave no trace. As Lu Xiaoyao contemplated, the headquarters response arrived. Executive Officer Isha, you are now to execute the wartime emergency plan. Isha's countenance grew serious upon hearing this. Executive Officer Isha stands ready for instructions. Executive Officer Isha of Base 01 is hereby appointed as the acting lord of Hubei City, assuming all powers previously held by Tong Zhanyu. The original commander of the Tiger City Military Affairs, Lei Jinting, has been reinstated to his former position to oversee the military operations of Tiger City. The order is to be executed immediately. The newly appointed acting lord of Tiger City, Isha, has been granted authority at the 5th level. The newly appointed commander of military affairs, Lei Jinting, has received special 6th level authority. Eileen Lin, the acting commander of the 01 Base Vehicle Security Team, is now appointed as the acting executive officer of the 01 Base Vehicle, with permissions upgraded to the 5th level. Avril, the captain of the Tiger City General Affairs Guard, is appointed as the acting chief of the Tiger City Security Department, with permissions elevated to the 6th level. Su Yingbei, a special engineer at the Tiger City Military Academy, has been appointed as the acting dean of the academy, with 6th level permissions granted. The former dean, Chen Jun, is immediately relieved of his duties, his 6th level permissions revoked, and he is to be arrested on charges of collusion with the enemy. The former lord of Tiger City, Tong Zhanyu, will also have his 5th-level permissions revoked and is to be arrested for the same charges. The former commander of military affairs, LZ, has his special 6th-level permissions rescinded and is to be arrested for collusion with the enemy. The former chief of the security department, Yen Laohu, will similarly have his 6th-level permissions revoked and face arrest for the same offense. With the issuance of these commands, numerous former officials of Tiger City have been dismissed and placed on the arrest list of the Haizhou Military District Headquarters. After the transmission of orders was completed, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. Lu Xiaoyao felt somewhat dazed. Having just complained about the slowness, he now witnessed a swift and decisive action, devoid of any hesitation. Should these commands be executed, Tiger City would indeed undergo a monumental transformation. However, given the current chaotic situation, accomplishing these tasks might not be straightforward. The permissions chip encryption program has been uploaded. Please proceed to update it. May all of you work together in unison to restore Tiger City. Best of luck to everyone. Additionally, in light of your circumstances, the 01 base vehicle has been granted access to the C-level permissions. The key has been sent to Acting Executive Officer Eileen Lin's microbrain. Really? Isha and Eileen Lin looked startled. Of course. Let's go, comrades. We hope you can bring about a new dawn. This communication is about to conclude. Farewell. As the voice faded, the communication was severed. Within the command room, silence enveloped the space as everyone processed the news they had just received. After a moment, Lei Jinting's communication was connected, and an elated voice came through. What is happening? My microbrain received news of appointments from the military district headquarters, along with the permissions chip update. Is this for real? Absolutely, Isha replied with a smile. Moreover, we have all received appointments. You have trustworthy friends in Tiger City, don't you? Immediately report their names. I intend to reappoint them. What? You have permissions? Lei Jinting exclaimed, his face a mixture of surprise and excitement. Of course. Sister Shasha is now the acting lord of Tiger City, Eileen Lin chimed in, shaking her small fist. Now, it is indeed the end for Tong Zhanyu. Indeed, indeed. It is unfortunate. Lei Jinting smiled broadly in agreement, but as soon as he nodded, his expression changed. You must hurry to swallow the tiger's mouth. Should he escape back and learn of this news, it is likely he would surrender the stronghold and ally himself with the external Klaus. This possibility is very real. We must set off immediately, Issa decisively commanded. At once, Ailenlin and Awire busied themselves with preparations. Who is the commander stationed at Tiger's Mouth? Lu Jiaoyao furrowed his brow and turned to Issa. Shall we contact him? Lei Jinting replied, it would be futile. Such a significant position is undoubtedly held by Tong Zhanyu's trusted confidant. What about the subordinate officers? Is there anyone of use? Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened as he questioned the group. If we proceed like this, will we not be met with hostility? The current situation is indeed perilous, and it remains uncertain how firm Tong Zhanyu's grip on the station troops may be. Chapter 72, Armed Awakening. Grade C key. The base vehicle has set sail, heading straight towards the formidable Tiger's Maw. Zhang Jing, having received orders, followed closely with his team. Among those involved in the capture of Tong Zhanyu, Zhang Jing was the most invested. Do not fret. Do you truly believe that the authority of City Lord Yi and my military chief is a mere facade? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's concerns, Isha and others also exhibited expressions of worry, yet Lei Jinting burst into laughter. Rest assured, while City Lord Yi may lack understanding, I am well aware. As long as the two of us issue commands simultaneously, the equipment at the garrison base will be rendered inoperable. Even laser swords or firearms will be locked by the key, leaving no one able to wield them. Is that so? Isha inquired, raising her left arm to check her microbrain, confirming the existence of such authority. Indeed? Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt reassured. If that is the case, then Tong Zhanyu poses no real threat. Precisely. Lei Jinting nodded, but added, however, I fear there may be loyal and skilled allies by Tong Zhanyu's side. Over the years, he must have gathered and cultivated a number of supporters. I will handle things here. You must hurry over to Tiger's Maw. With weaponry rendered inoperable, there is no need to worry about the ordinary soldiers stationed there. Very well, my position as military chief has simplified many matters. I plan to mobilize the garrison from various towns. As Lei Jinting spoke, he prepared to end the communication. Military Chief Lei, I have a list that requires your assistance. Isha called out to Lei Jinting, transmitting a list of officials slated for apprehension. Although she was unaware of how the military district headquarters had obtained this list, it undoubtedly related to Tong Zhanyu. Such a lengthy list. Leave it to me. Lei Jinting glanced at it, a cold smirk emerging on his face. Some of the names were familiar acquaintances. I wonder what expressions they'll wear when I make my appearance. I shall sever the connection now, until we meet again. Once the communication ended, Lu Xiaoyao inquired curiously. What is this authority you speak of? Oh, it is a functional authority accessible to officials, categorized into 9 levels, each with 5 ranks: secondary, primary, standard, correct, and special. Each level possesses distinct privileges, ascending from lower to higher authority. Yisha explained upon being asked. The city-level lord holds a 5th-level authority. Depending on the size of the city, the authority is further subdivided. Lu Xiaoyao, Suingbei, follow me for a moment. As Yisha explained to Lu Xiaoyao, she led the two into a room. Within the room lay a concealed door, a place that Lu Xiaoyao and others had never visited before. The passage was exceedingly narrow, with a height barely reaching 2 meters, allowing one to touch the ceiling with an outstretched hand. Within this corridor, several branches existed, all secured by gate locks. Each time a gate was to be opened, Yisha had to employ various methods to unlock it, thereby obtaining the authority to access the gates. Furthermore, each opening allowed only 10 seconds, rendering the defense exceedingly stringent. This is the secret of the base vehicle. We currently possess Grade C authority. Standing before yet another gate, Isha turned her back to the two individuals and remarked, I am uncertain of what lies within, yet I hope it may prove beneficial to us, ideally resolving our current crisis. The gate slowly creaked open, and suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the darkness ahead. A soft, blinding brilliance revealed the contents within. The three stepped inside, their eyes scanning the room, only to discover it was a storage chamber. It appeared to house various potions. As a researcher, Su Yingbei was particularly attuned to such places. Awakening potions, he mused. Isha nodded and approached a cabinet, glancing at its contents before inquiring, Do you need them? Are you offering them to us? Su Yingbei replied, momentarily taken aback, his eyes glinting with hope. Indeed, among the people here, you are the only ones I can truly trust, possessing the strength we require. Isha nodded again, turning to face them. Our situation is dire. We must enhance our capabilities swiftly. Relying solely on Lu Xiaoyao against an army is tantamount to courting disaster. What do you imply? That I am unreliable? Lu Xiaoyao interjected lightly, stepping forward and fixing his gaze on the storage cabinet. May I take a look? Of course. Isha responded, moving closer to open the cabinet and retrieving 2 vials of potion, handing one to each of them. There is still some time. You have ample opportunity to awaken. Would you care to try? Let him try, Su Yingbei encouraged. Holding the potion in his hand, Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized it, his brow furrowing in skepticism. This is a highly advanced awakening potion, with side effects minimized to the utmost degree. Su Yingbei examined the vial repeatedly, recognizing its remarkable potency. Are you a researcher of potions? Upon hearing Su Yingbei's inquiry, Lu Xiaoyao lifted his gaze. Although the side effects are slight, they still exist. A potion with any side effects cannot be deemed perfect. The creation of an awakening potion is an arduous endeavor, from sourcing the ingredients to the refining process. Every step is exceedingly rigorous. The notion of a flawless potion is merely theoretical. Every medicine has its poison. How could one exist without side effects? Su Yingbei remained steadfast in his thoughts. While he was not particularly knowledgeable about pharmaceuticals, he understood the rarity of such potions. That must be the formulation laboratory, he said, pointing to a door nearby. No wonder Klaus's army is relentlessly pursuing you. With C-level access, such high-grade potions are available. I can only imagine what A and B levels possess. I do not know. Isha shrugged, a wry smile gracing her face. I am truly unaware. Even this C-level access. I entered alongside you. With this potion, as long as we can awaken, our combat power will undoubtedly see significant enhancement, Su Yingbei remarked, a look of delight spreading across his face as he turned to Isha. Most of my technicians are under my command. What about those two? Lu Xiaoyao interjected at the opportune moment, tossing the awakening potion he held directly to Su Yingbei. I advise you to think twice before using it. Be cautious. These are treasures. Do not speak as if you possess extensive knowledge. You merely have a basic understanding of medicine. Upon observing Lu Xiaoyao's disdainful demeanor, Su Yingbei could not help but feel compelled to retort. These potions are of superior quality, not inferior products. I firmly believe that upon consumption, they will awaken the bloodline genes and bestow upon one a more formidable power. Meanwhile, beside them, Isha gazed thoughtfully at Lu Xiaoyao, pondering whether there might be an issue with these potions. An issue? Most certainly. Lu Xiaoyao chuckled softly, then spread his hands, gesturing towards the surrounding cabinets filled with potions. In my view, these concoctions are mere experimental samples. What evidence do you possess? Su Yingbei inquired, a hint of defiance in his tone. I have none to speak of. Where would evidence come from? Casting a sidelong glance at the two, Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and said, If you wish to use them, then by all means. However, the pinnacle of your capabilities shall be the revered one of the divine refinement path. Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Su Yingbei felt a twinge of unease. Isha, standing beside the storage cabinet, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. It was indeed true. Chapter 73. The Dusk Battle. The dark area above the storage cabinet. There are clearly labeled descriptions detailing the potions. Prominent red letters caution that the potion's formulation is insufficiently perfected, urging users to exercise discretion before consumption, as there is a considerable risk of damaging one's essence. When a person's essence is compromised, the impact is profoundly significant, making any advancement in their cultivation exceedingly difficult. Such a potent substance, while capable of awakening one's bloodline, carries substantial risks and is only suitable for those who have exhausted their potential for progress in their cultivation. However, there are mentions of possible remedies for the potion's flaws, suggesting that future research on similar potions might yield solutions. Yet, the time frame for such advancements is unspecified, and the language is far from certain. It may indeed result in permanent damage. Thus, to speak of hope in such vague possibilities is essentially futile. Both Isha and Su Yingbei were taken aback. It was astonishing that Lu Xiaoyao had accurately predicted this, but how could she have known? They had entered together. Are you still going to take it? Lu Xiaoyao glanced over, smiling at Su Yingbei. If it claims to have no side effects, that may only pertain to physical aspects. The damage to one's essence is a far graver consequence. If I recall correctly, your initial realm is solidifying the foundation and cultivating the essence, isn't it? Never mind. Su Yingbei, looking at the potion in his hand, quickly shook his head. I would rather not engage in self-sabotage. I have no desire to become an evolved being. Really not going to take it? Lu Xiaoyao chuckled, suddenly reaching out to snatch the potion away. If you won't use it, then I shall. Isha, could you hand me another one? Two might not suffice. Hey, are you out of your mind? Isha interjected, blocking Lu Xiaoyao's advance. They both understood the potion's dangers. Yet Lu Xiaoyao was intent on using it, leaving Isha and Su Yingbei perplexed, their expressions reflecting mutual bewilderment. With a light-hearted smile, Lu Xiaoyao said nonchalantly, Don't forget. I am a cultivator with some knowledge of medicine. I know how to exercise caution. But, could you explain what an evolved being actually is? Are you certain? Seeing Lu Xiaoyao nod, Isha withdrew her hand, her expression turning hopeful. Do you have a way to resolve the potion's flaws? Perhaps I can, perhaps I cannot. Lu Xiaoyao shrugged, observing the potion. If I don't give it a try, how will I ever know? Very well, I hope you find a solution. Isha held on to her hope for the awakening potion, yet she mused that such a deeply flawed potion would likely deter anyone from using it. If Lu Xiaoyao could address this issue, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental breakthrough. Stop boasting, Su Yingbei retorted with a scoff, waving his hand dismissively at Lu Xiaoyao. Brother, don't be so arrogant. Countless researchers have toiled for ages without success. Do you truly believe you have the answer? The awakening potion is a topic of fervent study for every faction. To this day, the mysteries of the human body remain largely unsolved. Perhaps you have taken a wrong turn. Su Yingbei's criticisms did not faze Lu Xiaoyao. In the eyes of these antiquarians, she was merely an unconventional thinker, and their lack of recognition seemed entirely natural. Every matter must be debated. Such obstinacy is quite tiresome, and Lu Xiaoyao had no inclination to engage. Just as Su Yingbei was about to retort, she was interrupted by Isha, who suggested they speak less and explore another chamber. On their way, Isha addressed Lu Xiaoyao. In recent days, have you heard of the Dawn Clan and the Twilight Clan? Indeed, humans represent the dawn, while the Blood Clan embodies the twilight. Lu Xiaoyao replied, her curiosity piqued. Could the Blood Clan be sufficiently powerful to rival humanity as a whole? Not quite. When it comes to numbers, humanity certainly prevails. However, within the Dawn and Twilight clans, there exist more than just humans and bloods. Su Yingbei interjected, gazing at Lu Xiaoyao with a perplexed expression. Where on earth do you hail from? This is a history spanning several centuries. How can you be so oblivious? I once resided in a place that has been secluded from the world for a millennium, Lu Xiaoyao responded, feeling somewhat helpless. Such matters were difficult to explain, and she could only speak whimsically, knowing they would have no means to verify her claims. Well, I truly envy you. Isha mentioned that there is no war in your home. Su Yingbei's eyes brimmed with envy. Not that there is none, merely that it is not of the same magnitude as yours. Lu Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, struggling to find an adequate descriptor. Spectacular. Indeed. The wars that unfolded here were, in her eyes, undeniably grand. Shouldn't it be described as brutal? Su Yingbei sighed, choosing not to press Lu Xiaoyao further. The Twilight War, fought 6 centuries ago, fundamentally altered this world, or rather, the human realm. In truth, whether belonging to the Dawn Clan, the Twilight Clan, or the exiled Anti-Light Clan, they were once not so different from ordinary humans. However, following the conclusion of the Twilight War, the civilization of the entire world regressed by centuries. Amidst the ruins of past conflicts, human civilization began to flourish anew, yet increasingly more aberrant beings emerged. During that time, Any being that deviated from the norm was expelled due to societal fear. Yet, as such beings multiplied, they gradually coalesced into factions. These aberrant beings were the original evolutionaries. Isha slowed her pace, her voice tinged with sorrow. The evolutionaries faced inequitable treatment, and the hatred stemming from their expulsion by their own kind deepened. As tensions escalated, it ultimately led to the evolutionaries' vengeance, an era now known as the Dark Age. The vengeful evolutionaries possessed formidable powers, abilities starkly different from those of ordinary humans. Thus, in the face of their assault, humanity was utterly defenseless. At that time, cultivators served as a bulwark against them. However, the number of evolutionaries was tenfold, even dozens or hundreds of times that of the cultivators. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and could not help but interject, "Don't tell me that ordinary humans, inspired by those aberrant, evolved beings, have discovered a method for human evolution." "Indeed, you are quite right," Su Yingbei replied, nodding with a bittersweet smile. "If I had known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. This method of evolution has been termed awakening." Gradually, society began to accept these evolved beings. However, the wars did not cease, but rather escalated into a state of uncontrollable chaos. "I can well imagine." Lu Xiaoya waved her hand, disinterested in such tales. "Let us instead discuss the Dawn Clan." The Dawn Clan, concluding the lengthy narration of history. Su Yingbei returned to the present, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyao. After centuries of warfare, development, reorganization, and amalgamation, the three major factions emerged following the end of the Dark Age. Chapter 74. Casting a glance at Su Yingbei, Lu Xiaoyao chose to remain silent. Despite his insistence on meandering through inconsequential matters, it was truly exasperating. Evidently, Isha also wished to bypass such trivialities. She interrupted Su Yingbei, stating, "The Dawn Clan is one of the three major factions, comprising four significant branches: the Inheritors, the Evolvers, the Superhumans, and the Godblessed. Inheritors, like us, are ordinary individuals who embrace the path of cultivation and evolve into practitioners. The power of Evolvers primarily stems from awakening their genetic potential, chiefly through awakening serums and external stimuli. Superhumans possess innate abilities, wielding unique powers that, while singular, are immensely potent. Their enhancement methods diverge from those of Evolvers. They do not rely on serums or external stimuli, resembling Inheritors more closely. The God-blessed, in simpler terms, are those who place their faith in deities, drawing strength from their beliefs. The ascetics and believers previously mentioned belong to this group, whose members hail from a diverse background, including Inheritors, Evolvers, and Superhumans." As they spoke, the trio entered another room, and the conversation naturally ceased. Listening to their discourse, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of overwhelm. The power dynamics of this world were likely even more intricate than they had described. The Dawn Clan alone comprised 4 branches, not to mention the Twilight Clan and the Anti-Light Clan. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it appeared that even among the various branches, peace was far from guaranteed. This was indisputable. Regaining her focus, Lu Xiaoyao followed Isha through the gates, surveying the room. Unlike the earlier storage area for potions, this was a small armory. Various firearms and handheld weapons adorned the racks surrounding them. The weapons here were refined and optimized for superior performance. After a brief inspection, Isha addressed the two, however. "These are merely samples. The detailed manufacturing methods are preserved in the data room within. Nonetheless, these items can enhance combat efficacy without any adverse effects." Lu Xiaoyao nodded. Compared to awakening serums, these innovative weapons were decidedly more pragmatic. If there were no issues, they could proceed to production. Su Yingbei examined the surroundings, meticulously reading the labels to ensure everything was in order. He then turned to Isha, indicating that if she was assured, she could summon him for the task. "Certainly," Isha replied, her gaze subtly shifting to Lu Xiaoyao as she inquired, "Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Noticing Isha's demeanor, Su Yingbei's expression darkened, and he turned away, seemingly displeased with the notion of consulting Lu Xiaoyao. "Not at the moment," Lu Xiaoyao responded, momentarily taken aback, as his attention was primarily fixated on the potions, having scarcely noticed the surrounding weapons. However, after a cursory glance, he pointed to a particular weapon, saying, "I would like to take this for further examination. Do you truly believe you are capable of anything?" Su Yingbei erupted once more upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words. "You understand the medical arts, and I have nothing further to say. However, do you truly comprehend these advanced technological weapons? If not, may I not take the opportunity to learn?" Su Yingbei found himself at a loss regarding Lu Xiaoyao's shipment, and he quipped, "Are you feeling a bit mischievous? Shall I scratch that itch for you?" Though Lu Xiaoyao's casual inquiry sent chills down Su Yingbei's spine. He suddenly recalled that Lu Xiaoyao's prowess was far beyond what he could provoke. Yet, yielding so readily left Su Yingbei feeling quite embarrassed, prompting him to coldly retort, Perhaps you should focus on your medical path. Advanced technology and your methods are but parallel lines. How so? Lu Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, responding ambiguously. If my memory serves me right, such advanced technological weapons contain components, do they not? These components house circuits, capacitors, crystals, and sensors, correct? Could these possibly relate to the medical path? Su Yingbei shot a sidelong glance, his face a mask of derision. I am quite curious to hear what you might articulate. In the realm of cultivators, there exists a discipline known as formations, which encompasses array patterns, array points, and array eyes. Is that not strikingly similar? A single statement from Lu Xiaoyao left Su Yingbei momentarily stunned, deep in thought. Noticing the shift in Su Yingbei's demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao discerned that he had sparked a realization. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao continued, how are the spiritual weapons of cultivators forged? The formations embedded within them constitute a colossal undertaking. The creation of a single spiritual weapon demands immense effort. Setting aside spiritual weapons, how do robots differ from the puppets crafted by cultivators? On the contrary, I posit that the puppets created by cultivators possess greater sentience and enhanced safety. What do you mean? Su Yingbei raised an eyebrow, gazing at Lu Xiaoyao in confusion. A straightforward example, Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile, glancing at Isha. During our first encounter, how did we infiltrate the enemy's systems and transform their automated weaponry into our allies? Are you implying? Su Yingbei's eyes lit up, and he asked thoughtfully, that the puppets of cultivators cannot be seized? Indeed, they can be taken, but a single program will not lead to the downfall of all puppets. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze intensified as he turned to Isha, speaking solemnly. Program infiltration can simultaneously control countless unmanned units. However, puppets cannot be commandeered in such a manner. An adversary must seize them one by one, unless their strength utterly overwhelms you. Yet, would such a formidable expert even bother to take your puppets? Upon hearing this, Isha was left momentarily speechless. After a moment's reflection, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, then do you think the equipment in the tiger's den might also be implanted with the program? At that moment, Su Yingbei jolted back to reality. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Indeed, Isha possessed the means to infiltrate enemy systems, and Tong Zhanyu could not be ruled out as having such capabilities. Recognizing this possibility, they must devise a countermeasure. Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing his words had made an impact, validating his efforts. In this domain, you are the experts who must find a solution. Very well, I shall begin preparations at once. Isha's expression was one of urgency as she glanced at the time. We were nearing the Tiger's Maw. Su Yingbei took a moment to organize the equipment and distribute it to everyone. All right, leave this to me, he said with a serious demeanor as he accepted the task. Do your best, Lu Xiaoyao encouraged, patting Su Yingbei on the shoulder before turning to Isha. I will accompany you back and perhaps have a word with that little white tiger. Can you persuade it? Isha asked, somewhat taken aback, as the base's combat capabilities had never included the little white tiger. Let's give it a try, Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile, glancing at the time and adding, dawn is approaching, the sky will soon brighten. Chapter 75, Surrender and Submission. Procedural resistance before seeking the little white tiger. Lu Xiaoyao and Isha first visited the detention facility of the base vehicles. There, dozens of Tong Zhanyu subordinates were being held captive. Guizhen and Liang Zibin were brought out. They were the two most formidable and respected martial artists among the captives, even in the city of Tiger Embrace. They held a certain degree of influence. They were indeed two of the three revered members of the worship hall. The third, a cultivator named Niu Tian, had already met his demise at the hands of Lu Xiaoyao, struck down by a thunderous bolt. Presenting Guizhen and Liang Zibin with Isha's official credentials, recently updated alongside the authority chip, was all that was required. There was no need for coercion or inducement. They simply needed to grasp the current situation. Under the directive from the Haizhou Military District Headquarters, the two quickly made their choice. After verifying the authenticity of the credentials, they immediately expressed their willingness to surrender. Subsequently, Isha conferred upon them new identities, and their microbrain systems were updated. Guizhen had met the city lord, and Liang Zibin had also encountered the lord. The update of their microbrain chip information further solidified their understanding of the reality. Isha's identity was indeed genuine, and the Haizhou Military District Headquarters had indeed taken action against Tong Zhanyu. At that moment, both men felt a sense of relief for not having followed Tong Zhanyu blindly. Otherwise, their fates might have been uncertain. With the assistance of these two revered figures, Isha felt a renewed confidence in the pursuit of Tong Zhanyu. Their representation extended beyond mere strength. It encompassed their prestige and connections. The influence of every revered member was monumental. The city lord is overly modest. They exchanged courteous glances and, after a few polite words, Guizhen spoke solemnly, capturing Tong Chung. Tong Zhanyu may prove to be quite challenging. Indeed. Yang Zibin replied, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Jin Jukai from the worship hall is a practitioner of the gathering of Splendor Dao, and his strength is unfathomable. Lu Xiaoyao inquired, is he also in the Swallowing Tiger's den? Yes, without his oversight. How could Tong Zhanyu possibly leave and venture into the Tiger Leopard Mountains? Yang Zibin refrained from completing his thought. The former bandit had become an official, while the former official had turned into a bandit. Such a dramatic reversal of roles would be hard to believe if one had not witnessed it firsthand. Had they not scanned and verified Isha's credentials, freshly updated by the Haizhou Military District Headquarters, they would not have so readily changed their allegiance. Regardless of who their superior was, they remained subordinates under the Sea King. With Tong Zhanyu stripped of his official status, would those people still dare to resist him? Isha found it somewhat inconceivable that they possessed such audacity. The city lord was unaware of Tong Zhanyu's methods. He had indeed cultivated numerous individuals over the years. Moreover, Jin Jukai had a close relationship with him, tied by mutual interests. At this, Liang Zibin's tone grew somewhat hesitant, while Guezhen's expression was equally awkward. What have you done? Isabella squinted, her expression darkening. Her left arm, equipped with a microcomputer, slowly lifted as the data was retrieved, revealing the past experiences of the two individuals with remarkable clarity. However, the official records were meticulously polished, obscuring any incriminating details, necessitating the use of unconventional methods. Lei Zhenting must be quite familiar with the two, correct? Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, gazing intently at them. Those are the bygone days, and we can choose to let them go. However, from this moment onward, you must remain compliant and refrain from any reckless actions. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there was indeed little to contest. Although Tong Zhanyu harbored ambitions, he was capable of maintaining stability in his domain. Yet, he exhibited a tendency towards autocracy and anyone who opposed him. Therefore, you have exerted considerable effort in persecuting others, haven't you? Noticing their bowed heads, Lu Xiaoyao smirked and waved a hand in reassurance. If it is merely this matter, I can help you suppress it. After all, at that time, he was the lord of the city, and you were merely following orders. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, the two breathed a sigh of relief, their expression stabilizing. Those individuals are now your responsibility, Lu Xiaoyao indicated towards the others in the holding cell. No problem, we will certainly accomplish the task. After dealing with these two esteemed individuals, Lu Xiaoyao returned to the command center with Isabella. Isabella, with a hint of worry, inquired, will there be any issues? What issues? Lu Xiaoyao chuckled, offering reassurance. The primary concerns now are Tong Zhanyu and Hu Biqing. As for the individuals involved, they are secondary. Only by securing Hu Biqing can we contemplate other matters. Don't you agree? Isabella paused at his words, realizing she had been overly anxious. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao approached the White Tiger, expending considerable effort to gain its consent for assistance. The forces available for use were nearly all arranged, and the next step involved a contest of strength. As for the awakening potions and top-tier equipment, Lu Xiaoyao had no time to study them. The confrontation between both parties commenced at that moment. Isabella and Lei Zhenting simultaneously utilized their permissions to lock down all of the ultra-advanced equipment in the Tiger's Den, swapping the keys for usage permissions. Concurrently, Isabella initiated a special command to format and re-implant all equipment programs, ensuring that Tong Zhanyu's personnel would lose their advantage in equipment without the proper authorization. However, during this process, another programmer intervened, engaging Isabella in an invisible battle of programming prowess. The two struggled back and forth over the equipment programs, vying for control over the usage permissions of the weapons. Observing from the sidelines, one could see Isabella's fingers transformed into a blur, rapidly tapping on the control panel. Sweat streamed down her face. Eileen and Aver stood nearby, unable to assist, merely providing her with a towel to wipe her brow. Eileen, Aver, you two stay in the base vehicle. The rest of you come with me. Glancing at the data streams on the screen, Lu Xiaoyao felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the complexities before him. Isabella, do your utmost to persevere. We shall endeavor to apprehend Tong Zhanyu and his ilk during this time frame. Be cautious. Isabella acknowledged with a brief reply and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao, accompanied by the others, proceeded directly towards the base's vehicle gate. Turning to face the group, Lu Xiaoyao inquired, are you afraid? A profound silence enveloped them, no one daring to respond. Before them stood their former city lord, a figure of long-standing authority, inevitably instilling a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Not afraid. A soft, enchanting voice emerged from the forefront, capturing everyone's attention. Lu Xiaoyao smiled and nodded at her, then turned to address the others. You need not fear. I shall handle that individual. With those words, she activated her microbrain and initiated communication, saying, Zhang Jing, Avril, are you prepared? Report, we are ready. Avril replied with a solemn tone. Let us proceed. I have awaited this day for far too long. Zhang Jing's voice brimmed with excitement. Lu Jiao nodded gravely and declared. Very well, advance. Let us swallow the tiger's den. Chapter 76. Deterrence of the entire army. Surrendering the fortress, command headquarters. Tong Zhanyu, clad in tattered garments, once adorned in magnificent armor, now found his former glory diminished. The long spear he wielded pointed menacingly at the individual bound on the ground. Zhao Zi, do not forget. It was I who elevated you during your times of despair. Tong Zhanyu's eyes blazed with fury, exuding a palpable aura of vengeance. Upon his recent return, Tong Zhanyu discovered that his authority as city lord had been revoked, and his microbrain had been locked by the official keys, rendering it utterly inoperative. The implications of losing such power were painfully clear to him. It was Isha, they had established contact with headquarters. With this suspicion, Tong Zhanyu promptly initiated action, dispatching trusted aides to seize control of the Tiger Mouth Command Center. However, he was met with unexpected resistance, led by none other than Zhao Zi, the highest commander of Tiger Mouth, whom he had once personally promoted. What of it? Tong Zhanyu thought. One ought to repay the kindness of recognition. Zhao Zi's gaze burned fiercely. Though barely over 30, he possessed the demeanor of a seasoned general. Yet, I shall never consent to surrendering this fortress. Your loyalty rests with me, not with the Sea King. Tong Zhanyu gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with resentment. It was unbearable for him to witness betrayal from one who had once been entrusted with significant responsibilities. My loyalty lies with the 200 million citizens of Tiger Fortress, not with you or the Sea King. Zhao Zi struggled to rise, facing Tong Zhanyu's spear with steely resolve. If you wish to surrender, you must first kill me. Tiger Fortress is my home, and I vow to protect it with my life. Do you think I fear to kill you? Tong Zhanyu's expression turned cold, his grip on the spear tightening. Even if he surrendered, under the rule of the sovereign, would it not still be Tiger Fortress? Then, pray tell, how did the coastal defenses of Tiger Fortress fall into Klaus's hands? And why has our microbrain authority been locked by headquarters in the sea? You. Tong Zhanyu was about to respond when someone rushed in. Lord, the base vehicles are approaching. Already? Tong Zhanyu's eyes flickered, glancing at another nearby figure. Jin Jinren. I entrust this to you. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you, Jin Junkai replied, his demeanor haughty and brimming with confidence. What are your plans, my lord? Surrender, direct towards Klaus. Tong Zhanyu glared fiercely at Zhao Zi, a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. Since he refused to comply, he would ensure that Zhao Zi would remain, never to leave again. Indeed, he possesses remarkable talent. Such a general, if he cannot be utilized for my cause. Jin Junkai was speaking when a distant shouting echoed from the sky. Peering through the window, they beheld massive base vehicles breaching the periphery of the base. The base's anti-aircraft weapons had redirected, yet not a single flare could be ignited. Numerous soldiers rushed forth, gripping their firearms and blades, yet they found themselves unable to activate their equipment. My lord, you should take your people and escape. I will hold them off. Jin Junkai, speaking as he stepped outside, stood at the entrance of the command department, observing the approaching base vehicle. Within the confines of the vehicle, the personnel were already prepared for departure, each equipped with weaponry. The majority of those who were originally subordinate to Tong Zhanyu possessed abilities surpassing the washing marrow path, with over a dozen individuals proficient in the Zen martial path. After persuasion from Guo and Liang, they had come to accept the reality of their situation. After all, the events surrounding Hubao City had already come to the attention of the Haizhou military district. Although the Klaus army loomed ominously, it was for the time being of no concern to them. Their fates were still in the hands of the Haizhou military. With dozens of masters, over 10 grandmasters, and 3 venerables, the strength of Lu Xiaoyao's faction had been significantly bolstered. Within the Tunhu Ko base, some officers had attained the ranks of masters and grandmasters. Upon hearing the announcements from the base vehicle, their hostility had diminished considerably, yet they remained vigilant. The 5-dimensional projection from the base vehicle displayed the image of Officer AI Lin Lin, which captured the attention of all present. This was the verification document granted by the Haizhou military district, which could be recognized using microbrains. Additionally, the location of the Tunhu Ko command room was requested, instructing their program engineers to immediately cease hostilities against us. The officers of Tunhu Ko exchanged glances, and then one of the highest-ranking officers stepped forward. I wish to meet the newly appointed Lord of Hubao City, he declared, and the adjutant, to authenticate this document. Following the officer's command, an individual emerged from the crowd, making his way directly to the base vehicle. As the gates of the base vehicle opened, the adjutant was permitted entry. His image soon appeared in the projection, reporting to the officers outside. Upon confirming the authenticity of the document, the officer promptly turned and issued orders to inform Commander Zhao. Military Chief, there are several warships heading toward the border. The military chief turned to AI Lin Lin, believing 7/10 of what she had said, and ordered the checkpoint to intercept. However, our equipment was entirely inoperable. The military chief, momentarily stunned, turned to the base vehicle. Can we unlock the permissions? Immediately halt the program's resistance. AI Lin Lin's gaze was icy as she fixed her stare on the military chief. With no other option, the military chief instructed urgently. Quickly find the commander. Are you all deaf? No need to search. I have already dealt with him. A defiant voice echoed from the command headquarters. Jin Jun Kai's figure flickered, soaring into the sky. What did you say? Grand Elder, you just stated. The military chief's eyes widened in disbelief as he dashed toward the command headquarters, while the surrounding officers also changed their expressions, hastening to follow him. At least some recognized the times, Jin Jun Kai remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the base vehicle, unlike certain individuals who lack self-awareness. Are you referring to me? Lu Xiaoyao ascended gracefully, landing before the base vehicle. Behind him, Su Yingbei, Guozhen, Liang Zibin, and others followed suit into the air. Do you think you can outnumber me? Jin Jun Kai's gaze swept across them, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. You worthless fools. Do you still dare to oppose me? The threat sent a chill through the crowd, diminishing their once formidable spirit. After all, Jin Jun Kai's prowess loomed over them. A heavy pressure forged through years of formidable reputation. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao's realm was merely that of the refining spirit path. Though she might surpass Tong Zhanyu in combat, she was unlikely to contend with Jin Jun Kai. Yet, within the confines of his observation, Jin Jun Kai felt an unsettling jolt, sensing that something was amiss. All those present, save for Lu Xiaoyao, were familiar faces. Where, then, were the associates of Zheng Jing that Tong Zhanyu had mentioned? Instinctively, Jin Jun Kai turned to gaze behind him, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Before him, a fleet of airships had positioned themselves at the threshold, obstructing Tong Zhanyu's escape. Rest assured, none of you shall escape, Lu Xiaoyao declared, stepping forward and fixing her gaze upon Jin Jun Kai. Come, let me experience the methods of the master of gathering glory. With a scoff, Jin Jun Kai retorted. Then I shall first claim your head, little dear Xiaoyao. Prepare to face my challenge. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from him. His hands clasped before his chest, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped Lu Xiaoyao in an instant. Chapter 77. Internal and External Refinement. Haste makes waste. A resplendent aura exuded an overwhelming presence, coalescing into a formidable force, forming a tyrannical energy. This energy surged forth, palpable and tumultuous, reverberating through the heavens. This exemplified the power of the gathering splendor path, capable of influencing the ethereal essence of the world and constructing a terrifying force that could dominate a realm. The energy approached with a jarring intensity, as though the very heavens were collapsing, an oppressive weight that made breathing laborious. The space felt as if it had solidified, rendering escape impossible. In the stillness, only the heartbeat echoed in the ears, as if the entire world had succumbed to an eerie stillness. Lu Xiaoyao squinted slightly, her body brimming with energy, yet unable to break free from the force exerted by this overwhelming power. It was not the space that had solidified, but rather Jin Jun Kai wielding this vast energy, an oceanic force that completely ensnared them in the sky. To achieve such a feat, one must possess the mastery of the gathering splendor path. Only with the convergence of three flowers atop the head and the unity of the three elements could one wield such influence over the ethereal essence. While Lu Xiaoyao could summon the ethereal energies through her seals, Jin Jun Kai could directly manipulate them, revealing the stark disparity in their strengths. The warriors and cultivators behind her, including Guozhen and Liang Zibin, displayed expressions of terror. This power was insurmountable, and they stood in stark contrast to Jin Jun Kai. Much like the difference between an elephant and an ant, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. They were but ants, mere trifles, incapable of contending with an elephant or halting a vehicle. Despair flickered in each gaze. They had exerted every ounce of their strength, yet remained ensnared by the oppressive energy. The path of spirit refinement gathers power, while the gathering splendor path condenses energy. These are the distinct abilities afforded by different realms. Each realm is a layer of heaven, and each layer constitutes an insurmountable chasm. Such a chasm is not to be crossed. Yet, Jin Jun Kai's cultivation was inherently flawed. While the chasm could not be traversed, it could indeed be shattered. Lu Xiaoyao trembled, her formidable spiritual power boiling, coalescing into an overwhelming force. The momentum was immense, akin to a fierce tiger or a raging dragon. With a thunderous roar, a wave of sound erupted forth. The brilliance in Lu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as she unleashed a blazing radiance of spiritual energy. Invisible fissures appeared in the surrounding energy, radiating from her like ripples across a surface. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the oppressive energy. As the sound waves spread, the force of applause erupted, fracturing the surrounding energy. With a powerful thrust of her arms, Lu Xiaoyao unleashed two streams of energy, as sharp as the keenest blades. Where her energy passed, the oppressive force crumbled, the weight dissipating. What had once felt like a mountain of pressure disintegrated in an instant. The heavy burden vanished in the blink of an eye. A miraculous scene that ignited hope in the hearts of those who had despaired. After the storm, a rainbow emerged. And this rainbow was Lu Xiaoyao, a delightful little deer. The original doubts and trepidations that lingered in the hearts of the crowd dissipated in an instant. All eyes gravitated towards Lu Xiaoyao, reflecting a myriad of emotions, astonishment, wonder, admiration, and reverence, all brewing within the onlookers. No one could fathom that a master of the refinement of spirit could vanquish the formidable aura of a true practitioner. It is essential to understand that these represent two distinct levels of power. The might of the aura far surpasses that of mere intent. How could such a feat be possible? The astonishment was not confined to those behind Lu Xiaoyao, but also extended to Jin Jukai, who stood agape, and to the soldiers stationed below, observing the unfolding situation. They had comprehended the brief clash that had just transpired, though they may not possess the same level of cultivation. Their discerning eyes were beyond question. After all, as military personnel, recognizing a superior expert is imperative. The characteristics of powerful adversaries are widely understood within the ranks of the army. Moreover, Jin Junkai was exceedingly well known in Hubao City, being the sole true practitioner therein, serving as a steadfast anchor for the city. Yet now, this individual, once regarded as the city's bulwark, was preparing to surrender to the enemy alongside their city lord. Nothing is impossible. At such a juncture, how could one remain oblivious? Practitioners must comprehend body techniques, chi cultivation, medical arts, and metaphysics, all of which are intricately connected to their very being. In the previous world, it was emphasized that one must cultivate both life and spirit, balancing internal and external aspects. Conversely, this realm, under the so-called revolution of cultivation, has erroneously segregated these disciplines into independent entities. There is an adage that aptly states, haste makes waste. Though martial and spiritual sects may achieve rapid advancement through solitary practice, the deeper one delves into the realms, the more evident the resulting issues will become. This is the inherent flaw of hastened cultivation. The later one discovers these deficiencies, the more irreparable they become. Once one surpasses the gathering of splendor path, there is no turning back. Their bodies, realms, cultivation levels, and perceptions become entrenched and irreversible. One could assert that both martial artists and practitioners are merely simplified versions of true cultivators. To put it bluntly, they are a collection of inferior products. Before a genuine practitioner like Lu Xiaoyao, who harmonizes internal and external cultivation, there exists no room for resistance. Even though the adversary's realm may be higher, their fundamental flaws render them utterly susceptible to being effortlessly crushed by a true cultivator. Could it be? Jin Juankai's countenance darkened, cold sweat pouring forth as his eyes widened in disbelief. Could the rumors indeed hold truth? Are practitioners and martial artists merely part of a grand conspiracy? What conspiracy? Lu Xiaoyao, somewhat puzzled by Jin Juankai's words, was undeterred in her approach. Her hands came together at her chest, forming a seal as she concentrated her energy. Allow me to demonstrate the power of a true practitioner, she declared, emanating a radiant aura. Gradually, a colossal scythe's shadow materialized behind her. The scythe flickered momentarily, followed by a tempestuous gale, as blinding brilliance flashed through the air. Instinctively, everyone closed their eyes tightly. However, shortly thereafter, a shadow seemed to envelop the light. And as the crowd opened their eyes, they discovered that the entire world had dimmed considerably. No, it was not the world that had darkened, rather, it was the restoration of their vision. The world remained unchanged, devoid of any alteration. Yet, the once formidable and imposing figure, which had instilled a sense of dread, had mysteriously vanished from sight. Where had he gone? This question arose in the minds of everyone present. What was that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the ground, where a disturbing mass had appeared. As some individuals discerned the nature of the sight, they immediately recoiled in revulsion. An increasing number of onlookers beheld the gruesome sight on the ground, and many could not bear the gruesomeness. Lu Xiaoyao lowered her gaze, her stomach churning. Little did she expect that the first form of the battle scythe possessed such terrifying power, reducing Jin Junkai to a mere pile of mush in an instant. Chapter 78, Third-Party Intervention. The Grand Army assaults the city, engulfing the Tiger's Mouth garrison base. It was meant to be a scene of grandeur, filled with the fervor of youthful vigor. Yet, at this moment, it felt as though one had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. The cultivators of Juhua Dao, the exalted beings, were unexpectedly slain in an instant by none other than a mere venerable of the divine refinement path. Silence pervaded the air. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Every soul present was rendered speechless, including Lu Xiaoyao herself. The initial manifestation of the Zen martial embodiment had birthed this scythe, which had never been wielded until now. The first form of the scythe, reaping hope. Indeed, as Lu Xiaoyao's aspirations had predicted, it swiftly obliterated Jin Junkai. However, the visage of Jin Junkai appeared rather tragic. So feeble, so utterly weak. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would not have manifested the scythe. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoyao cast her gaze into the distance. At the entrance of the tiger's mouth, Tong Zhanyu's vessels had already engaged in combat with Xing Jing. The sounds of explosions and detonations echoed in succession. Warships and airships collided, one side striving to break free while the other sought to impede their advance. In mere moments, close combat ensued. AI Weier was negotiating with the garrison commander to expedite the authorization of equipment. Lu Xiaoyao remarked, turning to Sui Bei, "You and AI Weier should proceed together." In a fleeting instant, following the abrupt demise of Jin Junkai, the situation at the Tiger's Mouth garrison base transformed drastically. Lu Xiaoyao activated her instant step, charging downward towards the command center. There, a multitude of officers and soldiers had gathered, and upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao approach, they promptly parted to clear a path. "Where is the main control program?" "Capture the program engineer immediately." "Yes, we shall do so at once." Although unaware of Lu Xiaoyao's official capacity, her displayed prowess was sufficient to command obedience. Two officers turned and, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, hastened toward the main control room behind the command center. As Lu Xiaoyao, Su Bei, and their companions entered the command center, several senior officers stood beside a lifeless body. The previous military commander knelt beside Zhao Zi, his eyes reddened with grief. "Are you now the highest-ranking officer here?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired, gazing at the military commander. "This is not the time for sorrow. Klaus's 100,000-strong army lies poised outside the tiger's mouth." The military commander took several deep breaths, quelling the tumult of anger within. "Bring forth Commander Zhao Zi's remains and prepare for an honorable burial at a later date." "Yes." Several soldiers stepped forward to lift Zhao Zi's body. "Wait." Lu Xiaoyao raised her hand to halt them, her eyes fixed on Zhao Zi. "He is not beyond salvation. I can save him." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. The military commander, jolted into alertness, rushed to Lu Xiaoyao's side, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. "Are you serious? This is no jest. If you are merely speaking nonsense, beware that I yet..." The military commander refrained from finishing his sentence. What could he do to someone capable of dispatching exalted beings in a heartbeat? It was likely that all present combined would not suffice to contend with such a singular force. Moreover, at this moment, all equipment at the Tiger's Mouth had already been secured by the newly appointed city lord. Before acquiring the new key, they were utterly unable to activate the equipment. "You should liaise with the lord of the city. Leave Zhao Zi to me." Lu Xiaoyao waved his hand, his gaze tinged with concern. The events occurring at Tunhaku could not remain concealed from Klaus, and it was imperative to swiftly re-establish the defenses. "All right." With a deep glance at Lu Xiaoyao, the military commander fell into a brief silence before turning and exiting. Should Lu Xiaoyao wish to take action, even their presence would not suffice to prevent it. Upon leaving the command center, the military commander encountered a group of soldiers escorting several engineering technicians. "Take them along to the base vehicle." The soldiers, upon hearing this, immediately changed direction. At that moment, devoid of the engineer's resistance, Isha finally exhaled in relief. The program updates for the entire military equipment were swiftly completed. Accompanied by Alanlin and Aver, Isha departed the base vehicle and entered the conference room at the garrison base to discuss matters with several senior officers. After the military commander had left, a soldier approached Lu Xiaoyao, saluting as he introduced himself. "Sir, greetings. I am Chengyi, a martial artist of the cleansing path and the head of the command center's guards." "Good." Lu Xiaoyao nodded and instructed, "You stay behind. Everyone else, leave." "This is acceptable." Chengyi was momentarily taken aback. Though hesitant, he complied and dismissed the others. "I will stabilize his injuries. You send someone to fetch what I need. It must be swift." Lu Xiaoyao extended a hand, gripping Zhao Zi's wrist, and spoke solemnly. "His heart meridian has been fractured, yet it is not entirely severed. I will maintain it with spiritual energy, but I still require certain medicines. I say, you remember?" "Understood." As soon as Chengyi acquiesced, he heard Lu Xiaoyao begin to list the names of the required herbs. Moments later, the pallid Zhao Zi's complexion began to regain its color. His cooling body was gradually warming again. "When the medicines return, follow my instructions to prepare the decoction and administer it to him. However, You must pay attention. After providing Cheng Yi with a series of directives, Lu Xiaoyao prepared to leave the command center. Sir, are you leaving already? Glancing at Zhao Zi, Cheng Yi felt a pang of anxiety. Surely this individual would not abandon the task. Rest assured, he will recover. I have shielded his heart meridian with spiritual energy. Patting Cheng Yi on the shoulder, Lu Xiaoyao spoke earnestly. This method may be slow, but there is no alternative. Time is of the essence. The gate has already come under attack, and Klaus may seize this opportunity to launch an offensive. I must. Just as Lu Xiaoyao began to articulate his thoughts, a battle alarm resonated throughout the expanse of Tunhoku. What a coincidence! Cheng Yi, equally stunned, could hardly believe the timing. The moment this esteemed figure spoke, the alarm was triggered. Red alert, all troops mobilize. With the alarm sounding, the entire base sprang into action. In the training grounds, Isha and the garrison officers stood outside, gazing upward towards the gate. There, the battle raged on, with Tong Zhanyu exhibiting the ferocity that had been anticipated. At this moment, Tong Zhanyu had departed the warship and stood alongside Zheng Jing. Around them, their respective subordinates were embroiled in fierce conflicts. Meanwhile, in the distance, beyond the Tiger's Maw, Klaus's formidable army was drawing near. Rows upon rows of war chariots, armored vehicles, and tanks were arrayed across the wilderness outside the pass. In the skies above, aircraft of various functions, including fighter jets, flew in meticulous formations, thundering as they patrolled the heavens. A notification echoed, indicating that the weapon keys had been dispatched, urging all officers and soldiers to consult their microbrains. The soldiers commenced unlocking their weapons, bracing for the impending battle that loomed ahead. The weapon chip programs had been upgraded. Detailed information regarding the enhancements was available for personal review. The intelligence gathered from the base's armory proved invaluable in this critical moment. The station troops at Tiger's Maw were taken aback, astonished that the weapons in their possession had received upgrades at such a pivotal time. The offensive began. A faint whisper caught Lu Xiaoyao's attention. Glancing up, he beheld Klaus's aerial forces charging toward the Tiger's Maw, while the ground troops stood poised. Their artillery aimed squarely at the pass. Chapter 79, The Situation of War. Recommendation of Commanders. Countless luminous projectiles descended like a torrential meteor shower, enveloping the heavens and the earth in a blinding radiance. The air resonated with the pulsating vibrations of spiritual energy as a colossal light barrier emerged before the city walls. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles struck the barrier, exploding in a cacophony of chaotic energy. The barrier quivered, emitting a low hum that rippled with countless undulating waves. Many of the guards stationed atop the fortress were hurled backwards by this overwhelming force. Cracks began to form, spreading ominously, as if the barrier might shatter at any moment. We must amplify our energy output to thwart the enemy's assault. The base artillery commenced its warm-up, preparing to counterattack in 30 seconds. A report came in. The anti-aircraft artillery was ready. Permission to fire was requested. Commence firing immediately to intercept the enemy aircraft. The machine guns were primed, awaiting the approach of drones. Voices echoed continuously as the Guardian forces surrounding the fortress mobilized completely. At this moment, the soldiers from the garrison base also gathered to reinforce the fortress. The unfolding battle at the fortress was clearly visible from the rear base. The enemy's fleet approached like a swarm of locusts, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that lit up the sky with explosions. What shall we do now? Klaus's strength far surpasses ours. Their aircraft are equipped with high-intensity shields, making them exceedingly difficult to bring down, regardless of the circumstances. We must prevent their aircraft from breaching our defenses. Our armed robots are even more inferior in comparison. Several officers raised their left arms, connecting with the fortress through microbrain technology. What is the strategy for breaking through? What a silly question. Of course, we send personnel to hold the line. Our robots alone cannot contend with them. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow. If this continued, it would certainly be insurmountable. It was only a matter of time before Klaus seized the throat of the fortress. Mayor Yi, what shall we do now that Commander Zhao Zi is absent? The military leader's expression turned grave as he glanced at Issa, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Notify the military and political officials, as well as the supply officers, that we shall convene a video conference. Military leader, do you have any suitable candidates for commander? After a brief silence, Issa felt compelled to make a decision. Consulting with others to identify a temporary commander. Commander Zhao Zi is our overall commander here. The capabilities of the others are insufficient to grasp the broader picture. I have a few candidates, but they can only serve temporarily. If the conflict persists, they may falter. Listening to the military leader's concerns, Issa promptly replied. Then let us first deploy them to overcome this immediate challenge. How's Commander Zhao Zi? Your people stated that they can save Commander Zhao. But I fear. Although Lu Zhaoyao's strength had gained the military leader's recognition, Zhao Zi had already lost vital signs. And reviving him would not be an easy task, even if by some stroke of luck he were revived. He would require a significant period of recuperation and could not be relied upon. Who are our people? Isha felt a sense of confusion. Was it Lu Zhaoyao he was referring to? The military commander tilted his head and gestured towards Lu Zhaoyao in the distance. Noticing the gaze of Isha and the others suddenly focused on him, Lu Zhaoyao had no choice but to stride over quickly. Do you have confidence in saving Zhao Zi? Isha inquired anxiously. He is not beyond saving. With appropriate intervention, reviving him should pose no issue, Lu Zhaoyao affirmed, casting his eyes towards the distant flames of battle. And solemnly asked, is he needed now? Indeed, although several commanders are present, their capabilities are somewhat limited. Their vision, decisiveness, and overall perspective fall short. If you trust me, I can recommend someone. After glancing at a few individuals, Lu Zhaoyao's gaze settled on Zhang Jing. Who is it? The military commander's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Isha with delight. Do you possess an exceptional commander? If only Lei Jinting were here. The appointment of Lei Jinting had already been announced via the microbrain. A multitude of officials in Tiger's Embrace City had dismounted, and they too had received the news. With control over the stationed troops at the Tiger's Mouth, they now possessed formidable military strength. As for the coastal defense forces at Tiger's Embrace City, they were currently scattered by Klaus's raiding fleet. Meanwhile, Lei Jinting was gathering troops to intercept and counter this fleet. The expanse of Tiger's Embrace City is vast. Not all stationed troops could have collapsed, and certainly, some forces were still resisting. Provided there is ample time for Lei Jinting's reinforcements to arrive, stability would likely be restored in Tiger's Embrace City. The primary focus now is to withstand Klaus's assault. As long as the Tiger's Mouth remains intact, there are infinite possibilities. Isn't the commander right there? Lu Zhaoyao pointed, prompting everyone to look and see Zhang Jing and Tong Zhanyu engaged in fierce combat at the mouth of Yanlang Gorge. Their battle had reached a fevered pitch. Tong Zhanyu's warship had been completely destroyed, and his loyal followers had suffered heavy losses, with countless captured or slain. In the sky, the two were consumed by rage, unleashing various martial techniques without pause. Who is he? After observing for a moment, the military commander remarked curiously, his strength is commendable. But I wonder if he can handle the role of commander. Aren't you the military commander? Can't you take command? Lu Zhaoyao inquired, intrigued, given that Zhao Zi was absent. The fact that he could step forward without dissent indicated his standing here. That is not feasible. The military commander does not serve as the battlefield commander. The military commander shook his head, addressing Lu Zhaoyao. I am only responsible for executing military directives and assigning various tasks. To put it simply, I oversee everything. But I do not engage in the art of warfare. Very well, Lu Zhaoyao nodded, turning his attention back to Zhang Jing. He is Lei Jinting's nephew. He should possess some skills. Lei Jinting's nephew? The military commander was taken aback, inquiring with surprise, is he the son of Zhang Jilin? What? Do you know him? Noticing the military commander's expression, Lu Zhaoyao and the others were filled with curiosity. Zhang Jilin, the former commander of the Tiger's Den, is regarded as the mentor of Zhao Zi. This revelation left Lu Zhaoyao somewhat perplexed, prompting her to inquire, Zhang Jilin's disciple? How could he earn Tong Zhanyu's trust? Especially after having made a mistake that led to his expulsion by Zhang Jilin? The military leader sighed deeply, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied. The specifics elude us. It is indeed a convoluted affair. Lu Zhaoyao, reflecting on this, mused, if that is the case, then he and Zhang Jing are of the same lineage. Let us allow Zhang Jing a chance. Very well, the military leader acquiesced, yet his agreement was tempered with caution, as he refrained from placing blind trust in Zhang Jing's identity. The outcome of their confrontation was swiftly approaching. Just as Lu Zhaoyao's words faded, Zhang Jing unleashed a fierce strike, plunging his blade into Tong Zhanyu's chest, causing blood to erupt forth in an instant. Chapter 80, Malicious Intent. A word awakens the dreamer. With the downfall of Tong Zhanyu, the battle within the pass came to a halt. Lu Zhaoyao and the others had already arrived on their hovering motorcycle. In the distance, the fallen Tong Zhanyu appeared devoid of any ability to resist. The two seemed to be engaged in a dialogue, albeit an exceedingly unpleasant one. As the motorcycle drew nearer, they both turned their gazes towards it. Upon disembarking, Tong Zhanyu's expression transformed into one of surprise and suspicion, his eyes frequently darting towards the horizon, filled with eager anticipation. Are you searching for Jin Junjie? Lu Zhaoyao smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Tong Zhanyu. I regret to inform you that your hopes are in vain. Jin Junjie is already dead. What? The revelation sent a shudder through Tong Zhanyu's body, his face a mask of disbelief. That is impossible. How could someone like you be his match? Why don't you call out a few times and see if he responds? Lu Zhaoyao retorted mockingly, dismissing Tong Zhanyu's incredulity. She then turned to Zhang Jing and said, You have avenged yourself. It is time to attend to serious matters. What serious matters? Zhang Jing shot a cold glare at Tong Zhanyu, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Intrigued by Lu Zhao's words. Just then, Tong Zhanyu suddenly straightened, lunging towards Zhang Jing's blade. Thud. Everyone turned to see Zhang Jing's knife pierce through Tong Zhanyu's chest. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground in an instant. You bastard. Zhang Jing roared in fury, yanking his blade free as blood sprayed anew. As Tong Zhanyu slowly collapsed, a faint smile crept across his lips. I die by my own hand. You wish to avenge your parents? Ha ha ha. Scoundrel. Zhang Jing's eyes widened in rage as he lashed out with his knife, the blade glinting ominously. Tong Zhanyu's expression froze in that moment. The separation of body and soul was imminent. Gripping the knife tightly, Zhang Jing gasped for breath, the heaving of his chest betraying his fury. Death extinguishes life. Grievances and enmities cease. Observing Zhang Jing's countenance, Lu Zhaoyao stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Tong Zhanyu's words were undoubtedly laced with malice, intended to disturb Zhang Jing's composure. If not resolved, such turmoil could give rise to inner demons, leading to severe consequences in the future. He spoke those words with intent, Lu Zhaoyao clarified, seeking to soothe him. He has paid the price for his sins, having perished by your hand. Perished by my hand? But he... Zhang Jing pressed his lips together, fists clenched, his mind still tumultuous. He fell to your prowess. You would certainly have slain him, correct? Seeing Zhang Jing nod, Lu Zhaoyao continued. Thus, his actions were merely a manifestation of fear. He was but a coward. A coward? Indeed, he is a coward. Zhang Jing's gaze shifted to Tong Zhanyu, a cold smile gracing his lips. To take his own life out of guilt, how spineless. Yes, he was defeated by you, and died at your hands. You have avenged your parents. The military commander stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhang Jing. A tiger begets no dog. You have done well. Do you know my father? Zhang Jing turned his head and gazed at the military commander. Indeed, back then, I was but a mere soldier. Observing him from afar, the military commander chuckled and remarked to Lu Zhaoyao, the commander truly possesses remarkable skill, effortlessly dismantling Tong Zhanyu's scheme without a hint of disturbance. What scheme? Zhang Jing asked, his face a mask of confusion. Clearly, even now, he remained oblivious to Tong Zhanyu's malevolent intentions at the moment of his demise. Only after the military commander elucidated the matter did Zhang Jing grasp the implications, delivering a fierce kick to Tong Zhanyu's lifeless body. That scoundrel, even in death, seeks to harm others. After venting his frustration, Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude to Lu Zhaoyao, saying, a great kindness deserves no words of thanks. I owe you a debt of gratitude. By the way, what was the urgent matter you mentioned earlier? He glanced deeply at Zhang Jing, realizing that this fellow was rather astute. After acknowledging the debt of gratitude, he swiftly redirected the conversation to another topic. Lu Zhaoyao had no intention of collecting any favors, but this approach left him with no choice but to allow Zhang Jing to owe him a debt. Zhang Jing, much like Lei Zhentian, appeared boisterous and rugged. Yet beneath that exterior lay a meticulous nature, akin to a cunning little fox. You want me to guard the pass? Zhang Jing shot a glance and thumped his chest, declaring, just say the word, and I, Zhang Jing, would plunge into fire and water for you. Wait, Lu Zhaoyao quickly interrupted, shaking his head with a wry smile. Indeed, we wish for you to guard the pass, but it is not my command. We seek for you to temporarily assume the role of commander. The military commander took over, stepping before Zhang Jing. Mr. Zhang, would you be willing to accept this grave responsibility? The fate of 200 million soldiers and civilians in Hubao City hangs in the balance. Stop. Without waiting for the military commander to finish, Zhang Jing interjected, do not preach to me about grand principles. Those are mere abstractions. Let me ask you, if I become the commander, will you all heed my orders? The commander must oversee the overall situation, and of course, commands must be obeyed. The military commander nodded but added, however, the prerequisite is that your commands are without error. Zhang Jing glanced at the pass and casually remarked, isn't it just guarding the pass? Anyone could do it. Why do you insist on finding me? It was recommended, Isa interjected, having stood there for quite some time, feeling utterly invisible, which left her somewhat disheartened. You? Zhang Jing opened his mouth, then broke into a wry smile. Brother, I owe you yet another favor. What favor? Lu Zhaoyao chuckled, unconcerned. If you have the ability, step up. If not, step down. I merely believe you are competent enough for the task. You can see that? What is it based on? Intuition, that suffices. Let's discuss this later. Lu Zhaoyao decisively cut off the conversation, pointing to the other side of Yanlang Gorge. We need to provide support at the city gate. Let us proceed there first. This statement left the military commander, Isa, and even Zhang Jing himself, all speechless. Such reckless talk. Can a commander of an army be appointed based solely on intuition? The invitation has been extended, and it cannot be retracted now, can it? In light of the current circumstances, the only course of action is to keep a vigilant eye on Commander Xing Jing, ensuring that no deceptive orders are issued. Despite her reluctance, Isha ultimately granted the authority to Commander Zhang. The garrison at Tiger's Mouth is now fully mobilized. From the outer gate of Tiger's Mouth to the central Yinlang Gorge, and finally to the inner gate, all weapons have been activated. Tens of thousands of soldiers stand ready, prepared to embrace the baptism of war. Meanwhile, the battle at the outer gate has persisted for some time. Klaus's relentless assault shows no signs of abating. As if determined to seize the outer gate in one decisive push, both sides have suffered significant damage to their advanced technological weaponry amid the ongoing siege. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a breach suddenly appeared in the protective barrier outside the city as several aircraft soared in, diving through the newly formed gap. Chapter 81. The Collapse of Defense. The entire army strikes. The thunderous roar of aircraft reverberated atop the city walls, stirring a tempest that incited chaos. Soldiers brandished their weapons, firing into the sky. However, the energy shields aboard the aircraft effectively neutralized the light projectiles from their firearms, posing no threat whatsoever. Open fire with the automatic cannons. Bring them down. What are you doing? Immediately replenish the energy and seal the breach in the shield. Is the energy transmitter malfunctioning? Why has it been repaired yet? Amidst the clamor on the battlements, the damage to the energy shield resulted in localized turmoil. Soldiers scurried anxiously, evading the flight paths of the aircraft. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding explosions, several boxes, approximately half a meter in size, were dropped from the aircraft. Upon impact, the boxes trembled, and radiant light flickered as they underwent transformation. Hurry, it's the airdrop robots. Practitioners and warriors below the bone refinement stage, retreat immediately. Call the control platform. Request reinforcements of armed robots. As several officers shouted commands, the boxes morphed into robots. Though these automatons stood no taller than a meter, their speed was astonishing. In an instant, they launched assaults on their surroundings. In the fleeting shadows, several soldiers, unable to evade, fell lifeless into pools of blood. Observers gaped in horror as the bodies of these unfortunate souls lay severed at the waist. This is dire. It's the Vanguard blades. Everyone, take cover and throw interference grenades. Boom. The interference grenades were hurled toward the Vanguard blades, erupting in a cascade of azure sparks, creating a tempestuous field of lightning. The crackling arcs of electricity struck the Vanguard blades, sending showers of embers cascading around them. They're down. One soldier emerged from his hiding place, exclaiming in triumph as he beheld the still form of the Vanguard blade. Yet in the next heartbeat, a flying blade pierced his chest. Slowly lowering his gaze, he noticed a chain connecting the blade's hilt to the arm of the Vanguard blade. The automaton surged forward once more, breaking free from the electrical tempest, and resumed its lethal hunt for the surrounding soldiers. It knows we're here. Fire, eliminated. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of light projectiles hurtled toward the Vanguard blade as soldiers gripped their firearms, unleashing a relentless volley. Yet, a layer of energy shield materialized around the Vanguard blade, deflecting their assaults entirely. Where are the warriors? Engage in close combat. Disarm its limbs. Several warriors wielding laser blades cautiously advanced toward the Vanguard blade. However, their movements were far too slow, resulting in several being struck down in retaliation. The armed robots have arrived. Charge forward. An officer, eyes ablaze with fury, issued the command once more. The newly arrived contingent of robots immediately surged toward the Vanguard blade. Captain, look. The Vanguard blade is targeting our equipment. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, stop it. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed forward, brandishing his weapon and firing a continuous stream of light projectiles. Bang! The light barrier was repelled by the shield, prompting the officer to charge forward, directly colliding with the Vanguard soldiers. He raised his firearm, striking down upon the soldiers beneath him. However, after merely 2 actions, he halted abruptly. A sharp steel blade had pierced through his abdomen and emerged from the nape of his neck. Captain! Several soldiers rushed over, and upon witnessing this scene, their fury ignited, driving them to recklessly assault the Vanguard soldiers. Such spectacles unfolded incessantly atop the city walls. The protective light barrier outside the city began to exhibit an increasing number of breaches. More aerial vehicles surged in, deploying formidable armed robots. The Vanguard soldiers were merely one type among them. There existed even more heavily armed variants that inflicted significant casualties upon the defending forces in a short span. The defensive robots stationed at the city gates had been fully deployed to repel the enemy's onslaught. Yet, the current situation remained far from optimistic. The practitioners of the cleansing path launched a full-scale assault. Within the command room of the city's defenses, an officer issued orders, and soon after, over 100 practitioners surged towards the battlefield atop the walls. With their involvement, the chaotic scene began to stabilize. Nevertheless, the commander's eyes remained clouded with concern. How many practitioners of the cleansing path were still on standby? Still around 100. The rest have been dispatched. An aide stepped forward, equally troubled. Noting that 10 days prior, Lord Tong had reassigned some personnel to bolster the flanks, leaving us with insufficient troops. Bang! The commander struck the table. A hint of ferocity gleaming in his eyes, it was clearly premeditated. We can't afford too many, as we have received reports of enemy formations beyond the flanks. The situation is indeed dire. The aide, noticing the commander's grim demeanor, quickly altered his tone, yet he did not dismiss the possibility that Lord Tong. Humph. What kind of lord is he? From this day forth, he is no longer a lord. He is the disgrace of Hubao City. The commander shook his head. Inquiring once more, are the practitioners of the cleansing path ready? Yes. As the two conversed, the entire command room was violently shaken. A terrifying explosion resonated from outside the city's defenses. What is happening? Just as the commander voiced his concern, the communicator relayed a frantic report to the command room, stating that the light barrier had suffered extensive collapse and requested reinforcement. What? So soon? The commander's aide paled, turning to the command room screen, which displayed the dire circumstances unfolding outside. We cannot hold. They exchanged a glance, both sharing a foreboding sense of dread. The massive light barrier, originally erected several paces beyond the city gates, had now largely disintegrated. In the distance, swathes of aerial vehicles and fighter jets surged forth like a horde of locusts. Let the practitioners of the cleansing path join the fray. Otherwise, we truly will not withstand the onslaught. As the aide observed the defensive systems collapsing, he immediately proposed his suggestion. However, Klaus's forces have yet to engage in the assault. If we were to deploy our troops now, who would stand guard when Klaus's men charge forward? We must retreat to the inner stronghold. The narrow Wolf Gorge is no more than 100 yards wide, making it a formidable position to defend. Furthermore, a full-scale offensive is out of the question, as it could trigger a landslide that would bury our own forces. Very well. I shall consult the command headquarters. As the commander spoke, he reached for the microcomputer. Yet, before he could dial, his adjutant tugged at him, pointing in astonishment at the screen. No need, he exclaimed. The military long has arrived. And what is that? Above the city walls. The base vehicle had already descended. With its artillery unleashed, it resembled a colossal fortress, supported by its formidable firepower. It alleviated a significant amount of pressure on the stronghold below. The initial wave of aircraft and fighter jets, caught off guard, suffered near total destruction. What are we waiting for? All units, launch an immediate counterattack. From the base vehicle came the voice of Xing Jing, the newly appointed commander of the Tiger's Mouth garrison. Now heed my orders, advance. All forces. Chapter 82, The Art of War. The brave are strong. The command resonated throughout every corner of the fortification, prompting all officers and soldiers to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive upon hearing the orders. Each officer disregarded the specter of death, attacking with the weapons in their hands. However, as the entire army mobilized, the commanders in the command room found themselves utterly baffled. Were they truly unaware of the strength of the outer fortifications? To contemplate a full-scale counterattack seemed tantamount to inviting annihilation. A full military engagement? What absurd orders were these, and who issued them? The commander, suddenly inflamed with rage, glared with bloodshot eyes, clearly on the brink of madness. The newly appointed commander of the Tiger's Mouth, Zhang Jing. The aide-de-camp repeated the name, then abruptly realized. Who exactly was this Zhang Jing? The aide's face reflected a mixture of confusion and disbelief at this unfamiliar name. Even the military leaders within the command vehicle were taken aback upon hearing such an order. What nonsense was this? In such dire circumstances, how could they consider a full-scale assault? The enemy was already breaching the fortifications. Should they not be consolidating their forces to minimize casualties while seeking opportunities to counter the enemy? Within the fort, they should leverage the geographical advantages to exhaust and eliminate the enemy's combatants. Yet, what was this demand for a proactive counterstrike? Did they even possess the capability for such an endeavor? What are you doing? Do not issue reckless orders. The military leader dashed towards Xing Jing, seizing the collar of his uniform with one hand while attempting to snatch the communicator with the other. What are you doing? Let go. Zhang Jing swiftly countered, blocking the military leader's advance, exasperatedly declaring, if you do not trust me, why did you summon me in the first place? I cannot allow you to jeopardize the lives of our soldiers. The military leader gritted his teeth in fury, previously intent on keeping a close watch on Zhang Jing, now astonished by the folly of such an order. To clash head-on with the enemy amidst their numerical superiority was nothing short of self-destruction. Who do you speak of? Zhang Jing's expression darkened, his aura surging as he repelled the advancing military leader. So, according to your logic, we should retreat? and then face the relentless pursuit of the enemy's overwhelming forces? With that, his gaze shifted to Lu Xiaoyao. It is not that I am indifferent. It is that I am powerless to manage such a disarrayed army. With a resounding crash, he hurled the communicator to the ground, exclaiming, "With nearly 200 million souls in the tiger's mouth, relying on you ineffectual buffoons, it would be better for them to perish sooner rather than live in constant fear." As Zhang Jing turned to leave, the personnel in the command vehicle were left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful figure possessed such a fierce temperament. Zhang Jing, wait. Isa gritted her teeth and quickly pursued him, blocking his path. Lord Yi, please forgive my inability to assist. Casting a glance at Isa, Zhang Jing's expression remained inscrutable, yet he halted his steps. As previously stated, I will heed your command. This is not born from trust in Zhang Jing, but rather from an unwavering faith in Lu Xiaoyao. The absence of any dissent from Lu Xiaoyao regarding Zhang Jing's command speaks volumes about its validity. Although Isha does not fully grasp the intricacies involved, she is well aware that Lu Xiaoyao is a person capable of miracles. If Lu Xiaoyao believes in Zhang Jing, then she too should place her trust in him. Do you believe in me? Zhang Jing inquired with a hint of surprise, turning his gaze toward Isha. I believe, Isha replied. Biting her lip and glancing at Lu Xiaoyao before nodding emphatically, I believe in you, thus you cannot leave. Slowly turning, Zhang Jing's eyes swept over the crowd. And what about you? The art of warfare is one of cunning and stratagem. Lu Xiaoyao understood that time was of the essence. Any delay could jeopardize their chances. Moreover, Ai Linlin and her companions were clearly awaiting her stance, compelling her to assert, I believe in you. We believe in you. The Ai sisters and Su Yingbei promptly echoed, expressing their solidarity. This scenario left the military commander in a somewhat uncomfortable position. Yet, given the circumstances, although he felt a deep-seated resentment, he refrained from voicing any objections. His furious gaze gradually gave way to despair. Having garnered the trust of the crowd, Zhang Jing swiftly assumed command, issuing immediate directives. All warriors, cultivators, and essential combat units. Launch a full-scale offensive at once to buy us more time. Engineers and technicians within the stronghold. Commence repairs on the city's energy shields to ensure they can be activated in the shortest possible time frame. Deploy the aerial defense drones and hunter drones immediately. Fighter jets, prepare for takeoff. They will join the battle in 3 minutes. Reinforcement units, advance without delay. The outcome rests on this decisive moment. Behind us lies our homeland, your loved ones, parents, spouses, and children. Their survival hinges entirely on your actions. As she listened to the unfolding orders and the final rallying cry, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of reassurance. Noticing the military commander beside her appearing somewhat disheartened, she approached him, stating resolutely, the brave prevail, while the cowardly face utter defeat. If we retreat now, the entire throat of the tiger could be compromised. How could that be possible? The military commander lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened. Why is it not possible? Just look at the strength of the enemy. Lu Xiaoyao smiled, pointing to the screen. Do you think that retreating to the inner stronghold will withstand their assault? What if, like the outer defenses, they breach our lines? How long can we hold out if we retreat to the military garrisons of Throat of the Tiger and Swallowing Wolf? Patting the military commander on the shoulder, Lu Xiaoyao added with profound significance, let us not forget that Klaus's fleet lies across Tiger's embrace. If we are caught in a pincer, it would spell doom for our entire forces. Upon hearing this, the military commander trembled visibly. Lu Xiaoyao's words were not mere alarmism. They were grounded in a very real possibility. Therefore, as long as the fleet at the rear remained intact, the throat of the tiger must not falter. Thus, Zhang Jing's actions were devoid of any fault. Rather, they represented the most prudent choice in the present circumstances. We must rally our spirits, demonstrating to Klaus our resolve and strength, ensuring he does not perceive us as feeble. Lu Xiaoyao lifted his head, gazing at the screen as he proclaimed, with a single surge of momentum, we may falter and ultimately exhaust ourselves. Only when they encounter resistance will their confidence be shaken. At that moment, Zhang Jing suddenly turned his head, casting a wry smile at Lu Xiaoyao. Are you trying to deceive me? You possess the expertise in command. Why should I take the lead? You fail to grasp this, Lu Xiaoyao replied enigmatically, lifting his head with pride. With my brilliance and might, how could I attend to every detail myself? What do you mean? Zhang Jing inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyao, wary. Are you suggesting that everyone here is merely meant to serve your whims? Not at all. I merely consider myself an advisor, with just a modicum of theoretical knowledge. Though he entertained such thoughts internally, he knew better than to offend, and Lu Xiaoyao shook his head vigorously in denial. Chapter 83. The Next Step. Carving out a path to survival in the face of overwhelming odds, the battleground was rife with conflict, both above and below. As the defenders of the city emerged en masse to mount a counteroffensive against the invading forces, Lu Xiaoyao and his companions had already disembarked from their mobile command center, leading dozens of elite warriors into the fray, cooperating with the defenders to dismantle the armed robots that had been deployed atop the city walls. With the disruption caused by these machines now eliminated, order gradually returned to the battlements, allowing for a systematic assault under the guidance of various commanding officers. The mobile command center roared into action, hovering above the city walls, creating significant obstacles for the enemy's aerial vehicles and warplanes. The narrow pass, already constrained in space, was nearly filled by the massive command unit, which spanned over 80 meters in width, claiming almost a third of the total passage. Coupled with the covering fire from ground artillery, the enemy aircraft found themselves with no viable route for engagement. Despite the formidable nature of the opposing forces' aerial capabilities, they stood no chance against the colossal command center. As air superiority was swiftly relinquished, Klaus promptly withdrew the air support, and the various robots that had been deployed without the backing of friendly forces were quickly eradicated by the defenders. The battle raged on for over half an hour, during which time the energy shields surrounding the city were progressively repaired and restored to functionality, with the shields fully operational once more. The first siege battle following Klaus's arrival came to a resounding conclusion. The city, bolstered by the unwavering resolve of its defenders, managed to withstand the onslaught. This victory, both exhilarating and critical, significantly bolstered the morale of the defending troops. Though the enemy was powerful, they were not insurmountable. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the battlements, marking a moment of triumph. Had they truly won? The commander of the city, initially bewildered, now joined the ranks of the counteroffensive, gazing in astonishment at his surroundings. The faces of the soldiers radiated with excitement, illuminating the reality that this arduous battle had indeed been won. What had once seemed an inevitable defeat had turned into an extraordinary victory. Inside the command center, the military leader observed this stirring scene through the large screen in the command room. The significance of this victory transcended mere outcomes. Although he lacked expertise in military strategy and tactics, he could grasp the profound implications of the battle's outcome. How could this be? The military leader was astounded. Such a victory seemed astonishingly improbable against the enemy's formidable forces. Morale, confidence, and courage were undeniably crucial. Casting a glance at the military leader, Zheng Jing revealed a hint of pride, embodying the spirit of fighting against the odds. To flee was to invite death. To fight was also perilous. So why not strive for survival? Now it made sense. The military leader nodded thoughtfully, a wry smile emerging as he acknowledged Zheng Jing's competence as a commander, a testament to being the son of the esteemed General Zheng Jilin. I sincerely apologize for my earlier doubts regarding your capabilities. No need for that. Zheng Jing shook his head and smiled, saying, as a newcomer, it is only natural that I am not fully trusted. To prove my worth is to earn respect. After the battle concluded, the cleanup of the battlefield and the assessment of losses would be entrusted to specialized personnel. The main officials had already taken their seats in the command vehicle, which had become a temporary headquarters. Reinforcements from Tunhu Town and Yinling Town were en route, and the replacement equipment was gradually arriving. All departments were working diligently, ensuring that everything would be prepared before the next battle. What plans does Commander Zheng have next? One officer inquired. Observing the officials present, Zhang Jing hesitated before responding. I do have a bold idea, but I require your cooperation. Following the victory in the city defense battle, Zhang Jing's abilities had gained recognition, although he remained somewhat unfamiliar to them and seemed rather young. They could only comply with the directives from above. Isha had wholly entrusted command to Zhang Jing, leaving no room for dissent. However, in truth, many harbored doubts regarding Isha, the newly appointed lord of the city. The lord was a young woman, while the commander from Tunhu was a young man. Apart from these two, only Lei Zhenting, the chief of military affairs from Hubeicheng, inspired any sense of reliability. This peculiar and awkward situation easily sowed seeds of unease among the ranks. Let us hear your thoughts. So we may discuss them, the military chief suggested, glancing at the assembled officers. Zhang Jing nodded and looked at Lu Xiaoyu before speaking. I have a daring proposal, and I wonder if you all would support it. You should refrain from speaking. The city defense commander interjected immediately, asserting that their previous victory could be attributed to luck. If Klaus were to intensify his efforts, we might very well falter, leading to a complete rout. Another officer dismissed Zheng Jing's idea, expressing skepticism about the prior battle's outcome, which still seemed fortunate to many. Let us hear it for the sake of discussion. If there are any flaws, we can address them. The military chief played the mediator once more, allowing Zheng Jing to continue. What could a young lad possibly devise? Someone scoffed, laden with derision. I ask you, Lao Qin, how could you let a mere child lead you astray? The military chief, Qin Kong, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. What is this? Are you planning to rely on age alone? My standing should still hold some weight. Quiet down and let Yungzing finish. With that, the military chief turned his attention to Zhang Jing. My idea is to carve out a path for survival by gathering all cultivators and martial artists for a night raid. Zhang Jing turned around, pointing at the map and stating, "These are the reconnaissance images sent back. Their defenses are quite formidable, yet not without vulnerabilities." Wait, what did you just say? Another commander rose, unceremoniously mocking. With such a formation, do you still intend to launch a surprise attack? Are you seeking to lead us to our demise? Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed a heavy pressure suddenly descend upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao lifted her gaze, surveying the assembly, and stood from her seat. Her expression was cold and indifferent as she glanced at each individual. In a deep voice, she declared, "Those who do not wish to participate may leave at once. Those who wish to continue must behave. If anyone dares to utter another word of nonsense, do you believe I will not throw you out?" Who are you? Many of the officials present had never encountered Lu Xiaoyao, yet the formidable aura she exuded was sufficient to instill a sense of caution in everyone. Chapter 84. The terrifying young deer. With the change of the commanding officer, it is inevitable that a new cadre of loyal subordinates will emerge. These individuals, steeped in arrogance, have repeatedly targeted Zhang Jing due to their discontent. Commanders are to obey their superiors, serving as direct subordinates. Now that the position of commander has been vacated, it is only fitting that a subordinate of the former commander steps up. There is no rationale for an outsider to be parachuted in. Although Zhang Jing's leadership during the final counteroffensive at the outer city walls was commendable, it was insufficient for the others to accept his presence. The adage, "a new emperor, a new court," rings true, and this newly appointed commander shares no camaraderie with them. What would happen if they were replaced? An air of apprehension filled each heart, compounded by a pervasive sense of dissatisfaction. Zhang Jing's age and experience hardly warranted him a position above theirs. Yet, unexpectedly, before Zhang Jing could be further challenged, a formidable young man emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered their breathing labored. Not every officer with command ability possesses formidable strength, and thus they could not fathom Lu Xiaoyao's prowess. Moreover, when they arrived, he appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary person, and many overlooked his existence. However, now, no one dared to underestimate Lu Xiaoyao. His terrifying might was beyond their capacity to resist. What was the extent of this young man's strength? Was it the path of refining the divine, or the path of gathering radiance? Every individual felt a surge of trepidation, suspecting he must be a member from the base vehicle sector. "Mayor Yi, your subordinate lacks decorum. Is this a negotiation on military affairs, or a threat towards us?" One individual boldly spoke up, prompting others to echo his sentiments, applying pressure on Isha. Yet, Isha merely glanced at Lu Xiaoyao and replied nonchalantly, "I apologize. But he is not my subordinate, nor can I impose restrictions on him." What? Upon hearing Isha's words, everyone was taken aback. Most, including the military chief, had assumed Lu Xiaoyao was one of Isha's subordinates. This was even more perplexing. How could someone external to the military participate in such a pivotal meeting? After a moment of stunned silence, one person quickly voiced their dissent. "I hereby appoint Lu Xiaoyao as the new head of the Tiger Bao City Sanctuary." Casting a sidelong glance at the individual, Isha smiled brightly, adding, "Furthermore, if anyone else has objections, you are free to resign and return home. No farewells necessary." On what grounds does he deserve this? An indignant voice arose. "His cultivation may be impressive, but it only allows him to suppress us. How could he possibly compare to Master Jane?" "I beg to differ. Jin Junkai would be dispatched in a single blow before him." AI Linlin scoffed, pointing at the military chief. "If you doubt this, you may consult Military Chief Qin and the officers by his side. The reinforcements that arrived from the base can also verify, as many witnessed it firsthand." What? How is that even possible? To defeat Jin Junkai in a single strike? Jin Junkai is indeed a practitioner of the Juhua Dao, a revered master whose prowess commands respect from all. How could he possibly be vanquished in a single strike? Yet, the expressions on their faces suggest they are not fabricating the truth. Furthermore, there is little room for deceit. As AI Linlin mentioned, a mere inquiry would reveal the reality. The eyes of the commanders shifted towards the military chief and the officers beside him. Upon seeing their affirming nods, confirming AI Linlin's words, the commanders were rendered speechless. A multitude of astonished gazes turned towards Lu Xiaoyao. The indignation that had previously brewed within them was swiftly supplanted by disbelief. To eliminate a master of Juhua Dao in an instant. What kind of strength must that entail? The officers, who had once harbored rebellious thoughts, found themselves subdued under the formidable presence of Lu Xiaoyao, behaving like docile lambs. To be candid, I too was profoundly shocked upon learning this. Zhang Jing, with a wry smile, regarded Lu Xiaoyao and remarked, "I was once quite conceited. considering myself a prodigy who had reached the refining spirit stage at such a young age, standing out among my peers. Yet, I never anticipated that there truly are individuals beyond one's imagination. This humble admission left the surrounding officers utterly dumbfounded. Refining spirit stage? Is that not the realm of the venerable? What is this? Is it genuine? However, compared to the astonishment evoked by Lu Xiaoyao, Zhang Jing's cultivation seemed rather insignificant. Yet, from whence did these two young prodigies emerge? They appeared to be merely in their 20s, yet each possessed such terrifying strength. Some among them began to feel anxious, realizing that the individuals they had previously mocked were, in fact, a venerable of the refining spirit stage. Damn it, who could have foreseen that Zhang Jing, this newly appointed commander, harbored such terrifying prowess? No, he is not the most fearsome. That title belongs to the newly appointed master of the offering hall. A being capable of effortlessly eliminating the former master, a genuine Zhuhua Dao master, a truly fearsome little deer. Those who instigated trouble were the commanders from the city defense, while others who had hurried from the Tiger Mouth military base sat quietly near military chief Qin Kong, none daring to cause a stir at this moment. Proceed, Lu Xiaoyao said, casting a glance at the commanders as he reined in his aura and settled into his chair. Very well, Zhang Jing replied with a mischievous smile, addressing the assembled commanders as he extended his hand to rub together. To ensure the success of our mission, I would appreciate it if you could submit your microbrains. Surely that is unnecessary. Do you not trust us? One commander replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he cast a furtive glance at Lu Xiaoyao. When asked to submit, you submit. What is there to discuss? Qin Kong interjected, his eyes narrowing as he was the first to remove his microbrain and place it on the table, prepared in advance. Suing Bei promptly stepped forward to collect the microbrains. Rest assured, I will safeguard them and guarantee their security. Once the microbrains were collected, Zhang Jing continued, the objective of this mission is rather vague, with no specific target. We shall determine our course of action as the situation unfolds, led by myself and Hall Master Lu. Isn't that a bit too casual? Someone muttered softly. Qin Kong glanced at the crowd and noticed a palpable sense of unrest among the soldiers. He turned to Zhang Jing and inquired, surely, you can at least divulge the purpose of this operation? The purpose? Zhang Jing replied, to defend the city, of course. However, he would never disclose the specific operational plans. In the current military, who could ascertain which individuals were loyal to Tong Zhanyu? For the sake of security, the motives behind all actions must remain confidential. This understanding was shared between Zhang Jing and Lu Xiaoyao. Even the military commanders could not be easily trusted. The decision to remove the microbrains of these commanders and keep them at the base was made to ensure that information remained contained. While the outer defenses had successfully thwarted one assault, the threat was far from neutralized. As long as Klaus did not withdraw his forces and no reinforcements from the Sea King arrived, the safety of Hubao City remained in jeopardy. Now, esteemed commanders, I suggest you remain here for the time being. There is no rush to return. As Zhang Jing spoke, a group of cultivators and martial artists entered, all trusted confidants brought by him. Chapter 85, Night Assault. Victory is imperative. As the night deepened, the city walls remained brightly illuminated. Within a 5,000-meter radius outside the city, the protective glow enveloped the surroundings. Klaus's main army had retreated to camp several dozen miles away. The scene atop the city walls was bustling with activity, as soldiers collaborated with engineers and technicians to repair and replace damaged equipment. Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Jing stood beneath the city gate, while Isa had already dispatched messages for the masters and grandmasters to arrive. The number of masters and grandmasters from the Tiger's Maw was limited, totaling fewer than 200. However, this assemblage would undoubtedly create a significant stir under normal circumstances. Yet, in times of war, they were merely a fraction of the military's might, including the skilled individuals recruited by Lu Xiaoyao and those brought by Zhang Jing, along with reinforcements from Tunu Town and Yilan Town. They barely managed to muster over 300. These masters and grandmasters represented a small portion of the entire population of Tiger's Embrace City. With nearly 200 million inhabitants, the city boasted just over 1,000 masters and grandmasters, and only one true master, Jin Jukai. Yet now, the sole true master had been swiftly vanquished by Lu Jiaoao. Upon the arrival of all masters and grandmasters, Zhang Jing confiscated their microbrains, imposing strict orders prohibiting any communication with the outside world. Each master and grandmaster was entirely oblivious to the purpose of their gathering. Were it not for the constraints of military orders, they would have likely expressed their discontent long ago. The prowess of the military's elite surpassed that of the law enforcement hall, and although they were bewildered, they complied with Zhang Jing's directives without dissent. Weapons will be distributed to you all. You may choose firearms, melee weapons, or both, Zhang Jing announced as he directed his subordinates to release the weapons. Rows of firearms and melee weapons, all enhanced and upgraded for superior performance and potency, were laid out before them. Each of the 300 masters and grandmasters selected their preferred weapons. However, observing Zhang Jing's grave demeanor, they opted for a singular choice as a backup. Well, since we are all prepared, let us proceed, Zhang Jing affirmed, nodding as he approached a war vessel. An elder master could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Commander Zhang, could you perhaps divulge some details? It would help us to be better prepared. This may be one of the most harrowing tasks, or perhaps one of the simplest. Zhang Jing paused, glancing back at the assembly. What awaits you is the essence of sacrifice, and I too shall partake. The elder master offered a wry smile, surveying the group with a resigned shake of his head before following Zhang Jing into the war vessel. War is ultimately a brutal and bloody affair. Lu Xiaoyao could have chosen to abstain, yet her concerns compelled her to proceed. Should Zhang Jing fail, the ramifications would be dire. Without these high-level forces, the defenses of the Tiger's Maw would surely crumble, leaving Tiger's Embrace City in peril. All of Lu Xiaoyao's preparations would amount to naught. With the groundwork laid, only a few final steps remained, and Lu Xiaoyao would never entertain the thought of relinquishing her efforts. Upon entering the control room of the warship, Lu Xiaoyao quietly inquired, do we have confidence in evading detection? The tension between the warring factions was palpable, each side acutely vigilant. Various surveillance and detection devices were operating at full capacity. This warship had been modified and equipped with jamming technology provided by the base vehicle, yet it remained uncertain whether it could elude Klaus's monitoring system. It should be feasible. If not, we will have no choice but to retreat. Zhang Jing's decision stemmed from the unavoidable pressures of the situation. Compared to Klaus's advanced equipment, the capabilities of Hubao City were significantly inferior. Therefore, it was imperative to project an image of strength and fearlessness at this juncture. This was a gamble. A victory would afford them more time, while failure would result in total annihilation. It was a clandestine assault that could not afford to fail. Klaus, characterized by his arrogance and pride, was also remarkably cautious and suspicious. His numerous accolades rendered him unable to accept any setbacks or failures, leading to a meticulous approach in his operations. Zhang Jing stated gravely, as long as we succeed in our surprise attack and inflict some damage, they will undoubtedly question our capabilities. Until they ascertain the truth, he will not act recklessly, thus granting us precious time. You seem to know Klaus quite well, Lu Jiao remarked. His understanding of Klaus was limited to a general overview. He was not well versed in the particulars. It is not just him. During the invasion of Haizhou, a total of 7 generals have been deployed from Zhongzhou. If we do not acquire more intelligence, are we not merely awaiting our demise? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jing, seated in his chair, revealed a wry smile. However, it was of little consequence. Haizhou's overall strength paled in comparison to that of Zhongzhou. At present, a significant portion of Haizhou's territory had already fallen into the hands of the Sea King. It is still too early to discuss such matters. Lu Xiaoyao smiled. Gazing at the screen before them, let us focus on the task at hand. The warship ascended into the sky, disappearing into the night, yet it continued to climb higher. We must reach an altitude above 20,000 meters. Only then do we have a greater chance. Observing the data on the screen, Zhang Jing furrowed his brow and commented, this is also one of the reasons for attaining mastery in the washing marrow path. Without such cultivation, one could not withstand such heights. You truly are relentless. Lu Xiaoyao mused inwardly, admiring Zhang Jing's ingenuity even amidst adversity. How confident are you if Klaus does not adhere to your expectations and instead directly dispatches heavy troops to assault and seize Hubao? As Lu Jiaoyao's words left his lips, the warship jolted unexpectedly. We have entered turbulent air, Zhang Jing remarked, rising to assess the situation before shaking his head. I cannot say. If he were to send in heavy forces, we would have no choice but to confront him head-on. Our equipment is not of the same caliber. Time passed slowly as the warship ascended rapidly. 20,000 meters marked the vessel's limit. Any further elevation would surely lead to structural failure. All right, cease ascending and proceed forward. Preparing to infiltrate the enemy camp. As Zhang Jing spoke, a map materialized on the adjacent screen. Here lies their supply, from which we shall initiate our assault. Just as Zhang Jing uttered these words, the pilot shouted, this is bad. The warship cannot withstand much longer. We must ascend. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from various parts of the vessel. We were at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Should we plummet from here? Even with a crew of experts, the losses would be catastrophic. Descend and alter the attack target, Zhang Jing exclaimed in alarm, promptly reassigning the focus towards another location. We will plunge rapidly from here, and once we enter the weapon's range, we shall unleash a comprehensive offensive. Indeed, the warship commenced its descent, currently stabilizing at an altitude of 17,000 meters, with an estimated arrival time of 20 minutes. As the vessel steadied, it proceeded towards the target designated by Zhang Jing. In 20 minutes, the night raid was poised to commence. Chapter 86. Assault. Attack on the camp. This world is vast and boundless, with even the height of the atmosphere seeming to exceed that of the original realm by an immense margin. The multitude of stars overhead appears more sparse and distant. Yet, the moon rises larger and brighter than in the previous world. At an altitude of nearly 20,000 meters, the moon takes on an almost terrifying magnitude. However, mere minutes later, dark clouds suddenly gather, obscuring the crescent moon. Truly, fortune favors us. Without the moon's illumination, the warship becomes significantly more concealed. In 5 minutes, we will reach our designated target. The pilot estimates the distance and the imminent speed of approach. Everyone prepares for battle. Zhang Jing takes up the communicator, his voice resonating throughout the warship. This time, we either succeed or perish. I assure you, should we accomplish our mission, we will have more time to confront this arduous war. All right, we are all sensible individuals here. Patting Zhang Jing on the shoulder, Lu Xiaoyao offers a wry smile. Those fellows, each one a shrewd individual. Such motivational words are wasted on them. At least this young friend understands. Suddenly, the esteemed old master enters the control room. Standing at the door, he possesses a profound gaze and a gentle smile. It is Elder Wang. Zhang Jing turns, smiling as he addresses him. Elder Wang, it has been quite some time. You still seem remarkably robust. What do you mean by Elder Wang? Am I that old? Wang Kuan shakes his head, looking at the two. The student surpasses the master. You young people are truly remarkable. Such audacious ideas. No wonder you are the son of Xiao Zhang. You flatter me. Zhang Jing introduces Lu Xiaoyao. This is Wang Kuan, a comrade of my father. Greetings. I am. Lu Xiaoyao begins to introduce himself, but is interrupted by Wang Kuan. Lu Xiaoyao, a formidable young man, though overly flamboyant, which can lead to disadvantage. Wang Kuan's demeanor remains natural, unaffected by Lu Xiaoyao's superior strength. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao nods. During this time, he has indeed been somewhat domineering, showcasing himself excessively. Yet, the situation demands it. Failure to assert control could lead to far worse outcomes. Prepare to engage. We have 1 minute left. At this moment, Zhang Jing interjects, interrupting the two. Looking out at the night sky, he commands, all hands prepare. The cannon fire will serve as our signal. Upon the sound of the cannon, we shall launch our assault, utilizing our most powerful means to utterly annihilate all targets in sight. The signal flare will denote retreat. Upon its launch, return to the warship immediately. As Zhang Jing concludes, the warship begins its descent, plummeting from the lofty heights with great speed. The sudden sensation of weightlessness, even for those with cultivated prowess, causes a momentary discomfort. From an altitude of 17,000 meters, it descends to mere hundreds of meters above the ground within mere minutes. At this juncture, the warship begins to decelerate, and all weapons commence their preheating. Moments later, the roar of cannon fire erupts. Boom. All weapons aboard the warship unleash their fury simultaneously, bombarding the earth below. All the warriors and cultivators on standby promptly disembarked from the warship. At this moment, they were merely 100 meters from the enemy camp. The warship came to a halt, its artillery continuing to fire, albeit at a higher trajectory, evading the enemy's counterattacks. The cultivators launched their assault, charging directly towards the enemy encampment. The warriors, armed with firearms, opened fire on the distant foes. A few esteemed elders led the charge, followed by dozens of masters, and finally, over 100 grandmasters. Before the enemy could react, the elders had already breached their defenses, unleashing a massacre. With the elders as the vanguard, the masters and grandmasters were emboldened, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. In close combat, heavy weaponry proved ineffective. Under the onslaught of several hundred powerful grandmasters, the enemy's formation was effortlessly dismantled, causing immense devastation in mere moments. Flames soared as the enemy's tents ignited in a raging inferno. Cries of despair and furious curses echoed through the camp, soon drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. The battle that unfolded quickly radiated outward, awakening more individuals and affecting an increasing number of people. However, organized resistance never materialized. Those capable of issuing commands and rallying troops were the first to be targeted. Masters and grandmasters among the enemy began to respond. Initially, a few attempted to resist, but they were met with a coordinated assault from a group of equally skilled adversaries. They spread out in fives, radiating outward. Observing the effectiveness of the surprise attack, Zhang Jing swiftly altered his original deployment and continued with the deep infiltration assault. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, faced with such formidable foes, fierce as wolves and tigers. The soldiers within the camp finally succumbed, fleeing in panic under relentless pursuit. With the first deserter came the second, and soon, the number of fleeing soldiers escalated, spiraling out of control. Forget about the equipment. Destroy the camp and create chaos, Zhang Jing commanded, adjusting the attack targets and simultaneously changing the battle intent. He called for a counterattack, mobilizing all forces to launch an immediate offensive. Upon hearing Zheng Jing's rallying cry, Lu Xiaoyao's expression turned grave. Are you playing with fire? The enemy has an army of 100,000. So what? Zhang Jing replied, the garrison at Tiger's Mouth is not insubstantial either. A flicker of flame seemed to dance in Zhang Jing's gaze, reflecting the firelight. If one disregarded the quality of equipment, our soldiers were no less formidable than any other. Lu Xiaoyao paused. Compared to Zhang Jing, he had a deeper understanding of their army. In this regard, as an outsider, Lu Xiaoyao's assessment of their combat capabilities was inherently flawed. This was precisely why he sought Zhang Jing to command the battle rather than leading the troops himself. His unfamiliarity with the soldiers and their equipment rendered him incapable of effective engagement. At what times and with what weapons to deploy, Lu Xiaoyao was utterly oblivious, making victory an unlikely prospect. Seeing the fervor in Zhang Jing's eyes seemed to ignite the passionate blood within Lu Xiaoyao. A wild thought suddenly took root in her mind. If that is the case, why not engage in a grander venture? Lu Xiaoyao's gaze drifted towards the distant darkness. What are you planning? Zhang Jing, sensing the shift in Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor, revealed a hint of wariness. The current arrangements had been made in response to the evolving situation, and Zhang Jing was confident in the correctness of his decisions. However, if a suggestion or idea came from someone else, he would have to deliberate carefully before arriving at a conclusion. Following Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, a sudden realization dawned upon Zhang Jing as he began to form a vague suspicion. Yet, such thoughts were undeniably irrational, and even he dared not entertain them. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyao was bold enough to consider them? Chapter 87. The Rapid March. Directly striking the yellow dragon, dark clouds shrouded the sky, with a gentle rain falling. Just moments ago, the moon had illuminated a clear sky, but now it was obscured by dense clouds. The somber night deepened the silence, while flames blazed and cannons roared. Astute warriors seized enemy tanks and armored vehicles, launching frenzied assaults on their surroundings. This bold action inspired others to seek out heavy weaponry from the adversary, initiating their attacks with the enemy's own arms. The range of these heavy weapons was significantly greater, expanding the impact across the enemy encampment. Countless luminous projectiles soared into the night, requiring no precise aim. As long as they landed within enemy territory, they would unleash a series of explosions. Thus, chaos ensued. More enemies, uncertain of the situation, instinctively retaliated, firing back indiscriminately at the source of the luminous projectiles. The erratic flight of the projectiles made it impossible to discern friend from foe. The once quiet encampment suddenly became a scene of turmoil as light bombs rained down, igniting confusion. Countless perished, tents caught fire. The awakened soldiers sprang into action, using the illumination of the flames to rush towards their equipment, unable to discern the origin of the attack, relying solely on their memories to activate their weapons. Boom! Another barrage of fire lit up the sky. Subsequently, another encampment fell victim to the inexplicable assault. Zhang Jing had only intended a calculated night raid, unaware it would trigger a chain reaction. Lu Xiaoyao also did not anticipate that this surprise attack would lead to such disarray among the enemy ranks. Moreover, the targeted encampment was merely a small fraction of the enemy forces, just over 300 individuals, albeit the most elite and formidable warriors. The impact of their actions should have been minimal. If the enemy had reacted swiftly, they could have quickly stabilized their formation or even encircled the attackers. However, what Lu Xiaoyao did not foresee was that while the enemy's response was indeed prompt, it proved utterly ineffective, resulting in an even broader chaos. This turmoil spread rapidly, affecting an increasing number of encampments. At this moment, those stationed outside the Tiger's Mouth, including Isa and Sui Bei, received messages relayed by Zhang Jing. The commanders left behind at the base finally regained access to their microbrains. Without delay, Isa issued the command for the entire army to advance. Such an abrupt order was met with skepticism from the commanders, who, upon realizing Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Jing were absent, immediately challenged Isa and her companions. Yet, a mere reprimand and a fierce roar silenced them. The reprimand came from a woman, while the roar belonged to a fierce tiger. Emerging was Yi Yuyan, bearing a sword taller than herself, draped in a flowing crimson cloak, with a large hood obscuring her visage. The overwhelming aura radiating from her instilled a sense of mystery and power, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Beside the night rain banquet stood a magnificent white tiger adorned with silver stripes. The imposing presence of this tiger was even more formidable than that of the night rain banquet itself. The previously cacophonous command room fell silent the moment night rain banquet appeared with the white tiger, a hush enveloping the atmosphere. Each face bore an expression of unease. They had initially believed that with Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Jing absent, they could intimidate the beautiful young city lord. But little did they anticipate the presence of such terrifying entities within this mobile base. A mysterious woman wielding a colossal sword and accompanied by a beast of silver stripes sent a shiver down the spine of every onlooker. Who, exactly, was this Isa? And how did she come to be surrounded by such formidable talents? As two had departed, two remained. The crowd's gaze instinctively turned towards the room behind Night Rain Banquet, left wondering if other powerful figures lurked within. You were quite dishonest. Night Rain Banquet's icy voice resonated in the command room, imbued with an unsettling chill. Yet, her soft tone stirred another kind of excitement among them. As if igniting their most primal flames, the chilling dance of ice and fire created a sensation of contrasting extremes. In the face of such overwhelming power, no one dared to provoke the tigers, especially not two of them. The commanders, dejected and crestfallen, retreated, while the city gates swung wide open. Armored vehicles, tanks, and troop carriers surged forth, hastily advancing towards Klaus's military encampment. In the skies, various aircraft and fighter jets mobilized, launching an assault on the enemy's base. A great battle erupted once more, fiercer than before. Unlike the daylight skirmishes, the tide had turned under the cover of darkness. With the night raid on the barracks having sown discord among the troops, Klaus's front lines quickly succumbed, abandoning many advanced weapons in their haste. ISA led her forces, sweeping through the enemy ranks, who displayed no will to fight. Even when met with minor resistance, it crumbled rapidly under the weight of their overwhelming superiority. This confrontation caught Klaus completely off guard, as he had not anticipated the emergence of two unpredictable players within Tiger Embrace City. His purpose for appearing in the city was merely to acquire the mobile base, and capturing this location was just a secondary aim. However, he had never foreseen his initial misfortunes, being repelled in the process. To his astonishment, the city guards even dared to venture forth and launch a surprise attack, resulting in a devastating defeat. As Klaus raged in the command room, he could hardly fathom that Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Jing's objective had shifted from raiding camps to directly targeting his stronghold, making him the primary focus of their efforts. To strike a man, one must first strike his steed. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. There were no steeds to shoot here. But there was indeed a king. ISA, leading tens of thousands of troops, employed the mobile base as the spearhead, overwhelming Klaus's front lines and confiscating a substantial cache of advanced enemy equipment. The time before dawn is often the darkest. Yet again, Zhang Jing's message arrived. Still merely a command. The entire army assembled, forming a conical formation, prepared to continue their assault and advance swiftly towards their target. Upon receiving this command, ISA, Alanlin, and others were momentarily taken aback. What exactly was the intention behind this? However, the current state of the battlefield led them to form certain conjectures. Although they remained uncertain of Lu Xiaoyao's ultimate objective, ISA nonetheless led the entire army forth, charging towards the central position where Klaus was stationed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Jing had gathered their forces. A number of venerables, dozens of masters, and hundreds of experts comprised this hastily assembled contingent, showcasing their formidable prowess. Wherever they went, no one could withstand their might. Their advance was unstoppable, akin to a torrent breaking through all barriers. As they marched with urgency towards their goal, Zhang Jing fixed his fervent gaze into the distance and bellowed, "Target, Klaus." Chapter 88, The Assault. Those who stand in the way shall perish. A battalion of over 300 soldiers had suffered no casualties, yet the targeted encampment lay in ruins. A scene of utter devastation that rippled outwards, inciting chaos in a broader context. This surprise attack had been executed with remarkable success, far surpassing the established objectives. Following the orders of Zhang Jing, several teams boarded armored vehicles and proceeded directly to the central command's location. "Have we located Klaus?" Zhang Jing inquired once more, communicating with ISA from the confines of an armored vehicle, seeking updates on Klaus's whereabouts. "No, we have found no trace of Klaus at the central command. It is likely a decoy," ISA reported promptly, though the news was less than satisfactory. The reconnaissance drones dispatched had failed to uncover any signs of Klaus. That cunning fellow, Zhang Jing thought, raising an eyebrow in frustration. The vast army stretched endlessly, even a mere presence would occupy considerable space. The advanced technology of this military ensemble required ample ground. The whereabouts of Klaus remained an enigma. "Let us cease the search for him," Lu Xiao suggested, pointing to the vehicle's map. "We should proceed directly to the command center and dismantle it. Regardless of its authenticity, it is the heart of the army. Once the news spreads, it will surely incite unrest among the ranks. Indeed, if we scatter his forces, Klaus will be left vulnerable." Zhang Jing concurred with Lu Xiaoyao's assertion. However, before he could finish his thought, Lu Xiaoyao interjected, "No, I mean we should broadcast the message. Do you think he will come to us?" "What?" Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "Are you jesting? If he comes, he will undoubtedly bring his guards with him. And do you think that if we find him, his guards will not be present?" Lu Xiaoyao replied, somewhat exasperated, surprised that such a clever person could be so befuddled over a trivial matter. "Oh, indeed." Zhang Jing blinked, realization dawning upon him. "You are quite astute. Casting a sideways glance at Zhang Jing, Lu Zhaoyao remarked dryly, "Have you overtaxed your brain?" "Overtaxed?" Zhang Jing exclaimed, his eyes wide in exasperation. "You're the one overthinking. I am merely a bit fatigued. Let us focus on the task at hand." Handing the vehicle's communicator to Zhang Jing, Lu Zhaoyao smiled. "Think of how to entice him over. Is that feasible?" Zhang Jing gazed out the window, still hesitant. Will he actually return? The current situation is quite unfavorable for him. Any astute commander would withdraw and seek to preserve his forces rather than embroil himself further. Did you not claim that he possesses numerous accolades? A person so proud. Would he readily accept defeat? Lu Zhaoyao asserted, patting Zhang Jing on the shoulder with conviction. "Shall we wager? I say you will come. No bets." "They are detrimental to one's health," Zhang Jing replied with a roll of his eyes, curiosity flickering in his expression. "Are you so certain?" "Absolutely." Lu Zhaoyao nodded with a smile and remarked, "Because I, too, am a person bathed in countless auras. I would have made such a choice back then." "Oh? You are indeed a person of many tales," said Zhang Jing, her curiosity piqued. "Care to share?" "No time for stories. We must get to work." Lu Zhaoyao's gaze shifted to the driver, urging him to hasten towards the enemy command center. "Isn't this a daunting task?" The driver replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "If they stand in our way, we shall vanquish them. If gods obstruct us, we will slay them without hesitation." "We cannot afford to hesitate. Every second counts," Lu Zhaoyao asserted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Jing. "This time, it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. As we storm into the command center, the enemy's elite will surely come to their aid. Therefore, we must go all in and seize Klaus at the swiftest pace." "Alive?" Zhang Jing's anxiety heightened upon hearing Lu Zhaoyao's words. Killing him would be relatively simple, but capturing him alive poses a considerable challenge. There will undoubtedly be formidable protectors at his side, making it exceedingly difficult to approach him. "We will need a follow-up plan." Lu Zhaoyao shook his head, speaking earnestly. "If we can capture him, we will. If we must kill him, we shall. However, we must prepare for the worst. Immediately inform Isha to have Lu Damei and Bai Hu come to our aid and relay our coordinates to them." "Understood." Zhang Jing nodded, and after finalizing their strategy, set the plan into motion. Outside the armored vehicle, the thunderous roar of artillery continued unabated. They bulldozed through any obstacles with sheer might. Yet, as they drew nearer to the command center, the resistance grew stronger. The message had been dispatched. Although no feedback had been received, they trusted that Klaus was aware. Meanwhile, Isha and her team accelerated their advance, sending Lu Damei and Bai Hu ahead. 2,000 meters ahead lay the enemy command center. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the armored vehicle as it endured a fierce counterattack from the enemy garrison. Here, Lu Zhaoyao and his crew finally encountered resistance. The more than 100 armored vehicles and tanks they rode in were now encircled by the enemy forces. It was a miracle they had made it this far. Zhang Jing peered outside, her heart racing. "I suddenly feel that coming to the command center was a grave mistake, even if it was a misstep." They had no choice but to press on. Retreat was not an option. Pushing open the armored vehicle door, Lu Zhaoyao charged out. Relying on their equipment was no longer viable. They had to depend on their own skills. The thunderous artillery and blinding flares illuminated the surroundings in a flickering dance of light and shadow. As Lu Zhaoyao stepped out and surveyed the area, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Hundreds of various war vehicles and tanks had completely surrounded them. The troops at the heart of the command center were indeed far more elite, forming an iron wall with their diverse armaments, rendering any advance by their fleet impossible. A multitude of tanks, armored vehicles, and combat vehicles had become entangled, with some doors jammed shut, unable to open. "Advance!" Lu Zhaoyao cast a glance around and then bellowed. "Those who stand in my way shall perish. You are far too arrogant, believing my forces to be without defenders." A contingent of soldiers emerged. Positioned at a distance in the open field, their weapons already trained upon the intruders. Behind the soldiers, numerous figures lingered, scattered yet subtly forming a cohesive formation. With a mere glance, Lu Zhaoyao discerned their strategic positioning, recognizing it as a formidable defensive array composed of cultivators and martial artists. Observing the grand formation, Lu Zhaoyao furrowed his brow and declared, "Let me test the strength of your array." With that, he activated his instantaneous step, appearing at the very center of the formation. There, he confronted a martial artist, who, upon Lu Zhaoyao's sudden appearance, was momentarily taken aback before launching an assault. "Too weak," Lu Zhaoyao exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch that forcibly expelled his opponent from the heart of the array. Chapter 89, Suppression of Fire. The battleship in the sky. The formation established by the adversary was peculiar, a sight that Lu Zhaoyao had never encountered before. However, the underlying principles of formations remained fundamentally similar, and the arrangement was not particularly sophisticated. The focal point was glaringly positioned at the center, prompting Lu Zhaoyao to act decisively to dismantle the formation. In that moment, none could react. The warrior at the focal point, the one who had called out, was rendered utterly defenseless under Lu Xiaoyao's assault. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, his chest caved in, and he was propelled several meters away, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a halt. By this time, he had already lost his life. Act now. The first to respond was Zhang Jing, who had just emerged from the armored vehicle, rushing toward the grand formation. At this juncture, both sides awoke from their stupor and promptly launched their attacks. Lu Xiaoyao remained relentless, targeting those around him. Once marked, none could escape. The formation, once deemed a bastion, crumbled within moments, failing to exert its intended power. The cultivators and warriors obstructing their path, alongside the soldiers wielding firearms, were swiftly overwhelmed and eliminated by a throng of masters and grandmasters. Their formidable combat prowess was on full display. Masters, grandmasters, and even esteemed ones, typically a rare sight, were now amassed in the hundreds. Faced with such overwhelming might, no one could withstand the onslaught in such a hurried manner. Even Klaus's elite legion would struggle to contend before reinforcements could be summoned. After all, those above the master rank were usually dispersed throughout the army, never congregated in one location. Now, summoning these powerful individuals was entirely unfeasible. Klaus's 100,000 troops had descended into chaos, their impediments entirely cleared away. Lu Xiaoyao, leading his contingent, charged directly toward the central command post. In the face of absolute strength, the defenders were incapable of holding their ground. The cultivators, coordinating their efforts, relying solely on ranged attacks, easily vanquished all opposition. The command post had been seized. It remained uncertain whether Klaus would arrive. Zhang Jing's expression was tinged with excitement, for this was Klaus's command center, and they had succeeded in breaching its defenses. This battle could indeed be deemed a resounding victory. Another message was sent, followed by instructions to Isha to disrupt the enemy's communications. Lu Xiaoyao raised his left arm, glancing at the microbrain, and stated, "Let us wait 10 minutes. If Klaus does not come, we shall break through first." The enemy's turmoil could not persist indefinitely. They would inevitably regroup. Furthermore, their own forces were insufficient to engulf such a vast army. Once the adversary regained their composure, they would swiftly stabilize and launch a counteroffensive against Lu Xiaoyao's side. This group possessed sufficient strength to break through. However, if Isha's team were to become encircled, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. The outcome of war has never rested solely on the shoulders of a few. It encompasses myriad factors. Time ticked away, and the 10 minutes approached swiftly. The battle rages on, with enemy forces relentlessly advancing, intent on annihilating Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Yet, their adversaries proved to be utterly feeble. Incapable of posing any significant threat, each wave is swiftly eradicated. The skilled warriors by Lu Xiaoyao's side strike with unyielding ferocity, leaving no opportunity for escape. Within a mere 10 minutes, the central command post is strewn with corpses. The pungent scent of blood causing Lu Xiaoyao to feel a wave of nausea as he prepares to withdraw. Glancing at the time, he resolves to leave. With Klaus unwilling to confront them, retreat becomes the only option. But is this how they will depart? A massive warship suddenly descends from the sky, casting brilliant lights that engulf the entire command post. The ship, shrouded in the night, would have gone unnoticed had one not sought it out. The intense illumination compels everyone to squint. Prepare for defense. Zhang Jing's expression shifts dramatically as he issues a warning. If Klaus were to strike at this moment, they would be caught utterly off guard. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous cannonade echoed in their ears. Above, Klaus, seizing the opportunity, unleashes a barrage of flares from the warship. The dazzling light obscures the flares, making them difficult to detect. Fortunately, the group had remained vigilant, their continuous skirmishing keeping them on high alert. As Klaus launched his assault, each activated their defensive measures. Energy shields rose to counter the onslaught from the warship. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, unleashing a tumultuous storm of spiritual energy. This was Klaus's counterattack, a manifestation of his fury, a roar of wrath. Amidst the chaos, some began to falter, their defenses shattered by the overwhelming force, exposing them to enemy fire. Such a situation was untenable. The energy expenditure was colossal. Zhang Jing, with his left arm raised, held up the shield in front of him and urged Lu Xiaoyao, "We must make them cease their assault." "Does the microbrain have that capability?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he recalled Avril's absolute defense. "What absolute defense? Such a sophisticated device is beyond our reach." Zhang Jing's face twitched, unable to suppress an expletive. "Did you hear what I said?" In the midst of their exchange, several martial artists and cultivators could no longer withstand the bombardment and were flung back by the force of the blasts. "What can I do?" Lu Xiaoyao replied, tilting his head as he observed the spectacle. "What are those?" "They appear formidable." "Of course, that SA battleship. It's inherently powerful." Zhang Jing found Lu Xiaoyao's ignorance astonishing. How could one be so uninformed after being in the company of individuals like Isha? A battleship? Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Have battleships ascended to the skies in this world? How does one contend with such terrifying entities? He stared at the battleship, a headache brewing. How do we contend? We evade. Recognizing Lu Xiaoyao's genuine helplessness, Zhang Jing decisively ordered a retreat. Under the relentless suppression of the battleship's artillery, the masters had long since begun to evade. The Venerable and the Grandmaster fared somewhat better, yet they too were nearing their limits. Upon receiving the command, they promptly withdrew. As the crowd dispersed like rays of light, the cannon fire from the battleship transformed from a concentrated bombardment into a pursuit of the fleeing targets. Lu Xiaoyao darted away with remarkable speed, evading danger with several instantaneous steps until he concealed himself behind a tank, promptly taking the position of the gunner. Gazing at the control panel before him, Lu Xiaoyao closed his eyes, recalling the operations of others as they fired. His hands began to explore the controls, after a series of adjustments and trials. He aligned the cannon's muzzle towards the battleship soaring in the sky. Unsure of its power, he murmured softly to himself before pressing the launch button with a decisive finger. Chapter 90. The Collision of Titans. The target escapes a brilliant radiance flared from the tank's cannon, as energy coalesced within a mere second. Subsequently, the energy erupted, propelling a luminous projectile, akin to the size of a soccer ball, trailing a fiery blaze towards the airborne battleship. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. A blinding light illuminated the surroundings. The battleship swayed slightly before deploying a blue shield, forming a protective barrier. At that moment, the surrounding equipment activated, pivoting their turrets to unleash an assault into the sky. The tank's beam cannons, the armored vehicle's machine guns, and the tank's energy cannons unleashed their formidable firepower. The aerial target required no locking mechanism, appearing as an unwitting target. The thunderous echoes of explosions reverberated through the realms as the fierce artillery illuminated the battlefield. As dawn approached, a beam of light shone upon the earth, yet it seemed utterly insignificant amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a ripple manifested in the hundreds of meters of sky above, resembling the undulating waves of water, gradually expanding outward and soon capturing attention. The battleship below appeared affected, akin to a fragile boat tossed in turbulent waters. Its fired projectiles inexplicably veered off course. That was a temporal distortion. After 2 brief spatial jumps, Lu Xiaoyu was no stranger to such anomalies. The emergence of the temporal disturbance signaled the arrival of the base vehicle. Lu Xiaoyu had not anticipated that they were so close to the Tiger's Maw, where Isha had initiated a small spatial leap. This arrival was remarkably timely. The ground-based artillery was utterly incapable of harming the battleship, as the shield enveloping it exhibited formidable defensive prowess, leaving Lu Xiaoyao and her companions at a loss. The location where the base vehicle appeared was directly above the battleship. The seemingly colossal battleship lost all advantage in the presence of the base vehicle. Here, the battleship measured barely 100 meters, unlike the 200-meter vessels of the original world. In contrast, the base vehicle, stretching over 200 meters, resembled the battleships of the former realm. The moment the base vehicle materialized, it activated its main cannon. A brilliant light burst forth, akin to the rising sun, directly targeting the battleship below. Boom! The deafening roar sent the already disoriented battleship spiraling towards the ground. The shield enveloping the ship shattered under the force of the main cannon strike. Following its attack, the base vehicle descended, hurtling towards the battleship. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao was astounded, unable to fathom the sheer ferocity exhibited by Isha and her team. However, reflecting on the circumstances, it became clear. Having been relentlessly pursued, the base vehicle's escort of over 50,000 had been annihilated by Klaus. Naturally, Isha and her comrades harbored deep-seated animosity towards Klaus. As if to vent their wrath, the already battered base vehicle charged aggressively towards the battleship. Thus, the 2 titanic entities of the sky commenced their formidable collision. Boom, boom. Boom, the resounding clangor echoed with each impact. Beneath the colossal form of the base vehicle, the battleship, already ambushed, found itself utterly devoid of any advantage. With just a few strikes, it plummeted to the ground, crashing down with a tremendous roar. The twisted sounds of metal were audible even from a considerable distance. Clear to Lu Xiaoyao. Exiting the tank, Lu Xiaoyao lifted his gaze. In the presence of the base vehicle, the battleship resembled a mere toy. The main cannon atop the base vehicle once more gleamed with brilliance before unleashing its might upon the battleship, resulting in an even more intense explosion. At such close quarters, the battleship had no means of evasion and immediately sustained severe damage. The continuous detonations and rising flames rendered the battleship utterly incapacitated. Soon, a group of individuals emerged from the battleship, leaping onto the ground. These individuals exuded a formidable presence, their agility remarkable. They were indeed formidable warriors and cultivators. However, under the pressure exerted by the base vehicle, none dared to take to the skies, knowing they would be met with a barrage of all-encompassing automatic fire. The tides had turned. Those who had previously wielded their superior equipment to bully others now found themselves the targets of oppression. Without the suppressive firepower of the battleship, Lu Xiaoyao and his companions re-emerged, their sights set on Klaus, indifferent to the consequences. Seeing those individuals charging forth, Zheng Jing was instantly invigorated, leading the charge. Outnumbered and outmatched, the outcome was all but predetermined. Though numerous, the strength of the battleship's crew was concentrated in only a few. Against the over 300 formidable foes that could hardly endure for long, the gathering of Lu Xiaoyao's group represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, rendering them virtually invincible on such a battlefield. Had Klaus been afforded the time to summon his own powerful allies, he could have mustered a comparable force, even launching a counteroffensive with ease. Yet, the opportunity had slipped away, and none would grant him a chance at resurgence. Among those who had escaped the battleship were 2 venerables for grandmasters and a dozen masters, alongside numerous martial artists and cultivators of the bone-refining path. When these experts united, they formed a formidable power, yet in the current conflict, resistance was nearly futile. Where was Klaus? During the fray, Zheng Jing dispatched an opponent and began scanning the area. Yet, Klaus's figure was nowhere to be found among the throng. This was dire. Klaus had fled. Where was Lu Xiaoyao? Zheng Jing turned to locate Lu Xiaoyao, only to find him missing as well. At that moment, a motorcycle shot forth from the base vehicle, speeding away into the distance. On the motorcycle were Avril, Yi Yin, and the little white tiger. Following their trajectory, Zheng Jing focused his gaze, spotting 2 silhouettes. One was a large motorcycle racing away, while the one pursuing it was none other than the elusive Lu Xiaoyao. Avril's motorcycle caught up with Lu Xiaoyao, whisking him aboard before hastening after Klaus. Quickly accelerate. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Jing felt a surge of urgency. Is there still a motorcycle available, Isha? The base vehicle descended and promptly opened its gates. Suing Bei was already waiting at the entrance, ready to escort Zheng Jing and the others to the garage. I will leave a portion of the team to guard the captives. Zheng Jing leaped into the motorcycle. Not looking back as she declared, I will take another group to pursue Lu Xiaoyao. Be cautious, Suing Bei nodded in response. Several motorcycles set off, racing towards Lu Xiaoyao. While aboard the motorcycle, Zheng Jing activated her communicator to call Lu Xiaoyao and report their coordinates. However, what emanated from the device was the voice of Avril. Coordinates have been sent. Please confirm receipt. Glancing at the microbrain, Zheng Jing inquired, can we catch up? If not, we can abandon the pursuit. Let's give it a try. Lu Xiaoyao mused, gazing into the distance and calculating the speed. Perhaps they could indeed catch up. Chapter 91. Aerial Contest. Peril lurking everywhere in the vast expanse of the world, the wilderness stretches endlessly beneath an infinite azure sky. The dawn descends upon the earth, ushering in boundless radiance. Gazing into the distance, one observes undulating mountains adorned with lush greenery and abundant vegetation. Between the peaks, rivers meander gracefully, their crystal-clear waters shimmering in the light. Everywhere the eye wanders, a scene reminiscent of a pastoral paradise unfolds. The pristine beauty of this world remains remarkably preserved, visible at nearly every turn. The motorcycle races at breakneck speed, with the scenery rapidly receding in the background. Ahead, Klaus continues his desperate flight, his velocity approaching its utmost limits. The energy jetting from the motorcycle's rear creates a dazzling trail of flames stretching several meters. However, Avril, deftly piloting her machine, is gradually closing the distance between them. Though the reduction is slight, it is evident that she will soon catch up. He is heading into the mountains. The 2 motorcycles fly through the sky in swift pursuit, drawing nearer to a towering range ahead. The mountains rise steeply toward the heavens, their peaks rugged and formidable. As Avril observes, Klaus's motorcycle veers into the labyrinth of mountains, vanishing from sight in an instant. Stay close, Lu Xiaoyao urges, knitting his brows with concern. Could there be ambushers waiting for him? Ambushers? How could that be? Avril responds, unwavering in her chase as she plunges into the rugged terrain. With an army of 100,000 at her command, such formidable power leaves no need for cautious retreats. Does it? True, I was overthinking it. If his army falters, any ambush would be futile. Moments ago, a fleeting intuition suggested that Klaus's flight to this location was far from ordinary. Yet, after consulting with Avril, the notion of ambush seems implausible. Perhaps Klaus's intention in reaching this point is merely to exploit the terrain to shake off his pursuers? Indeed, the towering mountains abound, with peaks soaring thousands of meters high. Often, after changing direction, Klaus would disappear from view, only to re-emerge after they followed. In Lu Xiaoyao's eyes, the so-called treacherous mountains and waters epitomize this very landscape. While the mountains appear pristine and the waters exquisite, the inherent dangers are not to be underestimated. Just earlier, he witnessed a majestic eagle, comparable in size to a fighter jet, suddenly soar from a mountain hollow. Its enormous wings stirred a fierce wind, causing the surrounding trees to rustle violently. With a mere flap of its wings, the eagle ascended into the clouds, quickly becoming a mere speck in the sky. Moreover, a cheetah, as large as a bull, effortlessly leaped across a chasm spanning several meters. In the gorges among the mountains, Lu Xiaohao even spotted a bull, astonishingly resembling two elephants in size. As it galloped, its hooves flung up copious amounts of earth, akin to the aftermath of an excavation. Countless other unnamed creatures, unfamiliar and unclassifiable, continuously challenged Lu Xiaoyao's visual perception. The array of species here is more diverse, more powerful, and in greater abundance. Within range, shall we engage? Avril's voice cut through Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts. Looking ahead, he noted that the distance between them had significantly narrowed, now well within the firing range of their mounted weapons. The motorcycle's attack on another motorcycle, armed with weaponry, is undeniably sufficient. Although it may not be capable of direct destruction, it can inflict tremendous damage. Launch the assault and bring them down. Lu Xiaoyao turned her head and noticed Avril's gun resting nearby. Curiously, she picked it up and inquired, how does one operate this device? During her time here, she had garnered a preliminary understanding of the weapons, yet Avril's firearm was not standard issue. It appeared to be a custom sniper rifle tailored for her. Inputting the password, she unlocked the safety mechanism. Avril cast a glance and revealed the code. Activating the firearm systems, Lu Xiaoyao adjusted the scope and aimed toward the motorcycle ahead. At this distance, every detail was vividly discernible, even though they were still separated by hundreds of meters. However, Klaus's motorcycle was enclosed, rendering the interior invisible. At that moment, Avril had already activated the onboard weaponry, launching light projectiles towards Klaus's vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The light projectiles struck consecutively, but the motorcycle did not evade. Instead, it deployed a defensive shield, withstanding the onslaught of light. How can we compel them to halt? Where should I aim at the motorcycle? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, uncertain of where to shoot. In the original world, targeting the tires would have been the obvious choice, but here, motorcycles lacked such components. Adjusting the energy output to its maximum, she aimed to obliterate their energy expellers. Good. Lu Xiaoyao nodded, raised the gun, and activated the light projectile. The light projectiles were diminutive, akin to bullets from the original world. Yet, at the moment of launch, one could sense the concentration of energy. Though small, the light projectiles possessed considerable power. Moreover, the recoil from this firearm was unexpectedly strong. As she fired, her entire body jerked backward. The released light projectile naturally soared forth. However, before she could properly adjust, the motorcycle began to weave left and right, evading the light projectiles fired by Klaus. The two parties engaged in a pursuit, exchanging volleys of light projectiles. This intense aerial maneuvering left Lu Xiaoyao slightly disoriented. After a brief moment, she felt dizzy and had to lower the sniper rifle. Wait. Something feels off, Avril exclaimed, promptly reducing their speed. What is he intending to do? Gazing ahead, Lu Xiaoyao observed Klaus making a complete turn and hurtling towards them. Is he going all in? Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as she gripped the gun tightly. The hundreds of meters separating them quickly diminished under the velocity of their flight. Both sides unleashed a torrent of firepower. Rows of light projectiles cascaded like shooting stars, colliding with each other's shields and igniting a spectacle of brilliance. Whoosh! The two motorcycles passed each other in a razor-thin margin, almost colliding, generating immense psychological pressure. This is not right. We've fallen into a trap. As they surged forward, Avril's expression darkened. Lu Xiaoyao followed her gaze, turning around a mountain peak to find a canyon ahead. 3 towering mountains encircle a valley, with the only exit lying behind them. The only other route leads upwards. Steady yourself. Avril gritted her teeth, grasped the handlebars firmly, and propelled the motorcycle skyward in a vertical ascent. They have returned, hot on our trail. Lu Xiaoyao glanced back and saw Klaus charging towards them again. Brace yourself. The repeated warning made Lu Xiaoyao realize that Avril intended to employ some extraordinary driving skill. The motorcycle roared to life, its body vibrating as it commenced a rapid spin. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes widened, and he even forgot to breathe. This peculiar and enchanting sensation was far more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster. Just then, a sudden blaze of light flickered in the periphery of Lu Xiaoyao's vision. No, a jolt of alarm surged through him, enveloping him in a profound sense of impending danger. This feeling was utterly chilling. Chapter 92, The Mysterious Master. The pinnacle showdown, although it was merely a fleeting glance, Lu Xiaoyao could ascertain that it was an extraordinarily brilliant flash of sword light. What kind of master could possibly emit such a potent radiance? Was there an unknown formidable figure concealed within this canyon? A sense of dread enveloped Lu Xiaoyao as he heightened his senses to their utmost limit. Soon realizing that the dazzling sword light was indeed aimed directly at him, an adversary. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyao confirmed the identity of his opponent. To his astonishment, Klaus had truly concealed a powerful trump card. Be cautious, there is a supermaster here. If you can flee, do so. However, before he could finish speaking, the sword light was already upon him, leaving no time for evasion. As he turned his head, he deftly executed a sword technique, launching the still intact flying sword towards the rear. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that stirred a terrifying tempest. The fierce gale instantly toppled the rapidly spinning motorcycle. The vehicle lost its balance, tumbling through the air and crashing against the steep cliff. Lu Xiaoyao could even hear the startled cries of Yi Ya and the little white tiger. Meanwhile, Klaus's motorcycle had already caught up. The mounted machine gun belched forth bright tongues of fire. Countless luminous projectiles rained down, striking the motorcycle's defensive shield. Cracks began to appear, and the protective barrier was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the motorcycle was completely unbalanced, unable to dodge, forced to endure the barrage of light bullets. Steady. Maintain your composure. Lu Xiaoyao, now acutely focused, pushed aside the discomfort in his body, forcibly dispelling the dizziness from the motorcycle's tumultuous spins and the intense nausea churning in his stomach. Avril, at the helm, also turned pale, struggling to maintain control. Yet to no avail. Prepare to jump. Lu Xiaoyao gritted his teeth as a wave of anxiety washed over him. The mysterious master was likely launching another assault. Steady now. Just as they were about to collide with the mountain, Avril finally stabilized the motorcycle, skimming along the cliffside before soaring back into the sky. The jarring sound of the motorcycle's undercarriage scraping against the rock wall sent shivers through everyone aboard. Not long after the motorcycle soared, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. In an instant, debris and dust were sent flying. Countless fragments rained down upon the rear of the motorcycle, accompanied by a surge of energy. The motorcycle was propelled into the distant sky. Yet, the vehicle's speed soon began to wane. Not good. The left side energy propulsor has malfunctioned. Avril glanced at the dashboard, her face turning ashen. The earlier events had already instilled a deep sense of dread. The hidden master was far too formidable. Just 2 strikes had wrought significant chaos. Inform Zheng Jing not to follow. I'll hold them off. You all leave first. Lu Xiaoyao commanded before leaping from the motorcycle. Wait you. Avril looked up, her expression growing even more grave. I will assist him, Yi Ya declared, also leaping from the motorcycle. As the night rain banquet departed, Avril's gaze met that of the small white tiger. The two exchanged a brief glance before Avril averted her eyes, directing her motorcycle down a slope. Meanwhile, the small white tiger turned its head to observe Lu Xiaoyao, who had just dismounted from the motorcycle and was confronted by Klaus's barrage of light projectiles. The sky was filled with a deluge of luminous orbs, cascading like a meteor shower. With both hands forming intricate seals, Lu Xiaoyao's fingertips shimmered with ethereal light, channeling the 3 paths of existence: heaven, earth, and humanity, as she grasped the essence of the way. One of her powerful moves, Heavenly Flick, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from her arms, instantly cutting through the air with a blade of sword aura. The sword aura surged forth, a terrifying wave that howled as it soared. In that moment, the heavens trembled, resonating with a wrath that seemed to echo the anger of the cosmos. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, the sky quaked, thunder rumbled, and countless bolts of lightning descended, illuminating the path of the severed sword aura. As Lu Xiaoyao charged forward, the sword aura, entwined with lightning, enveloped the myriad of light projectiles. The resounding boom reverberated across the expanse, startling flocks of birds from the mountains and sending wild beasts into a frantic flight. The intense explosions and formidable force obliterated Klaus's incoming projectiles. Clasping her hands together, Lu Xiaoyao summoned another flying sword, marred with cracks, imbued with her spiritual power, and directed it toward the location of the mysterious expert. Yet, amidst the mountains, the adversary remained elusive, making it difficult to pinpoint their exact position. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoyao, relying on her intuition, managed to approximate the area. Indeed, a beam of sword light shot forth, clashing with her flying sword, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Both of Lu Xiaoyao's swords shattered, as the opponent's strength proved overwhelmingly superior, rendering ordinary swords incapable of even a modest defense. Following this confrontation, the hidden master below finally revealed themselves, ascending into the sky. Their overwhelming aura and intense pressure exposed their formidable cultivation level. This was the path of Zhiyuan, the 3rd realm among the extraordinary 4 paths, revered as a grand master, known as the celestial teacher. The path of Lianshan is addressed as the venerable one, while the path of Juhua is referred to as the true person. The nomenclature itself indicates a hierarchy where each realm surpasses the previous. To Lu Xiaoyao's surprise, Klaus was accompanied by a celestial teacher-level expert. Yet, if such a formidable being existed, why had they allowed Isha and the others to escape? Observing the opponent with vigilant scrutiny, Lu Xiaoyao noted that despite their elevated cultivation, The pressure they exerted was insufficient to render her defenseless. Compared to the 8th-level white tiger she had encountered previously, this mysterious expert was considerably weaker. Lu Xiaoyao had dared to confront the 8th-level white tiger. Thus, facing this pseudo-expert posed no significant threat. Indeed, through her initial assessments, Lu Xiaoyao discerned that the opponent was merely a martial artist, lacking the comprehensive cultivation of a true practitioner who harmonizes inner and outer realms. In the presence of genuine cultivators, both martial artists and practitioners inherently possess disadvantages due to their incomplete training, fraught with substantial flaws. What is your strength? The newcomer exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyao before suddenly changing their countenance. Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts? What do you think? Though the opponent is a martial artist, Lu Xiaoyao does not dare to be arrogant. Despite his shortcomings in cultivation, his level and strength are evident. And he cannot be dismissed as mere clay. Guess? The martial artist paused momentarily, his brows subtly arching, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Even if you are a cultivator, what of it? It has been said that at the same level, martial artists and cultivators are inferior to those who truly engage in cultivation. There are even rumors that martial artists and cultivators are but pseudo-cultivators, a conspiracy devised by the upper echelons. What? Do you wish to test this? Lu Xiaoyao scoffed, although she was unaware of the intentions of the so-called upper echelons in her eyes. Cultivators and martial artists were indeed a feeble group of false practitioners. If you lose, you shall all perish. The martial artist's expression turned frigid, his eyes glinting with malice. But should you win, which is highly improbable. Humph. Lu Xiaoyao's face was adorned with a chilling smile as she completed the martial artist's thought. If I win, you shall all die. Chapter 93. The Predicament. Conflict. How audacious. Klaus's motorcycle had come to a halt. A burly man emerged from the vehicle, his gaze flashing with fierce intensity. Are you Lu Xiaoyao, the one who annihilated my entire squad? Behind this man trailed several formidable individuals, including both cultivators and martial artists. Their potent auras indicated that their cultivation levels surpassed the realm of spirit refinement. No, I obliterated your entire army, Lu Xiaoyao replied, waving his hand dismissively in response to the provocation. I presume you are Klaus, a half-breed? Klaus possessed an Eastern visage, yet his deep-set eyes and prominent nose set him apart distinctly from others Lu Xiaoyao had encountered. My mother hails from Europea, Klaus said, his expression darkening, a palpable murderous intent bubbling within him. Have you been by their side for so long and yet failed to procure my information? TSK. What arrogance from a vanquished general. With a single remark, Lu Xiaoyao rendered Klaus's demeanor sinister. Shimen Lang, incapacitate him. I want him alive. Understood. The martial artist nodded, a glint of mockery in his eyes. I'll grant you a chance. Forfeit your cultivation. If I must intervene, your suffering will be beyond imagination. You overestimate yourself. Lu Xiaoyao interjected, shaking his head before Klaus could finish. Or perhaps you underestimate the resolve of a cultivator. Humph. Even if you are a cultivator, before Master Shimen, you are merely a dog, Klaus retorted arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at the few remaining companions of Lu Xiaoyao. How pitiful you all are. Reduced to such a meager number. Have you even resorted to employing beasts? I am in need of both handmaidens and pets. Capture them all for me, Klaus commanded, raising his hand. Instantly, his subordinates surged forward, targeting Yi Yuyin and the little white tiger. And this cultivator shall be my opponent, Shimen Lang declared, his voice barely settling before he vanished, reappearing directly before Lu Xiaoyao. His speed was unparalleled. The force of his palm was equally astonishing. A tremendous power surged from his hand, ruthlessly aimed at Lu Xiaoyao's chest. This seemingly ordinary strike concealed a torrent of spiritual energy within. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as he perceived the opponent's speed. It was so swift that it left no time for reaction. Instinctively, he raised both arms to shield his chest just as an overwhelming force bore down upon him. This force was imbued with explosive might, and at that moment, spiritual energy erupted forth. Under the ferocity of the assault, Lu Xiaoyao let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying by Shimen Lang's blow. Indeed, a martial artist from the path of origin possessed formidable combat prowess. Just considering the might of that single strike was enough to instill fear. The heavy force rushed at him like a mountain crashing down, extinguishing any spark of resistance. Though Lu Xiaoyao's arms had shielded him from that blow, the numbing sensation coursing through them was far more alarming. As he was propelled backward, Shimen Lang lunged at him once more. In his grasp, a sword gleamed, emanating a resplendent light. The blade, fierce and unyielding, targeted the throat of Lu Xiaoyao directly. In this world, there exist three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. To comprehend the way is to master the second, which is the art of severance. Enduring the tingling numbness in his forearm, Lu Zhaoyu swiftly executed a sweeping motion, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The silver-white aura expanded as it surged forth, its essence remarkably concentrated, resembling a thunderous bolt slicing through the air. Aimed at the advancing Shimin Lang. Using one's hand as a sword is commendable, thought Shimin Lang, his eyes alight with admiration upon witnessing this scene. Were it not for the ancient ties binding their factions, this young prodigy would undoubtedly be a remarkable asset. Yet, as both sides were loyal to their respective masters, if he could not be an ally, he must be vanquished. A flash of sword light flickered as Shimin Lang's long sword emitted a soft hum, cleaving towards the oncoming wave of sword energy. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, and at that moment, spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a tempest that ravaged the surroundings. The sheer force of the clash sent Shimin Lang hurtling backward. Lu Zhaoyu, already in retreat, was further propelled by the shockwave, hastily stabilizing his form before launching himself towards Shimin Lang. In that instant, Shimin Lang, sword in hand, thrust forth a blazing beam of light. "Is this all you can do?" Lu Zhaoyu exclaimed, deftly sidestepping to evade the ferocious strike. The sword light flickered as Shimin Lang stepped through the void, tracing an intricate and arcane trajectory, reappearing beside Lu Zhaoyu. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 beams of light erupted, wreaking havoc around Lu Zhaoyu. The chilling brilliance of the sword, infused with a savage intent, enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, wounds marred Lu Zhaoyu's body, blood seeping forth and staining his garments. Meanwhile, Klaus's subordinates had engaged with Yi Yui and the Little White Tiger. The exchanges were swift and fierce, each side employing their most adept techniques in combat. In Yi Yui's hands, a massive blood-red greatsword danced with ferocity. Yet, against stronger foes, his attacks proved largely ineffective. Though he pressured his adversaries to refrain from retaliation, he was unable to inflict harm in return. One was a cultivator, the other a martial artist, both completely entangling Yi Yui. The situation for the Little White Tiger was equally dire. Surrounded by a martial artist of the Gathering Hua path and 2 cultivators of the Refining Spirit path, their collaboration focused on exhausting the Little White Tiger, avoiding direct confrontation. While the Little White Tiger's cultivation lay within the Refining Spirit path, its actual combat prowess was significantly greater. However, faced with the trio's coordination, it found itself ensnared in a predicament. The current state of affairs was far from optimistic. Although it appeared that both sides were engaged in a mutual exchange, Lu Zhaoyu's team had gradually fallen to the disadvantage. The celestial master of the Chaoyuan path, possessing vast combat experience, was relying solely on his cultivation to impose pressure on Lu Zhaoyu. The disparity in realms and cultivation was exceedingly vast. While Lu Zhaoyu could fend off his opponent, he was utterly powerless to counterattack. The two parties are separated by 2 grand realms, and yet, Lu Zhaoyu manages to hold her ground in combat, which is astonishing in itself. With the cultivation level of the Refining Spirit path, she renders the warriors of the Chaoyuan path helpless, exemplifying what a true cultivator can achieve. This scene, witnessed by Shimin Lang and Klaus, incites in them a profound rage and jealousy. Indeed, cultivators surpass both monks and warriors by a considerable margin. Regrettably, even Klaus has ascended to the realm of gathering splendor, a stage where the foundations of all cultivation have solidified, leaving no room for further transformation. The presence of a mere Refining Spirit path venerable, who remains steadfast despite prolonged assaults, only intensifies Shimin Lang's fury, sharpening his attacks against Lu Zhaoyu. Chapter 94. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. The roar of fury, a tremendous pressure enveloped Lu Zhaoyu, making it difficult for him to breathe. The relentless onslaught from his opponent left no room for respite. Yet, amidst this tempest of attacks, Lu Zhaoyu remained like a fragile boat, rising and falling in the surging waves. As Shimin Lang's assault intensified, Lu Zhaoyu found his defense increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed, like a shooting star, as a projectile hurtled towards Shimin Lang's face. The timing was impeccable. As the gunfire rang out, the bullet had already reached him. With a clang, Shimin Lang's sword was raised to intercept Avril's sniper shot. The blade trembled, radiating a blinding light. Seizing this moment, Lu Zhaoyu swiftly retreated, finally escaping Shimin Lang's grasp and gaining a fleeting breath of relief. Behind him, Klaus raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. He glanced down the mountain and signaled to 2 subordinates, who immediately dashed towards Avril's position. "There is no opportunity," Shimin Lang scoffed, his face contorted in mockery. "One must admit that practitioners are formidable, yet their growth is painfully slow, destined to be eclipsed by the tides of time. In my view, it is not the practitioners who are obsolete, but rather your envy that fuels your disdain for us." Lu Zhaoyu's gaze shifted towards Avril, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Avril's cultivation level was modest. She would likely struggle to navigate the current predicament. Focus on your own safety, Shimin Lang sneered, noting Lu Xiaoyao's concern for others. With your ability to endure for this long, having crossed 2 great realms through the refining divine path, you ought to take pride. Is that so? The radiant sword light surged forth. Imbued with a fierce intent to kill, Lu Xiaoyao leapt into the air once more, executing a hand seal. In this world, there are 3 paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. To comprehend the way, one must cleave the earth. As the seal was unleashed, the ground trembled ominously, and a phantom emerged from within Lu Xiaoyao, mirroring his every gesture with the same hand seal. The seal held forth, and the figure transformed into a sharp beam, charging toward the descending sword light. With a thunderous roar, the brilliance collided with the sword, producing a piercing shriek as it struck. An overwhelming force erupted, embodying the might of the earth, sending Shimin Lang hurtling backward with a jolt. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. Shimin Lang scrutinized Lu Xiaoyao. You are indeed formidable. But if this is all you possess, then your fate is sealed. Before his words could fade, Shimin Lang flicked his sword and lunged forward once more. Having had several of his killing moves thwarted, urgency seeped into Shimin Lang's demeanor. With each passing moment, his dread of practitioners grew. What troubled him most was that Lu Xiaoyao had yet to reach his limit. The sword light blazed, akin to a deluge, becoming increasingly fervent. An endless brilliance surged forth, each wave overpowering the last, rolling in with tumultuous force. The intensity of the sword light had now taken form, resembling a roaring tide. At that moment, Shimin Lang leapt high, launching himself into the fray once again. The sinister intent to kill and the ruthless, fierce attacks have firmly locked onto Lu Xiaoyao. This time, Shimin Lang has shown no mercy, fully unleashing the power of Chaoyuan Dao. As Lu Xiaoyao gazed intently, she beheld the 5-colored divine light emanating from Shimin Lang, augmenting the brilliance of his sword. That was. Upon witnessing the divine light, Lu Xiaoyao felt a shiver run through her. It was the primal force of the 5 elements. The already formidable sword light, now enhanced by this primal energy, possessed the formidable might of the 5 elements. Originating from nature, this primal force resonated with the natural world. Like a tempestuous wave, the sword light, akin to the sword of the 5 elements, swiftly engulfed Lu Xiaoyao. Within the dazzling display, the sword light surged, and the primal force of the 5 elements erupted, forming a terrifying wheel of origin that sliced through everything within its reach. This scene was witnessed only by Klaus, who observed Lu Xiaoyao being consumed by Shimin Lang's sword wave. His earlier fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by a lighter heart. Meanwhile, Yi Yuyan found herself besieged by 2 opponents, a martial artist and a cultivator, their collaboration nearly flawless. Given Yi Yuyan's current abilities, she could barely defend herself, let alone mount a substantial counterattack. Yet even in this dire state, she left the 2 adversaries astonished. Lu Xiaoyao was a practitioner. They had already discerned that. Could this woman also be a practitioner? However, her displayed capabilities bore no resemblance to those of a cultivator, seeming more akin to a martial artist. Yet, her speed surpassed that of the Zen martial Dao. Nevertheless, in their perception, Yi Yuyan's cultivation level indeed aligned with the Zen martial Dao. Perhaps she had undergone an awakening and was an evolver. Yet, such speculation proved unfounded. Her exhibited techniques bore even less resemblance to those of an evolver. Under the relentless assault of the 2, Yi Yuyan gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Confronted by 2 masters of the refining spirit Dao, without the use of blood energy, she was utterly incapable of coping. Besides the disparity in cultivation, there was also a considerable gap in combat experience. These 2 refining spirit Dao experts possessed a wealth of battle experience, while Yi Yuyan lagged significantly in this regard. As the duel progressed, she struggled to hold her ground, her body bearing multiple wounds. However, due to her racial talents, she did not bleed profusely. Her blood remained entirely contained within her body. On the other side, the little white tiger faced an even graver situation. Initially contending with 3 opponents, it now found itself up against 5. The combat prowess of the little white tiger was on par with Lu Xiaoyao. Ordinary cultivators or martial artists were no match for it. This left Klaus with only a single guard by his side. Among the 5 adversaries were a true man of gathering splendor, 2 revered ones of the refining spirit Dao, and 2 masters of the Zen martial Dao, all of whom had overwhelmed the little white tiger, rendering it incapable of retaliation. Its furious roars echoed incessantly. Yet the coordinated efforts of its foes left the little white tiger with no recourse. The opponent's synergy was simply too exceptional. Even with the little white tiger's spiritual awareness, it found itself utterly exhausted, its wounds multiplying and blood staining its fur. Roar! The young white tiger, consumed by an overwhelming fury, raised its neck to the heavens and roared with a voice that resonated throughout the realm. The spiritual energy of the universe surged violently, and torrents of luminous rain cascaded down, enveloping everyone in its radiant embrace. This dazzling deluge, akin to a sword, wielded immense power as it descended like an unstoppable force. Previously, the young white tiger had unleashed this very technique against Lu Xiaoyao. However, at that time, due to its internal injuries, it was effortlessly countered by Lu Xiaoyao. Now, having fully recovered, the internal wounds healed, the radiant rain erupted with unparalleled destructive force. The two masters of Zen martial arts were the first to falter, their bodies drenched in blood as they fled. The remaining three managed to withstand the onslaught, though the two transcendents of the divine refinement path found themselves in a precarious situation. Only the master of the gathering splendor path maintained a composed defense, even daring to charge toward the young white tiger. Yet, at that moment, a roar, even more resounding and powerful, echoed through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 95, The King of Beasts. It is unimaginable that this roar of a tiger reverberates through the heavens and the earth, imbued with the overwhelming aura of a sovereign. Yet this sound does not emanate from the little white tiger, but rather from the distant mountain ranges. The resounding roar instills a chilling dread within the hearts of all, as an icy shiver courses through them. Following this roar, more beastly howls arise in succession, their cacophony rendering it impossible to discern their origins. Yet, even just the howl of a wolf is sufficient to instill fear. Wolves have never been solitary creatures. Now, the howls of wolves accompany the tiger's roar. Could this be a beast tide? But how could this little white tiger, merely a 6th-level extraordinary beast, possess such power? If it could summon a beast tide, would it not have been more advantageous during the tiger-leopard mountain range? What is happening? Klaus's gaze swept around, his expression tinged with trepidation. Yet the source of the tiger's roar was indistinguishable, as if it emanated from all directions. Could it be the king of beasts? Shimin Lang's countenance grew tense as he hurriedly glanced around. Over there, towards the west. Suddenly, the guard behind Klaus widened his eyes in astonishment. Everyone turned to look, only to see a giant eagle upon which stood a white tiger. The white tiger was howling towards the heavens, visible sound waves radiating from its form. As the giant eagle flapped its wings, it appeared to traverse a distance of kilometers in an instant. The white tiger ceased its roar and cast its gaze downward, its piercing eyes brimming with disdain. With a powerful stride, the white tiger leaped forward, arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye. Roar! The white tiger's massive paw swept through the air, sending those who had besieged it flying. The rain of swords that descended upon it left no mark upon its fur. This was the little white tiger's lethal move, one that even the esteemed master of the Gathering of Essence would treat with utmost seriousness. Yet it was effortlessly disregarded by the white tiger. The white tiger was colossal, standing over 10 meters tall and measuring more than 20 meters in length. Simply standing there, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Once the little white tiger escaped, it dashed towards the white tiger, nuzzling against its leg. The white tiger glanced down momentarily, and then a radiant white light enveloped it, causing its form to gradually diminish. As the white light blazed intensely, its brilliance became nearly blinding before finally fading. Within this luminous aura, a man, 2 meters tall, emerged before the crowd. He was robustly built, adorned with a silver mark resembling a king on his head, signifying his identity as the king of beasts. At that moment, a sudden, piercing cry drew everyone's attention away from the man. Amidst Shimin Lang's tumultuous sword waves, Lu Xiaoyao finally broke free. Lu Xiaoyao's entire being shimmered with ethereal light, gripping a scythe tightly in hand, as she swiftly severed Shimin Lang's ultimate technique. The sword waves formed from the 5 elemental origins could not withstand the hope-bringing scythe. The blade of the scythe was extraordinarily sharp, cleaving through the sword waves, and surged directly towards Shimin Lang's true form. What? How could this be possible? At this moment, Shimin Lang's gaze was filled with horror and disbelief. The sword technique he had just employed was his ultimate move, yet it had failed to incapacitate Lu Xiaoyao. In his astonishment, Shimin Lang swiftly retreated to evade the scythe wielded by Lu Xiaoyao. However, he was ultimately a fraction too slow, and the blade grazed his shoulder. Blood streamed from the wound, soaking his martial attire. It was at this moment that Shimin Lang's attention shifted to another figure. As he beheld the man who had transformed into a white tiger, a deeper sense of trepidation filled his heart. Compared to Lu Xiaoyao, this anthropomorphic white tiger exuded a far greater danger. Moreover, this formidable creature was summoned by the little white tiger, Lu Xiaoyao, brandishing the phantasm of her scythe, intended to pursue Shimin Lang, but was struck by an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the surroundings. A heavy pressure caused Lu Xiaoyao to furrow her brow, recalling a peculiar roar of a tiger she had seemingly heard moments before. As her gaze shifted, she noticed the man standing beside the little white tiger. It was a reunion. The white tiger narrowed its eyes, revealing a chilling glint, having grown considerably. You are. Lu Xiaoyu blinked, appraising the man. and an odd thought arose within her mind. You are that 8th-tier exotic beast? It was a most peculiar sensation, although she could not discern much. The notion abruptly materialized in her mind, affirming that this man was indeed the manifestation of the white tiger. While Lu Xiaoyao felt no particular emotion upon realizing the identity of the white tiger, both Kolausi and Shi Minlang felt a weight in their hearts. An 8th-tier exotic beast. This nearly signified invincibility, as no one could rival him. Furthermore, an increasing number of exotic beasts were appearing on the surrounding peaks. The sky was filled with various flying exotic creatures, covering the heavens. This boundless army of exotic beasts was summoned by the man before them, the veritable king of beasts. Sensing the man's lack of benevolence, Lu Xiaoyao understood the reason for his arrival. I have been taking good care of your daughter. Lu Xiaoyao uttered this statement, yet it felt strangely surreal. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes falling upon the little white tiger. A human and a beast? Was that a female tiger? Vivid imaginations began to blossom in the minds of the uninformed spectators. Daughter? The man blinked, looking down at the white tiger. Before shaking his head and responding, she is my sister, not my daughter. The little white tiger glared furiously, barking at Lu Xiaoyao as if attempting to convey something. However, Lu Xiaoyao could not comprehend her cries. My sister is calling you a scoundrel. The man's gaze shifted, cold light gleaming in his eyes. You are quite noisy. Upon uttering these words, he waved his hand lightly, and the two assailants targeting Yi Yuyan were sent flying with great force. Meanwhile, those pursuing Avril were also struck down into the ground by the man's unseen blow. This display of power left everyone in stunned silence. Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of amusement as she scrutinized the man with thoughtful intrigue. Are you here to assist them? As the commander of an army, even in the face of formidable opponents, Klaus stepped forward. Who are you? The man cast a fleeting glance at Klaus. Captain Klaus, under the command of General Kulai. Upon hearing this, the man pondered momentarily before shaking his head, indicating he was unfamiliar, but added, I am only here to find my sister. This statement eased Klaus's tension. As long as he was not there to aid the White Tiger City, it was acceptable. If that formidable 8th-level White Tiger were present, they would have no chance of advancing towards White Tiger City, nor even to the base. The man's gaze shifted to the little white tiger, and he reached out to stroke its head, yet his attention soon turned to Lu Xiaoyao. Boy, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? What explanation do you seek? Lu Xiaoyao dissipated the Zen martial imagery, yet vigilance surged within him. I entered your territory because I was being hunted by them. As for the little white tiger, it's merely a coincidence. Your explanation is unacceptable, the man countered, shaking his head as he looked back at Klaus. I, too, require an explanation. Chapter 96, Unleashing Brilliance. Klaus, who was feeling somewhat relieved, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the man's question. The prowess of an 8th-level beast corresponds to the cultivation realm of a practitioner at the Chaoyuan stage. Yet even among those at the Chaoyuan level, 3 or 5 individuals would find it challenging to contend with an 8th-level beast. The disparity in strength between present-day cultivators and martial artists is even more pronounced. Even a dozen individuals might struggle against the formidable white tiger before them. If this 8th-level white tiger truly desired to confront them, they would likely have no chance to escape. Moreover, the surroundings were teeming with beasts, both above and below, rendering any hope of flight futile. However, what explanation could they possibly offer now? This 8th-level white tiger could already transform into human form, a testament to its supreme realm and formidable cultivation, leaving almost no one present capable of standing against it. Even Klaus found himself at a loss for words. Their subordinate had injured the young white tiger, but the 8th-level white tiger had witnessed it firsthand. We assumed your sister was with them. Oh, is that your justification for injuring my sister? Before Klaus could complete his sentence, the man interrupted, casting a cold glance at the group and stating, if that is the case, then according to your words, I shall not spare them for injuring my sister. As soon as he finished speaking, the man flicked his hand, unleashing a fierce force that instantaneously struck the few experts who had attacked the young white tiger. With a series of dull thuds, 5 individuals suffered fatal wounds. Each punctured through the chest, their bodies rendered entirely transparent from front to back. A practitioner of the Gathering Radiance stage, 2 of the Refinement Spirit stage, and 2 of the Zen Martial stage were all effortlessly dispatched by the man, having shown no resistance whatsoever. The ease with which he eliminated them was akin to slaughtering livestock, no different from crushing an ant. This gruesome scene left everyone in shock. The strength of the 8th-level white tiger was despairingly formidable. To bully my sister, the only outcome is death, the man declared with a fierce tone, his gaze then shifting to Lu Xiaoyao, as if speaking directly to him. Haven't you finished your battle yet? Oh well, At this moment, Klaus had lost all his previous bravado, The strongest Chao Yuan level martial artist by his side matched the tiger's realm, but in terms of combat capability, even 10 would not suffice to face the beast. The power levels of the beasts are established according to ancient standards of practitioner cultivation, and present-day martial artists and cultivators are significantly inferior. In most cases, practitioners struggle to contend with beasts, often only able to ensure their own survival. I am quite reasonable. Since you have yet to determine a victor, continue your battle, the man stated, leading the young white tiger to a nearby peak, showing no intention of departing. Did this tiger intend to reap the benefits of their conflict? Casting a glance at the two white tigers, Lu Xiaoyao redirected his focus to the Chao Yuan level martial artists. Upon reaching the realm of the Tao of morning origin, one is able to perceive the forces of heaven and earth, harnessing the primal energies of the universe. Hence the title of Celestial Master. Among the attributes constituting these primal energies lies the power of the 5 elements. Humans possess 5 organs, encapsulating 5 energies that correspond to these elements, making it one of the most accessible methods for cultivators to sense the might of the cosmos. In the presence of a celestial master of the Tao of morning origin, Lu Xiaoyao found herself at a disadvantage in terms of realm and mystical prowess. Moreover, the spectacle of a battle observed by myriad beasts felt utterly peculiar, reminiscent of ancient human gladiatorial arenas, where the spectators were transformed into beasts while the combatants remained human. Yet, allowing Klaus to escape left her feeling quite unsatisfied. With a sweeping gaze around her, Lu Xiaoyao resolved her thoughts. The Tiger King was indeed more amenable, unlike Klaus, with whom a life-and-death struggle had ensued. Her hands glimmered faintly with spiritual light, then came together before her chest, revealing the scythe of Zen martial embodiment, which immediately radiated with brilliance. The first technique of the scythe, reaping hope, a dazzling radiance burst forth, its intensity akin to the blazing sun. The scythe cut through the air, its formidable power manifesting as a terrifying and enigmatic force descended upon the warrior. Sensing an overwhelming energy suddenly materializing before him, the warrior raised his long sword in defense. In the next instant, the blade of the scythe cleaved downward. This force was gentle yet tyrannical, clear yet elusive, rendering it utterly ungraspable. Unable to track the scythe's trajectory, the warrior could only unleash a flurry of sword light in an attempt to deflect Lu Xiaoyao's strike. Yet, it was ultimately a moment too late. The scythe, ablaze with brilliance, viciously descended upon the warrior's head. Blood erupted forth as the warrior was cleaved in two, his innards spilling into the abyss below. The stench of blood permeated the air, staining the grass with a vivid crimson. How could this be? Klaus's pupils constricted in horror as he gazed at Lu Xiaoyao. One strike? Just a single strike, and a celestial master of the Tao of morning origin was annihilated? As he watched the lifeless body plummet, a chill coursed through Klaus. What manner of opponent possessed the capacity to eliminate a celestial master in an instant? Presently, Lu Xiaoyao, merely a practitioner of the refining spirit Tao, exhibited such monstrous prowess. Should she continue to grow, who in this realm could stand against her? On a peak above, a man seated with the little white tiger on a branch witnessed Lu Xiaoyao unleash her might. The Zen martial embodiment indeed granted immense augmentation. Yet such terrifying power was exceedingly rare. The celestial master of the Tao of morning origin had been felled by a single scythe stroke? In a fleeting moment, Klaus was momentarily stunned, only to awaken to a profound despair the next. What was once a seemingly secure situation had crumbled, leaving him to confront the specter of death. The scythe's lethal arc not only dispatched the warrior, but also stirred a fierce wind that returned the longsword to Lu Xiaoyao's grasp. Pointing it menacingly at Klaus, she declared, "Make your move." As the words fell, Lu Xiaoyao sprang into action, swiftly positioning herself before Klaus. Beside her, Yi Yuyan also moved with remarkable speed, following Lu Xiaoyao into the fray. A colossal blood-red sword cleaved through the air, leaving a striking crimson trail as it descended upon Klaus. Lu Xiaoyao's strike was executed with such swiftness that she held nothing back, unleashing her full might and velocity. Caught in the crossfire of their assault, Klaus was forced to retreat repeatedly. The few remaining guards, poised to assist, were met with sudden demise as a bullet pierced their foreheads, sending their bodies plummeting from the heights. In the distance, Avril also joined the fray. Although Klaus possessed formidable cultivation and had reached the realm of spirit refinement, his practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. Under the combined onslaught of Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan, he soon found himself overwhelmed and unable to cope. Ultimately, with a decisive thrust, Lu Xiaoyao disarmed Klaus, sending his weapon flying. Meanwhile, Yi Yuyan's heavy sword swept in from the side, striking the spine of Klaus's back. With a spurt of blood, Klaus weakened, succumbing to Lu Xiaoyao's grasp as she sealed his dantian. Chapter 97, Beast Tide. The transaction in the sky. Ripples danced as a figure materialized. The white tiger's siblings, having just landed upon the peak, reappeared beside Lu Xiaoyao. It seems I have underestimated you. The man assessed Lu Xiaoyao, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuyan, revealing a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Your scent feels somewhat familiar, as if we have crossed paths before. Upon hearing the man's words, Yi Yuyan remained unresponsive, while Lu Xiaoyao rolled her eyes in disbelief, taken aback that even the Tiger King would engage in small talk. However, the man furrowed his brow, choosing not to delve deeper. He turned to Klaus, stating, Your affair ends here, and our debts must be settled. Do you think that bullying my sister will suffice? What more do you intend to do? At this moment, Klaus found himself with his dantian sealed, devoid of all cultivation, held aloft by Lu Xiaoyao. Your 100,000 troops shall rot within the Tiger Leopard Mountains. The man's gaze flickered with ferocity as he threw back his head and roared. The creatures hovering in the skies and gathering on the surrounding mountains immediately surged towards the Tiger Leopard Mountains. Countless beasts thundered forward, obscuring the heavens and blanketing the earth. Lu Xiaoyao gazed into the distance, unable to discern the end of the throng. Just how many beasts are there? Observing the frenzied stampede of the creatures, Lu Xiaoyao's expression shifted dramatically as she called down to AI Wei Air. Hurry, notify ISA and Zheng Jing to retreat at once, back to the Swallowing Tiger Pass. Do you think retreating to the Swallowing Tiger Pass will spare you? The man sneered with an air of malevolence, turning to Lu Xiaoyao. Humph. This is the price to pay. You cannot do this. Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened. Her weapon, a Zen martial artifact, raised slightly. What? The man mocked, glancing at Lu Xiaoyao's hand. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? It would be foolish to tell you that I have broken through. I have now reached the 9th level, the so-called realm of the void harmonization path for cultivators like you. What? Lu Xiaoyao felt a chill in her heart. If even the 8th level posed a challenge, the 9th level offered little hope for victory. The man before her was an insurmountable mountain, a presence that could not be surpassed in the near term. Ow! At that moment, the little white tiger approached, raising its snowy paw to pat the man's leg. Oh! The man looked down, fixing his gaze on the little white tiger, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyao could not comprehend the little white tiger's cry, uncertain of its words. Yet, observing the man's expression, it seemed the situation had taken a turn. In that case, the man furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Xiaoyao, and spoke nonchalantly. Since you have healed it, and it has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare you this once. A 9th level white tiger at the void harmonization realm is indeed a formidable existence. Should he refuse to comply, Lu Xiaoyao would be powerless. Fortunately, she had not treated the little white tiger poorly during this time, and it proved invaluable at this critical moment. However, before Lu Xiaoyao could breathe a sigh of relief, the man abruptly shifted his tone. Nevertheless, I have a proposition for you. You must agree, whether you wish to or not. What sort of transaction? Although the man's words were domineering, Lu Xiaoyao did not immediately retort. His strength was evident. Resistance would be futile. Lu Xiaoyao could confront him, but what of the nearly 200 million innocent souls in Hubei City? It was beyond Lu Xiaoyao's principles to allow the innocent to suffer due to his own obstinacy. He firmly believed that, given the man's disposition, rallying the beast horde to besiege a city was not mere rhetoric. Furthermore, for those otherworldly beasts, the Tonghu Pass was merely a facade. Could he truly command the beasts of the Tiger Leopard Mountain Range? Lu Xiaoyao felt a twinge of doubt. The man's territory did not extend here. Yet he could still make the beasts heed his command. Within the Tiger Leopard Mountain Range, there existed over a dozen 8th level beasts. The man, with a sinister smile, regarded Lu Xiaoyao and inquired, Would you like to test that? No need. Lu Xiaoyao sighed lightly. In such matters, it was far wiser to believe in their existence than to dismiss them. He had neither the position to take such risks nor the right to experiment with the lives of countless individuals to ascertain the veracity of the man's claims. Redirecting the conversation, Lu Xiaoyao cautiously asked, What kind of deal do you propose? I have a matter to attend to and must depart. The Tiger Hill Ridge shall be left to you. The man replied, patting the small white tiger. Thus, I hope you can assist me. Assist? Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback by the man's sudden politeness after such earlier arrogance. As for Tiger Hill Ridge, it was likely the mountain range where the 6th level energy mine had been discovered. In exchange, my Beast Legion can safeguard Hubei City for you. What do you think? The man appeared to possess a clear understanding of the situation in Haizhou. With the region in disarray, turmoil was undoubtedly imminent. Not only Haizhou, but also the vast expanse of Xinzhou would descend into chaos. A refuge would be of paramount importance for you. Whether you seek to maintain a humble existence or aspire to conquer the world. Conquer the world? I harbor no such ambitions, Lu Xiaoyao replied with a wry smile. The issue lies in whether you can leave it here and trust me. With my beast legion present, what is there to fear? The man chuckled derisively, his gaze filled with disdain. I merely wish to see how far you can go. It's not a matter of necessity for you. Your words are quite hurtful. Lu Xiaoyao pondered, knowing that now that Klaus had been dealt with, news would soon reach his uncle, Cole. As one of the 28 generals of the Zhongzhou, Cole would undoubtedly prove far more troublesome than Klaus. If he could secure the assistance of the Beast Legion, Hubao City would surely be much safer. However, the Tiger Leopard Mountain Range and Tiger Hill Ridge were indeed quite distant from one another. It seemed that distant waters could not quench nearby thirst. Isn't Tiger Hill Ridge quite far away? Lu Xiaoyao hesitantly posed the question. The man, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly and sighed. You truly lack ambition. Why not expand your territory to include Tiger Hill Ridge as well? In truth, the Tiger Leopard Mountain Range and Tiger Hill Ridge form a complete mountain range. The Tiger Leopard Mountain Range serves as the head and arms, while Tiger Hill Ridge constitutes the waist and hips. Is there not a considerable distance between them? Lu Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. Distance has always posed a dilemma. In the present chaos of Hubei City, how could one possibly attend to healing? It all hinges on your resolve. Casting a deep glance at Lu Xiaoyao, the man gently shook his head, for turmoil in the realm is imminent. In times of upheaval, heroes emerge. Yet they either become buried beneath the dust or suspended like a bright moon in the vast sky. Do not frighten me. Such rhetoric is not unfamiliar to Lu Xiaoyao, and indeed, the situation in Haizhou suggests the seeds of chaos are beginning to sprout. I ask you but one question. Will you consent or will you not? The man's gaze turned towards the distance, his eyes reflecting a profound concern. Chapter 98. Reinforcements to Hubei City. The assault commences. The motorcycle sped back, its occupants enveloped in a profound silence. Surrounding the vehicle, several exotic avian creatures hovered nearby, tasked with escorting the little white tiger. Gazing into the distance, the sky was darkened by an array of strange birds, while the hills were alive with the presence of fantastical beasts. Klaus's army of 100,000 ultimately faced annihilation amidst this tumultuous tide of creatures. Without a unified command structure, the scattered encampments, disrupted by the chaos of the attack, found it nearly impossible to establish an effective defense against the onslaught. Moreover, the surge of beasts arrived with alarming suddenness, and the cause of this unprecedented upheaval remained a mystery. The battleground extended both above and below, engulfing all in conflict. However, against the relentless tide of extraordinary beasts, even the most advanced weaponry of the 100,000-strong army proved futile. The ferocity of the battle was harrowing for Lu Xiaoyao. It was almost unbearable to witness. Though an adversary, wishing for their demise, a part of her empathized. After all, they were lives being extinguished. Yet, faced with the outbreak of the beast tide, Lu Xiaoyao found herself powerless to intervene. In the face of such overwhelming ferocity, humanity remained ultimately vulnerable. Despite its command of superlative technology, Yisha and Zheng Jing, alerted by Lu Xiaoyao's warning, had retreated to the mouth of the tiger. Shortly after their return, they beheld a multitude of beasts surging forth from the mountains. The sight was both infinite and terrifying. Though dawn had broken, a dense pall of dread hung over every heart, suffocating and oppressive. The stationed troops at the mouth of the tiger had activated their protective energy shields to the fullest, enveloping the entire area in a secure cocoon. Upon their return, Lu Xiaoyao and her companions found Yisha, Su Yingbei, Ai Linlin, and Zheng Jing vigilantly observing from the city gates. The motorcycle, under the guardianship of the exotic birds, returned safely to the outer gate without encountering any attacks. The nature of this beast tide was perplexing. It had been ages since such a massive surge had occurred. The military commander wore a worried expression, fearing that should the tide surge towards the city gates, it could wreak catastrophic destruction. Do not concern yourselves. Carry on with your tasks as usual. Lu Xiaoyao reassured everyone before seeking out Zheng Jing to inquire about the situation in Hubei City. Following a series of events, Klaus's once formidable army no longer posed a threat, and once the beast tide subsided, they could seize a wealth of advanced technology from the remnants. One might say that the 9th-tier white tiger had delivered a most generous gift. Furthermore, with the little white tiger present, the beasts of the Hubei mountain range and Tiger Hill were largely within manageable bounds. This would undoubtedly have an immeasurable impact on the future development of Hubei City. However, the situation was dire elsewhere. A fully assembled fleet had been dispatched by Klaus, deploying all available warships. Zheng Jing sighed, expressing his concerns. It is no wonder we have only seen a single battleship here. My father has engaged them, but the disparity in equipment is too great. Then let us provide assistance, Lu Xiaoyao nodded, curiously inquiring. Does Hubei City not possess a fleet? There is one, but its capabilities and equipment are severely lacking, and it has already suffered significant losses. The military leader displayed a bitter expression. his gaze fixed on the base vehicle, fearing that it would fall upon them to take action. At that moment, Isha approached the group and announced, "The base vehicle has been fully replenished. We can return now. Can that battleship still be utilized?" The combat prowess exhibited by the battleship was an experience that Lu Xiaoyao had felt firsthand. Just one vessel was capable of suppressing over 100 ground-armored vehicles. Its firepower formidable to an alarming degree. The power system was severely damaged and could not be repaired in the short term. Furthermore, their technological level was far too advanced, and the precision of their equipment was exceedingly complex. It would be quite challenging for our technical means to restore the battleship's combat capability in a limited time frame. The military leader was well versed in these non-combat matters and provided the necessary explanations to Lu Xiaoyao and the others. "No need to rush." Patting the military leader's shoulder, Lu Xiaoyao smiled and inquired, "I still do not know your name." "My surname is Xia Dongyao." "All right, military leader Xia Dongyao. The task of securing the tiger's mouth is entrusted to you. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power and will not fail in my mission." The military leader replied with a solemn expression, saluting. After making some arrangements regarding the affairs of the tiger's mouth, the group boarded the base vehicle. The time jump was about to commence, with a countdown of 30 seconds. The base vehicle ascended into the sky, evading the tiger's mouth's encampment, stirring a tumult of temporal currents as it hastened toward Tiger's Embrace City. At this moment, much of Tiger's Embrace City had fallen, with only a small portion still under the control of the station troops. Most of the city's defensive structures had suffered significant damage. However, the station forces throughout the city had not been entirely obliterated, as the majority retained their complete organizational structure. Despite the fleet's vast size, their total number was limited, rendering them incapable of dividing their forces to control Tiger's Embrace City or pursuing the city as defenders. The station troops within the city, aside from the destroyed fortifications, had not suffered severe personnel losses. Conversely, the army gathered from the towns under Tiger's Embrace's jurisdiction could not compare in terms of equipment. Their inadequate and insufficient armaments rendered the entire army incapable of delivering a formidable strike against the enemy fleet. Currently, Lei Jinting had established a rudimentary defensive line with only a limited amount of equipment to fend off the enemy fleet's final assault. However, under the enemy's overwhelming firepower, Lei Jinting sustained significant losses and the defense line was in jeopardy. Should the enemy fleet launch another attack, this line would have to be abandoned. Yet, since last night, the enemy fleet had remained stationed at a distance, showing no intent to advance. Moreover, having recently contacted Zheng Jing, they had learned of the situation at Tiger's Mouth. Based on this crucial information, Lei Jinting keenly realized that the enemy fleet might be contemplating a retreat. Without the support of 100,000 troops and failing to breach Tiger's Mouth swiftly, this fleet's ambush would lose all significance. The enemy fleet had inflicted tremendous damage upon Tiger's Embrace City, resulting in numerous casualties among both military personnel and civilians. Now, with the possibility of retreat looming, Lei Jinting was determined not to let them achieve their aim. The transition from defense to offense had already been initiated with a series of commands issued. Despite the lingering doubts within the ranks of the military, all dissenting voices were swiftly quelled by Lei Jinting. The full-scale counteroffensive was poised to commence. The units still in communication had already received Lei Jinting's orders. Above, in the vast expanse of the sky, ripples in the fabric of space and time unfurled as the base vehicles materialized from the temporal rift. This unusual fluctuation in the continuum soon captured the attention of both the attacking and defending forces. The offensive began. Lei Jinting also noticed the base vehicles and simultaneously issued the command to attack. In an instant, all fighter jets, aircraft, and armed fleets surged towards the enemy armada. On the ground, the air defense units, anti-aircraft vehicles, and mobile defense systems launched their assaults against the enemy fleet. Chapter 99, Annihilation. Not a single one shall escape. The long-suffering garrison of Hubao City ignited with fervor the moment they received the order to attack. As if their very blood had been set ablaze, they surged forth, fueled by an overwhelming rage, launching a frenzied counter-offensive against the enemy. From all directions, thousands of fighter jets and aerial vehicles converged upon the enemy fleet. Meanwhile, the ground-based air defense systems sprang into action, unleashing their firepower to shield the approaching air force. Countless luminous projectiles illuminated the sky, trailing fiery tails as they were launched towards the enemy fleet. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed incessantly. The fighter jets and aerial vehicles soared through the heavens, and as they neared their firing range, they began to blanket the enemy with suppressive fire. Yet, the enemy fleet reacted swiftly. The warships expanded their defensive shields instantaneously, absorbing the onslaught akin to a meteor shower. The projectiles and beams incessantly battered against the protective barriers, Yet they failed to penetrate the warship's defenses. The intensity was overwhelming, and the resilience of the energy particle structure rendered our firepower ineffectual. Lieutenant Lei Jinting scrutinized the screen displaying real-time battle footage. Despite unleashing their full firepower, they lacked the destructive capability to breach the enemy's defenses. It was time for them to take action. Lei Jinting had anticipated this scenario, although they could not dismantle the enemy fleet's energy shields. The main cannon mounted on the base vehicle could accomplish the task. Calling Base Vehicle 01, this is Military Chief Lei Jinting of Hubei City. Grasping the communicator, Lei Jinting directed his gaze toward the base vehicle. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao and her companions, who had just arrived, received a communication request from Lei Jinting. Upon establishing contact, Lei Jinting issued his request. Military Chief Lei, rest assured, the main cannon of the base vehicle has completed its warm-up. The current commander of the base vehicle, now appointed as AI Lin Lin, was the one to relay this information. After informing Lei Jinting, he proceeded to issue commands. Maneuvering the fighter jets away from the direction of the base vehicle to prevent any accidental friendly fire during the cannon's activation. Commander AI, I request permission to fire. When Lei Jinting received confirmation, AI Lin Lin promptly issued the directive. AI Weir, lock onto the target. Enemy fleet, flagship battleship, fire. AI Weir echoed the command. Flagship battleship. Main cannon, fire. Firing. Boom. The main cannon of the base vehicle erupted with a thunderous roar, causing the entire vehicle to tremble. The formidable force of the cannon, imbued with terrifying might, barreled towards the flagship of the enemy fleet. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the energy shield of the enemy flagship was shattered in an instant. The moment the shield vanished, a torrent of firepower surged toward the flagship. Yet, at that critical juncture, two escort ships suddenly intervened, positioning themselves to shield the flagship from harm. The defensive shields of the escort vessels absorbed all incoming attacks. Following this wave of assault, there were no tangible results to speak of. The main cannon of the base vehicle had merely dismantled the enemy flagship's protective barrier. Damn it! Closely monitoring the battlefield, Lei Jinting was suddenly infuriated, exclaiming in frustration that their reaction speed was astonishingly swift and their coordination impeccable. What shall we do? The aide inquired. Brow furrowed and visibly anxious. If this continues, we will be powerless against them. If they wish to retreat, we cannot hinder them. Cannot hinder? Lei Jinting ground his teeth, slamming his palm on the table. Even if we cannot stop them, we must try. With that, he seized the communicator and contacted the command vehicle, inquiring if there was a solution. At that moment, the enemy fleet launched its counterattack, unleashing a torrent of cannon fire directed at the surrounding air force. In the face of the enemy's fierce retaliation, significant losses ensued. Numerous fighter jets suffered damage to their defenses, plummeting earthward, while many aircraft were engulfed in flames. The disparity in strength displayed by both sides was stark. Witnessing this scene, Lei Jinting's eyes turned crimson, his tone growing increasingly fierce. The command vehicle was acutely aware of the enemy's every move. The emergence of the escort ships was an unforeseen development for all. Not only did Lu Xiaoyao struggle to comprehend such warfare, even the likes of Isha and AI Lin Lin were not well versed in it. There was no choice but to continue the assault. AI Lin Lin felt equally helpless, astonished by the enemy's rapid response and agility. The flagship is attempting to escape. The group turned their gaze to the screen, where the real-time footage clearly displayed the enemy flagship retreating swiftly, aiming to break away from the entire fleet. Moreover, while counterattacking, the fleet was advancing toward the sea. We must annihilate them. Not a single one must escape. With eyes wide open, Lei Jinting strode out of the command room and boarded an airship. Ascending into the sky, he pursued the direction of the enemy fleet. Meanwhile, the command vehicle, sensing the enemy's intentions, swiftly initiated action. Several main cannons illuminated simultaneously, launching an assault in the next instant. The main cannon's energy projectiles soared forth like shooting stars, striking the hull of the enemy ships. The protective shields of the escort vessels were shattered by the energy blasts, rendering them defenseless. Surrounding aircraft immediately surged forward to unleash a fierce barrage. The command vehicle reactivated, deploying its defensive shield as it chased after the enemy fleet. Activating the base's artillery, they sought to cover the enemy's retreat, ensuring they could not escape. Observing the footage on the screen, AI Lin Lin issued another command. All artillery on the command vehicle was engaged, unleashing a barrage of firepower to engage the enemy fleet. With the command vehicle support, a significant portion of the enemy's fire was absorbed, allowing Allied forces to approach the enemy ships with greater ease. Devoid of protective shields, the enemy vessels could no longer withstand the energy projectiles. In scarcely a moment, two escort ships sustained severe damage, trailing thick plumes of smoke as they plummeted toward the ground. Through the communicator, Lei Jinting's voice resonated, declaring that this fleet must not be spared. They were to be completely eradicated without hesitation. Receiving Lei Jinting's orders, AI Linlin immediately unleashed her full might, activating all main cannons to obliterate their defenses. Under the support of the base's formidable firepower, the enemy fleet's defensive system was swiftly dismantled, devoid of the robust energy shields. This once mighty fleet suffered devastating blows under the relentless assault of the defenders of Tiger Hold City. Vessels plummeted from the skies, while numerous smaller ships disintegrated into fragments mid-air. The ground troops promptly initiated operations to apprehend the enemy personnel aboard the vessels. Following this command, the garrison of Tiger Hold City rushed to the battlefield. A vast encirclement had formed, completely trapping the enemy within the confines of Tiger Hold City. The infantry, shielded by armored vehicles and tanks, began to hunt down the fleeing crew members of the fallen ships. The forces of Tiger Hold City were fully mobilized, with many requisitioned civilian airships and vehicles carrying a multitude of soldiers and robots into action. This isolated naval force, having ventured deep into hostile territory, was now on the brink of annihilation amidst the resounding counteroffensive of Tiger Hold City. Chapter 100, Resounding Victory. The final battle indeed. The enemy fleet was equipped with superior technology. However, having lost the advantages of time, terrain, and morale, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. As the base vehicle advanced, the edge provided by their equipment began to wane. Confronted by the relentless assault of Tiger Embrace City, the entire fleet was ensnared in a quagmire. The counterattack from Tiger Embrace City was both resolute and powerful. Each soldier was ablaze with fury, launching frenzied assaults against the adversary. The flames of vengeance had consumed the entirety of the enemy fleet. The base vehicle ascended into the sky, speeding toward the ocean, intercepting the enemy flagship just as it contemplated retreat. The formidable firepower of the main cannon obliterated the flagship's primary weapon. Deprived of its main cannon, the flagship's remaining artillery was utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon the base vehicle. Amidst the heavy encirclement by Tiger Embrace City, the enemy fleet found itself in dire straits. Surrender! The thunderous roar of the pursuing vehicle resonated through the air. The flagship's hatch opened, and the captain emerged, surveying his surroundings with a faint smile. Alas, I never anticipated that we would fall to Tiger Embrace City. With a profound gaze, the captain addressed the base vehicle, saying, "Who is Lu Xiaoyao? I am eager to make your acquaintance." Within the base vehicle, all eyes shifted toward Lu Xiaoyao. Open the door. Lu Xiaoyao turned and strode toward the gate of the base vehicle. "I will accompany you," Zheng Jing remarked as he hurried to catch up. "Oh, I am further astonished to find you so youthful," the captain responded with surprise, nodding in acknowledgement. "The younger generation is formidable. I have no regrets." "Aren't you curious about me?" Zhang Jing expressed his dissatisfaction upon noticing the captain's indifference. "Who are you?" the captain inquired, taken aback. "Zhang Jing," he retorted with irritation. "I commanded the battle at Tiger's Mouth." "Ah, I see," the captain replied with a smile. "You are not my match. Best step aside." "Hey, how can you speak to me like that? Do you consider yourself formidable? Be cautious of my—" "Let Lu Xiaoyao handle this," he conceded, feeling incensed by the captain's dismissiveness. Before Zhang Jing could finish his retort, the captain unleashed his aura, revealing the formidable prowess of a Taoist master of the Chaoyuan sect. The captain's gaze returned to Lu Xiaoyao, his expression growing fervent. "I have heard that it was you who dispatched Wu Taiming. Who is Wu Taiming?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. "The Taoist master? Alas, it seems we are but mere specks of dust. Once we perish, no one will remember us," the captain lamented, simultaneously unfurling his palm. Within his grasp, a radiant light blossomed, revealing a delicate flying sword. This captain was indeed a practitioner of the Chaoyuan Dao. Is there still a need to fight? Lei Jinting also disembarked from the vehicle, startled by the captain's cultivation level. He had not anticipated that Klaus's army would possess two Taoist masters of the Chaoyuan sect. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoyao and the base vehicle, Tiger Embrace City would have been nearly defenseless against Klaus's 100,000-strong army. Moreover, they also possessed two formidable warriors from the Chaoyuan Dao. The annihilation of Klaus's army of 100,000 was undoubtedly a result of luck and sheer chance. Indeed, there was no need for further combat. The captain fell into a moment of silence, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh before slowly uttering, "We surrender." With these words, the captain suddenly raised his hand. Launching the flying sword, he held towards Lu Xiaoyao. The intense sword light resembled a silken ribbon, swiftly closing the distance and reaching Lu Xiaoyao. The overwhelming force was akin to a mountain collapsing. A terrifying pressure rippled through the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This scene left all spectators in utter astonishment. The sword light, flashing like lightning, traversed over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, striking towards Lu Xiaoyao. Positioned before the base vehicle, Such a dreadfully powerful sword attack was inescapable for anyone. What appeared to be an ordinary strike had drawn upon the forces of heaven and earth, surging forth like an unending tempest. The sword light, like a dragon emerging from the waters, instantaneously engulfed Lu Xiaoyao. How could this be? Witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's figure swallowed by the sword light, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. How could this happen? No, it cannot be. Little Lu would not come to harm. Avril murmured that warrior's sword light had previously engulfed him, yet he remained unscathed. But this time, the sword light swept past with ferocity, crashing into the base vehicle. The energy shield of the vehicle dimmed instantly and then shattered. The intense sword light struck the vehicle, leaving behind a massive scar. The entire structure of the base vehicle trembled as a result. This sword strike was utterly terrifying. Lei Jinting gazed upon the scar on the base vehicle, his eyes betraying a look of fear. Indeed, a celestial-level warrior was remarkably formidable. But what of Lu Xiaoyao? Could it be that he truly could not withstand this strike and was reduced to dust by the captain's attack? Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Lu Xiaoyao's attire had transformed into that of a beggar, yet he held Wu Taiming's sword firmly in his hand. The blade rested upon the captain's shoulder. Turning his gaze towards the base vehicle, Lu Xiaoyao marveled at the sheer power of the blow that had been amassed. The body of the base vehicle had been completely sliced through, revealing the inner cables, with sparks of electricity dancing about. I have indeed been bested. The captain blinked in astonishment as he regarded Lu Xiaoyao, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Should I kill you, or should I spare you? Lu Xiaoyao's expression was icy. If I were to assert that my survival would be of greater utility to you, would you let me go? The captain sighed, despair evident in his gaze. Why not? Lu Xiaoyao raised his palm and forcefully struck the captain's abdomen, a surge of spiritual energy flooding in to seal the captain's dantian. After sealing the captain's dantian, Lu Xiaoyao delivered a powerful kick, sending him towards Lei Jinting. He is yours now. Very well, rest assured. Lei Jinting extended his hand, grasping the captain firmly. In that moment, Lei Jinting felt a wave of emotion. Here was a celestial master, and the fate of life and death lay within his grasp. The one who accomplished all of this was indeed that young lad. Is it truly the case that the strength of cultivators surpasses that of martial artists and practitioners to such an extent? With the surrender of the captain, the enemy fleet ceased its resistance. Klaus's formidable army of 100,000 surged forth, yet within a mere few days, they were utterly annihilated moreover. The manner of their defeat was nothing short of bizarre. At present, only the term bizarre can aptly describe the rout of the 100,000 troops. The tale of 300 elite soldiers vanquishing a myriad of adversaries, the legendary exploits of Lu Xiaoyao, swiftly began to circulate throughout the towns of Tiger Hold City. The name Lu Xiaoyao now symbolizes a new legend, much celebrated by the populace. Although the crisis has been averted, the defensive system of Tiger Hold City has suffered extensive damage. Reconstructing Tiger Hold City has become an urgent priority. Furthermore, with the downfall of numerous officials, the City Affairs Bureau of Tiger Hold City also requires a complete reorganization. Chapter 101. A new beginning. The greatest crisis facing the base vehicle was the relentless pursuit by Klaus and his 100,000-strong army. However, thanks to the strategic stronghold of Tiger Hold City, they successfully annihilated Klaus's forces. Although this victory bore a significant element of fortune, it was ultimately the intervention of the Tiger King from Tiger Hill Ridge, who unleashed a beast tide that delivered the final blow to the formidable army. Nevertheless, the base vehicle and Tiger Hold City have finally eradicated this paramount threat. They have now confiscated a considerable amount of Klaus's equipment, which will prove to be immensely vital for the development of Tiger Hold City. Chaos is about to engulf the world. This sentiment had been echoed by both Lei Jinting and the Tiger King. Lu Xiaoyao found herself perplexed, pondering what truly transpired upon this land. From their discourse, she could sense that this turmoil was not merely a matter of territorial conquest or the ambition of rulers. It appeared that there were other underlying reasons at play. Moreover, what connection did the turmoil among humans have with the Tiger King of Tiger Hill Ridge? When the Tiger King departed, Lu Xiaoyao sensed that a significant event was imminent. There might be a connection, yet she had no means to discern the truth. Reconstruction efforts for the damaged sections of Tiger Hold City had already commenced. A portion of the officials from the City Affairs Bureau were also undergoing a swift reshuffle. These matters did not require Lu Xiaoyao's involvement, nor did she desire to partake in them. However, the Hall of Offerings required someone to impose authority, and Lu Xiaoyao was the most fitting candidate. Only a stronger individual could command the compliance of those unruly masters. This task might seem daunting for others, yet for Lu Xiaoyao, it posed no challenge at all. Having already vanquished 2 practitioners and warriors of the Chaoyuan sect, her prowess was evidently established. Upon arriving at the Hall of Offerings, Lu Xiaoyao merely made a brief appearance before retreating to her chamber to study genetic potions. She had no intention of stirring trouble with the offerings within the hall. Although the quality of individuals varied, this was an opportune moment to utilize their skills. As long as they were properly regulated, it was unlikely they would cause any disturbances. However, it was imperative to establish rules and regulations to prevent any reckless behavior. A template for this had long been in existence. Lu Xiaoyao made slight modifications and could implement it directly. The reputation of Lu Xiaoyao was well known among the Hall of Offerings, and no one dared to provoke her. One individual, in particular, was acutely aware of her formidable strength. Zhou Gongyu had previously clashed with Lu Xiaoyao and had been defeated in one swift move, narrowly escaping death amidst the chaos of time and space. Lu Xiaoyao remembered him well and was surprised to find him still present. Past grievances were now behind them. They had each served their own masters, and she held no grudges. Summoning Zhou Gongyu for a private conversation, Lu Xiaoyao engaged him for quite some time. Throughout the discourse, Zhou Gongyu was drenched in sweat, apprehensive that Lu Xiaoyao might seek retribution and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, as their conversation progressed, he was taken aback to discover that Lu Xiaoyao not only refrained from revisiting old grievances but also seemed inclined to reinstate him, which brought him unexpected joy. Following the crisis in Tiger's Embrace City, the Hall of Offerings has witnessed a significant reduction in its members, with the upper echelons nearly depleted. Many of those lost were trusted confidants of Tong Zhanyu. Some have perished, while others have capitulated. The ranks of special and senior offerings urgently require replenishment, and those capable of such roles have begun to contemplate their prospects. This intelligence was disseminated by Lu Xiaoyao through Zhou Gongyu. Presently, while Tiger's Embrace City is not in complete disarray, it certainly requires an influx of diverse talents. However, Lu Xiaoyao, having released this information, has left the ensuing complications to Zhang Jing to manage. As for the myriad affairs of Tiger's Embrace City, Lu Xiaoyao has shown little interest. Instead, her curiosity has been piqued by the laboratories at the Military Science Academy, prompting her to request the newly appointed director, Su Yingbei, to allocate a laboratory for her use. Lu Xiaoyao harbors a profound interest in genetic serums. With the serums obtained from the base vehicle finally within her grasp, she has dedicated time to their study. After extensive experimentation, she has managed to rectify the flaws inherent in the serum. On this particular day, Lu Xiaoyao summoned Su Yingbei, Yisha, Ailanlin, and Avril, presenting the improved serum before them. This is the serum I acquired from the base vehicle. Based on the formulations provided, I have made some enhancements. Su Yingbei, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the side effects of the genetic serum?" Lu Xiaoyao interjected, "Indeed, I have eliminated the existing side effects. However, I cannot guarantee the absence of other issues." Gazing at the individuals before her, she shook the vial of serum and asked, "Is there anyone willing to test it?" A moment of silence ensued, as each of them recognized their lackluster qualifications. Their ascension to their current level had largely been due to Lu Xiaoyao's guidance, and their future growth would likely be exceedingly slow. Without extraordinary encounters, significant advancements would be nearly impossible. Lu Xiaoyao's invitation to them was indicative of her intentions in this regard. The path of the Evolver could very well represent a new avenue of cultivation. In Lu Xiaoyao's perspective, this bears resemblance to the journey of cultivators, as even in ancient times, there existed alchemists among them. These alchemists relied on elixirs to foster their progress, thereby breaking through barriers and elevating their cultivation and realm. In truth, a considerable portion of Lu Xiaoyao's own cultivation journey has been facilitated through elixirs and medicinal baths. The awakening serum and the consumption of elixirs are fundamentally akin paths. However, the awakening serum is more direct, targeting one's bloodline. Yet, this directness results in a more potent effect, which can lead to pronounced side effects. Conversely, using elixirs and medicinal baths is significantly milder, albeit the process is far more gradual, lacking the expedited outcomes that the awakening serum offers. After a brief silence, Ailanlin was about to step forward when Avril restrained her. The group understood implicitly that Lu Xiaoyao had called them forth with the intention of having them test the serum, though none were willing to voice it. "Allow me," Su Yingbei said, stepping forward and taking the vial from Lu Xiaoyao. "Yingbei, you." Avril opened her mouth, but turned her gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao. "What do you mean? It means nothing. Good things should naturally be shared with you first." Lu Xiaoyao shrugged, reaching for the potion. "If you want to use it, I shall keep it for myself." "Oh, don't do that." Blocking Lu Xiaoyao's hand, Su Yingbei directly consumed the potion. "Hey, are you foolish?" Witnessing this scene, Avril instantly grew anxious, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiaoyao. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Although she had established a certain level of trust in Lu Xiaoyao, one could not recklessly use potions. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's actions made it exceedingly difficult to maintain that trust. Just watch. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoyao pulled Su Yingbei up and tossed her onto a mat, immediately commencing her cultivation. Chapter 102. The marvelous gene elixir. At this moment, Su Yingbei was overwhelmed by the effects of the elixir, his face flushed with vitality. Sitting on the mat, he grinned and reassured those around him, "I have faith in him. You see, he trusts me more than any of you do." Casting a sidelong glance at the few women present, Lu Xiaoyao clutched her heart, her expression tinged with sadness. "After all this time, you still regard me this way." Seeing Su Yingbei closing his eyes, entering a meditative state, the women simultaneously revealed expressions of caution. "You are being too frivolous," Avril exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Do you truly comprehend the complexity of a gene elixir? Do you have any idea how many engineers are required? The time and resources consumed, and the human effort expended to ensure it is safe for consumption? That is because they are not me." Lu Xiaoya responded confidently. Glancing at Avril, "Facts speak louder than words. No matter how much I explain now, you will not believe me. Let us await the results." "What kind of attitude is that?" Avril retorted, exasperated. "Enough of the bickering," Isa interjected. Ailenlin reached out to grasp Avril's arm. "If little dear is confident, then we ought to trust him. Since the day we met him, he has never let us down, has he? But this is not the same. If there is even a slight flaw in the gene elixir, it could cost lives." Lu Xiaoyao found the remark amusing and asked, "Are you concerned for Su Yingbei, or for lives in general? Is there a difference?" Avril replied, her tone sharp. Upon scrutinizing Avril's demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao noted that her expression showed no particular change. It seemed that her concerns extended beyond just Su Yingbei. Stealing a glance at him, Lu Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. It appeared that this fellow had a long road ahead if he wished to win Avril's heart. As time passed, Su Yingbei's cultivation reached a deeper state. His aura began to shift, a faint blood mist emanating from his body. With a brief observation, Lu Xiaoyao discerned that this blood mist represented the impurities within his bloodline. Several hours later, Su Yingbei opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He felt significantly more powerful. "What is it like?" Lu Xiaoyao approached, ready to check his pulse and assess his condition. "Quite invigorating, incredibly potent, and there is a peculiar feeling, as if it hails from a distant past, though I cannot quite articulate it." Allowing Lu Xiaoyao to examine him, Su Yingbei wore a look of curiosity, soon replaced by understanding. "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Releasing Su Yingbei's wrist, Lu Xiaoyao stated earnestly, "If you feel even the slightest anomaly, you must tell me." Su Yingbei closed his eyes again, and after a brief moment, opened them. "I feel no discomfort. Does this mean I have failed?" "Not at all. You have succeeded brilliantly," Lu Xiaoyao responded with a smile. Then pulled Su Yingbei up and directed him towards Isa and the others. "You all should conduct a thorough examination." "All right." Avril, her curiosity piqued, fixed her gaze on Su Yingbei and asked, "Are you truly experiencing no discomfort?" A refreshing sensation, entirely unprecedented, was articulated earnestly by Su Yingbei. 8th level awakening. How is that possible? Moments later, an exclamation of astonishment pierced the air, imbued with both delight and disbelief. "Is this even real?" The group gazed at the data, their faces etched with shock. "I truly feel significantly stronger." Su Yingbei further validated the authenticity of the information. "Are you certain you experience no discomfort?" After a flurry of activity, they ultimately confirmed that Su Yingbei had indeed attained the 8th level of awakening, without any adverse effects. Their gazes towards Lu Xiaoya shifted considerably. "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend," Lu Xiaoya remarked, tilting his head back as he turned to enter the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Such a potent genetic serum promised transformative changes, undoubtedly revolutionary. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao's abilities were of even greater value. As long as he was present, the rise of a formidable faction was assured. Each individual understood the significance of this. Following this incident, the group's attitude towards Lu Xiaoyao became notably more respectful. He represented an immense fortune. The ascension of Hubao City was now inevitable. As long as they established their roots here and managed Hubao City diligently, a promising future awaited. Su Yingbei chose to stay, adhering to Lu Xiaoyao's request for continued observation. Meanwhile, others like Isha and Ai Linlin arranged their affairs and also remained. The serum crafted by Lu Xiaoyao was overwhelmingly vital. Should it be confirmed for mass production, the overall strength of Hubao City would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. The following day arrived as anticipated. The group rose early, gathering outside Su Yingbei's door. Upon his emergence, they rushed to conduct another examination. Yet again, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Su Yingbei's data now indicated a 9th level awakening, a further 10% increase from the previous day. Awakening is categorized into 10 levels, with each 10% representing an elevation in rank. This examination aimed to ascertain whether Su Yingbei's body exhibited any latent issues. However, not only did they uncover no ailments, but they also discovered that Su Yingbei's awakening had progressed even further. How is this possible? Aren't serums supposed to be one-time use? In light of these results, the group was left dumbfounded. Avril widened her eyes in disbelief and queried, "You haven't consumed another serum, have you? Otherwise, how could the awakening percentage still rise?" Genetic serums, while capable of awakening bloodline genes, are typically single-use items. After consumption, the awakening level does not automatically increase. One must consume another serum. Thus, Avril's skepticism was understandable. No. Su Yingbei, somewhat taken aback by the outcome, reflected on his background as a researcher. Although not specializing in genetic serums, he was certainly familiar with the domain. One should be aware of what ought to be known, far surpassing the knowledge possessed by those entrenched within the military system, such as Avril and her cohorts. The effects are rather remarkable, with the efficacy still manifesting. From behind the crowd, Lu Zhaoyao emerged, assessing Su Yingbei as he continued his cultivation. Excellent. At present, Su Yingbei exhibited absolute obedience towards Lu Zhaoyao. A 9th-level awakening signifies an awakening degree of 90%, achieved with merely a single dosage of the potion. This is undoubtedly a revolutionary new type of potion that shatters conventional understanding. Historically, gene potions that reached 50% upon first use were considered exceptional. To advance further, one must continue to consume them. However, the efficacy diminishes progressively with each subsequent use. Those who attain a 9th-level awakening are exceedingly rare, even among the evolved. Lu Zhaoyao is nothing short of a treasure. Such an extraordinary potion is simply beyond belief. Chapter 103. The ever-changing fish dragon. Such an outcome persisted for another day. Over the course of 3 days, Su Yingbei's bloodline awakened to its utmost potential, achieving a flawless level 10 awakening. The degree of this awakening was now entirely on par with Lu Zhaoyao. A single gene elixir had birthed a perfectly awakened lineage. A powerful aura surged within Su Yingbei, erupting vigorously upon the completion of this perfect awakening. The formidable presence left all in awe, igniting a fervent fire in the eyes of individuals like Isha. Most importantly, after several days had elapsed, Su Yingbei exhibited no anomalies whatsoever. Truly, this was a perfect awakening. Here, perfection implies the absence of any irregularities or flaws. Rather than merely achieving a level 10 awakening, individuals with a perfect awakening are rare, yet they do exist. However, for those individuals, although their awakening bestows immense strength and unfathomable potential, they invariably harbor an underlying peril within their being. These perils manifest as drawbacks at the moment of awakening. Yet, Su Yingbei displayed no such irregularities. Lu Zhaoyao personally examined him, engaging in combat and scrutinizing his physique, yet found no issues. A level 10 perfect awakening enhanced every aspect of his being by 100%. Presently, Su Yingbei's growth rate had doubled compared to his previous state. This achievement was both delightful and astonishing. However, this matter was still confined to the initial few who had followed Lu Zhaoyao. Others remained oblivious to it. Moreover, the formidable effects of this gene elixir were not something the group wished to broadcast. The principle of possessing a gem brings misfortune was well understood by everyone present. Isha and others had experienced this firsthand. The concealed super technology within the base vehicle had been the original sin that attracted Klaus's 100,000-strong army. Now, with Klaus's forces utterly annihilated, the news must have reached Zhongzhou. Thus, the next time they came, it would undoubtedly be with an even more formidable military force. Perhaps even General Kulai, Klaus's uncle. War had not receded. The threat still loomed. Yesterday's cause begets today's effect. The cycle of cause and effect is ceaseless. The construction of Tiger Hold City and the reformation of the new army, overseen by Isha and Lei Jinting, had commenced in earnest. The data from the base vehicle had also been provided to the Military Science Institute, coupled with the substantial amount of Klaus's equipment that had been seized. They were well equipped to elevate and replace the armaments of Tiger Hold City. Isha and the others departed swiftly, and Su Yingbei immersed himself in his work. After completing the research and refinement of the gene elixir, Lu Zhaoyao left Tiger Hold City, accompanied by Yi Yuyan and the Little White Tiger, venturing to the outskirts of the Tiger Leopard Mountains. At the lakeside, Lu Zhaoyao pitched a tent and assigned Yi Yuyan a task: fishing. The fishing rod was crafted by Lu Zhaoyao himself, and the bait was personally concocted. Under Lu Zhaoyao's guidance, within merely half a day's time, they had caught nearly half a barrel of fish. The fish in this area were notably large and imbued with vitality. The flesh was succulent, infused with spiritual essence, providing significant nourishment and aiding in cultivation. However, this was not the primary intention of Lu Zhaoyao. Observing Yi Yuyan fishing quietly, Lu Zhaoyao settled beside her. "Should I address you as Yi Yuyan or Lu Damei?" Gazing at the crystalline lake, abundant with aquatic plants and teeming with fish and shrimp. Surrounded by ancient trees and towering peaks, her heart resonated with the grandeur of the landscape. What? Yi Yuyan was taken aback, turning her gaze towards Lu Zhaoyao. After all, you are Yi Yuyan. Lu Zhaoyao smiled, and without waiting for Yi Yuyan's response, she made her choice. Lu Damei was merely a spontaneous title given before knowing her name, while Yi Yuyan represented not only her parents, but also many of her own stories. Have you caught anything? Picking up a stone, Lu Zhaoyao tossed it into the lake, producing a series of ripples until the stone finally sank. A bucket was returned to them by Yi Yuyan, containing several large fish, likely a unique species of this world. That is not what I meant. Lu Zhaoyao shook her head slightly, pointing at the swimming fish in the water. Have you observed them? Following Lu Zhaoyao's gesture, Yi Yuyan's gaze fell upon the lake. Your attention has been solely on the stones, hasn't it? Lu Zhaoyao smiled gently, her eyes shifting back to Yi Yuyan. But the fish in the water were far more vibrant and captivating. Observe how they glide through the water, frolic, chase each other, and even how they hunt. Why? At the reminder, Yi Yuyan looked puzzled. To master the fish dragon technique, one must study how fish swim. At this moment, Lu Zhaoyao finally revealed her objective. Your imitation of my fish dragon technique, though exquisite in form, lacks its essence. Noticing Yi Yuyan's focus sharpening, Lu Zhaoyao continued. Each fish has its own swimming style, seemingly similar yet distinctly different. Just as walking varies among billions of people and countless species, each movement may appear alike but possesses unique characteristics. The fish dragon technique is versatile, encompassing both the fish dragon body technique and the ever-changing divine fist. The former captures grace, while the latter comprehends clever transformations. I believe it would suit you perfectly. Rising, Lu Zhaoyao moved to the nearby grass, effortlessly demonstrating the ever-changing divine fist without channeling any spiritual power. Sitting by the lake, Yi Yuyan's gaze followed Lu Zhaoyao intently. Each move radiated a sophisticated and profound transformation. Though it appeared simple, the subsequent variations after a punch were unpredictable. Countless changes reside within a single intent. Lu Zhaoyao paused, looking at Yi Yuyan, and said, your innate talent excels at this. If you can comprehend it, it will greatly benefit you. The talent Lu Zhaoyao referred to was the innate ability of bloodline descendants. Although Yi Yuyan had never spoken of it or demonstrated it, one could glean some insight from Count Nader. Even though Lu Zhaoyao did not fully understand why Yi Yuyan claimed to be a half-blood, she believed the ability must be inherited. Even if she cannot inherit the entirety, a portion will undoubtedly be passed down. After imparting the art of the ever-changing fist, upon noticing Yi Yuyan lost in contemplation, Lu Zhaoyao turned to depart. Yi Yuyan possessed exceptional intelligence and an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. I am confident that, given time, she will grasp the essence of the ever-changing fist. Mastering the ever-changing fist is merely the initial step. After a period of observation, it became evident that while Yi Yuyan had a foundation, it was remarkably superficial. This indicates that she must have received some instruction in her early years. However, something must have transpired later that hindered her continued learning. Perhaps, this is connected to Yi Yuyan's background. Since she does not choose to speak of it, Lu Zhaoyao would not pry. Count Nader should return once more. Chapter 104. Conquest and Sacrifice in the southeastern expanse of the Tiger Leopard Mountains, near the coastline. A colossal fortress rises abruptly, its metallic exterior imbued with a sense of advanced technology, starkly contrasting the surrounding pristine landscape. A blood servant pilots a motorcycle, soaring into the fortress's parking platform, and proceeds directly to its core. Count Nader sits upon the balcony, gazing at the crescent moon in the sky, his blood-red pupils reflecting a hint of distraction, as if entranced by the scenic beauty of the moonlit night. However, this tranquility does not last long. As a knock resounds upon the door, he retracts his gaze, his expression sharpening, casting a glance at the door, and beckons the intruder to enter. The blood servant kneels upon entry, respectfully addressing, "My lord, the turmoil in Tiger Hug City has subsided." "Oh?" Count Nader responds, momentarily taken aback, then intrigued. "So soon? Tiger Hug City truly is fragile." "My lord." The blood servant, upon hearing Nader's words, displays an expression of embarrassment. "What is it? Speak." Nader's icy demeanor intensifies as he surveys the servant, sensing an unforeseen circumstance looming. Such an uncontrollable feeling breeds discontent within one's heart. Klaus has failed, and his entire army has perished. Swish. Before the blood servant can finish, he feels an overwhelming aura materialize before him. Count Nader's eyes glimmer with a crimson light. "What did you just say? Klaus's entire army has perished?" "Indeed." The servant trembles, acutely aware of Nader's formidable presence. "Get out." "Yes." Watching the blood servant vanish from sight, Count Nader begins to chuckle, his pallid cheeks taking on an eerie aspect. "How amusing," Truly amusing. 100,000 troops, and within mere days, they have been obliterated? This Klaus is indeed a feudal being. He cannot even conquer the insignificant Tiger Hug city. Muttering to himself, Nader strides toward the balcony, tilting his head to admire the crescent moon. Yet this battle must have been quite brutal, I suppose. After some contemplation, Count Nader turns around, retrieves a microbrain, and sends a communication request. Before long, the connection is established, revealing another pale visage upon the microbrain screen. Esteemed Prince, we are encountering some difficulties. Why has there been such a delay in retrieving Original Sin? My prince, Original Sin has allied with the Dawn clan, and now there is a human providing her sanctuary. Count Nader, head bowed, displays a face of distress. My lord, that human possesses formidable strength, having defeated Klaus's 100,000 troops with the support of Tiger Hug City and Haijo. The prince furrows his brow, his blood-red gaze scanning Nader. A human is strong? Tiger Hug City, a mere insignificant town, even with one of the world's 10 great strongholds, could not possibly withstand the onslaught of 100,000 troops from the Zhongzhou. At present, the situation remains somewhat unclear. Count Nader, filled with remorse, lamented, "It is my inadequacy." Fool. The prince scolded sharply before continuing in a subdued tone. Although we possess one of the 10 formidable fortifications, the Tiger Hold remains a remote locale, perpetually overlooked by humanity. However, for us, it serves as an excellent vantage point for launching an assault on the Dawn of Hope. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord, Nader interjected. Spare me the flattery. Focus on your duties. I require information on Tiger Hold. Yes, my esteemed prince, I shall devote myself entirely to your service. However, Count Nader's expression grew troubled. What about the Original Sin? Once we secure Tiger Hold, are we to fear her escape? In a month, our Twilight Army shall raze Tiger Hold to the ground. It will mark the inception of our conquest of the vast expanse of the Divine Land. Indeed, my lord, you are the greatest among princes. Your brilliance shines alongside the moon. Before Nader could finish his praise, the prince terminated the communication. As he gazed at the darkened screen, the once obsequious Count Nader revealed a malevolent grin. Far away in Haijo, an immense fleet loomed like a dark cloud, advancing towards a distant city. On the ground, armored divisions formed serpentine lines, stretching for countless kilometers, seemingly endless. At the center of the fleet, a colossal armed mothership hovered, resembling a small city in the sky, dwarfing even the base vehicles. Within the command room of the mothership, Admiral Corey focused intently on the map displayed on the screen. Suddenly, his aide received an urgent communication request. The aide, puzzled, glanced at Corey and then approached to connect the call. After only a few moments, the aide's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a chill washing over his face. After concluding the communication, he hesitated to meet Corey's gaze. However, at that moment, Corey's piercing eyes fell upon him. The anxious aide hurried to Corey. "General, I have just received some news." "Speak," Corey replied, intuitively sensing that the news was likely grim. Yet, having occupied high office for long, Corey remained unperturbed. "Your nephew, Klaus, has ascended and has made the ultimate sacrifice," the aide announced cautiously, scrutinizing Corey's demeanor. Yet even the devastating news of his nephew's demise elicited no visible reaction from Corey. His gaze remained fixed on the map, his expression unchanged, not even a furrow in his brow. Those who had served alongside Corey for years understood that silence often heralded the most fearsome tempest. After a prolonged stillness, the other officers in the command room reduced their movements and lowered their voices. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down their spines. No one could predict what this iron-willed general might do next. That city ahead is quite substantial, is it not? After an indeterminate amount of time, as if time itself had nearly frozen, General Corey finally spoke. Upon hearing his words, the adjutant promptly replied, "A small city, with a total population exceeding 1 billion. Excellent, Corey nodded, then gestured grandly, causing the markers on the map to magnify significantly. A vast city map now loomed on the screen. Let the city serve as the final resting place for Klaus. His deep voice resonated, calm yet invoking a chilling aura among the surrounding officers, who felt an icy dread rise from their feet to the crown of their heads. One life extinguished, with 1 billion souls to accompany it in death. In all the world, only this general could conceive such a notion. Chapter 105. Ambition and Wilderness during his days in the Tiger Embrace Mountains. Lu Xiaoyao reflected on many things: nostalgia for the past, aspirations for the future, and anxieties about the present. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a video sent by Isha. The footage revealed an immense city that had suffered a catastrophic blow. A fleet, obscuring the sun, swept across the entire metropolis. War had transformed the city into a hell's cape, filled with the acrid smoke of battle. Countless lives were extinguished in the conflict. What pained Lu Xiaoyao the most was witnessing the merciless slaughter of innocent civilians by the military. At the video's conclusion, a figure emerged, resembling a man forged from steel. Although Lu Xiaoyao had never seen him before, he instantly recognized his identity. It was General Kulai, one of the 28 generals of the Zhongzhou, and the nephew of Klaus. Defeat my 100,000 troops, and I shall slaughter your billion. Kulai uttered a single sentence, a mere 10 words. His cold, unfeeling gaze pierced through the screen, fixating intently upon Lu Xiaoyao. Though merely a video, Lu Xiaoyao understood that Kulai's gaze was directed squarely at him. Ruthless slaughter. Rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. Damn it. Lu Xiaoyao clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. This was an unforeseen circumstance. In his quest for vengeance, Kulai had unleashed his wrath upon the innocent. How many lives had been lost? 1 billion. Lu Xiaoyao's mind buzzed, as if countless vengeful spirits were demanding retribution. I will not let you escape. Gritting his teeth, flames of rage blazed in his eyes. Accompanied by Night Rain Banquet and the Little White Tiger, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly returned to Tiger Embrace City. Gazing at the city, he fell silent, feeling a deep sense of anguish. He had saved this city but had destroyed another. He had rescued 200 million lives, yet had harmed 1 billion. Upon arriving at the city affairs office, he found that everyone was present, save for him. As Lu Xiaoyao entered, all eyes turned toward him. Xiao Lu, this is not your fault. Do not take it to heart. Yisha offered words of comfort. Lei Zhenting rose and approached Lu Xiaoyao, stating, such extreme measures will not be tolerated, even by the Zhongwang. I suspect he will soon face repercussions. Repercussions? Will punishing Kulai bring those billion lives back? In response to Lu Xiaoyao's retort, a heavy silence enveloped the room. This marked the first significant loss of life since the Zhongwang launched the offensive against Haizhou. The war, characterized by advanced technology, was fought over equipment and resource reserves. Such a widespread calamity had not occurred in many years. Should news of this incident spread, the Zhongwang would undoubtedly face public outcry. Initially, the Zhongwang had already been under immense pressure due to the assault on Haizhou. Now, with General Kulai having orchestrated such a catastrophic event, it would undoubtedly provoke unrest across the vast territories of Shenzhou. Nevertheless, it seemed that following this incident, the Zhongwang's advance would likely be tempered, allowing Haizhou a moment to catch its breath. This grudge, we from Haizhou shall not forget. We will undoubtedly seek retribution from Kulai. After a brief silence, Lei Zhenting continued, stating that the events had transpired and that no one could alter the past. Indeed, given the current pressure from public opinion, even with the ambitions of the sovereign, it is unlikely he can sustain his resolve. Su Yingbei further added, comforting Lu Xiaoyao, that this opportunity is hard-won and born from great suffering in the sea. He believes the Sea King will seize this chance to deliver a formidable counterstrike against the sovereign. No, this is not what I seek. Lu Xiaoyao shook his head, gazing intently at everyone as he spoke solemnly. Do you possess ambition? Ambition? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's inquiry, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of its meaning. Observing their astonishment, Lu Xiaoyao sighed and asked, have you all lost your wild spirit? With that, his gaze darted toward Lei Zhenting. What about you? Do you have it? Me? Lei Zhenting fell silent, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyao, sensing a shift in the young man's demeanor. Reflecting on Lu Xiaoyao's words, a flicker of realization struck him. Could it be that this incident had stirred the young man's ambition and wildness? Typically, while Lu Xiaoyao exhibited strength, he remained composed and amiable, showing his fierceness only towards adversaries. If not for the knowledge of Lu Xiaoyao's prowess, who would suspect him to be a master of such caliber? Ambition, who does not harbor it? Lei Zhenting sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yet over the years, it has been dulled. For so long, my sole desire has been vengeance against Tong Zhanyu. However, with that great revenge fulfilled, my heart feels empty. At this juncture, Lei Zhenting paused, surveying each individual present. Nevertheless, whatever you aspire to do, I shall lend my unwavering support. Young ones, you must possess both ambition and wildness. This video from Kulai is not solely an act of vengeance. It is intertwined with our future. Finally, Lei Zhenting's voice rose significantly. Are you all willing to embrace such a fate? Naturally, they were unwilling. Su Yingbei chuckled bitterly, responding helplessly. But we all see that the might Kulai wields is beyond our capacity to confront. How can we, from Hubba City, possibly contend? Thus, we require wildness. Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the crowd as he declared, if you do not wish to be the prey, you must become the blade. If we do not dare to dream, what can we possibly achieve? This realization dawned upon everyone. Lu Xiaoyao had indeed awakened a sense of ambition within them, spurred by Kulai's provocations. In the ensuing silence, Su Yingbei rose, looking steadfastly at Lu Xiaoyao. If you do not mind, I shall exert my utmost effort. Excellent. It is only with ambition and wildness that one can be deemed a hero. Zhang Jing exclaimed, rising with fervor and thumping his chest, "Count me in, brother Liu. Whatever you aspire to accomplish, I will support you." As others stood in succession, expressing their sentiments, Lu Xiaoyao finally nodded in satisfaction. Casting his gaze over the assembly, he solemnly proclaimed, "Very well, from this moment forth, we shall share life and death together. Together in life and death." The crowd echoed in unison, their eyes resolute and determined. Life and death entwined is not merely an empty phrase. Lu Xiaoyao has resolved to alter the current predicament. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu believed that gradual development would suffice. However, the harsh realities of this world proved to be far more brutal than anticipated. The foremost task now is to amass a sufficient number of formidable individuals. For Lu Xiaoyao, given ample time, cultivating numerous experts would be feasible. Yet, time is now exceedingly scarce. Departing from the City Affairs Bureau, Lu Xiaoyao returned to the laboratory. The pressing need for more awakening potions arises, aimed at enhancing the strength of more individuals. A sense of impending danger looms over Lu Xiaoyao. Chapter 106. Force and armament. The bloodshed instigated by Ku Lai has ignited a fervent uproar in the days that followed, capturing the attention of various factions across the vast expanse of Shenzhou. The conflict between the Sovereign King and the Ocean King has been notably influenced by these events. This situation proves detrimental to the Sovereign King while favoring the Ocean King. Confronted by the formidable offensive from the Sovereign Province, the Ocean Province struggles to withstand the onslaught. With more than half of its territory seized, the ruler of the Ocean Province, the Ocean King, finds himself in a state of perpetual displacement, leading his forces in guerrilla warfare against the sovereign's troops. Despite Ku Lai's actions resulting in a deceleration of the Sovereign King's advance, the cost has been exorbitant, culminating in the sacrifice of a small city. The Ocean King's response remains unknown to Lu Xiaoyao, yet a profound sadness dwells within her heart, propelling her desire for strength. The gene serum represents her initial step in this pursuit. In previous battles, Lu Xiaoyao has discerned that even formidable warriors and cultivators possess significant combat prowess in the face of advanced technology. The endeavor to equip the defenses of Hubao City with high-tech weaponry is fraught with challenges. Yet the awakening serum presents a means for Lu Xiaoyao to swiftly amass a cadre of formidable individuals. Bei stands as a prime example of this potential. His cultivation pace has markedly accelerated, with his growth rate exceeding prior benchmarks. Moreover, there have been no apparent issues during this period, at least none that have surfaced thus far. Upon returning to the laboratory, Lu Xiaoyao began to concoct the serum while also instructing Lei Jinting and others to select loyal subordinates. Individuals such as Yi Sha and Ai Lin Lin were the first to utilize the awakening serum, achieving a remarkable level 10 awakening. This perfect awakening brought about fundamental transformations, significantly unlocking the potential of its users. Upon receiving the awakening serum and understanding its effects, Lei Jinting and his companions were left astounded. Could there truly exist a serum capable of such flawless awakening? Had they not witnessed the changes in Bei and Yi Sha, they would have found it hard to believe in the existence of such a serum. Lei Jinting understood the gravity of the awakening serum's significance. Should this knowledge come to light, it would undoubtedly herald disaster, attracting the covetous gaze of others. It must not be recklessly disseminated. Its power is unparalleled. Gazing at the serum in his hand, Lei Jinting promptly dismissed Lu Xiaoyao's notion. Human hearts are fickle. Even his loyal subordinates could not be guaranteed to remain steadfast. The temptations of this world are far more formidable than one might imagine. What, then, is to be done? Initially, Lei Jinting intended to have them select trustworthy subordinates to distribute the serum as a reward, thereby enhancing the strength of Hubao City. However, it has become evident that such a notion is overly simplistic. Once this substance is in circulation, once individuals have utilized it, it will cease to be a secret. There will inevitably be leaks. Not everyone will be as resolute as Yi Sha or Bei. As he pondered the execution of their tasks, Lei Jinting found himself in a state of self-doubt. Is it possible to diminish the serum's effects? I mean, can it be subtly transformative, instigating a metamorphosis in individuals? Do you mean? Lu Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, contemplating if this would suffice. But how should they administer it, and how to explain it? Just as the two were deliberating, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Liao Teng's voice. "Boss, the young lady from the Tang family has arrived." "Oh, let them in," Lei Jintian replied, rising to his feet. He turned to Lu Xiaoyao and said, "Allow me to introduce you to two remarkable young individuals." "What are you up to?" Lu Xiaoyao thought, sensing mischief in Lei Jintian's grin. Moments later, two graceful figures entered the room, exuding youth and vitality. Lu Xiaoyao cast a glance and instinctively averted her gaze, inwardly lamenting that this truly was a world enhanced by beauty. She had yet to encounter an unattractive woman. The men, too, were strikingly handsome. Could it be that the abundance of spiritual energy in this world was the cause? Indeed, in places rich with spiritual essence, one would find exquisite men and women. As she mused silently, a hand clapped her shoulder, jolting her from her reverie. What are you thinking about? Lost in thought. Lu Xiaoyao blinked in surprise, finally standing up and apologetically replying, just the matters at hand. Don't be too anxious. Everything must unfold step by step, Lei Zhentian advised. Then turned to introduce, this young man is Lu Xiaoyao. Little Lu, these are the children of an old friend of mine, the twins Tang Tang and Tanghua. Honestly, I can hardly tell them apart. Having only just noticed, Lu Xiaoyao realized that the two girls before her were indeed twins. I am the elder sister, Tang Tang. The girl on the left introduced with a smile. This is my younger sister. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Xiaoyao replied politely, preparing to take her leave. However, before she could say a word, Lei Zhentian stopped her, insisting, please, take a seat. Have we interrupted something? Tang Tang inquired curiously. Not at all, Lei Zhentian replied, glancing at Lu Xiaoyao as he reassured her, you can trust them. There is no need for restraint. How do you perceive me as restrained? Lu Xiaoyao remarked, somewhat exasperated. Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's cool demeanor, Tang Tang took the initiative to extend goodwill. If there is any trouble, perhaps we could assist. Go ahead, speak freely, Lu Xiaoyao conceded, recognizing the trustworthiness of her companions. With her permission, Lei Zhentian succinctly shared the matters they were discussing with the sisters. That does not seem difficult. As long as we can resolve the issue with the potion, we can find a way for them to unknowingly ingest it, Tang Tang continued, having piqued Lu Xiaoyao's interest. We could use training as a pretext to have them consume some auxiliary medicine. This way, they can trial it without suspicion. This indeed seems feasible. What do you think? Lei Zhentian nodded, giving an approving vote. Casting a glance at the three, Lu Xiaoyao agreed. Yes. I can reduce the potency of the medicine and administer it in multiple doses. Chapter 107, Practitioners and Alchemy. Alchemy, an ancient art passed down through the ages, traces its origins back to the primordial era of the Shinno. However, due to the gradual depletion of spiritual energy in the original world, it has become increasingly difficult to cultivate herbs brimming with spiritual essence, leading to a decline in the practice of alchemy. Many techniques and formulations have been lost to the annals of history. As for the alchemy of the Shinjo Hado world, it was only today that Lu Xiaoyao first heard it mentioned. In her interactions with Isha, Sui Bei, and others, discussions revolved around the research and application of various potions. Although not every practitioner is well-versed in alchemy, most possess a certain degree of understanding. In their cultivation journeys, alchemical pills are often employed for breakthroughs, healing, or detoxification, serving as valuable aids. In her earlier years, Lu Xiaoyao relied on the essence contained within spiritual herbs for her cultivation due to a lack of sufficient spiritual energy. However, upon reaching the peak of the qi refinement stage, she found herself unable to make further breakthroughs without spiritual energy. Had she not arrived in this world abundant in spiritual essence, it is likely that she would have never attained the golden core stage, known in this realm as Chan Martial Dao. Upon observing Lu Xiaoyao's expression, the sisters Tang Tang and Tanghua were filled with excitement. Indeed, after exchanging surprised glances, Lu Xiaoyao nodded and remarked, I have some knowledge but am not particularly proficient. In the original world, I did follow my master in refining some basic pills, but more complex and potent ones require numerous types of herbs. During the time, many varieties of herbs had already become extinct, making their refinement impossible. Are you too interested in alchemy? Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized the sisters before becoming serious. Your cultivation follows the ancient martial path, correct? The ancient martial path, also referred to as the ancient martial system, summarizes the various cultivation methods of practitioners. Body-focused warriors cultivate physical techniques, while those of the spiritual sect practice qigong. Additionally, physicians in the medicinal realm focus on potions. These insights were gained by Lu Xiaoyao through systematic understanding later on. Indeed, like you, we practice the ancient martial path. The sisters nodded, their expressions filled with pride. However, Tang Tang's countenance darkened, transforming her pride into a wry smile. Yet, the ancient martial path is exceedingly challenging. We have only just reached the bone refinement stage. So, you seek to utilize alchemical pills? Lu Xiaoyao finally understood, casting a glance at Lei Zhentian. Though you do not practice, you should have some understanding, right? About the ancient martial path? A bit, Lei Zhentian replied, puzzled. Is there an issue with using pills as aids? There is no problem, Lu Xiaoyao shook her head, her gaze shifting back to the Tang sisters. However, they do have an issue. Given their current realm, they should not recklessly use alchemical pills. You can discern our issue? The sisters were taken aback, exchanging cautious glances before inquiring. Practitioners cultivate their mindset and forge their will, Yet your mental state and willpower clearly lack sufficient tempering. Excessive pursuit of cultivation may lay the seeds of calamity. Observing the expressions of those present, it was evident that their understanding was superficial at best. Lu Xiaoyao abruptly severed the conversation, indicating that their foundational skills were not properly established. A towering edifice, it seems, may collapse before it is even erected. You must be exaggerating. Surely, it can't be that severe. Tang Gua, with a hint of disbelief, gazed at Lu Xiaoyao, skepticism etched in her eyes. Let us not even discuss other matters. Consider your physical condition. Are you not utterly exhausted after daily practice, with each day becoming increasingly burdensome? Muscles ache, and a sense of lethargy envelopes you, leaving you devoid of vigor. As Lu Zhao articulated these symptoms, Tang and Tang Gua began to absorb the gravity of her words. These afflictions had indeed plagued them for an extended period, which is why they had contemplated the use of elixirs for assistance. Yet now, it appeared that Lu Xiaoyao was suggesting their ailments stemmed from a lack of solid foundations, issues of mindset and willpower. Was there truly a distinction between martial artists and cultivators? Even Lei Jinting seemed unclear on this differentiation. The practitioners of ancient martial arts have become exceedingly rare in the present day, with references to them primarily confined to historical texts. There is, undoubtedly, a distinction. Lu Xiaoyao recognized that the limited understanding of cultivators among these individuals was a consequence of the historical context of this world. Casting a glance at Lei Jinting, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow and remarked, "Perhaps you should refrain from delving too deeply. A basic understanding suffices. However, others may still hold promise." What do you mean? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Lei Jinting paused momentarily, his expression one of surprise. You cannot possibly mean. Indeed, prior to the path of spirit refinement, there were still methods available. However, for you, it may be more challenging due to your age. Nonsense. Before Lu Xiaoyao could finish, Lei Jinting interjected. Who is old? I am hardly 50. The strength of cultivators was clearly evident in Lu Xiaoyao, making it disingenuous to claim indifference. Now that Lu Xiaoyao had stirred her interest, Lei Jinting was determined not to miss this opportunity. Little Lu, I insist that you take me along. He grasped Lu Xiaoyao's shoulder, even resorting to a playful impudence. Release me. Lu Xiaoyao, exasperated, shrugged off Lei Jinting's hand and retorted, You may attempt it, but how much you comprehend will depend on your own fate. Could you please refrain from wearing that disdainful expression? Lei Jinting, feeling somewhat helpless at Lu Xiaoyao's sharpness, countered, Who says I am lacking? Compared to you youngsters, I possess far more patience. Yet, one must not forget that cultivators have high expectations regarding talent, comprehension, aptitude, and foundational strength. Among these, talent is linked to the degree of awakened insight, while aptitude determines the robustness of one's foundation. Upon uttering this, Lei Jinting's spirits visibly dampened. This has been an accepted truth since time immemorial, one that cannot be disputed. Observing the impact of her words on Lei Jinting, Lu Xiaoyao sought to offer some consolation, saying, Nonetheless, an old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. I support your choice. However, I must remind you to prepare yourself, so that your resolve remains unshaken. Rest assured, at this age, what is there that one cannot comprehend? Lei Jinting chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, If there is no opportunity, so be it. Yet now that the chance has presented itself, one must seize it, lest the heart be filled with regret. Very well. With this discussion at hand, Lei Jinting felt prepared, and Lu Xiaoyao could then find solace. Indeed, the progress of cultivators and martial artists in the early stages is markedly swifter than that of those who cultivate. However, their growth tends to wane in the later stages. While their realms and mastery may ascend, their potential becomes constrained. At the same level of cultivation, practitioners hold an unequivocal advantage, reflecting the disparity between children and adults. Lu Xiaoyao, traversing the path of spiritual refinement, possesses the capacity to effortlessly vanquish cultivators and martial artists of the Chaoyuan Dao, which serves to illuminate the matter. Moreover, from various indications, Lu Xiaoyao subtly perceives that practitioners have not vanished. Rather, they exist in a higher echelon, the so-called revolution of cultivation. Alongside the emergence of cultivators and martial artists may indeed be, as many have speculated, a thoroughly orchestrated conspiracy. Chapter 108. Clues from the ancient Dan sect. As the conversation progressed, the two sisters from the Tang family began to comprehend the implications of Lu Xiaoyao's words. Was she suggesting the initiation of cultivating practitioners? However, the growth of practitioners is notoriously slow, with no shortcuts available. Only those with extraordinary talent, comprehension, aptitude, and innate qualities akin to celestial beings can achieve remarkable feats. Yet, throughout history, such individuals have been exceedingly rare. Moreover, even if such prodigies exist, their ability to flourish remains uncertain. Countless exceptional talents have faced the envy of heaven, enduring numerous trials, ultimately meeting untimely ends, leaving behind a sense of regret. While innate talent and aptitude are immutable, comprehension can be enhanced through experience, and one's innate qualities can evolve through relentless refinement. The situation with Lei Jinting is not beyond transformation. Although transitioning to become a practitioner will prove challenging, perseverance will yield substantial rewards in the future. Thus, it can be said that Lei Jinting's choice is a double-edged sword, capable of providing benefits while simultaneously jeopardizing his convictions. In contrast, the circumstances of the Tang sisters are considerably more favorable. Their cultivation has merely encountered a few missteps, and with timely corrections, they can resume their normal growth. Casting a glance at Tang Tang and her sister, Lu Xiaoyao casually remarked, "If you trust me, from this moment forth, cease your cultivation and follow my guidance. And you shall soon witness improvement." Since they sought her assistance, she was inclined to help. Should they refuse to heed her advice, so be it. Before the sisters could voice their opinions, Lei Jinting nodded in agreement. "No problem. I will follow your instructions." The two women exchanged glances, still harboring doubts. Yet they felt compelled to acquiesce given Lei Jinting's endorsement. Nevertheless, both were secretly calculating, reluctant to comply with Lu Xiaoyao's directives. Despite the widespread tales of Lu Xiaoyao's exploits in Hubao City, who could ascertain their veracity? With a discerning gaze, Lu Xiaoyao noted their expressions, choosing not to confront their reservations. "Old Lei, your primary focus should now be to consolidate your current realm and cultivation. You must not pursue further advancements or attempts at breakthroughs." After Lei Jinting's agreement, Lu Xiaoyao continued, "I will prepare a cultivation plan for you. Simply follow it. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult me at any time. Do you wish to refine elixirs?" Her attention shifted to Tang Tang and her brother. "Do you truly possess the ability?" Tang Tang inquired hesitantly. "That depends on the formula. Or, if you could share the name of the elixir?" Lu Xiaoyao shrugged. She was well versed in the principles of alchemy. Given the right conditions, she could concoct most elixirs. However, certain unique elixirs necessitate particular environments or specialized techniques. Yet, such elixirs are exceptionally rare, and Lu Xiaoyao doubted their possession of the requisite knowledge. This formula was discovered within an ancient ruin. Tang Tang activated her microbrain, retrieving an image that displayed a photograph of the elixir's formula. The script was archaic, and Lu Xiaoyao had never encountered it before. The characters of this world bear a striking resemblance to the ancient scripts of the original realm, and for some time now, Lu Xiao has managed to learn them relatively well. However, the characters depicted in the image are far more challenging to decipher. "I am unfamiliar with these characters." After a brief glance, Lu Xiaoyao felt somewhat embarrassed. "How could you not recognize them? This is the Dan script." A single remark from Lu Xiaoyao once again stirred suspicion. How could someone well-versed in the art of medicine and alchemy not be acquainted with the characters of the Dan script? What does it matter? We do not use such characters in our region, so of course, I don't recognize them. Lu Xiaoyao effortlessly brushed off the situation. Beside her, Lei Jinting chimed in to provide an explanation. "Is this from the time-space transmission device? You really are quite unfortunate." Upon hearing of Lu Xiaoyao's extraordinary background, the two women grew even more curious, particularly about the place where Lu Xiaoyao had lived. "So you cannot return now, not even knowing the location of your hometown?" Tangwa sighed, shaking her head. "The vastness of Xinzhou is boundless. Just our Haizhou alone stretches beyond billions of miles. It would be quite difficult to locate your secluded hometown. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable." Despite their attempts to console her, Lu Xiaoyao felt quite helpless. "We do not recognize it either." The outcome only left Lu Xiaoyao in a state of bemusement. "If you do not recognize it, how do you know it is a Dan formula?" "Because it was discovered alongside a bottle of elixir, though the elixir has now turned to ashes." Faced with such a conclusion, Lu Xiaoyao found herself at a loss. Not recognizing these characters meant she had no choice but to seek assistance. She copied the image and forwarded it to Su Yingbei. After half an hour, a communication from Su Yingbei arrived. "Where did you obtain that image?" As soon as the message came through, Su Yingbei's face was alight with urgency. "Is there anything else?" Lu Xiaoyao turned her gaze to the Tang sisters, and upon seeing them shake their heads, she replied, "That's all. There is only this one. The contents recorded within are not a Dan formula, but rather pertain to a very ancient alchemical sect." "What?" Upon hearing Su Yingbei's words, Lu Xiaoyao displayed a look of confusion. "What is it about? What is inscribed here is the address of that sect, if I am not mistaken. This should be an invitation. However, the invitation from an ancient sect is typically retracted upon the disciple's arrival, and this one." Su Yingbei paused for a moment. The owner of this invitation did not reach the sect but met with an accident in the image. Lu Xiaoyao realized, then where is this sect? Does it still exist? The sect is located at Hubei. As for its existence, that remains uncertain. Su Yingbei shook his head, offering a wry smile. These ancient sects are places of taboo, and it is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to comprehend them. Moreover, even disciples who emerge from these sects seldom divulge any details about them. Is it a matter of insufficient status? Lu Xiaoyao inquired. Indeed, in my opinion, it is a matter of not having enough standing to enter their circles. Are you aware of how many sects exist within the Tiger Leopard Mountain range? Casting a glance at Tang Tang, Lu Xiaoyao said in a low voice, this invitation was discovered in a relic. Could it possibly belong to that alchemical sect? A relic? It is conceivable. Su Yingbei pondered for a moment, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. It is of no use. This is merely a photograph. Without the original invitation, it is impossible to locate the sect's address. Oh, can the invitation serve as a guide? Lu Xiaoyao inquired with great curiosity. One could say that the invitation acts as a pass. Without this document, even traversing the entirety of the Tiger Leopard Mountain range would not lead one to the mountain gate. Moreover, much of the Tiger Leopard Mountain range remains unexplored. Venturing deeper only increases the peril. All right, I understand. Lu Xiaoyao nodded and concluded the communication. This invitation from the sect had ignited a desire within Lu Xiaoyao to search. Although it was likely that the ultimate discovery would be a relic, there would still be opportunities to unearth some precious treasures therein. Chapter 109. Establishing a force. Elevating one's mindset and honing one's will are the tasks at hand. Inadequate mental clarity and wavering determination have led to your current afflictions. While physical ailments may be easily remedied, the transcendence of the spirit proves far more arduous. Observing the two young women from the Tang family preparing to depart, Lu Xiaoyao pointed out their entanglements and suggested methods for resolution. Yet, after their departure, she shook her head with a sigh, realizing they would hardly heed her counsel. After all, her youth rendered her less credible in their eyes. As the saying goes, without maturity, actions lack solidity, a common perception regarding the youth. How is the formation of the army progressing? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's inquiry, Lei Zhenting expressed surprise, asking, are you genuinely considering intervening? Initially, there was no intention to engage in the military, political, civil, or scientific affairs of Hubicheng. However, after being spurred by Kulai, attention began to shift towards various aspects of development. Since Lu Xiaoyao showed interest, Lei Zhenting willingly elaborated on the plans for the new army's restructuring, without any concealment. Yet, upon hearing the details, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow and asked in puzzlement, are you suggesting that each branch trains independently? Indeed, it has always been this way. The current restructuring involves internal adjustments and redeployments, Lei Zhenting replied, curious about her thoughts. Do you have an alternative proposal? Indeed, I do. My suggestion is to establish a combined arms corps that coordinates multi-type operations. Such a military force would not be constrained and would exhibit no weaknesses across various fronts. The synergy among them could achieve perfection. That seems rather inappropriate. Lei Zhenting shook his head in response to Lu Xiaoyao's suggestion. In the event of a large-scale group battle, this could lead to a severe deficiency in firepower. As for the coordination of the branches, do we not have our commanders? You may understand, but do the soldiers below comprehend each other? Lu Xiaoyao countered. While exercises can promote cohesion, nothing compares to training together. Shaking her head, she maintained her stance. In a large-scale group battle, do you truly believe Hubicheng can compete with anyone? Faced with Lu Xiaoyao's retort, Lei Zhenting fell silent. Given Hubicheng's capabilities, it indeed amounted to little more than a handful of ashes in a grand military confrontation. Should they truly follow Lu Xiaoyao's lead and form a combined arms corps? While such a formation would enhance coordination, it would undoubtedly fall short in terms of firepower. Moreover, what purpose would such a corps serve compared to independent branches? In this regard, Lei Zhenting's perspective had yet to evolve. By the way, you are already aware of the last battle at Tungako, I presume? Knowing that Lei Zhenting might not grasp her point, Lu Xiaoyao felt compelled to clarify. To put it simply, what I require is an elite force capable of charging into the fray and executing decisive strikes. Are you implying? Lei Zhenting finally comprehended Lu Xiaoyao's intent. In large-scale group warfare, Hubicheng was ill-equipped to engage. However, as Lu Xiaoyao suggested, a focused advance to execute targeted strikes could yield unexpectedly significant outcomes. Currently, this is merely a preliminary proposal. I shall refine the detailed plan and present it to you upon my return. Should you harbor concerns regarding insufficient firepower? Each team may emphasize their respective strengths. Lu Xiaoyao extended his hand, signaling Lei Zhenting, and proclaimed, establish 5 military divisions. The Tiger Embrace shall command the army. The Hidden Phoenix shall oversee the Air Force. The Transcendent Xian shall lead the Navy. The Coiled Dragon shall manage mobility, and the Concealed Lin shall integrate all 4. Very well. It seems you are well prepared. I shall decelerate our pace and proceed according to your scheme. Lei Zhenting acquiesced, albeit still retaining a degree of skepticism towards Lu Xiaoyao's proposal. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed for a time. Considering that the composite legion Lu Xiaoyao spoke of might indeed catch others off guard. With the technological prowess and military strength of Tiger Embrace City, even in terms of martial artists and cultivators, it ranks among the lowest, not just in the vast expanse of Xinzhou, but also within Haizhou itself. Although it boasts one of the 10 great passes of the realm, the area behind the pass is rather limited, comprising solely of Tiger Embrace City and its subordinate towns, thus failing to play a pivotal role in any conflict. However, they have now incurred the wrath of Kulai, one of the 28 generals of Zhongzhou, whose ruthless nature, having slaughtered billions, guarantees that he will not spare Tiger Embrace City. In terms of overall strength, Tiger Embrace stands as mere cannon fodder. Yet, if a force could emerge as a sharpened blade to decapitate Kulai, a glimmer of opportunity might still exist, albeit it appears nearly negligible in Lei Zhening's eyes. During this period, adjustments have been made to the military forces of Tiger Embrace City, yet Lei Zhenting finds himself devoid of effective strategies, regardless of training. The army of Tiger Embrace cannot hope to match Kulai's prowess. Thus, with Lu Xiaoyao's suggestions on the table, Lei Zhenting decided to go along with the flow. After finalizing matters concerning the military, Lu Xiaoyao promptly returned to the Hall of Offerings, now overseen by Zhang Jing, with Zhou Gongyu serving as the specific executor. Upon Lu Xiaoyao's arrival, Zhou Gongyu's status had risen significantly, subtly positioning him as the foremost individual beneath Lu Xiaoyao. Upon returning to the Hall of Offerings, Lu Xiaoyao summoned Zhou Gongyu to inquire about the current circumstances. Contact Zhang Jing and find trustworthy individuals. I wish to train them diligently. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao issued the command. Ensure they possess clean backgrounds and can foster loyalty. Receiving such an instruction, Zhou Gongyu's mind raced, recognizing Lu Xiaoyao's intent to cultivate confidence. Rest assured, Hall Master, they will all be individuals of integrity, Zhou Gongyu affirmed before preparing to depart. Wait, is Yu Yuyan still cultivating? Notify her to come here. Since returning to Tiger Embrace City, Yu Yuyan had remained in the Hall of Offerings, which contained a dedicated training room equipped with formations to gather spiritual energy. Not long after Zhou Gongyu's departure, Yu Yuyan arrived. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoyao immediately noticed that her cultivation had surged remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of the true martial realm. The Zen martial path consists of 3 realms: true martial, supreme martial, and divine martial. The rapid progress of Yu Yuyan is indeed astonishing. Given her remarkable cultivation pace, it is likely that she will soon ascend to the Taiwu realm. However, Lu Xiaoyao harbors concerns regarding Yu Yuyan, although her cultivation level has been attained. She lacks the requisite depth in her realm. If this trajectory continues, it may lead to complications. The milder consequences could involve an inability to control her cultivation, while the more severe could result in falling into demonic deviation. After assessing Yu Yuyan's cultivation, Lu Xiaoyao promptly identified the issues and prohibited her from further advancement. During this interlude, she suggested practicing the transformative art of Yulong by Bian. Your previous training was focused on the cultivation of qi. This aspect can be paused for now, allowing you to concentrate on physical techniques. The harmony of body and qi, the external and internal, is essential for a balanced cultivation journey. Seating Yu Yuyan, Lu Xiaoyao hastily continued, Next, I will elaborate on the matter of dual cultivation of life and spirit. Chapter 110, The Huawei Sword Sect in Summary. The concept of life and death dual cultivation refers to the comprehensive refinement of both body and mind, aiming to achieve the pinnacle of perfection. After instructing Yu Yuyan for half an hour, allowing her a moment for contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao continued, Thus, the path of cultivation must embody both strength and gentleness, balancing the internal and external, and the dual cultivation of life and death cannot be rushed. Although your cultivation progresses swiftly, if your mental state does not keep pace, complications may easily arise. Understanding Yu Yuyan's temperament, Lu Xiaoyao recognized that her words might not spur proactive action. She often preferred silent cultivation. Consequently, she assigned her a singular task. In the coming days, besides practicing the fish-dragon transformation, you must also undertake a particular assignment. Lu Xiaoyao summoned her microbrain and sent Yu Yuyan a document detailing methods for assessing talent and comprehension. Once you master this, visit Hubao City and identify individuals who meet the criteria. Gather their information for me. All right. Yu Yuyan glanced over the document and nodded in agreement. Good. Off you go. Ensure they are neither too young nor too old, ideally between the ages of 14 and 18. While Yu Yuyan struggled with social interactions, she excelled in other areas. Her social deficiencies stemmed solely from her disposition, which would require gradual transformation. The young individuals she was to seek out would be in their most vibrant years, and increased interaction with them would undoubtedly have a significant impact on her. A person's character is shaped by their environment, and thus Lu Xiaoyao's goal was to provide her with a different context. Over time, this subtle influence might not completely alter Yu Yin, but it would certainly enhance her personality somewhat. Such a disposition is likely to provoke certain challenges amidst the otherwise monotonous rigors of cultivation. The life in dual cultivation refers to the internal path, encompassing aspects such as temperament, thoughts, nature, character, and spirit. Yu Yan's deficiency lies in her lack of this inner cultivation and transformation. Death, in contrast, pertains to the external path, including the body, life, energy, destiny, and material existence. Therefore, the breadth of knowledge a cultivator must explore is vast and intricate, requiring the extraction of essence from diverse disciplines to refine oneself. This endeavor cannot be accomplished overnight, leading to the gradual growth of cultivators. Only those with exceptional talent and innate ability can significantly shorten this timeline. Having addressed all necessary matters, Lu Xiaoyao returned to the laboratory. She had previously examined the firearms obtained from the base vehicle. Among the various components, energy convergence matrix module captured her attention. The intensity of energy activated by the firearm and its resultant functions are dictated by this module. Upon careful examination, Lu Xiaoyao noted that the matrix inscribed upon the module bore considerable resemblance to the formation of energy convergence arrays. She had yet to explore the other components of the firearm, and now was determined to dedicate time to further investigation. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing a political matter, Yisha was informed of a visitor arriving, dressed in an exceedingly antiquated manner. Who might this be? Isabella felt a surge of confusion as she listened to her subordinate's description, her heart suddenly tightening with apprehension. Those who still donned vintage attire were likely members of some traditional sections. These individuals rarely interacted with the outside world, preferring to maintain their own insular circles. Moreover, their formidable strength was terrifying, coupled with an arrogance that made meaningful communication nearly impossible. They identified themselves as belonging to the Huayue Sword Sect. Huayue Sword Sect? Isabella arched an eyebrow, responding, "Have them wait. I shall be there shortly. Additionally, inform the Hall of Offerings to summon Hall Master Lu Xiaoyao." "Understood," her subordinate replied. But before he could finish, a thunderous crash reverberated through the building, shaking its very foundation. "What is happening?" "Notify Lu Xiaoyao. I will investigate." Isabella strode purposefully from her office, standing by the window in the corridor, where she witnessed the entrance below being shattered to smithereens. Dust and debris swirled violently, while several guards lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The sight darkened Isabella's expression, compelling her to leap from the window. This was the City Affairs headquarters. Who dared to cause a ruckus here? With one hand gripping the hilt of her laser sword, she remained vigilant, gazing toward the entrance. "Ah, so we have a female city lord here, but I wonder how she looks?" A frivolous voice echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of several figures. Leading the group were two individuals, one exuding disdain, while the other displayed an air of frivolity. "Not bad," remarked the light-hearted man, seemingly around 20 years of age, yet emanating an intimidating presence that was almost suffocating. As he approached step by step, Isabella found herself retreating over 10 paces, finally bracing herself against the reception desk to halt her backward momentum. "Oh, you can still stand. Impressive," the frivolous man observed, his gaze landing on Isabella, revealing a hint of amusement. "And you are quite the exquisite beauty. It seems this visit was not in vain." The other man glanced around, disdainfully snorting, and frowned. "Once we conclude our business, we shall return immediately. Come now, junior brother, it's not every day we venture out. We should take the time to unwind." The light-hearted man replied, his imposing aura softening as he squinted at Isabella. "Fear not, my lovely. I am a good person. You may call me Master Xiaobin." "And who might you be?" Isabella's heart sank upon hearing the title of master. Within the City Affairs headquarters, only a handful of Zen martial arts masters existed. And here stood a master of the divine refinement path, capable of overwhelming the entire establishment. All she could do now was hope that Lu Xiaoyao would arrive swiftly. "Huawei Sword Sect, Yi Xinyan." The other man spoke coldly. "With the former city lord deceased, you now hold authority. Therefore, you shall be responsible for the annual offerings." "Offerings? What are those?" Isabella's eyes brimmed with wariness. "Naturally, they are the tributes for the Huawei Sword Sect. Otherwise, what grounds do you have to ensure the safety of Hubiyoshi?" Yi Xinyan's demeanor was one of haughty disdain, her eyes filled with contempt. "Were it not for the formidable presence of our Huayue Sword Sect, you would have long been engulfed by the beast tide of the Hubiyoshi Mountains. Protecting Hubiyoshi comprehensively?" At these words, Isha's expression was one of utter scorn. Protecting Hubiyoshi comprehensively? When Hubiyoshi was beset by crisis, where were these so-called members of the Huayue Sword Sect? As for the beast tide of the Hubiyoshi Mountains, do they truly believe that a single sect can quell it? Such statements are fit only for deceiving children. Though Isha was not well versed in these matters, her upbringing in a major city had afforded her considerable insight. Even if a beast tide were to occur, it was quite possible that they had provoked it themselves. Chapter 111. Greed. As if sensing Isha's thoughts, Yuxinyan suddenly waved his long sleeves, unleashing an invisible wave of force. The force surged forth with a deafening roar, hurtling towards Isha. The fierce attack arrived in an instant, just as Isha drew her laser sword. The overwhelming power struck her. Bang! Isha's body stiffened, and she was propelled backward, crashing into the reception desk, which shattered instantaneously, embedding her into the wall behind. Vivid crimson blood spilled from her mouth and nose. With a mere casual strike, Yuxinyan had gravely injured Isha. At this moment, the guards of the city affairs office rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene, they raised their firearms in unison. However, before they could react, Yuxinyan swept his sleeves again, conjuring another tempest of fierce wind. The hall of the city affairs office was soon engulfed in a violent gale, with blades of wind slicing through the air, targeting the soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. Blood splattered as these elite soldiers, perceived as formidable by ordinary eyes, were swiftly felled. Yuxinyan might have shown restraint towards Isha, but these common soldiers were afforded no such mercy. The front line of soldiers had already perished in a single strike, while those behind them suffered grievous injuries, some severely wounded and others lightly hurt. Only the soldiers at the farthest distance escaped unscathed, albeit they were still sent flying by the force. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the soldiers lost their will to fight, paralyzed by fear. Alas, junior brother, your methods are rather ruthless, Xiaobin remarked, shaking his head as he looked at Isha with pity. Such a beautiful maiden, and you have injured her. Yet, Yuxinyan paid him no heed, turning his gaze back to Isha. What? Do you worthless fools still wish to rebel? At that moment, an official from the city affairs office rushed forward, standing before Yuxinyan with an obsequious expression. Esteemed one, please temper your wrath. Our city lord is somewhat unfamiliar with our ways. I implore you not to be incensed. What are you? Begone! Yuxinyan's palm swept forth, unleashing a tremendous force towards the official. The official's face blanched as he realized the esteemed one possessed a temper so volatile. Though he appeared dignified, his actions were brash and unpredictable, leaving others utterly confounded. The pale-faced official retreated in trepidation, his eyes brimming with fear. Suddenly, a crimson figure materialized, standing before him. With a flash of crimson light, Yu Yao swung the heavy sword in his grasp with fierce intent. The sanguine sword aura shot towards Yuxinyan like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! In a thunderous clash, the explosive energy rippled outward. Yu Yao, wielding his heavy sword, managed to block the force, yet he was forced to step back 2 or 3 paces. Meanwhile, the glass and decorative screens in the hall shattered under the pressure of the unleashed energy, and the bodies of fallen soldiers were swept into the corners of the room. Yuxinyan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized the figure before him. Interesting. After sizing up Yu Yao, Yuxinyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that he was yet another extraordinary individual. In the eyes of the disciples from various sects, those who are not of pure human bloodline are regarded as aberrations. An aberration, akin to a strange beast, is a term of derision for those of different bloodlines. How audacious for such a trifling aberration to attempt to invoke the supernatural. Xiaobin approached, his eyes increasingly filled with malice, his overwhelming aura enveloping the atmosphere around Yuxinyan. Under the immense pressure, Yuxinyan staggered slightly but quickly regained his composure. This spectacle was quite astonishing to Xiaobin, appearing somewhat peculiar. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, illuminating them further. An aberration practicing Qigong? This truly piqued his interest. As Xiaobin continued, he turned his gaze toward Yuxinyan, declaring, "This little trickster is yours to handle. I shall take care of the beautiful city lord over there. Hurry up." Yuxinyan nodded and approached Yuxinyan, asking, "Will you kneel on your own, or shall I teach you?" Although Yuxinyan had managed to deflect his attack, Yuxinyan still regarded him with disdain. A mere gust of wind from his hand could send her staggering back several paces. What prowess could she possibly possess? Moreover, as an aberration, even with her practice of Qigong, she was hardly worth consideration. From Yuxinyan's aura, one could discern her mastery of Zen martial arts. In Yuxinyan's eyes, she was no different from an ant. However, the blood-red sword intrigued him far more. His gaze remained fixated on that blade. As Yuxinyan drew closer, Yuxinyan felt a surge of anxiety. The opponent's strength was formidable, surpassing even that of Count Nader. Yet, Count Nader's realm should ostensibly exceed that of Yuxinyan. This perplexing sensation filled Yuxinyan with unease, causing her hands, which gripped the sword, to tremble slightly. At that moment, Yuxinyan halted, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. "Your hands tremble. You are unworthy of wielding a sword. It would be better suited for me." With that, he swiftly moved before Yuxinyan, reaching for the sword's hilt. Instinctively, Yi Yuyin twisted her body, evading Yu Xinyan's grasp. She then retreated rapidly, distancing herself from him, and fiercely slashed her sword. This strike employed the techniques of the 100 Transformations Divine Fist. The sword's edge became an extension of her arm, executing the 100 Transformations Divine Fist towards Yu Xinyan. The sudden disappearance of the figure before him, followed by a counterattack, left Yu Xinyan astonished. The opponent's cultivation may not have been high, but their footwork and swordplay were commendable. Unfortunately, their training was still lacking. Though Yi Yuyin was swift, Yu Xinyan was swifter. Each of Yu Xinyan's movements left behind countless afterimages as he reached out with bare hands to seize the blood-refining demon sword. Clang! His palm grasped the blade, producing a metallic resonance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint, sharp sword aura between his fingers, effectively neutralizing the sword's menace. What an impressive sword! Yu Xinyan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the demon sword, revealing an expression of profound admiration. This sword shall be mine. Buzz! The blood-refining demon sword suddenly emitted a resonant hum, its crimson blade radiating a sanguine glow as it lunged toward Yi Xinyan's palm. No! Yi Xinyan's pupils constricted, and he promptly released his grip, stepping back to evade the sword's malevolent strike. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yuyin increased the distance, warily observing Yi Xinyan. Meanwhile, Yu Xinyan's expression grew increasingly fervent. This sword was truly extraordinary. He was determined to acquire it. Although the blade was rather cumbersome, the Huawei sword sect possessed the means to reforge it. Noticing Yu Xinyan's demeanor, Yi Yuyin beneath his hood became even more apprehensive. He was all too familiar with the insatiable glint in the other's eyes. Chapter 112. The true opponent though still youthful. Yi Yuyin has encountered numerous experiences that have enabled her to perceive the subtleties of human nature with remarkable clarity. While Lu Xiaoyao remains concerned that Yi Yuyan's rapid ascension in cultivation might hinder her mental state, it is evident that Yi Yuyan's emotional resilience surpasses that of Lu Xiaoyao. She has traversed the vicissitudes of life, its joys and sorrows, more times than she can count. In the realm of cultivation, the interplay between mental state and skill is undeniably reciprocal. An imbalance, where one significantly outweighs the other, can lead to explosive growth and power. However, Lu Xiaoyao remains oblivious to Yi Yuyan's past and the trials that have shaped her inner journey. Had she been aware, her concerns regarding Yi Yuyan's meteoric rise would surely dissipate. Yet, Yi Yuyan's understanding of cultivation remains somewhat superficial. She is unaware of the profound truths that govern it and has never confided in Lu Xiaoyao about her experiences, resulting in Lu Xiaoyao's misjudgments. Talent and insight influence the cultivation of the mind, while innate qualities and physical constitution shape the refinement of the body. It is the richness of both mental and physical training that allows Yi Yuyin to advance in her cultivation with remarkable speed. Nonetheless, despite her impressive potential, when confronted by the formidable figure of the divine refiner before her, she feels a sense of helplessness against such overwhelming power. The sheer strength of her opponent is almost terrifying, with a mere gesture that could easily overpower her. Although the identity of this individual eludes her, Yi Yuyin is nearly certain that he shares similarities with Lu Xiaoyao, a practitioner. It is only through cultivation that one can wield such fearsome strength. Yi Yuyin has faced both divine refiner practitioners and martial artists before, yet none have exerted pressure akin to what she feels from this man. Flee. This thought, which had never crossed her mind in the months spent alongside Lu Xiaoyao, arises for the first time today. The instinct for survival compels Yi Yuyin to make the wisest choice. The strength of her adversary could easily crush her. Even a desperate struggle would be futile. Conversely, choosing to escape might still afford her a chance. Yu Xinyan's gaze grows increasingly fervent as he regards Yi Yuyan's heavy sword, as if it were a rare treasure. His ravenous desire ignites a sense of urgency within her. When one covets something intensely, they may become dangerously frenzied, unleashing a power far beyond their usual capacity. It is clear that he has set his sights on her sword, a weapon of immense significance to Yi Yuyin that she cannot possibly relinquish. Hand over the sword, and I shall spare you. Yu Xinyan's form flickers, his movement a sudden burst that brings him silently before Yi Yuyin. However, she, ever vigilant, immediately swings her sword in defense. Overestimating yourself. Yi Yuyan's defiance ignites Yu Xinyan's fury. You ignorant outsider, prepare to meet your demise. His palm, glowing with spiritual light, releases a torrent of energy, crashing toward her descending blade. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberates as the sword vibrates under the immense force, sending Yi Yuyin hurtling through the air. As the night rain banquet's gaze flickered with determination, he harnessed this newfound strength to burst forth from the hall. The moment he touched the ground, he sprang into action, fleeing towards the outside. This scene left Yi Xinyan momentarily astonished. Damn it! Realizing the situation, Yi Xinyan cast a glance at Zhao Bin before pursuing Night Rain Banquet. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin regarded Isha with a broad smile, resembling a street charmer rather than a seasoned practitioner. Faced with such a formidable figure, Isha instinctively felt a sense of dread. The power exhibited by Yixinyan was already intimidating, and given that Zhao Bin was Yixinyan's senior, his strength must surely be even more formidable. As Zhao Bin engaged Isha in conversation, a noise from behind caught his attention, and upon witnessing Yixinyan's departure, he revealed a wicked grin. Zhao Bin placed a hand on Isha's shoulder and said, "What do you think? I am not one to use force unnecessarily. If you agree, there will be benefits for you in the future. Otherwise, heh." Having left the City Affairs Bureau, Night Rain Banquet made his way towards the Hall of Offerings, realizing that only Lu Xiaoyao could contend with these two individuals. Night Rain Banquet had already witnessed the formidable prowess of practitioners through Lu Xiaoyao. You cannot escape. Night Rain Banquet was acutely aware of Yixinyan's thoughts. Yet he firmly believed that within the confines of Tiger Embrace City, no one could rival him. In such a city, practitioners were equivalent to invincibility. Previously, only Jin Jukai had posed a slight challenge. Now that Jin Jukai was deceased, a certain Lu Xiaoyao had taken charge. Who was Lu Xiaoyao? Yixinyan was unfamiliar with him. However, even if he could eliminate Jin Jukai, what did that signify? Merely a slightly stronger insect. This was Yixinyan's perception. One pursued while the other fled, their speeds rapidly converging. Although Night Rain Banquet moved with remarkable swiftness, to Yixinyan, it was utterly inconsequential. In mere moments, he positioned himself directly before Night Rain Banquet. Upon locking eyes with Yixinyan, Night Rain Banquet immediately attempted to change direction. Yet, before he could gain much distance, another figure appeared, blocking the way once again. After several such encounters, Yixinyan was now less than 10 meters away from Night Rain Banquet. I told you. You cannot escape. No matter which direction Night Rain Banquet chose to run, Yixinyan was able to pursue him, and with each appearance, he drew closer. Yixinyan exerted immense pressure on Night Rain Banquet. You are quite surprising. Who taught you such movement techniques? Your swordsmanship is commendable, but alas, you have not mastered it. As Yixinyan advanced toward Night Rain Banquet, victory seemed assured. This young man would not only have to relinquish his sword, but would also need to pay a greater price. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yixinyan suddenly halted. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the hood of Night Rain Banquet. Though it revealed but a fragment, it was sufficient for Yixinyan to glimpse the enchanting beauty hidden beneath. Yixinyan squinted slightly, and with a swift flick of his long sleeves, a tempestuous wind surged forth. This wind, while fierce, was not intended as a weapon. In the next moment, the hood atop Yi Yu's head was abruptly lifted, revealing her unparalleled beauty. At that instant, Yixinyan felt as though the sun shone brighter, illuminating the entire world. A single woman could transform reality into a vibrant kaleidoscope. A notion Yixinyan had never contemplated before. His heart seemed to stir, indeed, it throbbed fiercely. Finally, his gaze shifted from the sword to Yi Yu's visage. You belong to me. At that moment, Yixinyan's eyes burned with an intensity akin to the blazing sun in the sky. Yet, just then, a clear voice rang out. But have you ever asked me? Your true rival stands here. Chapter 113. Fierce Battle. The Military Science Institute is not far from the City Affairs General Administration. Upon receiving the news, Lu Xiaoyao hastily abandoned his previous engagements and rushed over. However, before he could arrive, he was informed that actions had already been initiated at the City Affairs General Administration. Accelerating his pace, Lu Xiaoyao soon witnessed the scene of Yixinyan being pursued. The strength exhibited by the assailants was undeniably superior to that of both cultivators and martial artists. Just by observing their techniques, it was evident that they were practitioners. Indeed, the rumors regarding the extinction of practitioners in this world were unfounded. This confirmed that the emergence of cultivators and martial artists was merely a preparation for war, while the true pinnacle of martial might still resided with the elusive practitioners. As the levels of cultivation and mastery continued to advance, the chasm in power between cultivators, martial artists, and practitioners became increasingly pronounced. In direct confrontations, practitioners could effortlessly overpower both cultivators and martial artists. The disparity in their foundational skills, depth of knowledge, and techniques was simply too vast. Furthermore, the understanding of the Tao possessed by cultivators and martial artists was fundamentally flawed. One practiced energy techniques while the other focused on physical arts, having only scratched the surface of the Tao. The practitioner from the Huai West Sword sect donned an exceedingly archaic robe, exuding an air of mastery with every gesture. However, the arrogance emanating from him stirred a sense of jealousy and discomfort within Lu Xiaoyao, inciting a desire to give him a thorough beating. Motivated by this impulse, Lu Xiaoyao acted without hesitation. Before the words left his lips, he flashed forward, appearing behind Yixinyan, delivering a powerful kick. Sensing the sudden surge of formidable energy behind him, Yixinyan was taken aback, swiftly pivoting to unleash a fierce gale. Within the tempest, sword energy erupted, sharp and menacing, imbued with a hint of lethal intent. Confronted with this unforeseen peril, Yixinyan instinctively retaliated, sparing no thought for restraint or mercy. With a resounding crash, a violent collision erupted, unleashing chaotic spiritual energy between the two. The resulting shockwave left both of their garments billowing in the aftermath. Yixinyan stifled a groan, propelled backward, his expression one of astonishment. How could this be? That strike, though seemingly simple, was brimming with spiritual power. An ordinary individual would have been obliterated by such an attack. Yet not only did his opponent remain unscathed, but he also found himself forced to retreat. Eyes narrowed, Yixinyan became cautious, scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. "Who are you?" he inquired, his brow furrowing, as he instinctively heightened his vigilance upon recognizing Lu Xiaoyao. The latter appeared exceedingly ordinary, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, resembling an unremarkable youth. Yet, the recent kick had revealed the deception of appearances, although he could not discern Lu Xiaoyao's cultivation level. The fact that he had been forced back by a single kick warranted serious consideration. On my territory, one dares to attempt to seize from me and then questions my identity? Did you not consult the omens before stepping out today? Lu Xiaoyao retorted, launching himself forward once more. In the realm of martial prowess, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced between clenched fists, accompanied by a sharp, piercing cry as it thundered toward Yixinyan's chest. With a sudden burst of speed, Lu Xiaoyao appeared before Yixinyan in an instant. The ferocity of the punch unleashed was unrestrained, for Lu Xiaoyao understood that this adversary harbored ill intentions. The circumstances surrounding the city affairs office remained uncertain. Yet the urgency prompted by Yi Yuyan's hasty retreat suggested imminent peril. With no time for idle conversation, Lu Xiaoyao summoned all of her strength, determined to neutralize this threat before addressing anything else. To dare lay a hand on Yi Yuyan was to invite calamity. As she unleashed her full power, Lu Xiaoyao's figure became a blur, her speed reaching an extraordinary zenith, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Yixinyan, having attained the realm of spirit refinement, possessed keenly perceptive eyes capable of discerning Lu Xiaoyao's form. Yet, this ability only deepened Yixinyan's astonishment. The prowess of this individual was terrifyingly distinct from that of ordinary cultivators and martial artists. In that fleeting moment, Yixinyan grasped Lu Xiaoyao's true identity. Boom. In the face of Lu Xiaoyao's onslaught, Yixinyan did not falter, immediately focusing all his energy to counter the assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements intertwining, devolving into a chaotic melee. Countless afterimages emerged, coalescing into a colossal sphere of shadows. As their strikes accelerated, the area of their combat expanded, and the shadowy orb grew ever larger. Standing nearby, Yi Yuyan found himself unable to intervene. Amid the clash, he perceived nothing but the escalating intensity of spiritual energy erupting between the two, drawing in an increasing amount of ambient spiritual essence. The very essence of heaven and earth was being stirred, creating a vast tide of spiritual energy, which radiated outward in invisible waves. With Lu Xiaoyao and Yixinyan at its epicenter, the force of these waves intensified with the escalating battle, and soon, Yi Yuyan could no longer withstand it. Rapidly retreating to a safe distance, the conflict drew widespread attention, prompting a swift response from pairs of guards who arrived to disperse the surrounding civilian populace. Though oblivious to the identities of the combatants, they recognized the formidable nature of the confrontation. Every action taken by either party threatened to impact a vast area, necessitating their intervention to avert civilian casualties. In the distance, several airships approached, where Zhang Jing observed the battlefield and quickly identified Lu Xiaoyao among the fighters. Upon arrival, Yi Yuyan rushed towards Zhang Jing, urgently imploring, "Do not concern yourself with this. Hasten to the city affairs office, for Isha is in danger." "What?" "Understood. We must proceed to the city affairs office at once," Zhang Jing replied, redirecting the airship's course. With only a short distance remaining to the city affairs office, Zhang Jing leaped from the airship before it could land, charging toward the destination with unwavering determination. Just then, another long howl resonated through the sky. What was happening? Zhang Jing turned to glance back and witnessed a brilliant flash of sword light erupting from Lu Xiaoyao's direction. The sword light arched like a rainbow, soaring into the heavens. Meanwhile, the combatants, Lu Xiaoyao and Yixinyan, had already separated, or rather, it was Yixinyan, wielding a long sword, who was relentlessly pursuing Lu Xiaoyao with fervor. "Catch the sword." Following this, a streak of crimson suddenly shot from the airship, hurtling directly towards the retreating Lu Xiaoyao. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jing withdrew his gaze, preparing to rush into the city administration office, when another long howl echoed from within the office. Following the sound, he saw a man bursting forth, enveloped in a radiant sword light, soaring directly from the rooftop of the office. The brilliance of the sword light flashed as it aimed towards Lu Xiaoyao. Chapter 114, who was more frantic, gazing towards the location where the radiant sword light had manifested. Zheng Jing did not dare to hesitate for even a moment and immediately dashed in that direction. At that moment, Yisha emerged, wielding a luminous sword. Her eyes fixed on the direction Xiaobin had departed. "Are you all right? Is everything fine?" Zhang Jing inquired with concern upon noticing the traces of blood at the corner of Yisha's lips. "I'm fine. Let us hurry and see." As she spoke, Yisha prepared to leap forward to pursue, but was promptly restrained by Zhang Jing. "Stay here, I will go." After persuading Yisha to remain, Zhang Jing seized the luminous sword and turned back to hasten onward. Meanwhile, a soft exclamation from Yiyu Yin caught Lu Xiaoyao's attention. Turning around, she saw the blood-refining demon sword soaring toward her. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoyao met the sword, extending her hand to grasp it, while simultaneously unleashing a beam of sword light behind her. The ensuing thunderous clash forced Lu Xiaoyao to retreat sharply, creating distance between herself and the relentless Yi Xinyan. At this juncture, a second piercing cry echoed, as another brilliant sword light erupted from the city administration office, shooting forth with alarming speed. Lu Xiaoyao narrowed her gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. Facing one formidable opponent was already challenging, and now another had emerged, evidently possessing superior strength. Glancing at the heavy sword in her hand, Lu Xiaoyao discarded it toward Yi Yan. This sword was peculiar, unwieldy, as if it resisted her grasp. She understood that this sword possessed a life of its own, likely only usable by one it acknowledged. Such sentient blades were not meant for just anyone to wield. While Yi Yan seemed to handle it effortlessly, it would only hinder others, failing to unleash its true potential. As she cast away the heavy sword, Lu Xiaoyao's other hand had already formed the scythe of Zen martial imagery. Zen martial imagery. Observing the scythe, Yixin Yin's eyes gleamed with malice. "Which sect do you belong to? Have you crossed the line?" "This is the territory of my Huaiyue sword sect." "Huaiyue sword sect? I've never heard of it," Lu Xiaoyao replied, her focus sharpening as she brandished the scythe. "I'm a rogue cultivator, with no sect or affiliation." The scythe glimmered with brilliance as it swung toward Yixin Yin. "Humph." Yixin Yin scoffed derisively, his form suddenly quaking as a phantom sword body expanded from within him. The sword body shot skyward, cleaving toward Lu Xiaoyao's scythe. With a resounding crash, sword met scythe, unleashing invisible waves that surged like a tempest. First style, reaping hope. As Lu Xiaoyao's conviction surged, the scythe radiated, its blade igniting with fierce luminosity. The sword body that had opposed the scythe suddenly developed cracks, trembling violently. Impossible. Realizing the sword body was fracturing, Yixin Yin was instantly aghast, hastily attempting to withdraw and retract the sword body. Yet, as his thoughts shifted, an indescribable sense of fragmentation gripped him. Above, the manifested sword body was shattered by the scythe. Ugh! Yixin Yin felt a tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The embodiment of Zen martial arts is intricately linked to the practitioners, serving as a manifestation of their personal path. Now, with a swift strike from Lu Xiaoyao's sickle, the foundation of Yixin Yin was immediately shaken. Although the physical sword form can still manifest again even after sustaining damage, such an experience inevitably instills a psychological barrier within Yixin Yin. Particularly, the scenario of being effortlessly defeated by another, devoid of any capacity for resistance, can give rise to inner demons. This feeling is further exacerbated by Yixin Yin's contempt for Lu Xiaoyao. Once more, Lu Xiaoyao continued his relentless assault, seeking to eliminate this opponent before another arrived. Yet, just as the sickle descended, another beam of sword light shot forth, intercepting Lu Xiaoyao's weapon. "You are quite arrogant." Zhao Bin had arrived, casting a glance at Yixin Yin and revealing a flicker of malice. He had not anticipated that, in the blink of an eye, this individual would injure his junior brother. The strength of the adversary was indeed formidable. Within Tiger's Embrace City, such power could likely belong to only one person. "Are you Lu Xiaoyao?" Zhao Bin inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyao, emanating a murderous intent. "You know of me?" Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling settling in his heart. Although his information was not overly concealed, how had the other party come to know of it? Were there indeed undercover agents from various sects within the current city administration? The presence of this opponent surely harbored deeper intrigue. "Are you a rogue cultivator?" Zhao Bin squinted, his eyes glimmering with insight as he scrutinized Lu Xiaoyao's strength. However, after a moment of observation, he could not perceive any trace of Lu Xiaoyao's aura. "Do you possess a method to conceal your presence?" The inability of an opponent to gauge one's cultivation level can provide a significant advantage during combat. The uncertainty creates a greater intimidation factor, making foes hesitant to unleash their full strength. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao exuded an air of inscrutability, which Xiaobin found quite displeasing. The inability to ascertain the depth of his opponent compelled him to hold back during their encounter, wary of any concealed formidable techniques. Is Tiger's Embrace City causing trouble? Lu Xiaoyao's expression was icy, his disdain for the two cultivators unmasked. The annual tribute from Tiger's Embrace City is due. In response to Lu Xiaoyao's probing question, Xiaobin offered no answer. Instead, he coldly smirked. I advise you not to resist, although your strength is commendable. Before the Huawei sword sect, it could lead you to utter ruin at any moment. Xiaobin turned his head, casting a glance at Yuxinyan, sneering, moreover. For injuring my junior brother, you shall forfeit an arm. I have always considered myself quite audacious, Lu Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head lightly with a hint of derision. Yet I did not expect you to be even more arrogant. Are you not aware of where you currently stand? At that moment, Zhang Jing had arrived. And upon witnessing the tense standoff, he immediately approached Lu Xiaoyao. Little Lu, the Huawei sword sect is exceptionally powerful. We cannot contend with them. Zhang Jing's gaze was imbued with vigilance. I had heard that the Huawei sword sect was a sanctuary for cultivators, with the threshold for entry being the cleansing of marrow. Even masters of Zen martial arts were merely ordinary disciples there. Have you heard? Glancing at Zhang Jing, Lu Xiaoyao whispered, what is their significance? Lu Xiaoyao was unfamiliar with the Huawei sword sect, having never encountered it before. Yet, since they had emerged and mentioned the need for some form of tribute, Lu Xiaoyao felt a pang of concern. If this Huawei sword sect was indeed a factor influencing Hubba City, it might not be a place for prolonged stay. Truly. They were rogue cultivators. One could easily mistake them for brash youths. Although their conversation was hushed, Xiaobin still caught wind of it. Initially skeptical of Lu Xiaoyao being a rogue cultivator, he now concluded the truth based on her evident ignorance. Chapter 115. A counterattack. The keen hearing of Lu Xiaoyao astonished him. It seemed that during this period, he had been lulled into complacency by the weaker cultivators and martial artists, forgetting the formidable senses and prowess of true practitioners. Now, despite the presence of only two adversaries, they exuded an immense pressure. Even Zhang Jing, standing beside him, could not intervene in their confrontation, let alone the members of the worship hall that had rushed over. If you desire an arm from me, you must first demonstrate the capability to claim it. Although Xiaobin could not perceive Lu Xiaoyao's cultivation level, Lu Xiaoyao could discern Xiaobin's realm, which was at the late stage of the spirit refinement path, surpassing Lu Xiaoyao by 2 minor realms. Meanwhile, the injured Yuxinyan was at the mid-stage of the spirit refinement path. Together, these two could undoubtedly topple the Tiger Hug City, and none could stand in their way. Currently, Lu Xiaoyao's realm was only newly entered into the spirit refinement path, having just stabilized his cultivation. Faced with these two, the circumstances were dire. Although I cannot see through your realm, judging by your earlier strike, you should not be our superior. Do you believe you can withstand a few moves against us? Xiaobin declared with an air of arrogance, scanning the surroundings and casting a sidelong glance at the worship hall members. He sneered. I trust some of you have seen me before. Perhaps you should counsel your new hall master. Losing an arm is preferable to losing a life. The members of the worship hall turned their gazes toward Lu Xiaoyao. As protectors of Tiger Hug City, they were privy to greater secrets. They indeed recognized Xiaobin and understood his formidable strength, yet they were unclear about his origins and identity. However, his sheer power was sufficient to instill dread. Before Xiaobin, none dared to resist. Such terrifying strength had been witnessed years ago. During his inaugural mission, Xiaobin had accompanied as a deputy envoy. Yet, on that occasion, with a mere sword stroke, he had slain over 100 cultivators and martial artists from the worship hall, a true massacre. Had it not been for the envoy's intervention, Xiaobin might have annihilated the worship hall entirely. Among those present, some had witnessed that event firsthand. Seeing former colleagues cleaved in two by Xiaobin's sword, blood flowing, and remnants strewn across the ground, Hall Master Lu, it would be wise to concede. It is better to admit defeat. As voices of concession arose, more began to echo in agreement. Listening to the words of the worshippers, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of anger swell within him. Submission, apology, defeat? Such notions were utterly inconceivable. There was no chance of that in this lifetime. His gaze turned icy, a fierce resolve emanating from his eyes as he glanced at the assembly. Today, it is either your demise or my survival. The flying sword confiscated from Shiman Lang had been reforged by Lu Xiaoyao and was now unleashed, radiating brilliance and enveloped in spiritual energy, exuding a captivating mystery. Humph! You perish, I survive? You may only be boasting. It appears you are truly unwilling to turn back until you hit the wall. Xiaobin's aura burst forth, akin to a drawn sword ready for battle. The surrounding acolytes, now filled with trepidation, began to retreat, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Master, think twice. They murmured in fear. Indeed, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you. Their terrified whispers reached Lu Xiaoyao's ears, instilling a chilling dread within him. These acolytes truly lacked resolve. Their words, while disheartening to Lu Xiaoyao, only fueled Zhao Bin's arrogance. Fear not. As long as your association with him is minimal, this envoy shall not trouble you. This declaration was akin to a lifeline, prompting many acolytes to swiftly declare their stances. Envoy, my relationship with him is quite poor. Since his arrival in Tiger's Embrace City, we have hardly exchanged a few words. Envoy, I hereby withdraw from the Acolyte Hall and sever ties with this reckless rogue. Hearing such declarations, Lu Xiaoyao remained stoic, while beside him, Zhang Jing erupted in fury. What are you doing? Do you wish to rebel? Zhang, do not overestimate yourselves. You think to oppose the envoy. Yet we wish to live a few more years. You. Zhang Jing glared, his lips trembling with rage. After taking over the Acolyte Hall, he had not slighted these individuals, yet now they chose to abandon ship, refusing to stand united with Tiger's Embrace City or the Acolyte Hall against a common enemy. Very well, those who wish to leave the Acolyte Hall may do so now. Lu Xiaoyao bore no resentment towards their departure. If they could not stand together with the Acolyte Hall, what purpose did it serve to retain these parasites? Lu, what audacity! Before the envoy, you shall not act so brazenly. The Acolyte Hall belongs to Tiger's Embrace City, not to you alone. Indeed, it is you who should depart from the Acolyte Hall. During your time here, what have you done for us? Instead, you have imposed stringent regulations that restrict our every action. Amidst these voices, another spoke up. You cannot say that, Master Lu has. Silence, Zhou Gongyu. Have you become his lackey, standing with him now? Have you forgotten how he caused the deaths of so many brothers in the Acolyte Hall, even leading to the demise of Lord Tong Zhanyu? You. Zhou Gongyu's complexion turned ashen, his face darkened with anger. These words cut deep. Initially, each had served their own master, and conflict was inevitable. Yet now, with Lu Xiaoyao in control of the Acolyte Hall and the lordship in the hands of Yisha, who was appointed by the Haizhou Military District Headquarters, the narrative had shifted. Furthermore, Tong Zhanyu was captured under orders from the Military District Headquarters and was killed by Zhang Jing while resisting arrest. Yet now, these accusations were laid at Lu Xiaoyao's feet. Zhou Gongyu, indeed a member of the Tiger's Embrace City Acolyte Hall, remained loyal to the city itself rather than its lord. Who held the title of lord mattered little to him. As long as they proved beneficial to Tiger's Embrace City, he was willing to assist the lord. Whether it was Yisha or the former Tong Zhanyu. Do you see? Your subordinates are quite discontent with you. Such failure in leadership is truly remarkable. Such a scenario is precisely what Zhao Bin desires. The situation in Hubao City had been ascertained prior to his arrival. Currently, the leadership of Hubao City relies entirely on an individual known as Lu Xiaoyao. Given that Lu Xiaoyao is oblivious to the shifting tides of circumstance, there is no longer any necessity to retain him. It would be prudent to remove him entirely. After all, does this current cadre not remain obedient? Although Hubao City is under the jurisdiction of Haizhou, it has consistently enjoyed the protection of the Huawei Sword Sect. With the change in leadership, the Huawei Sword Sect is certainly compelled to assert its influence. Not only does this apply to Hubao City, but it extends to the Eastern Theater and Haizhou as well. Indeed, throughout the vast expanse of Xinzhou, all regions are safeguarded by various sects, a fact known solely to those in positions of power. Chapter 116. Underestimating you. This narrative pertains to the profound secrets of the vast land of Xinzhou, known solely to the elite rulers. These rulers serve as representatives of various sections. However, in certain regions, officials are appointed by the sects, while in others, the sects refrain from managing the cities. The Huawei Sword Sect exemplifies the latter, as they do not involve themselves in the affairs of Hubao City, yet they collect tributes annually. The ongoing conflict between the Zhongzhou and Haizhou appears to be merely a dispute between the sovereign of the sect and the sovereign of the sea. Yet, beneath the surface lies a clash among the foremost sects within these two provinces. This is akin to celestial beings engaging in battle, leaving mortals bewildered and ignorant of the underlying truths. As for the individual named Lu Xiaoyao, the audacity to seize Hubao City single-handedly is nothing short of a provocation against the Huawei Sword Sect. Initially, Zhao Bin presumed that a sect was coveting the Tiger Leopard mountain range, only to discover that Lu Xiaoyao was an unknown rogue cultivator. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge Lu Xiaoyao's ambition and boldness. Regrettably, such a reckless youth stands only to face merciless annihilation before the Huawei Sword Sect. Lu Xiaoyao's understanding of this world remains woefully superficial. The complexities of existence extend far beyond mere appearances. Even individuals like Isha are unaware of the intricacies of this realm. Yet Lu Xiaoyao aspires to establish a power here. To solidify his position inevitably encroaches upon the interests of others, particularly the Huawei Sword Sect, the beneficiaries of these interests within the Tiger Leopard mountain range. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Zhao Bin chuckled in disbelief at Lu Xiaoyao's actions. Was the lad genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Could a mere master of the divine refinement path truly challenge the Huawei sword sect? Or was there a hidden force backing Lu Xiaoyao? This notion sparked Zhao Bin's vigilance. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. What if a sect had deliberately engaged this rogue cultivator to test their strength? Historically, rogue cultivators have maintained a respectful distance from the disciples of sections. Even if they could prevail in combat, they would hesitate to offend, for defeating a minor disciple could provoke the wrath of their superiors, leading to considerable trouble. After all, how could a rogue cultivator contend with a sect? Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's unusual conduct ignited questions within Zhao Bin's mind. This shift in perspective occurred in an instant. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoyao, his insufficient understanding of the world concealed the looming dangers. Even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the local snake, and compared to the Huawei sword sect, Lu Xiaoyao hardly qualifies as a formidable dragon. Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan, both elite disciples, occupy a higher status than ordinary disciples, yet they remain merely disciples. Based on their cultivation levels, it is evident that the higher echelons of their sect possess extraordinary prowess. With Lu Xiaoyao's current capabilities, he lacks the qualifications to pose a challenge. Had he not possessed a formidable backing, would Lu Xiaoyao, with his mere prowess, dare to challenge an entire sect? Even as a rogue cultivator capable of fleeing at any moment? This question loomed in Zhao Bin's mind, rendering him increasingly vigilant. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoyao, his audaciousness evoked such caution in Zhao Bin. The two were locked in a fierce standoff, with onlookers eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Lu Xiaoyao's folly. Though Lu Xiaoyao is indeed powerful, capable of vanquishing even the two Taoist cultivators and warriors under Klaus's command, his strength paled in comparison to that of the Huayu sword sect. Let me show you the essence of futility, Lu Xiaoyao declared, launching his attack. Behind Zhao Bin, Yu Xinyan had already consumed a pill. If he awaited its restorative effects, the situation would only worsen. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed his longsword, transforming it into a radiant arc. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly performed a series of hand seals, channeling the ethereal energies of the cosmos to enhance his blade. The sword's luminescence was dazzling, illuminating the space between them as it surged towards Zhao Bin's chest in an instant. Such audacity! Zhao Bin remained undaunted in the face of the lethal strike. His aura erupted, coalescing into the faint silhouette of a colossal sword. Lu Xiaoyao's thrust was fierce, yet it faltered against the illusory blade. Is this all you have? Zhao Bin scoffed, his disdain evident as he easily countered Lu Xiaoyao's assault. If this was the extent of his abilities, he had indeed underestimated him. However, given that Lu Xiaoyao had previously injured Yi Xinyan, Zhao Bin remained on high alert. In the realm of three paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, one must comprehend the way, and the second is to sever the void. Lu Xiaoyao murmured, his fingers dancing swiftly as he executed another sword technique. In response, Zhao Bin's longsword erupted with brilliance once more. The protective silhouette before him emitted a soft pop, shattering under the pressure of the assault. In the next moment, the entire blade unleashed a tempest of sword energy akin to a detonating bomb, sending countless shards of energy radiating outward. Zhao Bin's protective shield cracked and then disintegrated with a resounding explosion. A look of astonishment crossed Zhao Bin's face as he raised his left arm, from which a silver light shot forth. The silver beam was remarkably restrained, yet its speed was akin to lightning. With a sharp clang, two longswords hovered before Zhao Bin. I underestimated you, he thought, a chill running down his spine. Had he not been prepared, this encounter could have ended disastrously. As he regarded the blade now merely half a meter away, Zhao Bin felt a surge of dread. Half a meter was hardly a distance for a flying sword. The slightest miscalculation could mean the difference between life and death. Just as he relished his good fortune, a sudden wave of impending danger surged from below, altering his expression drastically. Without hesitation, Zhao Bin activated his instant step, sidestepping 10 meters. Once repositioned, he turned to behold a streak of sword light hurtling towards him. Had there been the slightest delay just now, he would have surely been cleaved in two by that streak of sword light. Indeed, you truly, Zhao Bin, already incensed, had not yet completed his words when he sensed another wave of peril emanating from above. His complexion changed drastically, without a moment's hesitation. He activated his instant step once more, seeking to evade this impending attack. However, in an instant, he noticed that Lu Xiaoyao had abruptly vanished from his line of sight. Where had she gone? At that moment, Zhao Bin extended his perception outward, yet aside from the looming threat above, he discerned no other dangers present. Just as confusion settled in his heart, a piercing scream of anguish suddenly echoed from behind him. This is bad. Zhao Bin's eyes widened in horror as he turned to see Lu Xiaoyao's sword piercing through Yu Xinyan's chest. Buzz. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Bin felt a rush of suffocating despair, his mind erupting into chaos. Almost immediately, the deafening roar of thunder resounded in his ears. Chapter 117. The fearless ignorant. As Zhao Bin's mind was entirely captivated by the sight of Lu Xiaoyao's sword piercing through Yu Xinyan's chest. The Liao Tian sword above him descended. The thunder summoned by Liao Tian struck relentlessly at Zhao Bin, resonating ominously in his ears, ignoring the perilous state of Yu Xinyan. Zhao Bin immediately unleashed his sword technique to counter the multitude of thundering bolts raining down from above. How could this be possible? Zhao Bin's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could a mere rogue cultivator possess such formidable strength? No, Lu Xiaoyao had undoubtedly inherited a complete legacy. He was far from being just another wayward rogue. He had miscalculated. He had underestimated his opponent. For this, he would pay a grievous price. Yi Xinyan, his chest stained crimson, was equally astonished. Wasn't Lu Xiaoyao engaged in a spar with his senior brother? How could he suddenly turn to launch a deadly assault on him? Just moments ago, he had been recuperating, absorbing the effects of the pill he had just ingested, and now, in an instant, a sword had pierced through his heart. The vibrant life force within him was swiftly diminishing. The once boiling warmth of his blood was rapidly cooling. Death loomed ominously. This realization filled the proud Yu Xinyan with an overwhelming sense of despair. A cultivator should bravely resist, battling against heaven, earth, and humanity, undaunted by the specter of death. Yet now, Yu Xinyan felt utterly humiliated. How could he be slain by a rogue in his presence, without even a hint of awareness? His unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto the figure before him. It was him, Lu Xiaoyao. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With the last vestige of his will, he summoned all the strength he could muster within to retaliate. He would fight back. Clinging to a final resolve, Yu Xinyan aimed to take Lu Xiaoyao down with him. But at that moment, a searing hand struck his abdomen, and the spirit energy he had just gathered dissipated in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain radiated from his core, a torment that felt as if it originated from his very soul, more agonizing than a sword piercing through his heart. His dantian had been shattered. Realizing this, Yu Xinyan's consciousness plunged into a profound darkness. His lifeless body plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a minuscule cloud of dust. This scene sent shockwaves through everyone present. Just moments ago, the hunted Lu Xiaoyao had turned the tables to eliminate his pursuer. Moreover, he had done so even in the presence of the pursuer's companions. Those who had previously mocked Lu Xiaoyao with scornful jibes were now left dumbfounded. How could this be? The man had been killed? How dared Lu Xiaoyao slay him? After all, he was a disciple of the legendary Huawei sword sect. In the face of such a massive entity as the Huawei sword sect, all the masters of Hubao City combined were insignificant. Just one superpower from the sect could sweep away everyone in Hubao City. If he hadn't killed him, there might have been a chance for survival. Now that someone was dead, how could the Huawei sword sect possibly let Lu Xiaoyao off the hook? This could even implicate others. As this grim possibility dawned on them, someone immediately shouted in outrage, "Lu, you seek death. Don't drag us down with you. How dare you kill a member of the Huawei sword sect? Indeed, have you lost your senses? Do you wish to bring ruin upon my tiger-embraced city?" This individual is ominous. Ever since his arrival, calamities have befallen our city, marking him as a harbinger of misfortune. Moreover, he is accompanied by a female vampire, potentially a spy sent by the Twilight clan. What? A female vampire? Upon uttering these words, a wave of uproar swept through the gathered devotees. Yes, the woman clad in crimson garments and a red cloak, with a hood concealing her visage, is indeed. All eyes turned towards Yi Yuyan, their gazes laced with hostility. Sensing the animosity from the crowd, Yi Yuyan immediately grew vigilant, gripping her blood-siphoning sword tightly. Behold the blade she wields. It is indeed a sword capable of draining one's life essence. The murmurs among the onlookers rapidly spread, igniting widespread panic. The vengeance of the Huawei sword sect and the insinuations of the Twilight Blood clan left these individuals in a state of dread. They are the harbingers of the Blood clan. You ought to assist me in capturing them all. Furthermore, those such as Isha are mere servants of the Blood clan. Hearing the tide of public opinion, Zhao Bin seized the opportunity. At that moment, Zhao Bin had just dismantled Lu Xiaoyao's Lure the Heaven sword. Yin Laohu. You court death. Lu Xiaoyao turned to see Yin Laohu, the very instigator of this discord. Yin Laohu, Tong Zhanyu has betrayed us, and yet you remain obstinate. Recognizing the identity of his adversary, Zhang Jing was also incensed. After Tong Zhanyu's demise, Zhang had spared Yin Laohu's life, only to find him stirring trouble once more. Clutching his luminous sword, Zhang Jing lunged at Yin Laohu, declaring, "I shall end you." Brothers, the time to prove ourselves has arrived. Under Yin Laohu's incitement, the devotees erupted into chaos, leaving only a handful by Zhou Gongyu's side. The few who abstained were those who had once followed Zhang in pursuing Lu Xiaoyao. But they had since defected. Most remained in the belly of the beast, with only a scant few returning. In such a scenario of overwhelming odds, they all turned their gaze towards Zhou Gongyu. Very well. Lu Xiaoyao glanced at the crowd and finally fixed her gaze upon Zhao Bin. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive? Humph. You ought to ask if you all can escape, Zhao Bin replied, his expression frigid. A glint of malice in his eyes. No, you shall wish for death. Your soul will be extracted and cast into the soul-refining valley, condemned to eternal suffering. In Zhao Bin's hand, a radiant sword gleamed as he continued, Do you think that the appointment from the military headquarters will safeguard you? You vastly underestimate the sect's influence and overestimate your own significance. You are but puppets, easily replaceable at our whim. This declaration weighed heavily on Lu Xiaoyao's heart. As if she had glimpsed the hidden truths of this world. Above the rulers, could it be that the cultivators are the ones orchestrating everything? Regardless of the truth. Zhao Bin before her could not be spared, for his affiliation with the Huawei sword sect rendered him an enemy. A sense of urgency gripped Lu Xiaoyao. In this world, there exist profound secrets that require unraveling. The Huawei sword sect stands as an imposing mountain, obstructing the path forward. Lu Xiaoyao similarly brandishes his sword, having dispatched Yi Xinyan. Zhao Bin no longer poses a threat. As a fellow practitioner of the divine refinement path, Lu Xiaoyao is eager to discern the other's methods. Witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's continued defiance only solidifies Zhao Bin's suspicions. Otherwise, he could fathom no reason that would drive a rogue cultivator to so recklessly challenge a sect alone. Who could it be? A few of Huawei's sword sect's adversaries swiftly flitted through Zhao Bin's mind. Yet, before he could untangle his thoughts, Lu Xiaoyao charged forth. Ignorant of the dangers, he was determined to showcase his abilities. In response to Lu Xiaoyao's provocation, Zhao Bin finally abandoned his defense and, for the first time, launched a proactive assault. Chapter 118. Shuffling in the previous conflict. Although Yi Xinyan had fallen, Zhao Bin regarded it merely as a treacherous ambush by Lu Xiaoyao. In terms of genuine skill and prowess, how could a rogue cultivator possibly stand against a disciple of a sect? There is no possibility of concealment in this regard. A cultivator's chosen method cannot be altered midway through their training. If Lu Xiaoyao were indeed a disciple of a sect, it would be inconceivable for him to forsake his entire cultivation to learn some incomplete techniques of rogue cultivators. No one would undertake such folly. Moreover, given Lu Xiaoyao's formidable strength, he could not have been specifically nurtured by any sect. Who has employed you? I, from the Huawei sword sect, shall offer you double the commission. Amidst their fierce confrontation, Zhao Bin still found the energy to speak. Yet what he received in return was merely a flash of sword light, akin to a lightning bolt. At that moment, during the struggle with Lu Xiaoyao, Zhao Bin keenly discerned that, despite being a rogue, his opponent possessed a complete lineage of cultivation. Such rogue cultivators with full inheritances certainly exist, and they are remarkably powerful, distinctly different from ordinary rogue practitioners. Various sects often adopt a strategy of recruitment and wooing towards such individuals. Those who hold a complete lineage face no issues in their cultivation. Coupled with their freedom from sect restrictions, they operate according to their own wills, making them formidable adversaries. Focusing on dealing with them can lead to their elusive escape. Just when one might believe they have fled, they can swiftly return for vengeance, catching the sect off guard. Surely one cannot assign a high-ranking expert to accompany every disciple on their excursions? Having witnessed Lu Xiaoyao's tactics, Zhao Bin revised his assessment of them once more. Diverting one's attention could prove detrimental. With a fierce swing, Lu Xiaoyao unleashed a sword strike, carving an arc of profound intricacy that deftly bypassed Zhao Bin's defenses. With a resounding thrust, it struck Zhao Bin's side, eliciting a muffled groan as he retreated, simultaneously executing his swordplay to fend off Lu Xiaoyao's relentless pursuit. As he withdrew, Zhao Bin emanated a radiant sword light, resembling a blade drawn from its sheath. In an instant, the brilliance soared skyward, akin to a beam piercing through the clouds. Lu Xiaoyao remained vigilant, cautiously guarding against Zhao Bin, yet in the next moment, the sword light unexpectedly shot off into the distance. Seeing the departing light, Lu Xiaoyao's heart raced. Was Zhao Bin truly escaping? He could not allow this to happen. With a tense expression, Lu Xiaoyao immediately gave chase. Should Zhao Bin elude him, there would be no time for preparation. Under the weight of the opponent's malevolent accusations, the Huawei sword sect would undoubtedly dispatch formidable experts, leaving him entirely at a disadvantage. With a form as swift as lightning, Lu Xiaoyao activated his instantaneous movement, racing towards the direction of Zhao Bin's retreat. To the astonishment of many, what appeared to be an overwhelmingly powerful adversary turned out to be rather cowardly. When merely pricked in the abdomen, he fled without a second thought. Not only was Lu Xiaoyao taken aback, but the sycophants who had been lavishing praise upon Zhao Bin were also shocked to witness the once fearsome Zhao Bin choose to retreat. At that moment, spurred on by Yin Laohu, the sycophants began to take action. Despite their lingering fear of Lu Xiaoyao, they were wary of engaging since he was Zhao Bin's rival. A throng of sycophants surged towards Yi Yuyan, intent on capturing him. However, they grossly underestimated Yi Yuyan's prowess, wielding the blood-refining demon sword with both finesse and ferocity. He unleashed the unpredictable shadows of the 100 Transformations Divine Fist, rendering the sycophants unable to approach him. With the fish dragon body technique and the 100 Transformations Divine Fist at his disposal, Yi Yuyan navigated through the encirclement with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, Zheng Jing and Zhou Gongyu had also entered the fray, opposing the rebellious sycophants. Having cast their lot with Zhao Bin, they found themselves with no path for retreat. The Hall of Sycophants would not harbor them, nor would Tiger hold city, initially believing they had secured a powerful ally in Zhao Bin. The sight of his sudden flight dealt a devastating blow to their morale. The skirmish did not endure for long, as Avril and her security team arrived en masse. Faced with an array of advanced technological weaponry, the traitorous sycophants scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Although cultivators and martial artists possessed the strength to contend with such weaponry, the advanced technology also posed a formidable challenge for them. The powers of both sides were indeed relative, but the security team's might was undeniably dominant. Moments later, ripples appeared in the sky as temporal distortions shook the heavens, heralding the arrival of the base vehicle. Hundreds of skilled fighters surged forth from above, ready to apprehend the traitorous sycophants. These experts were all masters, grandmasters, and even a few revered ones, individuals who had once fought alongside Lu Xiaoyao and Zhang Jing. They had previously mounted a surprise attack against Klaus's 100,000-strong army, wreaking havoc upon his encampment. These were the 300 most elite warriors summoned by Lu Xiaoyao. With their arrival, despair engulfed the traitorous sycophants. As escape was no longer an option, the base vehicle had only just appeared, having made a detour to gather these formidable fighters. Upon its return, it swiftly suppressed the panicked sycophants. Observing the disheartened and captured sycophants, Zhang Jing revealed a chilling smile. It seemed that Tiger Hold City could no longer accommodate them. As for the remnants of Tong Zhanyu, their refusal to remain subdued would not go unpunished. Zhang Jing remarked, casting a glance at Yin Laohu. You, false tiger, should learn to behave yourself. I should not have spared you last time. I was wrong. Yin Laohu trembled and sank to his knees. In the previous encounter, Yin Laohu had already found himself on the military district headquarters apprehension list. However, due to his relatively compliant behavior and his active cooperation in revealing the incriminating evidence against Tong Zhanyu, he was subsequently assigned to the Ancestral Hall. To everyone's astonishment, he incited a considerable number of individuals to join him in rebellion. Was this a miscalculation? Zhang Jing's gaze was frigid, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. It was time for a reshuffle in Hubicheng, and the Ancestral Hall required a thorough cleansing as well. With that declaration, Zhang Jing struck decisively. The laser sword swept through the air and severed Yin Laohu's neck. There was no spray of blood, for the wound had been cauterized by the laser, emitting a thick, foul-smelling smoke. Spare us. We shall not dare again. Spare you? I am even less inclined to do so. Observing the pleading supplicants, Zhang Jing hesitated momentarily and initiated communication with Lu Xiaoyao. The connection was promptly established, and Lu Xiaoyao's voice resonated. Have you resolved the situation? With my presence? You need not worry. Zhang Jing then spoke in a grave tone. How do you intend to deal with these treacherous supplicants? Not a single one shall be spared. Lu Xiaoyao would not repeat the mistake of showing leniency towards those who had caused this collective betrayal. If they were restless, why allow them to remain? It was high time for a reshuffle in Hubicheng. Chapter 119. Deep within the Tiger Embrace mountain range, having experienced the recent events, Yisha and Zheng Jing finally resolved to eliminate all sources of instability. The management of Tiger Embrace City would undergo yet another trial, one that would show no mercy this time. Any trace of corruption would be subjected to relentless scrutiny. Those whose hearts were not aligned with Tiger Embrace City and harbored ulterior motives would be marginalized or even expelled outright. Previously, out of a desire to maintain some goodwill and avoid offending the local elite, decisive action had been delayed, ultimately laying the groundwork for the current crisis. These individuals were truly restless, believing that Isha and her companions were mere outsiders, emboldening them to engage in covert maneuvers. After reporting to the Haizhou military district headquarters, the situation received prompt acknowledgement. They even urged Isha to expedite the repairs on the base's temporal transmission device, ensuring timely support from the headquarters. Little Lu had been away for 3 days. Would any troubles arise? Having completed her immediate tasks, Isha exhibited a hint of concern. Zhang Jing shook his head in response, stating, as fellow practitioners of the divine refinement path, little Lu possesses strength that surpasses all others. He left in pursuit of Zhao Bin. There should be no issues. We must trust him. Our focus now should be on stabilizing Tiger Embrace City. Indeed, Sister Shasha, didn't Yi Yuyan accompany him? With their combined prowess, they should encounter no difficulties. Sitting on the sofa, Avril remarked while wielding a longsword, Truly, as a weapon of a practitioner, this is far superior to what we wield. I am now convinced that cultivators are the true power. The paths of mere warriors lead to nowhere. Strength is indeed paramount. But have you forgotten what it means to be a cultivator? Zhang Jing turned to Avril, asserting it is about self-improvement, the courage to resist, breaking through limits, transcending constraints, and liberating oneself from the shackles of existence. I know. Avril rolled her eyes, retorting. It is the continual exploration that leads to the dual elevation of body and soul, a transformation beyond the self. Just remember that. Zhang Jing nodded, recognizing that in little Lu's absence, he had become the core of the group. Additionally, with Zhang Jing's innate talent and cultivated insight, he made extraordinary progress in his training nearly every day. His already superior abilities now left others far behind. Unlike little Lu, who often adopted a more detached approach, Zhang Jing preferred to remain engaged, guiding his companions towards collective growth and advancement. This made him appear more approachable and relatable to the group, contrasting with the reverent awe that often accompanied little Lu's presence. Although little Lu had not displayed extreme severity, an air of respect always surrounded him, shrouding him in an enigmatic mist. Each time they believed they had glimpsed the entirety of little Lu, it was merely the tip of the iceberg. No one could truly comprehend the depths of his being. The enigmatic allure of Lu Xiaoyao instills within everyone a sense of curiosity and reverence. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao trails Zhao Bin, having ventured into a dense forest. Upon entering this woodland, an aura of mysterious energy envelopes the area, and the spiritual essence here is notably richer, nearly 4 to 5 times that of the outside world. The microbrain on her left arm has also been severed from its connection to the external realm. Upon closer inspection, she discovers a grand formation that completely isolates the forest from the outside world. Following the faint traces left by Zhao Bin, Lu Xiaoyao reaches the summit of a cliff. From afar, she observes Zhao Bin crouched on the ground, seemingly engaged in some task. As she approaches, a shimmering glow surrounds him, shrouding him in an ethereal light. It is a formation. Alarmed, Lu Xiaoyao leaps forward, exclaiming, "Zhao Bin, you shall not escape." Upon hearing her shout, Zhao Bin turns, his eyes glinting with coldness. "Are you a dog?" He retorts, urgency etched across his face as he forms hand seals to activate the formation. The hazy light intensifies, coalescing into a dense mist that engulfs him. Realizing the peril, Lu Xiaoyao comprehends that this must be a teleportation array. She raises her sword, unleashing a terrifying arc of sword energy. There exist 3 realms: heaven, earth, and humanity. Heaven's wrath. The sword energy howls forth, accompanied by thunderous roars from the sky. Boom. The clash of sword and thunder strikes the teleportation array, causing it to tremble. The veil of mist dissipates momentarily, revealing Zhao Bin once more. "You're finished, Lu. You'll pay dearly for this, and Tiger Hold City is doomed." Zhao Bin's eyes blaze with malice as he channels his energy, reigniting the formation. "Then I shall eliminate you first." After a brief delay, Lu Xiaoyao strides forward with determination. Each step is executed with remarkable speed, and in mere moments, she closes the distance to within several meters of the array. Just one more step, and she would stand before Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin, taken aback by her swift advance, realizes with mounting dread that he could have activated the formation to escape Tiger Hold City before she arrived. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's speed exceeds his expectations. As she nears, he grows increasingly frantic and amplifies his output of spiritual energy. The spirit stones constituting the array begin to crack, their energy swiftly siphoned away. The mist thickens, completely enveloping Zhao Bin. Break. Lu Xiaoyao activates her momentary speed, appearing at the edge of the formation, and delivers a fierce blow with her sword. The entire array shatters, and the resulting vibrations alter the formation's rhythm. Lu Xiaoyao plunges into the mist, feeling a surge of formidable energy suddenly emanating from the array. Nearly 2 steps ahead lies Zhao Bin's position. Yet, in that instant, time and space begin to distort. Lu Xiaoyao loses her target, and the sword strike she had aimed falters. "Xiaoyao." Suddenly, a soft and enchanting voice emerged from behind. Lu Xiaoyao turned to look, only to see Yi Yuyan rushing into the teleportation array in the distance. "Hurry, don't come over, you." Before the words could escape her lips, everything before Lu Xiaoyao vanished into thin air. When the scenery reappeared, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Towering ancient trees surrounded her, reaching high into the clouds. Rising into the sky and gazing around, she beheld undulating mountains, their peaks rugged and steep. In the distance, a great river flowed gracefully, rolling eastward without end. Could that be the Tiger Embrace River? A sense of unease enveloped Lu Xiaoyao as she surveyed her surroundings. Could this be the depths of the Tiger Embrace mountain range? Chapter 120. The eerie dead zone. After a thorough exploration, Lu Xiaoyao was increasingly convinced that she had ventured deep into the heart of the Tiger's Embrace Mountains. Yet, the distance to the Huai West Sword Sect remained uncertain. As she surveyed her surroundings, the entrance to the sect eluded her sight, perhaps hidden by the sect's penchant for secrecy. Suddenly, amidst the distant hills, she spotted a figure stealthily making his approach, seemingly surveying the area. It was Zhao Bin. Lu Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes, swiftly descending and weaving through the underbrush towards his direction. However, as she neared within a kilometer, Zhao Bin's gaze abruptly shifted, his eyes gleaming with a fierce spirit light. He cast a glance her way and immediately began to retreat, soaring in another direction. Disaster! She had been detected. Seeing Zhao Bin attempt to flee, Lu Xiaoyao propelled herself into the air, abandoning her concealment. Zhao Bin, you cannot escape, she shouted fiercely. You dare to run? This isn't over. We are not far from the Huawei sword sect. If you have the courage, then come. With that, Zhao Bin no longer looked back. Speeding away with remarkable swiftness, the two engaged in a chase through the mountains, traversing rugged terrains. Zhao Bin accelerated continuously. Yet the elusive Huawei sword sect remained hidden from view. Gradually, the surrounding mountains grew steeper, and the spiritual energy thickened, the peaks towering into the clouds. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon. However, the day bore an ominous cloud cover, obscuring the moon's light. Without the moon's illumination, the world was cloaked in darkness. Zhao Bin pressed onward, undeterred, his cultivation evidently superior. Despite Lu Xiaoyao pushing her speed to its limits, she could not close the gap between them. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin felt a jolt of shock. He had not anticipated Lu Xiaoyao's speed to be nearly on par with his own, prompting him to regard her with heightened caution. Perhaps, like him, she was also a late-stage cultivator of the spirit refinement path. As night enveloped the Tiger's Embrace Mountains, the terrain grew increasingly perilous, and Zhao Bin dared not recklessly forge ahead, for a relentless pursuer trailed behind him. The urgency of his escape conflicted with the need for caution, intensifying his turmoil. Under the cover of night, the wilderness stirred with beasts on the hunt. And for cultivators of the spirit refinement path, this realm posed a greater threat. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended from the sky, disrupting Zhao Bin's balance and causing him to plummet toward the ground. Lu Xiaoyao, close behind, followed suit. Yet, in that moment, the immense pressure hampered her spiritual energy significantly. A formation. Lu Xiaoyao glanced upward, her expression shifting in alarm. Could this be the Huawei sword sect? Ahead, she saw Zhao Bin perched atop a treetop, showing no signs of movement. Was he waiting for her? After a moment of silence, Zhao Bin remained rooted in place. After a brief silence, Lu Xiaoyao sprang into action, leaping forward with great speed. Yet, as he advanced, the pressure in the sky intensified. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyao found himself maneuvering among the branches, utterly unable to traverse the canopies of the two colossal trees. Stay back. Zhao Bin suddenly turned, his voice laced with a menacing edge. Don't push me, or we shall both perish here. Where are we? Observing Zhao Bin, Lu Xiaoyao noted a flicker of panic in his eyes, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. Damn it, you ask me? I want to know what you were so desperately chasing me for. Zhao Bin's gaze was filled with fury, and the fear etched on his face deepened. Now look where we are. You've driven me into a corner, and now neither of us can escape. A corner? Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, listening to the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves, which hardly suggested a place of doom. Who are you trying to intimidate? Raising his sword, Lu Xiaoyao declared coldly, I, Lu Xiaoyao, am vengeful. If I wish to end your life, then come at me if you dare. You. Damn it. Zhao Bin cursed. You lunatic. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any medicine for that? Lu Xiaoyao smiled ominously, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Once I kill you, my affliction will be cured. Zhao Bin fell silent, turning to survey his surroundings with a wary expression. Gripping his sword tightly, Lu Xiaoyao continued to approach Zhao Bin. Regardless of any schemes he might employ, one of them must perish today. Yet, as he closed the distance to Zhao Bin, a sudden mist swept in. This eerie fog arrived unexpectedly, enveloping everything without warning. Lu Xiaoyao halted, vigilantly scanning the dark surroundings. But all he could see was an impenetrable blackness. Now, even the faintest glimmer of light had vanished, visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters, rendering the outside world invisible. This mist, it seemed to rise from beneath, yet why did it drift horizontally? After a moment's observation, Lu Xiaoyao whispered softly. As his gaze shifted, he noticed something within the fog. What could that be? Suddenly, a shadow darted before him, capturing Lu Xiaoyao's attention. However, upon focusing, the shadow vanished in an instant. Stay back, go away, help, keep your distance. The sounds of cursing echoed from afar. Recognizing the voice, it was indeed Zhao Bin. But what had he encountered? With Zhao Bin's mastery of the refining spirit path, what could possibly instill such fear in him? Unless a being of a higher realm than the refining spirit appeared. Yet even then, it shouldn't evoke such cries, should it? It felt as though an ordinary person had stumbled upon a ghost. A ghost? Lu Xiaoyao's heart quivered. The shadow he had glimpsed earlier resembled a specter, ethereal and elusive. His eyes narrowed in vigilance. A chilling sensation gradually rose from his feet. No, that was not merely a feeling. It was an actual chill. Gazing downward, a pallid visage was directed toward Lu Xiaoyao. The face, devoid of eyes, bore only two hollow sockets. Yet from these orifices floated dark crimson liquid, mingled with white maggots. Even Lu Xiaoyao, with her resolute temperament, could not suppress a step back. However, before she could retreat further, she felt a tightening around her ankle. As if ensnared by some unseen force. It was a pair of hands, firmly gripping her ankle. What sort of malevolent entity is this? Lu Xiaoyao's brows furrowed, her eyes radiating a fierce determination. Indeed, this place exuded an unsettling aura. At that moment, the pallid face's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a grotesque smile. A blood-red tongue slithered forth from its mouth, darting toward Lu Xiaoyao's face like a lizard. Chapter 121. The mysterious fog. This sudden transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. As Lu Xiaoyao lowered her head, she caught sight of a grotesque visage, and a scarlet tongue lashed out with alarming speed. Startled, Lu Xiaoyao deftly flicked her wrist, bringing her sword up to shield herself. With a thunderous impact, an immense force struck her, causing her to lean back slightly. However, her ankle was firmly grasped by the entity, leaving her no room to evade. In that moment, the blade of her sword pivoted sharply, sweeping towards the ground. A chilling wave of sword energy cleaved through the air, slicing the face in two. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the figure erupted into a cloud of black mist. Peering intently, Lu Xiaoyao realized that the apparition had vanished. Confusion washed over her. Could that creature have been an illusion conjured by the fog? A chilling breeze swept in from behind, seeping into her collar, as if someone were deliberately exhaling upon her. Yet, when Lu Xiaoyao turned to look, there was nothing in sight. The cold wind continued to intensify, enveloping her with an eerie clarity. With her gaze lowered, she executed a flourish with her sword, gripping it in reverse and thrusting it fiercely behind her. A dull thud resonated, as if she had pierced something substantial. Yet, upon glancing back, she was met only with a swirling mass of black mist. A realm of spirits? Perhaps? Quite intriguing. A cold smile graced Lu Xiaoyao's lips as she comprehended the truth. She stood in a land of death, saturated with undying souls. With this realization, her initial trepidation dissipated like morning fog. Though a place of death is indeed daunting, and the persistent specters are fearsome, they posed no threat to Lu Xiaoyao whatsoever. The innate Hunyuan skill she practiced harnessed the purest form of primordial energy, making her the ultimate nemesis of such ghostly entities. Reflecting upon her abilities, she lamented that her mastery of the Hunyuan skill had only reached the second tier. Should she ascend to the third tier, these phantoms would not dare to approach. The Hunyuan skill, rooted in ancient Chinese practices, comprises 5 tiers. The first tier involves the cultivation of primordial energy, characterized by its utmost softness, purity, and spiritual finesse, achieving a perfect balance between yin and yang. The second tier cultivates the primordial vigor, embodying extreme strength and ferocity. Once perfected, it becomes indomitable, capable of warding off toxins and providing robust protection. Presently, Lu Xiaoyao found herself within this realm, fearless in the face of the surrounding spirits. She recalled how she had been ensnared by the drugs administered by Yisha and Alanlin. It was her primordial vigor that had swiftly neutralized the toxins, allowing her to regain consciousness with remarkable speed. Yet, the threshold to the third tier of primordial vigor remained elusive. Only by harmonizing her essence, energy, spirit, heart, intent, and could she step into this profound and enigmatic domain. At present, although Lu Xiaoyao had perfected her second tier, she had yet to reach its ultimate state, thus preventing her from advancing to the third tier of primordial vigor. However, even without breaking through to the third level, it is sufficient to handle the current situation. Ordinary ghostly energies and malevolent beings pose little threat to Lu Xiaoyao. Here, aside from the obstructed vision and low visibility, there are no other menaces. The terrified shrieks of Zhao Bin continue to echo in the distance. Following his cries, Lu Xiaoyao endeavors to locate him, yet after a prolonged search, she still sees no sign of Zhao Bin. Only the piercing wails incessantly assault her eardrums. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao vaguely perceives that he seems to be moving further away. Even as she strives to chase after him, she fails to catch up. Something is intervening. Lu Xiaoyao realizes that persisting in pursuit at this juncture is far from wise. Within this swirling fog, although she is not fearful, she is reluctant to wander aimlessly. Who knows what other dangers lurk in this place? If there are sentient ghostly entities, they would prove to be even more troublesome, potentially leading her into a perilous situation. The presence of this fog, along with the emergence of ghostly beings, signifies that something significant has transpired here. It is improbable for such dense fog to arise without large-scale conflicts or the deaths of numerous high-level cultivators. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao is curious about what events have unfolded in the Hubao mountain range and why such thick fog has manifested here. With her current cultivation level, she can only see within a radius of 10 meters, a realm that is already terrifyingly lethal. Should an ordinary person find themselves within, they would scarcely endure a minute before succumbing to the fog. If Xiaobin lacks any extraordinary means, he too would not last long in this mist. At this time, turning back would be the prudent choice. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao remains uneasy. She must see Xiaobin's corpse to be assured. As for how to deal with the Huai Sword sect later, she can devise a strategy when the time comes. The primary task now is to prevent Xiaobin from returning and rallying more disciples against Tiger Hug City. As Lu Xiaoyao continues onward, she unknowingly slays countless ghostly beings. Yet Xiaobin remains elusive. By the latter half of the night, his voice has vanished, leaving her uncertain if he has already perished. Despite having progressed significantly, she still cannot find Xiaobin's remains. Coming here, Lu Xiaoyao cannot ascertain whether this is one of Xiaobin's tactics. If he possesses a means to stealthily traverse this deadly expanse, then it is Lu Xiaoyao and Tiger Hug City who would be in peril. Countless ghostly sounds incessantly assail her, attempting to invade her mind. However, under the operation of her innate primordial skill, they are all repelled, failing to affect her. As the night deepens, the clouds part, and the bright, luminous moonlight gently cascades down. Through the remaining thin veil of clouds, the moon's rays can be distinctly seen pouring down, imbuing this world with a sense of mystique. Yet, with the emergence of the moonlight, Lu Xiaoyao also perceptibly senses that the fog enveloping the ground seems to be on the verge of boiling. As if each wisp of mist possessed a life of its own, it embraced the radiant glow of the full moon. Resembling ethereal sprites engaged in a deceptive dance for riches. Gradually, I came to a halt, and within the depths of my heart, an unsettling premonition arose. It felt as though a great peril was advancing towards me. Yet, as I surveyed my surroundings, everything was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. The once howling cries of the spirits, their sinister laughter, and the whispers of the otherworldly had all mysteriously faded into silence. This abrupt stillness, akin to the calm before a tempest, heightened my sense of alertness. As I continued to observe, I gradually discerned that all the spectral mists were drifting in a singular direction, and as I gazed toward that path, a chilling sensation surged within me. Chapter 122. The Altar in the Blood Pool. A sense of crisis arises from within. Every cultivator possesses a formidable perception, acutely attuned to impending dangers. There must be some unknown entity lurking, prompting Lu Xiaoyao's instinctive wariness. Reason dictates that she should vacate this place, yet the depths of the ethereal mist hold her gaze, making departure unthinkable. Alongside the awareness of peril, there seems to be a hidden treasure within reach. As the saying goes, misfortune often harbors fortune. Lu Xiaoyao has a faint sense that a precious artifact may be present. However, this feeling lacks a solid foundation, leaving her in a quandary. Such intuition intensifies with the elevation of one's realm and cultivation. Otherwise, how could it be that every time a treasure emerges, an influx of formidable beings arrives to vie for it? How do they ascertain the appearance of such treasures? It is precisely this inexplicable intuition, coupled with certain divinatory methods, that enables them to pinpoint the locations of these treasures. Moreover, those with higher cultivation possess a greater accuracy in their pursuits. Yet, the quest for rare and extraordinary treasures often entails peering into the mysteries of fate, which frequently results in severe backlash. Thus, each time a treasure surfaces, it precipitates a cascade of bloodshed. Even the most exalted cultivators, those who stand at the pinnacle, may find themselves grievously injured or fallen due to unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, these treasures tend to gravitate towards some fortunate underdog, a person of immense destiny, who bears the weight of an enigmatic mission. Indeed, such fortunate individuals are regarded as the children of fate, tasked with an extraordinary and often unknown purpose. This is why their eventual fates often culminate in either self-sacrifice or a retreat into obscurity, leaving no trace behind. They are born of destiny, arriving to confront calamity, with the mission of alleviating the world's suffering. Once their mission is accomplished, they naturally return to tranquility, becoming legends until the sands of time obscure their tales. However, the present circumstances do not warrant such dire outcomes. The treasures that exist in this environment bear no relation to grand missions of salvation. And Lu Xiaoyao is certainly not a child of fate. Nevertheless, fortune often favors the bold. This environment unmistakably indicates an ancient battlefield, where treasures lie buried deep. If she could unearth them, the journey would indeed be worthwhile. At present, Zhao Bin's whereabouts remain a mystery, prompting Lu Xiaoyao to hasten back for preparations. If Zhao Bin were to perish here, it would be for the best. Yet, should he escape back to the Huai Sword sect, a fierce battle would ensue. The situation in Hubao City does not bode well for the Huai Sword sect's chances. It is uncertain whether the headquarters of the Haizhou military district possesses the capability to address this matter, but hope seems dim. As Lu Xiaoyao wrestles with her thoughts, she suddenly perceives Zhao Bin's voice, echoing from the depths of the mist. Should she go? Or should she refrain? Doubt lingers in her mind. Given the evident danger, it is highly plausible that this perilous presence may use Zhao Bin as bait. At present, Zhao Bin's condition remains uncertain. It is unclear whether the voice emanating is his own or a mere imitation by a spectral entity. Just then, a powerful aura surged from the surroundings, and countless spiritual patterns illuminated the sky, coalescing into a formidable barrier. Upon raising his gaze, Lu Xiaoyao's expression shifted dramatically. This was evidently a grand mountain ceiling formation, one that, once activated, could not be easily shaken. Such a formation is designed to confront exceedingly terrifying entities. Externally, it serves to defend against enemy assaults, and the attackers at the mountain gate are clearly numerous, comprised of throngs of cultivators numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Internally, it confines perilous beings. The current circumstances unmistakably pertain to the latter. It appears that certain cultivator factions are aware of the situation here, prompting the establishment of this mountain ceiling formation. However, judging by the formation's configuration, there is an absence of sword chi, suggesting it was not set by the Huai Sword sect. Could it be the handiwork of the elusive Dan men, if they still exist? Now, Lu Xiaoyao had no choice. With the activation of the mountain ceiling formation, the path of retreat had been severed. With his strength, he was utterly incapable of deciphering such a formation. Observing his surroundings, he could only choose to advance, as there was no alternative. Often, many choices are beyond one's control. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive, and evasion is futile. Tightening his grip on the longsword, Lu Xiaoyao ventured deeper into the mist. As he progressed, the fog thickened, yet visibility paradoxically extended much farther, creating a peculiar sensation. It felt as though the mist had transformed into a liquid state, possessing a clarity that allowed one to see through it to the distance. The nature of this liquid mist eluded Lu Xiaoyao's understanding. The world is vast and full of wonders. As Lu Xiaoyao hastened forward, he soon experienced a sensation of buoyancy, as if submerged in a river, surrounded by this liquid formed by the mist. If this liquid were composed of spiritual energy, it could be termed spiritual liquid. However, the eerie mist concoction incited a sense of aversion within Lu Xiaoyao. The cold, sinister aura was quite nauseating. Ultimately, it was still a form of spiritual energy, albeit tainted by ghostly essence, rendering it unusable by cultivators. Upon reaching the end of his path, an expansive plaza unfolded before Lu Xiaoyao. At the center stood a large square pool, yet the liquid within was a viscous crimson hue. The blood-red liquid bubbled violently, akin to boiling water. Rising from the immense blood pool was a structure, presumably an altar, adorned with a statue crafted from pure white jade, contrasting starkly with the sanguine pool below. Coiling around the statue was a massive serpent, or perhaps a dragon, stretching its head forth in a serpentine manner. From its mouth, a crimson liquid spewed forth. Shifting her gaze, Lu Xiaoyao followed the sound and looked towards the altar above. There hung a figure, none other than Zhao Bin, who was shrieking in low, anguished cries. At this moment, Zhao Bin was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid continuously flowing down and pooling upon the pristine white statue. A layer of eerie, dark aura enveloped his pale face, rendering him more akin to a specter. Casting a wary glance at the surroundings, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow. This place appeared to be far more complex than she had initially imagined. Aside from the plaza, the area was entirely in ruins. It was, in essence, a relic. At each corner of the plaza stood a massive cauldron, though all were in a state of disrepair. At the far end of the plaza, a broken steel bore the engraving of a colossal character representing Dan. Chapter 123, the ghostly puppet above the character Dan. Everything lay shattered and collapsed, while the lower portion was buried beneath the debris. Upon seeing this character, Lu Xiaoyao immediately recognized that this was likely the location where the medicinal formula wielded by the Tang sisters had originated. A profound sense of desolation permeated the area, making it difficult to envision that it once served as the stronghold of a sect. The pervasive mist rendered the surroundings dim and ominous, exuding an eerie and sinister atmosphere. It was unfathomable what calamities this sect had endured to transform into such a ghostly domain. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze returned to Zhao Bin. What had befallen him? And what entity had suspended him above the statue? The state in which he found himself clearly indicated he had endured significant torment. Within less than a night, he had been reduced to a near non-human form. While Lu Zhaoyao harbored intentions of eliminating Zhao Bin, she had never contemplated subjecting him to such cruelty. Yet now, this was no longer mere cruelty. The surrounding mist began to swirl, converging above the blood pool, directly overhead of Zhao Bin. There, a slowly rotating black vortex formed, drawing in all the drifting mist. The blood pool, the statue, and the black hole aligned, creating an eerie configuration. What could this possibly signify? A look of confusion flickered across Lu Zhaoyao's face. After arriving here, the sensation of danger had gradually dissipated. However, the peculiar environment still kept her on guard, silently bracing for any impending peril. In addition to the visible elements, the wind howled past her ears, its sound natural and devoid of strangeness, a stark contrast to the atmosphere outside. As Lu Zhaoyao explored her surroundings, she remained oblivious to the suspended Zhao Bin above her, until suddenly, a flash of crimson light ignited within his eyes. That crimson gleam flickered and vanished, only to be engulfed by darkness. His eyes, devoid of whites, resembled ink-stained orbs, akin to an unfathomable abyss or the boundless night sky. As Lu Zhaoyao moved, those dark eyes followed her every motion. After taking a few steps, she abruptly froze. A sensation of being hunted washing over her, as if she had become the prey. She swiftly turned to scan her surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. The tortured Zhao Bin, now bereft of human semblance, had slipped from her thoughts, leaving her unaware that the imminent threat loomed from above the blood pool. A chilling aura enveloped her, sending shivers down her spine. Within the blood pool, the boiling blood stilled, while the alabaster statue upon the altar glimmered with a glint of spiritual light. This radiance, a soft and pure white, emerged like a veil of mist swirling around its eyes. At that moment, the suspended Zhao Bin suddenly transformed into a specter. Shrouded in black mist, his hands reached out, with nails as long as inches, gleaming with a blood-red brilliance. Zhao Bin surged forward like a shadow, lunging toward Lu Zhaoyao from behind. The bloodied claw was raised, aiming for the vulnerable back of Lu Zhaoyao. At that moment, Lu Zhaoyao remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. However, just as the claw was about to pierce her flesh, a sharp and furious shout echoed through the air. Instantly, a crimson streak shot forth like a meteor. Lu Zhaoyao turned her head to behold Yu Yuan racing toward her, her blood-forged magic sword already hurtling in her direction. Could it be her? Lu Zhaoyao's pupils constricted as she unleashed her instant movement, vanishing from her original spot. Although she was uncertain of Yi Yuan's intent, she refrained from retaliating and instead opted to evade the heavy sword. In that fleeting moment of her departure, the bloody claw descended with ferocity. Had it not been for Yi Yuan's sudden arrival, Lu Zhaoyao would surely have suffered a fatal strike. After narrowly escaping, she became acutely aware of the peculiarities unfolding behind her. The figure engulfed in sinister mist sent a chill of sweat down her spine. Had Yi Yuan not intervened, she might have fallen victim to a surprise attack. A glance upward at the statue confirmed her suspicions. Zhao Bin had indeed launched a sudden assault. With her sword raised high, she unleashed a wave of sword energy toward the distant Zhao Bin. The energy surged forth, fierce and unyielding. But the enveloping mist devoured her strike, leaving Zhao Bin untouched. Subsequently, the blood-forged magic sword was intercepted by Zhao Bin's razor-sharp claws, resulting in a resounding clash. Observing Zhao Bin's unusual state, Lu Zhaoyao felt a shiver of trepidation. The man before her was no longer the Zhao Bin she once knew. A quick glance at his claws revealed that the crimson hue had increased dramatically, now extending nearly half a foot in length. Zhao Bin tilted his head back and attempted to roar, yet no sound emerged. Only tendrils of mist erupted forth, dissipating into the surrounding fog. Having deflected the blood-forged magic sword, Zhao Bin sprang forward like a released arrow, his claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. "Be careful! Quick dodge!" Lu Zhaoyao exclaimed, her expression grave as she hurled her longsword, channeling her weapon technique to send forth a flying sword. The sword transformed, multiplying from 1 to 10, whistling as it sped away. Hearing Lu Zhaoyao's warning, Yi Yuan, who was already in mid-attack, swiftly adjusted her trajectory like a nimble fish and, in a simultaneous motion, delivered a powerful kick that unleashed a fierce blast of wind. Bang! Just as Zhao Bin had closed in, he was swept off course by the gust, momentarily faltering. The flying sword soon followed, striking against Zhao Bin's back with tremendous force. Although the impact did not breach his protective mist, it propelled him forward, causing him to stumble. This very moment of distraction allowed Yi Yuan to narrowly evade Zhao Bin's claws. With a determined sprint, she dashed toward the fallen blood-forged magic sword. At this moment, Lu Zhaoyao soared into action, performing intricate hand seals, and then, with an unseen gesture, unleashed a chilling sword energy. In this world, there exist three realms: heaven, earth, and humanity, and among these, the understanding of the Tao leads to the second, the severance of the void. The sword energy howled forth, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as it lunged towards Zhao Bin. Simultaneously, the launched flying sword circled back, guided by Lu Xiaoyao, merging seamlessly into the severance of the void. The force of the severed void enveloped the flying sword, driving it once more toward Zhao Bin's back. With a dull thud, the protective mist shattered, pierced by the sword. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's expression tightened as she once again maneuvered the flying sword, which erupted with blinding brilliance. A crisp chime rang out, but it failed to penetrate even Zhao Bin's skin. How could this be? Lu Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with an ominous glint, revealing a terrifying aura of malice. Who could possibly be the one crafting such ghostly puppets? Chapter 124. The Dual Demons of Yin and Yang. The Ghost Fang Puppet. A unique type of puppet, is a formidable creation said to belong solely to the lineage of ghost cultivators. However, the process of crafting such a puppet is exceedingly arduous, and the specific methods of cultivation have not been passed down through the ages. As the world's spiritual energy dwindled, many ancient sects faded into obscurity, their legacies severed by the relentless passage of time. Yet, some legends persist in the form of chronicles. Among these, the Ghost Fang puppet stands out as one of the most powerful entities among all puppets. Once perfected, this puppet becomes impervious to blades and arrows, exceedingly difficult to destroy. Furthermore, the gravest taboo associated with this puppet is that it must be forged using a living person, drawing upon the malevolent ghostly mists of a sworn enemy. Lu Xiaoyao recalled fleeting mentions from ancient texts, a profound sense of crisis blossoming within her. The danger lay here, the existence of ghost cultivators. However, the immediate concern was the Ghost Fang puppet before her. At this moment, Zhao Bin had likely long since perished. What remained was perhaps only the lingering resentment, a vengeful spirit born of malice. The puppet must be annihilated. Should the Ghost Fang puppet escape, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon more lives. If the one who crafted the puppet could master it entirely, its combat prowess would ascend to unprecedented heights. A cycle of relentless slaughter and the continuous search for realms of death would surely nurture this puppet into the mightiest of ghostly fiends. At that juncture, only a peerless powerhouse could hope to vanquish such a ghastly entity. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Lu Xiaoyao's mind, yet her hands remained resolute in their task. The Ghost Fang puppet, still in its nascent form, was in its most vulnerable state. With a sweeping strike, her technique diverged from the usual. This time, the sword's edge did not expand outward but converged inwardly. A formidable force coalesced upon the flying sword, and coupled with its razor-sharp edge. This was a strike of immense potency. Previously, during her encounter at Tiger Hill Ridge, Lu Xiaoyao had unleashed a broad wave of sword energy capable of slaying numerous aberrant beasts. Now, however, all her dispersed energy was concentrated upon the flying sword. With a decisive thrust, as Lu Xiaoyao altered her hand seals, the sword blade erupted in a dazzling radiance, akin to a bolt of thunder, hurtling toward the heart of the Ghost Fang puppet. The blade pierced through the ghostly mists, unleashing a torrent of unyielding force that caused the ethereal fog to dissipate from its chest. The keen tip of the sword aimed straight for the core of the Ghost Fang puppet, the very essence that powered it. Should she shatter this heart of the puppet, she would successfully dismantle it. Yet, at this critical moment, a surge of crimson malevolence erupted from the depths of the Ghost Fang puppet. The sanguine aura manifested at its chest, surging forth and instantly deflecting the incoming strike. In turn, the Ghost Fang puppet was also subjected to tremendous backlash, propelled backward. The ghostly malevolence roiled as it enveloped the puppet during its retreat. No, evolution is imperative. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as he turned to the side, focusing on Yi Yuyan. He knew he must eliminate him before he completed the second stage. Yi Yuyan, having picked up the blood-refining demon sword, nodded decisively and executed the fish dragon movement technique, leaping towards the Ghost Fang puppet. The massive broadsword, once raised, exuded an imposing presence. The surface of the blood-refining demon sword flowed with a blood-red hue reminiscent of molten lava, as if the sword itself possessed a vibrant life force. With the might of the sword unleashed by Yi Yuyan, it descended fiercely upon the Ghost Fang puppet, brimming with formidable energy. Lu Xiaoyao followed closely, wielding his own sword to strike at the puppet's neck. The blade shimmered, ethereal and enchanting, as the sharp wind cleaved through the air. The sword struck the Ghost Fang puppet's neck, yet the layer of crimson blood aura proved to be remarkably resilient. Lu Xiaoyao's blow failed to leave a mark. In contrast, Yi Yuyan's heavy sword sliced through the protective blood aura with ease, revealing a body shrouded in swirling mist within. At that moment, Zhao Bin was enveloped by this mist, which had infiltrated even his flesh, rendering it tainted with a dark fog. The blood-refining demon sword truly was a formidable weapon. Its razor-sharp blade cut through all obstacles and penetrated the ghost Fong puppet's body. Strange sounds emanated from the puppet's mouth, and its ink-black eyes turned towards Yi Yan. Its claws extended, now a foot long, each claw resembling a curved blade, dancing ominously in the air. Storms and lightning vanquished the wicked. Lu Xiaoyao uttered a soft command. Activating his sealing technique, as faint flashes of lightning flickered along the blade, striking towards the ghost Fong puppet. With a thunderous roar, the lightning surged forth, crackling as it impacted the blood aura. In an instant, the blood aura roiled violently, boiling as if in a pot of scalding water. And one could clearly see crimson bubbles rising amidst the thick blood aura. Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting dramatically, and he shouted, "Yu Yin, retreat quickly." Following his warning, the two swiftly withdrew. Suddenly, the blood-colored bubbles erupted, releasing a flurry of dark shadows that shot forth at incredible speed, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound. They were blood aura corpse insects. Evade quickly. Lu Xiaoyao's pupils constricted in horror, and his hand seal shifted rapidly, intertwining into a flurry of movements. The sound of thunder resonated from above, as strands of electricity began to manifest around him, arcs of lightning flickering intermittently. Thunderous nets strike down the heavens. Lu Xiaoyao opened his hands and thrust them forward. Instantly, an electrifying net shimmered into existence around him. Above, the thunder rolled ominously, as if a dreadful storm were brewing. As the shadows drew near, the intricate lightning nets surged forth to intercept the approaching blood aura corpse insects. In the heavens, amidst the thunderous roars, a colossal sphere of lightning descended from the sky, resembling a cracked egg from which erupted a massive pillar of lightning, spanning over 10 meters in diameter. The sound was deafening, illuminating the surroundings instantly. The lightning wreaked havoc, serpentine bolts danced wildly, and the bloodthirsty corpse insects that flew into the tempest were reduced to mere dust. Meanwhile, in the distance, the ghostly puppet darted forward, its form flickering as it raced toward the blood pool. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened considerably. This ghostly puppet was exceedingly formidable, even in its weakest state. It possessed such immense power. If it were allowed to grow, it would become even more challenging to contend with. However, as the ghostly puppet sank into the blood pool, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the white statue nearby. A more terrifying term surfaced in Lu Xiaoyao's mind. The yin-yang dual fiends, the deities remained dormant. Chapter 125, Seizing the statue puppet in this world. All things possess the duality of yin and yang. The heavens harbor the sun and moon. The earth is adorned with mountains and rivers, and all living beings are divided into male and female. Similarly, the spectral menace embodies both yin and yang aspects, one being yin sha and the other yang sha. The manifestation of Xiaobin falls within the realm of yin sha, while the statue upon the altar represents the opposing yang sha. The amalgamation of these dual specters transcends even the ultimate form of the ghostly puppet, Gui Lao, rendering it exceedingly formidable. According to legend, even immortals dread its presence, requiring immense mental fortitude to subdue and seal it. To encounter the dual specters of yin and yang in this very place was unforeseen. Initially, such a notion had not crossed my mind. However, upon witnessing the ghostly puppet diving into the blood pool, the sanguine liquid being swiftly absorbed by the statue, I realized that Lu Xiaoyao had not anticipated this layer of complexity. This statue embodies the yang sha of the dual specters, impervious to sunlight and flames. Indeed, after the perfect union of yin and yang sha, even the ethereal essence of immortals and the radiance of Buddha can be withstood, truly a terrifying prospect. As Lu Xiaoyao beheld the alabaster statue, her gaze shifted toward the encircling control. The barrier of the mountain ceiling formation remained steadfast in the sky, resembling an inverted cauldron. At this moment, the sky gradually brightened, a ray of sunlight emerging on the horizon, casting a pale glow reminiscent of fish bellies. The ghostly puppet, embodying yin sha, had already submerged into the blood pool, while the statue appeared as if it were on the verge of awakening, its entire form quivering slightly, as though life were about to be breathed into it. The eyes of the yang sha statue shimmered with a white luminescence, rippling with gentle waves. This statue, too, is a type of puppet, albeit constructed from exceptionally rare spiritual minerals, contrasting with the corporeal essence of the ghostly puppet. If one were to draw a comparison, the former resembles a zombie from a biohazard scenario, retaining some vestige of combat intelligence, while the latter is akin to a robot, exhibiting a more rigid demeanor with only fixed combat patterns, lacking the agility of the ghostly puppet. It can be asserted that the dual specters of yin and yang complement each other, forming a highly potent combat synergy. Should either be absent, catastrophic outcomes would ensue. Thus, their union heralds the potential for apocalyptic devastation. When they achieve their zenith, it is likely that nothing in this world could obliterate them. However, Lu Xiaoyao had yet to witness the pinnacle of this world-esque combat prowess, and could not ascertain whether anyone possessed the capability to vanquish the dual specters. Yet, such considerations felt distant and were not pertinent to the present moment. Dean Shah had retreated into hiding, while the young Shah, with the dawn approaching, gradually began to revive. At this juncture, Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts were consumed with how to neutralize the statue puppet before her. Surrounding her was a mist that flowed like water, all converging into the dark void above. That inky blackness loomed ominously, akin to a chilling eye, instilling a profound psychological pressure. Catch! Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as she tossed her sword to Yi Yuyan. Stay by the side. I shall see if I can resolve this statue. Should that ghostly puppet emerge, I will unleash my full strength to prevent any interference. Be careful, came the response. Grasping the long sword and gazing at Lu Xiaoyao, Yi Yuyan whispered. Lu Xiaoyao activated her instant movement, appearing directly before the statue. With her left hand, she formed a seal, channeling her spiritual energy into her right palm to inscribe intricate spiritual patterns. These patterns, known as spiritual inscriptions, are essential for constructing formations, and the points where the inscriptions intersect serve as the crucial nodes of the array. Once Lu Xiaoyao swiftly completed her drawing, she pressed her left fingers together and directly punctured the center of her palm, allowing her blood to flow. The array formed with spiritual energy was then nourished by her blood. Formation, Lu Xiaoyao intoned, and the diagram in her palm shimmered with ethereal light, suddenly levitating from her hand. With a clap, it was imprinted upon the forehead of the statue. Concurrently, Lu Xiaoyao radiated resplendent spiritual light, her aura surging forth into the array, subsequently infusing the statue. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao was in the process of refining the statue, aiming to strip it of its original will. The yin-yang ghostly fiend lingered here, yet the one who crafted the puppet remained unseen. Perhaps the creator felt secure in this place, allowing it to grow autonomously, waiting for the opportune moment to reclaim the puppet. Lu Xiaoyao speculated that the one who refined the dual fiends might be from the Huai West Sword sect. They occupied the Tiger's Embrace mountain range, making their intentions here far too convenient. How could an outsider conceal their actions from the Huawei Sword sect while attempting to craft a puppet? As her thoughts spiraled, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of dread. No wonder Zhao Bin had suddenly departed and left Tiger's Embrace City, heading directly to this location. The words he had spoken earlier were likely intended to intimidate her. Zhao Bin's purpose was to arrive here, perhaps even deceived by a member of the Huai West Sword sect. He had been led to this place, becoming the vessel for the Yin Fiend's puppet. This hypothesis was indeed staggering, yet it was highly plausible. The location where Zhao Bin had previously set up the teleportation array was a pre-established area, rich in spiritual energy, which would enhance the stability of the transport. As Lu Xiaoyao's spiritual power continuously surged into the statue puppet, the entire figure radiated spiritual brilliance, nearly merging with her essence. Her heightened perception intensified as her spiritual energy began to invade the statue puppet. Initially, the puppet struggled slightly but soon fell into a calm state. Spiritual patterns radiated from its forehead, swiftly extending outward, intricately carving themselves into the puppet's form. However, just as the patterns had spread halfway, dark spiritual inscriptions began to emerge from within the statue's body, retaliating against Lu Xiaoyao's inscriptions. These were the original inscriptions etched within the statue. At this critical juncture, Lu Xiaoyao could not afford to be careless. She exerted all her energy to mobilize her inscriptions, engaging in a fierce contest with the black inscriptions. Suddenly, a whirlpool erupted in the blood pool behind her, and a blood-red Yin Fiend puppet surged forth once more from the depths of the pool. A pair of blood-red claws, now elongated to 1.5 feet, resembled sharp short swords. Upon the ghastly puppet, dark mist surged and blood fog enveloped the air. The visage of Zhao Bin was now unrecognizable. A streak of crimson claw light surged forth toward Lu Xiaoyao with lethal intent. Block him, Lu Xiaoyao bellowed, as a surge of spiritual brilliance erupted from his form, illuminating the entire altar. Above, the black void seemed to churn with dark mist, resembling ominous clouds, exuding an oppressive aura. When the ghastly puppet emerged, Yi Yuya had already lunged forward, wielding a colossal blood-forging sword that radiated a scorching crimson glow, cleaving toward the ghastly puppet. Chapter 126. Devour the blood-red giant sword cleaved through the air, scattering the claw shadows cast by the ghostly puppet. In a swift motion, Yi Yuya appeared behind Lu Xiaoyao, confronting the advancing ghostly puppet head-on. The puppet gaped, as if emitting a silent roar, its eyes as dark as ink, resembling a black hole overhead. With two swords in hand, Yi Yuya leaped forth to meet the monstrous creature. In the face of such terror, he exhibited no signs of retreat. His blood-red eyes shimmered with fierce determination, as if the concept of fear had no place in his heart. Sensing the battle unfolding behind him, Lu Xiaoyao marveled at Yi Yuya's resilience. pondering the trials he must have faced in his early years, which forged such an indomitable spirit. Regardless of the adversary's strength or the horror it instilled, he had never shown fear. A thunderous crash resounded as the force of the collision proved too much for Yi Yue. He was hurled back, crashing onto the altar. The ghostly puppet staggered momentarily before lunging again, this time targeting Lu Xiaoyao. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyao's attempt to seize the statue puppet had incited the wrath of the creature. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the one who had crafted the dual soul being sensed the anomaly transpiring here. Time was of the essence. They needed to depart before reinforcements arrived. Kill. Yi Yue exclaimed softly, charging again. This time, he refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he pivoted to the side, wielding the blood refinement sword to strike from a different angle, landing a vicious blow to the puppet's flank. A long gash was carved into its side, enveloped in ethereal mist, causing the ghostly puppet to shudder. Its advance toward Lu Xiaoyao faltered, the enormous wound at its midsection seemingly igniting its fury. The previous injury had also been inflicted by Yi Yue's sword. Now, having suffered twice at his hands, the puppet redirected its wrath towards Yi Yue, charging with lethal intent. Seizing the moment, Yi Yue retreated outside the altar, drawing the ghostly puppet into the square. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao focused intently on refining the statue puppet. The black spiritual patterns emerging on its surface were meticulously absorbed by him. The intricate designs emanating from the array were continuously inscribed onto the statue puppet. Once the entirety of the statue puppet was enveloped in Lu Xiaoyao's spiritual patterns, it trembled violently, as if reborn under his spiritual power, constructing a new array within. As the array was redrawn, Lu Xiaoyao exhaled in relief. The statue puppet had now acquired a new master and would not launch an attack against him or Yi Yue. This moment of awakening had been skillfully seized by Lu Xiaoyao. Without such a timely opportunity, the process would not have unfolded so smoothly. Although the formation has been successfully etched, further refinement is necessary to fully harness this puppet for one's own use. Lu Xiaoyao turned to observe, as Yi Yuyan skillfully maneuvered, evading the grasp of the ghostly puppet. At this moment, it was the opportune time for the tempering of the fish dragon technique and the metamorphic divine fist. Noticing that the ghostly puppet was unable to capture Yi Yuyan, Lu Xiaoyao did not rush to assist, but instead shifted his gaze elsewhere. A lingering sense of crisis enveloped his heart, an unsettling premonition. He cast a glance at the blood pool, and suddenly looked up at the ominous black void above. Within that void, tendrils of dark mist coiled, seemingly concealing some primordial beast, instilling a profound sense of oppression and suffocation. Lu Xiaoyao pondered. Yet he had no recollection of this formidable black void. It appeared that no text he had perused spoke of such a phenomenon. Was it the void that birthed the mist, or did the mist constitute the void? The visible evidence alone was insufficient for discernment. Moreover, the writings regarding the yin-yang dual evils were exceedingly vague and succinct, lacking thorough documentation. Lu Xiaoyao felt an unsettling uncertainty regarding the potential emergence of the dark mist from the black void. By now, daylight had broken, and sunlight pierced through the mountain ceiling formation, gradually dissipating the eerie atmosphere of the square. The warm rays of sunlight further diminished the ghostly puppet's power, causing substantial amounts of mist to disperse and dissolve under the bright illumination. At this juncture, even without retreating, Yi Yuyan's prowess allowed him to contend with the puppet directly. Although still at a disadvantage in terms of sheer strength, the gap had significantly narrowed. As they clashed, Yi Yuyan continuously honed his fish dragon technique, while Lu Xiaoyao remained vigilant, occasionally offering guidance. When the ghostly puppet grew increasingly weakened and battered, it finally transformed into a shadow, dashing towards the blood pool. Anticipating this move, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly intervened. With both hands, he formed a seal, conjuring a sphere of lightning. This technique, a common yet potent method among practitioners, represented one of the most formidable offensive techniques. The lightning palm. The electric arc erupted, bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance, striking the ghostly puppet with a resounding impact that momentarily halted its advance. Just then, Yi Yuyan, arriving swiftly, wielded the blood-refining demon sword, which pierced through the puppet's chest. The blood-refining demon sword, akin to a searing visage, corroded the puppet's body, creating a substantial gash. Moreover, it was visibly apparent that the crimson radiance emitted by the sword was incessantly devouring the dissipating power of the ghostly puppet. That was the power of the ghostly evil. Lu Xiaoyao observed this scene, feeling a chill run down his spine. This blood-refining demon sword possessed the ability to consume the ghostly puppet's malevolent essence. The black mist and blood evil continually peeled away, only to be dissolved and devoured. Gradually, the true form of Zhao Bin began to emerge from the ghostly puppet. At this moment, Zhao Bin was a grotesque sight, as if a layer of skin had been scraped away. In truth, his flesh had been corroded by the miasma of ghosts and malevolent spirits. Once this puppet reached its final form, its entire body would be utterly consumed, and subsequently reassembled into a far more formidable ghostly puppet. Regrettably, this particular ghostly puppet would never have the chance to achieve such a transformation, though the reason remained elusive. Its power had already been devoured by the blood-refining demon sword. As the ghostly energy surged in, the sword itself ignited in a fierce blaze of blood, seemingly refining the power it had absorbed. Lu Xiaoyao could also perceive wisps of black mist being expelled from the blood flames, akin to waste gas being discarded. Truly, this was an extraordinary sword. Chapter 127. The Phantom Mist Demon King in but a fleeting moment. The essence contained within the Ghost Fang puppet was consumed by the blood-burning demon sword. At this juncture, the blood-burning demon sword radiated an even more vivid crimson hue, with blood flames rising from it as if they were tangible. A potent vitality surged forth from the sword, imparting an oddly unsettling sensation. Here was a blade that possessed a semblance of life. Lu Xiaoyao observed this phenomenon with astonishment, yet a seed of doubt lingered in her heart. If this sword were to continue its evolution, what might it eventually become? Could it perhaps transform into a form akin to the legendary apparitions, capable of taking on a human guise? The ninth-tier tiger from Tiger Hill had already assumed human form, nearly indistinguishable from a true human. Zhao Bin lay sprawled on the ground, his body a grotesque sight, difficult to behold. After surveying their surroundings, Lu Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice. We must depart from here swiftly. There may yet be lurking dangers. Although they had vanquished the yin-yang dual saboteurs, her sense of peril remained unabated. Lu Xiaoyao was certain that an unknown threat resided within the dark void upon the altar, though its true nature remained shrouded in mystery. Very well. After glancing at the blood-burning demon's sword in her hand, Yi Yuyin nodded in agreement. The pair began retracing their steps. But as they approached the edge of the plaza, a curtain of inky light rose up, blocking Lu Xiaoyao's path forward. It's here. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, and she swung her sword fiercely at the barrier. Yet, the layer of light was remarkably resilient, instantly rebounding the force back towards her. A tingling sensation coursed through her palm, causing her brow to furrow as she turned her attention to the dark void in the plaza. As the numbness in her hand dissipated, she beheld a semi-transparent figure slowly descending from the black hole. This ethereal form was destined to land upon the altar, precisely where the statue puppet had once stood. With the arrival of this entity, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed upon the ground. What is this? Lu Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, a chill running through her heart. Dare you to seize my vessel? Are you prepared to meet your demise? A silent voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind, the other party seemingly conveying thoughts directly through mental projection. Realizing the adversary's capabilities, Lu Xiaoyao's heart raced. The foe that had emerged was evidently endowed with complete sentience. Furthermore, given its late arrival, it was undoubtedly the final boss of this encounter. The ability to absorb the mists of this region indicated that this opponent was far from ordinary. It was essential to recognize that the blood pool, the altar, and that statue all depended on the mists. This mist was a form of spiritual energy, albeit tainted by ghostly essence, rendering it unusable and unabsorbed by ordinary cultivators. Thus, engaging in battle within such a cursed domain posed a significant challenge to the foundational strength of any practitioner. A cultivator with inadequate spiritual power could hardly survive amidst this ghostly imbued energy. Lu Xiaoyao practiced an ancient guiding technique, a form of innate primordial skill. The innate ability to continuously generate primordial spiritual energy renders this internal martial art one of the most enduring. In such an environment, Lu Xiaoyao is devoid of concerns regarding a deficiency of spiritual energy, at most merely unable to harness the tainted energy present. As for Yi Yuyin, the cultivation method she practices is derived from the primordial Hunyuan Gong, a technique conceived by Lu Xiaoyao, inherently embodying certain characteristics of the Hunyuan Gong. Coupled with the fact that Yi Yuyin is of mixed blood, her physical constitution is exceptionally formidable, and the power of her bloodline is highly exclusive, rendering her immune to the encroachment of the surrounding mist. This explains why both Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyin can move freely and unobstructed. On the altar, a semi-transparent figure is shrouded in dense black mist, resembling a unique robe. Its blood-red eyes, akin to powerful searchlights, illuminate the surrounding space with a crimson glow. The ethereal mist swirls, lending the figure an almost spectral quality. Gazing intently at the entity, Lu Xiaoyao softly murmurs, "It is indeed the Ghost King of Mist." She had not anticipated that within the realm designated for the crafting of the yin-yang dual corpse, there existed such a formidable Ghost King of Mist. The black void above is unmistakably the lair of the Ghost King, and this very place serves as its sanctum for cultivation. Thus, the yin-yang dual corpse must also be a creation of the Ghost King. Had her previous deductions been erroneous? Lu Xiaoyao's expression remained composed, yet her mind swirled with confusion. Did the members of the Hawaii West Sword sect remain oblivious to the presence of the Ghost King? Or were they aware and had reached some form of accord? Perhaps this Ghost King had an undisclosed connection with the Hawaii West Sword sect. Before the Ghost King, Lu Xiaoyao was not inclined to flee. The speed of a spiritual entity is nearly unparalleled. The greater the growth of the spiritual entity, the swifter its movement. Why are Ghost Kings particularly challenging, especially those in spiritual forms? It is precisely their unparalleled speed that makes them difficult to effectively strike, often resulting in severe casualties among their pursuers. The Ghost King of Mist extended its hands, unleashing a formidable force. This power manifested as a swirling vortex, generating a tremendous attraction. This gravitational pull drew the mist of the region into its grasp, coalescing into a foggy mass within its palms. In the next moment, the sound of rushing water echoed as the blood from the blood pool soared towards the foggy mass held by the Ghost King. The crimson liquid radiated a shimmering brilliance. Upon contact with the fog, the blood began to crystallize and compress, gradually forming a semi-transparent crystal. Witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyao's heart sank. The opponent's methods were exquisitely intricate, far surpassing her imagination. Was it the gathering of splendor method? The path of primordial essence? Neither. It was the technique of the virtual harmony path. Although such techniques could be mastered through the path of spirit refinement, the finesse displayed by the opponent was truly astonishing. Flee, she uttered in a hushed tone, abruptly turning to sever the barrier before her with her flying sword. The fortitude and resilience of the barrier far exceed the imagination of Lu Xiaoyao. This formidable strength stands in stark contrast to Lu Xiaoyao's essence. Now is the moment to race against time. There can be no room for even the slightest oversight. Behind her, in the distance, the blood in the pool is rapidly diminishing. Meanwhile, the sanguine, translucent crystal in the hands of the phantom fog Ghost King grows ever longer, taking the form of a blood sword forged from the very essence of the pool's blood. The blood sword is resplendent and pure, devoid of any impurities. With the fog as its hilt and the blood as its blade, the entire sword radiates a brilliant hue. In comparison to the blood magic sword of Yi Yuyan, this blood sword's colors appear significantly more vivid. As Lu Xiaoyao strikes with her sword, so too does Yi Yuyan, cleaving through the barrier ahead, leaving behind numerous fissures. Yet, in contrast, there remains little progress on Lu Xiaoyao's side. Chapter 128. The seizing of the sword in Lu Xiaoyao's hand was acquired from Wu Taiming, a mere flying sword utilized by a cultivator. In terms of quality, it could not compare to the blood demon sword. Although Lu Xiaoyao had added materials and reforged the sword, it was still far from exceptional. Now, its inadequacy became evident. Against the shimmering barrier before him, Lu Xiaoyao's sword was utterly powerless. Glancing at Yi Yuyan, Lu Xiaoyao declared, "Open a path. I will hold him off." Yi Yuyan nodded slightly, intensifying his assault on the barrier. As Lu Xiaoyao's words fell, he swiftly propelled himself towards the spectral fog Ghost King. At that moment, the last remnants of blood from the blood pool had already soared into the air. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyao felt an unusual stirring within him, and a sphere materialized in his palm. Within this orb was sealed a surge of sword aura, an essence derived from the blood demon sword. During his battle with Tang Zhanyu, Count Nader had intervened to confront Yi Yuyan, seizing the blood demon sword. Ultimately, with Tang Zhanyu's demise and Count Nader encircled, he cast the blood demon sword into the wilderness. While searching for the sword, several subordinates of Zheng Jing had been injured by the blood demon sword. Unable to staunch the bleeding due to this sword aura, it was Lu Xiaoyao who had extracted the sword aura, thereby saving their lives. Later, he amalgamated several strands into one and sealed it for safekeeping, intending to return it to Yi Yuyan, though he subsequently forgot about it. Now, as Lu Xiaoyao produced the sealed sword aura, he hurled it towards the spectral fog Ghost King. As the sealed orb shot forth, Lu Xiaoyao quickly performed a hand seal to unlock the confinement. Upon its release, the sword aura surged forth like a wild stallion, charging straight towards the blood. With a soft sound, the sword aura merged with the blood, ultimately being absorbed by the spectral fog Ghost King, becoming part of the blood sword. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao arrived at the edge of the blood pool, his flying sword suspended in the air. With the explosion of his sword technique, it shot towards the spectral fog Ghost King. The blood sword had taken shape, radiating an even more intense brilliance. The ethereal mist at the hilt began to rise, forming intricate spiritual patterns imprinted upon the translucent blood sword. Observing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with surprise. It appeared that the blood sword of the spectral fog Ghost King had yet to be fully refined. This meant that the sword aura he had unleashed had found its purpose. The sword aura, long confined by Lu Xiaoyao, had already undergone a process of refinement, designed to suppress its own domineering nature. Now, it was perfectly poised to counteract the spectral fog Ghost King, guided by Lu Xiaoyao's sword technique. The sword aura merged into the blood sword, initiating an assault on the spectral fog's spiritual patterns. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao's flying sword had reached the forefront of the spectral fog Ghost King. The Ghost King's pupils flickered, glowing blood red, as an invisible force drew the flying sword closer. In that moment of distraction, the spectral fog Ghost King was immediately besieged. The sword aura emanating from the blood sword instantaneously repelled the ethereal mist spirit pattern. Lu Xiaoyao wielded the flying sword with his right hand while deftly manipulating the sword aura with his left, employing it within the blood sword to counter the ethereal mist spirit pattern and inscribe his own. As the spirit pattern took form, Lu Xiaoyao's control over the blood sword intensified markedly. This was keenly sensed by the Phantom Mist King as he attempted to block the flying sword. With a swift shift of his blood-red eyes, he directed his gaze toward the blood sword. In response, the ethereal mist surged, unleashing a barrage of spirit patterns in retaliation. This moment marked a confrontation of spiritual energy. Lu Xiaoyao aimed to seize the blood sword, while the Phantom Mist King sought to safeguard it. This juncture was critical in the formation of the blood sword. Even the formidable Phantom Mist King dared not let his concentration wane during this pivotal moment. The blood sword was his companion weapon. How could he allow it to fall into the hands of another? Seizing the initiative, Lu Xiaoyao skillfully employed the sword aura to etch spirit patterns onto the sword's body, creating substantial obstacles for the Phantom Mist King. The two adversaries remained locked in a stalemate, one poised at the edge of the blood pool and the other on the altar. Their gazes locked. They clashed in an intangible duel. The two swords vied for dominance, engaging in a fierce contest. Though this battle lacked violent collisions, it was perilously intense. Should Lu Xiaoyao falter and allow the Phantom Mist King to succeed in his crafting, he would be reduced to mere dust. Conversely, if Lu Xiaoyao succeeded in claiming the blood sword, it would inflict tremendous harm upon the Phantom Mist King. Yet, the Phantom Mist King's power ultimately eclipsed that of Lu Xiaoyao. Despite the latter's initial advantage, he found himself gradually succumbing. The sword aura within the weapon was but a faint trickle, incapable of contending with the vast strength of the Phantom Mist King. Even with Lu Xiaoyao's assistance, the sword aura was forced back to the tip of the sword. If the Phantom Mist King advanced even further, he would successfully expel the sword aura from the blade. Moreover, the spirit patterns etched by Lu Xiaoyao were being obliterated by the Phantom Mist King's might, replaced anew by the ethereal mist patterns. Should the sword aura be expelled from the sword, it would herald Lu Xiaoyao's demise. With his current strength, he stood no chance against the Phantom Mist King. However, at this critical moment, a silver beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the Phantom Mist King. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from him, accompanied by torrents of black mist billowing forth from his form. This was. Lu Xiaoyao glanced upward and beheld the sun at its zenith, indicating that it was noon, the sun's intensity at its peak. The mountain ceiling formation above amplified this sunlight, casting it upon the Phantom Mist King. An extraordinary opportunity. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly initiated his techniques, executing hand seals in rapid succession. At that moment, he radiated like a miniature sun, his entire being ablaze with resplendent spiritual light. The flying sword shattered its confinement and surged directly toward the Phantom Mist King, piercing through his head in a single motion. The mist emanating from his head erupted like an explosion, forming a vast cloud of vapor. On the other side, within the blade of the blood sword, Lu Xiaoyao wielded the sword's aura like a brush, and the ethereal energy as ink, once more etching mystical runes. As the Spectre King of Mist endured its wounds, he seized the moment, unleashing a sweeping wave of sword energy that obliterated the ghostly runes and inscribed new ones in their place. Lu Xiaoyao leapt into the air, soaring towards the altar. Between his palms, a radiant light manifested, outlining an intricate array. This was the very formation previously employed to seize the statue puppet, now repurposed by Lu Xiaoyao. With a delicate touch of his fingertip, he pierced his skin, and blood flowed forth. Using blood as the guiding essence, he initiated the sacrificial rite. Lu Xiaoyao uttered a soft incantation, and the array, marked with traces of blood, was immediately thrust towards the blood sword. Chapter 129. The ritual of forging divine weapons. Within the intricate formation lay the true blood of Lu Xiaoyao, infused with his distinctive mark. As the formation was inscribed upon the blood sword, the entire blade quivered as if a fierce beast sought to break free from its confinement. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and the protective barrier enveloping the square silently shattered. At the edge of the square, Yu Yue, wielding the blood-refining demon sword, dashed forth. Casting a glance over her shoulder, astonishment flickered in her eyes as she observed Lu Xiaoyao and the Wraith King of Mist locked in a fierce standoff. The intensity of their confrontation instantly illuminated Yu Yue's understanding. With lips tightly pressed together and a resolute gaze, she hesitated but briefly before turning back. Sprinting towards the blood pool, Lu Zhao's actions were evidently desperate. It was far more than mere obstruction. This endeavor was a last-ditch effort to preserve a glimmer of hope for himself. Having endured countless hardships since childhood, Yu's once cold heart began to thaw in that moment. Tears streamed down her alabaster cheeks. Do vampires also shed tears? Yet, Yu was acutely aware that she was not a pure-blooded vampire. Though she possessed a fragment of their lineage, she remained a unique entity, distinct from both the bloodline and humanity. It was precisely her singular identity that had culminated in a tragic existence. However, at this moment, Yu felt as if she had been reborn. Once again catching sight of the dawn. The arrival of light dispelled the chill of the night, while the break of day banished the darkness. It seemed as though the shackles of her heart had cracked, revealing the most delicate and tender part beneath the hardened exterior. Once well protected, she now emerged from her shell, embracing a new life. Emerging as a butterfly from its chrysalis, she underwent a profound transformation. In her existence, darkness was vanquished, dawn became eternal. Radiance illuminated the world, warming the hearts of all. In that moment, Yu achieved a transcendent elevation of self, marking a significant milestone in her spiritual journey. Her realm ascended, and her understanding deepened profoundly. All of this was brought forth by that man. Her rebirth stemmed from Lu Zhaoyao, the one who melted glaciers. In this instant, Yu felt the power of her heart, as if she were only now recognizing its vibrancy and strength. As the barrier shattered, the sunlight pouring in from above intensified. Unimpeded by the protective veil, the mountain ceiling formation shimmered with golden light, its spiritual patterns radiating brilliance, enhancing the sunlight's descent and exerting a potent suppression over the Wraith King of Mist at the altar. At this juncture, Lu Zhaoya summoned all his strength, his entire being aglow with brilliant spiritual light. Under the dual influences, the Wraith King of Mist gradually lost control over the blood sword, which was once again wrested from his grasp by Lu Zhaoyao. Meanwhile, Yi surged forward, her blood-refining demon's sword ablaze with fierce crimson flames. Within the sword energy infused by Lu Zhaoyao resonated with the approaching Yi. As she drew near, the blood-refining demon sword emitted a resonant hum, its blade erupting with a dazzling brilliance, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy. The sword energy surged forth, wholly uncontrollable. Night Rain Banquet, caught unprepared, found the sword energy bursting forth, sweeping towards dear Zhaoyao. Be careful. The sight filled Night Rain Banquet with trepidation. The might of the blood-refining demon sword was known to him better than anyone else. It was an exceedingly domineering heavy sword, imbued with a spirit of its own. Upon hearing the warning from behind, dear Zhaoya swiftly evaded, leaping beside the spectral fog ghost king. With a swift motion of her hands, she struck at the junction where the spectral fog ghost king connected with the blood sword. There, a mist enveloped the area, obscuring whether the spectral fog ghost king possessed any limbs. The form of a spirit could shift endlessly, lacking a fixed shape. Boom. A powerful force descended, infused with dear Zhaoyao's formidable spiritual energy, instantly severing the connection between the two. At that very moment, the sword energy from the blood-refining demon sword surged forth, fully integrating into the blood sword. With this infusion, the blood sword was rejuvenated, swiftly obliterating the traces left by the spectral fog ghost king. Dear Zhaoyao extended her palm, firmly grasping the ink-black hilt, retreating rapidly. Deprived of the blood sword, the spectral fog ghost king trembled violently, emitting a series of ghostly howls that transformed into waves of light sweeping outward. Even the sunlight, enhanced by the mountain ceiling formation, was shattered by the spectral fog ghost king's overwhelming power, scattering into myriad sparkling rays. A torrent of mist erupted from the spectral fog ghost king, forming a dense fog that enveloped the plaza above. Those eyes, shimmering with a blood-red glow, were now fixed upon dear Zhaoyao. You shall die? With that declaration, the spectral fog ghost king lunged towards dear Zhaoyao. At that moment, a massive sword, longer than a person, suddenly soared from behind dear Zhaoyao, hurtling towards the spectral fog ghost king. Boom. The violent collision unleashed a terrifying gale. Dear Zhaoyao, who had just retreated, was immediately pushed back repeatedly. Her gaze flickered as she saw the figure blocking her path. It was Night Rain Banquet, causing her heart to tremble. Hadn't he instructed her to go first? Moreover, the aura emanating from Night Rain Banquet, along with his demeanor, had undergone a significant transformation. Had his realm elevated? What was happening? Dear Zhaoyao merely cast a glance and discerned numerous changes in Night Rain Banquet. But there was no time for reflection as her focus returned to the spectral fog ghost king. Even with Night Rain Banquet's realm having ascended once more, he remained but an insignificant being in comparison to the spectral fog ghost king. Even dear Zhaoyao, before the spectral fog ghost king, was similarly diminutive. The moment she seized the blood sword from the spectral fog ghost king was purely a stroke of fortune, a result of many coincidences. Had it not been noon, had the mountain ceiling formation not been in place, and had the sword energy not manifested, dear Zhao Yao would have met her end at the hands of the spectral fog ghost king with a single stroke. Yet now, a myriad of factors had conspired to create the present outcome. The dear Zhao Yao gracefully wielded her hands, initiating the intricate inscriptions of spiritual runes as she began the process of refining the blood sword forged by the spectral mist king. As the runes were meticulously etched, the spectral mist king grew increasingly enraged, unleashing a whip-like tendril of mist that sent the night rain banquet sprawling. His blood-red eyes emanated a fierce crimson light, casting an ominous glow upon Zhao Yao. "Return it to me," the spectral mist king bellowed, his form flickering into existence before Zhao Yao. A seething mass of ethereal mist surged toward her, descending with ominous intent. In the face of this onslaught, Zhao Yu swiftly clasped the dark hilt of the blood sword with both hands, propelling herself forward. The sword's crimson veins twisted and coiled, resembling blood vessels, as Zhao Yao's formidable spiritual energy penetrated the very essence of the spectral mist king's being. Chapter 130. Opposition. Lu Zhao Yao moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly dodging to the side as he approached the spectral fog king. The blood sword plunged into the creature's jaw and emerged from the top of its head. Although the spectral fog king was an ethereal entity, not particularly vulnerable to physical attacks, this blood sword was exceptionally unique. In the hands of the spectral fog king, it unleashed tremendous power. However, in the hands of another, it transformed into the most formidable weapon against him. The two were intrinsically linked. Although the blood sword appeared to be a solid weapon, it was fundamentally composed of energy. Such a weapon could inflict direct and severe damage. The moment the blood sword pierced the spectral fog king, it had already inflicted significant harm. Yet, as a spirit, the spectral fog king did not succumb to death in the same manner as biological entities, even when struck at vital points. Amidst its frenzied howls, the spectral fog king grasped the sword's hilt in an attempt to withdraw it from its form. At that instant, a white silhouette abruptly appeared before the spectral fog king. With a powerful strike, the white figure struck the base of the sword hilt, driving the blood sword deeper into the entity. Upon seeing this apparition, the spectral fog king's eyes flashed with bloodlight, and it unleashed a tendril of fog to ensnare the figure. Wisps of mist began to invade the white silhouette, forming intricate black spiritual patterns. This was a statue puppet that Lu Zhao Yao had collected, still in its unrefined state. Although under Lu Zhao Yao's control, its power was not particularly formidable. In this moment, Lu Zhao Yao merely hoped to slightly restrain the creature to achieve his objective. As the spectral fog king was distracted, Lu Zhao Yao formed a hand seal, guiding the blood sword embedded in the spectral fog king. The sword's body illuminated with spiritual patterns, absorbing Lu Zhao Yao's spiritual energy and radiating a faint red glow. An intense wave of sword energy suddenly erupted, shattering the spectral fog king's head into fragments. The mist attacking the statue puppet was consequently disrupted. Soul refinement. Lu Zhao Yao advanced, striking the spectral fog king with great force, and a surge of spiritual energy began to adhere to the king's ethereal form. Meanwhile, the dispersed fog surrounding them began to coalesce towards the neck area. Destroy its soul, Lu Zhao Yao commanded, beckoning to Yi Yu Yen. Disperse it, obliterate with sword energy. Such an opportunity was rare. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter at the spectral fog king's weakest moment, both would likely have become sacrifices to the creature. As the head of the spectral fog king was obliterated, the fog that had enveloped the square began to dissipate gradually. The sun's rays pierced through once more. Faintly, one could hear countless roars and growls, the voices of the spectral fog king's soul. Yet, Lu Zhao Yao paid no heed, instead commanding the blood sword to absorb the essence of the spectral fog king. The ethereal form, a concentration of potent spiritual energy, would greatly benefit the current ritual of weapon refinement. Lu Zhao Yao found herself in need of a weapon, and the blood sword forged by the ghost king of the mist was perfectly suited for her use. Meanwhile, with the aid of the mountain ceiling formation, Yi Yu Yen swiftly vanquished the soul of the ghost king. Once the encumbering mists were dispelled, the soul, devoid of any means of support, would inevitably fail to reassemble. This encounter was fraught with peril. Fortunately, it was merely the beginning. From the ghostly Fong puppet to the statue puppet, and ultimately to the ghost king, all were fortuitously encountered by Lu Zhao Yao in their initial, feeble stages. Had she not followed Zhao Bin here, discovering this place later might have allowed those monsters to mature, rendering their defeat far more daunting. Indeed, luck was on her side as she seized the opportunity to reverse her fortunes. Any one of the three monsters could have easily annihilated her and her companion. Alas, they were only just taking shape, their powers not yet at their zenith. Thus, misfortune turned into fortune. Not only did she acquire the statue puppet, but she also obtained a divine blood sword. Yi Yuyan's cultivation level quietly ascended, and the blood demon's sword appeared to undergo a profound metamorphosis. The gains were substantial. Lu Xiaoyao, however, had underestimated the ethereal body of the Ghost King, for the immense power it harbored took her a full day and night to fully absorb into the blood sword. At that moment, the blood sword had undergone a further transformation. The originally blood-red, semi-transparent crystal had been infused with a plethora of mists. The entire sword became more refined and crystalline in appearance. Even when simply held, Lu Xiaoyao could sense the formidable power contained within. The blood-red, translucent blade was adorned with swirling black mist patterns and intricate arrays of spiritual inscriptions. Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of exhilaration upon acquiring this sword. With it, her combat prowess would undoubtedly experience an explosive enhancement. While refining the blood sword, Lu Xiaoyao also reworked the statue puppet, adjusting and enhancing it with numerous spiritual inscriptions, rendering the puppet even more formidable. Upon completing these tasks, she gazed upon the ruins and, after a moment of contemplation, abandoned the notion of further exploration. Currently, one of the 3 bosses had been slain, another absorbed, and the last one consumed. If this place was indeed connected to the Huayue Sword sect, the opposing party would likely have sensed the upheaval. Given the current strength of Tiger Hold City, it was little more than an ant in the presence of the cultivators from the Huayue Sword sect. It seemed prudent to avoid drawing attention for the time being. Now, Lu Xiaoyao found herself at odds with the Huayue Sword sect, and it was likely that a confrontation would soon ensue. She harbored no doubt that the methods of the cultivators would fail to uncover the matters concerning Xiaobin and Yi Xinyan. Furthermore, even now, there was no assurance that no members of the Huayue Sword sect were present in Tiger Hold City. This meant that a conflict between Lu Xiaoyao and the Huayue Sword sect was inevitable. Yet, she hoped it would not come to pass at this moment. It seemed her premonitions were indeed accurate. Danger was imminent, and it threatened Tiger Hold City itself. After several days of delay, Lu Xiaoyao's original plans had been shelved. Moreover, with Night Rain Banquet by her side, she initially intended to have her select promising candidates to cultivate her own faction of practitioners. However, this entire situation has thrown her intentions into disarray. Now, she finds herself uncertain of her location and utterly at a loss for how to navigate out of the Tiger's Embrace mountain range. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze scanned her surroundings, ultimately resting upon the lifeless body of Zhao Bin. With a flash of her sword, a deep pit erupted nearby, swallowing Zhao Bin's remains, which were then covered once more with earth. After ascertaining the direction, Lu Xiaoyao set forth towards the east, accompanied by Night Rain Banquet. To the east lies Tiger's Embrace City, yet the treacherous terrain of the mountain range leaves her in doubt as to when she might find a way out. Chapter 131. The immortal trails of mountains and seas. The Tiger Hug mountain range extends profoundly, appearing virtually boundless at a glance. Moreover, the vast expanse of Shenzhou is limitless, far exceeding one's imagination. Even the denizens of this world remain oblivious to the true enormity of their realm. Having resided here for several months, Lu Xiaoyao has encountered numerous wonders, shattering many preconceived notions. In her eyes, the seemingly infinite Tiger Hug City encompasses an area comparable to a province of her original world. However, to the inhabitants of this realm, it is merely an inconsequential small town. This alone underscores the grand scale of this world. The Tiger Hug mountain range is equally formidable, characterized by its complex and ever-changing terrain, occupying an unimaginable expanse. To venture forth from this place would undoubtedly require enduring countless hardships. Communication remains untenable here. Lu Xiaoyao raised her left arm to gaze at her microbrain with a sigh. Over the course of several days, she and Yi Yuyan have traversed both by flight and on foot, even capturing exotic beasts as mounts, not knowing how many mountains they have crossed. Yet, the sight before them still consists of majestic peaks, soaring into the clouds. Deep within these mountains lie numerous extraordinary beasts and avian creatures, some possessing formidable combat prowess. Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan once inadvertently wandered into the territory of a powerful beast, enduring a relentless chase for an entire day and night before finally evading it. The Tiger Hug mountain range has indeed broadened Lu Xiaoyao's horizons, allowing her to encounter many rare herbs, peculiar flowers, and exotic creatures, although she may not recognize many of them. Her profound knowledge of medicinal properties enables her to swiftly ascertain the efficacy of any spiritual plants she discovers. For her, the name of a plant is secondary. After all, names are mere human constructs, while medicinal properties are intrinsic to the plants themselves. Leveraging her extensive expertise, Lu Xiaoyao has harvested a considerable number of remarkably effective spiritual plants. However, due to the lack of suitable storage, she often resorts to using them on-site with Yi Yuyan, refining them with their spiritual energy to concoct medicinal liquids before consumption. Throughout these days, both have made significant progress in their cultivation, solidifying their foundations even further. They have also re-refined the items acquired from the Danmen during their moments of rest. The blood sword Lu Xiaoyao obtained is fundamentally a crystallized form of highly condensed spiritual energy, akin to a spiritual stone, yet with a density far surpassing that of ordinary stones. This sword harbors immense energy, yet the tainted spiritual essence within it is laden with a dense mist. For Lu Xiaoyao, it is currently not very practical. Infusing it with pure spiritual energy results in a vigorous repulsion from the sword's core. Thus, this sword can only serve as a weapon and is not yet usable as a magical artifact. Even employing the blood sword for sword control techniques proves challenging. What Lu Xiaoyao must now address is the purification of the impurities within the blood sword. The endeavor to cleanse the malevolent energy contained within is an exceedingly monumental task. Although the sword measures over a meter in length, it conceals a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. The essence within, namely the blood from the blood pool, is also exceedingly complex, necessitating Lu Xiaoyao's advancement in purification efforts. However, during this process, Lu Xiaoyao also discovered that the sword aura emanating from the blood-refining demon sword could be harnessed to significantly accelerate the purification of the blood sword. Presently, it is the blood-refining demon sword that serves as the forge, continuously reforging the blood sword. Moreover, throughout this endeavor, Yi Yuyin has become increasingly adept at wielding the blood-refining demon sword, leading to a more refined control over her own spiritual energy. This has resulted in a mutually beneficial outcome. As they support one another, their trust and reliance upon each other have deepened imperceptibly. From the square, after Yi Yuyin's realm elevation, Lu Xiaoyao noticed a transformation in her character. She has begun to speak more, no longer the taciturn figure she once was. This is indeed a positive development. Although solitude and silence may accompany practitioners throughout their journeys, it is merely a necessary sacrifice for the sake of cultivation. This is precisely why even the most accomplished cultivators must periodically engage with the world, experiencing the trials of mortal existence. Even those with extraordinary abilities cannot truly remain indifferent. Rather, their extensive experiences render many matters uninteresting to them. The wisdom that comes with age is rooted in this principle. Top-tier cultivators often possess lifespans spanning centuries, and thus have witnessed the intricate machinations of human politics far too frequently. Many occurrences are not the result of divine foresight, but rather the trivialities of skill. In the eyes of the astute, they are easily discernible, allowing for a swift comprehension of their essence. After refining their weapons and consuming some harvested spiritual fruits, the duo resumed their journey. The current situation in Tiger Hug City remains uncertain, and Lu Xiaoyao harbors some concern. As her cultivation progresses, the sensations related to her own self become increasingly pronounced. Furthermore, every cause yields a consequence. The matters concerning the Huawei sword sect are likely to incite further troubles. The practitioners within that sect are each meticulously nurtured, and the inexplicable loss of two would undoubtedly draw their keen scrutiny. Lu Xiaoyao's slaying of Yi Xinyan and pursuit of Zhao Bin will likely not remain concealed for long within Tiger Hug City. After all, there were numerous witnesses present at the time, and before the imposing presence of the Huawei sword sect, it is unlikely anyone could withstand the pressure to keep Lu Xiaoyao's actions hidden. Instead, more individuals might seek to curry favor with the Huawei sword sect by revealing her whereabouts. As they traversed the path, the steep surrounding mountains gradually eased into gentler slopes. In certain areas, they even spotted the silhouettes of other practitioners. In the ensuing days, Lu Xiaoyao observed an increasing number of cultivators making their way toward the Tiger Hug mountain range. Initially, she suspected these individuals were coming to capture her. However, upon encountering her, their expressions revealed curiosity and intrigue, and they continued deeper into the mountain without a backward glance. This scene piqued Lu Xiaoyao's curiosity. She wondered what their purpose in entering the mountains might be. The realms of these practitioners were mostly discernible to Lu Xiaoyao, predominantly consisting of those within the realms of spirit refinement and gathering essence, with the occasional leader from the primordial dawn realm. Observing their cautious demeanor, it appeared as though they were in search of something. At long last, as they traversed a narrow gorge, Lu Xiaoyao and her companion were halted. A disciple clad in white garments stepped forward to impede Lu Xiaoyao's passage. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he inquired, "Which sect do you belong to? Since you have apprehended a member of the Twilight clan, why have you not placed him under a seal?" The disciple's gaze flickered towards Yi Yui, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. The mention of the Twilight clan and the sealing process stirred something within Lu Xiaoyao. Could it be that these sect disciples were indeed here to capture members of the Twilight clan? Moreover, they evidently possessed the means to discern the identity of the Twilight clan. It dawned on her that the individuals they had previously encountered had mistakenly believed they had captured a member of the Twilight clan. The curious and puzzled expressions they had received must have stemmed from the absence of a seal on Yi Yui, coupled with the fact that he bore a formidable blood-refining demon sword upon his back. At this realization, a sudden alarm gripped Lu Xiaoyao. Had something truly gone awry? Chapter 132. Interception. Although the journey thus far had brought numerous cultivators into her path, Lu Xiaoyao, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble and hastening her travels, remained curious yet distant from them, unaware of the unfolding events. Once assured that they posed no threat to her, she felt a sense of relief, though her own unease made her reluctant to approach them. Observing their attire, it was clear they did not belong to the same sect. The multitude of cultivators scouring the Tiger Hug mountain range suggested that the matter at hand was of significant importance. It was only through the words of a man before her that Lu Xiaoyao learned that these affairs were connected to the Twilight clan. The fiery intensity in his gaze hinted at a desire to swiftly deal with Yi Yuyan. A nagging thought crossed Lu Xiaoyao's mind. Could this be the doing of Count Nader? Yet, could he possibly dare to provoke so many sects single-handedly? Oh, I have placed a restriction, albeit subtly, Lu Xiaoyao remarked, raising her hand to pat Yi Yuyan's shoulder. Instantly, ethereal patterns illuminated Yi Yuyan's form, particularly around his chest and abdomen. Confirming the existence of the restriction, the man sighed in relief. With a glare at Yi Yuyan, he turned his attention back to Lu Xiaoyao, asking if capturing this individual had proven to be a considerable effort. Not too taxing, her strength is rather modest. I still need to escort her back for a report, Lu Xiaoyao replied casually, before shifting the conversation. What is the current situation? What situation? The man appeared momentarily bewildered, then quickly clarified. There's no grave issue. Although we were attacked by the Blood Clan, we are not to be trifled with. Those aberrants are akin to beasts, mere domestic fowl before us, utterly incapable of resistance. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao nodded, smiling as she gestured. Very well, we shall take our leave then. Go ahead. We must continue our search. Those rodents truly possess an uncanny ability to escape, though they are hardly formidable, the elegantly dressed disciple remarked, shaking his head as he signaled to his companions to proceed. As they passed each other, assuming all was well, the disciple unexpectedly turned back to call out to Lu Xiaoyao. By the way, you haven't yet revealed your name or your sect. Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened. How could she possibly know which sect he belonged to? Pretending not to hear, she grasped Yu Yin and ascended into the skies, riding the glimmering sword light towards Yuan Fong. Hey you! The disciple's countenance fell as he contemplated intervening, only to be halted by a companion beside him. Senior brother, why bother? We should focus on capturing a few Blood Clan members to earn our merits, the junior disciple suggested, casting a wary glance at his junior. The elegantly dressed disciple frowned. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with that individual. Her aura is unfamiliar, not belonging to any sect we recognize. Perhaps she is employing some artifact to alter her essence? Those flying rats are notoriously crafty, fleeing at the slightest hint of our presence. Indeed, let us proceed. The disciple contemplated briefly before leading his team deeper into the mountains. Having extricated herself from the entanglement of her adversaries, Lu Xiaoyao found herself pondering the motives behind the Twilight clan's ambush on the various sections. What could their objectives possibly be? Moreover, from the words of a disciple, it was evident that the Twilight clan's assault had failed, and they now found themselves in a precarious situation, being hunted down. This indicated that the intentions of the Twilight clan had been unequivocally thwarted by the major sects, failing to achieve their predetermined goals. In truth, while it appeared that there were many disciples within these sects, when thrown into the treacherous embrace of the Tiger's embrace mountain range, they would hardly create a ripple. As Lu Xiaoyao made her way, encounters with other cultivators were not a common occurrence. Nevertheless, the sight of fellow practitioners signified that she had departed from the depths of the Tiger's embrace mountain range. Consequently, her encounters with cultivators were gradually increasing. Hey, brother. It seems you've had quite the haul. Why are you alone? Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan were resting by a small stream when a few cultivators descended from the sky. Upon landing, they swiftly surrounded Lu Xiaoyao and her companion. Observing their actions, Lu Xiaoyao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Trouble had indeed found her. Well, to capture me, my companions have perished, she remarked coolly, casting a glance at them. Are you gentlemen planning to venture into the mountains? Indeed. Might I inquire if this esteemed brother could offer some guidance? After all, you possess experience, one of them replied with a smile, subtly inching closer to Lu Xiaoyao. It's nothing much, merely a game of chance, she retorted, glancing at Yi Yuyan. However, if it's possible, I would prefer not to encounter any dangers. My fellow disciples have already met their end. Ah, indeed. The approaching man chuckled. I am Hu Qing. May I ask how you are addressed? From the Huawei sword sect, Yixinyan, Lu Zhaoyao replied casually, her demeanor proud as she addressed the group. It's still early. You should hasten into the mountains. Perhaps fortune awaits you. Many from the major sects have already entered. Haha. Hu Qing shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. My brothers and I belong to a lesser sect. Even if we entered the mountains, encountering the Blood Clan would likely spell our doom. What do you say we escort you back to your sect instead? No need. Lu Zhaoyao firmly rejected, placing her hand on Yi Yuyan's shoulder. Let us go wait. Upon seeing Lu Zhaoyao attempt to leave, Hu Qing's expression darkened, a chill in his voice. You are alone now, and the Blood Clan is exceedingly cunning. Why refuse our good intentions? And how do you intend to escort me? With a slight smirk, Lu Zhaoyao tightened her grip on her blood sword. Senior brother, why waste words with him? What can the Huawei sword sect do? He is but one person. At the early stage of the divine refinement path, let us escort him to meet his fellow disciples. Hu Qing raised an eyebrow, ready to respond when he noticed his disciples had already drawn their weapons. Yi, you are truly oblivious to your own limitations. Hu Qing's expression turned cold as he suddenly unleashed his flying sword, aiming directly at Lu Zhaoyao's neck. Surrounded by several senior brothers, they simultaneously unleashed their tactics against Lu Zhaoyao, seeking death. With a swift motion of his palm, Lu Zhaoyao launched a flying sword towards the multitude of cultivators. Meanwhile, the blood sword in his hand arced towards Hu Qing. A crimson streak emanated from the blood sword, directly cleaving towards Hu Qing. Beside them, Yi Yuyan unsheathed the blood-refining demon sword, unleashing a terrifying beam of sword light. Yi Yuyan's sudden assault caught the cultivators off guard, as none had anticipated her presence. It was only when the sword light surged forth that they became aware, hastily attempting to parry her onslaught. Chapter 133. Breaking the siege. The prowess of these cultivators was exceedingly formidable, far surpassing that of practitioners and warriors of equivalent rank. In their presence, Lu Zhaoyao truly began to feel the weight of pressure. The overwhelming dominance she had previously experienced before practitioners and warriors was utterly absent in front of these cultivators. While practitioners and warriors might falter and fall prey to the schemes of Yi Yuyan in the face of sudden changes, these cultivators adeptly redirected their blades, uniting to thwart the onslaught of Yi Yuyan. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoyao, despite her sudden attack, did not manage to catch Hu Qing off guard. She merely induced a momentary chaos, allowing her to gain the upper hand over him. The exceptional strength of the cultivators was vividly displayed here. During her engagement with Hu Qing, Lu Zhaoyao discerned a fundamental disparity between them and practitioners and warriors. Initially, her understanding was superficial. But now she fully comprehended the truth. The true powerhouses of this world were indeed those cultivators hidden within the remote mountains and valleys. Furthermore, the lineage of cultivation in this world remained vibrant and unbroken. Lu Zhaoyao unleashed a surge of sword energy, launching her flying sword forth, while her right hand gripped the blood sword, charging directly at Hu Qing. The flying sword raced towards him but was effortlessly cleaved apart by Hu Qing's strike. Seeing Lu Zhaoyao approach, he felt no fear. Their forms collided like fierce swans, resulting in a violent clash. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted at the point of their weapons' contact, forming an invisible ripple that radiated in all directions. Crack! A web of fissures appeared quietly on Hu Qing's weapon, spreading like a spider's web across the entire blade. Boom! The sword shattered, sending shards flying, and both combatants swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, they unleashed waves of palm force, dispersing the fragments of the broken sword. What manner of sword is that? Hu Qing exclaimed, stumbling as he retreated. Upon glancing at the blood sword in Lu Zhaoyao's grasp, and then at the crimson heavy sword wielded by Yi Yuyan, realization dawned upon him. So, you are a blood slave. Blood slaves differ from blood servants. They retain their human lineage yet willingly serve the blood clan, akin to slaves. In contrast, blood servants are more closely aligned with the blood clan, having undergone transformations that grant them some of the clan's abilities. The status of blood servants is higher than that of blood slaves, but lower than that of blood descendants, who are the trusted confidants of the blood clan and nurtured as reserves. Disgraceful! Hu Qing spat in fury, then began to weave hand seals, using spiritual energy as ink to inscribe in the void. In an instant, an array symbol materialized before him. Go! Hu Qing shouted, flipping his hand, causing a flying sword to emerge from the ring on his index finger. Lu Zhaoyao's eyes brightened as her gaze fell upon the ring. So there truly are storage artifacts? The array symbol flying toward her did not capture Lu Zhaoyao's attention. She merely raised a finger, lightly tapping the air twice, which produced 2 radiant points of light. The light shot forth like arrows, swiftly merging into the array symbol. At the center of the formation symbol, another emblem began to glow. Just then, 2 luminous points from Lu Zhaoyao vanished into 2 inconspicuous corners of the formation. However, the formation soon trembled, erupting with an even more intense brilliance, as the spiritual power and energy contained within began to dissipate rapidly. The collapse of the formation occurred in an instant. Concurrently, Lu Xiaoyao charged forth, his blood sword cleaving through the air with a crimson arc aimed directly at Hu Qing's neck. The disintegration of the formation left Hu Qing astounded. He had not anticipated that his opponent was also well-versed in formations and evidently possessed a far superior mastery. The fact that Lu Xiaoyao could dismantle a formation with just 2 fingers of spiritual energy revealed his profound expertise in this realm. Hu Qing, feeling the sting of inferiority both in formations and weaponry, was filled with frustration. In light of this comparison, Hu Qing dared not confront Lu Xiaoyao head-on and opted instead for a more evasive strategy. Yet, to his dismay, Lu Xiaoyao's footwork and agility surpassed his own. Were it not for the assistance of 2 fellow disciples nearby, Hu Qing feared he would have already succumbed to Lu Xiaoyao's prowess. He had encountered a formidable adversary. At this moment, Hu Qing regretted harboring any ill intentions upon noticing that his opponent was alone. This solitary practitioner was evidently a force to be reckoned with. However, under Lu Xiaoyao's relentless assault, Hu Qing found himself devoid of alternative choices. The confrontation had escalated to a life-and-death duel. Recognizing that his opponent would show no mercy, Hu Qing understood that with their combined force of over a dozen individuals, they should surely be able to subdue these 2 blood clan members and their blood slaves. Yet, as he glanced towards the distance amidst the clash with Lu Xiaoyao, he discovered several of his companions were still being overwhelmed by one of the blood clan members. The massive, blood-red sword, towering over a man, struck with a force that seemed capable of splitting the heavens, pushing back those who dared to encircle him. Within the sword's reach, no one could linger without risking being cleaved in 2. Meanwhile, Hu Qing and his 3 companions were equally incapable of overcoming Lu Xiaoyao. Although their combined efforts had rendered their opponent unable to counterattack, his cunning was extraordinary. His elusive footwork allowed him to escape from their numerous openings, dodging their lethal strikes. Just as Hu Qing's focus wavered, a sudden cry of alarm snapped him back to attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a fellow disciple had been struck, Lu Xiaoyao's sword having severed his arm. The opportunity for Lu Xiaoyao's success stemmed from Hu Qing's momentary hesitation, which had disrupted the formation of their impenetrable sword net. Disaster. Seeing his disciple lose an arm and stagger backward, Hu Qing grew anxious. With one less fighter, the situation would undoubtedly become more dire. He intended to call his disciple back, needing to endure the injury to seal the gap, when a gleaming silver flying sword suddenly zipped past the group. In an instant, the silvery streak pierced through the chest of the armless disciple. Blood gushed forth, piercing through completely, to the extent that one could faintly discern the scenery behind. As that junior disciple gradually collapsed, Hu Qing's eyes instantly turned crimson. His blunder had led to his disciple's demise, filling him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Observing Lu Xiaoyao move with the grace of a fish, effortlessly navigating the encirclement of 3 adversaries, a surge of fury welled up within him. Kill. Eliminate him. Hu Qing roared in wrath, raising his weapon and charging towards Lu Xiaoyao. An aura of chilling intensity surrounded him, akin to the flames of vengeance, fiercely blazing towards Lu Xiaoyao. Break. Lu Xiaoyao shouted fiercely, using the blood sword as a projectile, launching it directly forth. Chapter 134, 17 Sects in the palm of Lu Xiaoyao. A surge of spiritual energy coursed forth, propelling the blood sword in a fierce trajectory, leaving a trail of crimson light in its wake. Although the blood sword could not yet be deemed a magical artifact, it served effectively as a weapon, and it could also function as a projectile. In the blink of an eye, the blood sword shot towards Hu Qing, piercing through his chest and emerging from the other side. Hu Qing had no time to react. His body was still poised to charge forward. However, upon reaching Lu Xiaoyao, he finally sensed something amiss. The searing pain in his chest accompanied the gradual depletion of his strength. Moreover, the previously abundant spiritual energy seemed to have found a breach, gushing out through the gaping wound in his chest. With a swift leap, Lu Xiaoyao sent Hu Qing flying, while simultaneously wielding the sword technique to retrieve the blood sword. The sword's brilliance erupted, unleashing a formidable wave of sword chi that engulfed the remaining 2 adversaries, who soon transformed into 2 blood-soaked gourds, collapsing onto the ground, staining the earth with their lifeblood. Meanwhile, Yi Yuyan found herself embroiled in a fierce battle. Although her realm had ascended, barely reaching the refining spirit stage, her cultivation still lingered at the Zen martial level. Given the presence of 5 or 6 refining spirit practitioners, her ability to endure thus far was commendable. Lu Xiaoyao, unwilling to hesitate, dashed forth, and together with Yi Yuyan, they vanquished the group of cultivators. Spare my life, gasped Hu Qing, his eyes brimming with terror. The sheer magnitude of strength displayed by these 2 was entirely unexpected. A mere minor miscalculation had resulted in the annihilation of their entire force. Observing Hu Qing's desperate pleas, Lu Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile faintly. Given Hu Qing's current injuries, survival was beyond his grasp. Yet, The Tiger Embrace mountain range was teeming with cultivators. If Hu Qing were to escape and be rescued, it would pose a significant threat to her. Answer me a few questions, and perhaps I might let you live, Lu Xiaoyao intoned, channeling her spiritual energy to infuse her eyes with a sanguine hue. Adopting the guise of a member of the Blood Clan. Why you are of the Blood Clan? At the revelation of Lu Xiaoyao's aura, Hu Qing trembled further. The Blood Clan had an insatiable thirst for the blood of cultivators. Due to their prolonged cultivation, practitioners possessed a wealth of spiritual energy within, and their blood had nearly transcended into the spiritual realm, rendering it a delicacy for the Blood Clan. Speak, urged Yi Yuyan, who had approached, her fangs bared, presenting a vivid display to Hu Qing. Upon witnessing the pristine white of her fangs, Hu Qing shuddered violently, reopening his wound and causing a torrent of blood to flow forth. He appeared to realize that if this continued, his life was forfeit. Furthermore, the two vampires before him might soon succumb to the allure of his spiritual blood, unleashing their predatory instincts in the next moment. His storage ring emitted a faint glow, revealing a porcelain vial of exquisite white. Just as Hu Qing prepared to open it and consume the elixir within, he felt an overwhelming force pulling at him, yanking the vial away entirely. Holding the porcelain vase in hand, Lu Xiaoyao playfully taunted, "Confess honestly, for your own healing." "Well, what do you wish to inquire?" Sensing the ebb of power within him, Hu Qing dared not prolong the encounter any further. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he temporarily sealed his wounds, panting as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xiaoyao. "Speak of your circumstances," he urged. Regarding the sects of the Tigerbao mountain range, Lu Xiaoyao was utterly oblivious, only aware of the emergence of the Huawei sword sect. However, recent events suggested that this mountainous region was not solely home to a single sect. The 17 major sects of Tigerbao Mountain had now united, each dispatching numerous disciples for a thorough search. Hu Qing smiled faintly, observing Lu Xiaoyao's labored breaths. "If you possess any sense, you should hastily flee. Your ambush at the mountain gate has already provoked. Enough with the trivialities." Lu Xiaoyao interjected sharply, delivering a kick that sent Hu Qing sprawling several meters away. Retrieving a pill, Lu Xiaoyao leapt forward, gripping Hu Qing's chin to administer it. "Now, speak," he commanded, his countenance fierce, eyes glinting with malice as he endeavored to mimic Baron Nad's demeanor. "Humph, what more do you wish to know?" Hu Qing, constrained, continued. "As far as I know, several esteemed elders of the Huawei sword sect, along with the elder of the beast-taming pavilion and Master Duanli of the sword-refining pavilion, are monitoring this matter. Should they intervene, none of you shall escape." "The Huawei sword sect, the beast-taming pavilion, the sword-refining pavilion?" Lu Xiao scoffed derisively. "Do you truly believe they pose a threat?" "Humph. These three are the pinnacle of the 17 sects, each guarded by a celestial master." After a round of inquiries that provided a cursory understanding of the major sects, Lu Xiaoyao fell silent. The strength of these sects far exceeded their outward appearances. With a multitude of disciples, each sect possessed the power to overwhelm Tigerbao City. Yet, among the 17 sects, the Huawei sword sect stood supreme. Thus, Tigerbao City was nominally under the aegis of the Huawei sword sect. Nevertheless, the annual tribute received by Tigerbao City was distributed among the 17 sections. Moreover, the task of suppressing the aberrant beasts of the Tigerbao mountain range was collectively borne by the sects, ensuring the safety and proliferation of the human populace in Tigerbao City, thereby maintaining a vast population from which each sect could select exceptional talent. However, these matters were conducted in secrecy, largely unbeknownst to outsiders and even to the management of Tigerbao City itself. The promising individuals chosen often vanished for various reasons, with their families often relocating shortly thereafter. However, once gone, they were never seen again. Those who disappeared had moved to the Tigerbao mountain range, becoming subordinate members of the major sections. This implies that near these sects, there existed human settlements. Yet, for all these years, such places had remained undiscovered, illustrating the formidable capabilities of these practitioners, far surpassing what is currently deemed advanced technology. As Lu Xiaoyao pondered, numerous questions lingered regarding the fabric of this world. To delve deeper into the matter, it seems imperative to establish contact with the practitioners. The subsequent endeavor involves gaining insight into the 17 sects within the Tiger Embrace Mountains. Indeed, the expanse of the Tiger Embrace Mountains is vast, yet with 17 sects, it is inevitable that some rivalries may arise. Where there are people, there is conflict, and how much more so among these self-important cultivators. It is likely that within these 17 sects, significant grievances and entanglements exist, held in check for various reasons. Moreover, when faced with external threats, they may set aside their past animosities and unite in collaboration. Practitioners, it appears, are far from simple individuals, and the leaders of each sect are often seasoned veterans, having honed their skills over the years. Resolving such complexities will not be an easy task. Lu Xiaoyao sighed inwardly, softly murmuring to herself, Who could be the adversary of the Huawei sword sect? Chapter 135. Glimpses of truth. The intricate relationships among various sects remain to be thoroughly investigated. However, what astonished Lu Xiaoyao was the sheer number of cultivation sects nestled within the Tiger's Embrace mountain range. Yet, when the city of Tiger's Embrace faced peril, not a single sect extended a hand in assistance. Was the city merely a repository for these cultivators, a continual source of tribute? Even a storage facility deserves a modicum of maintenance, does it not? Or perhaps the overseer of this repository is such that they refrain from intervention unless their own interests are at stake. For countless years, had the multitude of common folk in Tiger's Embrace been sustaining this band of ingrates? As her thoughts spiraled, a sense of indignation welled up within Lu Xiaoyao. Exploitation. This was nothing short of blatant exploitation. Could it be that the existence of cultivators and martial artists was entwined with such factors? Only those weakened by circumstance would be powerless to resist. Compared to cultivators, martial artists and practitioners appeared almost pitifully frail. Even with their greater numbers, they could scarcely shake the foundations of the cultivators' might. In a moment of clarity, Lu Xiaoyao began to grasp the underlying truths. The true rulers of this world were not merely the high-ranking officials, nor even the renowned figures of the Sea King sect. Indeed, the web of conspiracy was as intricate as it was insidious. In this age of advanced technology, where cultural knowledge is widespread and the intellect of the populace profoundly tapped, it could be said that foolishness is a rarity. Those at the lower echelons may remain oblivious, but what of those in power? At this juncture, Lu Xiaoyao's understanding deepened. Many high-ranking cultivators and martial artists, including Lei Jinting, had previously asserted that their very existence was a product of conspiracy. It appeared that the cultivation revolution, which transpired countless years ago, was aimed at stifling any cultivators outside the sections. Only by eliminating those independent practitioners could the sects maintain their dominion over this world. From a mere glimpse, one can infer the entirety. Lu Xiaoyao, though still not deeply versed in the intricacies of this world, had already arrived at such conjectures. Those who had interacted with the cultivators likely understood the underlying machinations as well. Surely, there existed hidden secrets within this tapestry. Perhaps the cultivators had forged a certain accord with the mundane rulers. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao recognized the audacity of her speculations. Such thoughts must remain unspoken, at least for now. Even in the eyes of the Zen martial path masters, this had become a well-kept secret. In a moment of foreboding, Lu Xiaoyao sensed that something monumental was on the horizon. The signs indicated that a cataclysmic transformation was brewing across the vast expanse of the divine land. However, such contemplations could wait. She must first address the immediate troubles at hand. While Lu Xiaoyao pondered, Yi Yuyan stood quietly beside her, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, Hu Qing wore a hopeful expression, cautiously watching Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan. At present, they had become mere fish on the chopping block, awaiting the judgment of the knife. Enough, I shall let you be. Casting a fleeting glance at Hu Qing, Lu Xiaoyao's gaze briefly swept over Yi Yuyan before she turned and walked into the distance. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Hu Qing's face lit up with delight, but he soon noticed Yi Yuyan still standing not far from him. Observing the multitude of fallen bodies, Lu Xiaoyao commenced her search. The cultivators were bound to possess numerous items that could aid her. Having encountered and vanquished them, it would be a disservice to overlook the spoils of victory. At that moment, Yi Yuyan tilted her head, casting a glance at Hu Qing beside her. Her ample hood obscured her features, yet Hu Qing, lying on the ground, could catch a glimpse of her profile. It was exquisite and delicate, smooth and radiant, as if a mere pinch would yield droplets of water. Furthermore, Yi Yuyan's complexion was fair and refined, reminiscent of finely sculpted jade. However, as Hu Qing gazed at her, the blood-slicked magic sword, taller than she, swung in a graceful arc, slicing through Hu Qing's neck. His head rolled away, retaining an expression of rapture, his eyes reflecting a dazed intoxication. In his admiration for Yi Yuyan's beauty, he unwittingly forfeited his life. Clean up, Lu Xiaoyao instructed Yi Yuyan. They are cultivators, their treasures. Elixirs and techniques must surely provide us with much-needed resources. Each of these disciples possessed a storage ring, albeit with limited capacity. Once Lu Xiaoyao understood how to utilize them, she collected all the rings. The opponent's magical artifacts, flying swords, armor, and elixirs were thoroughly scavenged, leaving Hu Qing and his fellow cultivators akin to victims of a robbery. Clad only in their garments, donning 2 sets of long robes retrieved from the storage rings, Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan adorned themselves, with Yi Yuyan also wearing a veiled hat, before setting off once more. Clad in the attire of cultivators, their obstacles diminished significantly. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao discovered a transportation-type magical artifact within Hu Qing's ring, resembling a small shuttle, merely the size of a palm. However, upon activation, the shuttle revealed a spacious interior capable of accommodating over 20 individuals. Unlike airships, which boasted numerous operational controls, this shuttle was far more simplistic, featuring only a control sphere and an imaging restriction. Through the restriction, they could observe their surroundings for at least 10 kilometers in every direction, with flawless imaging that allowed for localized magnification. Such methods employed by cultivators surpassed those of super technology by a considerable margin. Though super technology appeared impressive, it paled in comparison to the cultivators' capabilities, which were fraught with complexities and inconveniences. Through the distinctions between shuttles and airships, Lu Xiaoyao gleaned certain truths. Perhaps the design of airships bore similarities to that of shuttles, with some techniques simply beyond the comprehension and utilization of cultivators, resulting in the intricate and cumbersome mechanisms of super technology. If it were a practitioner, one could manipulate through the imprint technique. Although theoretically more intricate than advanced technology, its application proves to be far simpler. In other words, the super technology of the mortal realm is closely intertwined with the artifact refining techniques of practitioners. Lu Xiaoyao swiftly grasped the manipulation imprint technique from the control sphere and set off towards Tiger's Embrace City in a flying shuttle. According to the information projected by the control sphere, a considerable distance still lay between here and Tiger's Embrace City. To return, it would take at least 10 days. I shall entrust you with the manipulation imprint technique, and we shall take turns. Calling forth the night rain banquet, Teacher Lu resumed the lesson. Chapter 136. The transformation of life with the cultivator's swift passage. They soon arrived at the outskirts of the Tiger Leopard mountain range. Meanwhile, the microbrain's signal returned to its normal state. It appeared that something within the depths of the mountain range had obstructed the signal. For a cultivator, dealing with such high-tech devices was hardly a challenge. In fact, after several days of exploration and comparison, Lu Xiaoyao began to form a more profound hypothesis. The advanced technology possessed by the authorities was derived from methods of crafting passed down by cultivators. Through careful observation, Lu Xiaoyao quickly recognized a commonality. Furthermore, the similarities between the formations and the components of advanced technology that had previously been discussed with Su Yingbei seemed to echo a prophetic truth. Not only did the advanced technological equipment share substantial commonalities with the tools of cultivators, but even the genetic potions bore connections to the elixirs refined by these practitioners. Among the many substances acquired from Hu Qing and his associates, Lu Xiaoyao discovered elixirs capable of unlocking the human potential. Moreover, the labels on these elixirs clearly indicated their purpose: to awaken potential and break free from constraints. This was almost identical to the effects of genetic potions, yet devoid of the adverse side effects typically associated with them. All signs indicated that the so-called advanced technology in the hands of the authorities originated from these elusive cultivators. Upon uncovering these clues, Lu Xiaoyao recalled a saying from the original world: the end of science is theology. Although the crafting techniques of cultivators do not constitute what one might call theology, these extraordinary abilities appear almost miraculous in the eyes of ordinary people. Lu Xiaoyao's heart trembled. Had it not been for the encounter with these cultivators, she likely would never have perceived these hidden truths. Yet, among the cultivators, these secrets seemed far from clandestine. The highest-ranking individual among Hu Qing's group, Hu Qing himself, was merely at the mid-stage of the divine refinement path and could not possibly be a core disciple of any sect. Even Zhao Bin and Yu Xinyan could not hold any significant position within their sections. This suggested that all of this was merely a deception aimed at ordinary people. It was conceivable that many high-ranking officials were aware of this unspoken secret. Heaven and earth, the celestial and the mundane. Was this the prevailing theme of the world? And what of the extraordinary beings spoken of by the cultivators? Lu Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon Yi Yuyan. Since she was of mixed blood, could there be something to discover within her? With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoyao appeared beside Yi Yuyan, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized her. This unabashed gaze initially elicited no response, but as time passed, Yi Yuyan gradually became uneasy. She subtly shifted her body, attempting to evade Lu Xiaoyao's penetrating gaze. However, Lu Xiaoyao seemed oblivious to the womanly shyness and reticence exhibited by Yi Yuyan, merely uttering in a calm tone, "Do not move." With these words, it was as if a spell had been cast. Yi Yuyan immediately stilled. Yet, being under Lu Xiaoyao's scrutiny still left her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Throughout the entire process, Yi Yuyan dared not make a single move. Gradually discerning something unusual, it seemed that Lu Xiaoyao was engrossed in some form of study. Yet, what could an extraordinary half-blood beauty like Lu Xiaoyao possibly be researching? Having yet to master various cultivation methods to their fullest, there seemed no need for a change. Could it be that he intended to extend his hand? Lost in thought, Yi Yuyan instinctively offered her hand. Upon feeling the warmth emanating from Lu Xiaoyao, she immediately reacted, a faint blush appearing on her pale cheeks. However, upon turning her head, she noticed that Lu Xiaoyao's gaze had shifted away from her, now focused on the pulse at her wrist. Was he diagnosing her? Yi Yuyin had witnessed this action from Lu Xiaoyao on multiple occasions and was aware that he was assessing her physical condition. This process persisted for quite some time. As moments passed, Lu Xiaoyao even closed his eyes. Were it not for the faint glimmers of spiritual light emanating from him and the influx of spiritual energy coursing into her body, Yi Yuyin might have thought Lu Xiaoyao had fallen asleep. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Xiaoyao finally withdrew his spiritual energy and released her hand. Yet, at that moment, he seemed lost in contemplation, his hands moving in and out, occasionally forming intricate mudras, as if he were calculating something profound. Faced with this situation, Yi Yuyin could not comprehend and dared not inquire, continuing instead to pilot the flying shuttle obediently. Time flew by swiftly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Hubao City was now within sight. Lu Xiaoyao, who had been resting his eyes, opened them at this moment. He appeared somewhat fatigued, with faint blood vessels visible in his eyes, indicating he had not rested well over the past few days. Although Yi Yuyin remained oblivious to what Lu Xiaoyao had been engaged in, she could sense the gravity of the moment. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao sighed, casting a glance at Yi Yuyin. How much longer until we reach Hubao City? Still about 10 minutes, Yi Yuyin replied. Very well. I shall rest for a moment. With that, Lu Xiaoyao closed his eyes once more, entering a state of cultivation. In an instant, ethereal light began to swirl around him, and an abundance of spiritual energy surged forth. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's condition, Yi Yuyan's eyes sparkled with realization, prompting her to adjust the direction of the flying shuttle, leading them into a secluded valley. The spiritual energy converged continuously, resembling a vast ocean, gathering towards Lu Xiaoyao. An endless stream of spiritual energy coalesced around him, gradually forming spiritual crystals that adhered to his surface. The resplendent crystals made Lu Xiaoyao appear like a divine being descended from the heavens. As the spiritual energy reached heightened levels of concentration, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Lu Xiaoyao's being. The intensity of this force was so profound that it rendered Yi Yuyin breathless, compelling her to exit the flying shuttle to act as a guardian outside. At that moment, due to days of profound contemplation and calculation, Lu Xiaoyao had refined his soul to a heightened state. The cultivation of the divine path revolves around the essence of one's spirit. Only when the spirit achieves a pinnacle of refinement, completing the most immaculate transformation, can the soul be elevated to a higher realm. This realm encompasses 3 distinct levels. The first is the yin spirit, the second is the yang spirit, and the third is the original spirit. Only through the harmonious convergence of yin and yang, achieving a perfect unity, can one forge the most formidable true spirit of the original essence. The yin spirit is exceedingly fragile, unable to exist independently. It can only manifest through esoteric techniques during the full moon, drawing upon the essence of the moon. Conversely, the yang spirit is immensely powerful, radiant as the blazing sun, allowing for the spontaneous projection of thought and the capacity to withstand the fire of the sun, even summoning its flames to temper the soul. Upon achieving perfection, one must refine the 3 souls into a singular entity, thereby forming the unique true spiritual original. At this juncture, the soul reaches its consummate state, enabling harmonious integration with the physical body. Subsequently, in the next realm, one completes the gathering of the 3 flowers atop the head, culminating in the highest degree of fusion between body and spirit, creating an indivisible whole and effecting a profound transformation of the essence of life. Chapter 137. The Thunder Tribulation. Human beings possess 3 souls: the celestial soul, the earthly soul, and the fate soul. Among these, only the fate soul can be governed, forming the essence of one's destiny. However, the celestial and earthly souls remain shrouded in profound mysteries that elude perception. Practitioners of the divine alchemy are tasked with refining these 2 souls, delving into the most enigmatic forces they conceal. Yet, even those who reach the primordial spirit stage can merely create a minute fissure within these 2 souls. To completely unlock the shackles and bindings of the celestial and earthly souls, one must ascend to the legendary status of an immortal. A feat whispered of but lacking authentic documentation. The yin spirit realm exists above the earthly soul, opening a crevice to glimpse its secrets, while the yang spirit realm transcends the earthly soul, allowing a glimpse into the mysteries of the celestial soul. However, these terms do not refer to the true yin and yang spirits. Rather, they represent a more profound and esoteric state, far beyond the comprehension of mere practitioners. When the fate soul can command the mysteries of yin and yang, the 3 souls can synchronize, enabling the practitioner to harness their thoughts freely and manifest their divine powers unimpeded. When the 3 souls return to their origin and refine the true self of the primordial spirit, one can transcend the essence of life itself. Yet, To break free from the fetters of existence, both the primordial spirit and the body must transcend simultaneously, as their connection is inextricable. However, this is merely a future trajectory of cultivation. At this moment, Lu Xiaolao has only just entered the first realm. Boundless spiritual energy surged into Lu Xiaoyao's body, refining into an extraordinarily pure spiritual force that ultimately flowed into the sea of consciousness. Within this vast ocean of spiritual energy, it began to coalesce. As the spiritual force accumulated, it gradually filled the entire sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is inherently limitless, and the spiritual energy is boundless. Suddenly, thunder roared, and lightning flickered within the spiritual force. Consequently, the sea of consciousness trembled, and the immense spiritual energy surged, erupting towards the heavens in tumultuous waves. The view extended endlessly, resembling a gaping hole in the sky, filled continuously by the inexhaustible spiritual force, yet showing no sign of change. Outside Lu Xiaoyao, the flying shuttle had been engulfed by the spiritual energy. Around Lu Xiaoyao, the spiritual crystals had condensed to a thickness of over 3 feet, enveloping her entirely, resembling a colossal transparent amber. Throughout the expanse of heaven and earth, spiritual energy converged, reaching an extreme density, compressing into a liquid form. The flying shuttle floated, suspended within the sea of spiritual energy. Witnessing such a spectacle, Yi Yuyan was left dumbfounded, overwhelmed by astonishment. The scene of Lu Xiaoyao's cultivation was utterly astonishing, unprecedented in its ability to provoke such extraordinary phenomena. Little did Yi Yuyan realize that during her own cultivation, she too had invoked an extraordinary manifestation. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a colossal vortex as thunder roared throughout the heavens and earth. This is. Yi Yuyan gazed up at the sky, her spirit trembling with awe. Lu Xiaoyao's cultivation had actually attracted the thunder tribulation. Before any reaction could be made, a colossal bolt of thunder, measuring roughly a zhang in width, thundered down from the swirling vortex. As the thunderous column descended, it gradually condensed and narrowed. By the time it reached above the flying shuttle, it was reduced to a mere foot in width. The thunder, stretching over 100 meters, seemed to harbor the power to annihilate the world. Yet, instead of crashing down, it penetrated the spiritual sea, traversed the walls of the shuttle, and surged into its interior. Subsequently, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissolve, as if they had never been present. Yi Yuyan rubbed his eyes, staring in a daze at the tranquility before him. Were it not for the gathering spiritual energy in the spiritual sea still surrounding the airship, the previous scene would have felt like a fleeting dream. Dreaming in broad daylight? Certainly not. Suddenly, a dazzling, blinding radiance erupted from within the shuttle, akin to a brilliant sun that was difficult to gaze upon directly. This flash was ephemeral. Following the brilliance, the surrounding spiritual sea vanished. The entire region was instantly drained of spiritual energy, transforming into a vacuum. The outer spiritual energy rushed in to fill the void, stirring up a howling wind that caused the surrounding trees to rustle ominously. Tense and uncertain about how to proceed, Yi Yuyan gazed at the shuttle, completely oblivious to how to address the situation. Although the oppressive force had dissipated, he still dared not check on Lu Xiaoyao's condition. Nor did he know whether she had completed her cultivation. After waiting for a moment, he could no longer resist the urge to advance. However, as soon as he leaped forward, he felt an inexplicable force, seemingly probing and scrutinizing him. Startled, Yi Yuyan halted, tightening his grip on the blood-refining demon sword. "Do not panic, it is I. Come in." Lu Xiaoyao's voice resonated directly in Yi Yuyan's mind, momentarily rendering him astonished before he hastened his pace and rushed into the shuttle. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao seated in meditation, enveloped in spiritual radiance with eyes as profound as the cosmos, Yi Yuyan's heart brimmed with joy. Unable to contain himself, he leaped forward, embracing Lu Xiaoyao. I thought something had happened to you." Though his voice was soft, it carried a unique charm that made Lu Xiaoyao's heart race. Having now opened the rift to the Earth Soul, Lu Xiaoyao's senses were significantly heightened and clearer. The proximity of Yi Yuyan allowed her to imprint his breath and demeanor into her consciousness, vividly presenting him before her. Lu Xiaoyao felt a bit shy, gently pushing Yi Yuyan away. "What could possibly happen to me? Worry not." As her words fell, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly inquired, "Where are we now? Have we returned to Hubao City?" Casting a glance at Yi Yuyan, she turned her head, pondering internally. How peculiar it was that as her realm strengthened, her allure over him intensified as well. Shouldn't she be more capable of resisting her own charm? Not yet. Sensing Lu Xiaoyao's discomfort, Yi Yuyan rose to sit beside her, a hint of bashfulness evident on his countenance. Unable to restrain herself, she unexpectedly leaped into Lu Xiaoyao's embrace. Would he find me distasteful? With a restless heart, Yi Yuyan recounted the previous events to Lu Xiaoyao. "Oh, let it be as it is." Lu Xiaoyao cast a glance at the barrier's manifestation and noticed that darkness had already descended. We shall rest for the night and return tomorrow. What? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Yi Yuyan felt a flutter of excitement. What could resting for the night imply? Surely, he wouldn't be thinking of. How embarrassing. Yi Yuyan nodded, seemingly harboring a hint of anticipation. Yet, as she turned around, she discovered that Lu Xiaoyao had already closed his eyes, returning to a state of cultivation. Blinking, Yi Yuyan's gaze sparkled before she too turned to commence her own cultivation. After Yi Yuyan had turned away, Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, opening a slit of his eye to glance at her retreating figure. Indeed, her allure was undeniable. Chapter 138, Clouds of Doubt. As Lu Xiaoyao engaged in the cultivation of the Yin God realm, a sudden heavenly tribulation descended upon him, leaving him perplexed. Although the force of this tribulation was relatively mild, it compelled Lu Xiaoyao to exert all his strength. Nevertheless, while he narrowly avoided its full impact, the power of the heavenly thunder offered him an unexpected boon. The original shell of the Earth Soul, which Lu Xiaoyao had only managed to breach with a minute fissure, expanded 100-fold due to the emergence of this heavenly lightning. This minuscule crack transformed into a vast rift, and the aura emanating from within captivated Lu Xiaoyao profoundly. This essence not only had the potential to enhance the life soul but also exuded an enigmatic quality, embodying an ineffable Tao rhythm. Lu Xiaoyao became convinced that a thorough comprehension of this Tao rhythm could catalyze a remarkable advancement in his cultivation. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao focused his mind, attentively savoring the aura that seeped from the rift of the Earth Soul. Time slipped away unnoticed in his practice, and when Lu Xiaoyao regained consciousness, it felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. However, outside, the daylight had brightened significantly, with the sun already high in the sky. You have been cultivating for 2 days, came the voice of Yi Yue from nearby. 2 days? Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a wry smile. Did no one inform them? Communication has been lost. Yi Yue shook his head, aware that Lu Xiaoyao was referring to Isha and the others from Tiger's Embrace City. Lost contact? Hearing Yi Yue's words, Lu Xiaoyao's heart jolted. What happened? It's unclear. Communication was normal until this morning, but since then, there has been complete silence. If it's not an accident, it must have happened last night. Set sail immediately. We must return. As Yi Yue recounted the situation, a sense of foreboding enveloped Lu Xiaoyao. Vague images flickered in his mind, but they remained indistinct, revealing little of their content. His thoughts raced, and he immediately considered the Twilight Clan and the events occurring among the various sects in the Tiger's Embrace mountain range. If those cultivator factions were vulnerable to ambushes from the Blood Clan, how could the weaker Tiger's Embrace City be any safer? It was plausible that the inability to establish contact with Tiger's Embrace City was connected to those vampires. We are already en route, but it will take another day to reach Tiger's Embrace City, Yi Yue continued, glancing at the surveillance images. In 5 hours, we could reach a small town. Should we stop there for a look? No need. Lu Xiaoyao immediately dismissed Yi Yue's suggestion. Since we cannot contact Tiger's Embrace City, those towns likely have no means of communication either. Going there would only waste time. Furthermore, if something has occurred in Tiger's Embrace City, the surrounding towns would probably be incapable of mustering any significant force. Given the innate abilities of the Blood Clan, ordinary cultivators and martial artists would hardly pose a threat. Would they dare to challenge those who cultivate the Tao? This time, no unforeseen incidents arose, and after a day had passed, Tiger's Embrace City finally came into view on the horizon. Through the restrictions of the flying shuttle, one could observe that the city of Tiger Embrace exhibited no anomalies, remaining unchanged since the last departure. Witnessing this situation, Lu Xiaoyao activated her microbrain, yet was still unable to establish a connection with the City Affairs General Office. Neither ISA, AI Linlin, Suing Bei, nor even Zhou Gongyu could be reached. Was it not the Blood Clan, but rather the Huayu Sword sect? The flying shuttle had come to a halt, hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the city. The atmosphere in Tiger Embrace was serene. However, the personnel at the City Affairs General Office could not successfully establish communication. Lu Xiaoyao attempted to contact Lei Jinting and others in succession, but her messages sank like stones into the ocean, yielding no response whatsoever. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiaoyao resolved to personally enter the city to investigate. Upon landing a kilometer from Tiger Embrace, Lu Xiaoyao stowed away the flying shuttle, and the two proceeded on foot towards the city gate. At the gate, it remained bustling with activity. People entered and exited in an orderly fashion, and the soldiers displayed no signs of unease. Could it truly be the Huayu Sword sect? Lu Xiaoyao found it difficult to imagine that if the Blood Clan had arrived, the city would maintain its usual demeanor. It seemed only the Huayu Sword sect could discreetly control the personnel at the City Affairs General Office without inciting any turbulence. Once inside the city, the two wandered about, confirming that everything appeared normal before heading to the City Affairs General Office. Standing outside, the atmosphere remained tranquil. The guards behind the door were dutifully stationed, their expressions revealing no signs of concern. A glance at the microbrain confirmed it was still without signal. Night Rain Banquet's microbrain also showed no signal. If it were malfunctioning, it was unlikely both devices would fail simultaneously. Ah, it is you, Master Lu. You have returned. Please, come in. Upon reaching the entrance of the City Affairs General Office, they were warmly welcomed inside. The damage caused earlier by Yi Xinyan and Zhao Bin had been fully repaired, and the hall had returned to its normal state. Yet, it was precisely this restoration that made Lu Zhaoyao feel something was amiss. Arriving at the mayor's office, Lu Zhaoyao knocked on the door, and footsteps echoed from within. Isa opened the door, her face instantly lighting up with surprise upon seeing her. Zhaoyao, you're back. The enthusiastic Isa embraced Lu Zhaoyao's arm and pulled her directly into the office, turning back to wave at the other companion. You come in too. You've been away for a month, and we were quite worried about you. Is that so? Lu Zhaoyao chuckled, glancing at Isa. A hint of perplexity flickering in her eyes. Has something occurred that prevented you from connecting with us? Is there? Isa paused, raising her left arm to check her microbrain. It shouldn't be the case, but, it really is unable to connect with you. Perhaps there is an issue with Su Yingbei. I will ask him later. You may not know, but we have received technical support from headquarters and upgraded the spiritual network in Tiger Embrace. Oh, I see. Casting a sidelong glance at Isa, Lu Zhaoyao remarked with a smile, it seems quite a lot has transpired in Tiger Embrace during my absence. Indeed. Isabel smiled and nodded. After your departure, I was quite anxious and even dispatched someone to pursue you. However, those sent out returned empty-handed, and communication with you was severed. Had it not been for the message we received a few days ago, we would have presumed the worst. Upon noticing Isabel's choked voice, Lu Zhaoyao chuckled softly and inquired. Has there been no further word from the Huawei Sword sect? Logically, they should have sent someone. Isabel sighed, expressing her bewilderment, yet, we haven't received any news from the Huawei Sword sect. Is that so? Lu Zhaoyao nodded, narrowing her eyes and remarked, perhaps I understand the reason. Chapter 139. The Shadow Clan, what could be the reason? Do you know? Isabella inquired with a mixture of surprise and delight. What has transpired? You seem quite anxious. Dear Zhaoyao regarded Isabella with a hint of bewilderment. Of course, I am anxious, Isabella affirmed with a nod, her tone earnest. Given the magnitude of the situation, the Huawei Sword sect cannot possibly remain unresponsive. Have they truly not sent anyone? Dear Zhaoyao harbored suspicions about Isabella. When Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan arrived, they evidently possessed an intimate understanding of the affairs at the City Affairs Bureau. Even after the incident, despite the measures taken by Isabella and Zhang Jing, it was unfathomable that no one had come to inquire after such a considerable lapse of time. Dear Zhaoyao could not believe that, with all 17 major sects mobilized, the Huawei Sword sect could not spare even a few individuals. Moreover, their previous communications with Isabella had been perfectly fine. Why had they suddenly become unreachable? Upon returning, Isabella had appeared utterly bewildered, clearly concealing something. Most telling was the manner in which Isabella referred to Dear Zhaoyao and Yi Yuyan. She had never addressed them simply as Zhaoyao and Yuyan. Furthermore, her heightened concern regarding the Huawei Sword sect indicated she possessed knowledge about the sects. Perhaps even about all 17. What Isabella now sought to uncover was what had transpired in the Tiger Hug mountain range. Dear Zhaoyao, well-versed in the healing arts, understood that observation and inquiry extended beyond mere physical examinations. Subtle changes, which the individual may not even perceive, could not escape the keen observation of someone like Dear Zhaoyao. The Isabella before her appeared to be the genuine article, exhibiting identical features and demeanor, yet Dear Zhaoyao was convinced that this was an impostor. Where then? Had the true Isabella gone? Who was this doppelganger with extraordinary disguising abilities? A member of the Blood Clan, perhaps? The thought of the peculiar powers possessed by the Blood Clan brought a headache to Dear Zhaoyao. Furthermore, given Count Nader's prowess, he might not even stand a chance against them now. Had the upper echelons of Tiger Hug City already been subdued? Dear Zhaoyao scrutinized Isabella, uncertain whether to expose her now or bide her time. Isabella, Zhang Jing, Su Yingbei, and Ai Linlin were likely in their clutches. How could she ascertain their whereabouts or whether they had already perished? Surely not. As her thoughts raced, Dear Zhaoyao spoke. The 17 sects in the Tiger Hug mountain range have been ambushed by the Gaze clan and are now in disarray, pursuing the fleeing cultivators. Really? Upon hearing Dear Zhaoyao's words, Isabella's eyes gleamed momentarily before she masked her astonishment, displaying a shocked expression. How could this be possible? How could the Twilight clan infiltrate the Tiger Hug mountain range's 17 sects? You seem to have knowledge of the 17 sects? Night Rain Banquet interjected suddenly, equally perplexed by Isabella's reaction. In regard to the sects within the Tiger Embrace mountain range, it appears that none are privy to such knowledge. Prior to the arrival of individuals from the Huawei Sword sect, They were completely unaware of the existence of cultivation sects within the mountains. However, the demeanor exhibited by Isha clearly indicates otherwise. Ah, what? Isha paused, then, realizing the gravity of the revelation, exclaimed in astonishment. There are 17 cultivation sects in the Tiger Embrace Mountain range? Enough with the pretense, it lacks authenticity. Lu Xiaoyao, after a moment of contemplation, resolved that it was far better to take the initiative rather than remain passive. Seize her. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Xiaoyao sprang into action. Her hands aglow with ethereal light, unleashing a cascade of spiritual runes that scattered in every direction, imprinting themselves upon every inch of the room's walls. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's command, Yi Yuyan immediately charged forth, his figure flickering as he materialized beside Isha, raising his hand to grasp her shoulder. Zhao, Yuyan, what are you doing? Isha's expression turned to one of surprise as she felt Yi Yuyan's hand on her shoulder. Do you still wish to feign ignorance? Lu Xiaoyao altered her hand seal slightly, releasing a beam of spiritual light that struck Isha, demanding, where is Isha? Ah! With a cry of pain, Isha's body trembled, yet she could not evade the blow due to Yi Yuyan's hold, and bore the impact. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from her mouth, her countenance growing wan and her gaze dull. No, could it be the soul substitution technique? Lu Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, her spiritual awareness expanding rapidly, enveloping Isha. Indeed, you are formidable. At that moment, a hint of crimson flickered in Isha's eyes, only to return to normalcy. Yet, the tone of her voice had shifted. You have taken possession of Isha's body. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, her spiritual energy surging as she thought. You believe I have no means to contend with you within Isha's consciousness? Then let us see. Isha's entire being quaked, a surge of power emanating from her. Dark energy pouring forth. Yi Yuyan, who stood beside her restraining Isha, was the first to be impacted. Sent hurtling back to crash against the spiritually inscribed wall enhanced by Lu Xiaoyao. Soul captivation technique. Lu Xiaoyao altered her hand seals, structuring the runes to form a series of profoundly intricate symbols. These symbols coalesced into a palm-sized array talisman, radiating with brilliant golden light upon completion. Subdue capture seal. Lu Xiaoyao chanted, and with each utterance, the very fabric of spiritual energy trembled, the resonance between heaven and earth. Witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's display of power, a look of shock finally crossed Isha's face. Should you dare to make a move, I shall end Isha's life first, and we shall see who is swifter. A veil of dark mist began to envelop Isha as strange runes crept across her form. He is a priest of the Shadow Clan, possessing the power to manipulate shadows. Yi Yuyan's voice reached out, attempting to caution Lu Xiaoyao. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoyao was entirely ignorant of the Shadow Clan. Silence. Upon hearing the summons from the night rain banquet, Isha erupted with a furious cry, her palm suddenly sweeping forth to unleash a spectral radiance. Just as night rain banquet attempted to evade, the ethereal light had already pierced through, rendering her immobile, obscuring all perception, and plunging her into an utterly tranquil and profoundly dark expanse. To Lu Xiaoyao, however, it appeared as an indistinct luminescence enveloping night rain banquet, freezing her in place as if she had succumbed to slumber. Zen sound breaks the demonic, proclaimed Lu Xiaoyao, bringing her hands together to form a resonant incantation. The words she uttered resonated like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums, rippling outward into the surroundings. With a resonant hum, the hazy ethereal light that shrouded night rain banquet was instantaneously shattered into countless delicate fragments. Chapter 140. Escape. The resonant tones of the great path shattered the demonic seals. And with the surging waves of sound, not only were the barriers that had ensnared Yi Yuyan dismantled, but also, a heavy blow was dealt to Isha. In her struggle to resist Lu Xiaoyao's soul-capturing technique, Isha had already expended tremendous mental energy. And this latest onslaught was nearly enough to expel her from the depths of her consciousness. I have already claimed dominion over her mind. To evict me will not be so simple. A cold smile graced Isha's lips, her eyes shimmering with a dark hue, transforming into two obsidian voids. Come forth and witness what you can accomplish in the face of our might. As Isha spoke, a resounding crash echoed through the room as the window behind Lu Xiaoyao shattered violently, and Zhang Jing surged through the broken glass. You must be Lu Xiaoyao. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with a ghostly light, devoid of any white, entirely engulfed in darkness. Upon entering, Zhang Jing immediately launched an assault against Lu Xiaoyao. In his right hand, a massive elongated cone of energy coalesced, aimed directly at Lu Xiaoyao's torso. Should it strike true, it would cleave Lu Xiaoyao in twain. Humph. Lu Xiaoyao pivoted slightly, summoning a blood sword from his storage ring. The blood sword glimmered with a crystalline brilliance, adorned with intricate spiritual patterns that formed a wondrous array, even without Lu Xiaoyao's spiritual energy to bolster it. The sword possessed formidable power. Such audacity. Lu Xiaoyao's figure shifted, one hand striking towards Isha while the sword cleaved towards the elongated cone. With a thunderous boom, Isha was sent reeling backward, crashing against the doorframe under the force of Lu Xiaoyao's palm. The blood sword radiated a brilliant light as it collided with the elongated cone, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The massive, dark cone was utterly obliterated by Lu Xiaoyao's strike, and the sheer force of the impact sent Zhang Jing staggering backward. However, at that moment, several more figures burst through the remaining windows. Ai Lingling, Lei Jinting, Suing Bei, Ai Wei Er, and Shou Gongyu, among others, had all fallen under the thrall of the Shadow Clan. Each of these individuals bore a long, pointed black cone enveloping their right hands, resembling extensions of their very limbs. A ghostly light danced upon them, exuding an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. This place is no longer safe. The Shadow Clan has converged. Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts raced as he swiftly glanced toward Yi Yuyan, his consciousness enveloping her. Receiving Lu Xiaoyao's silent command, Yi Yuyan subtly tightened her grip on the blood-refining demon sword and leaped towards the shattered window. There, Guozhen and Liang Zibin had just entered, only to be sent flying by Yi Yuyan's blade. Block her, Suing Bei shouted as he charged towards Yi Yuyan. But suddenly, a figure flickered, and a powerful punch came crashing down, intercepting Suing Bei. Lu Xiaoyao sprang forth, delivering a forceful blow that sent Suing Bei retreating, while the blood sword in his hand swept horizontally, unleashing a fierce blade of energy. As the crowd sensed the murderous intent emanating from the sword energy, they began to fend off Lu Xiaoyao's assault, abandoning their intentions to obstruct Yi Yuyan. Indeed, you are formidable. Zhang Jing's figure swiftly followed, standing before Lu Xiaoyao. However, you are facing me. Can you truly unleash your full power while occupying another's sea of consciousness? In the face of Zhang Jing's provocation, Lu Xiaoyao remained undaunted, immediately launching an attack. Though unable to strike lethally, she was determined to impede them, providing Yi Yuyan with an opportunity to escape. These Shadow Clan individuals, while employing secret arts to occupy the consciousness of others, were also constrained in their own power, only able to exert that of their host. Even if they could harness their own strength, it would never compare to their original capabilities. It is akin to installing an aircraft engine onto a car. Regardless of the engine's prowess, it will never enable the car to soar into the skies. Not necessarily. Zhang Jing chuckled, black runes surfacing upon his skin, adorned with a blood-red glow. Allow me to demonstrate my power. Before his words faded, the spike in his right hand expanded tenfold, reminiscent of a medieval European knight's lance. At that moment, the ferocity of Zhang Jing's unleashed power was truly terrifying. Even with Lu Xiaoyao's awareness fully engaged, she could barely perceive Zhang Jing's movements. With a sudden swing of her blood sword, a fierce clash erupted with the spike. The sheer force was enough to instill trepidation in Lu Xiaoyao. The overwhelming pressure that swept over her felt akin to a mountain collapsing before her, leaving her with an unbearable sensation. A thunderous roar erupted, sending Lu Xiaoyao reeling, her eyes wide with shock. It seemed that the Shadow Clan occupying Zhang Jing's consciousness was indeed the most formidable among them. Is this all you can do? Yet you can still trouble-nade? Zhang Jing stood at the position Lu Xiaoyao had just occupied, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His dark eyes resembled two profound black voids. I advise you to surrender obediently. Only the God of Shadows can guide the way forward. Which is stronger, the Blood God or the God of Shadows? Lu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed, anxiety creeping into her heart. The power of the Shadow Clan could be fully realized, unrestrained by Zhang Jing's limitations. Moreover, he had numerous allies here engaged in battle, leaving no possibility of victory. However, escaping seemed impossible with this individual blocking her path. Sensing Yi Yuyan's position, Lu Xiaoyao's heart sank. From the consciousness affixed to Yi Yuyan, she discovered that he had been intercepted by individuals from the Temple of Offerings. These individuals had not been seized by the Shadow Clan. Yet they disregarded Yi Yuyan's explanations, dutifully executing Zhang Jing's commands. The Blood God? How could that rabble of flying rodents compare to the illustrious God of Shadows? Zhang Jing shook his head lightly, his voice turning cold. Do not attempt to incite discord between us and the Blood Clan. Now, the entire city of Tiger Hugs is firmly within our grasp, leaving you with no alternatives. Indeed, before our esteemed judge, all your schemes appear as mere farces. Under the weight of absolute power, there exists only the path of submission to the God of Shadows. Isha approached, standing beside Zhang Jing, her face adorned with a semblance of flattery. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyao tightened her grip on the blood sword, gazing intently at the assembly as she spoke in a low tone. Then I am quite eager to witness how you intend to impede me. Overestimating your own abilities. Before Zhang Jing could finish his words, he witnessed Lu Xiaoyao's hand make a swift motion, unleashing a colossal flying shuttle that abruptly soared from her grasp. Quick, take cover. Boom. The tail of the shuttle crashed violently into Zheng Jing, propelling him through the wall behind him. Farewell. Lu Xiaoyao deftly executed a manipulation incantation, diving into the shuttle, which shattered the front wall as it sped towards the night rain banquet. Chapter 141. The Might of the Tiger King. A colossal flying shuttle erupted within the confines of the room, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. Inside, Isa, Zheng Jing, and others promptly activated a defensive barrier to shield themselves from the falling debris. Lu Xiaoyao maneuvered the flying shuttle, breaking through the walls and hurtling towards the night rain banquet. Get in. The flying shuttle was towards them, causing the assailants surrounding the night rain banquet to scatter in disarray. Upon recognizing Lu Xiaoyao aboard the shuttle, the attackers immediately ceased their assault. The impression Lu Xiaoyao left on them was indelible. None dared to confront him. Let us go. After securing the night rain banquet, Lu Xiaoyao ascended into the distance. The current state of Tiger S Embrace City was perilous. Moreover, facing Isa and Zheng Jing, Lu Xiaoyao harbored significant reservations. They had been infiltrated by the so-called Shadow Clan, rendering them unable to retaliate decisively. With concerns weighing heavily on him, retreat became the only option, allowing him time to devise a plan for rescue. If it were just one individual, Lu Xiaoyao possessed the means to expel the Shadow Clan from their bodies. However, with so many under their control, including all the higher-ups, Lu Xiaoyao found himself at a loss. Furthermore, a formidable shadow capable of exerting its full power loomed, amplifying his apprehensions. In a confrontation of this magnitude, Zheng Jing's physical resilience might not suffice. Lu Xiaoyao could not forsake Zheng Jing and his allies merely to vanquish the Shadow Clan. The flying shuttle soared into the heavens, darting towards the outskirts of the city. Within the city administration office, several airships pursued, closely tailing the flying shuttle. They're catching up. Night Rain Banquet observed, anxiety evident in his demeanor. The enemy had seized control of the entire Tiger S Embrace City, a decidedly disadvantageous situation. Furthermore, traveling in a flying shuttle rendered them highly recognizable, making them susceptible to ambush. Do they think they can succeed? Lu Xiaoyao scoffed. Knowing the flying shuttle's capabilities far surpassed those of the airships, the vessels crafted by practitioners were not as simplistic as they appeared. They served as both transport and magical artifact, suitable for offensive and defensive maneuvers. From the periphery of Tiger S Embrace City, numerous airships ascended, converging to encircle Lu Xiaoyao. Gazing at the approaching airships, Lu Xiaoyao hesitated. Those individuals were merely following orders and were unaware that Isa and Zheng Jing were under control. Their actions were not inherently wrong. Should he truly retaliate against them? After a brief moment of indecision, the airships had formed a tight encirclement, closing in on the flying shuttle. Charge through. Lu Xiaoyao deliberated momentarily before opting for this seemingly reckless course of action. Attempting to break free from the encirclement of nearly 10 airships was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Additionally, Lu Xiaoyao was uncertain of the shuttle's durability, unsure if it could withstand the weaponry aboard the airships. The flying shuttle had been activated, its protective barrier enveloping it. Yet, just as the flying shuttle surged forward at full speed, a fearsome roar of a tiger suddenly reverberated from below. Dear Xiaoyao fixed her gaze, noticing the little white tiger had seemingly appeared from nowhere, soaring through the air in pursuit of the flying shuttle. The shuttle, having just accelerated, soon decelerated as Dear Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the white tiger. Could the Shadow tribe be so audacious as to attack even a tiger? While pondering this, she witnessed the little white tiger abruptly turn, launching itself towards the rear of the airship. The Tiger-S form suddenly expanded, resembling a small mountain as it charged toward the vessel. With a powerful swipe of its massive paw, it sent the foremost airship tumbling into the depths below. Dear Xiaoyao observed intently as the little white tiger leaped and pounced, blocking all the pursuing airships behind it. Come back, we must depart. Her voice resonated through the shuttle's walls, reaching the little white tiger. With a roar, the tiger struck another airship, sending it flying before making its way back to the shuttle. A loud boom echoed as the shuttle shuddered violently, the little white tiger landing atop it. Meanwhile, Dear Xiaoyao had already restarted the shuttle, propelling it forward. Ahead, a cluster of airships had gathered, their dark blue energy shields forming an almost impenetrable barrier. A fierce roar rang out, and as Dear Xiaoyao focused, she saw several silhouettes of white tigers charging toward the airships. Each tiger's form emanated a radiant white light, resembling a silken ribbon stretching across the sky. In an instant, the blockade formed by the airships was shattered by the tiger's formidable powers. Well done, she thought, recognizing the significant surge in the little white tiger's strength, which enabled it to handle the massive airships with such finesse. With the little white tiger paving the way, Dear Xiaoyao swiftly broke through the obstruction and soared into the distance. The airships behind, having been assaulted by the tiger, were no longer able to pursue. However, The expanse of Tiger Embrace City was vast, and even at the speed of an airship, escaping would require some time. More obstacles loomed ahead. A sense of foreboding arose within dear Zhao Yao as she quickly discerned the source of danger through the shuttle's restrictions. The city's defensive cannons had been activated, their barrels aimed directly at the shuttle. "Get in," she commanded, altering her hand gestures to open a gap above the shuttle, allowing the little white tiger to leap inside. "It seems your power has grown considerably during our time apart," she remarked, noting the silver sheen of the tiger's fur, now accented with faint golden stripes, clearly indicating an elevation in its abilities. Ascend further. Dear Zhao Yao observed that at least a dozen artillery platforms had been mobilized by the Shadow Tribe. If all these cannons were to fire simultaneously, even the shuttle's formidable defenses might be insufficient to prevent a delay in its flight. From a distance, she noticed even more dark figures approaching their direction. "They seek to obstruct my path." Dear Zhao Yao rapidly adjusted her hand gestures, transforming the shuttle's overall shape, elongating it and significantly reducing its size. At the rear of the flying shuttle, a brilliant tail flame suddenly erupted. At this moment, the shuttle had transformed into its second form. "Engage." With a humming sound, the shuttle trembled, creating ripples that cascaded outward. "Void escape, activate." With a swift motion of his fingers, Lu Zhaoyao unleashed a burst of spiritual light, which surged into the control sphere above. An invisible aperture materialized at the front of the shuttle. It surged forward at an astonishing speed, vanishing from the sky, leaving behind only the lingering essence of spirit energy in the air. "This is," among the pursuing airships. Jinjing gazed intently in the direction where the shuttle had disappeared. Was that a leap through time and space? Yet, it did not appear to be so. Indeed, it was not a temporal jump. Isa furrowed her brow, contemplatively remarking, "That is a secret technique of the cultivators." Chapter 142. The True Purpose of Tiger Embrace City. Beyond Tiger Embrace City, a beam of light streaked across the sky like a shooting star. As the light's velocity gradually diminished, it unveiled the shuttle encased within a layer of radiant energy. Tiger Embrace City. With a glance towards the distant city, Lu Zhaoyao let out a sigh. Shortly after seizing control of Tiger Embrace City, it had fallen into the hands of the Twilight Clan, along with Isa and Qingjing, former allies who had now become entangled in this predicament. Now, apart from this solitary shuttle and the two companions beside him, a person and a tiger, nothing remained. With only these two and one beast, how could they possibly contend with the Shadow Clan lurking within Tiger Embrace City? Moreover, what method had the Shadow Clan employed to infiltrate others' consciousness? From the observations within the city affairs headquarters, it seemed that no conflict had occurred. Otherwise, how could such tranquility prevail? The capabilities of the Shadow Clan appeared even more enigmatic than those of the Blood Clan. Lu Zhao had already invoked two secret techniques against Isa but had still been unable to force the Shadow Clan out. This indicated that the methods employed by the Shadow Clan differed significantly from those of practitioners. Yet, that was a matter for another time. For now, they must depart from this place. They were perilously close to Tiger Embrace City, and given the advanced technology at its disposal, it was likely that they would soon be pursued. The technique of void escape, after all, was merely a form of speed-based sorcery, not a means of traversing space directly, and thus could not cover vast distances like a base vehicle. For the time being, their only option was to head towards the Tiger Leopard Mountains. With Tiger Embrace City now under control, it was probable that the surrounding towns had also been infiltrated by the Shadow Clan. Such surreptitious maneuvers were indeed the most challenging to address, quietly usurping a city without a trace. The Twilight Clan certainly possessed some formidable tactics. This time, Lu Zhao had sustained significant losses, completely unprepared for this silent and smoke-free warfare. What to do? Yi Yuyan's expression was fraught with concern. Their base was lost, leaving them as wanderers. Although accustomed to such a nomadic existence, Yi Yuyan worried that Lu Zhaoyao might struggle to cope. They needed to investigate the Tiger Leopard Mountains. For now, their best course of action was to seek assistance from those practitioners. Lu Zhaoyao pondered and gently shook his head, recalling what Isa and Su Yingbei had once mentioned about the conflicts among the Dawn, Twilight, and Reverse Light clans. Given the long-standing rivalry, it was reasonable to assume that those practitioners would possess strategies to address such circumstances. But we are not. Upon hearing Lu Zhaoyao's words, Yi Yuyan had an epiphany, grasping what Lu Zhaoyao intended. However, not long ago, they had slain numerous practitioners, and the shuttle they now occupied was a spoils of war. The heavens knew, the earth knew, you knew, I knew. Even if they possessed means to deduce some clues, I too had the ability to obscure their deductions. Lu Zhaoyao smiled, a hint of arrogance in his tone as he declared, "Do not underestimate me. These challenges before us shall not deter me." Indeed, in the midst of the night rain feast, Yin felt a profound sense of reassurance. since Lu Xiaoyao claimed to have a solution. It surely meant that the current troubles could be resolved. However, they were aware of the base vehicles and feared that these might already be under their control. Should they attempt a spatial leap into a confined area to intercept them ahead, it could indeed spell trouble. As Lu Xiaoyao spoke, he turned to the little white tiger. Pondering aloud, can you summon some exotic birds? They don't need to be as large as your brother's, just capable of carrying us into the tiger-leopard mountain range. The little white tiger, now returned to its normal size within the flying shuttle, was lazily lying aside, dozing. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's inquiry, it lazily opened its eyes and nodded gently. The king of beasts, indeed, lived up to its reputation. With a smile of admiration, Lu Xiaoyao praised it before asking, how will you find them? Don't tell me you plan to call out to them. Before he could finish, he noticed a hint of disdain flicker in the tiger's eyes. Why do you look at me like that? Lu Xiaoyao was left speechless, feeling slighted by a beast. Nevertheless, the little white tiger's cultivation had evidently progressed significantly compared to before. Judging by its aura, it had likely entered the realm of Chaoyuan Dao. Otherwise, it would not have been able to enlarge its form earlier. That monumental transformation was a powerful manifestation derived from the 5 elemental energies, greatly enhancing its essence. In simpler terms, it was akin to the Dharma's manifestation of heaven and earth. Of course, the true mastery of such a manifestation far surpassed what the little white tiger could currently exhibit. Its version was merely a nascent entry, akin to an upgraded interpretation of Zen martial arts. Yet, even in its infancy, it evoked deep envy in Lu Xiaoyao. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao was merely at the Yin God stage of the refining spirit Dao, with no indication of when he might ascend to the gathering radiance Dao, let alone the Chaoyuan Dao. In the blink of an eye, the little white tiger had traversed 3 significant realms: refining spirit Dao, gathering radiance Dao, and now Chaoyuan Dao. Lu Xiaoyao was at a loss as to what experiences had facilitated such an extraordinary leap in power. The magnitude of this advancement was indeed alarming. Yet, it was somewhat understandable. The little white tiger had already reached the pinnacle of the refining spirit Dao, and now entered the Chaoyuan Dao. Its elder brother must have left behind some exceptional treasures before departing, enabling such rapid elevation in realm. There was little point in feeling envious over what could not be replicated. Upon locating a mountain peak, Lu Xiaoyao stowed the flying shuttle and instructed the little white tiger to summon a suitable exotic bird for transport. The flying shuttle was conspicuous, but an exotic bird would minimize the risk of detection. Even if spotted, the discovery of an exotic bird would not attract undue attention. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao surmised that the Shadow Clan would never anticipate their switch from the flying shuttle to an exotic bird for their journey. The little white tiger moved swiftly, exuding its oppressive aura, which soon attracted several trembling exotic birds. Clearly, the tiger was indeed the sovereign of beasts. Even among other exotic creatures, few dared to resist. A testament to the innate dominance of its bloodline, Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan sat atop an unnamed giant eagle, while the little white tiger climbed onto another exotic bird alone. Once settled, the 2 avian creatures soared into the sky, heading towards the tiger-leopard mountain range. Gazing at the jade-like sky, Lu Xiaoyao could not fathom that having just returned from the Tiger Hug mountain range, they were now to embark on another journey back. This arduous long trek was truly trying. With Tiger Hug City now under control, one could only wonder if the Twilight Clan would soon launch a massive invasion. Presently, the city, now dominated by the Shadow Clan, would likely offer no resistance to the impending assault from the Twilight Clan. This place was merely a launching pad suddenly. Lu Xiaoyao realized that the Swallowing Tiger Pass, renowned as one of the 10 great strongholds of the world, was not established to guard against inland armies but rather to defend against overseas invaders. The true purpose of Tiger Hug City was essentially that of a forward fortress. Everything had been misconstrued. Clenching his fists, a sharp glimmer sparkled in Lu Xiaoyao's eyes. Chapter 143. The 4 great clans. Throughout her journey, Lu Xiaoyao had consistently overlooked a significant matter, believing that the Blood Clan was merely one of the many races inhabiting this vast continent. However, the truth is that the Blood Clan is not native to the divine land of Shenzhou, a fact evident from their distinctly Western features. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao harbored the misconception that there existed no distinct Eastern and Western ethnicities in this world. The first time she heard the name Klaus, it created an illusion of a seamless fusion between Eastern and Western peoples. Given the advanced technological prowess of this world, even the most expansive territories pale in comparison to the marvels of super technology. Lu Xiaoyao had been led astray by her own misguided notions, failing to recognize the error in her understanding. Now that she had identified the crux of the issue, she pondered the origins of the Blood Clan. Were they from beyond the divine land of Shenzhou, or perhaps from the unexpected regions of Haizhou? Did other races akin to the Western ethnicities of the original world still exist beyond the 9 provinces of Shenzhou? to unravel this mystery. She felt compelled to inquire of Yu Yue. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Xiaoyao voiced her perplexity. Upon hearing her question, Yu Yue furrowed his brow beneath the shadows of his hood. The inquiries posed by Lu Xiaoyao undoubtedly stirred a multitude of buried memories within him. Nevertheless, he understood that Lu Xiaoyao sought a deeper understanding of the Shadow Clan, the Blood Clan, and even the Twilight Clan. As the wind held in her ears, Yu Yue, after a prolonged contemplation, finally spoke in response to Lu Xiaoyao's anticipation. In truth, the Twilight Clan is a race of exiles. Yet they are significantly stronger than the Reversal Clan, which is banished to the Lost Lands. Casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyao, Yu Yue shook his head, confessing, I do not possess extensive knowledge of these matters, as I have been on the run since my youth. Turning the conversation, he continued. The Twilight Clan is a collective term encompassing numerous branches, among which the most powerful are the Blood Clan, the Shadow Clan, the Hidden Clan, and the Charm Clan. Each of these clans possesses formidable innate abilities that yield terrifying powers. The primary gift of the Blood Clan is the manipulation of blood, while the Shadow Clan wields control over shadows. The Hidden Clan, though the smallest in number, is the most potent among the Twilight Clan. The Charm Clan, regardless of gender, is born with an everlasting and unparalleled allure. Yu Yue raised his gaze to meet Lu Xiaoyao's, saying, I have heard that you are not well acquainted with this world. Indeed, she replied. The place I come from is entirely isolated from the rest of the world. In truth, I had no idea that such a continent existed. Lu Xiaoyao spoke no falsehood. Having lived comfortably in her original world, she could not have anticipated being captured by the temporal transmission device of Isha, breaking through countless realms to be brought here. Before her arrival in the divine land of Shenzhou, she was utterly unaware of its existence. Listening to Lu Xiaoyao's explanation, Yi Yuyan harbored no doubts and continued, in fact, there have been 7 apocalyptic wars in this world, each extending for an extended duration. The origins of the Twilight Clan can be traced back to the 4th apocalyptic war, reaching its zenith during the 6th. It was during the 6th war that the new Anti-Light Clan emerged. Both the Dawn Clan and the Twilight Clan refused to acknowledge their existence. They are the antithesis of life, the undead that should not exist in this world. The Anti-Light Clan, in turn, harbors a profound hatred for the other 2 clans. In the most recent conflict, namely the 7th Apocalyptic War, the Twilight Clan and the Anti-Light Clan suffered a devastating defeat. The Twilight Clan was expelled from the continent of Europa, while the Anti-Light Clan was banished to the far reaches of a desolate land. However, due to the vast expanse of Shenzhou, the Twilight Clan found an opportunity to survive at the fringes of this realm. Surely, the Twilight Clan does not reside on an island near the coast? Upon hearing Yi Yuyan's explanation, Lu Zhao gained some understanding. Indeed, there are remote coastal areas and island clusters in the sea where the Twilight Clan makes its abode. Furthermore, the temperament of cultivators in Shenzhou can vary greatly. Some are rebellious, while others are gentle. They seldom take the initiative to trouble the Twilight Clan, or perhaps they simply disdain to do so. Yi Yuyan nodded, her gaze tinged with melancholy. This attitude led the Twilight Clan to become increasingly arrogant after regaining some vitality, mistakenly believing that cultivators feared them. Oh, where exactly is the continent of Europa? Lu Zhao now recalled that Yi Yuyan had mentioned this name before. It lies to the west of Shenzhou, in a distant expanse. Only the most advanced vessels and the most powerful heroes can traverse this considerable distance with ease. It appears I have underestimated this world. Gazing at Yi Yuyan, Lu Xiaoyao surmised that she must hail from the continent of Europa. As for how she arrived in Shenzhou and her connection to a certain hero, Lu Xiaoyao could only suppress these questions within her heart. When the term hero was mentioned, it was evident that Yi Yuyan was exhilarated, her body trembling ever so slightly. Her voice seemed to brighten, becoming lighter and more joyous. This indicated a singular truth. Yi Yuyan was related to a hero, perhaps even one of her parents. Bloodline. A bloodline mother? Can a bloodline give birth? As Lu Xiaoyao pulled her thoughts back, a serious question suddenly surfaced. Perhaps the bloodlines in this world differ from those in the legends of the original realm, permitting procreation? Despite their lengthy discourse, Lu Xiaoyao still found herself at a loss regarding how to contend with the Shadow Clan. Manipulating the power of shadows, what exactly is the essence of shadow power? Lu Xiaoyao murmured softly, gazing at the shadow cast upon the back of a giant eagle by the sun. As shadows, they merge with darkness. The Shadow Clan embodies the essence of the night. Yi Yuyan softly remarked, when they entered the sea of consciousness of Isa, they transformed into shadows. Is it truly possible to enter the sea of consciousness? Upon hearing Yi Yuyan's explanation, Lu Xiaoyao finally comprehended why the secret technique she had employed at that time had been utterly ineffective against them. The secret technique Lu Xiaoyao had previously utilized was solely aimed at the human soul. However, The Shadow Clan does not enter the sea of consciousness through spiritual awareness to control others. Thus, even if they exerted some influence, it could not inflict any substantial harm upon them. So, how can one unravel the inherent talents of the Shadow Clan when they infiltrate another sea of consciousness? What is their true state? Are they souls, energy, or merely the so-called shadows? Chapter 144. Trust the enigmatic abilities of the Shadow Clan are difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Even the Blood Clan treats them with considerable caution. Sensing the thoughts of Lu Xiaoyao, Yi Yui took the initiative to elucidate the matter. As members of the Shadow Clan, they likely took advantage of the collective respite to infiltrate the consciousness of others while their minds were in slumber. Consciousness in slumber? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, contemplating the current state of their awareness. When the Shadow Clan occupies the realm of consciousness, they induce profound hypnosis upon the original awareness, rendering it incapable of awakening autonomously, thereby effortlessly seizing control of the host vessel. Is it possible to awaken their consciousness and thereby expel these intruders from the Shadow Clan? Lu Jiao voiced her inquiry, but swiftly negated her own question. The essence of one's consciousness is merely a manifestation of the soul's thoughts, and the potency of these thoughts is intimately connected to the strength of the soul itself. Given the realms of Yisha and the others, they have yet to engage in the cultivation of the soul. Thus, the intensity of their souls would likely prove insufficient to repel such formidable outsiders. The journey from physical cultivation to the refinement of the soul presents a significant challenge. In this world, the true initiation for cultivators lies in the path of spirit refinement. Only by attaining this level can one cultivate the soul and ultimately condense the primordial spirit. The transition from martial arts to spirit refinement is an arduous chasm, where countless souls have despaired for a lifetime. This seems improbable. Yi Yui shook his head in resignation. Indeed, he echoed Lu Xiaoyao's sentiments. The capabilities of the Shadow Clan are undeniably extraordinary, leaving Lu Xiaoyao at a loss for solutions. The two exotic birds summoned by the white tiger flew with remarkable speed, already far beyond the confines of Tiger Hold City. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao found herself uncertain of their next destination. However, a glance at the map within her mind quickly revealed a target. Let us proceed to Yongxing Town. It is the lair of Lei Jinting, Lu Xiaoyao declared, projecting the map into the air, where it materialized as a three-dimensional representation. The white tiger turned to assess the layout, then directed the exotic birds to alter their course toward Yongxing Town. In addition to being Lei Jinting's stronghold, there were others present there. The two sisters of the Tang family, along with the backing of the Tang clan, might provide them with temporary refuge. Yongxing Town is not far from the Tiger Hold mountain range, though it lies a considerable distance from Tiger Hold City. While the destination was determined, the journey would take time. During this period, Lu Xiaoyao could only cultivate on the back of the giant eagle. Her recent breakthrough in cultivation had not yet solidified, as she had encountered the upheaval in Tiger Hold City. This was an opportune moment to stabilize her realm and enhance her prowess. The ensuing days were spent aloft, navigating the skies. Although they occasionally encountered search parties, Lu Xiaoyao's keen awareness allowed them to evade detection. Upon nearing Yongxing Town, a brief observation led Lu Xiaoyao to promptly abandon the idea of entering the town. The defenses here had evidently been significantly reinforced, though evading them is not particularly challenging. The actions of Lu Xiaoyao are ultimately more harmful than beneficial. Whether one enters or exits is of little consequence. Initially, it was believed that this place would remain unaffected, allowing for greater convenience. Yet the capabilities of the Shadow Clan were underestimated, reaching even Yongxing Town. Let us proceed into the mountains, heading directly to the Huawei Swords sect. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao restructured her plans. The crisis in Hubao City can now only be addressed with the aid of practitioners. As she spoke, a deafening roar erupted from Yongxing Town, followed by an airship soaring into the sky. Turning to observe, Lu Xiaoyao discerned a marked emblem bearing the character Tang upon the airship. The Tang family? Behind the airship trailed over a dozen motorbikes, closely pursuing it. However, from the rear of the convoy, a brilliant barrage of energy projectiles surged forth, targeting the airborne motorbikes and airship. The motorbikes activated their energy shields, attempting to fend off the attacks from below. A few of the flying vehicles, lagging slightly, were struck by the projectiles and plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoyao noticed additional motorbikes ascending from various locations in Yongxing Town, with 5 airships taking flight, converging toward the Tang family's vessel. The insignias on those airships and motorbikes clearly indicated they were official standard equipment. The authorities have moved against the Tang family, a development that Lu Xiaoyao did not anticipate. Yet, whether this is connected to her remains uncertain. After all, the fall of Hubao City occurred within these very days. Moreover, if there was intent to strike against the Tang family, why did it coincide so fortuitously with her arrival? Is this scene merely a performance? As she pondered, Lu Xiaoyao received a communication request on her microbrain. Glancing at the screen, she noted the name Tanqua, a name that seemed unfamiliar, yet the identity was unmistakable. After a brief moment of hesitation, she chose to connect. A middle-aged man's image was projected from the microbrain's miniature projector. His features bore a striking resemblance to Tang Tang and Tanqua, suggesting he was a paternal figure to the two women. Tanqua possessed a handsome countenance. His gaze deep as the stars, yet his brow was furrowed in apparent concern. You must be Lu Xiaoyao, correct? To be succinct, save my daughter. And I owe you a favor. Save your daughter? Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback, instinctively sensing a trap. That fool Lei Jinting has lost his mind. Daring to act against me after decades of camaraderie, he has turned against you? With suspicion, Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized the projection, her thoughts racing. Yes. Your wanted notice has reached here. Lei Jinting is aware of your presence in Hubao City. Apart from them, you have no other allies. Yet he still sought to manipulate me into ensnaring you. Then why not agree? Lu Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of intrigue. I too hail from a background in reconnaissance, and having known him for decades, I can assure you this man is unhinged, though I am unaware of the full circumstances. It is evident that something is amiss with him. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao nodded, casting her gaze towards the distant sky, where I spotted the Tang family's airship just outside of Yongxing town. Is that so? Tang Ko appeared genuinely surprised, his expression quickly transforming into one of delight. That is splendid news. The current communication channel is a discrete frequency I have specifically established, ensuring that it remains undetected by Hubacheng. As long as you safeguard my daughter, I shall confront them with unwavering resolve. Wait a moment, you trust me so readily, rather than placing your faith in Lei Jinting? Lu Xiaoyao was profoundly perplexed by Tang Kuo's demeanor. The two had never met face to face, so what warranted such unwavering trust? Would you like to hear the truth? Before Lu Xiaoyao could respond, Tang Kuo spoke in a grave tone. Lei Jinting once remarked that he could trust you unconditionally. Even if one day he were to act out of character, his allegiance would lie with you rather than himself. Initially, this was merely a jest. Yet I believe in the sincerity with which he spoke. What manner of trust is this? Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoyao was filled with astonishment. Even jesting remarks can inspire such trust. The bond between these two individuals is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 145. A malignant tumor while moved by Lei Jinting's trust in Tang Kuo. It was the profound trust that Tang Kuo placed in him that truly touched Lu Xiaoyao. Between the two, there existed only Lei Jinting as a pivotal connection. Yet he demonstrated such unwavering faith in Lu Xiao based on a mere statement. Even with limited interaction, this alone warranted Lu Xiaoyao's intervention to lend assistance. But what shall you do? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, wondering how to safely extract Tang Kuo's two women. What about Tang Kuo himself? Was he to engage them in a relentless struggle? Such a course of action would undoubtedly yield more losses than gains. Moreover, it was critical to note that all movements within Hubao City were orchestrated by the Shadow Clan. Noticing Tang Kuo in deep contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao suggested, "You are still unclear about the situation with Lei Jinting. I recommend a strategic withdrawal first. Once you ascertain the circumstances, we can devise a solution. Do you know something?" Tang Kuo responded, a flicker of suspicion gleaming in his eyes upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words. "If you trust me, then do not confront them head-on. This matter will find resolution in time," Lu Xiaoyao assured him. "Are you certain?" Tang Kuo inquired, furrowing his brow in thought. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao nod, he solemnly declared, "Very well, I shall temporarily retreat from the fray and observe the unfolding events. Should this issue prove insurmountable, I shall employ my own methods." After concluding their communication, the Tang family's airship soared into the distance, leaving behind a faint shimmer of the trembling vehicle and the brilliant explosions of the unleashed energy projectiles. "Let us depart." Lu Xiaoyao activated the flying shuttle, accompanied by Yi Yuyan and 3 exotic beasts, as they pursued the Tang family's airship. The shuttle raced with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of light. The official airships emerging from Yongxing town promptly detected the shuttle's presence. 2 of the 5 airships, along with 5 vehicles, divided from the group to intercept. "It is time to unleash our power." Lu Xiaoyao immediately executed a seal, causing the entire shuttle to radiate a brilliant glow, its inscribed spiritual patterns shimmering like constellations in the night sky. Some pivotal nodes gleamed with an intensity akin to celestial stars. The shuttle became akin to a luminous meteor. "Break!" Lu Xiaoyao commanded. The shuttle surged forth like a blade of light, aimed at the airships. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the airships as the energy shields of 2 vessels were instantly detonated by the sword-like brilliance. Each airship sustained significant damage, marked by a long, jagged gash. The airships trembled perilously, plummeting toward the ground with a cacophony of thunderous noise. Meanwhile, the 5 vehicles trailing behind, sensing the upheaval, scattered in various directions. Yet, the tempest created by the passing shuttle still affected them, leading to collisions and instability as they were swept up in the gale. Having breached the blockade, Lu Xiaoyao maintained her relentless speed, continuing her pursuit of the Tang family's airship. The three official airships ahead had already recognized the unfolding situation and dispersed to evade the shuttle's trajectory. However, Lu Xiaoyao had no intention of sparing them and launched her assault against the trio of airships. Regarding the official airships, Lu Xiaoyao did not seek to inflict damage. Rather, she aimed to render them incapable of pursuit. Boom. With her deft control, three airships plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, the vehicles, upon sighting the flying shuttle, fled in panic, unwilling to confront it head-on. With these pursuers thwarted, the Tang family's airships were free from concern and soared towards the distant Tiger's Embrace mountain range. As for the adversary's intentions, Lu Xiaoyao remained unaware for the time being. With the official pursuit obstructed, she chose not to linger and followed closely behind the Tang family's airships as they departed. Simultaneously, several other airships belonging to the Tang family also left Yongxing town, retreating into the Tiger's Embrace mountain range under the pressure of official forces. In a secluded and serene valley lay a natural hidden base. The Tang family's airships descended, and Lu Xiaoyao received word from the Tang sisters, retracting the flying shuttle above the valley. "Thank you for your assistance," the twin sisters said, appearing somewhat uneasy in Lu Xiaoyao's presence. A glance at the two conveyed to Lu Xiaoyao that her previous advice had not been taken to heart. The sisters' physical condition seemed to have deteriorated significantly since their last encounter. Given that they had disregarded her earlier counsel, Lu Xiaoyao decided not to press the matter further. "Let us thank your father instead," she suggested, shaking her head as she surveyed the surroundings with a smile. "This place is quite delightful. Indeed. It is well concealed and rarely frequented by strange beasts. Nestled among the mountains, it could be considered a paradise," Tang Tang remarked, a hint of bittersweet amusement in her expression. "However, we used to come here for its excellent environment and abundant spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. It's rather unfortunate that we now find ourselves here seeking refuge." "This crisis shall pass," Lu Xiaoyao reassured her. The situation in Tiger's Embrace City was exceedingly complicated. Eliminating those from the Shadow Clan without harming individuals like Isha and Zheng Jing was no trivial task. Unless one possessed power far exceeding that of the Shadow Clan's hosts, compelling them to confront their true forms in battle was improbable. However, Lu Xiaoyao currently lacked such formidable strength. Even a single Zheng Jing was sufficient to contend with her, without necessitating their detachment from the sea of consciousness to engage in combat. The challenges now faced appeared to be even greater than those posed by Klaus's crisis. Previously, there had been military skirmishes. Now, it was a struggle for high-end martial power. The Twilight Clan dispatched blood clansmen to ambush cultivators and employed the Shadow Clan to seize control of Tiger's Embrace City, their ambitions becoming starkly evident. This city was clearly a stepping stone for the Twilight Clan to penetrate the vast lands of the Divine Continent. The geography of the Tiger's Embrace mountain range was particularly conducive to serving as a gateway. It was both defensible and assailable, making it a coveted battleground between the Dawn and Twilight clans. Presently, with the Shadow Clan in control of Tiger's Embrace City, it would not be long before the forces of the Twilight Clan made their appearance. At that time, once they seized the formidable pass of Tunaku, one of the great strongholds of the realm, it would pose a significant threat to the entire Haizhou and subsequently endanger the vast expanse of the Divine Land. Although there remains a lack of profound understanding regarding the power of the Twilight Clan, should they establish a foothold in the Divine Land, it is feared that they would proliferate like a virus, insidiously consuming their surroundings, ultimately becoming an uncontrollable malignancy. It is imperative to stifle the momentum of the Twilight Clan. Yet what could be done now? The Tang family's stronghold appears quite promising, yet it is merely a temporary refuge. To dismantle the ambitions of the Twilight Clan, it seems reliance on the strength of cultivators is essential. Alas, the nascent power that had just begun to emerge in Hubacheng has swiftly become a mere garment for the Shadow Clan. Chapter 146. Re-entering the Tiger's Embrace mountain range half a day later, another airship fleet arrived and descended into the secluded valley. Lu Xiaoyao finally met Tang Kwa, who, in contrast to Lei Jinting's fiery temperament, exhibited a more cultured demeanor. The two exchanged opinions on the current situation before Tang Kwa hurriedly departed, burdened with numerous matters to address following the significant upheaval. Meanwhile, the Tang sisters, Tang Tang and Tanghua, remained to keep Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yuyan company. Despite their appealing appearances, Lu Xiaoyao found herself disinterested in the two girls. With Yi Yuyan's beauty as a benchmark, she had developed a formidable immunity to the allure of others. In the confines of a room, a sense of awkwardness enveloped them. Tang Tang and Tanghua exchanged furtive glances, seemingly communicating telepathically, as if their twin bond granted them an uncanny ability to discern one another's thoughts. Lu Xiaoyao was well aware of their intentions. Previously, out of respect for Lei Jinting, she had provided them with a solution to their predicament. But they had refused to heed her advice. Now, their condition had worsened, rendering any remedy far more complex, and Lu Xiaoyao had little inclination to engage with them. Gazing out the window at the tranquil valley, her thoughts drifted aimlessly. Presently, Lu Xiaoyao contemplated how to gain the trust of the Huawei Sword sect and secure their assistance. Although a conflict with the Huawei Sword sect was inevitable due to the looming threat of Tiger Embrace City, it would not hinder her from leveraging their strength for the time being. If the Huawei Sword sect and the Twilight clan were to fully engage, it would significantly weaken their adversaries. This was not an indication of Lu Xiaoyao's malicious intent to profit amidst chaos, rather. It was the harsh reality of the world that compelled her to explore every possible avenue. In such a perilous environment, devoid of any foundational support, Lu Xiaoyao felt a profound sense of insecurity. Casting a glance at Yi Yuyan, who was meditating beside her, she pondered for a moment before saying, "You should stay here. The Huawei Sword sect is too dangerous, and I fear you may not be able to handle it." Yi Yuyan opened her eyes, regarding Lu Xiaoyao with a nod. "All right." Lu Xiaoyao then shifted her gaze to the Tang sisters, contemplating her decision to distance herself from them. "I must go," she declared. "Isn't that too perilous?" Tang stood up, her face a mask of confusion. "It is imperative that I go to the Huawei Sword sect, otherwise, Tiger Embrace City will fall into the hands of the Twilight clan. At that point, they will be fortified and emboldened, posing an even greater threat." Locking eyes with Tang, Lu Xiaoyao insisted, "This is something you must not involve yourselves in. I can handle it alone." "Are you looking down on us?" Tang Guo retorted, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "Not at all. But if things go awry, I would rather not have you entangled in my troubles. Besides, should I fail, you will still be here to devise alternative solutions." Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of helplessness regarding the two girls. The complexities of the situation were vast, and it was evident that they lacked a clear understanding. Further discussion would be futile. "I will speak with your father. Just remain with Yi Yuyan." As the words fell, Lu Xiaoyao exited the room, found Tang Kuo to relay some instructions, and ventured alone into the Tiger's Embrace mountain range. Riding the motorcycle gifted by Tang Kuo, Lu Xiaoyao traversed the mountains directly, making her way towards the heart of the Tiger's Embrace Mountains. There, numerous cultivators resided, and only they possessed the knowledge to locate the sect's mountain gate. The crisis in Tiger Embrace City was too significant. Lu Xiaoyao dared not delay. Initially, she anticipated a lengthy search before encountering the cultivators. However, just days after entering the central region of the Tiger's Embrace Mountains, she was confronted by several cultivators wielding sword light. "Who goes there?" "Descend." It seemed they were from Tiger Embrace City. Lu Xiaoyao opened the door of her vehicle and looked at the group blocking her path. "Esteemed cultivators, I have finally found you." "Found us?" A few of them exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed. The foremost among them, steering his sword light closer to Lu Xiaoyao, inquired, "What brings you here?" Seated within her vehicle, Lu Xiaoyao sensed a spiritual aura sweep over her, realizing the caution they exercised towards her presence. Unfortunately, the breath-concealing technique she employed completely masked her true realm and cultivation. These cultivators of the divine refinement path were utterly incapable of seeing through her disguise. "You are a practitioner of the Zen martial path?" Upon confirming her cultivation level, disdain filled the man's eyes. "This is not a place for you." "Esteemed cultivators, I possess crucial intelligence that I must share with you. It is of utmost importance, and I cannot afford to delay." "Intelligence?" The term esteemed cultivators made the hearts of these practitioners flutter with intrigue. Although they looked down upon Lu Xiaoyao, their demeanor softened slightly. "What intelligence?" The man, skeptical, narrowed his eyes and warned, "You should know the consequences of deceiving us." I would never dare to deceive." Lu Xiaoyao feigned a moment of composure, then with apparent urgency continued, "A few days ago, did not two esteemed cultivators visit our Tiger Embrace City?" "Two esteemed cultivators?" The group exchanged glances, seemingly unaware. "Oh, I recall now. It was Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan from the Huayu Sword sect." One of the younger disciples suddenly slapped his forehead. "Are they the ones who sent you here?" "Not exactly, but what nonsense are you spouting?" The man furrowed his brow, a hint of frost crossing his features. Yes, I was mistaken. The truth is, our Tiger Embrace City was attacked, and the esteemed cultivators Zhao and Yi." Lu Xiaoyao's face turned pale with fear as she stammered. They were. What happened?" "Speak." The man's voice commanded, laced with a hint of spiritual power, suppressing Lu Xiaoyao's panic. Lu Xiaoyao trembled and blurted out, "They are dead." "What?" The revelation of Lu Xiaoyao's words left the cultivators in shock. How could this be? How could they possibly be dead? The words of these individuals, combined with their expressions, led Lu Xiaoyao to realize that Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan were indeed quite renowned among practitioners. What is going on? A glimmer of cold light flickered in the man's eyes as he stepped forward to grasp Lu Xiaoyao's collar, only to have his hand swiftly restrained by another. Senior brother. We cannot handle this. It is best to leave it to the elders of the Huawei sword sect. After all, they are disciples of Huawei. Very well. The man hesitated momentarily before releasing Lu Xiaoyao, fixating on him as he declared, Come with me. I shall take you to meet the elders of various sections. Yes, yes. Lu Xiaoyao feigned submissiveness, failing to arouse the ire of these individuals. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaoyao was secretly channeling the concealment technique to its utmost limit. While these individuals were oblivious, it did not imply that those more formidable practitioners could not see through the veil of the concealment technique. Chapter 147. The majestic presence of the celestial realm. The mountain loomed steep and towering, its peaks piercing the clouds. Before this grand and formidable mountain, several cultivators ascended gracefully, led by Lu Xiaoyao. After an indeterminate climb, they found themselves enveloped in a swirling sea of clouds, ethereal mist stretching as far as the eye could see. At the summit of this great mountain stood an enormous palace, its grandeur surpassing even the mountain itself by several folds. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade, radiant with spiritual light, imbued with auspicious energy, and adorned with spirit pools and elegant pavilions, akin to a celestial paradise. Upon first sight, Lu Xiaoyao gasped in awe. For such a celestial spectacle was beyond her previous experience. She could scarcely fathom that one day she would find herself in a place so extraordinary. The beauty of the landscape and the picturesque scenery of the mortal realm paled in comparison to the majestic presence that unfolded before her. Was this the realm of cultivators in the vast land of Xinzhou? Lu Xiaoyao felt a profound astonishment. The cultivators of this world appeared to possess strength far beyond her expectations. The scene before her was akin to the visual effects of a cinematic masterpiece. Yet what she beheld was undeniably real. As if sensing Lu Xiaoyao's astonishment, one of the cultivators approached her with a derisive smirk and remarked, Ignorant mortal. Do you find this overwhelming? Surely you have never witnessed such a sight. No matter how advanced your mortal technology may be, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of our celestial realm. Indeed, it is truly astounding. Could this be a paradise? Lu Xiaoyao collected her thoughts. Although she was awestruck by the scenery, she did not dwell on it excessively. The cultivator, with an air of haughtiness, cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoyao, stating, This is merely a temporary encampment. The true celestial realm is likely beyond your reach in this lifetime. With that, he leapt away, leaving Lu Xiaoyao to ponder. Watching the retreating figure of the cultivator, the smile that had graced Lu Xiaoyao's face instantly faded. It seemed imperative to reassess the power of these sections. Even if Tigerhold City were to multiply its strength 100-fold, it would still be no match for these cultivators. These sects must be venerable lineages with deep-rooted heritage, having weathered countless crises over the years, yet standing resilient and unyielding. The only words that could encapsulate this were formidable. Under the guidance of several cultivators, they passed through numerous checkpoints before descending onto the plaza before the palace. As Lu Xiaoyao dismounted her vehicle, several disciples stationed there approached, subjecting her to a thorough inspection. Prior to entering the Tigerhold mountain range, Lu Xiaoyao had entrusted all her belongings to Yi Yuyan for safekeeping. The items obtained from the relics of the sect, as well as those seized from Hu Qing and his associates, were not something she dared to carry openly. What could an ordinary cultivator possess that belonged to a higher-order practitioner? Such a possession would surely arouse suspicion among these cultivators. The few cultivators who had brought Lu Xiaoyao were already inside the palace to make their report. Moments later, a disciple from the Huawei sword sect emerged from the palace, descending on a flying sword. Are you the one who came from Tiger's Embrace City to deliver a message? A disciple of the Huawei sword sect, looking down imperiously, confirmed the identity of Lu Xiaoyao, and then condensed spiritual energy into a rope, ensnaring Lu Xiaoyao. The elders wish to see you. As soon as the disciple uttered these words, he dragged Lu Xiaoyao toward the grand hall. Suspended in midair, Lu Xiaoyao cast a glance at the disciple, a fleeting chill flickering in his eyes, yet he quickly masked it. To the cultivators, the warriors of Tiger's Embrace City certainly lacked the qualifications to be treated as equals. There will come a day when I shall tread upon you, and that day is not far off, just wait. The indignation swelling within Lu Xiaoyao was not solely due to his own treatment, but also stemmed from sorrow for the millions of innocent civilians in Tiger's Embrace City, as well as for the multitude of commoners in the vast world of Xinzhou. This world appears to possess extraordinarily advanced technology that has vastly improved their lives. Yet, above them, there exists another group of individuals who hold dominion over their heads. Based on Lu Xiaoyao's own experiences, it is likely that such inequitable treatment is widespread. Cultivators should not elevate themselves above the masses. They ought to become guardians of the people. Yet now, Lu Xiaoyao held no fondness for the cultivators of this world. During the calamity in Tiger's Embrace City, With nearly 200 million lives threatened by war, these cultivators remain conspicuously absent. Must cultivators truly forsake their emotions? Much like in the myths of the original world, where deities are said to be detached from the mortal realm, have they lost even a semblance of humanity? The very essence of the term immortal is rooted in humanity. As Lu Zhaoyao's thought spiraled, he suddenly felt his body plummeting, as the disciple of the Huawei sword sect forcefully hurled him toward the ground. Lu Zhaoyao's expression darkened, and he swiftly summoned his spiritual power, preparing to break free from the binding rope. However, a sudden and formidable counterforce gripped him tighter. Taken by surprise, Lu Zhaoyao furrowed his brow and adjusted his posture, managing to land steadily on the ground. The disciple in midair, sensing Lu Zhaoyao's resistance, let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. Nevertheless, Lu Zhaoyao ultimately landed firmly on the ground, producing a loud thud that astonished the disciple. How curious. What remarkable agility. The heavy thud upon landing was a deliberate act by Lu Zhaoyao. As the adversary conspired against him, he naturally had to resist. Yet he had not anticipated that this binding rope would be so extraordinary. His struggle only tightened it further. This is the binding immortal rope? Lu Zhaoyao realized, understanding that the binding immortal rope is not only a celestial artifact but also a means of restraint, akin to the spiritual ropes formed by cultivators, albeit more intricate. As for the binding immortal rope itself, it has only appeared in legends. Such treasures are long lost to time, and what remains are merely replicas. Little fellow, you certainly have a fiery temper. A voice floated through the air, ethereal and elusive, at once near and far, both genuine and illusory, lending an air of unreality. Yet this voice emerged right beside me, as if whispering softly in my ear, while simultaneously seeming to originate from a great distance, far beyond the horizon. The sound, though seemingly distant, resonated with an astonishing clarity that made Lu Zhaoyao's spirit tremble in response. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhaoyao comprehended the formidable prowess of the presence before her. Her gaze shifted forward, and in the distance within the grand hall, she beheld a hazy radiance of gold and silver, akin to a diminutive sun. At the heart of this miniature sun sat three individuals. Chapter 148. What is an immortal within the grand hall? An expansive emptiness prevails, far exceeding the vastness perceived from the outside. Lu Zhaoyao gazes intently, the golden and silver radiance appearing as though it were a distant mirage. Amidst the brilliance, three indistinct dark figures become discernible, likely the speakers from earlier, though it remains impossible to identify them. The lad is rather obstinate, though lacking temper, Lu Zhaoyao remarked nonchalantly. Obstinacy can indeed be a form of temperament, a voice retorted, laced with subtle mockery. Is this the manner in which immortals receive their guests? Lu Zhaoyao scoffed softly, casting a glance around before settling into a meditative posture. As for the binding ropes of the immortals that constrained him, Lu Zhaoyao had already discerned their nature and devised a means of unraveling them. All miraculous arts and divine powers ultimately converge upon the essence of spiritual energy. Lu Zhaoyao, adept at crafting techniques, held profound knowledge of this path. To understand the essence is to comprehend the reasons behind it. Guests of the immortals are not merely anyone. It depends on one's fate. Today, to gain entry into the immortal hall is indeed a momentous honor. Do not exhibit disrespect, young one. What constitutes an immortal? Lu Zhaoyao retorted coolly. The ancient immortals sought to aid the world, prioritizing the welfare of the people. Those who precede humanity, those who lead the way for mankind, and those who serve as our ancestors, all embody the essence of immortality. To aspire to be an immortal, one must first be human. If one cannot grasp the essence of humanity, how can they dare to claim the title of an immortal? Those unworthy of the name are but false immortals. By what virtue or strength do they presume to accept the veneration of the world, to bask in the respect and reverence of humanity? Boldly speaking, you dare disrespect the celestial master. With a thunderous shout, two disciples suddenly surged forth from either side of the hall, unleashing a formidable wave of energy towards Lu Zhaoyao. Observing the force behind their strike, he immediately summoned his own spiritual power. Boom! The binding rope shattering under the intensity of Lu Zhaoyao's might, disintegrated into a constellation of sparkling light. As the distant energy approached, Lu Zhaoyao countered directly, his fists igniting with spiritual radiance, erupting in two resplendent bursts of light. With a resounding crash, the incoming force was obliterated by Lu Zhaoyao's counterattack, unleashing a tempestuous gale that shattered the very fabric of the realm. The heavens and the earth trembled, fissures appearing and exploding violently. Lu Zhaoyao ascended, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that hundreds of disciples had been concealed by illusions, hidden behind the veil of enchantment. What audacity to disrupt the immortal hall! One disciple, witnessing Lu Zhaoyao's actions, swiftly executed a technique, materializing before him in an instant. This disciple radiated brilliance, his spiritual energy at its zenith, clearly intent on engaging Lu Xiaoyao. A fist struck forth, bursting with light, akin to a meteor hurtling towards him. Lu Xiaoyao responded in kind, their fists colliding with a thunderous roar. The fierce clash reverberated through the hall, causing waves of spiritual energy to ripple outward. Before the gazes of many, the disciple, having arrived with such swiftness, was sent reeling backward by Lu Xiaoyao's retaliatory strike. Surrounded by a throng of disciples, astonishment washed over their faces as they beheld the unfolding scene. The individual before them was none other than a practitioner of the divine refinement path. Yet his prowess was astonishingly formidable, capable of sending an opponent of equal cultivation flying. This was utterly inconceivable, an unexpected spectacle that left many in disbelief. Those who had previously harbored a gleeful demeanor found themselves frozen in shock, their expressions reflecting the astonishing event transpiring before them. Soon, the disciples erupted into a clamor, igniting a wave of speculation and discourse. How could this be? In a confrontation of equals, a martial artist managed to repel our cultivators? This was beyond belief. Someone pinch me? Am I dreaming? It seems I am seeing things. This disciple Tianyu has indeed been struck down by that martial artist's single blow. The name of the vanquished cultivator, Tianyu, echoed in the surrounding discussions, igniting a fierce blaze of indignation within him, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. To be cast aside by a martial artist at the same level of cultivation was an immense humiliation. If he did not reclaim his honor, how could he ever face others again? Enraged, Tianyu bellowed and formed hand seals, charging once more at Lu Xiaoyao. This time, he was determined to make this martial artist pay. Even if he could not slay him, he would render him powerless. Resolute in his decision, Tianyu held nothing back this time, having already invoked his authority, aside from employing his treasured artifacts. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tianyu understood that this was his sole opportunity. If he missed it, and the heavenly masters intervened, he would never have another chance to reclaim his dignity before everyone. As for seeking vengeance in private, that would be utterly futile. It would merely serve to vent his frustration without salvaging his reputation, potentially leading to even more scandalous rumors. As the enraged cultivator surged forward, Lu Xiaoyao recognized the intricate seal being unleashed by his opponent. Although unfamiliar with the specific technique, he discerned its potency from the intensity of the spiritual energy and the rapid gathering of natural forces. However, to conceal his identity as a cultivator, Lu Xiaoyao could only counter with martial prowess. Utilizing physical techniques, he propelled himself skyward with a thunderous leap. What? This man possesses audacity beyond measure. The sight of Lu Xiaoyao's actions left all the cultivators in shock. Has he lost his mind? Is he courting death? This was the mountain-crushing seal, a technique said to possess the power to rend mountains and split the earth when mastered to its zenith. Yet this individual dared to confront it head-on? Truly, the ignorant often invoke their own fears. I am eager to witness his lamentation when he finds himself broken and weeping in agony. Many of the disciples recognized the seal that Tianyu wielded and were acutely aware of its formidable might. An ordinary martial artist of the divine refinement path could indeed be considered an extraordinary presence in the realm below. Moreover, this individual is still quite young and may one day achieve the rank of marquis or general. However, in the eyes of cultivators, he is nothing of consequence. His recent success was merely due to senior brother Tianyu's underestimation. Now let us observe how he meets his demise. A disciple, with his head bowed, was quietly sharing laughter with those beside him when he suddenly sensed an intense surge of spiritual energy sweeping towards him from the distance. The powerful gust of wind caused his robes to billow dramatically. Turning his gaze, he beheld the tumult of spiritual energy in the sky, particularly at the point of clash between two figures, where a vacuum had been formed amidst the chaos. In an instant, the two combatants, having collided, were forced apart, shooting backward. Bang! Bang! As the resounding thuds echoed from their falls, all present turned their eyes in astonishment, their expressions wide with shock. Chapter 149. The Genius of the Mortal Realm. How could this be possible? Tianyu had exerted his utmost effort, and all the cultivators present had witnessed it clearly. If one were to require the use of magical artifacts and weapons to combat a mere warrior, it would truly be an embarrassment, even for a cultivator. Under such circumstances, it could be considered a sign of respect towards this warrior. Yet the result? A cultivator, utilizing all his strength without reservation, was utterly defeated in physical combat by a warrior? Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to all the cultivators. I shall meet you in combat. Among the gathered disciples, there was indeed a profound shock at Lu Xiaoyao's prowess, but there was no sense of dread. In terms of physical skills, the warrior was undeniably adept. However, a competent cultivator is a versatile and capable individual, equipped with a myriad of techniques. If it truly came to a life-and-death struggle, A cultivator would possess countless methods to vanquish both warriors and fellow cultivators. At that moment, a rather robust cultivator leapt from his meditation cushion, unleashing a powerful shout as he charged at the now stable Lu Xiaoyao. Upon hearing the chilling voice, Lu Xiaoyao turned to face him, immediately adopting a stance of vigilance. This cultivator was evidently much more proficient in physical techniques, his prowess far surpassing that of the previous challenger. The very essence of his aura was imposing. Body technique, windward rising palm. Lu Xiaoyao lowered his body, bracing himself against the oncoming adversary, and struck out with two powerful palms. In that instant, he had no time to adjust his position or stance, and could only steady himself against the impending tempest. Since his opponent had chosen to attack, it would undoubtedly come with the force of thunder. Boom. Indeed, as the attack commenced, it was as if a mountain had collapsed. With each strike, the relentless onslaught battered against Lu Xiaoyao, akin to a furious sea crashing upon a rocky shore. The continuous echoes of impact resonated through the air. Though this cultivator was stout in stature, he exhibited remarkable agility, circling Lu Xiaoyao with unyielding assaults, seemingly in search of a flaw to exploit. Streams of spiritual light coalesced from his fists and palms, striking Lu Xiaoyao with tremendous force. The sheer intensity of the blows began to take its toll on Lu Xiaoyao. The unyielding nature of his opponent's barrage made it increasingly arduous for Lu Xiaoyao, who was already at a disadvantage. Had it not been for his solid foundation and cultivation, he might have already succumbed to the relentless assault and been defeated. After nearly 10 minutes of stalemate, the outcome incited astonishment among the disciples. Had the warriors and cultivators beyond the mountains become this formidable? Lu Xiaoyao's perseverance and resilience left the cultivators deeply impressed. Each gaze directed at Lu Xiaoyao underwent a transformation. Although the cultivators were often proud, they held a profound respect for the strong, regardless of one's realm, cultivation, or strength. Even theoretical knowledge, any single aspect that garnered their admiration would evoke genuine reverence. What Lu Xiaoyao currently exhibited, though still within the realm of a warrior of the refining spirit path, had already earned him the preliminary recognition of the gathered cultivators through his formidable strength. With the identity of a martial artist, to be able to contend evenly with a practitioner is indeed astonishing. The prowess and potential of the opponent in physical techniques are truly remarkable. This is a genius concealed among mortals, deep within the grand hall. A man seated on the left gazed at the individual in the center with admiration, noting that such an exceptional talent must not be overlooked. The man in the center nodded lightly, acknowledging the unique merits in physical techniques, but suggested that further evaluation of other qualities and talents was necessary. We have encountered individuals with extraordinary gifts in certain areas, yet they remain out of reach for us, he remarked. Indeed, the criteria for becoming a practitioner are exceedingly high. Unless one possesses the legendary marrow-cleansing elixir, a woman on the right lamented, shaking her head. Alas, the divine elixir sect has not been in operation for 2 millennia. Let us not dwell on this matter. It was our oversight that allowed the malevolent forces to infiltrate. A middle-aged man interjected, focusing his attention on Lu Xiaoyao. This young man, able to surpass our sect's disciples with physical prowess, undoubtedly possesses unique qualities. Even if he is not destined to join our ranks, we could bestow upon him certain opportunities that may yield future blessings. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned his gaze, his eyes shimmering with mystical symbols. Sister Xianwei, you excel in divination. Why not employ your skills to discern this young man's future? Brother Mingyang, I share the same sentiment, Xianwei replied, nodding. And then gently closed her eyes, her fingers radiating with ethereal light. Brother Mingyang, Sister Xianwei, you both seem quite invested in this young fellow, remarked Shuejin. Are you not the same? Mingyang chuckled. Your beast-taming hall has yet to find a suitable disciple in recent years. What if he is the one you seek? Him? Upon hearing this, Shuejin chuckled lightly and shook his head. Taming beasts requires a unique talent. Otherwise, why would disciples of the beast-taming hall be so scarce? Indeed, any disciple with the aptitude for beast-taming has always been sent to you by other sects, yet it remains. How could this be? Xian Yue exclaimed, interrupting Mingyang, her eyes revealing the manifestation of mystical symbols. With sharp eyes, glowing with a distinct aura, she gazed into the distance at Lu Xiaoyao. Her expression filled with confusion and perplexity. What is it? Noticing Xian Yue's unusual demeanor, Shuejin and Mingyang ceased their conversation and turned to her. Also observing the luminous orb forming in her hands, they understood that the outcome of the divination regarding the martial artist resided within that very orb. What is the result? Mingyang furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism surfacing in his gaze. Xian Yue's expression was one that had not been seen in a long time. Could it be that this unknown martial artist possesses some extraordinary quality? Upon hearing Mingyang's inquiry, Xianwei gently shook her head. This individual is somewhat peculiar. It seems there is a certain heavenly secret obscuring my divination regarding him. What? How is this possible? Ming Yang's astonishment was evident, as he was well aware of Xian Yue's prowess in divination. If even Sister Xian Yue cannot divine his fate, could it be that he harbors some remarkable fortune? Shui Jin's expression turned peculiar as he proposed a possibility. Some individuals, favored by the heavens, are bestowed with a certain fortune. Such individuals are exceedingly difficult to predict in their futures, as they are shielded by the celestial order. Then there are others, the so-called children of destiny. Attempting to divine their fates often results in backlash from the very forces they seek to understand. However, since Xian Yu did not experience such a backlash, it merely indicates that the young man is not a child of destiny, but rather possesses some form of auspiciousness. No. Xian Yu shook his head, his countenance reflecting a hint of strangeness as he remarked, there is no trace of fortune upon him. Chapter 150. Inquiry into battle. The response from Xian Yu left Ming Yang and Shui Jin exchanging bewildered glances. Neither a chosen one nor favored by fortune. How could one be cloaked in destiny, rendering predictions impossible? Unless... A look of astonishment crossed their faces as they simultaneously inquired, could it be that a powerful entity has intervened, obscuring his fate? If this warrior is indeed backed by a significant force, the situation could become quite precarious. While the possibility exists, it remains elusive and peculiar. Xian Yu furrowed her brow and spoke in a serious tone. However, it is not as though I have discerned nothing. At this juncture, a playful smirk graced her lips as she regarded Lu Xiaoyao. This little fellow appears to possess a substantial connection to our lineage from Hubao Mountain, suggesting that in the days to come, we may share many entanglements. What? Upon hearing Xian Yu's words, Ming Yang and Shui Jin were even more astonished. Could it be true, as we suspected, that he is indeed fated to be intertwined with us? The term fate here refers to a connection with cultivators, indicating sufficient talent and potential to become one. Yet, the overseers of the nearby Great Halls had failed to recognize Lu Xiaoyao's identity as a cultivator. It is possible that I have merely calculated our numerous connections, but whether they lean towards good or ill, friend or foe, remains uncertain. Xian Yu shook her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of amusement, as if she had stumbled upon something intriguing. Should this continue unchecked, it could very well turn unfavorable, perhaps even adversarial. Shui Jin turned to observe Lu Xiaoyao engaged in battle, urging, we should call for a halt. The teachings of the Buddhist sect state, sow good seeds, reap good fruits. Although those practitioners often feign superiority, some truths remain quite valid. Mere nonsense. Xian Yu clearly dismissed Shui Jin's remarks, yet still concurred with his sentiment. Senior brother, let us call it to a stop. There's no need. The outcome has already been determined. This little one is indeed remarkable. As their words hung in the air, Lu Xiaoyao had already soared skyward, breaking through his opponent's tempestuous onslaught. Martial technique, overpowering the reins. Boom. Lu Xiaoyao unleashed a punch that shattered his opponent's dual-fisted defense, delivering a resounding blow to the chest. In an instant, he darted behind his adversary, propelling them towards the ground. Bang! Another thunderous crash resounded as the cultivator struck the earth, producing a deafening reverberation. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood in stunned silence. The outcome was entirely unexpected. No one had anticipated Lu Xiaoyao's victory, yet he achieved a result that none could have foreseen. The entire hall fell into a hush, with every gaze fixated upon Lu Xiaoyao. Curiosity, astonishment, intrigue, and amusement swirled among the myriad expressions directed at him. Suddenly, over a dozen disciples of the surrounding cultivators rose, their eyes ablaze with a challenging spirit. Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, calmly observing each individual before him. Faced with the oppressive presence of over a dozen cultivators, Lu Xiaoyao remained steadfast, not retreating even a single step. This lad possesses remarkable courage. Even in the face of such a multitude, he maintains his composure, an admirable quality indeed. Ming Yang scrutinized Lu Xiaoyao, astonishment etched upon his face. As per tradition, should he truly possess the aptitude and talent, it would be prudent to observe which of our three factions he is most suited for. Excellent. Excellent. In response to Ming Yang's suggestion, both Xian Yu and Shui Jin expressed their agreement. Noticing yet another challenger, Shui Jin promptly interjected, what do you intend to do? Is there not enough embarrassment already? With this proclamation, the standing disciples turned in unison, directing their gazes towards the depths of the hall to report to the celestial master, acknowledging their reluctance to proceed. You, come forth. Shui Jin disregarded the disciples, his countenance still betraying indignation, as he flicked his wrist to conjure forth a radiant arc of light. The iridescent glow extended to the feet of Lu Xiaoyao, forming a resplendent rainbow bridge. A rainbow bridge? The surrounding disciples evidently recognized its significance. Witnessing Lu Xiao being afforded such honor, each face displayed a mixture of envy and admiration. Among the various sects of cultivators, only those regarded as esteemed guests are entitled to the reception of a rainbow bridge. Although the bridge before them was merely of the most basic caliber, it was sufficient to highlight the honor bestowed upon Lu Xiaoyao. With the strength of a spirit refinement warrior, he was able to contend with cultivators of equal caliber. A clear testament to the acknowledgement from the three celestial masters regarding his realm and power. Casting a glance into the distance, Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. The golden and silver radiance appeared vast and seemingly distant, leaving him curious about the true magnitude of the space within this grand hall. Observing his surroundings, Lu Xiaoyao could glean certain insights from the expressions of the disciples. The envy and jealousy were palpable, impossible to conceal. It seemed that this rainbow bridge held some special significance. Lu Xiaoyao, however, remained oblivious to its deeper meaning, taking a step forward to ascend the bridge. In the next moment, he was astounded to discover that upon stepping onto the bridge, the scenery around him underwent a dramatic transformation. Glancing back, he saw the disciples had been left far behind, and the towering entrance of the hall appeared as nothing more than a mere silhouette. The speed of this rainbow bridge was indeed formidable. From this perspective, the depth of the cultivator's foundation was truly awe-inspiring. As Lu Xiaoyao collected his thoughts and gazed forward, the rainbow bridge came to a halt, leaving him beside a meditation mat. From the envoys of Tiger Hug City, please take a seat. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyao clasped his fists and settled onto the mat. Oh, you are aware of our etiquette? The three celestial masters at the forefront expressed surprise upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao perform the ancient bow. After all, such archaic customs were largely forgotten by the common folk of the vast land of Xinzhou, preserved only by cultivators. Ah, I learned from you. I observed it on my journey here. Lu Xiaoyao casually remarked before turning his gaze towards the three celestial masters seated at the head of the assembly. Do the immortal masters prefer to remain concealed? Even as he approached, the trio remained shrouded in radiant gold and silver light. The only aspect visible to Lu Xiaoyao were three indistinct shadows, albeit far clearer than when he stood at the entrance of the hall. Oh, you can see us? Lu Xiaoyao's observation piqued the curiosity of the three. In truth, to the other disciples and practitioners, the shadows were entirely imperceptible, with only a blinding brilliance to behold. Well, shouldn't you be inquiring about my purpose here? Naturally, Lu Xiaoyao could not divulge the nature of his own concerns and thus chose to divert the conversation. The city of Hubao is in peril, and the battle against the Twilight Clan is about to commence. Currently, the higher echelons of Hubao are under the control of the Shadow Clan. I wish to ascertain whether you possess any means to address this crisis. Chapter 151. The Olive Branch. As Lu Xiaoyao recounted the events that transpired in Tiger's Embrace City, the three celestial masters exhibited little reaction. Xue Jin chuckled lightly, dismissively stating, given that even our esteemed sects have faced surprise attacks, it is entirely reasonable that such occurrences have befallen Tiger's Embrace City. Indeed, murmured Xianyu, nodding in an attempt to reassure Lu Xiaoyao. We are already aware of this situation, but our immediate priority is to drive out those bloodthirsty fiends. As for Tiger's Embrace City, even if it has fallen under their control, it remains within our grasp. Precisely, echoed Mingyang. Those outsiders and their arrogance are not new to provoking us. Yet, before us cultivators, they are but insignificant creatures. With the higher-ups under their influence, they will hardly pose a threat to those below. You need not worry. Their responses left Lu Xiaoyao quite astonished. The fall of Tiger's Embrace City to the enemy was tantamount to leaving the gates wide open. Would not the army of the Twilight Clan march in unimpeded? If they dared to come, how could they not be prepared? Having engaged in numerous confrontations, how could they possibly be ignorant of cultivators? The common flaw among cultivators is their disdain for others, harboring the belief that they are invincible. Their arrogance, self-importance, and disregard for others are vividly displayed. Are you so certain? Lu Xiaoyao countered. As you stated, given the frequency of our skirmishes, would they not devise strategies to counter you? Should you fall into their trap, even cultivators might find themselves facing dire consequences. What nonsense are you spouting? Xianyu raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with displeasure. Those outsiders threaten us? That is truly laughable. This matter is easily resolved. They are merely a clan of shadows. She added. Mingyang raised a hand to halt Xianyu, smiling as he said, there is no need for anger, since he has come to deliver news. It indicates that Tiger's Embrace City is indeed in peril. That is our territory. We cannot allow outsiders to encroach. Let us dispatch some disciples to deal with those shadow clans. Senior brother, you. Xianyu was perplexed by Mingyang's stance. Just as she was about to voice her question, she caught the look in his eyes and suppressed her curiosity. However, being a master of divination, she swiftly comprehended Mingyang's intent and silently cursed him as an old fox. Sending disciples was not a challenge. Mingyang turned his gaze to Xue Jin and inquired, what say you? Very well, Xue Jin nodded, addressing Lu Xiaoyao. Our beast-taming hall can dispatch 10 disciples. Agreed. Then my sword-tempering pavilion shall also send 10, Xian Yu concurred. Ming Yang, upon hearing this, smiled and proposed. Then my Huaiwei sword sect shall send 15. The remaining 14 sects will each contribute 1 disciple. Shall that suffice? As Ming Yang made this inquiry, Lu Xiaoyao finally noticed that there were indeed several cultivators lurking in the shadows on both sides. These cultivators possessed remarkable prowess and were adept at concealing their presence. Coupled with the darkness and the hall-esque concealment, Lu Xiaoyao had failed to perceive them. Following Ming Yang's declaration, voices arose in agreement, expressing their support for his decision. Lu Xiaoyao surveyed the surroundings, even as the other party spoke, her formidable presence locking onto their positions. The practitioners of the Tiger's Embrace Mountain possessed a depth of foundation and strength that was truly profound. Lu Xiaoyao's heart brimmed with astonishment. If the practitioners from this single location were so powerful, how terrifying must those from other regions be? What she had witnessed thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that her original plans would have to be indefinitely postponed. To attempt to shake the foundations of a sect with such profound heritage merely by relying on Tiger's Embrace City was nothing short of a fanciful notion. If one wished to contend with these sects, alternative strategies must be devised. However, from the current circumstances, it appeared they were still unaware of the matters concerning Tiger's Embrace City. Perhaps the affairs of Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan could be attributed to the Shadow Clan? You are the leader of the Huawei Sword Sect? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, reaching a decision. Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan were indeed disciples of her esteemed sect. What of them? They should have caused considerable trouble for the Shadow Clan by now. When she mentioned these 2 individuals, Ming Yang's tone was unexpectedly pleasant. They are dead. As soon as Lu Xiaoyao's words fell, she felt an aura suddenly enshroud her. Looking up, she beheld a figure emerging from the golden and silver light. In the next instant, a white-haired elder stood just a meter away. The speed exhibited by this individual left Lu Xiaoyao in disbelief, as if he had always been there, leaving her no opportunity to react. If this person intended to kill, she feared she would have no chance to resist. Such thoughts surged in Lu Xiaoyao's mind, followed by a chill that enveloped her. What did you say? Yi Xinyan is dead? Ming Yang extended a hand, resting it upon Lu Xiaoyao's shoulder. The lightest touch felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon her. Lu Xiaoyao's shoulder sank, letting out a muffled groan. Yes, it was the Shadow Clan. At this moment, her breath caught, and her spiritual energy swelled, bracing against the pressure exerted by Ming Yang. The elder's cultivation was utterly terrifying. To date, Lu Xiaoyao had only encountered a mightier presence in her master. Alas, her master had long since passed away. Ming Yang's eyes betrayed no emotion. Yet the pressure he released was sufficient to convey his fury. Given that he had just mentioned Yu Xinyan, it was evident that his anger stemmed from her demise. These 2 individuals were connected. Lu Xiaoyao's mind raced. Yet under Ming Yang's pressure, even speaking became a challenge. Since arriving in the vast expanse of Shenzhou, Lu Xiaoyao had never felt so powerless. Even in the face of an 8th-level white tiger, she had not experienced such an overwhelming force. This indicated that the elder before her possessed strength equivalent to that of an advanced white tiger. The void-harmonizing Tao corresponded to the 9th level of the extraordinary beasts. Meanwhile, the younger white tiger's brother had now attained the 9th level, capable of taking on human form. The practitioners of the void harmony path have all emerged to pursue the blood clan. With such formidable strength, locating those bloodsuckers would surely be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, this hunt for the blood clan is evidently an opportunity to temper the disciples. Brother Ming Yang, please temper your fury. Another figure glided in and gently pushed aside Ming Yang's hand, alleviating the oppressive aura surrounding Lu Xiaoyao. Elders from various sects, I implore you to send your disciples forth immediately to Hubao City. After issuing this command, Xuejin added, this enmity shall certainly be avenged on behalf of Brother Mingxiang. Ming Yang's countenance was grim, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yet he ultimately restrained himself and glanced at Lu Xiaoyao, inquiring, we are inclined to accept you as an inner disciple. May I ask your thoughts on the matter? Is this an olive branch being extended to me? Could I possibly have misheard? As Lu Xiaoyao gazed at the 2 individuals before her, she found herself momentarily dazed. Chapter 152. The Forging Pavilion. Upon hearing the words, Lu Xiaoyao froze in astonishment, casting a bewildered glance at Ming Yang and then at Xuejin beside him. Noticing Xuejin nodding in affirmation, Lu Xiaoyao finally realized that she had not misheard. Yet, she pondered, why would they wish to recruit her without any apparent reason? As a practitioner of the divine refinement path, did she truly possess the qualifications to warrant such an invitation? Even with her recent victories over several disciples, it hardly seemed sufficient to elevate her in their eyes. However, Ming Yang's words could not possibly be a jest, especially since Xuejin had corroborated them. Why? Filled with confusion, Lu Xiaoyao hesitantly inquired. There was no reason. At that moment, Ming Yang, clearly affected by the death of Yixinyan, was in a rather foul mood. Under normal circumstances, he would not provoke a practitioner who seemed to embody the void harmony path. Nevertheless, given the personal implications for Lu Xiaoyao, she felt compelled to seek clarity. Jin, evidently aware of Ming Yang's displeasure, quickly nudged him aside and stepped forward to stand before Lu Xiaoyao. It is as follows, he explained. The rainbow bridge you just traversed possesses the capability to assess a person's talent and potential, and you have successfully passed its examination. Passing the examination means I am to join your sect? Lu Xiaoyao responded, increasingly perplexed. Wasn't that bridge meant to guide others? However, the situation unwittingly aligned with Lu Xiaoyao's intentions. She had been uncertain about how to navigate the various sects, and entering one would surely grant her deeper insights. Furthermore, upon joining a practitioner's sect, the concerns that had previously troubled her would likely be resolved. Yet, any sect would suffice, except for the Huawei Sword sect. If the truth regarding Yixinyan's death were to come to light, there would be no one left to protect her. The Huawei Sword sect would not hesitate to allow this elder to exact vengeance for the death of their own. Of course, the chosen sect could not be too weak, lest it fail to withstand the pressure from the Huawei Sword sect, leaving Lu Xiaoyao in a precarious position. What sect? Lu Xiaoyao queried, somewhat bewildered. She would certainly refuse the Huawei Sword sect. You may select from the 17 sects of the Tiger Hug Mountain range. At that moment, the last individual emerged from the shimmering brilliance, a middle-aged woman. As the words left Jin's lips, Lu Xiaoyao was further astonished. The 17 sects were indeed allowing her to choose. Even the elders from the surrounding sects emitted sounds of surprise. Subsequently, figures began to materialize from the shadows. What remarkable quality did this individual possess to be afforded such privilege? Indeed, even if she exhibited some talent, it hardly justified such leniency. Are we to accept any disciple from the various sects? The murmurs of disbelief echoed, resonating among the distant-seated practitioners, who too began to express their astonishment and speculation. What were the elders discussing regarding the acceptance of disciples? Where did these disciples come from? Surely, it is not yet the time to accept new disciples, is it? Could it be that fellow who just stepped onto the rainbow bridge? Indeed, have you all forgotten? When we were selected to join the sect, we too traversed the rainbow bridge. If I heard correctly just now, there are 17 sects from which he may choose? My heavens, who is this individual? The matter concerning Lu Xiaoyao once again stirred a tempest, causing a commotion throughout the grand hall, as every ear perked up to listen to the elders' discussions from afar. Observing the elders of various sects vehemently rejecting the propositions of the three, Lu Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. The parties involved had yet to speak. Yet they were all so eager, as though it were a foregone conclusion that he must join their sect. It appeared that the three prominent figures had not conferred with the remaining 14 sects before making this decision, resulting in the current predicament. However, as it did not concern him directly, Lu Xiaoyao had no desire to intervene, given the prowess of these elders. A sudden slap from one of them could be quite the ordeal to endure. Upon further observation, Lu Xiaoyao realized that the weakest among them had already attained a remarkable level of mastery in the gathering of essence. Furthermore, these individuals were seasoned practitioners. Not mere half-hearted warriors or cultivators, their strength was terrifyingly formidable. Coming to this realization, Lu Xiaoyao was reluctant to provoke them. At least until his own cultivation reached a level where he could contend with them, he had no intention of recklessly tearing apart any FAAs. Yet, the quarrel did not persist for long. A displeased Ming Yang swiftly quelled the dissent, silencing all the elders. Since you are all unwilling, let it be just us from the Huawei Sword sect, the Sword Tempering Pavilion, and the Beastmaster's Lodge, Ming Yang declared, turning to Xian Yu and Jin. What say you both? Very well, since everyone is reluctant, I shall not insist, Jin scoffed, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyao. Should you be willing, you may join my ranks. However, we are the Beastmaster's Lodge. I wonder if you have any interest. I represent the Sword Tempering Pavilion and extend an invitation to you, Xian Yu interjected, addressing Lu Xiaoyao. Our training at the Sword Tempering Pavilion leans more towards physical techniques and sword play, while the Huawei Sword sect is more inclined towards chi manipulation and sword arts. Indeed. What Sister Xian Yu says is accurate. Though both our sects are renowned for swordsmanship, our emphases differ significantly, Ming Yang remarked, having adjusted his mindset. Though his expression still bore traces of displeasure. You are, after all, of martial lineage. The Sword Tempering Pavilion would indeed suit you better. Yet, should you wish to join the Huawei Sword sect, we would naturally not refuse you. Do you all presume that I must join your sect? Lu Xiaoyao found the situation somewhat amusing yet exasperating, as they had never inquired about his desires before launching into their own assertions. However, this was typical of Lu Xiaoyao. Had it been anyone else, such an opportunity would be coveted beyond measure. Moreover, The three understood that entering a sect of practitioners was a rare and coveted destiny. How could anyone refuse such an offer unless they were utterly foolish? It was precisely because of this confidence that they had never considered the possibility that Lu Xiaoyao might decline. Are you unwilling to join a sect? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Xianwei was taken aback, her voice inadvertently rising in volume. In the distance, the disciples of various sects, upon catching the faint echoes of the conversation, immediately erupted in exclamations of disbelief. What nonsense is this? That individual has actually declined to refuse the invitation of 17 sects. Is he aiming for the heavens? I believe he is not aspiring to ascend, but rather seeking to burrow into the earth. Brothers, let us prepare a pit for him. Shall we bury him alive, or perhaps plant radishes instead? You might as well be upside down. Some could not help but burst into laughter, coldly mocking. It's the first time I've heard of someone rejecting an invitation to join a sect of cultivators. This lad must surely be a fool. Chapter 153. The direct disciple. The attitude of Lu Xiaoyao remains rather elusive. Even though the three elders possess the cultivation of the void harmony realm, they are unable to penetrate the depths of his heart. To truly understand another's thoughts is merely a result of extensive experience. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao is entirely different. His thoughts are fantastical, diverging completely from those of ordinary individuals, or indeed, the inhabitants of this world. This divergence stems from the fact that Lu Xiaoyao possesses a complete lineage of cultivation and does not rely on any sect for guidance. Even his interest in joining a sect is driven by ulterior motives. Therefore, whether or not he enters a sect for cultivators is entirely optional for him. Furthermore, he yearns to witness the nature of these cultivation sections. During his apprenticeship, Lu Xiaoyao had never inquired about his affiliation or the source of his lineage. The only knowledge he possessed was of the ancient guiding techniques of Huaxia. Beyond that, he was oblivious. His inquiry left the three elders momentarily speechless, and even the surrounding elders from various sects were taken aback. Could this young man possibly be a fool? While transitions from martial artists or practitioners to cultivators are not unheard of, they have become exceedingly rare over the years. For this young man, it is evidently a tremendous fortune. Yet, what did his words mean? He seemed rather unwilling. It is well known that cultivators have almost become legendary figures in the vast land of Shenzhou, seldom venturing into the world. Even when they occasionally descend the mountains to hone their skills, they conceal their identities, presenting themselves as martial artists or practitioners. Young man, your arrogance is astounding. Surely, you are not unaware of what it means to be a cultivator? One elder remarked, his expression peculiar. Cultivators can move mountains and seas, can shift the stars, and can invert yin and yang. They are beings of great power. You have also claimed to possess great abilities. Since you are still human, what difference does it make? Lu Xiaoyao turned his gaze toward this elder and noticed that his attire bore resemblance to that of Hu Qing and his associates, suggesting he was a senior figure from Hu Qing's sect. Should this elder learn that Lu Xiaoyao had slain several of his disciples, he might well resort to using a flying sword to communicate. You are unwilling to join our immortal sect? The brow of Xianwei furrowed as her fingers, clasped in her sleeves, swiftly engaged in divination. Every subtle change in detail could wield immense influence over the future. Xianwei sought to discern the potential impact Lu Xiaoyao would have on the various sections. However, as she delved deeper into her divination, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Cultivators who have reached the void harmony realm long ago ceased to know what sweat is. Yet, in the process of divining Lu Xiaoyao's fate, she expended an extraordinary amount of mental energy. Even so, she could only glean a vague outcome. If Lu Xiaoyao were not recruited, it seemed inevitable that calamity would befall them. And the one capable of averting this disaster was this seemingly inconspicuous martial artist. But upon what foundation does he stand? Neither a chosen one nor favored by fortune. How could one possibly influence the myriad sects of Tiger's Embrace Mountain? Yet, the outcome of the divination has manifested such a result, compelling the necessity to recruit him at any cost. Presently, Xianwei possesses an advantage over Mingyang and Xuejin, for she recognizes the significance of Lu Xiaoyao. As for enrolling a disciple into the sect, it is not an insurmountable matter. Even if this lad lacks exceptional talent, he can still be maintained as an idle member. Although the profound connection between the divination's outcome and Lu Xiaoyao remains a mystery, all factors are well within her grasp. This is what Xianwei contemplates now. If you are willing, I can accept you as my direct disciple. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Xianwei, with her eminence standing at the sword-tempering pavilion, had not taken a disciple in quite some time. Now, she was making an exception for this young man? The elders exchanged glances, pondering whether this lad might be Xianyue's illegitimate son. However, Xianyue had never had a partner, and given her fastidious nature, she would not lower herself to choose a common cultivator, much less bear a child outside. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. Flattery without cause is often a guise for treachery. The conditions presented were too favorable. A practitioner of the void harmony path had already been dubbed a celestial master, a pinnacle among the extraordinary four paths. How could such an esteemed individual deign to accept an obscure practitioner of the divine refinement path as a personal disciple? It was preposterous, despite Lu Zhaoyao's pride. He had never regarded the void harmony path with much esteem. Yet, at present, his identity was merely that of a divine refinement path practitioner. How could he expect to be viewed with any distinction? This was no jest. Xin Yue's expression grew solemn as she cast a glance at the assembly. Addressing Lu Zhaoyao, "If you doubt my sincerity, I can accept you as my personal closed-door disciple in front of all these witnesses." What? At this declaration, astonishment enveloped the crowd. Not only a personal disciple, but also a closed-door disciple. It is known that closed-door disciples are bestowed upon the remarkably gifted, possessing extraordinary talent, aptitude, and insight. Yet, this individual before them barely qualified as a genius. How could he be compared to a prodigy? Had he possessed such formidable talent and aptitude, he would have been brought to the mountain in his youth, rather than remaining in Tiger's Embrace City to cultivate as a warrior. No, wait. As the crowd pondered, they suddenly recognized a critical point. Lu Zhaoyao's accent was not that of a local from Tiger's Embrace City. Could it be that he was an outsider? Immediately, an elder raised this concern, attempting to dissuade Xianwei. "Sister Xianwei, you must reconsider. This young man's accent indicates he is not from Tiger's Embrace City. His identity and origins warrant further scrutiny. Indeed, even neighboring cities did not share his accent. Sister Xianwei, please think carefully." At that moment, Mingyang interjected. Sister Xianwei is adept in divination and prophecy. What could possibly escape her insight? Mingyang's words rendered the assembly momentarily speechless, plunging them into silence. Indeed, given one's mastery in divination, how could a person with ulterior motives possibly conceal their intentions from the astute Xianwei? However, Mingyang's statement left Lu Zhaoyao astonished. To her surprise, Xianwei was also adept in divination. Consequently, one must tread even more cautiously in Xianyue's presence. Yet, what puzzled Lu Zhaoyao further was that if Xianyue possessed such proficiency, she should be able to discern certain mysteries, and it was implausible that she remained unaware of her own uniqueness. If this were the case, then the desire to take Lu Zhaoyao as her disciple became quite intriguing. Was Xianyue seeking to exert control? Lu Zhaoyao chuckled inwardly, having already perceived Xianyue's intentions. Do I possess any freedom? Lu Zhaoyao had comprehended Xianyue's plans. After all, Lu Zhaoyao herself was also skilled in divination. Yet, due to her insufficient realm and cultivation, she was unable to clearly deduce more profound truths. Nevertheless, the ability to perceive certain clues was sufficient for her needs. Chapter 154. The master-disciple relationship. Without joining a sect, the meaning of Lu Zhaoyao's words was immediately grasped by the elders present. They understood she sought freedom from constraints. However, once one enters the Master S fold, compliance with the Master S directives is expected. How could one possibly remain unbound? Although the reason behind Xianyue's decision to accept Lu Zhaoyao remained a mystery, it seemed unlikely that Xianyue would accept a disciple who disrespected teachings and imposed conditions. Yet, Xianyue's next statement left everyone questioning their existence. Very well, I can grant you the utmost freedom, but you must also fulfill your duties as a disciple. Xianyue's terms were broad, rife with loopholes for evasion. Lu Zhaoyao understood that a concession had been made, and to propose further unreasonable demands might jeopardize this leniency. After contemplation, she spoke with a measured tone. "It is no trouble for me to become your disciple, but there is one final condition." "What is it?" Xianyue inquired, her brow furrowing, an icy glint flickering in her eyes. "I will only acknowledge you as my master," Lu Zhaoyao declared. At this pronouncement, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the implication behind her words. To become a disciple is to pledge allegiance to a master. What did it mean to only recognize one individual? Even Xianyue, the central figure, found herself puzzled by Lu Zhaoyao's declaration. No allegiance to the sect. The essence of Lu Zhaoyao's statement lay in those four words. In a sect, there are numerous regulations, and Lu Zhaoyao's free-spirited nature could hardly endure such restrictions. Furthermore, even before formally becoming a disciple, she recognized that her standing would likely attract considerable complications if she were to take a powerful figure like Xianyue as her master. Such troubles were what Lu Zhaoyao most detested. After all, there were numerous matters demanding her attention. She had no inclination to engage with provocateurs. While this demand would undoubtedly incite significant discontent, it would at least avert even greater troubles in the future. As for the possibility of future revelations leading the Huawei Sword sect to confront her, that was a scenario where the Chui Jian Pavilion could no longer remain indifferent. To have another sect abduct members from one's own, and to offer no resistance, such a situation, if made public, would be indefensible. However, Lu Zhaoyao's insistence was undeniably unreasonable. To become a disciple naturally meant one would belong to the master's sect, unless the master were a solitary practitioner without an affiliation. To others, such a stipulation would almost seem mocking. Yet, Xianyue's tolerance surpassed everyone's expectations. She nodded in agreement even to this unusual requirement. In truth, Xianyue harbored her own thoughts. Since you have chosen to become a disciple, should your master's sect face adversity in the future, it would be unreasonable for you to remain uninvolved. After all, such a bond cannot simply be dismissed. Many matters cannot be assumed to be as they seem. The world is unpredictable, and many circumstances are beyond one's control, such as the nature of existence. Thus, this peculiar master-disciple pair entered into their relationship under such extraordinary circumstances, all while under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Indeed, my master should not hold it against me, for I have never been forbidden from taking others as my mentor. Although I hold little regard for Xianyue, my current master, I cannot help but reminisce about my late teacher. After all, it was my master who nurtured and educated me from a tender age, shaping me into who I am today. Without my master, the present-day Lazayoyo would not exist. Upon completing the apprenticeship, Xianyue waved her hand and instructed, "You may stand aside for now." The onlookers gazed at Lazayoyo, recognizing this as a classic case of meteoric rise. With Xianyue's stature, a mere gesture could alter Lazayoyo's destiny. Should he transition into a cultivator, his future would be immeasurable. Mingyang, Xianyue, and Shuejing retreated into the shimmering light, while the surrounding elders discreetly withdrew to the hidden corners of the grand hall. In the distance, the disciples seated within the hall remained in a state of disarray. The expressions of the other sect's disciples were a mixture of bewilderment, envy, and jealousy. Conversely, the disciples of the sword refining pavilion stood aghast, unable to fathom the reality before them. Countless individuals had aspired to enter Xianyue's tutelage, yet they had been denied access. Now, an inexplicable martial artist had unexpectedly become her cherished direct disciple. Could this possibly be a dream? Many disciples extended their hands, pinching their own thighs or nudging their companions, the cries of pain affirming that they were indeed awake. What merit or capability did that individual possess to warrant such esteem from Xianyue? Many remained perplexed and unconvinced, their challenging gazes fixated upon Lazayoyo. Soon, one disciple from the sword refining pavilion leapt from his seat and soared deeper into the hall. With the first came a second, and then a third. Several disciples even dashed out of the hall, riding their flying swords away. The disciples of the sword refining pavilion could hardly accept Lazayoyo, a mere martial artist, as their peer. "Master, we refuse to accept this." One disciple, evidently the leader among them, stepped forward and bowed, declaring, "This person is of unknown origin and merely a martial artist. By what right does he take you as his master? He is both arrogant and disrespectful." Disregarding our sword refining pavilion, we have never had such a custom of taking a master without honoring the sect. Since when did my decisions require your consultation? Xianyue's gaze turned icy. Although her actions today deviated from tradition, they were imperative. As for the sword refining pavilion, an explanation would be provided upon their return. However, the matter was of great significance, and it could not be made public for the ordinary disciples to know. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Xianyue had foreseen that Lazayoyo would soon have a profound intersection with the 17 sects of the Tiger Embrace mountain range. Although it remains uncertain whether this intersection is favorable or detrimental, one must always be prepared in advance. If it is indeed a blessing, it will embellish the existing fortune. If it turns out to be a misfortune, there will still be a semblance of hope. Despite Xianyue's perception that Lu Zhaoyao, a martial artist practicing the divine refinement path, could scarcely exert a significant influence over the 17 sects, she nonetheless holds faith in the predictions. At present, Lu Zhaoyao lacks fortune and is not the chosen one. However, what if, in the near future, she were to attain great fortune or be recognized as the chosen one? Historically, there has been no evidence to suggest that those who are deemed children of destiny or favored by heaven are inherently endowed with great fortune. It is equally plausible that they may be selected by the heavens at a later stage. The mysteries of celestial power remain unfathomable. Chapter 155. Intimidation. Any adept practitioner skilled in divination harbors a profound reverence for the principles of the heavenly Tao. Although these cultivators excel at seizing celestial insights and peering into the mysteries of the cosmos, they remain acutely aware of the dangers inherent in their explorations. The might of heaven is unpredictable, akin to a tiger accompanying its master. Excessive revelation of celestial secrets inevitably invites divine retribution. Some, even after discerning certain heavenly truths, dare not breathe a word of their findings, fearing ominous portents that could spell disaster not only for themselves, but also for those around them, potentially affecting future generations. No one dares to challenge the might of heaven. Even the immortal masters who align themselves with the Tao tread carefully, refraining from overstepping their bounds. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities akin to those of celestial beings, these immortal masters are ultimately not the true immortals untouched by worldly concerns. Observing the doubts among their disciples regarding their decisions, Xianyu felt a twinge of displeasure. Am I merely aging, or is my sword no longer within my grasp? Regardless, as a senior elder of the sect, I should choose my own disciples without interference from you all. Just as she prepared to admonish her disciples, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forth, challenging anyone who dared to contest her. Those who doubt may come forth to challenge me, she declared, casting a nonchalant glance at the disciples hovering in the air on their swords. Now that she had taken Xianyu as her master, she felt compelled to demonstrate her capabilities. Otherwise, how could she earn Xianyu's regard? Lu Xiaoyao understood her peers' intentions, but remained largely indifferent. Recognizing that Xianyu might very well become a strategic ally in the future struggle against the Huayu Sword sect. The Cui Jin Pavilion and the Beastmaster Pavilion stood at a similar level to the Huayu Sword sect, and only they had the potential to stand against it. Their relationship with Xianyu could be described as mutually beneficial, each party leveraging the other. Do you truly believe that your martial prowess can stand against us? One disciple declared, radiating a fierce sword intent that swiftly enveloped Lu Xiaoyao. If you think yourself strong, then let us engage in combat. Lu Xiaoyao, with her cool gaze and a slight smirk, responded, Is your sword intent truly that formidable? As her words fell, the Zen martial intent abruptly manifested, hovering behind her. An ethereal shadow flickered in the air, the might of her intent quietly erupting, crushing the opponent's sword intent in an instant. The disciple's face turned pale, and he plummeted from his flying sword, his once fierce sword intent dissipating in an instant. The scene left onlookers astounded. Zen martial intent, they murmured, fully aware of its significance. Yet, the ambiguity surrounding Lu Xiaoyao as manifestation puzzled them. Though its power was overwhelmingly potent, its form remained elusive. What kind of Zen martial intent is this? Confusion spread among the crowd. In the shimmering light behind them, Shuijin suddenly wore a look of frustration upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's display of Zen martial intent. Xinyu, should I negotiate for this disciple to be given to me? You are overthinking it, came the reply. The crescent moon's gaze barely acknowledged Shuijin, instead fixating with mild astonishment on Lu Xiaoyao, clearly surprised by the formidable strength of his Zen martial spirit. Indeed, he is a promising talent. Mingyang nodded thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at Xianyu as he remarked, However, your prodigious disciple may not easily accept him. Iyueshi? Shuijin interjected with a cheerful demeanor, adding, Brother Mingyang speaks the truth. This young lady's temperament is not easily swayed by ordinary individuals. Indeed, among my disciples, although she is the youngest, her innate talent surpasses all. Upon hearing the mention of her treasured pupil, a hint of a smile graced Xianyu's lips. A daughter of the celestial lineage. A touch of arrogance is hardly surprising. By the way, this lad before us is your first male disciple, isn't he, Xianyu? Indeed, Xianyu replied, her gaze drifting into the distance as if someone were informing her of something. They were of a similar age, perfectly positioned to motivate one another. Motivate? Mingyang chuckled. I fear this might incite a series of conflicts. Yet, it could be a blessing in disguise. Only through conflict can competition be ignited, and only through fierce competition can true drive emerge. Shuijin observed Xianyu with curiosity. Surely, Sister Xianyu has considered this as well. Who can predict the future? The heavens are unpredictable, and their secrets are difficult to decipher. Xianyu shook her head with a sigh, turning her attention back to Lu Xiaoyao. Let us see how he navigates the impending troubles. Upon her utterance, Mingyang and Shuijin fell silent, directing their focus onto Lu Xiaoyao. Faced with the provocations of the disciples from the sword-tempering pavilion, Lu Xiaoyao chose not to engage excessively, swiftly overpowering one practitioner to showcase his remarkable potential and strength. This, too, served as a means to avert complications. At times, maintaining a low profile does not resolve issues, while excessive prominence may attract trouble. It also deters the entanglements of the incompetent. Should one attract skilled opponents, it becomes an opportunity for personal growth and a chance for sparring among masters. This is beneficial for both parties' cultivation. Lu Xiaoyao does not shy away from challenges posed by formidable foes. Yet he harbors disdain for the weak who merely bark and boast. The current disciples of the sword-tempering pavilion fall into the latter category. Their presence is driven by envy and jealousy. Observing their behavior, Lu Xiaoyao became acutely aware of Xianyu's standing and status within the sword-tempering pavilion. Xianyu's presence here symbolizes the pavilion and serves as a testament to her own stature. Who dares to defy? With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the surroundings. his eyes gliding past the sword-tempering pavilion disciples to the various sects in the distance. And you, if any of you hold a grudge against me, feel free to step forward. Though Lu Xiaoyao did not raise his voice, his words resonated clearly through the application of spiritual energy, reaching the ears of every sect disciple. This lad is no ordinary individual. He has mastered the subtle application of spiritual energy. Xue Jin observed Lu Xiaoyao's display, feeling a pang of regret. He should have made an effort to bring him under the banner of the Beastmaster's Hall. However, now, as Lu Xiaoyao continues to showcase his remarkable abilities, Xianyue finds it increasingly difficult to let go. Indeed, he is quite formidable. Mingyang nodded in agreement and remarked, I wonder who his master is in the mortal realm. He must be an extraordinary warrior. Xianyue smiled, expressing her delight. I never anticipated that this young man would be such a pleasant surprise. His powerful Zen martial spirit and his mastery over intricate spiritual energy are truly impressive. The ability to transmit sound through the vibrations of spiritual force, allowing for subtle communication or the propagation of sound, is an achievement that requires a considerable level of skill. Even among practitioners, few can command such finesse at his level. Only those who have reached the latter stages, with their primordial spirit fully refined, can attain such meticulous precision. Chapter 156. Spiritual Fire. As the three conversed about Lu Xiaoyao, they also caught wind of his provocation. They exchanged glances, yet no words were spoken. Their eyes danced with intrigue, tinged with curiosity. What could this young lad possibly achieve? In the vast expanse of the Divine Land, the combat prowess of cultivators of the same rank could vary from 2 to 10 times that of martial artists or practitioners. Yet, in the eyes of cultivators, their potential for power was boundless. To them, martial artists and practitioners were scarcely distinguishable from ordinary people. And now, the martial artist, whom they once held in contempt, dared to challenge all the cultivators present of equal standing. How audacious! Initially, a certain cultivator had already harbored disdain towards Lu Xiaoyao, and now he had the audacity to provoke them directly? The cultivators who had accompanied Lu Xiaoyao were now dumbfounded in the corner, unable to fathom that this martial artist had stirred such a commotion. Not only had he become Xianyue's disciple, but he was also challenging all the cultivators in the Grand Hall. Even with Xianyue's protection, he ought not to be so presumptuous. Did he truly believe these cultivators were easy prey? No sooner had Lu Xiaoyao's words fallen than a cultivator, who had previously engaged him in combat, summoned a sword light anew. I am Xian. I seek your guidance. As his voice echoed, the aura of lethal intent surged forth. Lu Xiaoyao recognized him. He was one of the two who had initially attacked him. The other had already been subdued and was currently recuperating. Come forth. Lu Xiaoyao leapt into the air, his steps seemingly treading upon invisible stairs, ascending with grace. Upon reaching the same height as his opponent, he merely launched a punch forward. From his fist, spiritual light erupted. Radiant as the sun, blindingly fierce. Great Radiance Fist, Lu Xiaoyao proclaimed, and his fist imprint shot forth, hurtling towards the incoming Xian. Break from me. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao strike, Xian swiftly executed a sword technique, conjuring a brilliant beam of sword light that coalesced before his chest, and then surged towards Lu Xiaoyao's fist wind. The Great Radiance Fist, derived from the original world as Shizong, was a martial art characterized by its unyielding resolve and the endless illumination it radiated. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the Grand Hall, the sound waves rippling outward in all directions. At that moment, an invisible barrier of gold and silver enveloped the area where the two were clashing. The surge of spiritual energy generated by their fierce collision was effectively shielded by this barrier. Waves, akin to flowing water, unfolded upon the barrier, dissipating all the force that collided against it. How could this be? Observing the clash within the barrier, the outcome of Lu Xiaoyao and Xian's initial confrontation resulted in a stalemate. No, Xian had indeed lost. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, cracks began to form upon the flying sword in Xian's grasp, accompanied by the subtle sound of fracturing. One punch. Was it truly this formidable? A single blow had shattered a cultivator's flying sword? Lu Xiaoyao, gracefully stepping through the air, activated his instant movement, silently appearing before Xian in an instant. At this moment, Xian remained entranced, gazing at the flying sword. Losing focus is unwise, Lu Xiaoyao remarked lightly before suddenly delivering a kick that sent Xian flying out of the barrier. Who else? His gaze swept across every cultivator present. Who else? Was this audacity excessive? However, with Xian's defeat, the gathered cultivators began to realize that this warrior was far from ordinary. He was remarkably powerful. This warrior was truly a prodigy, completely defying common understanding at the same cultivation level. In the past, Anyone who claimed that a warrior of the same rank could annihilate cultivators would be met with relentless mockery. Yet now, such an occurrence unfolded before their very eyes. I shall give it a try. I am Li Dongfeng from the Huai Westsword sect. With a light exclamation, a figure appeared, swiftly advancing. Stopping a mere yard in front of Lu Xiaoyao, Li Dongfeng revealed himself with a cold smirk, declaring, "Before me, let us see how you maintain your arrogance." With Li Dongfeng's arrival, many disciples erupted with excitement. It's senior brother Li Dongfeng. He ranks among the top 50 among his peers. With senior brother Li present, they were eager to witness how their opponent would meet his demise. Did he truly believe himself invincible? The murmurings around them reached a crescendo with Li Dongfeng's emergence. Among his contemporaries, Li Dongfeng was a well-known figure. "Please." Lu Xiaoyao nodded, but as he prepared to respond, he found Li Dongfeng had already vanished from sight. "Summon the sword." A sudden, powerful shout echoed, yet an even more chilling sword intent enveloped Lu Xiaoyao. His aura had been locked. Sensing the intent of his opponent, Lu Xiaoyao snorted coldly, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that radiated outward. A muffled thud resonated as if an unseen barrier had been shattered by Lu Xiaoyao's force. In the next moment, an ancient, massive sword descended from above, viciously aimed at him. With a flicker, Lu Xiaoyao executed a swift step, moving 3 or 4 steps in quick succession. Yet, the sword above continued to pursue him relentlessly. The lock had not been broken. Lu Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, and he promptly closed his eyes, extending his spiritual awareness, soon discovering an invisible aura tightly adhering to him. So that is how it is. Opening his eyes, Lu Xiaoyao clasped his fists together, once again unleashing his spiritual power to form a blazing spirit flame. The spiritual fire surged, igniting his entire being like a starburst. Utilizing spiritual energy as fuel, and with spiritual chi as kindling, Lu Xiaoyao transformed into a fiery figure, albeit with flames far more potent than before. As the spiritual flames burned, he distinctly sensed the aura clinging to him gradually diminishing. "Extinguish." Lu Xiaoyao altered the hand seals, concentrating the flames around him toward his joined hands. With a soft command, the spirit flames morphed into a blazing sword, cleaving toward the sky above. Boom! The fiery sword, condensed from spiritual energy, shattered instantaneously, while the ancient giant sword that descended from the sky also fragmented into a myriad of luminous stars that dissipated into the ether. Spiritual fire. Could it be that he has even mastered spiritual fire? The 3 celestial masters, who were spectating, were equally astonished. Spiritual fire manifests during the bone refining path. Yet it merely signifies a passive acceptance of the process. To truly command spiritual fire necessitates a practitioner of exceptional caliber. Although cultivators at the divine refinement stage can already temper their souls, meeting the most basic criteria for controlling spiritual fire, the number of those who can genuinely wield it remains exceedingly rare. Yet here was Lu Xiaoyao, a martial artist who seemingly possessed such mastery. What a jest! Could this individual be concealing his true identity? The manner in which Lu Xiaoyao employed the spiritual fire immediately aroused suspicion. Observing his technique, it still appeared confined to the realm of physical prowess. Xianyue shook her head, frowning as she elucidated. The spiritual fire manifests swiftly, yet extinguishes just as rapidly, indicating that it is not entirely under his command. Indeed, I share that sentiment. He must still be a novice, Ming Yang concurred, scrutinizing Lu Xiaoyao's performance. This lad truly excels in the domain of physical arts. Chapter 157. The genius warrior Yao Chaolu. Lu Xiaoyao's performance transcended the understanding that this group of cultivators had of warriors. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Xiaoyao merely concealed his identity, employing the methods of a warrior. If he were to unleash his full potential, these cultivators would be utterly outmatched. Lu Xiaoyao had not anticipated that these cultivators, though formidable, were fundamentally lacking in true strength. Through their encounters, he surmised that their power ranged approximately 3 to 6 times that of an ordinary warrior or cultivator. As for those of the more advanced divine refinement realm, Lu Xiaoyao had yet to encounter any. The opponent he currently faced, Li Dongfeng, was the most formidable among them, boasting 6-fold strength. Li Dongfeng's prowess was indeed exceptional among these cultivators, yet to Lu Xiaoyao, he was merely a somewhat troublesome adversary. The sword forged from spiritual fire had now shattered, and Li Dongfeng's colossal sword had also disintegrated. Lu Xiaoyao leaped into the air, his hands once again gathering spiritual light as he struck towards Li Dongfeng. It was the great radiant fist, a resplendent glow illuminating the grand hall, casting a blinding brilliance throughout the space. This radiance could not even be obstructed by the hall's barrier. Why did this fist technique exude an aura reminiscent of the Shirzong? Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's great radiant fist once more, Ming Yang's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Shirzong? Shui Jin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted. The Shizong has vanished for centuries. Their teachings are no longer applicable in this world. As for the aura of the Shizong, it could merely stem from remnants of their scriptures. Perhaps, Mingyang nodded, turning to Xianwei. While we may accept him as a disciple, it would be prudent to remain cautious, for his origins remain ambiguous. Rest assured, I shall act freely, Xianwei replied, yet her curiosity about Lu Xiaoyao deepened. How could a warrior elevate their strength to such extraordinary levels? Even though the cultivation progress of warriors and cultivators was significantly swifter than that of the average practitioners, it seemed implausible for anyone to reach such heights. This was beyond conventional understanding. Each punch, akin to miniature suns, rendered the entire hall a sea of blinding white. In the expanse above the hall, two figures intertwined in a relentless dance. Initially, both engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. However, as time progressed, Lu Xiaoyao began to gain the upper hand, dominating Li Dongfeng entirely. This spectacle unfolded before all eyes. Although Lu Xiaoyao's great radiant fist was dazzling, the cultivators present, having all stepped into the divine refinement realm, were not hindered in their observations by such brilliance. With a resounding crash, the crowd witnessed Li Dongfeng suddenly propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground with a thunderous noise. The sharp sound resonated, and everyone instantly understood that Li Dongfeng's bones had likely endured significant damage. The resilience of a cultivator's body typically renders them resistant to harm. However, once injured, the ramifications could be severe, necessitating the use of medicinal pills for healing, lest they face a prolonged recovery process. The sound alone was enough to evoke a visceral sense of pain. As the protagonist, Li Dongfeng, grappled with his inner turmoil, he found the emotional pain far more excruciating than any physical injuries he had sustained. Initially brimming with confidence, he was now faced with a harsh reality that left him utterly humiliated. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one dared utter a word. A practitioner of the divine refinement path had decisively defeated another of the same discipline, leaving no room for doubt regarding Lu Xiaoyao's formidable prowess. Having already succumbed to defeat, Li Dongfeng's presence paled in comparison to the other cultivators present. The disciples from various sects, occupied with their own tasks, could not all converge here. Although a few were indeed stronger than Li Dongfeng, such as the youngest disciple of Xianwei, Yuexi, they had been dispatched on a mission to track down the Blood Clan. Was there anyone else willing to challenge? After vanquishing Li Dongfeng, Lu Xiaoyao descended to the ground, casting a glance toward the distant disciples. Struggling to rise, Li Dongfeng seemed eager to voice his thoughts, but as he opened his mouth, blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Unable to conceal his severe injuries, he could only clasp his fists and salute amidst the golden and silver radiance. Your wounds are not fatal. Take this elixir, and after a brief meditation, you shall recover, Mingyang declared, flicking his sleeve and sending forth a medicinal pill. Li Dongfeng caught it, bowed in gratitude to Elder Mingyang, and respectfully took his leave. As he cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xiaoyao, his expression was marred by discomfort. He could no longer bear to remain in the grand hall. The gazes of his fellow disciples felt like mockery piercing through him. After a few steps, Li Dongfeng paused, turning to look at Lu Xiaoyao. May I ask your name? At this inquiry, all eyes turned toward Lu Xiaoyao. He is called Yao Chaolu, Xianwei interjected, her face aglow with delight. The name Yao Chaolu was derived from Lu Xiaoyao's own inversion of his name during the customary initiation. Among these onlookers, Lu Xiaoyao would not reveal his true identity. I shall remember you, and I hope for the opportunity to spar with you, junior brother, Li Dongfeng remarked before departing. As Li Dongfeng exited, Lu Xiaoyao shifted his gaze toward the remaining cultivators, contemplating the absence of challengers. So, you are the so-called genius warrior? The title of genius warrior was interrupted by a voice from outside the hall. A streak of sword light sliced through the air, halting 10 paces before Lu Xiaoyao. A cold gaze assessing him. The figure was a woman clad in a modest robe devoid of embellishments, her long hair cascading smoothly down her back to her calves. Though Lu Xiaoyao had never encountered this woman before, he quickly deduced that she must be Yuexi, the youngest disciple of Xianwei. It was noteworthy that after Lu Xiaoyao's own initiation, he had assumed the role of the youngest disciple. In this realm of hierarchy, status was determined by the order of entry rather than mere strength, showcasing a more humane approach. Genius warrior? Lu Xiaoyao mused, taken aback by such an unexpected title. Just as he prepared to respond, a fierce gust of wind swept past him. Upon a closer glance, the woman ahead had vanished without a trace. Yet, behind Lu Xiaoyao, the presence of another emerged. Yuexi had encountered her master and the two elders. She sheathed her flying sword, landing gracefully upon the ground, her stature remarkably tall, nearly matching Lu Xiaoyao in height. Since she had returned, it was a moment for respite. Her beloved disciple's return had long been anticipated by Xianyu. Outside, A few disciples had departed, hastening to inform Iyueshi of the news. Presently, the only disciple at Xianyu's side was indeed Iyueshi. Should there be any matters requiring attention, Xianyu would surely delegate them to her. Now, with the sudden addition of a new disciple, Iyueshi had gained a junior brother, prompting her to return for a visit. Chapter 158. Memories of Iyueshi. In response to her master's words, Iyueshi paid little heed. Offering a brief expression of gratitude before slowly turning to gaze at the newcomer, Lu Xiaoyao. Master, is this your new disciple? Iyuexi's demeanor was frigid, her countenance devoid of emotion, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed capable of freezing anyone in place. Unlike Yi Yuyan, who remained indifferent to all matters. Perceiving nothing as worthy of her concern, an indifference rather than coldness, Iyuexi embodied an extreme chill, as if no one held any significance in her eyes. This frigid demeanor conveyed an overwhelming pride, a perspective that looked down upon all. The impression Iyuexi left on Lu Xiaoyao was decidedly unpleasant. The two stood opposed, each unwilling to yield, and an unspoken clash began to emerge between them, a collision of ideas, intangible yet palpable. At that moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of heartbeats subdued beneath the weight of the atmosphere. Amidst the golden and silver brilliance, Xianwei observed the initial encounter and confrontation between her two disciples. While Mingyang and Shuejin's gazes flitted between Xianyue, Yuexi, and Lu Xiaoyao. Lu Xiaoyao, as a practitioner of the refining spirit path, had triumphed over several cultivators of the same discipline. Even through the discerning eyes of Mingyang and Shuejin, it was undeniable that Lu Xiaoyao possessed remarkable talent, earning him the title of a genius warrior without question. As for the recently returned Yuexi, she was one of the most distinguished young prodigies among the 17 sections. A clash between a genius and a prodigy. This seemed to present an intriguing scenario. Mingyang and Shuejin exchanged glances, opting to remain as detached observers, eager to witness the depth of Lu Xiaoyao's prowess and whether he could rival this celestial beauty. Let us engage in a spar, focusing solely on physical techniques. After observing Lu Xiaoyao for a moment, Yuexi reluctantly acknowledged the newcomer's courage for maintaining eye contact with her for such an extended period. Remarkably, this new disciple seemed to possess a formidable will, able to withstand the pressure she exerted. It appeared that this disciple was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief, patting his chest as he spoke. I see. We are to spar. For a moment, I thought you had developed a sudden infatuation with me, which left me quite anxious. With Lu Xiaoyao's words, the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, seemed to freeze once more. The spiritual energy in the air appeared to condense, a chilling aura enveloping Lu Xiaoyao, as if it intended to freeze him into an ice sculpture. When Lu Xiaoyao spoke, he exhibited no restraint, his words escaping without forethought. In the hall, every individual possessed extraordinary spiritual awareness, and nothing could escape their ears. Sudden infatuation? Anxious for half a day? The nearby disciples stood dumbfounded. Yuexi was the coveted companion many cultivators longed for, the warm light in the hearts of numerous senior and junior brothers alike. Though Yuexi appeared cold and unapproachable, her treatment of others was commendable, as many disciples had benefited from her guidance. Seated not far away, the crescent moon paused for a moment upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, subsequently displaying a faint, bittersweet smile. This lad's earthly exuberance is quite pronounced. One wonders if it can melt the heart of Iyueshi, this young maiden. Since the dawn of her memories, Iyueshi has resided in the forging pavilion, her life revolving solely around the pursuit of cultivation. Others perceive her as a prodigy, a rare gem endowed with extraordinary talent. Yet, the crescent moon understands that while her innate abilities are indeed remarkable, her relentless diligence cannot be overlooked. It is precisely this diligence that renders Iyueshi inept at expressing emotions, be it familial love, friendship, joy, sorrow, happiness, or despair. She remains oblivious to the nuances of these sentiments, nearing a state of desirelessness and emotional numbness. This singular focus on cultivation has contributed to her unparalleled advancement and mastery, surpassing her contemporaries. However, the crescent moon perceives the profound loneliness that accompanies Iyueshi's existence. Her sole pursuit of progress and cultivation leaves her devoid of any other aspirations. Presently, her cultivation remains unimpeded, but as she ascends to higher realms, she is bound to encounter formidable obstacles. A true cultivator must not only engage in relentless practice, but also experience the vicissitudes of the mortal world to temper one's heart and mind. Should Iyueshi's emotional void be breached, it would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow. The crescent moon acknowledges that this emotional deficiency is partly his responsibility. Yet it is an inescapable predicament. As he gazes at Lu Xiaoyao and then at Iyueshi, The crescent moon ponders whether this new disciple might impart something novel to Iyueshi. Nonetheless, he resolves to observe Lu Xiaoyao further before making any hasty decisions. With a plan forming in his mind, the crescent moon finally returns to the present, the myriad of thoughts swirling momentarily. The impact of Lu Xiaoyao's earlier statement lingers still. "I find you quite disagreeable. I do not like you," Iyueshi uttered slowly, casting a cold glance at Lu Xiaoyao. This proclamation, however, left Lu Xiaoyao momentarily stunned. Her demeanor remained unchanged, betraying no signs of dislike. Moreover, even if one were to feel disdain, must it be articulated so bluntly? It was as if she were insinuating that he harbored affections for her. Lu Xiaoyao smirked. Aware that regardless of who she was or the idol she represented in someone's heart, her declaration warranted a response. "You would do well not to like me, for that would only deepen my aversion towards you." With this retort, Lu Xiaoyao found himself utterly bewildered. Could it be that this woman was truly a fool? It seemed their interpretations of his earlier statement diverged significantly. Blinking in astonishment, he chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Perhaps this woman had become so engrossed in her own thoughts that her mind had become muddled. "Are you insulting me?" Iyueshi's gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoyao, her icy demeanor intensifying. "Huh." Lu Xiaoyao, at a loss for words, managed a wry smile. "I did not." "You did. I can sense it." Confronted with Lu Xiaoyao's denial, Iyueshi maintained an earnest demeanor, while inwardly musing, "Am I losing my mind? Indeed, what constitutes madness?" As Iyueshi spoke, Lu Xiaoyao was suddenly taken aback, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her gaze. How did Iyueshi discern her innermost thoughts? Lu Xiaoyao had cultivated the concealment technique, a method capable of shielding even those with profound cultivation from prying insights. Yet, this woman before her could seemingly penetrate the depths of her mind. Furthermore, the demeanor she had just exhibited was unmistakably that of one unacquainted with the ways of the world. Unfamiliar with worldly affairs, yet possessing an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of others, discerning as clearly as a mirror. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyao's expression grew solemn as she contemplated a possibility, along with the legend of a certain individual? Chapter 159. The token in Lu Xiaoyao's recollection. Her master once spoke of an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. This person possessed a profound understanding of the world and an uncanny insight into the human heart, resembling a mirror that reflects all truths. Such capabilities stem from the legendary seven-orifice Linglong heart. The most renowned bearer of this heart was Bygone, the ancient loyal minister of the Shang dynasty. It was precisely this heart that incited the jealousy and scheming of Daji, leading to the extraction of Bygone's heart. To her astonishment, she discovered a seven-orifice Linglong heart in this place. Should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Iyueshi. As Lu Xiaoyao contemplated this, she suddenly heard Iyueshi's voice, asking a question. This girl truly was naive. In a moment of realization, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly acted, launching an attack towards Iyueshi to interrupt her impending words. With a fierce gust of wind from her palm, she executed the formidable technique of the fierce tiger climbing the mountain, striking directly at Iyueshi's face. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Iyueshi momentarily froze. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao was relentless, offering no warning, forcing Iyueshi to retreat hastily. However, as soon as Iyueshi made her move, Lu Xiaoyao abruptly halted, replaying her intended words in her mind, confident that Iyueshi would comprehend. Indeed, upon gazing at Lu Xiaoyao, Iyueshi's brow furrowed slightly. Yet she obediently refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to harbor her doubts within. Now that they had become senior and junior disciples, it was best to leave matters unsaid. With a soft exclamation, Iyueshi lightly tapped the ground beneath her feet, her form resembling a graceful dragon as she lunged towards Lu Xiaoyao. Her movements were enigmatic, leaving a flurry of indistinct shadows, making it nearly impossible to discern her true form. In an instant, countless phantoms appeared. Lu Xiaoyao strained her eyesight, yet she was unable to capture Iyueshi's actual presence. This indicated that her opponent's speed had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, eluding the grasp of mere sight. Lacking the acuity of vision, she resorted to her spiritual awareness. As Lu Xiaoyao extended her senses outward, she was astonished to find Iyueshi's shadows persistently lingering around her. In the next moment, a gust of wind surged toward Lu Xiaoyao's back. Such speed was astonishing. Even her spiritual awareness could not keep pace. Startled, Lu Xiaoyao quickly summoned her internal energy, unleashing a powerful force that enveloped her in a protective barrier. With a resounding thud, an immense force struck against her protective aura. Lu Xiaoyao let out a muffled groan, stumbling forward while dissipating the impact. The swiftness and strength exhibited by this senior sister were indeed formidable. In the realm of spirit refinement, Iyueshi's prowess had far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. Even Li Dongfeng, with whom she had just sparred, was not a fraction of Yueshi's strength. Steadying herself, Lu Xiaoyao turned to face Yueshi, her heart brimming with astonishment. At long last, she had encountered a worthy adversary. To her surprise, Yueshi had withstood her strike. Upon witnessing the exuberance of Lu Xiaoyao, Yueshi felt a twinge of surprise. She had not anticipated that this junior disciple possessed such formidable prowess. It was time for her to take this seriously. No sooner had Lu Xiaoyao spoken than he had already launched into action, the marvel of the fish-dragon technique manifesting instantaneously. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's agility, Yueshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she too dashed towards him. Soon, onlookers could only perceive two figures entwined in a continuous dance of engagement and separation within the grand hall. The sounds of their colliding fists and palms reverberated like thunder throughout the chamber. Their duel had escalated to a point where it became nearly impossible to discern the outcome. Only the elders, with their keen senses, could trace the intricate paths of Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi's exchanges. As their offensive and defensive maneuvers continued, neither was able to establish a clear advantage. Their speed and strength had reached an extraordinary zenith. In terms of physical prowess, their abilities were nearly equal, making it evident that determining a victor in the short term was a formidable challenge. Cease. At that moment, Xianyue intervened, unleashing a powerful force that separated the two combatants mid-encounter. Both Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi were immersed in the exhilaration of their sparring. It had been an eternity since Lu Xiaoyao had encountered an opponent of comparable skill. In previous encounters, his adversaries had either been too weak, excessively strong, or simply foolish. Yet now, Yueshi's martial arts matched his own perfectly. This opportunity to glean insights and learn through observation during their practice brought Lu Xiaoyao immense satisfaction. Enough. Both of you exhibit unique talents. This is not the arena for your sparring. Let it conclude here. Yes. Upon hearing Xianyue's words, Yueshi withdrew. Casting a lingering glance at Lu Xiaoyao before addressing Xianyue, I have other pressing matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With her master's consent, Yueshi mounted her flying sword and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao remained, having become a veritable anomaly in the eyes of the other disciples. As a mere martial artist, albeit one skilled in physical techniques, to hold his own against Yueshi was enough to earn the admiration of every practitioner present. What is to be done regarding the matter of Huba City? With the situation here resolved, Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts returned to Huba City. He had already dispatched disciples to address the issue, but it would not be resolved swiftly. He was uncertain of the subsequent plans. Xianyue shared the sentiments of the others. The affairs of Hubao City did not particularly concern them. In the eyes of these elevated practitioners, reclaiming control over Hubao City seemed a trivial task. I must return to Hubao City. Lu Xiaoyao's declaration was resolute. Regardless of how others viewed Hubao City, it was a stronghold he had painstakingly secured, and he could not allow it to fall into another's grasp so easily. Returning, indeed. Xianyue's gaze shifted to Mingyang and Shuejin. What are your thoughts? While Chaolu boasts exceptional achievements in physical techniques, it remains perilous compared to the Blood Clan. Mingyang pondered, nodding in agreement. Then let us return to Hubao City. Shuejin remarked. Indeed, the Blood Clan possesses an innate gift for flight. However, relying solely on flying apparatuses may prove disadvantageous in combat. As for the Shadow Clan, while they are undoubtedly formidable, they lack the ability to soar through the skies, thus you may handle them. He continued. Very well, it is settled. You shall oversee the coordination between our disciples and Hubao City. In Xianyue's palm, a talisman materialized. Take this. It serves as your credential. The disciples we dispatch will willingly cooperate with you. Thank you, Master, Lu Xiaoyao replied, accepting the talisman and bowing respectfully to Xianyue and the others before turning to exit the grand hall. The motorcycle remained parked in the plaza outside, where several cultivators who had accompanied Lu Xiaoyao awaited at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao emerge, the demeanor of these cultivators underwent a complete transformation. Influenced by Lu Xiaoyao's prowess and the esteemed status of Xianyue's disciple. Chapter 160. The Return of the Crescent Moon. Having obtained the talisman from the Crescent Moon and accompanied by several cultivators, Lu Xiaoyao made her way back to the outskirts of the Tiger Leopard Mountain range without any hindrance. After parting ways with the cultivators, she rode her motorcycle back to the base where the Tang family resided. Upon her arrival, hidden sentinels quickly detected her presence. Entering the secluded valley, she was warmly greeted by Yi Yuyin and the Tang sisters. To her surprise, Tang Qua also rushed over upon hearing the news. Observing Tang Qua's expression, Lu Xiaoyao sensed he had urgent matters to discuss with her. After sending Yi Yuyin and the Tang sisters away, Lu Xiaoyao followed Tang Qua into an office. What is the situation in Tiger Leopard City? As she settled into a chair, Lu Xiaoyao cut straight to the chase. After being away from Tiger Leopard City for a while, she feared that the Twilight Clan's activities had already commenced. The upper echelons of the city's administrative office had nearly all fallen under the control of the Shadow Clan. Presently, Tiger Leopard City was virtually defenseless against the Twilight Clan. Indeed, from Tanqua's account, the Twilight Clan had launched their offensive and fully taken control of Tiger Leopard City. A massive influx of Twilight Clan members quickly overwhelmed the entire city. Although some military forces within Tiger Leopard City had put up resistance, they were swiftly subdued by the superior numbers of the Twilight Clan. Following their occupation of Tiger Leopard City, the Twilight Clan's forces did not remain idle, immediately beginning to extend their reach to surrounding areas, leading to the downfall of many towns. Now, only a few towns continued to withstand the Twilight Clan's onslaught, but their resistance would not last much longer. As for the second stronghold in Tiger City, the Tiger's Maw, it had long been seized by the Shadow Clan, falling into their grasp with little effort, thereby securing the entire strategic pass. This time, the Twilight Clan's domination of Tiger City could be described as a sweeping victory, encountering minimal resistance along the way. The news Lu Xiaoyao received from Tang Qua left her feeling disheartened. Just after securing Tiger Leopard City from Tsang Tongzhan and having it safeguarded by Klaus, it ultimately fell into the hands of the Twilight Clan, leaving her feeling as though she had crafted a wedding dress for another. A sense of frustration welled up within her. The current situation was beyond her control. The strength of the Twilight Clan was not something Lu Xiaoyao could confront alone. She had not anticipated that a mere pursuit of Zhao Bin would lead to such a significant opening for the Shadow Clan. With individuals like Isha, Su Yinbei, Lei Zhentian, and Zhang Jing now under the control of the Shadow Clan, Lu Xiaoyao found herself isolated once more. Although the Tang family remained as allies, their collective strength paled in comparison to that of the entire Tiger Leopard City. If they wished to reclaim the city and expel the Twilight Clan, it was imperative to rely on the strength of cultivators. The martial artists and cultivators of Tiger Leopard City were ultimately too weak. What are your thoughts? After all, your understanding of Tiger City surpasses mine. Lu Xiaoyao mused for a moment before inquiring. Do you know how many forces remain that we could potentially enlist? There are quite a few, but the critical issue is that we cannot establish contact with them, came the reply. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's inquiry, Tang Qua immediately comprehended the situation and replied, We have indeed clashed with the Twilight Clan before, yet never have we faced such a complete defeat. It is unfortunate. The Tiger's Embrace City has just endured a fierce battle, resulting in significant losses of our top-tier combatants. We did not anticipate that the Twilight Clan would seize this opportunity. Sensing the disappointment in Tang Qua's demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao offered a few words of comfort, then continued. I have been in the mountains for some time, and I have managed to contact several practitioners. They have dispatched disciples to Tiger's Embrace City. Really? Tang Qua's eyes brightened, as if suddenly illuminated. With their assistance, we stand a strong chance of driving the Twilight Clan away. Do you feel more confident now? Lu Xiaoyao remarked with a smile, observing Tang Qua's enthusiasm. The high-tier combatants of the Twilight Clan can be dealt with by those practitioners. However, we will still need to handle the remaining lesser minions ourselves. Of course, it is a matter of matching soldier to soldier, general to general. As long as no high-tier forces are involved, we are confident in defeating those despicable scoundrels. Encouraged by this good news, the previously pervasive gloom seemed to dissipate. Tang Qua paced excitedly in the room and declared to Lu Xiaoyao, I will seek a way to consolidate all the forces I can contact. This city of Tiger's Embrace shall remain ours. Those wretched Twilight Clan members shall return from whence they came. Then prepare yourself. I must ponder how to address the Shadow Clan issue, Lu Xiaoyao said, bidding farewell before returning to her own quarters. In her room, Yi Yuyan was seated on the sofa, waiting. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoyao's return, she immediately sprang to her feet, her bright crimson eyes fixed intently on her. How has your cultivation been during my absence? No issues, I hope. None, Lu Xiaoyao replied, shaking her head. Was everything smooth for you? Of course. Do you not know who I am? Yi Yuyan responded with confidence. After taking a sip from the glass of water Yi Yuyan had offered, Lu Xiaoyao inquired, Do you have any strategies for dealing with the Shadow Clan? Or have you heard of any methods? We need to locate their true form. What has entered the sea of consciousness is merely an energy body of the Shadow Clan. True form? Energy body? Lu Xiaoyao was puzzled by Yi Yuyan's words. When practitioners reach a certain level, their primordial spirit can exit the body. The primordial spirit can also be referred to as a special type of energy body. However, these Shadow Clan entities are distinctly different from a primordial spirit. What is a primordial spirit? It is the profound confluence of the three souls of heaven, earth, and humanity, intricately refined and unified into one. This is what qualifies it as a primordial spirit. When the three souls merge, It can also be referred to as the return of the three to the original. Within the primordial spirit, there exists only the true essence, devoid of the three souls and seven spirits. Only in this manner can practitioners endure the tribulations of heaven, avoiding the disbandment of their souls by thunder, thus breaking free from restrictions and transcending the laws of heaven, enabling them to roam freely beyond the realms of existence. Nevertheless, only a handful of practitioners can achieve such a state and become true immortals. Thus, since the energy entity of the Shadow Clan does not belong to the primordial spirit, what exactly is it? Could it perhaps be a detached soul? Or is it a fragment that is split from the soul? If that were the case, the solution to this conundrum would not be insurmountable. However, seeking the true essence of the Shadow Clan would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, an utterly impossible endeavor. Given that the Shadow Clan has taken such measures, there must be a comprehensive method in place to safeguard their essence from harm, making its discovery a formidable challenge. Yet, after pondering for a considerable time, Lu Xiaoyao could not conceive of any viable ideas. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "To speculate aimlessly will ultimately lead us nowhere in resolving this issue. Perhaps it is better to." Chapter 161. Return to Tiger Embrace City. Within the tranquil chamber, the ground was adorned with spirit stones, meticulously arranged to form a complex pattern. These spirit stones had been acquired by Lu Xiaoyao from the storage rings of Hu Qing and his associates, and now they were perfectly suited for the configuration of the divination array. Seated cross-legged at the center of the array, Lu Xiaoyao's fingers shimmered with ethereal light as he harnessed the array's support to calculate the heavenly secrets, endeavoring to locate the hidden sanctum of the Shadow Clan. As half a day elapsed, the spirit stones used in the formation had crumbled to ashes, their latent spiritual energy entirely expended. Lu Xiaoyao opened his eyes, revealing a hint of weariness upon his face. This attempt at divination had drained a considerable amount of his mental fortitude, yet the outcome remained less than satisfactory. The Shadow Clan was a vast race, replete with numerous formidable beings. Attempting to divine even a fraction of such a powerful entity was an endeavor fraught with immense consumption of energy. The greater the consumption, the more formidable the adversary. Having utilized a substantial portion of the spirit stones procured from Hu Qing's group, Lu Xiaoyao had only managed to deduce a general vicinity of the Shadow Clan's presence, not a precise location. Even merely identifying the direction of their hidden lair had nearly depleted his internal spiritual energy. "I cannot proceed with further divination, otherwise it may spell my demise." Indeed, peering into the Tao is not a task to be taken lightly. Lu Xiaoyao sat in stillness for a moment, regulating his breath until his strength was somewhat restored before exiting the chamber. Outside the door, Yi Yuyan had been vigilantly guarding, while Tang Kuo and others awaited at a distance on the sandy ground. "Were you engaged in cultivation?" Tang Kuo inquired, observing Lu Xiaoyao's fatigued visage with curiosity. Earlier, when he arrived, Yi Yuyan had stood sentinel at the entrance, preventing any disturbances. "Is there something amiss?" Lu Xiaoyao had no intention of disclosing his findings regarding the Shadow Clan's location, as revealing too much would not serve his interests. "It is the situation. It has deteriorated significantly. All those who could have been contacted are now unreachable, it seems." Tang Kuo trailed off, closing his mouth. Earlier, they had been so resolute. Yet the situation had unraveled. If they could not muster sufficient manpower, how could they hope to expel the Twilight Clan? "Everyone is unreachable?" Lu Xiaoyao asked. Noting Tang Kuo's nod, "It appears the Twilight Clan is advancing with great force. With the strength of the Tiger Embrace City's army, we may no longer be able to withstand them. Indeed, I have heard that the Twilight Clan has even deployed a fortress, which is now hovering above Tiger Embrace City." "A fortress?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. "What exactly is that?" "It is akin to a base vehicle, though the fortress of the Twilight Clan is considerably larger." Tang Kuo elucidated. "A base vehicle." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao remarked, "It seems that such a base vehicle has likely fallen into their possession." "Indeed. It is likely," Tang Kuo affirmed, prompting a deep sigh from Lu Xiaoyao. Although Isha had not elaborated on the matter of the base vehicle, Lu Xiaoyao was acutely aware that it must conceal something significant. "Before I could even discover, I had already fallen into the hands of the Twilight Clan. Is there any news on whether any cultivators have intervened? It seems that the only ones capable of resolving the crisis in Tiger's Embrace City are these remarkably powerful cultivators. No, their abilities are far too formidable, and their personalities are rather unique. They tend to avoid contact with those of us from the outside world." "Do they look down upon us?" Lu Xiaoyao smiled slightly and remarked, "Nevertheless, we must rely on them, given their disposition. They are likely to strike directly at the heart of the issue. Here's what we shall do. You stay behind to maintain communication, and I, along with Yi Yui, will return to Tiger's Embrace City." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's decision, Tang Kuo was taken aback. After all the trouble of coming out, Returning would be akin to walking into a trap, wouldn't it? Those cultivators are elusive and high above us. We can hardly catch a glimpse of them. Do not worry. If I manage to come out once, I can certainly do so again. After reassuring Tang Qua, Lu Xiaoyao turned her gaze towards the Tang sisters. You must now focus on your physical ailments. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Follow my instructions, and your cultivation will return to the right path. Shouldn't you thank Master Lu? Lu Xiaoyao's position as the head of the offering hall warranted such respect from Tang Qua. Thank you. We will certainly adhere to your guidance. After receiving a reprimand from their father, the two sisters hastily expressed their gratitude. The limited power they currently possessed necessitated offering some benefits to the Tang family. Living under their roof, it was only appropriate to reciprocate. The cultivation issues faced by the Tang sisters had evidently become a source of concern for the family. Noticing that Tang Qua seemed to wish to say more, Lu Xiaoyao promptly interjected, "Let us set aside other matters for now. We must depart. Shall I prepare an airship for you?" Tang Qua inquired. Yes, if it is not too much trouble, I would be grateful. Following Tang Qua to the airship warehouse, they were met with a variety of airships of different models. Can you pilot an airship? Tang Qua approached one and turned to Lu Xiaoyao, saying, This airship has been modified. It rivals the official warships in capability. Lu Xiaoyao then realized that piloting an airship was quite different from operating a flying shuttle. The former requires systematic learning, while the latter merely necessitates mastering the manipulation of seals. The latter was an area in which Lu Xiaoyao excelled, but she knew little about the former. Let Tang Tang lead a team to accompany you. Before Lu Xiaoyao could respond, Tang Qua turned to make arrangements. The two sisters, accompanied by a dozen individuals, boarded the airship alongside Lu Xiaoyao. With a professional pilot at the helm, Lu Xiaoyao did not need to concern herself with the operation of the airship. However, she understood that Tang Qua's arrangement for the sisters to accompany her was intentional, aiming to draw them closer to her. After all, Lu Xiaoyao was a true cultivator. While the Tang sisters were cultivating in the manner of cultivators but, lacking a master, could only explore on their own and search for methods in ancient texts, which had led to their ailments. Within the airship, Lu Xiaoyao found herself at leisure, allowing her mind to wander and contemplate various matters, as well as to mentor the pair of novice cultivators, the Tang sisters. The medicinal formulas Lu Xiaoyao had previously outlined had all been delivered to the airship by Tang Qua. The journey to Tiger's Embrace City, neither unduly brief nor excessively protracted, provided the perfect opportunity for Lu Xiaoyao to take the sisters under her wing, guiding them in their cultivation. Initially, she had been unaware of their practices and thought little of it. However, upon delving deeper into their cultivation methods, Lu Xiaoyao could not help but express her astonishment at their audacity. With such an approach to cultivation, you shall never achieve any notable accomplishments in this lifetime, she remarked. Her brow furrowed and her expression darkened. Your technique does not align with your inherent constitution. If you persist in this manner, you will encounter significant problems. Chapter 162. Carving one's own path. Once, at Lei Jinting's place, Lu Xiaoyao had overheard the two women discussing their ailments and had conducted a physical examination on them. Although she had diagnosed their conditions and proposed solutions, she refrained from inquiring about the cultivation techniques employed by Tang Tang and Tang Qua. After all, the methods of cultivation are deeply personal, and given her unfamiliarity with them, it would have been inappropriate to ask. Lu Xiaoyao felt assured that her remedies would adequately address the issues faced by the two women. However, a sense of frustration began to creep in as she realized that the cultivation techniques used by Tang Tang and Tang Qua were entirely unsuitable for their constitutions. This misalignment might not have been apparent in the early stages of their practice, but as their cultivation deepened and their realms advanced, the flaws in their methods became increasingly evident, ultimately threatening to become shackles in their cultivation journey. If it were merely a limitation, it would be manageable, only hindering their progress. However, employing an incorrect technique could prove fatal. Lu Xiaoyao discovered that despite their adherence to the prescribed methods, the two women were still practicing incorrectly. Certain aspects of the techniques were beyond their comprehension, and they were attempting to forcefully cultivate through sheer will. Upon meticulous examination, Lu Xiaoyao noted that their meridians and acupoints had already begun to exhibit varying degrees of disorder. Coupled with the existing issues, the situation had escalated into chaos. This was not cultivation, it was akin to courting disaster. The techniques could no longer be practiced. With Lu Xiaoyao's fervent insistence, and after contacting Tang Qua for approval, she finally gained access to the cultivation techniques that the two women were using. While these methods were not fundamentally flawed, the half-understood approaches of the Tang sisters had led them astray entirely. What shall we cultivate then? This is the only method we have, protested Tang Qua, unable to contain her discontent after Lu Xiaoyao declared the techniques unviable. Tang Qua had long recognized the shortcomings of martial practitioners and cultivators. which is why he aspired for his daughters to become cultivators. The techniques they were using were hard-won, accompanied by a prescription for a medicinal elixir. Additionally, he had uncovered various cultivation methods from ancient texts. What other techniques do you desire? The priority now is to restore your bodies, Lu Xiaoyao remarked. Observing the pitiful expressions on the sisters' faces, one must dismantle before they can rebuild. I will now abolish your current practices. Otherwise, they will become a source of future calamity. In the adjacent communicator, a five-dimensional conversation was taking place with Tanqua. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, hesitatingly asking, "Is there no other solution? I have examined your daughters. Their aptitude, talent, and comprehension are all commendable. As for the approach, it depends on the level you wish for them to achieve. Were it not for Tanqua's close relationship with Lei Jinting, Lu Xiaoyao would not have been so patient in her explanations. Offering assistance was already a considerable favor. Is it truly necessary to dismantle before rebuilding? Tanqua pondered. To forfeit the cultivation of his daughters and commence their training anew is, indeed, a perilous venture. This decision transcends mere trust in Lu Xiaoyao. It pertains to the sacrifices he and his two daughters must undertake. The gravity of this choice hinges upon the expectations held for them. With Lu Xiaoyao having articulated his thoughts, the resolution rests solely with Tanqua, Tang Tang, and Tanqua. Observing the silence that enveloped the gathering, Lu Xiaoyao spoke up. I have heard from Lei Jinting that chaos is imminent in this world. At the mention of this matter, Tanqua's body jolted as if struck by lightning, and Lu Xiaoyao could distinctly perceive the tremor that coursed through him. After a moment of contemplation, Tanqua finally resolved to gaze at his two daughters, asserting, enduring a moment of hardship can pave the way for future brilliance. I have faith in Xiaolu, and even more so in you both. Tang Tang and Tanguo exchanged glances, and under the earnest gaze of their father, they nodded in agreement. However, if you render our cultivation null and void without a superior method to follow, what are we to do? This concern echoed Tangua's own anxieties. Yet, given that Lu Xiaoyao had proposed a method of deconstruction and reconstruction, it was reasonable to assume he possessed subsequent solutions, perhaps even more suitable techniques. At this juncture, with their father's question lingering in the air, Tanqua's daughters were quick to express their inquiries. You may direct your questions to her, Lu Xiaoyao said with a gentle smile, gesturing toward Yi Yuyan. What do you mean by that? Tang Tang asked, puzzled, as she turned her gaze toward Yi Yuyan with curiosity. Do you possess a cultivation method suited for us? Although Yi Yuyan was of mixed blood, she was still a woman, and perhaps her techniques would also be applicable to them. The cultivation method I employ was crafted for me by him, Yi Yuyan replied, feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny and promptly redirecting attention back to Lu Xiaoyao. Upon hearing her words, the Tang family, father and daughters, were left momentarily speechless. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment directed at Lu Xiaoyao. Is this truly the case? Tanqua stammered, her face awash with incredulity. For the cultivation beneath the Zen martial path, I can provide you with a training roadmap. However, as you begin your journey on the Zen martial path, it is imperative that you forge your own path to become true powerhouses, Lu Xiaoyao affirmed, nodding in agreement. Only by forging your own path can you become the strongest cultivators. Do not be deceived by those from various sects who may appear lofty. They merely progress through a formulaic approach, relying on the resources of their sections. Isn't it easier to cultivate with the guidance of a sect? Tang Tang questioned, puzzled. If a path is already laid before us, why must we carve our own way through obstacles? What defines a cultivator? I fear you may not yet grasp the essence of true cultivation, Lu Xiaoyao replied, choosing not to directly answer Tang Tang's question. Instead, he smiled and said, since you possess numerous ancient texts that document cultivators, I would kindly ask you to study them thoroughly. I hope that you will uncover the answers to your questions on your own. With a soft sigh, Lu Xiaoyao displayed a sense of helplessness as she gently shook her head and remarked, if one is unaware of what it truly means to be a cultivator, how can they aspire to become an eminent one? As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Tanqua. And you, even you, it is not too late. You too possess the potential to become a cultivator. However, you must first grasp the essence of what a cultivator is and the significance they embody. Me too. Tanqua's face revealed astonishment upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao mention him. He was already of considerable age. How could he possibly become a cultivator? Of course. If Lei Jinting desires to become a cultivator, do you not wish for the same? Lu Xiaoyao offered a slight smile and gestured to Yi Yuyan to contemplate this notion thoroughly. Let us venture out for now. Chapter 163. The search for cultivators. When it comes to the path ahead and the choices to be made, the decision is not particularly difficult to discern. Lu Xiaoyao's intentions are quite clear. Should the Tang sisters break their current standings and commence anew in their cultivation, they would undoubtedly have a brighter future. However, the crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty of what lies ahead. no one can ascertain the nature of the future. A delectable prospect has been laid out before them, illustrated by Lu Xiaoyao, and now it awaits the Tang family's acceptance. Yet, judging by their reactions, it is evident that they hesitate to partake. In this regard, Lu Xiaoyao finds herself at an impasse. No amount of eloquence can surpass the tangible reality of first-hand experience. It is imperative for her to provide them with some tangible benefits to quell their trepidation. Lu Xiaoyao possesses a firm confidence in her ability to transform the Tang sisters. After all, they have been navigating their cultivation journey on their own. Despite achieving some modest progress, it remains woefully insufficient. The foremost priority now is to optimize the physical condition of the Tang sisters, as discarding their current cultivation would undoubtedly take a toll on their bodies. Only when their physical attributes are suitable can Lu Xiaoyao consider the possibility of nullifying their cultivation. This delicate process of safely dismantling one's cultivation is a remarkably challenging technique within the realm of medicine. Unlike adversaries, where one can act without concern for their well-being, a cautious approach is essential when dealing with one's own. Every step must be executed with utmost care. Were it not for the significant role the Tang family plays, and the fact that Tang Hua is a dear friend of Lei Jinting, Lu Xiaoyao would not willingly undertake such a task. Success would foster goodwill, while failure could breed animosity. However, it will take time to properly nurture the bodies of the Tang sisters, granting Lu Xiaoyao ample opportunity for thorough preparation. With the increasing number of responsibilities, each fraught with complications, Lu Xiaoyao finds herself rarely afforded a moment's respite. Even during her rare moments of leisure, her mind remains preoccupied with various matters, alongside the need to cultivate and elevate her own prowess. It is indeed a formidable challenge. How tranquil life was in her original world. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Lu Xiaoyao sighed and transitioned into a state of focused training. Confronted by increasingly formidable foes, she has begun to feel a sense of inadequacy, not merely in her own strength, but also in the power she commands, which seems insufficient to contend with any adversary. First, there was Klaus, Bintang Zhanyu, followed by the Twilight Clan and the Huawei Sword sect. Time flies swiftly during cultivation. After several days, the airship finally approached the outskirts of Hubba City. At this juncture, progress would be halted, as advancing further would easily attract the attention of Hubba City's monitoring system. Thus, alternative methods must be devised for the next segment of the journey. Throughout this expedition, no traces of cultivators have been encountered, raising doubts about the three old geezers in the Great Hall and their credibility. However, if cultivators were to readily reveal themselves, they would hardly be regarded as legends in this world. In truth, Lu Xiaoyao has already encountered numerous cultivators within the Hubba mountain range, contradicting the notion that they are as scarce as commonly believed. This misunderstanding is entirely the result of the cultivators' deliberate concealment. Leaving the Tang sisters behind, Lu Xiaoyao brought only Yi Yuyan and stealthily infiltrated Tiger's Embrace City. Yet, the closer they approached the city administration bureau, the more fortified the defenses became. The Shadow Clan, utilizing their innate abilities, had taken control of all officials, thus preventing any unrest within Tiger's Embrace City. It was only during the large-scale invasion of the Twilight Clan that a portion of the military dared to resist, only to face devastating consequences. Most of the stationed troops in Tiger's Embrace City had already succumbed to the influence of the Twilight Clan. The city administration bureau was heavily guarded, indicating they were prepared for any eventuality. Observing from a distance, Lu Xiaoyao realized that gaining entry into the bureau was no longer as effortless as before. Do you think the city administration bureau has truly fallen into their hands? Would the true forms of the Shadow Clan dare to conceal themselves here? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, posing the question to Yi Yuyan, who had a deeper understanding of the Twilight Clan. It is unlikely, although they have seized control here. There remains the possibility of a counterattack. They cannot underestimate the might of the cultivators, Yi Yuyan replied. Nodding in agreement, Lu Xiaoyao remarked, indeed. From my encounters with Nader, he is a cunning and cautious individual. I surmise that these shadows, engaging in such perilous ventures, would certainly exercise greater caution. Lu Xiaoyao had come here not only to observe the Shadow Clan, but, more importantly, to await the arrival of the cultivators. Given their formidable prowess, they should have arrived at Tiger's Embrace City long ago. However, after wandering the city for some time, she had yet to glean any valuable information. With the cultivators' immense strength, if they had indeed taken action against the city administration bureau, it would have undoubtedly caused a significant uproar. External pressure coupled with internal laxity? As Lu Xiaoyao scrutinized the city administration bureau, she sensed a dangerous aura lurking within. This unsettling feeling was akin to the presence of a primordial beast hidden among them. It's unsafe. We must leave. She instinctively decided to retreat, driven by her intuition of impending danger. All right, Yi Yuyan responded, preparing to back away, but was halted by Lu Xiaoyao's hand. Wait, look over there. Following Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, she noticed black dots hovering in the lofty clouds. They appeared to be birds. But Lu Xiaoyao discerned that these dark figures merely circled in the sky, showing no intention of departing. They are spirit beasts trained by the Beastmasters Guild. The cultivators have indeed arrived, she concluded solemnly. Retrieving her gaze, Lu Xiaoyao stated, since the spirit beasts are here, the cultivators must be nearby. Find a place to conceal yourself. I will seek them out. Yu Yuyan was adept at concealing her presence. Having often evaded the pursuits of the Blood Clan prior to her encounters with Lu Xiaoyao, over the years, even the formidable Count Nader had rarely managed to track down Yu Yuyan, a testament to her skill. It was worth noting that during that time, her cultivation was far from advanced. After parting ways with Yu Yuyan, Lu Xiaoyao ventured forth alone. She aimed to find the cultivators. Mindful that having Yu Yuyan by her side might draw undue attention due to her half-blood lineage. While the nature of the cultivators might be difficult to comprehend, Lu Xiaoyao was well acquainted with their tendencies. Having spent years cultivating in the depths of the mountains, they have long grown accustomed to the serene ambience of nature. Thus, adapting to the bustling life of the city proves to be quite challenging for them. Consequently, it is not particularly arduous for Lu Xiaoyao to seek out her targets. Relatively speaking, places such as tea houses and dining establishments offer a relatively tranquil environment. Moreover, their objective is the city affairs headquarters, which is not too distant. Given the speed of a cultivator, there are only a few locations within a certain range that can facilitate a surprise attack. After departing from the vicinity of the city affairs headquarters, Lu Xiaoyao began to wander around, in search of traces left by those practitioners. Chapter 164. Luring the tiger from its mountain in the vicinity of the city affairs office, there were numerous locations that seemed suitable. Yet, despite Lu Xiaoyao's efforts to explore these places, she found no traces of cultivators. It appeared that the disciples dispatched were exceedingly cautious, making them difficult to locate. As dusk approached, Lu Xiaoyao had traversed many areas, albeit only a fraction, and had yet to make any discoveries. Gazing up at the ethereal beast soaring in the sky, she pondered how those cultivators managed to exert control over them. Suddenly, a realization struck her as she slapped her forehead in self-reproach. She had indeed been rather muddled. Her conventional thinking had constrained her imagination, leading her to believe that cultivators would be concealed within the city. However, these practitioners typically soared high above, hardly resembling terrestrial beings. The means of flight employed by cultivators were manifold. They could soar through the air, fly on swords, navigate with flying shuttles, or ride spirit beasts. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao's thought process remained rooted in that of an ordinary person, as her time spent cultivating was still far too brief. Moreover, the world she had previously inhabited had long been depleted of spiritual energy, insufficient to sustain the consumption of cultivators. Thus, she had never indulged in the luxury of utilizing spiritual power for flight. This world, however, was markedly different. The abundance of spiritual energy was almost overwhelming, allowing for reckless expenditure. This implied that those cultivators might very well be situated atop the backs of the spirit beasts high in the sky. Even if the cultivators were not present, the spirit beasts could lead her to their whereabouts. As night fell, Lu Xiaoyao found herself in an open area, poised to ascend into the sky in search of the spirit beasts. Yet, she suddenly noticed a throng of figures emerging from the direction of the city affairs office. Massive shadows whirled past, racing towards the heavens in a frenzied swarm. Although she was still at a distance, it was apparent that these enormous shadows bore the bat-like wings characteristic of the Blood Clan. What could such a large group of Blood Clan members be up to? Looking skyward, Lu Xiaoyao's expression quickly changed. These Blood Clan members were evidently heading towards the spirit beasts, clearly indicating that the city affairs office had discovered the presence of cultivators. Their racial traits dictated that they would only commence their activities under the cover of night. Just as humans prefer to engage in their endeavors during daylight, most would rest at night. This is dire. Lu Xiaoyao's expression darkened as she immediately took to the skies, employing her sword to soar upwards toward the direction of the spirit beasts from her memory. Beneath the cloak of night, the colossal moon radiated its luminous glow. She could see a large congregation of Blood Clan members soaring in formation through the sky. The spirit beasts above had evidently noticed the Blood Clan and were already retreating into the distance. Lu Xiaoyao had not anticipated that such a multitude of Blood Clan members lay hidden within the city affairs office. Shortly after ascending into the sky, she was startled by the thunderous roar of mechanical engines. Following the sound toward the city affairs office, she was just in time to witness 100 motorcycles mobilizing, racing towards the direction of the spirit beasts. So many people? Observing the multitude of pursuers, Lu Xiaoyao dared not act too conspicuously, opting instead to halt beside a grand edifice. Hundreds of Blood Clansmen and an equal number of motorcycles comprised this formidable band of pursuers. and Lu Xiaoyao understood that the addition of her own presence would scarcely tip the scales in their favor. Watching the distant chase unfold, she felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. The spirit beasts soaring high above appeared merely as diminutive specks against the vast sky. One might easily overlook them if not for their conspicuous flight over the city affairs headquarters. She pondered whether a complete route awaited them. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoyao lamented the plight of her fellow cultivators, who were being hunted down without hope for assistance. As she gazed at the receding shadows, only a tinge of resigned melancholy lingered in her heart. Clearly, confronting these shadow clans would require a different strategy. With the blood clans already entrenched within the city affairs headquarters, one could only speculate what other races might be lurking. As Lu Xiao wallowed in her thoughts, she suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Turning around, she beheld a colossal barrier of light materializing, enveloping the city affairs headquarters and its surroundings for miles. With the formation of this barrier, dozens of sword lights emerged from all directions. Focusing her gaze, Lu Xiao now discerned that each beam of light bore a cultivator. The realization dawned upon her. This was an elaborate ruse designed to lure the tiger away from its mountain, drawing a portion of the headquarters' forces away. At the moment the barrier descended, the city affairs headquarters sprung into action. Figures burst forth from within, leaping onto the rooftops, alertly surveying the approaching cultivators. Lu Xiaoyao harnessed the sword light while concealing her presence, advancing toward the headquarters. Above the city affairs headquarters, Zhang Jing, Isha, and others stood upon the immense plaque. Undaunted by the swarm of incoming cultivators, "You wretched shadows, how dare you covet the tiger's embraced city? Depart at once, or bear the consequences. Isn't it a tad late for your arrival?" Zhang Jing soared into the air, his form ethereal, instantaneously splitting into more than a dozen shadows. These phantoms ascended, charging directly at the foremost cultivator. The leading disciple faltered momentarily before executing a sword technique, displaying remarkable audacity. "All disciples, heed the command. Drive away the shadow spirits. But do not take lives." "Understood," the disciples replied in unison, promptly initiating their assault. A dazzling array of techniques burst forth in a vibrant display. Countless attacks surged toward the city affairs headquarters, soul-capturing secret arts, the borrowing of heaven and earth, and the dispelling of demons and spirits. In the instant of their offensive, many disciples chanted their incantations, each glowing with radiant spiritual light, inscribing intricate spiritual patterns in the air. The spiritual light lingered before coalescing into a seal. As the seal took form, its brilliance intensified, launching forth toward the distant shadow clans. At this moment, the shadow clan had just managed to withstand the initial assault when they were abruptly confronted by the subsequent arrival of the talisman. Bang! As the talisman struck their bodies, a shroud of murky darkness enveloped each individual. "Quick, evade." Upon witnessing the effects of the talisman, Zhang Jing's expression changed drastically, and he urgently warned his fellow clan members. However, in the face of the cultivators' onslaught, the shadow clan found themselves utterly defenseless. The talisman seemed to defy existence itself, impervious to any form of resistance. Neither energy nor weaponry could shatter the luminous talisman that radiated with brilliance. Those struck by it experienced their bodies erupting in dark light, as a shadow, gray and ominous, was forcibly extracted from within them. This shadow represented the shadow clan's secret art of controlling others, a fragment severed from their very souls. Despite their furious struggles, the shadow clan ultimately could not escape, as the talisman expelled them from their bodies. Chapter 165. Trapping the turtle in the jar. After years of conflict with the Twilight clan, the practitioners have indeed mastered effective methods to combat the shadow clan. The seals employed by these practitioners possess a formidable restraining effect on the shadows. Numerous dark phantoms have already been expelled from those whose consciousness was invaded. Furthermore, acquiring these seals forms an energy shield, creating a unique barrier on the surface of the body that prevents further incursions by the shadow clan. This technique is remarkably mystical. Even at a cursory glance, Lu Xiaoyao could not discern its intricacies. However, it appears that practitioners from every sect have grasped this method, leaving one to wonder whether they had prior knowledge or if it was imparted to them as a temporary technique. Nevertheless, with the aid of these seals, they undoubtedly hold the upper hand in their confrontation with the shadow clan. As many shadows were just expelled, a flurry of flying swords surged forth, shattering the dark figures into fragments accompanied by their piercing wails. Meanwhile, those whose consciousness had been invaded collapsed to the ground, seemingly devoid of any awareness of their surroundings. The clash between the two sides was nearly instantaneous in determining victory or defeat. With the practitioners prepared, they swiftly seized control of the battlefield. The individuals who had been manipulated were no match for the practitioners. Within Tiger Embrace City, the predominant forces are martial artists and cultivators, who inherently lack the strength of the practitioners. Even when manipulated by the Shadow Clan, their power would not see significant enhancement. Yet, the Shadow Clan controlling Xingjing was evidently an exceptional case. The seal reached him, only to be obliterated by a single punch. One could vaguely perceive a layer of nebulous black light enveloping Xingjing's fist, clearly indicative of the power possessed by this member of the Shadow Clan. Under the vigorous assault by the practitioners, the Shadow Clan began to retreat rapidly towards the City Affairs Administration. Lu Xiaoyao concealed herself in place. Witnessing the practitioners' decisive success as they cornered the remaining Shadow Clan members near the City Affairs Administration, most of those under control had met their end. The invading shadows were largely expelled by the seals and faced devastating blows. Observing dozens of practitioners surrounding the administrative hall of the City Affairs Administration, Lu Xiaoyao felt a peculiar sense of unease. Previously, numerous Blood Clan members pursued the practitioners on spirit beasts, yet now not a single one could be seen. Had the Twilight Clan truly been lured away? Moreover, while the City Affairs Administration appeared to be well guarded, it seemed too fragile under assault. Within a mere 10 minutes, it had crumbled to dust. If the Twilight Clan were indeed so feeble, how could they have survived the war? This situation, while seemingly straightforward, harbors complexities. Additionally, the presence of spirit beasts in the sky raises questions. Did the Twilight Clan lack defenses? It is implausible that the mere departure of a few pursuers could render the City Affairs Administration so vulnerable. Lu Xiaoyao had come to understand that the Twilight Clan in this world possesses a lifespan akin to that of practitioners. A long life signifies more than merely enduring. It implies wisdom and shrewdness in navigating circumstances. Why then is it so challenging for practitioners to contend with them? Strength is but one facet of the cultivation journey. Equally important is the myriad experiences each practitioner endures. The portrayal of those who remain oblivious to worldly affairs, singularly focused on their cultivation, is merely a cinematic illusion. Without enduring hardship and traversing the mortal realm, how could one possibly ascend in their cultivation? The phrase emerging from the mud, yet untainted, aptly describes a true practitioner. To navigate the tumult of a chaotic world while remaining true to oneself, impervious to the lures of fame and fortune, is paramount. The greatest challenge for a cultivator lies in resisting the myriad temptations that life presents. Otherwise, inner demons may lay waste to even the mightiest of practitioners. Thus, a mature and formidable cultivator must possess not only prowess, but also a profound state of mind. This state of mind, is shaped by varied experiences. Without such depth, one remains merely an innocent novice, a type that no sect would nurture. The path of a cultivator is one of defiance against the heavens. Without formidable strength and mental fortitude, how could one contend with the countless adversities of existence? The tribulations referred to as the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations are but a generalization, their numerical significance merely abstract. A true cultivator must endure innumerable calamities to emerge as a powerful entity. Similarly, those of the ancient Twilight Clan possess a complexity that belies their simplicity. Particularly when situated on foreign soil, caution is of utmost importance. Yet, the weakness displayed by the Shadow Clan is profoundly concerning, a fact that the pride of practitioners often blinds them to. In a moment of reflection, Lu Xiaoyao pondered how to alert the cultivators. But the Twilight Clan offered no opportunity for such warnings. Through Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, a dark veil began to ascend from the City Affairs office. Reminiscent of the earlier maneuvers of the practitioners, those who had breached the City Affairs office found themselves ensnared by this veil. Disaster loomed. Helplessly, Lu Xiaoyao observed the scene unfold. With one barrier of light outside and a dark veil within, it remained unclear who had ensnared whom. The practitioners had executed a clever ruse, only to be met with a trap from the Twilight Clan. The struggle in this world proved to be exceedingly brutal, with the martial prowess evident here far surpassing that of Lu Xiaoyao's own realm. Indeed, through the dark veil, one could discern the practitioners suddenly ensnared by numerous black ropes. Additionally, many bloodkin emerged from various corners of the City Affairs office, alongside individuals clad in voluminous cloaks appearing atop the main hall. Their hoods obscured their identities, rendering Lu Xiaoyao incapable of recognizing them. Could these figures belong to the Shadow Clan? Observing closely, Lu Xiaoyao noted that they did not resemble the Shadow Clan at all. The powers they wielded seemed akin to dark sorcery, starkly contrasting with the techniques employed by practitioners, as well as differing from the Bloodkin and Shadow Clan previously encountered. The Twilight Clan is composed of 4 dominant factions: the Blood Clan, the Shadow Clan, the Enchantment Clan, and the Veil Clan. The Blood Clan has been encountered by Lu Xiaoyao, and she has also witnessed the cunning of the Shadow Clan. It is said that the Enchantment Clan is comprised of strikingly handsome individuals, exceptionally skilled in the art of alluring illusions. Could these individuals belong to the Veil Clan? renowned for their enigmatic strength and minimal numbers among the four factions. Observing their attire, it indeed bears resemblance to the customs of the Veil clan. Lu Xiaoyao sighed, fearing that these cultivators were doomed. To her astonishment, the Veil clan had also deployed formidable warriors to the battlefield. It seems that the Twilight clan is determined to seize control of Tiger Hold City. The strategic position of Tiger Hold City, while not critical to the entirety of Haizhou or even the vast expanse of Xinzhou, serves as a crucial defensive line for the Twilight clan against foreign threats. Chapter 166. The Twilight clan. The Twilight clan seeks to use this as a springboard to infiltrate Haizhou. If they establish a stronghold here, Tiger's Embrace City could become a launching pad for invading not only Haizhou, but potentially the entirety of the vast realm of Xinzhou. Tiger's Embrace City, one of the 10 Great Passes, holds significant strategic importance, particularly in terms of defending against overseas threats. However, it was unforeseen that enemies from abroad would discover an opportune moment for invasion. After enduring the relentless siege of Klaus's forces, Tiger's Embrace City finds itself in a precarious situation, with its coastal defenses nearly obliterated. Consequently, faced with the formidable troops of the Twilight clan, it lacks the capacity for defense. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of Tiger's Embrace City have been infiltrated by the Shadow clan, their consciousness is compromised, thereby facilitating the Twilight clan's entrance. What should be done now? Lu Xiaoyao finds herself deep in thought. Given that the Twilight clan had long been prepared, it is likely that they possess hidden contingencies. Furthermore, confronting so many unfamiliar and powerful adversaries fills Lu Xiaoyao with a sense of trepidation. If these cultivators are not rescued, how can the subsequent plans be executed? Observing the Twilight clan's thorough preparations, it seems improbable that even with the cultivators' assistance, she would achieve remarkable victories. To save or not to save? This is a grave dilemma. Moreover, the feasibility of a successful rescue is a matter that requires careful consideration. With a flick of her finger, Lu Xiaoyao retrieves her bloodsword. Last time in the Great Hall, Bai Xianwei, her mentor, had discreetly provided her with several items, a larger storage ring, several sets of disciple robes from the Sword Refinement Pavilion, a flying sword crafted by Xianwei, and an assortment of miscellaneous objects. Among these were beginner-level cultivation manuals and a very rudimentary sword technique, all intended for Lu Xiaoyao's foundational training. Regrettably, having glanced through the manuals and techniques, she carelessly tossed them into a corner of the storage ring, finding them far too simplistic for her. As for the flying sword gifted by Xianwei, in terms of material and performance, it could be considered a fine treasure. Yet, in comparison to Lu Xiaoyao's blood sword, it appears rather insignificant. Upon retrieving the blood sword, Lu Xiaoyao has resolved to prioritize the rescue of these cultivators. Even if they cannot provide formidable strength, their assistance in locating the Twilight clan's lair would still be of considerable value. The location she has deduced, though merely a storage site for the Shadow clan, would serve as a beacon to uncover the hiding places of the other clans. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao no longer hesitates and begins to stealthily approach the dark curtain of light. To rescue the cultivators, breaching the Twilight clan's barrier is the most crucial step. If she cannot penetrate this dark curtain, the prospect of saving the cultivators becomes moot. Fortunately, in this urbanized city, with its towering skyscrapers, Lu Xiaoyao can conceal her movements effectively. Possessing the concealment technique, which allows her to mask her presence, makes it exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect her actions. In a secluded location, Lu Xiaoyao cautiously approached the dark luminous curtain, testing its strength with the blood sword. However, the strike had no effect whatsoever. Not even a ripple was produced. The formidable nature of this barrier was indeed extraordinary. To entrap cultivators, one must employ even more potent methods. Just as the cultivators understood how to counter the Shadow clan, the Twilight clan also knew how to target the cultivators. Ordinary tactics were evidently insufficient for destruction. The array points of this barrier were subtly concealed, making them difficult to detect. Given the immense strength of the exterior, breaching the interior would undoubtedly be more challenging. Lu Xiaoyao murmured softly, recognizing that the cultivation levels of those cultivators were comparable to her own, although there was a disparity in actual combat prowess. If Lu Xiaoyao could not breach the barrier, those cultivators would surely find it even more arduous. What are you searching for? A shadow emerged from the darkness behind Lu Xiaoyao. The tone was laced with mockery. Perhaps I could assist you in your search? Upon hearing the voice from behind, Lu Xiaoyao's body stiffened. The opponent's prowess seemed quite formidable. She had not sensed their approach, nor did she know when they had discovered her presence. Let me guess, you. The shadow let out an eerie laugh as it circled around to a distance of 10 meters from Lu Xiaoyao. If I'm not mistaken, you must be looking for the array point, am I right? Congratulations, you are correct. However, I regret to inform you. Lu Xiaoyao slowly turned to face the figure, shaking her head slightly. There is no reward. No reward? The shadow appeared momentarily taken aback, then broke into laughter. No matter. I have a reward for you. May I inquire what you would offer as a reward? Under Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, the figure gradually raised its head, revealing eyes that seemed to swirl with a bewitching allure. I shall reward you by merging with me. I believe you would find that quite delightful. As the shadow spoke, Lu Xiaoyao instantly felt a mysterious force inducing a profound drowsiness. Frowning, she sensed a chill in her eyes. It seemed the opponent was employing a method to invade her consciousness. The ability exhibited by the shadow had unveiled its identity, a member of the Shadow Clan. And a powerful one at that. Their capability was already having an effect on Lu Xiaoyao. She understood that the intention was to lull her into slumber, subsequently penetrating her consciousness to achieve control over her. Her mind began to descend into chaos, the overwhelming drowsiness surging forth, rendering her powerless against this force. No. I cannot allow them to succeed. Geeling incantation. Lu Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes, abruptly bringing her hands together, causing ethereal light to burst forth from her palms. A seal formed from her hands, exploding into a myriad of starlight. The hazy energy radiated outward, creating an aroma akin to a gentle breeze. Awakened from a state of lethargy, Lu Xiaoyao's spirit surged. It was then that he focused his gaze, realizing that his adversary was merely a meter away. Sharp claws lunged towards his chest. "Ha!" Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed, swiftly flipping his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy that momentarily thwarted the impending attack. Seizing the opportunity provided by this force, he deftly recoiled, evading the ferocious grasp. "Impressive," he remarked coolly, casting a glance at his opponent. "I initially presumed you to be of the Shadow Clan, yet it appears you belong to the Charm Clan. You managed to counter my secret technique? A strike that I believed was certain to succeed has been thwarted at the crucial moment, leaving this Charm Clan member astounded. How did you unravel my secret technique?" Chapter 167. The Enchantment of Illusions. The Meizu clan, though the least formidable among the four great clans of the Twilight race, possesses a fearsome prowess. Their perceived weakness lies solely in their direct martial capabilities, which pale in comparison to those of the other three clans. However, the true strength of the Meizu resides in their enchanting illusions, which offer remarkable support in combat. Despite their low martial power, they are highly esteemed by the other clans for the formidable assistance they can provide, a reason for their esteemed position among the four great clans of Twilight. Just moments ago, a member of the Meizu nearly breached Lu Xiaoyao's defenses with their illusionary art, almost ensnaring her within a phantasmagoria. Had Lu Xiaoyao succumbed to slumber under such circumstances, the Shadow Clan could have seized the opportunity to invade her consciousness and render her a puppet. Having experienced the Meizu's tactics firsthand, Lu Xiaoyao began to comprehend the situation. It was no wonder that so many in Tigerhold City had been effortlessly controlled without a trace of conflict. Were the officials of Tigerhold City merely pawns of the Shadow Clan? Given Zheng Jing's strength, even if he were outmatched, he would certainly have put up a struggle, creating considerable uproar. Yet, within the city, and even in the administrative office, there were no signs of any struggle at all. Lu Xiaoyao had pondered this before, but her lack of knowledge about the Twilight clans had prevented her from uncovering the hidden reasons. Now, upon witnessing the Meizu, the pieces began to fall into place. With the assistance of the Meizu, it was indeed plausible that while Isha and Zhang Jing rested, they would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the Meizu's capabilities, leading to their inevitable subjugation by the Shadow Clan. What of it? Even if cultivators were to arrive, would they not find themselves ensnared as easily as fish in a barrel? The Meizu's handsome visage radiated warmth, exuding an undeniable charm. Every gesture he made held an ineffable allure. Even Lu Xiaoyao found herself captivated by his every movement and smile, perceiving them as nothing short of perfection. Such trifling skills, however, held little value against a seasoned cultivator. Lu Xiaoyao slowly raised her blood sword and questioned, "Do you truly believe you can control me now? Young one, do not be so arrogant. You have yet to fully grasp the might of the Meizu," he replied with an elegant smile, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "But tell me, are you here to rescue them?" Such a question was almost rhetorical. Lu Xiaoyao, disinterested, recognized that he was likely awaiting reinforcements. Every passing second increased the peril for the cultivators within. The war between the Dawn and Twilight clans had raged for centuries, their mutual hatred deeply ingrained. Should they capture these cultivators, their fates would surely be dire. "Humph, you overestimate yourself, thinking you can contend with me," she retorted. Unperturbed by Lu Xiaoyao's onslaught, the Meizu merely waved his hand, casting a shroud of ethereal light that enveloped the surroundings. Dots of dark light shimmered with a peculiar radiance. Lu Xiaoyao, gripping her blood sword, swung it fiercely at the Meizu. Swish. The Meizu, like flowing water, instantly spilled onto the ground. Looking down, all that was visible was a puddle of clear water slowly seeping into the earth. Deceptive. Lu Xiaoyao's pupils constricted. realizing that this scene was connected to the ethereal glow from moments before. Before me, your struggles are utterly futile. The voice of the Meizu echoed from behind Lu Xiaoyao. As its figure materialized out of thin air, Lu Xiaoyao turned around and launched another attack, striking forth with a magnificent radiant fist. The radiant fist, resplendent with brilliance, resembled a miniature sun. Boom. The Meizu's form shattered instantly, scattering droplets of water across the sky. Yet this time, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. The opponent was still playing enigmatic games, but Lu Xiaoyao had already discerned the riddle. The true body of the Meizu was not present. What appeared before him was merely an illusion. How could Lu Xiaoyao possibly slay a mere phantom? As the figure burst apart, two more Meizu apparitions emerged at different locations. Surrender, for you cannot save them. Furthermore, you shall remain here, before me. You are but a feeble insect. Do not resist. Lay down your weapons. Lu Xiaoyao glanced at the two phantoms, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Lay down your weapons. Do not resist. We can become good friends. Why must we engage in violence? If you are willing to surrender your arms, all that I promise will come to fruition. Moreover, this filthy land is rife with deceit and bloodshed. I will guide you to a paradise. There, the people live in peace and harmony, devoid of conflict, a sanctuary of purity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao's face brightened, and he slowly sat down on the ground, loosening his grip on the bloodied sword. Is this true? Indeed, it is true. Let me show you the wonders of that place. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's actions, the Meizu smiled sinisterly, scattering a hint of ethereal light to envelop Lu Xiaoyao once more. This time, Lu Xiaoyao felt a heaviness in his eyelids, gradually succumbing to slumber. As he quieted, his breathing grew steady, and the Meizu coldly snorted, mocking the arrogant warrior who still wished to rescue those cultivators, a truly delusional endeavor. However, this individual seemed somewhat familiar. While the Meizu pondered in confusion, stroking its chin, the seemingly entranced Lu Xiaoyao, who should have been lost in a dream, subtly moved his eyes beneath his closed lids. The hands Lu Xiaoyao rested on his abdomen quietly formed a peculiar hand seal. Soon, an invisible ripple emanated from his body, spreading outward. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao had already separated his Yin spirit, merging into the night. The Yin energy radiating from his body gathered above him, forming an almost transparent humanoid figure. This was Lu Xiaoyao's Yin spirit. The Yin spirit was exceedingly fragile, vulnerable to the scorching rays of the sun during the day. Yet, in the embrace of the night, one can receive the baptism of the moon's radiance, thereby allowing the shadow spirit to gradually grow in strength. Lu Xiaoyao released the shadow spirit and immediately cast his gaze into the distance. In the shadow spirit's eyes, a flicker of ethereal light sparkled, observing everything around it. The phantom of the Meizu was connected to a mysterious force, one that shared a semblance of origin with the shadow spirit, yet was fundamentally distinct. It must be you. The source of that power extended beyond Lu Xiaoyao's reach, but he could see it stretching toward the direction of the City Affairs General Office. It appeared that this enigmatic Meizu was concealed within the very confines of the General Office. Furthermore, the barrier entrapping the cultivators was also born from the arm of the Meizu. Upon grasping the truth of the matter, Lu Xiaoyao promptly took action, and the human form materialized by the shadow spirit immediately executed a series of hand seals. This particular incantation was specifically designed to counteract spiritual entities. Chapter 168. Breaching the barrier in a moment of contemplation, the Meizu was unaware of the subtle changes in Lu Xiaoyao. Lu Xiaoyao had consistently concealed her presence, leading this Meizu to develop a distorted perception of her. He mistakenly believed that this individual, who sought to rescue a practitioner, was merely an ordinary warrior from Tiger-holding City. However, little did he know, Lu Xiaoyao was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a formidable practitioner in her own right. With sheer physical prowess, she could easily dominate many practitioners exerting their utmost efforts. Seated in a meditative posture, Lu Xiaoyao executed her incantation in less than a minute. The Meizu's brows furrowed, as if a realization dawned upon him. When he raised his gaze to scrutinize Lu Xiaoyao once more, he keenly sensed a hint of peril. Yet, before he could react, the incantation she had invoked was already directed at him. A potent surge of spiritual energy ensnared the Meizu, binding him in place. Concurrently, the mysterious force connecting him trembled violently, significantly impacted by Lu Xiaoyao's assault. Dispel the illusion, destruction. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao abruptly opened her eyes, swiftly casting her incantation to launch her attack against the Meizu. Bang! The intangible force struck him like a colossal hammer, crashing mercilessly against the Meizu's form. Amidst the resounding explosion, the Meizu's figure erupted violently. Simultaneously, the mysterious power was shattered by Lu Xiaoyao's incantation. This power represented the essence of the Meizu's soul. And as the connection was severed, a harrowing scream echoed through the City Affairs office. Within a secret chamber, a man, strikingly similar to the Phantom, coughed up a mouthful of blood. In that instant, he appeared significantly weakened, his youthful visage aging by over a decade. Bang! The door to the chamber was flung open, and a figure rushed in. What has happened? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Something has transpired. Swiftly notify. We must remain vigilant. The practitioners and their reinforcements are. What? Very well. I shall depart at once. But you? I am fine. Go now. Shoving the other aside. The injured Meizu's eyes flickered with shadows of despair, realizing he had suffered a significant setback. Moreover, the part of his consciousness connected to the Phantom had been utterly obliterated by Lu Xiaoyao's force, leaving him devoid of that fragmented memory. Consequently, he had no recollection of the events that transpired outside, those memories obliterated. Damn it, do not let them discover your identity. He slammed his fist onto the table. Gritting his teeth, though that portion of memory is lost, I still retain a semblance of familiarity with someone. Who are you? If I could merely see you, I am certain I would remember. Having dealt with the Meizu, Lu Xiaoya shifted her focus towards the barrier nearby. The appearance of this Meizu had made her cognizant that the barrier must be quite fragile. Otherwise, there would not have been a dedicated sentinel to guard it. However, the time remaining is insufficient for Lu Xiaoya to search for a formation point. Simultaneously, as the Meizu is injured, it will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to patrol the area. Moreover, the scope of this barrier is not extensive. A round trip at the speed of the Blood Clan would merely take a few minutes. Lu Xiaoyao concentrated her spiritual power and began to execute her most formidable sword strike. In the realm of three paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, Lu Xiaoyao grasped her sword with both hands, her spiritual energy surging and boiling with intensity. This time, unlike previous attempts, she harnessed an even more potent force. Enlightenment of the way, sliced through the heavens. As she whispered, Lu Xiaoyao focused intently and swung her sword toward the barrier before her. Slice through the heavens. Sever the void, cleave the earth. These three sword strikes merged martial prowess with chi manipulation, intertwining with the forces of nature, embodying the overwhelming might of the cosmos. At the moment the sword energy was unleashed, a faint rumble of thunder echoed throughout the realm. As the sword energy surged forward, it continued to gather the power of lightning. Upon striking the barrier, the heavens unleashed a bolt of thunder. The barrier trembled violently, ripples radiating outward, impacting the broader scope of the barrier. Enlightenment of the way, sever the void. With another strike, Lu Xiaoyao concentrated all the force of this sword at the precise point of the barrier that had begun to ripple. Boom! Like a bursting balloon. An intense chain reaction erupted instantly. Lu Xiaoyao's second sword strike pierced through the barrier, causing its collapse akin to a deflated balloon. The situation within the City Affairs Bureau became vividly clear to Lu Xiaoyao as the barrier crumbled. In the sky, cultivators still struggled, however. Many had already been ensnared by the formidable members of the hidden clan. Enlightenment of the way, cleave the earth. Lu Xiaoyao's third sword did not target the powerful from the Twilight clan, but rather struck directly at the distant ground. The tremendous force shattered the earth, sending copious fragments of soil and stone soaring into the sky. This sword truly obliterated the land, tearing a massive chasm over 10 meters wide, 2 meters deep, and extending over 100 meters in length. Seizing the cover of the flying debris, Lu Xiaoyao immediately dashed toward the battlefield in the distance. The blood sword in her hand cleaved through the air, leaving behind trails of crimson light. Wherever the sword's mark passed, all black ropes that constrained the cultivators were severed. Those who broke free were astute, swiftly launching a counterattack. Countless beams of sword light bombarded the surrounding structures, raising a greater cloud of dust and obscuring the vision of the Twilight clan. Take those people and retreat immediately. Lu Xiaoyao soared into the air, assisting the leading cultivator by cleaving his opponent away with a single strike, pulling him away toward the distance. Retreat. Upon receiving the command, the cultivators promptly ascended into the sky. Once the cultivators decided to leave, it was exceedingly difficult to detain them. Almost every cultivator possesses an extensive lifespan, along with countless hidden trump cards. With the assistance of Lu Xiaoyao, they shattered their predicament and immediately began to exhibit their extraordinary abilities, aiding one another as they fled into the distance. As the cultivators made their escape, each individual carried both warriors and practitioners in their grasp. One of their primary objectives for this journey was to rescue the overseers of Tiger Embrace City. Lu Xiaoyao concealed her true cultivation level, and as the leading cultivator reached out, he grasped her arm, propelling them both into the vast skies. In an instant, a large group of cultivators vanished without a trace, eluding even the adept Blood Clan and Shadow Clan, who were skilled in flight and concealment, leaving no sign of their departure. Chapter 169. The new plan in a concealed canyon. An exceedingly vast array has been meticulously arranged. This particular canyon is a place that Lu Xiaoyao has visited before, though her previous visit was under the urgency of pursuing Xiaobin. Furthermore, the teleportation array utilized by Xiaobin was rendered inoperative due to the chaotic spiritual energy. Now, following a group of cultivators, Lu Xiaoyao has arrived at yet another canyon. It appears that this extensive area of mystery was established by the cultivators for their journey to Hubba City. Not far off, in several tents, lie Yisha, Alanlin, and others. Lu Xiaoyao feels a twinge of regret. Those who invaded Xingjing's sea of consciousness were ultimately too formidable, preventing the extraction of Xingjing. However, rescuing so many individuals, especially under such perilous circumstances, is already a considerable achievement. Lu Xiaoyao finds no reason, nor does she hold the authority, to blame anyone. Were she in their position, she might not have been able to save even these individuals. When will they awaken? After inspecting several of them, she ascertains that they are merely in a deep slumber, with no other significant issues. Junior brother Yao, rest assured, they will be fine. Upon arriving with the cultivators, Lu Xiaoyao had already verified the talismans they carried. When they learned that Lu Xiaoyao was the newly accepted disciple of Xian Yu from the sword refining pavilion, their expressions turned to astonishment. Nonetheless, with Xian Yu's endorsement, the cultivators were not averse to Lu Xiaoyao. After all, her identity before them was that of a martial artist of the divine refining path, Yao Chalu. Senior brother, I have gathered intelligence regarding the Shadow Clan's main stronghold, which should be located to the east of the Hubba mountain range. Perhaps we should seek permission to conduct a thorough search in that direction. Having acquainted herself with the group, Lu Xiaoyao proposed her plan. To eradicate the troubles posed by the Shadow Clan, it is imperative to locate their true form. After some deductions, Lu Xiaoyao concluded that they were concealed to the east, yet pinpointing their exact location remained a challenge. Moreover, given the vast expanse of the Hubba mountain range, only by requesting reinforcements from the main hall could they hope to cast a wide net and uncover those of the Twilight clan hidden deep within the mountains. Indeed, the leader among the cultivators, named Du Guangyuan, bore an unremarkable name, yet his cultivation was commendable, having reached the early stages of the gathering of Blossom's path. Were it not for his efforts in carrying Xingjing, even with Lu Xiaoyao's assistance, their escape would have been precarious. After a moment of silence, Du Guangyuan remarked, "We may seek permission. Everyone has sustained some injuries, and we need time to recuperate. It is truly unexpected that the Twilight clan has dug such a pitfall this time. Indeed, I wonder how the Beastmaster's guild fared. Did they manage to evade the pursuit of those bats?" Another disciple, with a bitter expression, sighed and shook his head. "We owe much to junior brother Yao. Otherwise, we would have all fallen into that trap. Let us not be overly courteous. We are all of the same lineage, cultivators of the Hubba mountain range. In times of foreign invasion, we ought to unite." Lu Xiaoyao smiled and addressed the group. The Hubba mountain range and Hubba city are interconnected. Yao Shidi was not mistaken. Tracing back to our roots, many of our ancestors hailed from Tiger's Embrace City. Now that we have achieved our studies, it is only fitting that we contribute our efforts during this foreign incursion. Du Guangyuan nodded and addressed the assembly, urging them to expedite their recovery, as he would promptly contact the Grand Hall. Once Du Guangyuan had distanced himself, Lu Xiaoyao rose and departed to a secluded area before activating his microbrain, intending to reach out to Yi Yen. However, upon opening the device, Lu Xiaoyao recalled that this location was shielded, rendering advanced technology ineffective. Casting a glance at Du Guangyuan, he noticed the latter holding a small mirror, within which faintly reflected a figure, likely Ming Yang, the elder of the Huayu sword sect, ensnared within a veil of golden light. In contrast, it seemed that cultivators possessed their own means. Lu Xiaoyao sighed, uncertain of Yi Yan's circumstances. Under normal conditions, he would not fret about her venturing alone. However, now, Tiger's Embrace City lay under the dominion of the Twilight clan. Should Yi Yan be discovered, evasion from the Blood clan's pursuit would be dire. The situation had changed significantly. Previously, it was merely Count Nader, but now a formidable army of the Blood clan was present, making it nearly impossible for Yi Yan to escape. Anxious, he hurried back to the tent. Upon returning, he observed an individual cautiously emerging from one of the tents, scanning the surroundings before standing upright upon noticing Lu Xiaoyao. "Little Lu, where is this? How did I end up here?" The first to awaken was Lei Jinting, the most powerful in terms of realm and cultivation, who gazed around in bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion about the current situation. "What do you think?" Lu Xiaoyao, seeing Lei Jinting's perplexed expression, refrained from beating around the bush and recounted the events that had transpired. "Is that so? I feel nothing at all. Are they all safe? What about my nephew?" After surveying the tents, Lei Jinting grew anxious upon not spotting Xingjing's figure. Xingjing remained under the control of the Shadow Clan. Given Xingjing's considerable potential and decent cultivation, The shadow clan infiltrating his consciousness must possess formidable prowess. Lu Xiaoyao pointed to Du Guangyuan nearby and said, "Do you see him? A practitioner from the Gathering of Splendor. He is evenly matched against the Shadow Clan. And this is merely the result of the Shadow Clan utilizing Zheng Jing's body, restricting their power to a fraction." Lei Jinting vigorously rubbed his head and then stared at the sky in a moment of contemplation. "Rest assured, we will rescue him." Patting Lei Jinting on the shoulder, Lu Xiaoyao spoke in a hushed tone. "I am aware that among these cultivators, at least 3 practitioners of the void harmonization path are involved in this incident." "What level of cultivation?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Lei Jinting gasped in surprise. "Are you saying that practitioners of the void harmonization path, the immortal masters, are here?" "Indeed. My heavens, this situation has escalated significantly. 3 immortal masters have even emerged." Lei Jinting rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Do you think they might recruit disciples in Tiger Hug City? What do you think of me? My qualifications are not too shabby, right? You're overthinking it." Lu Xiaoyao retorted, rolling her eyes at Lei Jinting's sudden shift in attitude. "How old are you? Don't you realize? Aside from me, do you really believe they would pay any attention to a venerable being of 50 years? That's not entirely fair," Lei Jinting countered. "Those cultivators, aren't they all figures who have lived for centuries?" Upon hearing this, Lei Jinting muttered in dissatisfaction, yet his voice grew increasingly feeble. Indeed, cultivators could attain longevity, but that was contingent upon a solid foundation established from a young age. By the time a cultivator reaches 50, they would likely have already advanced beyond the realm of gathering brilliance. Chapter 170. The spirit of exploration. Upon noticing Lei Jinting's despondency, Lu Xiaoyao found it somewhat amusing. This fellow, despite his insistence on being indifferent, was clearly affected. "Worry not, for I am here. Do you not trust me?" Leaning closer to Lei Jinting's ear, Lu Xiaoyao whispered conspiratorially, "Allow me to share a secret. I am now the direct disciple of Elder Xianwei from the Sword Refinement Pavilion." "What?" Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Lei Jinting was taken aback. How on earth did this lad manage that? It had only been a short while since they began their journey, and he had already secured a master in the Sword Refinement Pavilion, although he was unaware of the pavilion standing among the sects in the tiger-hugging mountain range. The mere title of Elder Xianwei and Lu Xiaoyao's status as a direct disciple was enough to evoke a sense of envy in Lei Jinting. "Hee. What is mine is also yours," Lu Xiaoyao chuckled, casting a glance at the disciples of the cultivators before slowly turning his back to them. He retrieved the techniques and swordsmanship bestowed upon him by Xianwei. "Take a look, perhaps it may aid you," he murmured. "This is the foundation technique Elder Xianwei granted me. It is rather ordinary, and I suspect she intends for me to rebuild my foundation. Isn't that inappropriate?" Although Lei Jinting had never formally joined a cultivation sect, he had studied under a master and was aware of the rules that governed each sect. Moreover, the techniques passed down within a sect should not be easily shared with outsiders. Lu Xiaoyao's actions were undoubtedly a significant breach of sect protocol. "What is there to fear? It is a rudimentary concept. Just examine it first," Lu Xiaoyao replied, undeterred by Lei Jinting's concerns. Such elementary foundational methods were trivial for Lu Xiaoyao to conjure himself. "Let us not forget, the techniques employed by Yi Yuyan are of a remarkably advanced nature, derived from my innate divine skills. All right, you are my brother." Old Lei has made up his mind. Moved by this revelation, Lei Jinting could only nod solemnly. Although he had previously tried to undermine Lu Xiaoyao, it was merely a test of his capabilities. In subsequent events, Lu Xiaoyao had proven himself worthy of trust, earning the confidence of many, including Lei Jinting. Upon returning to the tent, Lei Jinting perused the techniques in his hands. However, after reviewing them, he was left in a state of confusion and perplexity. Given Lei Jinting's current level of cultivation, these elementary techniques posed no challenge to him. The Zen martial path was the pinnacle of self-discovery, where one must forge their unique path and establish their own system of cultivation to ultimately transcend to the refining spirit path. Through Lu Xiaoyao's guidance during this period, Lei Jinting had successfully crossed this threshold. At that moment, Lei Jinting noticed Lu Xiaoyao engaged in conversation with Du Guangyuan and refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to harbor his doubts internally. Following discussions between Du Guangyuan and Ming Yang, and receiving Lu Xiaoyao's confirmation and assurance, they had resolved to dispatch disciples to explore the eastern region of the tiger-hugging mountain range. Meanwhile, Du Guangyuan and Lu Xiaoyao were also set to journey in that direction to continue their search. Upon discovering the target, the two parties converged to launch an assault against the Twilight Clan. The clues provided by Lu Xiaoyao, though somewhat ambiguous, were nonetheless sufficient for Ming Yang to place his trust in them, a decision heavily influenced by Lu Xiaoyao's second master, Xian Yu. This sentiment was subtly hinted at during Ming Yang's conversation with Lu Xiaoyao, leaving her with a profound understanding of his implications. Yet, some matters remain ineffable and unutterable. Lu Zhaoyao is acutely aware of her objectives. Perhaps in the future, she will be forthright with Xianyu, but regarding Ming Yang and his affiliated Huawei Sword sect, conflict seems inevitable. How the Chui Sword Pavilion will position itself during this confrontation is beyond Lu Zhaoyao's influence. The future is uncertain. And while it is conceivable that the Huawei Sword sect may cease to pursue the matters concerning Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan, Ming Yang's demeanor towards Yi Xinyan suggests that reconciliation is implausible. Should the details surrounding Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan come to light, their elders are bound to intervene. However, these are concerns for another time, which Lu Zhaoyao does not dwell upon. Not only Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan, but also the individual named Hu Qing, whose elders will undoubtedly seek vengeance on their behalf, a reality to which Lu Zhaoyao has long been mentally prepared. After a 2-day respite, disciples from the Beastmaster Pavilion returned. Upon their arrival, Lu Zhaoyao noted the absence of nearly half of their number and their spirit beasts, likely a consequence of a fierce battle with the pursuing blood clan. It remains uncertain how long it will take for the practitioners and their spirit beasts to recuperate. Following discussions with the disciples of the Beastmaster Pavilion, Du Guangyuan resolved that they would proceed to the eastern region of the Tiger Hug mountain range, while the Beastmaster Pavilion's spirit beasts could rest and eventually catch up, serving as reinforcements. Once the arrangements were finalized, Du Guangyuan activated the flying shuttle, and all the disciples boarded, setting off on their journey. This shuttle was notably larger than the one in Lu Zhaoyao's possession, which she had seized from Hu Qing and could accommodate a mere dozen individuals. In contrast, Du Guangyuan's shuttle was capable of holding nearly 100 practitioners, each maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters from one another. As the shuttle embarked, the practitioners gradually entered a meditative state, leaving only 3 individuals to operate the controls, ensuring the shuttle's smooth functioning. Lu Zhaoyao surveyed the group before retrieving a mat and settling into a corner. She was well acquainted with these practitioners, and after a few days of interaction, it became evident that their communication was rather sparse. This phenomenon was not limited to inter-sect relations. Even among fellow disciples, gestures of camaraderie were rare. The social dynamics among these practitioners quickly illuminated Lu Zhaoyao's understanding. Their lives were exceedingly simple, primarily revolving around cultivation and the study of various subjects. In her earlier years, Lu Zhaoyao had led a similar existence. The topics of their studies spanned the cosmos, ranging from astronomy to geography, encompassing virtually every aspect of understanding. There exists no phenomenon in the universe that practitioners have not sought to explore. There exists nothing that practitioners are unaware of, nor is there any aspect they do not delve into. Furthermore, the depths of nearly every subject are inexhaustible. In the pursuit of identifying and resolving issues, practitioners gradually become reticent amidst the monotony of their existence. However, when it comes to dialectical discussions surrounding various problems, they are capable of engaging in fervent debates day and night. Unlike the denizens of the mundane world, practitioners are never content with the status quo. They possess a more profound spirit of exploration. Each practitioner cast into the ordinary realm is likely to be an expert across multiple fields. Yet, the allure of the mundane world holds little fascination for them. The hedonistic lifestyle, characterized by revelry and indulgence, merely squanders the essence of life. What practitioners truly value is the quest for the eternal essence of existence. Chapter 171. The Telescope from the Outskirts of Tiger's Embrace City. A direct route leads to the Tiger's Embrace mountain range, a considerable distance away. Even with the flying shuttle employed by Du Guangyuan, the journey would take nearly 5 days. Lu Zhaoyao had previously inquired why a teleportation array had not been established. Du Guangyuan, taken aback, explained that setting up such an array necessitated profound mastery of intricate formations, a skill absent among the individuals present. Moreover, within the Tiger's Embrace mountain range and its plains, the farthest locations could be reached in about half a month, rendering the use of a resource-intensive teleportation array unnecessary. This response left Lu Zhaoyao perplexed. Could it be that the teleportation array utilized by Zhao Bin was not, in fact, from the Huawei Sword sect? Otherwise, how could this disciple, whose cultivation level evidently surpassed that of Zhao Bin, be entirely oblivious to the teleportation array hidden within the forest? It appeared that some issue had arisen within the Huawei Sword sect. However, Lu Zhaoyao found it inappropriate to inquire further, as she was still nominally a disciple of the Sword Refining Pavilion, and questioning matters concerning the Huawei Sword sect would be ill-advised. Engaging in casual conversation, Lu Zhaoyao asked about topics related to practitioners, which did not raise Du Guangyuan's suspicions. Rather, he patiently shared much information with her. This amiable practitioner, Du Guangyuan, proved to be quite loquacious, and they exchanged numerous insights. Observing this kind-hearted individual, Lu Jiao felt a twinge of guilt for extracting so much information about the Huawei sword sect. However, she reasoned that such details were likely inconsequential, as he might not divulge anything pertaining to sensitive matters. Their journey proceeded without incident, and a few days later, they arrived at the eastern part of the Tiger's Embrace mountain range. Yet, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of towering mountains was rather daunting. In such a vast wilderness, locating the hidden Shadow Clan would pose an extraordinary challenge. Furthermore, the Shadow Clan's inherent abilities rendered them adept at concealment, making it difficult for adversaries to track them down. Upon disembarking from the flying shuttle, the group settled on a mountain peak. The practitioners employed their magical powers to swiftly clear an area, establishing a temporary camp. Over the course of several days, the injured practitioners had largely recovered, and even those with more severe injuries were no longer hindered in their movements. "I shall contact the others," Duke Guang Yuan declared, retrieving a small mirror, no larger than the palm of his hand, yet exquisitely crafted. Merely glancing at it, Lu Xiaoyao understood that it was likely a 1,000-mile mirror, a device crafted by practitioners using secret techniques. This object bore similarities to a telephone, but was far more convenient in operation. The small mirror contained the imprint of another 1,000-mile mirror. Through this imprint, one could establish communication with the corresponding mirror. Such imprints were complex and arcane, beyond the comprehension of those unfamiliar with them. Only individuals possessing formidable strength and adept in the construction of formations could discern the components of the imprint. Generally, these imprints included guiding restrictions, which would instantly destroy the imprint upon encountering external interference, thereby preventing the intruder from tracing the origin of the imprint's owner. Upon grasping the underlying principles, Lu Xiaoyao became increasingly convinced that the mundane microbrain communication system was merely a simplified version of a long-range telescope. This revelation filled her with doubt. Could it be that the so-called scientific technology is simply a distillation of the artifacts crafted by cultivators? If that is the case, how then did the technological advancements of the original world begin to manifest? Historical textbooks from the original world do provide accounts on this matter. However, upon arriving in this realm, Lu Xiaoyao gradually developed skepticism. Furthermore, numerous scientists espouse a particular theory that the culmination of science is theology. But what is theology, if not the wondrous abilities of cultivators? The practices of qi refinement and alchemy by cultivators bear a striking resemblance to the industrial technology and pharmaceutical chemistry of the mundane world. Recently, Lu Xiaoyao has had frequent interactions with cultivators, and in fleeting moments, she has discerned the connection between them and the mundane realm. It appears that the advanced technologies of the mundane world are closely intertwined with the cultivators. The technological progress of the original world has become an enigma to Lu Xiaoyao, especially since she currently lacks a means to return. Nevertheless, from her observations in this world, she has made numerous discoveries. In the original world, cultivators still exist, albeit in dwindling numbers, nearly on the brink of extinction. The primary reason for this decline seems to be the inexplicable depletion of spiritual energy in that realm. Given this, as the traditional path for cultivators has become unviable, it stands to reason that an alternative route has emerged, akin to the industrial revolution of the original world. Perhaps this is the truth, albeit a mere conjecture. The long-range telescope, activated by Du Guangyuan's incantation, soon radiated a resplendent white light. Within this brilliance, a beautiful visage materialized upon the mirror's surface. Open. Du Guangyuan's palm spread wide, allowing the telescope to levitate in midair as the luminous aura burst forth, releasing a wisp of delicate smoke. From within this mist, a female figure gradually emerged. Upon a glance, Lu Xiaoyao recognized her as Yu Yuexi, the youngest female disciple of Xianyue and her own junior sister. "Where's my junior brother?" As Yuexi appeared, her gaze swept the surroundings, and upon spotting Lu Xiaoyao, a sense of relief washed over her. "It is good to see you unharmed. Master was quite worried about you." "Greetings, senior sister," Lu Xiaoyao replied with a smile. Slightly perplexed as she inquired, "I am well here. There is no need for Master to fret." How can she not worry? The Twilight Clan is likely to make significant moves this time. And you, with your current cultivation as merely a martial artist, what will you do if danger arises? Thank you for your concern, Master and senior sister. Lu Xiaoyao patted her chest and assured her, "Rest assured, I am well aware of my own strength. If circumstances become dire, I will surely flee faster than anyone else." "Ah, you are but a young calf unafraid of tigers," Yu Yuexi shook her head. Then said to Lu Xiaoyao, "Come here. Master has instructed me to pass something on to you." "What is it?" Upon casting a glance at Du Guangyuan, a flicker of doubt stirred within me. Could it be that this long-range telescope possesses the extraordinary ability to transport objects? Such a notion would indeed be remarkably advanced. Approaching the telescope, Yu Yuexi extended her hand towards Lu Xiaoyao, instructing, "Close your eyes and attune your senses." "What for?" Lu Xiaoyao replied with a playful grin. Sister, are you harboring a secret affection for me, perhaps wishing to steal a kiss? With so many witnesses around, that would be rather inappropriate. At the utterance of these words, the surrounding cultivators were left utterly dumbfounded. It was common knowledge that Yueshi was a disciple of Xianwei, renowned for her aloof and proud demeanor. A fact well known to all. Yet here was this fellow, Yao Chaolu, audaciously teasing Yueshi, playfully flirting with her junior sister. Chapter 172. Tempering the sword, however. What astonished the cultivators even more was that the teased Yueshi did not exhibit any anger. Although Yueshi displayed a lack of emotional expression, it did not imply that she was incapable of wrath. There had been disciples in the past who attempted to draw near to Yueshi with ulterior motives. Yet their schemes had been thwarted before they could take effect, as she had rendered them incapable of rising. Even now, though it was merely a projection formed by spiritual energy, it differed greatly from the mundane five-dimensional imaging. A projection composed of spiritual energy possesses a certain degree of power. After all, cultivators manipulate spiritual energy not solely through their physical form, but also through their mental will. Yet now, when Lu Jiaoyao uttered those words, Yueshi did not even flinch. She merely pursed her lips and said, "Stop fooling around." Stop fooling around? Du Guangyuan gazed at the pair of senior and junior disciples. His expression one of bewilderment. He could hardly believe that Lu Jiaoyao, having only apprenticed for a few days, could establish such rapport with Yueshi. After all, Lu Jiaoyao's presence would undoubtedly divert much of elder Xianyue's attention, thereby diminishing her concern for Xianyue. It is a common occurrence among cultivators for disciples to vie for favor, and it is equally frequent for senior brothers to create trouble for their junior counterparts. Yet, it appeared that this pair of senior and junior disciples harbored no such animosities. It seemed that even the admonition to be quiet had subdued Lu Jiaoyao, who promptly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Yueshi's delicate fingers gently pressed against Lu Jiaoyao's forehead. In the next moment, a refreshing aura surged through Yueshi's fingertips and entered Lu Jiaoyao's sea of consciousness. Upon closer inspection, Lu Jiaoyao realized that this was a comprehensive outline of a secret cultivation manual, along with its initial sections. It dawned on Lu Jiaoyao that Yueshi's actions were clearly those of a mentor imparting knowledge. Within the outline of the secret manual provided by Yueshi, there not only lay the original descriptions of the manual but also Yueshi's own newfound insights and the essential principles previously elucidated by Xianyue. The supplementary knowledge from both Xianyue and Yueshi would allow Lu Jiaoyao to grasp this technique more swiftly. Among the contents of this technique, what intrigued Lu Jiaoyao the most was the section on sword tempering, a subject she had never encountered before. The name of the sect, the Sword Tempering Pavilion, indicated that their cultivation was intricately linked to the art of sword tempering. Upon a preliminary examination, Lu Jiaoyao discovered that the so-called sword tempering was far more complex than she had initially envisioned. A sword is akin to a person. A person is akin to a sword. The process of sword tempering is, in essence, a refinement of the cultivator themselves. The comprehensive outline of the manual stated that tempering a sword is akin to tempering a person, and refining a person is akin to refining a sword. The relationship between a person and a sword is inextricable. The ultimate principle of the Sword Tempering Pavilion is to achieve a state where the person embodies the sword. Here, the phrase "the person is the sword" does not merely refer to the unity of person and sword, but rather to the thorough transformation of an individual into an unparalleled treasure of a sword. In that state, the individual becomes a sword, rendering the use of an actual sword unnecessary. In moments of anger, the sword is drawn. In moments of joy, it is sheathed, allowing for seamless control over attack and defense, dictated by one's will. As Lu Jiaoyao immersed herself in this revelation, Yueshi's voice resonated in her ears, awakening her spirit. As she opened her eyes, Lu Jiaoyao was astonished to find herself enveloped in darkness, with a colossal full moon hanging in the sky. Night had fallen. Yet in Lu Jiaoyao's perception, only a brief moment had passed. It was truly unexpected how profound your comprehension has become. Standing nearby, Du Guangyuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Such an experience of enlightenment during the transmission of teachings was extremely rare among disciples. Moreover, to be enraptured in a state of insight for such an extended period, requiring the assistance of another to awaken, was even more exceptional. As he spoke, Du Guangyuan turned his gaze toward the distant mirror. Addressing the projection of Yueshi, "Do you remember, junior sister Yueshi, that you experienced something similar?" "Yes, I nearly lost myself in the process, but fortunately, Master was there to rouse me." Yueshi nodded, then looked at Lu Jiaoyao and remarked, "However, junior brother, your immersion is even more impressive than mine. I was only in that state for a little over half an hour. How long did it take for you to awaken, junior sister?" Du Guangyuan inquired curiously, while the surrounding disciples perked up their ears to listen. Master said it took a quarter of an hour to awaken me. Iyueshi, you are truly remarkable. Ahem. Lu Xiaoyao cleared her throat, glancing at the two and asking, so why has night fallen? We were discussing matters and did not pay much attention to you. By the time I noticed, it was already dark. As Iyueshi spoke, her gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, clearly acknowledging her own negligence. Very well. With a wry smile, Lu Xiaoyao inquired again, have you reached a conclusion? This time, I am leading the team. My fellow disciples have already dispersed to explore the eastern mountains. Iyueshi nodded and replied, however, the terrain here is considerably more complex, and it will take a significant amount of time to conduct a thorough investigation. Additionally, there are many caverns. If the Twilight clan has hidden themselves within, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to trace their whereabouts. Upon hearing Iyueshi's explanation, Lu Xiaoyao finally understood why the Twilight clan would choose this location. The intricate terrain and numerous caverns serve as a natural shield for the Twilight clan. Furthermore, it seems that the Blood clan, Shadow clan, Charm clan, and Hidden clan are all highly skilled in the art of concealment. Although the practitioners possess high levels and deep cultivation, it is no simple task to unearth those elusive beings. The Twilight clan, by nature, possesses a talent for hiding, which is a key reason for their growth. Otherwise, before the Twilight clan could rise, they would have been eradicated. In their confrontations with practitioners, the Twilight clan has also been progressing, learning, and adapting to the abilities of the practitioners. Through the continuous struggles, both sides have been drawing from each other, mutually enhancing their skills. This dynamic also escalates the intensity of their conflicts, gradually amplifying the scale of the war. Recollecting the several encounters with the Blood clan, Shadow clan, and Charm clan, Lu Xiaoyao is acutely aware of the formidable nature of these adversaries. Their unique talents undoubtedly pose a significant threat, if one is truly intent on concealment. Even the most formidable practitioners require a certain span of time to achieve their aims. Moreover, success is not guaranteed. During the battle at Tiger Embrace City, the practitioners suffered a setback. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoyao's involvement, the losses could have been even more catastrophic, with total annihilation not being an impossibility. There is no need for haste. As long as they remain hidden here, they will eventually be discovered. Lu Xiaoyao harbors considerable confidence in his deductions. However, his current concern lies in how many practitioners Iyueshi has brought along and whether they possess sufficient strength to confront the forthcoming challenges. Indeed, the master has also calculated, and the accuracy of the junior brother's intelligence is exceedingly high. Iyueshi concurred, stating that otherwise, Elder Mingyang would not have sanctioned this operation. It is evident that Elder Mingyang's consent was indeed influenced by the involvement of Xianhua. Chapter 173. The Fortress of War in the days spent searching for the Shadow clan. The conflicts between the various sects of the Tiger Embrace Mountain and the Blood clan have been intensifying. Once elusive and concealed, the Blood clan has now commenced large-scale assaults. The 17 sects have also increased their disciples, launching a cleansing operation against the Twilight clan. Nearly 1,000 disciples have begun to operate across the towns of Tiger Embrace City, targeting the forces of the Twilight clan. According to the latest reports, several towns have been reclaimed, once again falling under human control. Seizing this opportunity, Tanqua has reached out to the garrisons in various towns to initiate a counterattack against the Twilight clan. With the assistance of practitioners, vast tracts of land were swiftly recaptured. The military strength of the Twilight clan has begun to contract its defenses. Gathering in and around Tiger Embrace City and the formidable Tiger Mouth Pass, the coalition of towns has begun to consolidate its forces. Under the command of Lei Zhenling and Tanqua, before heading to the eastern part of the Tiger Embrace Mountain, Lei Zhenling's group was left behind. Arranged for return by the Beast Tamers Guild. After a few days of recuperation, individuals such as Isha, Ai Linlin, Avril, and Suing Bei have awakened from their slumber, joining the war against the Twilight clan. On the front lines, preparations for the great battle are in full swing, with both sides hastily deploying troops. Furthermore, news has arrived that reinforcements from the Twilight clan have set sail to the nearby coast, ready to support Tiger Embrace City at a moment's notice. In truth, the search for the Shadow clan has become less significant. With the outbreak of large-scale warfare, the Shadow clan no longer exerts a direct influence on the battlefield. Du Guangyuan pondered, addressing Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi. The advantage of the Shadow clan lies in their ability to remain undetected, their whereabouts eluding our grasp. However, they lack the direct combat capability of the Blood clan and the Hidden clan. Moreover, our practitioners possess a comprehensive strength that can effectively counter the Shadow clan. As long as we avoid becoming isolated, the Shadow clan will struggle to gain the upper hand. While we practitioners are unafraid, the mundane officers find it challenging to defend against the Twilight clan. After all, Commanding an army requires reliance on them. Listening to Du Guangyuan's analysis, Yueshi countered, "Our pursuit of the Shadow Clan is not for our own sake, but for those ordinary people." "I concur with junior sister's sentiment," Lu Xiaoyao added. "Eliminating the Shadow Clan will significantly empower us. If their influence persists, practitioners will still need to allocate some of their number to protect the main officers. Given our already limited numbers, diverting forces to safeguard ordinary people may lead to a potential shortage in direct combat. This is an unavoidable situation," Du Guangyuan sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "The growth of practitioners is indeed painfully slow. Our pursuits differ fundamentally from those of the mundane, and even more so from the Twilight Clan. They seek immense power and profit, while our quest as practitioners is one of exploration. Desire breeds ambition," Yueshi added as a poignant remark. Regarding the statements made by the two individuals, Lu Xiaoyao found herself at a loss for rebuttal. Each possesses their own aspirations, and it is not for anyone to declare who is right or wrong. The concepts of right and wrong are inherently relative. Historical texts are penned by the victors. Casting a glance at the two, Lu Xiaoyao deftly shifted the conversation, asserting that this was not the matter at hand. They should focus on devising a method to uncover the Shadow Clan. In the midst of their dialogue, Yueshi's expression suddenly morphed, and she produced a distant viewing mirror. With a flicker of spiritual light, an image materialized within the mirror. The vast expanse of the sky, pristine and azure, unveiled several colossal fortresses ascending from the depths of the mountains. The entirety of these fortresses was adorned with rock formations. As they rose, the camouflage draping them cascaded down like crumbling mountains. It was the war fortress of the Shadow Clan. Du Guangyuan glanced at it and leapt to his feet with urgency. Drawing the attention of the disciples gathered nearby, they swiftly turned their gazes in this direction, sensing an impending action. Du Guangyuan waved his hand, calling out to one of the disciples, "Quickly, summon everyone." Yueshi also gracefully rose, her gaze fixed on the distant sky as she declared, "They are approaching us." "What?" Upon hearing Yueshi's words, Du Guangyuan was taken aback, immediately turning to look. Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and solemnly stated, "They aim to head towards the tiger's maw. We must prevent them." Fixing her gaze on the horizon, a dark spot gradually expanded, becoming increasingly distinct. Lu Xiaoyao's heart brimmed with astonishment as she beheld the war fortress, resembling a colossal castle, soaring at remarkable speed. Without heavy weaponry, how could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Du Guangyuan, with a stern countenance, remarked, "We can only resort to the flying shuttle." "You must be mad." Yueshi immediately interjected, "Using the flying shuttle would be futile. This is a large fortress that cannot be halted. Surely, we cannot allow them to pass unimpeded." As the two deliberated, numerous cultivators hurried back. In the sky, brilliant flying swords approached, evidently capturing the attention of the war fortress. "They are coming." Lu Xiaoyao's gaze flickered, then she addressed Du Guangyuan. "Allow me to pilot the flying shuttle. You and the senior sister should guide the disciples to act according to the situation." "No, absolutely not." Before Lu Xiaoyao could finish her sentence, she was met with simultaneous objections from Du Guangyuan and Yueshi. A frontal assault was undoubtedly unfeasible, but a flanking maneuver to strike at its propulsion system could be viable. The propulsion system? Upon hearing this term, both individuals paused, then responded, "You mean the driving formation?" "Correct." Lu Xiaoyao had never anticipated that cultivators possessed an alternative terminology, strikingly similar to that of the mundane world. It seemed that the advanced technology of the mundane realm indeed bore relevance to the practitioners of this world. However, gazing at the distant war fortress, Du Guangyuan shook his head and said, "No, it moves too swiftly. Seizing the opportunity would be exceedingly difficult. We have but one chance, and failure would spell disaster. If unsuccessful, we must alert the elders to prepare for defense." Yuexi opted for a more prudent and conservative approach. Time was of the essence. They had not considered granting us mercy. Lu Xiaoyao shook her head, her gaze fixed upon the war fortress that was hurtling towards this mountaintop. "It seemed we had no choice but to proceed as you suggested." In the midst of our dialogue, Du Guangyuan had already unleashed the flying shuttle. "Allow me to take the helm, Yuexi. I entrust my people to your command." "Very well, proceed with caution." Yuexi grasped Lu Xiaoyao's shoulder and addressed the surrounding cultivators. "Disperse immediately. As soon as the war fortress halts, we shall launch our assault without delay." Chapter 174. Encountering Count Nader again, the war fortress surged forward, its speed reaching unprecedented heights. Just a moment ago, it appeared as a mere speck, but in the blink of an eye, it loomed like a colossal mountain. Yet, the straight-line distance indicated it still lay thousands of miles away. At such a vast distance, the imposing war fortress already resembled a small hill. What all would it evoke when it approached? Initially, it was believed that the base vehicle was sufficient for combat. However, Witnessing the Hall of Cultivators in this formidable war fortress continually reshaped Lu Zhaoyao's understanding. Not far off, Du Guangyuan had already piloted the flying shuttle into the sky. At this moment, the shuttle was in combat mode, and with Du Guangyuan's infusion of spiritual energy, the embedded formations within the shuttle activated fully. Lu Zhaoyao could distinctly perceive the boundless spiritual energy being swiftly absorbed and condensed by the shuttle. Faced with such a massive entity as the war fortress, even the flying shuttle had no guarantee of survival. In comparison, the shuttle seemed like a mantis attempting to block a chariot, with a significant likelihood of being obliterated. Despite Du Guangyuan's mastery of the gathering splendor path, survival amidst such terrifying force was improbable. One could say that his decision was tantamount to wagering his life. This act of Du Guangyuan profoundly astonished Lu Zhaoyao. Here was a cultivator who placed the greater good above personal gain and loss. Du Guangyuan entirely overturned Lu Zhaoyao's preconceived notions about the Huawei sword sect, significantly diminishing the animosity Lu Zhaoyao harbored toward them. The certainty of death. Yet he pressed on without hesitation. How could Lu Zhaoyao not hold him in esteem? In the face of the Shadow Clan's war fortress, evading direct confrontation was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Even upon returning, the various sects would find it impossible to offend Du Guangyuan. In any realm, humanity possesses both virtues and vices. One cannot assume that a person in power is inherently good, nor that a bandit is necessarily evil. Lu Zhaoyao watched as the flying shuttle ascended, charging directly toward the war fortress, and a surge of fervor ignited within him. Brother Du, be careful. Brother Du, be cautious. Junior brother, you must return. The cultivators gazed solemnly, their eyes fixed on the retreating shuttle. Ride the sword. After the shuttle had distanced itself, Iyueshi's cold voice rang out. The disciples, receiving the command, unleashed their flying swords, countless blades soaring into the sky. Figures leaped aloft, standing upon their flying swords, their gazes fervent and resolute. As Lu Zhaoyao beheld this scene, it utterly transformed his understanding and imagination of cultivators. He was astonished to find that when cultivators became earnest, their execution was no less formidable than that of mundane soldiers. Clearly, Du Guangyuan's actions garnered universal recognition and admiration. A sense of belonging is a rare emotion, and once attained, it fosters profound loyalty. Observing these cultivators, Lu Zhaoyao felt a surge of passion, yearning to join their ranks. Lu Zhaoyao could only watch as the cultivators, led by Iyueshi, trailed behind Du Guangyuan's flying shuttle, departing into the distance. Alas, had she known this would transpire, she would have disguised herself as a cultivator. At least then she could have soared through the skies on a sword. Once all the cultivators had left, Lu Zhaoyao could only let out a resigned sigh. In the presence of these individuals, she could not reveal her identity as a cultivator, not now, at least. Otherwise, it would lead to grave consequences. The impending collision in the distance was all too predictable. The shuttle against the war fortress was akin to an ant shaking a tree. It was uncertain whether these cultivators could withstand the onslaught. Moreover, Lu Zhaoyao was increasingly worried about the number of Twilight Clan members concealed within the fortress. Although the cultivators brought by Iyueshi numbered nearly 1,000, most had already dispersed, leaving only about 300, including Du Guangyuan's followers, by her side. Moments later, a violent explosion erupted in the far distance. A brilliant light bursting forth like a radiant sun. This flash of brilliance was fleeting, and the shuttle had already penetrated the fortress, with a significant portion of it embedded within. Following this impact, the war fortress indeed came to a halt, its altitude significantly reduced. However, soon after, a swarm of dark shadows emerged from within the fortress. As they spread their wings, it became evident that they were a large group of vampires. Lu Zhaoyao was taken aback. These vampires in this world appeared to travel in packs, unlike the lore of her original world, where they were merely figments of legend. With vampires present, one could only wonder if werewolves existed as well. Among the 4 major clans of the Twilight Clan, there was no mention of werewolves. Was it possible that werewolves in this world were weak, unable to rival the vampires? While Lu Zhaoyao pondered these questions, the conflict in the distance had already commenced. The battle between the vampires and the cultivators erupted before the war fortress, and both sides plunged into a fierce melee. At the first clash, Lu Zhaoyao observed the cultivators unleashing their formidable techniques, countless vampires plummeting from the skies. Many vampires, after falling a distance, took to the air once more, rejoining the fray. Such scenes were reminiscent of the fantastical spectacles only found in science fiction films, now unfolding right before Lu Zhaoyao's eyes. The power of the cultivators was vividly displayed at that moment. Even when faced with overwhelming numbers of vampires, the cultivators remained undeterred. Among them, the most formidable was undoubtedly Lu Zhaoyao's small world, akin to a celestial being descending to battle demons. With a longsword in hand, It gleamed like a bolt of lightning. With each arc of sword light unleashed, multiple vampires, sometimes dozens, were cleaved asunder. It was a visceral spectacle of a celestial and demonic clash. Kulu Xiaoyao activated her microbrain, recording the scene before her. Just then, she noticed a figure suddenly soaring into the sky from the war fortress. In this vampire's grasp, it seemed they were holding someone. Could it be? Observing this scene, Kulu Xiaoyao immediately magnified the image, keen to discern the identity of the individual. It turns out to be Count Nader, which implies that he possesses. Lu Xiaoyao's heart sank as she realized that Du Guanyuan had been captured alive. Observing Du Guanyuan, battered and bruised, it was evident that he had endured immense suffering, with blood cascading down his body like a flowing message. If he continued to bleed like this, even a cultivator would struggle to withstand such loss. Moreover, a cultivator's blood had long been spiritualized. Each drop lost represented a significant detriment to them. Lu Xiaoyao adjusted her lens, magnifying the image, and noticed that the corner of Count Nader's mouth bore fresh traces of blood. He had fed on Du Guangyuan's blood. This was dire news. The already weakened Du Guangyuan had now been drained by the Blood Clan. Even if he were still alive, his chances of survival were slim. Furthermore, since Count Nader had not killed Du Guangyuan outright, it was clear that he intended to utilize him for his own schemes. Chapter 175. Despicable and shameless in the face of the Blood Clan's overwhelming military advantage, the combat prowess of the cultivators is remarkably astonishing. Utilizing their bizarre tactics, the Blood Clan inflicts significant casualties upon their foes. Yet, within mere moments, numerous Blood Clan members lie dead or wounded, while the cultivators remain relatively unscathed. The cultivators rely on one another, forming a colossal formation. Countless flying swords converge, resembling a magnificent dragon of light, undulating amidst the crimson tide. With each strike, a multitude of Blood Clan warriors suffer devastating blows. At the pinnacle of the formation, Iyueshi wields her longsword, orchestrating the entire array. Wherever the sword points, the Dragon of Swords follows. In the face of the formidable formation constructed by the cultivators, the Blood Clan Legion appears bereft of effective strategies. Despite their fervent attempts to find weaknesses, the Blood Clan is evidently lacking in this regard. Many among them begin to gather their strength, conjuring immense energy in the air. However, when they unleash their power against the cultivators' formation, the impact is scarcely noticeable. Yet, with the appearance of Baronade, a palpable influence is exerted upon Iyueshi from afar, as well as upon the multitude of cultivators within the formation. Your companion is in my grasp. Baronade's voice echoes from a distance, even reaching the ears of Lu Xiaoyao. The potency of this voice transcends mere communication, embodying a form of sonic attack. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao observes that several cultivators of lower cultivation levels sustain injuries, their forms swaying precariously. A few more nearly plummet from their flying swords, rescued only by the timely intervention of their peers wielding magical energies to support them. Do you think capturing him will enable you to threaten us? Iyueshi's expression turns frosty as she glances at Du Guanyuan, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Given Du Guanyuan's current condition, even if he were to be rescued, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Yet, to forsake him would be unacceptable to the cultivators by her side. Although the majority of these cultivators are those she personally led, they represent various sects, including many disciples of Du Guanyuan. Baronade has astutely recognized this fact. Aware that the cultivators belong to multiple sections, when faced with external threats, they can unite, but at the slightest hint of trouble, they are quick to fracture and engage in internal conflict. Baronade possesses the means to dismantle the cultivators' formation, albeit at a tremendous cost to his own blood energy. If he can shatter their alliance without bloodshed, what advantage would that not confer upon him? Iyueshi comprehends Baronade's intentions all too well. However, the cultivators around her remain somewhat oblivious to the underlying reasons. Some of the more impetuous individuals have already begun to voice their anger. Steady yourselves. Iyueshi's countenance darkens as she issues a sharp admonition. The Blood Clan's assault continues unabated. The formation must not falter, lest the 300 cultivators within be ensnared by the Blood Clan's slaughter. The sheer numbers and the uncanny abilities of the Blood Clan can undoubtedly inflict catastrophic harm upon isolated cultivators. However, scarcely has Iyueshi's command fallen from her lips when Baronade's hand descends upon Du Guanyuan's shoulder. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Du Guanyuan's entire arm was reduced to a mist of blood. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face drained of color, devoid of any trace of vitality. His eyes lost their luster, and his consciousness was evidently fading. In such a dire situation, Iyueshi was clearly flustered. She could hardly fathom the cruelty of the Blood Clan. The repercussions of this event were monumental. Many practitioners were deeply shaken. The once steadfast formation began to falter, with cracks appearing almost immediately. Upon discovering this, the Blood Clan unleashed a more frenzied assault. Waves of crimson energy relentlessly pounded against the formation, gradually tearing the fissures wider. Is this not enough? Count Duke licked his lips and raised his hand to unleash a surge of energy, striking Du Guangyuan's other arm. Boom! That entire arm exploded into a mist of blood. This time, the practitioners within the formation were instantly driven to the brink of madness. Especially the disciples of the Huawei Sword sect, witnessing their fellow brother being tormented so brutally, charged out of the formation, aiming to slay Count Duke. Return! Seeing the disciples recklessly leave, Iyueshi's expression changed dramatically. The disciples obeyed her command, tightening their defenses while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, those who had rushed out roared in fury, attacking Count Duke. However, between them and Count Duke stood countless Blood Clan members. As the Blood Clan noticed the practitioners abandoning the protection of the formation, they swiftly descended upon them. In an instant, the practitioners were torn to shreds, their remains plummeting into the valley below. Although the practitioners were formidable individuals, they could not withstand such overwhelming numbers and ultimately fell to the might of the collective. Moreover, the Blood Clan here was not weak. They were equally formidable when united. Too late. Having achieved his desire, Count Duke sneered, "You shall ultimately become sacrifices." Humph. With mere bets like you? Iyueshi leapt into the air, transforming into a beam of sword light, which pierced through the heavens, rending apart the Blood Clan above. A multitude of Blood Clan members fell from the sky, with over a dozen being obliterated into ashes by the sword light. Soaring into the sky, Iyueshi wielded her sword, then swiftly turned her form, charging towards Count Duke. With a furious cry, Iyueshi radiated spiritual light, her entire being resembling a drawn sword, declaring, "Today, you shall face death. You are still not enough." As Iyueshi approached, Count Duke showed no sign of fear, merely glancing casually at her while pulling Du Guangyuan in front of him. "Come, kill your comrade with your own hands." In the midst of Count Duke's mocking words, the impending terrifying sword light abruptly changed direction, soaring back into the sky. Within the sword light, Iyueshi revealed herself, coldly gazing at Count Duke. Despicable, shameless bat. The victor is king. Why concern oneself with the means? Count Duke chuckled sinisterly, pointing into the distance, saying, "Look, they are faltering." Boom. In the midst of the Earl Nader's laughter, the formation established by the distant cultivators was swiftly shattered by the vampire clan. Bereft of the protection of the grand battle, the cultivators were left to fend for themselves, their losses steadily mounting in the struggle against the vampires. The methods employed by the vampires were insidious, rendering them exceedingly difficult to guard against. While a smaller number of adversaries could be resisted, the relentless onslaught from the numerous vampires was nearly unceasing. The cultivators found it increasingly arduous to withstand such intense assaults, their defenses succumbing one after another, leading to their brutal dismemberment by the vampires. The tactics of the vampires were not only cunning but also ruthlessly cruel. From his vantage point, Lu Zhaoyao had yet to witness a single complete corpse of a cultivator. Furthermore, he observed with horror that many cultivators were shockingly drained of their spiritual blood. Chapter 176. The puppet strikes. The tides of battle have turned increasingly unfavorable. The array of cultivators has been breached by the vampire clan. Iyueshi has been lured away by Count Nader, yet hindered by Du Guangyuan. She finds herself unable to launch an assault. The situation has descended into a state of extreme passivity. Even if Lu Zhaoyao witnesses this unfolding disaster, there appears to be no recourse. Despite showcasing her full strength, Lu Zhaoyao cannot possibly rescue these cultivators from the clutches of numerous vampires. This predicament starkly contrasts with their previous encounter at the City Affairs Commission, where the Shadow Clan was unprepared, allowing Lu Zhaoyao's ambush to succeed. However, faced with such a considerable number of vampires this time, escape seems an impossibility. Should Lu Zhaoyao act heroically, she would ultimately share the same grim fate as those she seeks to save. The cultivators previously dispatched by Iyueshi, no matter how swift, will be unable to arrive in time for rescue. Furthermore, Count Nader wields Du Guangyuan as leverage, rendering Iyueshi powerless. This young sister, when confronted with cunning foes, quickly finds herself at a disadvantage. Even with her astute mind, she remains unaware of how to navigate such dire circumstances. There seems to be no turning point. Meanwhile, the war fortress hovering in the rear radiates with light. The shuttles within are gradually being drawn into the fortress, while countless robots toil to effect repairs on the damaged sections. This attempt at resistance is on the verge of utter defeat, and the prospect of total annihilation looms ominously. In such a scenario, Lu Zhaoyao feels utterly helpless. Unless the dispersed cultivators can return in time, which is patently unrealistic, she remains despondent. Lu Zhaoyao believes that many cultivators, having returned from nearby locales, are likely concealed, refraining from participating in this conflict. What course of action remains? Her mind races. If this continues, Even Yueshi may fall victim to dire consequences. Moreover, should Count Nader capture her alive, her plight would undoubtedly worsen. In silence, Lu Xiaohao activates her storage ring, scrutinizing its contents. A shuttle, several flying swords, a statue. A sense of melancholy washes over her, despite possessing numerous storage rings. The treasures at her disposal are lamentably few. Ultimately, her gaze settles upon the statue, a relic acquired from the plaza of the alchemy sect's ruins. The Yin-Yang dual fiends. While the Yin Fiend puppet has been destroyed by Lu Xiaoyao, the Yang Fiend puppet remains preserved. Additionally, there lies the blood-red sword forged by the ghostly Fog King. The Yang Fiend, a combat puppet of equal caliber to the ghostly Lash puppet, embodies devastating power. The legends of the Yin-Yang dual fiends proclaim that the deities do not emerge, and the ultimate form of the ghostly Lash puppet is the Yin Fiend ghostly banshee. While the pinnacle of the statue is the Yang Fiend drought demon. When the drought demon manifests, it brings desolation for miles, rendering the land barren. Ancient tales recount the existence of a drought demon, with two prevailing legends. One speaks of a divine being descending to aid the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing Xinyuan. The other regards it as one of the four progenitors of the undead. In truth, the drought demon is a humanoid weapon forged through arcane means. Perhaps now. Only this statue has the potential to alter the current predicament. Lu Xiaoyao retrieved the statue, which towered over him, imbued with the seals he had established. It is now up to you. By channeling spiritual energy into the statue, he began to unravel the binding seals, and the statue gradually awakened. The statue, resembling white jade, emanated a soft, ethereal glow. As its eyes opened, a brilliant silver light flickered within. Do you comprehend my words? Since acquiring this statue, Lu Xiaoyao had refined it anew, yet had never utilized it, uncertain if it possessed sentience. Yes, master. The voice emanating from the statue was somewhat obscure, yet distinctly feminine. Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the statue, but finding no overt sexual characteristics. The chest was flat, and there was no discernible form between the legs. After a brief glance, he realized. This was merely a statue, designed for combat. Its appearance, whether male or female, was inconsequential. The form of the statue was defined by its purpose, not by gender. Although the voice leaned towards femininity, it held little significance. From his ring, he produced a simple robe and trousers to adorn the statue. He then tossed a flying sword into its hands, gesturing towards the distance. Eliminate those winged foes and rescue the cultivators. I do not understand. The statue's silver gaze fixed upon Lu Xiaoyao's face. Although no expression was discernible, Lu Xiaoyao sensed a hint of confusion emanating from it. Very well. With a sense of resignation, Lu Xiaoyao raised his finger, its tip shimmering with spiritual light, and touched the statue's forehead. Subsequently, he imbued it with a portion of his memories. While conveying his intentions to the statue, he also imparted some offensive martial techniques, along with auxiliary energy cultivation methods. Lu Xiaoyao himself was uncertain of the statue's capabilities. Nonetheless, he transmitted various elementary techniques of cultivation. Were this method applied to another, one would need to exercise utmost caution. During the memory transfer, it relied on spiritual energy as a conduit. This method of transmitting knowledge, if mishandled, could injure the recipient's mind. Thus, only those with exquisite control over spiritual energy could employ such a technique. Previously, Yueshi had transmitted knowledge to Lu Xiaoyao using this very method. However, Lu Xiaoyao felt less apprehensive with the statue. Its physical constitution was entirely distinct from that of a human, capable of withstanding greater levels of spiritual energy. The small amount of energy Lu Xiaoyao utilized might not even register with the statue. Fearing the statue might be entirely inept, Lu Xiaoyao was concerned it would be overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of the Blood Clan. Having completed all this, Lu Xiaoyao imparted some final instructions, allowing the statue to depart. Watching it venture into the forest, a sense of trepidation washed over Lu Xiaoyao. He remained uncertain of the statue's true strength. Should it fail to resolve the current situation, he would find himself utterly at a loss. Regarding Yueshi, Lu Xiaoyao harbored a certain fondness for her and naturally wished to see her thrive rather than perish in this place. Moments later, a resplendent beam of brilliant white light suddenly soared from the depths of the forest, racing towards the battlefield where cultivators and blood clans clashed. The sheer radiance and imposing aura unmistakably belonged to the cultivators. Upon discovering the sudden appearance of an adversary, a dozen or so blood clan members broke away from the main group and charged towards the direction of the statue puppet. However, as the two sides converged, the statue puppet transformed itself into a blade, manifesting a dazzling sword light that surged through the midst of the blood clan. When the blinding brilliance dissipated, only a few remnants of wings remained, drifting through the air like fallen leaves. In the blink of an eye, those dozen blood clan members were utterly reduced to ashes. Observing from a distance, Lu Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed. She slapped her forehead with a jolt, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 177. Self-detonation. Observing the distant statue puppets launching an assault on the Blood Clan, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of discontent. The techniques employed by the puppets were unmistakably those of the sword refining pavilion. Lu Xiaoyao had initially recklessly thrust herself into the fray, unaware that such a plethora of physical techniques and energy manipulation would be derived from the sword refining pavilion. Was it not akin to revealing to all that this sudden emergence of prowess was indeed linked to the pavilion? Although she was aiding in the conflict, any subsequent investigation would undoubtedly redirect scrutiny towards the sword refining pavilion. Nevertheless, now that the techniques had been utilized, there was no turning back. Even if inquiries arose, she would resolutely deny any association. Simultaneously, as the puppet commenced its offensive, Lu Xiaoyao discerned an anomaly. The puppet was extracting spiritual energy from its own body during the process. The sword strike from the puppet had already siphoned away a portion of Lu Xiaoyao's spiritual energy. As the battle intensified, the depletion of spiritual energy accelerated at an alarming rate. Confounded, Lu Xiaoyao questioned how, from such a distance, her energy could be drawn into the puppet. At this rate, it would not be long before her spiritual energy was entirely exhausted. Surveying her surroundings, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly utilized her dwindling spiritual stones to establish a rudimentary concealment formation. Seated within the formation, she entered a meditative state, absorbing the ambient spiritual essence for transformation, thereby replenishing the puppet engaged in combat. The sudden appearance of the statue puppets swiftly disrupted the formation of the Blood Clan, granting the practitioners a momentary respite. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the practitioners quickly banded together, forming makeshift arrays in groups of 3s and 5s. While not comparable to the grand formations of hundreds, their combined efforts offered a measure of resistance. The emergence of the puppet was a tremendous opportunity. Even Count Nader was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected arrival of a formidable foe. Furthermore, this adversary moved with astounding speed, darting through the air like a streak of light, wreaking havoc wherever it went. In the wake of the puppet, a bloody tempest ensued, leaving any Blood Clan members in its path either dead or grievously injured. Taking advantage of this distraction, Iyueshi regained her composure. Noticing Count Nader's momentary lapse in focus, she immediately launched her assault, her form shimmering with spiritual light as she surged towards him. Just then, a faint voice echoed in her ears, urging her to evade. Iyueshi paused, recognizing the voice as familiar, likely belonging to Du Guangyuan. Upon closer inspection, her expression tensed, and she swiftly altered her trajectory, soaring towards the skies. As she ascended, a thunderous shout rang out, "Die bat! Go to hell!" With an enormous explosion, Du Guangyuan and Count Nader were instantly engulfed by a colossal sphere of light. Nearby practitioners witnessed this shocking spectacle unfold. Self-detonation. Brother Du has self-detonated. All the cultivators were instantly engulfed in fury, their eyes ablaze with the wrath of fiery serpents. "Brothers, let us fight these accursed bats to the bitter end." With the self-destructive demise of Du Guangyuan, the cultivators erupted once more, unleashing their utmost might upon the surrounding Blood Clan. In the frenzy of their relentless assault, the casualties among the Blood Clan soared once again. Boom! Accompanied by another thunderous roar, the cultivators were momentarily stunned, gazing at the enormous, exploding orb of light. Yet another cultivator had chosen to self-destruct. In the distance, Lu Xiaoyao opened his eyes wide, observing the fierce battle of the cultivators, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated that these cultivators would truly dare to sacrifice themselves. In Lu Xiaoyao's perception, cultivators ought to be exceedingly protective of their lives, for each one enjoyed a lengthy lifespan. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Yet these cultivators exhibited an utter disregard for mortality, starkly contradicting Lu Xiaoyao's beliefs. Moreover, such a spectacle further ignited his fervor. Witnessing the cultivators resorting to self-detonation in their desperate struggle against the enemy left Lu Xiaoyao utterly astounded. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao also noticed that numerous cultivators had appeared around the battlefield. These cultivators, having returned earlier yet not joining the fray, were now rallying together, charging towards the chaos of battle. Clearly, they had been spurred into action by the cultivators' self-destructive acts, awakening the murderous intent within their hearts. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyao observed many cultivators launching signals into the sky. Those signals soared upward, exploding in the high heavens like booming thunder, reverberating through the air. The radiant crimson light resembled blood staining the sky. Lu Xiaoyao remained silent, gazing at the distant battlefield, his own battle spirit stirring within him. Yet reason restrained him. He must not expose his own cultivation. Forming hand seals, he hastened the absorption of spiritual energy, directing the converted spiritual power entirely to his puppet. Enveloped in the orb of light, the puppet maneuvered through the skies, creating immense chaos. On another front, the orb of light from Du Guangyuan's explosion gradually dissipated. Suddenly, a bloodied figure surged forth from the remnants of the explosion, tattered and torn, with numerous holes riddling its bat-like wings. Was it still alive? As Count Nade surged into the sky, a fierce crimson glow ignited in his eyes. Witnessing his state, Lu Xiaoyao realized that this creature had succumbed to madness. In their previous encounters, Lu Xiaoyao had faced him but had been unable to inflict any significant damage due to his own limitations. To his astonishment, Nade had suffered such great losses at the hands of Du Guangyuan. It was evident that Nade had not anticipated that the barely surviving Du Guangyuan could still detonate his own core at that moment. Du Guangyuan's self-destruction not only obliterated his physical form, but also shattered his primordial spirit. The explosive force of these two powers was something even Count Nade could scarcely endure. Severely wounded, Count Nade, now a harbinger of calamity, charged towards the nearest target, Iyueshi. Now, free from the constraints imposed by Du Guangyuan. And coupled with Du Guangyuan's self-detonation, even if Iyueshi no longer expressed her emotions, she felt an inferno of rage surging within her. Consumed by the desire to reduce this blood-red bat to mere pulp, transforming her body into a blade, Iyueshi soared into the heavens, her entire being radiating with ethereal light as she charged towards Count Nader. The two clashed in midair, unleashing terrifying waves of spiritual energy. In this initial exchange, Iyueshi was violently shaken, and as she passed by Count Nader, she found herself plummeting towards the ground, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Her entire form ignited in spiritual flames, which soon transformed into a crimson hue. This sight caused Lu Xiaoyao to tighten her heart in sudden alarm. She had not anticipated that even with Iyueshi's formidable prowess, she would be unable to withstand the injured Count Nader. Chapter 178. The terrifying power of Count Nader. The crimson spiritual flames blazed fiercely, only to be swiftly engulfed and extinguished by the ethereal light. Within the luminescence, Iyueshi materialized, yet she resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens, hurtling towards the mountainside. Lu Xiaoyao activated his spiritual sight, focusing intently on the direction Iyueshi had departed, and soon noticed that her back remained drenched in vivid red. From her appearance, it was evident that she was gravely injured. Should she continue her descent in such a manner? It would likely cost her not just her life, but perhaps half of it as well. Concerning Count Nader, Lu Xiaoyao summoned his mental energy and promptly transmitted commands to the puppet. After its crafting, the puppet had been imbued with Lu Xiaoyao's spiritual imprint, which allowed him to manipulate it. Upon receiving Lu Xiaoyao's orders, the puppet immediately pivoted and charged towards Count Nader, entangling the furious nobleman. Lu Xiaoyao rose and leaped into the air, extending a hand to summon a flying sword. Guiding the sword upwards, he swiftly pursued Iyueshi. Compared to the other cultivators, Lu Xiaoyao held a deeper concern for Iyueshi. Although their initial encounter had culminated in a mere spar, it was evident that were Iyueshi to unleash her full potential, Lu Xiaoyao, limited to only physical techniques, would likely find himself outmatched. It was important to note that in the realm of physical prowess, Iyueshi's cultivation was nearly on par with his own. Now, facing Count Nader, Iyueshi had been decisively defeated and gravely wounded. If Lu Xiaoyao were to find himself in her position, it was improbable that the outcome would differ favorably. He had not anticipated the depths of Count Nader's cunning, having been completely deceived. With the strength Count Nader had revealed, he had once possessed the capability to eliminate Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Yet, he had refrained from doing so, instead opting to flee on several occasions. This behavior had fostered within Lu Xiaoyao a false sense of security, although Count Nader was formidable. He seemed to possess limitations that suggested Lu Xiaoyao could indeed contend with him. Now, however, Lu Xiaoyao understood that during their previous encounters, Count Nader had deliberately held back. The purpose of this restraint was now glaringly apparent. His true intentions lay in seizing the Tiger's Embrace city. But what of the Night Rain Banquet? A question stirred within Lu Xiaoyao's mind. Could it truly be that the cunning and cleverness of the Night Rain Banquet allowed it to evade Count Nader's pursuit? Presently, Lu Xiaoyao harbored doubts about this notion. There must be undisclosed intricacies at play. Yet, time was of the essence, and Lu Xiaoyao could not afford to ponder further. His immediate goal was to rescue Iyueshi. Like a shooting star, she descended from the sky, while Lu Xiaoyao maneuvered his flying sword closely behind her. It was too swift. Observing Iyueshi plummet, he noticed her protective spiritual energy gradually dissipating, causing an urgency to surge within him. The breakdown of her protective energy signified a dire situation for Iyueshi. Having sustained such severe injuries from a single encounter, Lu Xiaoyao's heart tightened with concern. If even Iyueshi, with her cultivation, could not withstand Count Nader, the remaining cultivators would surely be no match for his slaughter. The ancient bat, seemingly immortal, possesses an incredible ability to conceal itself. As Iyueshi was on the verge of colliding with a mountainside, Lu Xiao had no choice but to leap from his flying sword, darting toward her. In midair, Lu Xiaoyao's form began to twist and turn, akin to a nimble fish gliding through water. Beneath his feet, the ground trembled with each step, sending ripples cascading outward. With an acceleration that built momentum, Lu Xiaoyao managed to seize Yueshi just before she crashed into the mountain's peak. The force of the impact thrust Yueshi into Lu Xiaoyao's embrace, the sheer power causing his ribcage to emit a sharp crack, suggesting imminent fracture. With a resounding thud, Lu Xiaoyao was propelled against the mountainside, shattering trees and boulders in his wake. When he finally came to a halt, blood involuntarily spilled from his mouth, and his body felt as if it had been disassembled. In all his time in this world, Lu Xiaoyao had never endured such severe injuries, and ironically, it was in the act of saving another that he suffered this first major blow. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring, obtained from the likes of Hu Qing and their ilk, along with the ring itself. Despite the absence of labels or markings that were beyond his comprehension, Lu Xiaoyao, well-versed in pharmacology, discerned its purpose. After stabilizing his injuries, he glanced down at Yueshi, only to find her in a state of unconsciousness. Her complexion was pale, and a gaping wound marred her back, revealing the bone beneath. A brief examination revealed damage to her spine. This was a grievous injury indeed. Given the present circumstances, Lu Xiaoyao found himself incapable of administering any healing to Yueshi. He dared not even shift her position, fearing further trauma to her spinal column. Assessing his spiritual energy, he noted that it continued to be rapidly drawn upon. The puppet was evidently still engaged in battle, wholly unaware of its master's plight. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the pain in his chest and issued a command for the puppet to conceal itself and regroup with him. With the current capabilities of the puppet, it was no match for Count Nader. Rather than prolong the confrontation, it would be wiser to retreat. As for the cultivators, Lu Xiaoyao could no longer concern himself with them. If Count Nader proved such a formidable foe, one could only speculate what other terrifying experts might be lurking within their war fortress. This situation was beyond Lu Xiaoyao and his companion's capacity to manage. Moments later, he sensed a significant decrease in the rate at which his spiritual energy was being depleted. The puppet had disengaged from battle, and the energy extracted during its flight posed little burden to him. With ample spiritual energy now at his disposal, Lu Xiaoyao began to gather it, enveloping Yueshi in a cocoon of ethereal energy. Suspended in the air by this force, he staggered to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The signs of their presence were far too conspicuous. Should Count Nader pursue them, escape would be nearly impossible. The now furious Count Nader found himself uncertain of whether he would exercise restraint as he had in the past. This time, however, it was not merely a matter of capturing a fleeting banquet under the night rain, but rather a quest to secure victory in a war. It was prudent to make a swift exit. With this thought, Lu Xiaoyao released the flying shuttle and swiftly entered it with Yueshi. After a brief moment, the puppet returned, also diving into the flying shuttle. Casting a glance at the direction from which the puppet had come, she indeed spotted several dozen blood clansmen trailing closely behind in pursuit of the puppet. While Count Nader posed a challenge, Lu Xiaoyao regarded these blood clansmen with disdain. Without hesitation, she propelled the flying shuttle directly towards the approaching puppets. Chapter 179, Journey to the Ruins of the Dam. In the flying shuttle, akin to a technologically advanced airship, varies subtly in both its operational methods and purposes. The shuttle itself is a magical artifact, capable of unleashing defense or offense through the manipulation of spiritual energy. In contrast, the airship requires additional apparatus for its defensive and offensive maneuvers. The shuttle operates independently, relying solely on the incantations inscribed upon its control sphere. Any practitioner of cultivation is familiar with such devices. Even those who have never piloted a shuttle can swiftly adapt and master its use, unlike the airship, which necessitates specialized training to maneuver. This exemplifies the advantages of cultivators. Although their growth may be gradual, each practitioner is almost universally adept, possessing skills applicable across various domains. Nonetheless, each cultivator typically excels in only a few specific areas, a feat that is already remarkable in the eyes of martial artists and scholars alike. Guided by the shuttle, Lu Xiaoyao charged directly towards the pursuing bloodkin. The radiant glow enveloping the craft transformed it into a colossal sword of light, unleashing a formidable wave that swept through the throngs of adversaries. The bloodkin, who had been in hot pursuit, scarcely had time to evade before being obliterated by the shuttle's incandescent blade. This tumult drew the attention of Count Nader, whose tattered bat-like wings quivered as he pursued the shuttle. Has he fixated on me? Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as he executed a swift maneuver. Veering deeper into the Tiger's Embrace mountain range, the shuttle surged ahead, racing with urgency, while Count Nader relentlessly followed in pursuit. Realizing the bloodkin trailing behind him possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities, Lu Xiaoyao surmised that he had likely detected both him and Yueshi. In the past, Lu Xiaoyao had been unaware of Nader's presence, yet he was able to pinpoint the concealed night rain banquet hidden within an alley, indicating his remarkable sensory acuity. At that time, when Night Rain Banquet had merely exerted a slight display of power, the minimal leakage of energy was sufficient for Count Nader to sense. Now, with their proximity considerably reduced, Lu Xiaoyao believed that his application of incantations had already been discovered by Nader. Earlier, while absorbing spiritual energy to sustain the puppet, Lu Xiaoyao had set up a concealment formation primarily to guard against him. The chase continued deep into the heart of the tiger's Embrace mountain range. Yueshi's condition appeared to be deteriorating. Moments ago, Lu Xiaoyao had managed to administer a medicinal pill to her, yet the wound on her back remained unhealed. Upon a closer examination, he detected a potent aura of blood malice emanating from her injury, which was likely the reason for the stunted healing process. However, extracting this malevolence would require cautious precision. With pursuers on his heels, Lu Xiaoyao could not afford to be negligent. Given Count Nader's terrifying prowess, Lu Xiaoyao felt no confidence in overcoming him, even with Nader having been injured by Du Guangyuan's self-detonation. The peaks of the endless mountains rushed past as they ventured deeper into the tiger's Embrace mountain range, where the surrounding cliffs grew increasingly steep. Meanwhile, Count Nader's speed began to wane. After all, he bore grave injuries, and thus his burden was considerable, flying at an extraordinary velocity. His damaged bat wings were beginning to falter under the strain. Observing the situation, Lu Xiaoyao altered his course once more, heading towards the ruins of the Dan men. The specific name of that sect remained a mystery to him. He only knew that it contained the character for Dan, indicating it was primarily focused on alchemy. The dangers within the Hubaishan mountains were numerous, and Lu Xiaoyao no longer dared to wander aimlessly. He had previously visited the ruins, which gave him a semblance of confidence. After several twists and turns, the pursuing Count Nader gradually lost his advantage. It seemed the damage to his wings was too severe to endure the pace of rapid flight. With the absence of Nader's pursuit, Lu Xiaoyao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If that fellow had caught up, a harrowing battle would have ensued. At present, Lu Xiaoyao was merely at the God realm of the alchemical path, and he was no match for either Du Guangyuan or Yueshi. Facing them would indeed be a daunting challenge. Du Guangyuan was at the early stage of the gathering of essence, while Yueshi had attained the Yuanshan realm of the alchemical path. Their prowess exceeded that of Lu Xiaoyao. On his journey to the Damen ruins, Lu Xiaoyao anxiously pondered how to navigate the impending situation. Although the speed of the flying shuttle was remarkable, it came with its own costs. The consumption of spiritual energy left behind traces of his passage. These traces were imperceptible to martial artists and cultivators, yet easily detectable by practitioners, particularly those of the alchemical path, who had begun to cultivate their souls and possessed a heightened awareness of the natural world. Count Nader, being a vampire, possessed acute perception, and his current non-pursuit was solely due to his injured wings. It was only a matter of time before he resumed the chase. Lu Xiaoyao believed the ruins of the Dan men still harbored perilous areas, and as long as he concealed Yueshi within, they might evade Count Nader. If luck were to befall Nader, he might stumble into the traps left by the Dan men, which would be fortuitous indeed. However, there existed another scenario. Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi could fall into danger themselves, resulting in utter catastrophe. Presently, Lu Xiaoyao found himself in a dilemma. Those cultivators likely could not be saved. Even if he wished to assist, he lacked the strength, and his own safety was precarious. Moreover, Yueshi beside him was in dire straits. If the blood demon was not extracted and her wounds stitched promptly, she would soon perish from the loss of vital blood. Yet, with Count Nader nowhere in sight, Lu Xiaoyao dared not halt the flying shuttle. Who knew where he might be lurking? The innate abilities of the bloodline were indeed formidable, making Lu Xiaoyao exceedingly cautious. He adeptly changed hand seals, continuously channeling spiritual energy to propel the shuttle, pushing its speed to the utmost limit. At this absolute velocity, the shuttle began to tremble slightly, struggling to withstand such rapidity. For flying through the air required enduring immense resistance. The ethereal energy not only provides propulsion, but also generates considerable resistance. In this realm, the density of spiritual energy is markedly more formidable than mere air. A long tail of flames erupted from the rear of the flying shuttle, leaving behind a palpable wave of spiritual power. These remnants were beyond the capacity of Lu Xiaoyao to address, and she could only allow them to linger in her wake. Moments later, she entered a narrow mountain gorge, where she finally brought the flying shuttle to a halt, concealing it amidst the chaotic rocks. Casting a glance at Yueshi, Lu Xiaoyao beckoned, summoning the statue puppet to her side. With a swift gesture, she inscribed the controlling seal upon the puppet's head. thereby entrusting the navigation of the shuttle to it. This granted Lu Xiaoyao the opportunity to tend to the injuries sustained by Yueshi. Chapter 180. Seeking medicine. Setting aside the puppet statue, I practiced the incantations to manipulate the flying shuttle. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao approached Yueshi and began tending to the injuries on her back. While the other wounds were manageable, the injury to her spine proved to be quite troublesome. A gash had already been inflicted upon her back, compromising the vertebrae. Without an extraordinary healing elixir, it was exceedingly difficult to mend the wounds on her spine. Upon inspecting Yueshi's storage ring, I noted that it bore her unique seal, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. After studying it for a while, Lu Xiaoyao discovered that, given her current spiritual strength, she was unable to break Yueshi's seal. Attempting to forcibly disrupt it with spiritual energy risked triggering a collapse of the storage ring's space, leaving them with nothing. The most prudent course of action was to awaken Yueshi and allow her to retrieve the healing elixir herself. However, at this juncture, she had lost excessive blood, particularly her spiritual essence, which exacerbated her dire condition. After several attempts to summon her, Lu Xiaoyao found herself unsuccessful in rousing Yueshi. Reluctantly, she resolved to first staunch the bleeding and suture the wounds, aiming to restore at least some of Yueshi's vitality. Yet, this approach carried a significant drawback. Upon awakening, Yueshi would be unable to move her lower body due to the spinal injury, leaving her paralyzed. Should Yueshi lack the healing elixir in her possession, her recovery would become even more arduous. Lu Xiaoyao retrieved the available medicinal supplies and commenced treatment on Yueshi's wounds. After tending to the injuries, she was drenched in sweat. While suturing the wounds, she had to be careful not to disturb the spine in the slightest. Any additional harm could complicate matters further down the line. Once the injuries were addressed, her next task was to help Yueshi regain her vitality. At the very least, to awaken her consciousness. Within the storage ring, there were some spiritual herbs and fruits that Lu Xiaoyao had collected. However, these plants were rather ordinary and offered only minimal healing effects. Nevertheless, they sufficed for a slight restoration of spiritual energy. By using her spiritual power to pulverize the herbs and then guiding the powder into Yueshi's stomach, she infused it with spiritual energy, nourishing her body alongside the medicinal properties. Lu Xiaoyao sat beside Yueshi, who lay on the floor, her body beginning to radiate a faint spiritual light, indicating that the ingested herbs were taking effect. Yet, as the light dimmed, Yueshi remained unresponsive, still enveloped in slumber. It was still insufficient. Lu Xiaoyao sighed. The depletion of Yueshi's vitality was so severe that the herbs could not compensate for the loss. She had not anticipated such grave injuries. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao herself bore significant internal injuries, which she had yet to tend to. Casting a glance at the surveillance barrier, she felt a pang of worry. They could not linger in this place any longer. Given Count Nader's speed, he would soon be upon them. She immediately set off towards the ruins, following the route I had provided. As Lu Xiaoyao practiced the imprint manipulation technique, she simultaneously transmitted the flight path to the statue puppet. After the recent exercises, she believed the puppet had grasped the necessary skills. The flying shuttle had taken off, yet it remained somewhat unstable, exhibiting intense vibrations that even affected the floor beneath Yueshi. The freshly stitched wound began to ooze blood once more. Slow down. Once you become more adept, gradually increase the speed. You must maintain stability, Lu Xiaoyao instructed. Upon receiving her command, the puppet immediately decelerated, ensuring a steadier flight for the shuttle. The puppet's learning ability was rather rigid, capable only of passively absorbing the information transmitted through its master's imprints. However, it excelled in perfect replication, albeit lacking in flexibility, which could only be improved through Lu Xiaoyao's guidance. The intelligence of this statue puppet was evidently still quite rudimentary, likely having been newly formed. As its intellect gradually developed, it would become more proficient in execution. This aspect starkly contrasted with mundane robots, which could enhance their operational speed through software upgrades. In contrast, a practitioner's puppet could only cultivate its intelligence slowly through spiritual energy, a painstaking process that often rendered the creation of powerful puppets excruciatingly slow. The crux of the matter lay in the puppet's intelligence, a source of great frustration for all masters of puppet crafting. Throughout the puppet's refinement of the flying shuttle, its speed increased and stability improved significantly, which eased Lu Xiaoyao's mind, allowing her to focus more on Yueshi. The elixirs Lu Xiaoyao carried were not particularly effective for Yueshi. She needed to administer one every half hour. By the time they entered the ruins of the Damn Man, Lu Xiaoyao had exhausted her supply of elixirs. Finding a relatively secluded spot to rest, she stowed away the flying shuttle. There are 3 elixirs left. Give her one every hour, she instructed the puppet before venturing into the depths of the forest. With no elixirs remaining, She needed to gather some spiritual herbs to tend to Iyueshi's injuries, while her own internal organs bore considerable damage, requiring medicinal aid. The Danmin was primarily focused on alchemy and had been abandoned for many years, making it likely that numerous spiritual herbs were still available for collection. If she could locate the herb gardens cultivated by the Danmin, Lu Xiaoyao was confident she could restore Iyueshi's ability to run and jump within a few days. As for whether Iyueshi could fight, that was a mere fantasy. Given the severity of her spinal injuries, she could not withstand such intense spiritual power. Once deep within the mountains, Lu Xiaoyao cautiously expanded her spiritual sense, tracing the concentration and flow of spiritual energy to locate potential sources of herbs. This realm was unfamiliar to Lu Xiaoyao. Many spiritual herbs were unknown to her, and she could only rely on her profound knowledge of pharmacology to discern their effects. The location of the Danmin boasted a richer aura of spiritual energy, perhaps due to the mountain ceiling barrier surrounding it. Upon arriving at the Danmin, I encountered no further traces of the ethereal mist. It seems that with the demise of the Mist Ghost King, the mist itself has waned in strength. At the very least, this visit lacked the eerie ambience that had pervaded my previous experience, instilling in me a sense of safety. Had the oppressive atmosphere persisted, it would have undoubtedly compelled me to exercise greater caution. Indeed, my assessment proved accurate. The abundance of spiritual flora here is remarkable. Following the currents of spiritual energy, I soon discovered several specimens of these plants. Yet, these spiritual herbs remain unfamiliar to me. In their presence, I need not exercise excessive caution. For the herbs I gather will be put to immediate use, eliminating the necessity for any elaborate preservation methods. Chapter 181. Value in this desolate wilderness. Dear Zhao did not linger for long. After gathering sufficient spirit herbs, she made her way back directly. After all, this place was once the ruins of the Dan sect, and it was likely that certain areas were imbued with restrictions. Perhaps, after all these years, some locations had become lairs for various otherworldly beasts. The Dan sect remained a perilous and largely unknown territory for Dear Xiaoyao. No one could ascertain what secrets lay hidden within this vast expanse. Upon locating the puppet and Yuexi, Dear Xiaoyao promptly stowed the puppet away. The puppet statue was acquired here, and the individual who crafted it might have come to investigate, especially since considerable time had elapsed. If the puppet were left exposed for too long, it could very well attract that unknown adversary. At present, Dear Xiaoyao had sustained internal injuries, and Yuexi's condition was even more dire, necessitating utmost caution at every turn. After conducting a simple concoction of the gathered spirit herbs, Dear Xiaoyao utilized her spiritual power to crush them, enveloping the elixirs in spiritual energy before ingesting them. With these collected herbs, she could at least stabilize Yuexi's injuries. Several hours later, Yuexi finally regained consciousness. Lying on the ground, she immediately lifted her head to survey her surroundings, her gaze filled with wariness. Upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment, she attempted to rise, but the movement aggravated her back injury. Do not move, you have injured your spine. A voice cautioned nearby. Hearing the familiar tone, Yuexi relaxed slightly, recognizing it was Dear Xiaoyao. When Dear Xiaoyao approached, Yuexi weakly inquired, Junior sister, where are we? What of the Blood Clan? The Fortress of War? What of our senior brothers? Do not concern yourself with those matters for now, focus on your own well-being. Dear Xiaoyao replied. It was unexpected that upon awakening, Yuexi's first thoughts were not of her own condition. Could she not sense her injuries? After Dear Xiaoyao's reminder, Yuexi seemed to recall. It was that Blood Clan count who grievously wounded me. Yes, you have sustained a spinal injury. Dear Xiaoyao confirmed, carefully detailing Yuexi's condition. Upon hearing this, Yuexi's initial reaction was not to seek medicinal remedies, but rather to gaze at Dear Xiaoyao in astonishment. You possess such proficiency in the healing arts? A look of delight spread across Yuexi's face, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I have conducted some research. Let us not dwell on that, but rather focus on obtaining medicine to treat your wounds, Dear Xiaoyao suggested, feeling somewhat exasperated by Yuexi's obliviousness. As if she were a touch naive. Yuexi nodded, opening her storage ring to retrieve several vials of elixirs. Pointing to one of the vials, she said to Dear Xiaoyao, this is bone-repairing powder. Please assist me in applying it. That is possible, but... After glancing at Yuexi's back, Dear Xiaoyao awkwardly added, to staunch the bleeding, I had to suture your wound. Now, in order to apply the bone-repairing treatment, we may need to reopen the incision. You are skilled in this as well? Yuexi's eyes widened in surprise, her excitement palpable. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. In our esteemed sword-tempering pavilion, we are in dire need of a disciple well-versed in the healing arts. Is it not true that every sect delves into the medical path? Lu Xiaoyao expressed her confusion. For the healing arts are indeed a subject explored by all factions. After all, Cultivators require medical knowledge to complement their training in physical techniques and energy manipulation. Otherwise, excessive exertion and improper practices could easily lead to physical ruin. The two sisters of the Tang family encountered their predicament primarily due to their ignorance of medical principles, having erred from the very beginning of their foundational cultivation. While it is true that there is some study of the healing arts, the sword tempering pavilion possesses far too few practitioners with genuine expertise, and even fewer who are masters of the craft. Iyueshi sighed, expressing her helplessness. In terms of medical knowledge, the Huawei sword sect enjoys a distinct advantage, and the beast-taming hall is not far behind. This is precisely why the sword-tempering pavilion ranks only third. With a dagger in hand, Lu Xiaoyao felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing Iyueshi's account. The rankings of the three major sects indicate a profound competitive relationship amongst them. Where there is competition, there are bound to be conflicts. Furthermore, with the Huawei sword sect and the beast-taming hall monopolizing the healing arts, the sword-tempering pavilion must surely harbor discontent. Over the years, while the facade of peace may have prevailed, beneath the surface, these sects might be rife with undercurrents. Should Lu Xiaoyao ever face the Huawei sword sect, the sword-tempering pavilion would be her greatest ally. Currently, however, the pavilion's shortcomings have been laid bare before Lu Xiaoyao. They lack cultivators proficient in the healing arts, while she possesses the very skills they desperately seek. As for the medical practices of Tiger Hug City, they are certainly beneath the pavilion standards. Otherwise, they would not be beholden to those two sections. As her thoughts whirled, Lu Xiaoyao deftly wielded her knife, reopening the flesh at the site of the spinal injury. Blood gushed forth, but swiftly Iyueshi utilized her spiritual energy to staunch the flow, sparing Lu Xiaoyao the need to assist further. Sprinkling bone-setting powder onto the spine and meticulously suturing the wound, Lu Xiaoyao completed her surgery. Once Iyueshi ingested the medicinal pill, Lu Xiaoyao helped her to a seated position on the ground. You may tend to your own healing while I stand guard. Now that Iyueshi was alert, the flying shuttle and puppet were no longer viable options for Lu Xiaoyao. How could a martial artist possess such tools of a cultivator? As for how she arrived deep within the Tiger Hug mountain range, Lu Xiaoyao could easily claim to have seized a flying apparatus from the Blood Clan. Given Iyueshi's inherently straightforward nature, she would likely not dwell excessively on Lu Xiaoyao's fabrications. As Iyueshi entered a state of meditation, Lu Xiaoyao set up a rudimentary concealment array around them. Meanwhile, Iyueshi slightly opened her eyes, observing Lu Xiaoyao as she busied herself. A hint of curiosity in her gaze. This junior disciple's abilities seemed to exceed expectations. She was not only adept in the healing arts, but also knowledgeable in formations. And her prowess in physical techniques was remarkable, allowing her to hold her own against a practitioner at the divine realm of spirit refinement. While Lu Xiaoyao focused on arranging the concealment array, she remained blissfully unaware that Iyueshi was scrutinizing her actions at that very moment. In the face of an unfamiliar environment, one should first endeavor to adjust their own state. How could one possibly divert their attention to observe others? When Lu Xiaoyao turned gracefully, Iyueshi had already closed her eyes, her breathing remarkably steady, entering a state of cultivation. However, Iyueshi's prior observations were entirely within Lu Xiaoyao's perception. The arrangement of the concealed formation was also deliberately intended for Iyueshi's observation. Only by demonstrating one's worth can one garner greater attention. Lu Xiaoyao firmly believed that those proficient in formations are undoubtedly the individuals sought by the refining sword pavilion. Much like the medical arts, formations represent an exceedingly rare discipline. While many may understand the essentials of cultivation and can set up basic formations, few attain true mastery. To some extent, those adept in formations are even more scarce than those skilled in the medical arts. This is primarily because the resources required for cultivating formations far exceed those necessary for medical practice, and many large sects may not possess the means to sustain such endeavors. Chapter 182. The Xiandan sect. After indulging in a moment of idle contemplation regarding the various sects of the Tiger Embrace mountain range, Lu Xiaoyao realized her understanding was still rather limited. Further exposure and observation were necessary, and it was likely that the impending invasion by the Twilight Clan would exacerbate the latent conflicts among these sections. In a grand conflict involving 17 sects, numerous issues would inevitably arise, leading to a profound mistrust among them. Although the Huawei Sword sect, the Beastmaster's Lodge, and the Forging Pavilion were making efforts to mediate, these three entities harbored their own dilemmas. Their apparent collaboration was merely a facade born of a common external threat. The Huawei Sword sect held a predominant position, monopolizing a significant portion of resources, which left the Beastmaster's Lodge and the Forging Pavilion feeling resentful. The disputes among practitioners often simmered beneath the surface. However, once ignited, they could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Yet, These matters were of little concern to Lu Zhaoyao, as long as the affairs involving Zhao Bin and Yi Xinyan remained undiscovered. She had no intention of severing ties with the Huai Sword sect. All her current endeavors were merely preparations, laying the groundwork for potential crises. It would be unwise to wait until trouble manifested before devising a solution. By then, it would be too late. Yuexi had commenced her cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. As the energy coalesced, it thickened around her, eventually igniting into spiritual flames. This phenomenon was a manifestation of highly concentrated spiritual energy, distinctly different from actual combustion. Spiritual flames and spiritual fire were fundamentally disparate entities. Lu Zhaoyao, seated nearby in a meditative posture to safeguard Yuexi, could sense her formidable prowess. The speed at which she absorbed and devoured spiritual energy was nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, with Yuexi's cultivation, the weakness stemming from her previous injuries gradually dissipated. Perhaps this was a benefit of the 7 apertures Linglong heart? Upon closer observation, Lu Zhaoyao noted that the spiritual energy was most concentrated around Yuexi's heart. At her chest, crystalline formations of condensed spiritual energy had begun to appear, resembling particles of spirit stones. Her cultivation progress was indeed more vigorous than his own. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Zhaoyao refocused his mind and immersed himself in his own cultivation. During this process, however, he extended his spiritual sense outward, attuning to the conditions of the vast area surrounding them. Days passed, and Yuexi emerged from her meditation, her complexion markedly improved. Lu Zhaoyao could ascertain her recovery without the need for a pulse examination. It was evident that her injuries had largely healed, though she had yet to fully recuperate. The significant loss of spiritual blood and the injury to her spine would take time to mend, but it no longer hindered her fundamental movements. How do you feel? Lu Zhaoyao inquired softly as he rose to his feet. I am well, thank you, Yuexi replied with a nod. Had it not been for you, I might have found myself in peril. There's no need for such formality. We are family, Lu Zhaoyao responded, gesturing towards her attire. You should change into a fresh set of clothes. At this moment, Yuexi remained clad in her original attire, which bore a significant tear at the back, her entire being stained with blood. Upon finishing her words, Yuexi extended her hand and summoned a flying shuttle. After changing her clothes inside the shuttle, she opened the cabin door and inquired curiously of Lu Zhaoyao, where are we? The ruins of that. Did something door, Lu Zhaoyao replied with a shrug, revealing her unfamiliarity with the sect. Even from the image seen at the Tang family, no specific name of the sect was provided. However, Lu Zhaoyao was almost certain that the invitation depicted in the image must serve as a passport for that sect. What in something door? Hearing Lu Zhaoyao's words, Yuexi appeared perplexed, turning her head to survey the surroundings, evidently not grasping Lu Zhaoyao's meaning. After a moment's contemplation, Yuexi pondered, you must be referring to Zuandanmen. Correct? Zuandanmen? Lu Zhaoyao silently repeated the name, then shook her head and said, there is a square over there, with a monument. It has collapsed, obscuring the inscriptions below. But I could make out the character Dan in the middle. Then that must be it. Upon hearing Lu Zhaoyao's account, Yuexi spoke urgently, there is great ominousness here. We must leave at once. Before her words had fully settled, Yuexi grasped Lu Zhaoyao's hand and swiftly entered the flying shuttle. What do you mean by ominous? Lu Zhaoyao questioned, somewhat perplexed. It was merely a ruin, likely home to some spirits or strange beasts. You do not understand. This place is fraught with danger. A great terror lurks. As she spoke, Yuexi had already activated the shuttle, soaring high into the sky. After discerning the direction, she headed towards the outskirts of the ruins. Why is it so ominous? Lu Zhaoyao was filled with questions. During her previous visit, they had indeed faced peril. But those threats had been resolved. Returning this time, she believed they would encounter no such dangers. However, seeing Yuexi's caution, Lu Zhaoyao felt a growing unease. But outside, Count Nader is pursuing us, and with our current strength, we are no match for him. Count Nader? Yuexi furrowed her brow, looking at Lu Zhaoyao and saying, that blood clan member is named Nader? Humph, he is indeed formidable. I couldn't withstand even a single blow. After muttering resentfully, Yuexi stated gravely, we must leave. Once we are away from the ruins, we can change direction. We cannot linger here. Since Yuexi expressed fear, Lu Zhaoyao had no choice but to comply. After all, the control of the shuttle lay entirely in Yuexi's hands, leaving Lu Zhaoyao with no authority. The campsite Lu Zhaoyao sought was not far from the edge of the Zuandamen ruins. However, as they approached the outskirts, a dark figure appeared in the distant sky. Even from afar, its bat-like wings were clearly visible. He is closing in. Lu Zhaoyao felt a sinking sensation in her heart and said to Yuexi beside her, let's change direction. No. Yuexi shook her head, her brow furrowed. Although Zuandanmen has become ruins, many restrictions still remain here, even though a millennium has elapsed. It is highly probable that it continues to function, and with our current capabilities, escape is an impossibility. Hence, this risk cannot be taken lightly. Casting a glance at the surveillance barriers, Lu Xiaoyao spoke in a somber tone, "We must proceed deeper." Indeed, there appears to be no alternative. Iyueshi maneuvered the flying shuttle, advancing into the ruins of Xiandan Gate. Behind the remnants of a grand hall, Iyueshi concealed the shuttle. Reckless entry with it was ill-advised. We should venture inside to evade Count Nader. The formidable prowess of Count Nader had instilled fear in many, and Iyueshi, bearing the weight of her burdens, felt an even greater apprehension about confronting him. Chapter 183. The forbidden restrictions of the main hall within the dilapidated ruins of the Xiandan sect. Lu Xiaoyao traversed the remnants alongside Iyueshi, both navigating through the shattered walls as they ventured deeper into the heart of the sect. Once a grand edifice, the main hall had long since collapsed. Yet traces of its former magnificence lingered amidst the desolation. As they proceeded, the surroundings grew increasingly barren, the chill winds whispering through the remnants of what once was. A testament to decay and age. After circumventing a cluster of structures, they paused. Before them lay another expanse, where passing through might expose them to the gaze of the Earl of Nader lurking behind. Let us proceed from that direction, Lu Xiaoyao suggested. To the left of the building complex, what might have once been a verdant lawn was now overgrown, the grass reaching heights surpassing a person. Withered blades intertwined with fresh shoots, creating a chaotic tangle. As Lu Xiaoyao approached, a swarm of insects erupted from the foliage. A glance back at Iyueshi revealed her lack of trepidation toward the creatures, prompting her to plunge directly into the thicket. Drawing forth a long sword, Lu Xiaoyao began to cleave through the entangled grass ahead. We may be nearing the main hall of the Xiandan sect. There could be dangers lurking within, Iyueshi expressed with a hint of concern. At her words, Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily perplexed. If it is the main hall, it must have suffered significant devastation in the past. How could it still pose a threat? No, it was Iyue, she faltered, her voice trailing off. Lu Xiaoyao, glancing back, inquired, what happened back then? Do you know what transpired with the Xiandan sect? As Iyueshi was favored as the most cherished disciple of the Xianhua, she surely possessed considerable knowledge. The main hall was never breached. It remains one of the most intact sites, Lu Xiaoyao surmised, pausing as Iyueshi's words sank in. If it was not breached, why then is it in such a state of decay, leading the sect to become a mere ruin? Although the hall was not breached, the Xiandan sect ultimately fell, Iyueshi replied, shaking her head solemnly. According to whispers, the sect's leader took their own life within the hall. The other high-ranking members either perished or were left crippled. The lineage of the Xiandan sect was nearly extinguished. Who attacked the Xiandan sect? Lu Xiaoyao's curiosity piqued. Given the scale of the Xiandan sect, it must have been a formidable force. Moreover, as a sect primarily focused on alchemy, such establishments were typically not ones that others wished to offend. After all, every cultivator relies on elixirs, and the finest brews undoubtedly originate from those adept in the art of alchemy. You should understand. Iyueshi glanced at Lu Xiaoyao, yet refrained from providing a direct answer, her gaze drawn to the distant hall. Subsequently, it is said that the leader of the Xiandan sect, filled with resentment and unable to face the ancestral spirits of their predecessors, transformed into a vengeful spirit. For many years, it wreaked havoc in the Tiger Embrace mountain range, until a coalition of forces finally succeeded in sealing it away. Do you comprehend? With a shift in her thoughts, Lu Xiaoyao began to perceive the implications. The decline of the Xiandan sect was likely intricately linked with the current state of the 17 sections. Moreover, Iyueshi had previously mentioned that both the Huawei Sword sect and the Beast Master's Pavilion wielded superior medical arts. Many years ago, it was undoubtedly these two sects that breached the Xiandan Gate and acquired its medical texts and alchemical legacy. The Cuijian Pavilion likely obtained only a fragment, while the other sects divided the remaining benefits among themselves. The entanglements of that time are now difficult to clarify, and the resentments of the past have become mere memories, no longer necessitating an in-depth investigation. However, Lu Xiaoyao recalled the presence of the Ghost King of the Mist and the Yin-Yang twin fiends. Could their emergence be related to the so-called master of the Xiandan Gate? Given the nature of such a sect, one can only imagine the mastery of its leader, who would surely be approaching the celestial realm. Even if not an immortal, they would be among the pinnacle of cultivators. The malevolence of such an individual could indeed manifest terrifying powers, leading to the creation of vengeful spirits. Lu Xiaoyao firmly believed in this. It is highly plausible that within this main hall lies the seal of the vengeful spirit transformed from the master of the Xiandan Gate. Gazing upon the main hall's architectural grandeur, Iyueshi appeared somewhat hesitant. Was it truly wise to enter? One must tread carefully, avoiding any contact with the prohibitions. Lu Xiaoyao glanced back and noticed the figure of Count Nader soaring into the sky and then swiftly descending, clearly searching for the two of them. At a speed, it would not be long before he caught up. They needed to depart quickly. Before Iyueshi could speak, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, propelling himself toward the grand hall. Upon entering the hall's threshold, Lu Xiaoyao distinctly sensed he had traversed an invisible barrier. This barrier was so subtle that, had he not walked through it, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. Looking back, he was astonished to find not the dilapidated ruins of the Xiandeng Gate, but rather a surging sea of clouds. Furthermore, Iyueshi's figure had also been obscured by this barrier, rendering her presence uncertain. Just as he was taken aback, a silhouette gracefully emerged from the sea of clouds. Fixing his gaze, Lu Xiaoyao beheld Iyueshi, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, gracefully walking upon the boundless clouds. Coupled with her enchanting appearance, she exuded an ethereal grace. What are you staring at? Noticing Lu Xiaoyao's gaze, Iyueshi glanced down at herself, finding her attire proper and without flaw. Could there be dirt on her face? Nothing. Upon hearing Iyueshi's voice, Lu Xiaoyao quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Could you see me while I was outside?" "I could not. It was as if you vanished the moment you entered. I feared something had happened to you and hurried to follow." "Wait," Lu Xiaoyao interjected, astonished. "You mean to say you followed me in the moment I stepped inside?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Iyueshi appeared somewhat puzzled. Lu Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment, his expression unusual as he remarked, "I waited for you for 2 or 3 minutes. Ah?" Iyueshi was taken aback, responding incredulously. How could it have taken so long if it was merely a barrier? No, it could indeed take that long. As they spoke, Iyueshi turned to observe the barrier behind them, realizing that it had obscured their perception of time. Although we, the practitioners of the divine refinement path, gradually begin to cultivate the 3 souls, thereby forming the primordial spirit, even the most formidable primordial spirit may be rendered imperceptible. Such effects are likely to manifest within the confines of a restrictive barrier. What we believed to be a seamless passage was, in truth, our traversal through a barrier, subjected to a trial prior to our arrival. Should one fail to pass this trial, there exists a substantial risk of becoming lost within the confines of the barrier. After the explanation from Yuexi, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of shock. Was it truly this perilous? Lu Xiaoyao cast a glance around the restrictive barrier and could not restrain her curiosity. "Tell me, are there currently any individuals trapped within this barrier?" This barrier appeared to be merely a thin veil, yet it undoubtedly concealed an immense expanse within. Chapter 184. The Assessment Ladder regarding Lu Xiaoyao's sudden inspiration. Iyueshi's initial skepticism was ultimately dispelled upon discovering that Lu Xiaoyao possessed knowledge of both medicine and formations. Iyueshi found herself questioning how a martial artist could master such diverse disciplines. Even in the mundane world, there exist various texts, though they are exceedingly superficial. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyao truly is exceptionally gifted, able to achieve proficiency through those rudimentary manuals. However, at present, Lu Xiaoyao's understanding of prohibitions was nearly non-existent, which reassured Iyueshi. After all, the realms of medicine, martial arts, and cultivation all require a modicum of overlap. Furthermore, in the mundane realm, there are architects of formations, and it is conceivable that Lu Xiaoyao may have studied some aspects of this. The formations they design are utilized in various mechanical devices and cannot be compared to the way cultivators lay out formations, which can be done freely as long as sufficient materials are available, unconfined to fixed locations. Such formations may exist, but they have likely turned to dust by now. Iyueshi shook her head and remarked, "Cultivators trapped within a barrier, if they cannot find a way to break free or are not rescued, will ultimately perish inside. Although cultivators can survive by absorbing spiritual energy, the amount of usable energy within a barrier is exceedingly scant. After all, operating the barrier also consumes spiritual energy. It is impossible for it to remain available for those trapped inside." "I understand," Lu Xiaoyao interjected. "Over time, those ensnared will be drained of their spiritual power. Only cultivators of the spiritual refinement path have truly stepped into the realm of cultivation. Their bodies gradually become ethereal, leaving no remains, merely disintegrating into pure spiritual energy that the barrier absorbs." As Lu Xiaoyao gazed at the barrier, he expressed his insights. However, upon seeking confirmation from Iyueshi, he noticed her bright eyes studying him with evident astonishment. "You truly possess a keen intellect," Iyueshi said, shaking her head. "No wonder. It's merely a coincidence." Noticing Iyueshi's expression, Lu Xiaoyao cleared his throat and pointed toward the main hall behind them. "Shall we go inside and take a look?" Iyueshi hesitated, gazing at the ascending steps leading to the main hall, a place she had heard whispers about since childhood. Renowned for its terrifying reputation, as a child, her master often used this place to frighten her, threatening to abandon her there. Never had she imagined she would arrive at the main hall of the Xiandan sect in such a manner. For Lu Xiaoyao, however, the prospect was exhilarating. This was akin to a real-life adventure, albeit one that might harbor a terrifying malevolent spirit within. Yet, having overcome the ghost king of the mist, did a sealed malevolent spirit truly inspire fear? Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao's mind began to ponder anew. Could the ghost king of the mist and the yin-yang dual fiends be manifestations conjured by that very spirit? Yet something felt amiss. If it was indeed the malevolent spirit's doing, how did Zhao Bin of the Huawei Sword sect come to be involved? Zhao Bin's presence here was solely to transform him into a yin fiend puppet. Zhao Bin's master is indeed the one most likely to issue commands to him. Within the ruins of the Xiandan sect, there seemed to be hidden secrets that Lu Xiaoyao is eager to explore. Noticing Yi Yueshi's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyao smiled and suggested, "You may remain here. I trust that Count Nader, being cautious, will not venture inside." However, Yi Yueshi shook her head and replied, "I disagree. I believe he will indeed intrude." "Very well, then follow closely behind me." Since Yi Yueshi wished to accompany him, they decided to proceed together. Though his words were casual, Lu Xiaoyao felt uncertain whether Count Nader would actually breach their defenses. After all, this was merely a barrier and did not necessarily prevent the Blood Clan from entering. Should Count Nader truly arrive, it would be futile for the two of them to resist. Whether they separated or not mattered little. The pair ascended the steep steps, each riser standing as tall as a calf, seemingly crafted for giants. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao understood that this was likely a trial of sorts. As they continued onward, he gradually sensed an immense weight pressing down upon them. The higher they climbed, the greater the pressure became. Glancing back, he saw that they had scarcely traversed 1/10 of the steps, yet beads of sweat had already soaked through their garments. Yi Yueshi, too, was perspiring profusely, her breaths coming in quick gasps. When Lu Xiaoyao paused, she followed suit, sensing something peculiar. These stairs were evidently designed for testing disciples, so why were they here? Testing disciples? Lu Xiaoyao mused, puzzled. What kind of disciple could withstand such overwhelming pressure? Indeed, while various sects had similar trials, this one seemed far more arduous. Yi Yueshi turned back and could not help but exclaim, "We've only traversed 1/10, and I am utterly exhausted. Why don't you utilize your spiritual energy?" Lu Xiaoyao asked, surprised and confused. "If you used your spiritual energy, wouldn't it be less tiring?" "Spiritual energy? It cannot be used here. Can you?" Yi Yueshi responded with a peculiar look in her eyes. "I can sense it. You have not employed your spiritual energy." "I haven't," Lu Xiaoyao replied, attempting to channel his energy, only to find it seemingly bound and inaccessible. "Then we must continue." Gazing up at the main hall above, Lu Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, curious about the mysteries concealed within. "Are you truly intent on going up?" Yi Yueshi inquired, intrigued. "What compels you to ascend?" "Because." Lu Xiaoyao's gaze shifted downward toward the steps. Someone was indeed approaching. Following his line of sight, Yi Yueshi instinctively looked back, only to see a figure with bat-like wings emerging from the barrier, Count Nader himself. Count Nader treaded upon the mist, cautiously advancing forward. It seems that Count Nader has never encountered such a restrictive barrier. If he does not hasten, it is feared that his formidable strength will soon catch up with them. As Lu Xiaoyao's voice faded, he turned to ascend further. Indeed, he was in pursuit. Yi Yueshi muttered a phrase and had no choice but to follow Lu Xiaoyao, continuing to climb this treacherous staircase laden with pressure. After only a few steps, the two heard a sudden, resounding shout from behind them. This time, where do you think you can escape? Standing at the foot of the staircase, Count Nader caught sight of Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yueshi, his face contorting into a grimace. With a powerful flap of his wings, Count Nader soared towards the steps. Yet, upon reaching the first step, an overwhelming force descended upon him. Taken unawares, Count Nader was abruptly thrust onto the staircase with a resounding thud. Chapter 185, The Final Struggle as the Agile Deer Climbed Upward. It heard the resounding shout of Count Nader, which stirred a sense of apprehension within. After all, Count Nader possessed formidable strength and resilience, making it highly likely that he would catch up. Instinctively glancing back, the deer beheld Count Nader unfurling his wings, soaring towards the staircase. Subsequently, under the deer's watchful gaze, the Count was abruptly thrust back against the steps by the overwhelming pressure. With a stifled laugh, the deer couldn't help but find amusement in Count Nader's predicament. Meanwhile, Yuexi, who was diligently climbing alongside, turned her head at the sound. The pressure exerted varied according to the strength of the individual, making it all the more pressing. Yuexi, retracting her gaze, cautioned the deer, if his endurance surpasses ours, he may very well catch up. We must not be complacent. Let us hasten our ascent. Understood, replied the deer, no longer hesitating. Upon witnessing Count Nader rise and pursue, the deer noted that the Count's speed was markedly greater. After all, the vampire race was renowned for their swiftness, coupled with an impressive stamina. As they continued their arduous climb, the pressure multiplied exponentially. At this point, for every few steps the deer ascended, it required a moment to recuperate. The weight of the pressure upon the steps was formidable, rendering even stillness a challenge. As the oppressive force made it difficult to breathe. Below, Count Nader's condition deteriorated. His initial speed had waned. The two adversaries, separated by several dozen steps, glared at one another, neither able to break free from their stalemate. Why do you merely glare? If you possess the ability, come and catch up. Is not speed your forte? The deer taunted Count Nader with provocation and derision. Uxe, casting a glance at the deer, comprehended the intent behind the words. Just wait. I refuse to believe you can endure better than I. Fueled by indignation, Count Nader, already nursing injuries from chasing the deer, erupted in fury. With wings flaring behind him, he surged forward, propelled by his wrath, and ascended several steps in mere moments. The deer, observing from above, was momentarily taken aback by the Count's sudden burst of energy. It was only when Count Nader was once more forced back by the pressure that the deer felt a sense of relief, patting its chest. Aren't you quite the formidable one? How is it that you find yourself on the ground now? If you have the ability, come at me again. Look at you. Contemptible and inept, a mere waste of space. A torrent of insults left the deer's lips, rendering Count Nader's pallid complexion even more ashen. If you possess the ability, then run. Yet here you are, standing idly. With a chuckle of disdain, the deer smirked and turned to Uxe. Let us proceed. Count Nader's earlier outburst had depleted his last reserves of strength. Recovery would require time. Seizing this opportunity, the deer and Uxe once again widened the gap between them. By the time Count Nader regained his composure, he discovered that the distance he had once closed had been further extended. You scoundrel, do you dare to toy with me? Upon realizing that he had fallen for Lu Xiaoyao's provocation, Count Nade's fury intensified, and he hastily pursued Lu Xiaoyao. Do not chase me. You will not catch up. Believe it or not, if you do manage to catch up, it will be your demise. Pausing momentarily, Lu Xiaoyao resorted to his previous tactic, aiming to deplete Count Nade's stamina. However, having previously been outwitted, Count Nade halted before exhausting his energy, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiaoyao. No matter what you say, you shall not escape. Observing Count Nade's caution, Lu Xiaoyao refrained from wasting further energy and ascended the staircase towards the main hall. Arriving there sooner would allow for quicker recovery of strength. From Yueshi, Lu Xiaoyao had learned that there was no pressure at the end of the staircase. Once there, a physically drained Count Nade would be unable to contend with them. As long as Count Nade remained on the staircase, he could not utilize his blood energy, rendering him vulnerable. If this predicament could be resolved, there would be no need to delve deeper into the main hall. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao felt a twinge of anxiety. What if the malevolent spirit within had already broken free from its seal? What if the ghostly fog outside and the dual specters were connected to that spirit? He instinctively remained wary of the unknown. Having traversed most of the staircase over nearly 2 days, the three were engaged in a relentless pursuit. The distance between them fluctuated, sometimes narrowing, sometimes widening. But Count Nade consistently kept pace. Another day passed, and the small square in front of the main hall was now within reach. Lu Xiaoyao glanced back at Count Nade. Give it up. If you catch up, it will surely be your end. With your abilities? Count Nade's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiaoyao. After pursuing this far, how could he possibly relent? He had initially tracked Yi Yuyan because of this brat. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoyao, Yi Yuyan would not have escaped his grasp. And the woman beside Lu Xiaoyao, no one understood the extent of her injuries better than Count Nade. Yet now, that woman was enduring tremendous pressure, having reached the staircase's end. Undoubtedly due to Lu Xiaoyao. All misfortune stemmed from this individual. If he did not eliminate him, how could he ever be at peace? As Lu Xiaoyao gathered his strength, Count Nade was also contemplating. The current situation, indeed as Lu Xiaoyao described, was severely unfavorable for him. Once they exited this area, the initiative would belong to the two of them. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao continued to bear the pressure on the staircase. How could he afford to launch an offensive? Especially the female cultivator, who would undoubtedly hold nothing back. Having clashed with Lu Xiaoyao multiple times, Count Nade doubted that Lu Xiaoyao would let this opportunity slip by without striking decisively. With a surge of determination, Lu Xiaoyao turned his gaze to Yueshi. Can you still endure? Blood and sweat mingled on Yueshi's back. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoyao, during these past few days, Yueshi has persevered alongside him, ascending to the pinnacle of this staircase despite her grievous injuries. This woman, beneath her ethereal exterior, possesses the unwavering determination and tenacity of a cultivator who battles against the heavens. Yueshi has already earned Lu Xiaoyao's respect. She is indeed a partner worthy of admiration. Just a step away, I shall not falter. Gazing at the platform within arm's reach, Yueshi resolutely clenched her fist. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a broad and powerful hand enveloping her delicate one. The warmth emanating from that touch inexplicably stirred something deep within Iyueshi's heart. Chapter 186. The confrontation from childhood to the present. Iyueshi's life has been intricately woven with the art of cultivation, under the special protection of her master. Iyueshi has never had close interactions with any man. The very thought of holding a man's hand was beyond her imagination. At this moment, the warmth emanating from the man's palm enveloped Iyueshi like a spiritual fire refining her bones. The intense heat made her feel as though she were being forged in flames, and a mysterious blush surfaced on her fair and delicate face. This sensation was extraordinary. Her heart raced violently, leaving her with an electrifying feeling that coursed through her entire being. A powerful force radiated from his hand, compelling Iyueshi to instinctively take a step forward, following the figure of Lu Xiaoyao. Soon after, she felt a sudden lightness, as if the pressure on her body had dissipated, and she found herself in a warm embrace. The rhythmic pounding of a heartbeat alerted Iyueshi that this was not her own. When she lifted her gaze, she was met with a handsome face, concernedly looking down at her. "Are you all right? Let's rest for a moment here," Lu Xiaoyao said, and amidst Iyueshi's startled exclamations, he lifted her in his arms and carried her to the center of the platform. Count Nader, still on the steps, was jolted awake by this sight. With Lu Xiaoyao stepping away from the edge of the stairs, he realized this presented the perfect opportunity. As long as he could rush onto the platform and escape the pressure of the stairs, he could unleash the power within him. Given the strength of Lu Xiaoyao and that female cultivator, they were no match for Count Nader. With this thought in mind, he flapped his wings and launched himself toward the stairs with fervor. This was a race against time. Lu Xiaoyao's strength would undoubtedly be restored upon reaching the platform. If he were to hinder him at all costs, preventing him from stepping off the stairs, it would spell disaster for himself. Count Nader was acutely aware of this, and at this moment, he unleashed all his might. Even under the oppressive pressure of the stairs, Count Nader charged forward like a runaway steed. 10, 9, 5, 3, 1. He was on the verge of escaping the stairs, and joy danced upon Count Nader's brow. The scales of victory seemed destined to favor the strong. With just one more step, he would transcend into another realm. Yet, at that very instant, a figure suddenly dashed forward, positioning themselves at the edge of the final step. He had returned. In an instant, Count Nader realized it was Lu Xiaoyao who had caught up. Furious, Count Nader summoned his final reserves of strength and unleashed a fierce punch at Lu Xiaoyao. "You dare obstruct my path? Let us see what you are made of." A thunderous sound echoed as Lu Xiaoyao retaliated with a punch of his own. The powerful shockwaves erupted from the collision of their fists, sending ripples cascading outward. Lu Xiaoyao was forced to retreat, nearly being thrown off balance by Count Nader's tremendous force. Even under the weight of the oppressive pressure, Count Nader's strength proved to be a formidable blow to Lu Xiaoyao. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of retreating steps, Lu Xiaoyao barely managed to dissipate the force and come to a halt. Iyueshi, who had been left behind, widened her eyes in astonishment at the scene she had just witnessed. "Are you all right?" Lu Xiaoyao clenched her teeth, striving to calm the chaotic energy within her body, utterly incapable of responding to the inquiry. Fortunately, Iyueshi possessed an astute and perceptive heart, fully understanding Lu Xiaoyao's unspoken thoughts. After confirming that Lu Xiaoyao was unscathed, her gaze shifted to the distance. There, thwarted by Lu Xiaoyao's obstruction, Count Nader ultimately failed to take that crucial step forward. The beleaguered Count Nader, under Lu Xiaoyao's relentless defense, was sent tumbling down, rolling off more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing himself. His last desperate attempt had ended in complete failure. Not only had he been unable to ascend the stairs, but he had also fallen. The heavy burden weighed upon him, causing significant discomfort. No matter how formidable his physique, he could not withstand such immense pressure to break through Lu Xiaoyao's blockade. Was there truly no way out? Rising from the steps, Count Nader glared at Lu Xiaoyao with blood-red eyes that appeared quite menacing. If he could not ascend, he would undoubtedly be trapped by Lu Xiaoyao. Yet, without the ability to recover his strength, he was rendered powerless and incapable of utilizing his blood energy. Curse be these damn stairs and these vexatious practitioners. Why must they conjure such peculiar obstacles? While silently cursing, Count Nader continued to press forward. In response to his movements, Lu Xiaoyao also advanced. However, she had yet to fully dissipate the force she had endured. As Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Unable to completely alleviate the residual force, her unsteady movements exacerbated her internal injuries. Care for another round? Count Nader halted, fixating on Lu Xiaoyao, who had once again positioned herself on the steps before him. "If you wish to ascend, you must first overcome me. Do you not consider your own capabilities?" Lu Xiaoyao scoffed, beckoning Count Nader forward. "Come, if you dare." "How foolish," Count Nader retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoyao. "Even if you hold the advantage of terrain, your strength is insufficient. You will ultimately be unable to withstand my might." Count Nader continued to gather his energy. And Lu Xiaoyao understood this all too well, resorting to verbal taunts to provoke him. Yet, at that moment, her words held no sway over Count Nader. As Lu Xiaoyao continued to incite him, Count Nader merely persisted in harnessing his power. Suddenly, Count Nader erupted forth, his wings vibrating like arrows released from a bow. If you hope to come over, perhaps in your next life. Lu Xiaoyao crossed her fists and immediately countered. Martial arts, Great Radiance Fist. A brilliant light emanated. Akin to a radiant sun, Lu Xiaoyao's fist struck forth, unleashing a dazzling brilliance aimed directly at Count Nader. In an instant, the two were engulfed by the blinding radiance. With only vague silhouettes discernible, amidst the thunderous roar, Lu Xiaoyao was once again hurled away, his feet striking the ground with a resounding thud until he finally came to a halt beside Uxe, having dispelled the full force of Count Nader. However, this exertion caused Lu Xiaoyao to cough up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably. He had not anticipated Count Nader's overwhelming strength. With his eyes momentarily closed, Lu Xiaoyao was filled with astonishment. Had the Count revealed such terrifying power upon their first encounter, neither he nor Yi Yuyan would have stood a chance of escape. This left Lu Xiaoyao with lingering doubts. If Count Nader was indeed so formidable, why had he chosen to spare them rather than simply seizing Yi Yuyan? Chapter 187. The Labyrinth. Lu Xiaoyao spat blood, his steps wavering slightly. Meanwhile, Count Nader was in no better condition, enduring the immense pressure from the steps while fending off Lu Xiaoyao's attacks. The Count's physical fortitude surpassed that of Lu Xiao by a considerable margin. Yet, even under such circumstances, blood oozed from his mouth and nose, his already pallid complexion rendered even more ghostly. His blood-red eyes seemed as if they might erupt with blood. We cannot continue this fight, Yueshi managed to rise, grasping Lu Xiaoyao. You cannot bear another assault, and your own body is in distress. Let us retreat to the main hall. However, as Lu Xiaoyao opened his mouth to respond, blood surged up his throat, rendering him incapable of speech. Casting a glance at Count Nader below the steps, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The Count was undeniably formidable, even in such a passive state. He could inflict further injury upon Lu Xiaoyao. Supporting each other, the two men slowly retreated. Observing Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi's departure, Count Nader exhaled deeply, pushing himself up from the ground. Yet, as he exerted force in his abdomen, blood gushed forth from his throat, and he violently expelled it onto the steps. Suddenly, the world darkened, and Count Nader fainted. Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi pushed open the hall doors, and upon realizing that Count Nader did not pursue them, they closed the doors once more. Inside the grand hall, an expanse lay barren. The furnishings that once adorned the hall had long been removed, leaving behind an empty space. There, Yueshi pointed towards the far end of the hall, where a stone throne stood. The two approached. This appeared to be the only object remaining in the hall. As for the side chambers, they had yet to investigate them. However, given the emptiness of the main hall, it was likely that the side chambers held even less. Taking a seat upon the stone throne, Lu Xiaoyao surveyed the hall, offering a wry smile. This may very well be the most challenging ordeal I have faced since my debut. I am uncertain if I can overcome it. He then retrieved some elixirs from his storage ring. Take this, Yueshi handed him a vial. The efficacy will be enhanced. Not yet. There will be a time for it. For now, put it away. Lu Xiaoyao remarked, briefly preparing the elixir before consuming it, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to dissolve its potency. After closing his eyes to meditate for a moment, Lu Xiaoyao felt considerably better and said, "Let us explore the rear hall. It seems there is nothing here." "All right." Yueshi nodded, rising alongside Lu Xiaoyao as they proceeded towards the rear hall. Crossing the corridor and entering the rear hall, they found it was no longer empty, but rather in disarray, littered with shattered remnants. Observing the chaos, Lu Xiaoyao cast a questioning glance at Yueshi. It appeared that her assertion of it remaining unbreached was accurate. It was not outsiders who had invaded. After the demise of the leaders of the Xiandan sect, it seemed they had not escaped the fate of being plundered. The entire grand hall was devoid of anything. It had all been stripped bare. The Xiandan sect, it seems, has met with an inexplicable and tragic fate. Logically speaking, one would expect that a sect devoted to the art of alchemy would maintain favorable relations with others. Upon departing the rear hall, one is greeted by a lush garden. The landscape is adorned with artificial hills, tranquil pools, flourishing flora, and a cacophony of birds, beasts, fish, and insects, all teeming with life. This vibrant scene starkly contrasts with the preceding elegance, as if one has suddenly traversed into a different realm. Lu Xiaoyao surveyed the surroundings. Yet a sense of suspicion lingered in her heart. The environment appeared to have been neglected for an extended period, with no signs of human care. Yet it also bore the marks of meticulous nurturing. Upon closer inspection, however, she found no extraordinary spiritual herbs, only the most commonplace of spiritual plants. In a sect of this nature, the absence of precious elixirs suggested that they had been entirely scavenged in years past. As they ventured forth, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, the absence of any immediate danger perplexed Lu Xiaoyao, leading her to question whether her prior assumptions were misguided. As the two navigated through the flourishing woods, teeming with vitality, various creatures leapt and frolicked among the trees, creating an idyllic atmosphere reminiscent of a hidden paradise, exuding tranquility at every turn. Yet, to Lu Xiaoyao, this serene environment felt lacking in some elusive quality. Pausing, Lu Xiaoyao lowered her gaze and inquired of Yueshi. "Have you sensed anything peculiar?" "Peculiar?" Yueshi replied, her eyes reflecting confusion as she glanced around, unable to discern anything out of the ordinary. "We have passed through here before." As she spoke, Lu Xiaoyao gestured towards the base of a tree, where a low-grade spirit stone lay nestled. This was one of the few stones she had left, having intentionally dropped it as a marker during their earlier travels. To her astonishment, it had indeed reappeared before her eyes. This indicated that both Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi were ensnared within this verdant labyrinth. Everything here bears an uncanny resemblance to the surroundings, suggesting the presence of an intricate formation, Lu Xiaoyao asserted with conviction, convinced that this garden constituted a vast maze, meticulously arranged using its natural features. "What shall we do?" Yueshi asked, her voice tinged with concern. "You are knowledgeable about formations. Surely you can find a way out?" "The complexity of this formation exceeds my understanding, containing elements I cannot decipher," Lu Xiaoyao replied, shaking her head. The distinctions between this world and the one she was accustomed to were vast. Even with her expertise in formations, this particular arrangement posed a challenge. "Perhaps being trapped here is not so dire," Lu Xiaoyao mused, noting Yueshi's growing anxiety. "Our current state is precarious, yet this place appears safe, suggesting we have yet to encounter any offensive formations." "What do you mean?" Yueshi questioned, struggling to grasp Lu Xiaoyao's implications. "Let us find a suitable spot to tend to our injuries. The spiritual energy here is abundant," Lu Xiaoyao replied, moving to pick up the spirit stone. "Come, let us seek a place to recuperate." As for Count Nader, even if he were to catch up, he would find himself ensnared, unable to locate us for the time being. "Is this feasible?" Observing Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor, Yueshi felt compelled to follow her, though their interactions had been limited. Yueshi possessed an astute heart, capable of discerning Lu Xiaoyao's thoughts entirely. Given that Lu Xiaoyao had made her decision, Yueshi chose not to contest it further. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao's choice appeared to hold no flaws. Lu Xiaoyao meandered along an unusual path, persistently advancing forward, following closely behind. Yueshi watched as Lu Xiaoyao navigated a series of twists and turns, ultimately leading her to a quaint lake. A stony pathway extended to the water's edge, where a small pavilion stood in the center of the lake, accommodating around 10 individuals. "Let us proceed there," Lu Xiaoyao declared, and with that, she leapt gracefully, walking upon the waves as she made her way toward the pavilion. Chapter 188. The killing array upon the staircase. Count Nader awoke languidly, only to find himself surrounded by utter darkness. The sole source of illumination was the immense full moon that hung in the sky. Yet, for the bloodkin, darkness was akin to their paradise. Glancing upwards at the moon, Count Nader began to applaud, then surveyed the steps before him and ascended cautiously. Perched at the edge of the staircase, he remained vigilant, scanning for the silhouette of the deer, Zhuoyao. Upon confirming her absence, he tentatively stepped off the staircase. The moment he departed from the steps, a heavy pressure dissipated, and a sensation akin to rebirth invigorated Count Nader. However, the lingering aches in his body caused him to furrow his brow, compelling him to sit in place and commence his cultivation. As dawn broke, Count Nader exhaled a breath of stale air and proceeded towards the grand hall. He traversed through the main hall and the rear chamber, making his way directly into the garden. After wandering aimlessly for a considerable time within the garden, he found himself utterly disoriented, unable to retrace his steps. In a fit of anger, Count Nader began to recklessly navigate through the garden, inadvertently triggering the formations concealed within. One after another, the deadly arrays sprang to life. Commencing their ominous functions, Count Nader relentlessly forced his way through the arrays, resulting in a profound transformation throughout the garden. The once vibrant life had vanished, and the tranquility that once reigned was now but a memory. The small creatures that inhabited the garden had all disappeared, leaving behind only an endless expanse of desolation and decay. At this moment, Zhuoyao, nestled within a pavilion, awakened to the startling alterations in her surroundings, which had long since lost their former charm. The lake had evaporated, leaving behind cracked mud, and even some fish had succumbed to desiccation. The flora along the banks had withered entirely, the trunks of trees dry and fissured, bearing witness to the desolation. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, transforming the realm into a furnace. The air shimmered palpably, waves of heat rolling like tides, scorching all within its reach. What has transpired? Beside her, Iyueshi seemed to sense the shift in their environment, rousing from her meditation. Upon witnessing the chaotic transformation around them, Iyueshi quickly grasped the situation. Has that bat intruded? Zhuo Yao nodded, replying, not only has it intruded, but in its ignorance of the formations, it has recklessly activated the lethal arrays within the garden. Lethal arrays? At the mention of Zhuo Yao's words, Iyueshi grew wary and inquired, what shall we do? Given that these formations are situated behind the main hall, they must be exceedingly perilous. Indeed, the lethal arrays established here are clearly designed to thwart pursuers. This is likely a contingency plan of the Xianen sect. As for what transpired within the Xianen sect, Zhuo Yao could not ascertain. However, the purpose of these deadly arrays could be surmised. Since they are intended to sever pathways to facilitate escape, these formations are probably more complex than they appear. The Xianen sect, which has operated for countless years, even in its eventual decline, left behind relics that are undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, the fact that those who initially breached the Xianen sect did not destroy this garden speaks volumes about the perilous nature of this array. Perhaps those individuals had mastered the techniques to manipulate the formation. For now, it is prudent to remain still, right here in this pavilion. As Lu Zhaoyao surveyed the surroundings, her keen senses detected that the environment was still in a state of flux. This indicated that Count Nader was still at work, likely attempting to break free from this garden. After observing for a moment and realizing that the changes around them did not affect the pavilion, Lu Zhaoyao felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Iyueshi also came to a realization and exclaimed in astonishment, could this be the eye of the formation? No. This place cannot control the entire array. However, this pavilion is one of the safe points, Lu Zhaoyao patiently explained upon hearing the inquiry. There should be other such safe points within the garden. These safe points are designated for the disciples of our sect. Senior disciples of the Xianen sect should understand how to locate these safe havens. What makes you so knowledgeable? Iyueshi asked, increasingly astonished. This array had been established countless years ago, its legacy passed down through numerous generations. How is it that to Lu Zhaoyao it seemed transformed, no longer a treacherous formation? I have studied some formations, Lu Zhaoyao replied, brushing off Iyueshi's question. Who was she trying to deceive? With a knowing glare at Lu Zhaoyao, Iyueshi understood that she was reluctant to elaborate and chose not to press further. Studying a few formations allows one to find safe points within such a grand array? What does that make my earnest research? Iyueshi was acutely aware that she could not decipher this formation at all. Yet Lu Zhaoyao navigated it with ease, directly locating a safe point. This seemingly unassuming junior disciple was indeed shrouded in mystery. An extraordinary warrior, excelling in both the medical arts and formations. While Xianwei was proficient in divination, Iyueshi had not learned a shred of it. Thus her understanding of Lu Zhaoyao stemmed solely from the innate talent bestowed by her 7 apertures Linglong heart. However, while observing Lu Zhaoyao, Iyueshi noticed that she occasionally concealed her true intentions. Recalling their first encounter when Lu Zhaoyao mentioned the 7 apertures Linglong heart, Iyueshi felt an even greater sense of intrigue about her. What secrets could this junior disciple possibly be hiding? Beyond the medical arts and formations, what other surprises might Lu Zhaoyao possess? Iyueshi remained oblivious to Xianyue's intentions in recruiting Lu Zhaoyao as a disciple. However, she was well acquainted with her master, who was known for having the fewest disciples at the sword-tempering pavilion, yet each of Xianyue's disciples was more formidable than the last. The reasons for this were undoubtedly linked to Xianyue's prowess. Iyueshi had always been curious about how this martial artist of the refined spirit path caught her master's eye. Now, through her growing understanding of Lu Zhaoyao, Iyueshi seemed to grasp a hint of the truth. This individual appeared quite ordinary, yet in reality was a cunning figure, adept at disguising their true strength. The formidable Count Nader, a being of undeniable strength, found himself grievously injured by a single blow. Yet, Lu Zhaoyao engaged in fierce combat with Count Nader on 2 occasions, managing to remain steadfast and upright, not succumbing to defeat. Even under the constraints of the staircase, Count Nader was far from an adversary to be trifled with. The physique of a bloodline warrior is remarkably robust, surpassing many practitioners in strength. Could this formation truly vanquish that bat? Observing the shifting circumstances, Iyueshi harbored reservations. Despite the potential might of this array, it had remained unmaintained for many years, likely diminishing its potency considerably. Given Count Nader's prowess, it was uncertain whether the formation could effectively contain him. Indeed, it appeared incapable of doing so. Lu Zhaoyao sighed softly, shaking her head as she remarked, the formation lacks sufficient strength, its momentum faltering. It must have been neglected for far too long. Chapter 189. Betting the heart. Even a preordained formation requires periodic maintenance and inspection. The ruins of the Xiandan sect have long been abandoned, and naturally, no one has come to uphold the integrity of the formation here. Compared to its former glory, the potency of this formation has undoubtedly diminished. Nevertheless, even in its weakened state, the power it emanates remains profoundly terrifying. Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yueshi have been seated in the pavilion, observing the passage of the 4 seasons for an entire year. The inherent dangers within the formation remain somewhat unclear to them, as they have not ventured inside. However, the explosive force unleashed from within has left them feeling quite unsettled. That power is one that alters the very fabric of nature, utterly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Gradually, the formation has calmed, and 3 days have elapsed. This implies that Count Nader has been ensnared within the formation for a full 3 days. Uncertain of his current state, one can only speculate. Even if he has not perished, he is likely to be severely incapacitated. Gazing at the tranquil and serene garden, Lu Xiaoyao fell into contemplation. What do you think his current condition is? Eagerly, Lu Xiaoyao expressed a desire to take action, as eliminating Count Nader would be significantly advantageous for their side. After all, Count Nader is formidable, a considerable force within the ranks of the Blood Clan. Shall we give it a try? I have nearly recovered, Yi Yueshi replied, her own eagerness surfacing. Previously, she had suffered grave injuries at the hands of Count Nader, instilling a sense of apprehension within her. However, the prospect of vengeance now seemed tantalizingly within reach, igniting her resolve. The two shared a moment of understanding, and after a brief pause to ensure no danger lingered, Lu Xiaoyao stepped out from the pavilion. Follow closely behind me, and do not stray. The recently subdued formation is not entirely safe. A moment's carelessness could reactivate it. However, Lu Xiaoyao's pursuit of Count Nader would not be a swift endeavor. The direction chosen for their departure from the pavilion differed entirely from their arrival. Moving cautiously, Lu Xiaoyao remained vigilant, continuously assessing the surroundings to evade the dangers within the formation. Such a grand array is undeniably intricate. One wonders who could have orchestrated such a formidable setup. As they proceeded, Lu Xiaoyao reflected, pondering when he might attain the skill to establish a formation of such caliber. Perhaps it is the founding patriarch of a sect. The most powerful individuals of a sect are often not those who emerge from the ranks of later generations. The founding patriarch often represents an insurmountable pinnacle for any sect. Yi Yueshi, following closely, added softly, it is curious how, in the realm of cultivators, the founder of each sect appears to embody a peak of an era. Regardless of the abundance of resources or the brilliance of disciples, none can surpass that summit. Perhaps it is a matter of deifying the founders? On this point, Lu Jiao held a differing perspective. Rather than an inability to surpass, it might be more accurate to say there is a reluctance to do so. After all, they are the founders. Regardless of the heights achieved by their successors, the accomplishments they forged remain unparalleled, and they would not wish to eclipse the brilliance of their forebears. Perhaps this is a form of reverence, an expression of profound respect. As they traversed through the grand formation, the distance traveled became a mere abstraction. Days passed in a cycle of sunrises and sunsets, until Lu Xiaoyao finally halted at an artificial hill. Was he concealed here? The relentless search over the past few days had left Yi Yueshi in a state of vexation. The interior space of this garden was evidently more expansive than it appeared from the outside. It seemed to employ some form of array, crafting a labyrinthine garden. If her judgment was accurate, he should be within this very vicinity. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy, his hand already gripping a flying sword. In Yi Yueshi's presence, he refrained from drawing the blood sword, as it bore a certain sensitivity. Any practitioner who laid eyes upon it could sense the chilling aura it exuded. Moreover, within the confines of Xiandan's sect, Lu Xiaoyao was reluctant to wield it, fearing the emergence of formidable figures. After all, the Yinsha ghost Talon had been destroyed, the Yangsha statue confiscated, the Wraith King slain, and the blood sword seized. If a master from behind the scenes were to be summoned, Lu Xiaoyao lacked the confidence to prevail. Those capable of refining the dual evil spirits and subduing the Wraith King were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. The area around the artificial hill was not insignificant. As Lu Xiaoyao and Yi Yueshi advanced, they cautiously searched for traces of Count Nader. Be vigilant. The Blood Clan excels in concealment. Yi Yueshi walked closely behind Lu Xiaoyao, her senses heightened, as if Count Nader might emerge from the shadows at any moment. Bloodstains. Lu Xiaoyao nodded, his gaze shifting to a protruding stone, where he noticed what appeared to be bloody markings. They approached to examine it closely, confirming it was indeed Count Nader's blood. The dark crimson liquid had yet to congeal. He must be nearby. Lu Xiaoyao's expression grew serious as he followed the trail of blood. Just then, a fierce wind howled, and from the side of the hill emerged the figure of Count Nader. Are you searching for me? Following the voice, Lu Xiaoyao squinted, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him upon observing Count Nader's state. Though the Count appeared more disheveled now, his voice remained robust. Was this a disguise? Lu Xiaoyao could not ascertain, so he turned to Yi Yueshi. Her keen heart, a manifestation of insight, was most effective in such circumstances. While she could present a fade, her inner thoughts remained transparent. Her perceptive nature allowed her to read the hearts of others. Even before them stood a vampire, a being traditionally devoid of a beating heart. However, in this world, the blood clan differed from Lu Xiaoyao's understanding. Here, they possessed hearts. Yet, similar to practitioners, they could heal bodily injuries once they reached a certain realm. To the mundane world, practitioners were perceived as possessing divine capabilities. Iyueshi's gaze was fixed upon Count Nader. In the next moment, under Lu Xiaoyao's watchful eyes, she leaped forward, launching an attack on the Count. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao wasted no time and followed suit, charging toward Count Nader alongside Iyueshi. As the Earl of Nader stood upon the artificial mountain, a flicker of panic danced in his eyes. For the reality before him diverged sharply from his expectations. Should not these two escape upon realizing their own safety? At that moment, the Earl of Nader bore grievous wounds, injuries of considerable severity. The self-detonation of Du Guangyuan had inflicted significant damage upon him, leaving him in a state of prolonged recovery. Subsequently, he was further besieged by Lu Xiaoyao, who struck him while he was under immense pressure. Yet, these tribulations were within the Earl's capacity to endure. However, it was the intricate formation laid out by this practitioner that truly stripped him of his combat prowess. Upon witnessing Iyueshi and Lu Xiaoyao charging towards him in succession, the Earl of Nader could not help but display a semblance of disarray. Chapter 190. Burning Souls. Upon sensing the arrival of Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi, Count Nader felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Given his current state, encountering these two formidable individuals seemed to offer little hope of victory. Yet, the thought of fleeing was equally daunting. Where could he escape to? He had already experienced the formidable power of this great formation, and his body was now a testament to its might, riddled with injuries. With enemies closing in and no avenue for retreat, Count Nader could only endure his pain, feigning strength in the hopes of intimidating his adversaries. However, the situation quickly spiraled beyond his expectations. The two approached fearlessly, showing no signs of trepidation, which left Nader in a precarious position. Unbeknownst to Count Nader, Iyueshi possessed a unique insight known as the Heart of Seven Apertures, which allowed her to perceive the thoughts of others. The very thoughts that occupied his mind were laid bare before her scrutiny. Yet, the Heart of Seven Apertures was not omnipotent. It could only uncover what was already in one's mind. If one did not contemplate or reflect, the heart's power would remain dormant. Nevertheless, this ability was sufficient to yield extraordinary results. During their exchange, Count Nader's condition was discerned by Iyueshi, presenting an opportunity she could not afford to squander. Without hesitation, she launched an assault, her sword imbued with spiritual energy, radiating an intense brilliance. As she struck with fierce determination, a torrent of sword energy surged forth. Following closely was Lu Xiaoyao, who synchronized her movements with Iyueshi, effectively sealing off any potential escape routes for Count Nader. Faced with their united front, Nader had no choice but to retreat, which only deepened his predicament. Under the relentless barrage from Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi, he found himself in a desperate flight, devoid of any chance to counterattack. Moreover, the relentless onslaught exacerbated his injuries, each strike from their swords inflicting new wounds upon him. "You have gone too far," Count Nader bellowed, his form momentarily flickering as he conjured two illusions to assail Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi, while he himself leapt backward, escaping their immediate combat zone. Lu Xiaoyao, with a swift horizontal sweep of her sword, severed one of the illusions. Upon witnessing Count Nader's attempt to flee, she immediately hurled her longsword towards him. Meanwhile, Iyueshi transformed herself into a blade of pure intent, darting towards Count Nader with lethal precision. "Today marks your demise." With such a rare opportunity at hand, Lu Xiaoyao was resolute in her pursuit. Observing that Iyueshi had engaged him without diverting her attention, she swiftly executed a sword technique, establishing a connection with her throne sword. Under her guidance, the sword's potency surged dramatically, a manifestation of inner strength, as Lu Xiaoyao's spiritual energy coalesced within the blade. Beside the longsword, a flicker of blade light passed by, revealing Iyueshi transformed into a sword, arriving after but striking first. Iyueshi swung her sword directly towards Count Nader. "Bastard!" Count Nader's gaze turned icy, his blood-red eyes emanating a crimson aura. In this moment of life and death, he could no longer afford to hesitate and unleashed his blood energy, forming a shield before him. However, without the suppression of the blood energy, his injuries flared up immediately. Blood began to seep from his mouth and nose, and his body trembled violently. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao's sword had already reached Count Nader's side. In the face of the diagonally thrusting longsword, Count Nader extended a hand, gripping the blade directly, relying on his formidable physique. He attempted to crush the sword with his hand. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Xiaoyao had already teleported closer, once again grasping the hilt of the sword. I have declared, today shall be your demise. As the words fell, Lu Xiaoyao exerted force with his arm, driving the longsword deep into Count Nader's body. Bang! Severely wounded. Count Nader could no longer maintain the shield, which was shattered by Yueshi's sword. With no obstruction, the sword pierced straight into Count Nader's chest. Die. Gripping the longsword. Yueshi's gaze remained cold as her spiritual energy surged wildly, infusing into the blade. The longsword, channeling through Count Nader's body, inflicted immense damage upon him. Under the combined assault of the two, Count Nader could finally bear no more. Dark red blood surged from his mouth, exuding a foul stench. Desire my death? Count Nader's eyes flickered, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Great blood god. Your faithful servant is willing to sacrifice his soul in exchange for immense power to cleanse this world of its filth. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Count Nader's body. This aura was soul-chilling, forming a dreadful stance that sent both Lu Xiaoyao and Yueshi flying. Before I perish, I shall take two with me. Count Nader's eyes, now devoid of whites, glowed a deep crimson, as if blood flowed within. These blood-colored pupils emitted a red radiance, resembling two searchlights. Sacrifice? Lu Xiaoyao rose from the ground, cautiously observing Count Nader. Blood god, does such a deity truly exist in this world? Indeed, Count Nader retorted. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the blood god. What nonsense, Lu Xiaoyao scoffed. As a cultivator, he understood the existence of gods and immortals. After all, the realm of the divine is what all cultivators aspire to. Yet, precisely because it is their goal, they comprehend it all the more clearly. The so-called gods and immortals are merely cultivators of a higher order. Much like how ordinary mortals perceive cultivators. In the eyes of common folk, cultivators appear as deities. And in the eyes of cultivators, immortals are simply more powerful practitioners. Blasphemy? Count Nader let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his figure flickered and appeared before Lu Xiaoyao. A powerful hand reached out, aiming to grasp Lu Xiaoyao. However, Lu Xiaoyao's reflexes were equally swift. She executed a sudden movement and sidestepped gracefully. Her longsword then swung down fiercely, producing a piercing screech. Your prowess is but this. She scoffed, her countenance dripping with disdain, as the radiant blade struck directly against Count Nader's shoulder. Clang. Yet, this time, it emitted a sound akin to metal clashing, failing to penetrate Count Nader's skin. So it is. A realization dawned upon Lu Xiaoyao. Count Nader's sacrifice was merely a form of secret art, and the cost was the burning of his own soul. Chapter 191. Devouring the act of igniting one's soul is akin to a desperate gamble. Inflicting 100 points of damage upon the enemy, while simultaneously causing 100 points of self-harm. Although it can enhance combat prowess, it exacts a toll on the very essence of the soul. Once the soul's energy is depleted, it evaporates into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, this process is irreversible. The essence of the burned soul cannot be mended. In times of despair, few would willingly resort to such a mutually destructive tactic. Upon witnessing Count Nader's reckless fervor, Lu Xiaoyao exchanged a glance with Yueshi and promptly chose to retreat. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Count Nader at that moment would render them no different than him, a madman. Retreat. Lu Xiaoyao hissed, swiftly making her escape into the distance. But did she think she could flee? As Lu Xiaoyao's figure flickered away, Count Nader would not let her slip through his fingers so easily. His wings, cloaked in a veil of sanguine light, trembled slightly before propelling him forward, covering a vast distance in an instant. Just as Lu Xiaoyao revealed herself, she felt a chilling gust of wind behind her. Sensing the impending threat of Count Nader's attack, she pivoted and swung her sword, clashing with his razor-sharp claws, producing a resonant sound. The force of the impact propelled her backward, allowing her to evade Count Nader's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Yueshi had taken a few steps back when she realized that Count Nader had disregarded her entirely, prompting her to turn and chase after him. Observing Count Nader pursuing Lu Xiaoyao, she transformed into a streak of sword light, rushing forth to intercept him. You must escape. Yueshi's radiant sword light enveloped Count Nader. Just as Lu Xiaoyao had retreated, her brows knitted in surprise. She had not anticipated Yueshi's decision to attack Count Nader instead of fleeing, thus throwing her plans into disarray. Given Count Nader's animosity, Lu Xiaoyao knew he would undoubtedly pursue her, allowing her to shake off Yueshi. However, she was taken aback by Yueshi's loyalty. Despite merely being a senior sister, she had come to defend her life. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Yueshi, advancing towards Count Nader, was unable to withstand the onslaught and was forcefully repelled. With a thunderous crash, she collided with an artificial rock formation, shattering it and burying herself beneath the rubble. Count Nader's strength was formidable, although he had not fully regained his peak power. The enhancement from burning his soul granted him the capacity to overpower both opponents. As Iyueshi was sent reeling, Count Nader's gaze naturally shifted towards Lu Xiaoyao. Are you truly strong? As Count Nader bore down upon her, Lu Xiaoyao lifted her longsword but refrained from attacking him. Instead, she directed a beam of sword light towards a nearby grand tree, instantly blasting a massive hole through its trunk. At that moment, Count Nader arrived before her, his blood-red claws poised to strike. Yet, just as they were about to descend upon her, Lu Xiaoyao inexplicably vanished from his sight. The fierce claws landed in empty air. The force unleashed carved a deep pit into the ground, as dust swirled and fierce winds rose, transforming the surrounding landscape in an instant. Before their eyes lay a vast expanse of yellow sand under the scorching sun, plunging them into a desert. Witnessing such a transformation, Count Nader felt a jolt of fear surge within him. In a fleeting moment, a gentle breeze stirred the air, sending sand billowing around them. Yet, in the distance, the sky gradually darkened, an ominous blanket of blackness racing towards them. A sandstorm was approaching. The intensifying winds and the encroaching darkness sent chills down Count Nader's spine. How could he have been so foolish as to be led into this terrifying formation by Lu Xiaoyao? Escaping this time would undoubtedly prove far more challenging. The Count was acutely aware that practitioners were well-versed in formations, possessing a distinct advantage within them, while he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Just as his fear reached its zenith, two beams of sword light shot towards him from opposite directions. Turning to look, he recognized Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi, who had stealthily approached his side under the cover of the formation to launch a surprise attack. In an instant, Count Nader's body shattered into powder, while Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi swiftly crossed paths. They had escaped again. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings. Just moments ago, Count Nader had utilized his ability to create illusory doubles. Behind you. Iyueshi's voice pierced through the tension, causing Lu Xiaoyao's heart to sink. He immediately activated his instant step, maneuvering behind Count Nader and sprinting towards Iyueshi. Let us go. Grasping Iyueshi's hand, Lu Xiaoyao resolved to withdraw from the formation. The power of the formation was rapidly manifesting, and if they did not leave soon, it would be too late. Thinking of escaping? Count Nader's figure reappeared as numerous phantoms converged, encircling Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi. Since you are fond of formations, let us engage together. As his words fell, Count Nader erupted with a formidable force. What do you intend to do? The menacing expression on Count Nader's face instilled a sense of foreboding in Lu Xiaoyao. Whether it's early or late, death is inevitable. I shall await you in the realm of the blood god. This declaration made it clear to Lu Xiaoyao what Count Nader planned. Self-destruct. We must flee. Lu Xiaoyao seized Iyueshi and descended into the sky. With Count Nader's illusions blocking their path from all sides, Lu Xiaoyao found it challenging to discern reality from deception. Moreover, many of Count Nader's doppelgangers were equally capable of attack, leaving Lu Xiaoyao no choice but to escape upwards without wasting time attempting to differentiate between them. However, this action revealed Lu Xiaoyao's abilities. While martial artists could hover in the air, they could not fly freely like practitioners. A thunderous roar erupted instantly. A powerful shockwave surged toward Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi. Run! Lu Xiaoyao let out a thunderous roar, immediately employing the art of sword control, commanding the flying sword to soar into the sky. However, at that moment, the heavens underwent a transformation. A dark whirlpool suddenly opened, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast, which devoured both Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi in one fell swoop. The explosive force unleashed by Count Nader, surging from behind, was entirely thwarted by that black vortex. Subsequently, they were engulfed by a sweeping sandstorm, which inflicted no harm upon Lu Xiaoyao and Iyueshi, nor did it further assail the formation. Within the black whirlpool, a formidable wave of energy rippled forth, intangible and formless, akin to the undulations of water, radiating outward. Wherever the waves traversed, everything reverted to its original state. In the garden, tranquility and harmony were restored once more. Chapter 192, The Indistinguishable Truth. Boom. Boom. Two resounding echoes reverberated from the grand hall. Lu Xiaoyao felt a slight dizziness as he staggered to his feet, still disoriented from being engulfed by the vortex. In the fleeting moment of being drawn into the darkness, he had no time to react, only sensing an immediate engulfing of shadows. Yet, almost instantaneously, light emerged, and he found himself harshly thrown to the ground. Rising to his feet, Lu Xiaoyao shook his head and glanced around, only to find his expression shifting dramatically. How could this be the main hall? His eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, Iyueshi also stood up, surveying their surroundings. Something is amiss. That black vortex seemed to emanate an eerie, ghostly aura. Ghostly aura? They exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "A vengeful spirit?" It is possible that it is the vengeful spirit of the master of the Shandon sect. Iyueshi nodded, her demeanor growing increasingly vigilant. What could he want with us? It cannot bode well. We must leave at once. The two reached a silent consensus and hastened towards the exit of the hall. Upon crossing the threshold, the absence of any anomalies allowed them to exhale in relief. However, in the very next moment, they both froze. A chill surging from the depths of their hearts as they beheld the scene before them. Lu Xiaoyao turned back, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. It appeared they were caught in a ghostly loop. The elder of the Xiandan sect likely had no intention of letting them go. Gazing at the grand hall ahead and the door from which they had just entered, Yueshi sighed softly, acknowledging the dire predicament. They turned back, and Lu Xiaoyao hesitated. Shall we try once more? Before Yueshi could respond, he took a bold step forward. As he crossed the threshold of the hall, the scenery that had once been visible outside suddenly blurred before his eyes. To his dismay, he realized they were still within the confines of the grand hall. Yueshi stood beside him, her face betraying no emotion. What shall we do? Lu Xiaoyao inquired, feeling increasingly helpless in the face of their predicament. The vengeful spirit of the Xiandan sect's master clearly possessed far superior powers. Otherwise, how could they be ensnared within this hall? Yueshi did not respond to his question, instead choosing to walk forward. Observing her actions, Lu Xiaoyao felt a mix of confusion and curiosity but refrained from questioning her, simply following her lead. They advanced directly to the stone throne. Yueshi paused momentarily before turning and seated herself upon the throne. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, sensing something peculiar about Yueshi. Yet, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Do you think there might be treasures hidden within the Xiandan sect? Yueshi lowered her gaze, her eyes reflecting a distant contemplation, her slender fingers caressing the throne. Suddenly, she lifted her head, fixing her gaze upon Lu Xiaoyao. Since we cannot escape, perhaps we should explore a little. If we can uncover the legacy of the Xiandan sect, we shall establish our own domain. At that time, I shall be the sect leader. No, you shall take the role of the leader, while I shall be the leader's consort. What do you think? As she spoke, Yueshi rose and approached Lu Xiaoyao, reaching out to caress her face. Yet, just as her fingers were about to brush against Lu Xiaoyao's cheek, Lu Xiaoyao instinctively stepped back, widening the distance between them. Gazing at the figure before her, Lu Xiaoyao finally comprehended that although this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Yueshi, she was not Yueshi at all. The peculiar sensation brought by Yueshi was an unmistakable and profound strangeness. Even though Yueshi's every frown and smile, every gesture and movement were strikingly lifelike, making it nearly impossible for Lu Xiaoyao to discern the truth. The words just uttered could never have come from Yueshi. How utterly contrived. Lu Xiaoyao remarked with a hint of derision, shaking her head gently. Regardless of the circumstances, you should exercise a bit more patience. To reveal your true identity so swiftly? What are you talking about? Yueshi furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat perplexed. What true identity? Still pretending? How intriguing, to think you could deceive me with such glaring flaws. Observing Yueshi's expressionless demeanor and frosty countenance, Lu Xiaoyao's skepticism only deepened, prompting her to raise her sword. Do not force my hand. The glimmer of lethal intent shone in Lu Xiaoyao's eyes. Confronted by the sword aimed at her, Yueshi's demeanor grew even colder, raising her own sword. Have you lost your mind? Surrender the junior sister. Cease this charade before me. Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, her sword trembling slightly, radiating a bright spiritual light. I am indeed Yueshi. Look closely. Yueshi sidestepped her sword, fixing her gaze upon Lu Xiaoyao. Even if you do not accept my words, must you turn your back on our acquaintance? You still wish to deceive me. Lu Xiaoyao's patience finally wore thin in the face of this impostor. She stepped forward, launching a lethal strike aimed at Yueshi's neck. Are you truly serious? Yueshi's expression hardened. With a deft flick of her wrist, she deflected Lu Xiaoyao's blade. So lifelike. Witnessing Yueshi's response, Lu Xiaoyao felt a weight in her heart. The imitation was strikingly accurate, leaving no room for doubt. Having previously battled alongside Yueshi, she possessed some understanding of her fighting style. Moreover, their recent collaboration in combat had deepened her familiarity with Yueshi's techniques. Though their earlier exchange had merely been a preliminary probe, it nonetheless left Lu Xiaoyao shaken. The hidden master of the Xiandan sect indeed wielded formidable prowess, capable of creating illusions that bore an astonishing resemblance to reality. I am truly Yueshi, not a counterfeit. After parrying Lu Xiaoyao's attack, Yueshi did not falter but instead leaped backward, once more clarifying to Lu Xiaoyao, do not be deceived. This is the handiwork of the Xiandan sect's master. Do you think I would believe you? Lu Xiaoyao advanced, unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. In the situation encountered, it is highly likely that Yueshi has faced a similar predicament, which must be resolved expeditiously. As the words were spoken, Lu Xiaoyao charged forward. executing a series of exquisite attacks directed at Yueshi. However, as the skirmish progressed, Lu Xiaoyao gradually became perplexed. Why did this false Yueshi not retaliate, continuously opting to defend against his onslaught? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, Lu Xiaoyao demonstrated no hesitance in his actions. Seizing an opportunity, he plunged his sword into Yueshi's shoulder. A dull thud echoed as blood gushed forth, instantly soaking Yueshi's garments in a deep crimson hue. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao's spirit jolted, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could the false Yueshi bleed within the sanguine flow? There shimmered the essence of spiritual blood, indeed indicative of a cultivator. Could it be that I have been deceived? Lu Xiaoyao pondered, his brow furrowing in realization. Chapter 193. Subtle influences. At this moment, the scene appeared somewhat eerie to Lu Xiaoyao. Initially, the figure of Yueshi evoked a peculiar sense of unfamiliarity. However, now, observing the wounded shoulder of Yueshi, Lu Xiaoyao felt an increasing sense of doubt. The blood within a cultivator's body gradually transforms as it absorbs spiritual energy. Once spiritualized, the blood possesses a unique aura that is exceedingly difficult to replicate. Furthermore, the adversary clearly was an ancient and formidable ghost, whose malevolent energy and spiritual energy are two entirely different entities, thus rendering imitation impossible. Are you truly my junior sister? Lu Xiaoyao queried, a hint of skepticism in her voice as she gradually lowered her sword and approached Yueshi. Earlier, Yueshi had restrained her aura, and Lu Xiaoyao had not made a deliberate attempt to sense it, leading to her uncertainty. Now, however, with the spiritual blood's aura leaking forth, Lu Xiaoyao could distinctly perceive it as that of a cultivator. Of course it's me. What is the matter with you? Seeing Lu Xiaoyao approach without her sword drawn, Yueshi finally relaxed. This is quite peculiar. I am at a loss for how to explain it, Yueshi admitted. Lu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, her mind brimming with doubt. She pondered the methods employed by the Xian and Sect S leader that could distort perception and judgment. Now, Lu Xiaoyao could contemplate this, having gained clarity about the events that transpired. Nevertheless, this incident heightened her vigilance as she stood beside Yueshi, gazing at the throne ahead. This place is exceedingly strange. We must devise a means to depart, Lu Xiaoyao remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, it is quite bizarre, Yueshi responded, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips, as her lowered sword suddenly thrust toward Lu Xiaoyao's waist. Thud. Despite her preparedness, the suddenness of the attack caught Lu Xiaoyao off guard, and she could not evade it in time. You wretch! Lu Xiaoyao's gaze darkened, instantly radiating a murderous intent, as she delivered a kick that sent Yueshi sprawling backward. Zen martial apparition. In Lu Xiaoyao's palm, a delicate scythe-like phantom materialized, adorned with intricate and profound spiritual patterns. As Lu Xiaoyao channeled her spiritual energy into it, the scythe erupted with dazzling brilliance. First form of the scythe, harvesting hope. The scythe viciously cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the retreating Yueshi. An unseen ripple of sharpness seemed to slice through the very fabric of space itself. Where Lu Xiaoyao's gaze fell, a violent surge of energy manifested. No, that is not spiritual energy, it is a fluctuation of malevolent energy. In the next instant, it felt as though the entire space underwent a transformation. Within Lu Xiaoyao's perception, a layer of mysterious power seemed to dissipate. As this force receded, a tangible world finally unfolded before her. It was still the Grand Hall, desolate and void of any furnishings, yet it exuded a profound sense of desolation and authenticity. To Lu Xiaoyao's astonishment, her first form of the scythe had cleaved through a veil of mystery, and now the scene before her was indeed occurring within the illusion. Yet, even within this illusion, there existed a palpable reality. For instance, the ambush by the figure resembling Yuexi, who struck a sword into the waist of Lu Xiaoyao. Yet, beside Yuexi stood an individual who bore an almost uncanny resemblance to Lu Xiaoyao. The expressions, demeanor, and even the posture mirrored that of Lu Xiaoyao perfectly. However, there were subtle differences. The counterpart did not support his waist, for he was not injured there. Instead, a long sword wound marked his chest, from which tendrils of darkness gradually ascended, mending the injury. Noticing the two figures before her, Lu Xiaoyao felt a jolt of shock and instinctively glanced to her side, only to be startled. Standing beside her was another Yuexi, bearing an identical wound on her waist. Moreover, a bleeding gash on Yuexi's shoulder was the very one inflicted by Lu Xiaoyao. Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Yuexi as realization dawned upon her. This was clearly the trickery of the Xian Dan sect master, separating two individuals into different environments while allowing them to communicate. Thus, when Lu Xiaoyao had injured Yuexi, it was indeed the true Yuexi. At other times, the genuine Yuexi had been replaced by a counterfeit. Such a subtle and insidious tactic was truly difficult to defend against. Who could have imagined that a companion could alternate between authenticity and deception? This bizarre stratagem was indeed beyond imagination. We have fallen into their trap. Casting a sharp glance at Lu Xiaoyao, Yuux's face turned pale as she glared at the two figures ahead and inquired, "Which one will you deal with?" "Clearly that man," Lu Xiaoyao replied, stepping forward, intent on attacking the false Lu Xiaoyao. However, as she advanced, she hesitated, warily scrutinizing Yuuxe beside her. "You can't be a counterfeit as well, can you?" "Fool," Yuuxe retorted, bypassing Lu Xiaoyao to charge at the false Yuuxe. Observing the clash between the genuine and the counterfeit Yuuxe, Lu Xiaoyao reluctantly turned her attention to the false Lu Xiaoyao. To her astonishment, the episode reminiscent of the true and false Monkey King was now unfolding in her own life. With a furtive glance, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow. The true Yuuxe, hindered by her injuries, was clearly no match for the false Yuuxe. In mere moments, she found herself at a disadvantage, pushed into a corner, appearing somewhat disheveled. The lethal sword lights crisscrossed within the hall, relentlessly striking at their respective targets. The ferocity of the encounter left Lu Xiaoyao astounded. Indeed, women should not be judged by ordinary standards. The seemingly delicate demeanor belied a fierce lioness when enraged, striking terror into the heart. After observing Yuuxe for a few moments, Lu Xiaoyao engaged with the false Lu Xiaoyao. The sensation was peculiar. Each move of her opponent was almost in perfect harmony with her own, akin to a flawless replica. Lu Xiaoyao was even at a loss as to how the other could replicate her techniques. Having engaged in a few brief encounters, Lu Xiaoyao has discerned the true capabilities of her opponent, revealing a strength akin to her own when uninjured. However, what Lu Xiaoyao exhibited was merely a fraction of her true potential. Even if the adversary could replicate her abilities, perfection in imitation remains unattainable. Human capacity is not static. It is perpetually influenced by one's mindset, environment, and condition. Perish. With clarity of purpose, Lu Xiaoyao, having grasped the essence of the situation, resolved to disengage from further entanglement. In the next instant, she unleashed a sudden surge of power and velocity. Caught off guard by Lu Xiaoyao's fierce counterattack, the doppelganger was swiftly cleaved in two by her sword. Boom. The imitation of Lu Xiaoyao exploded instantaneously. Chapter 194, The Key, the False Deer, Shanzhao, erupted into a swirling mass of dark mist, akin to the ethereal fog of the Ghost King from earlier in the square. However, the energy emanating from this dark mist was evidently of a higher caliber than that of the Ghost King. Shanzhao barely had time to react before being enveloped by this ominous cloud. The surroundings plunged into profound darkness. Even with the keen eyesight of a practitioner, nothing was discernible. Yet, from the outset, Shanzhao had expanded his spiritual awareness, granting him a measure of perception regarding the changes around him. The dark mist dissipated, replaced by an eerie presence that permeated his senses. He realized he was no longer in the same place. He had been transported to a different realm entirely. Gradually, Shanzhao extended his spiritual awareness to survey his surroundings. Moments later, he discerned that he was in a sealed chamber, with a sunken wall suggesting the presence of a stone door. Intricate spiritual patterns adorned this door, enigmatic and profound, leaving Shanzhao momentarily perplexed. Yet, this stone door appeared to be the sole exit from this confinement. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the purpose of the mysterious dark mist that had led him here. Was this a prison, designed to ensnare him indefinitely? Activating the micro-device on his left arm, a soft light illuminated the chamber, casting away shadows. As Shanzhao moved a few steps and meticulously examined the walls, he found no significant discoveries. It seemed all secrets lay within the door before him. Standing at the threshold, he scrutinized the spiritual patterns above. In his estimation, these were likely restrictive runes intended to bolster the door's defenses. After all, even the sturdiest materials would struggle against the relentless assaults of a powerful practitioner. However, with the enhancement of these runes, an almost impenetrable barrier would form, rendering destruction impossible without a method to unlock it. Unless, of course, the practitioner possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, such formidable practitioners would hardly find themselves confined to this place. Time slipped away as Shanzhao immersed himself in deciphering the mysterious runes on the door. Suddenly, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed in his ear. The chilling aura sent his heart racing. How had someone approached him silently? Reacting instinctively, Shanzhao stepped back, wariness evident in his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself bewildered, for the spot where he had sensed a presence was utterly vacant. "Do not be wary of me. You shall not find me." The voice echoed once more beside me, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Lu Xiaoyao felt a shiver run down her spine, her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings. Yet she discovered nothing amiss. If there were ill intentions toward you, you would not have been brought here. Listening to the mysterious voice, Lu Xiaoyao cautiously inquired, "Are you the leader of the Shindan sect?" Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is your identity and your intentions. Spare me your riddles. What is your purpose? Though she could not see her interlocutor, Lu Xiaoyao remained vigilant, her spiritual energy coalescing around her. My purpose is insignificant. What holds significance is what you can attain. I wish to depart from this place. Can you facilitate my escape? With a cold scoff, Lu Xiaoyao recognized the other's feigned mystique. Nonetheless, since the voice had spoken, it was clear that there was a motive behind her abduction to this chamber. You hold the key to this place. If you wish to leave, how could I possibly hinder you? What do you mean? The words were shrouded in ambiguity, and Lu Xiaoyao struggled to comprehend. The key resides with me? Furrowing her brow, she pondered how she could possibly possess a key. Understand, and you shall see. I can only tell you that opportunity lies before you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. The voice seemed to grow fainter, as if the speaker were about to depart. Although the meaning eluded her, Lu Xiaoyao remained concerned for UXC. What has become of my companion? Everyone has their own destiny. Hey, what is the current state of your companion? Lu Xiaoyao waited for a moment, yet no response came. It appeared that the speaker had already vanished. This enigmatic individual had not disclosed their identity, but Lu Xiaoyao understood well that they were the puppeteer behind the scenes. The leader of the Xiandan sect, who had transformed into a malevolent specter. She was left pondering the motives of this individual. After a moment of contemplation, she cast aside her thoughts. The immediate priority was to unlock the stone door and escape this prison-like chamber. However, the intricate spiritual patterns upon the stone door left her utterly perplexed, providing no clues for deciphering them. The engravings surpassed her understanding. With no clear guidance, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly shifted her focus. She invested considerable effort into unraveling the spiritual patterns. Though little time had passed, the mental exertion left her feeling fatigued. Redirecting her thoughts from the stone door, she found her mind wandering back to her conversation with the leader of the Xiandan sect. The key? What exactly did the leader mean by the key? Perplexed, Lu Xiaoyao touched her storage ring and retrieved the statue puppet and the blood sword. Could it be that the key referred to these two items? Shifting her gaze back to the stone door, she could discern no connection between them. Holding the blood sword, Lu Xiaoyao observed and contemplated. The patterns on the door remained inscrutable. If the so-called key holds any connection to the spiritual patterns, then Lu Xiaoyao remains incapable of deciphering it. Conversely, if there is no relation, how might one unlock the stone door? Just moments ago, Lu Xiaoyao had attempted several methods. However, the stone door was sealed so tightly that it appeared to be an extension of the surrounding walls. Could brute force be the answer? With a swift motion of her wrist, Lu Xiaoyao brandished her blood sword and leaped forward, delivering a fierce strike upon the stone door. A crisp sound resonated. Yet the door bore no mark of damage. The collision instead left her hand slightly numb. Casting a glance at the stone door, Lu Xiaoyao tossed the blood sword to the puppet, urging, "Now it is your turn to try." Chapter 195. The sword puppet as the statue gripped the blood sword. An extraordinary resonance emerged between the two, akin to the seamless union of water and milk. The statue and the blood sword appeared as one, forming a perfect complement. At the hilt, swirling black mist emanated, giving rise to strands of energy that intertwined with the puppet's hand. Simultaneously, a soft white glow radiated from the statue's palm, enveloping the entire blood sword. Bloodlight seeped from the sword's body, melding with the white radiance in an ethereal dance. This peculiar transformation left Lu Xiaoyao somewhat astonished. She had never anticipated that these two entities could be so harmoniously paired. Yet, in the recesses of her memory, she recalled that the statue was supposed to be a counterpart to the Yinsha ghost Fong. Wasn't he it? No, that is not right. As Lu Xiaoyao pondered, realization struck her. The Yangsha statue indeed was paired with the Yinsha ghost Fong. Yet they could also be perceived as two halves of a singular entity. One could assert that the Yin and Yang dual evils constituted a whole, with the separated Yang and Yin serving as its two integral parts. By this analysis, the blood sword forged by the Ghost King of Mist should be the weapon of the Yin and Yang dual evils. Contemplating this, Lu Xiaoyao's mind raced with questions. What was the leader of the Xiandan sect truly intending? Was the Ghost King of Mist merely an instrument for crafting weapons for the Yin and Yang dual evils? While Lu Xiaoyao was lost in thought, the statue had already wielded the blood sword, striking towards the stone door ahead. In the next instant, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The spiritual patterns on the stone door began to illuminate, while the blood sword melted into the door as if it were water. Even the statue behind it was absorbed into the door's surface. Lu Xiaoyao observed as the spiritual patterns on the door blossomed with color, predominantly the statue's white, with a smaller portion reflecting the blood sword's crimson hue. These two colors dominated the patterns, covering nearly 2/3 of its surface, while the remaining third remained unchanged. This, Lu Xiaoyao's heart stirred. Could it be that the Insha was still required? Yet, the Insha ghost Fong had been devoured by the blood refinement sword during the night rain banquet, rendering it utterly unattainable. Was the key that the leader of the Xiandan sect spoke of truly the yin and yang dual evils and the blood sword? No, that couldn't be right. If a key was necessary, how had the leader managed to gain entry? Surely, there must be another method. Approaching the stone door, Lu Xiaolao extended her hand, gently caressing its surface. In the next moment, she felt a wave of energy surge into her palm. What was this? In her bewilderment, she instinctively tightened her grip, and the wave of energy felt as tangible as solid matter. With a swift pull, she could distinctly see the puppet and blood sword, which had been attached to the stone door, detach from the spiritual patterns and begin to converge into her hand like a flowing stream. However, what she held was no longer merely the blood sword and statue. They had entirely transformed into a singular, extraordinary sword. This new sword seemed to be enveloped in a layer of white sheath over the blood sword. However, the white sheath only enveloped the section of the sword from the middle of the blade to the hilt. The portion from the blade's midpoint to the tip remained of vivid crimson, with a slender white line, no thicker than a pinky finger, extending along the spine of the sword. The entire weapon was divided into 3 distinct parts. The blade, which occupied the first 2/5, was blood red and razor sharp. The middle 2/5 comprised the white sword body, devoid of an edge, and the final fifth was the hilt, a black grip adorned with white embellishments. This newly forged sword appeared significantly heftier and more exquisite. In hand, it felt considerably weightier than before, yet it was remarkably more manageable. The transformation was intriguingly peculiar, the reasons for which eluded Lu Xiaoyao. Glancing at the mystical patterns on the stone door and then at the sword in her grasp, she appeared somewhat bewildered. The ancient Xiandan sect possessed a mystique far beyond her comprehension. From this, it was evident that the realm of cultivation still harbored countless mysteries yet to be uncovered. What Lu Xiaoyao currently understood was but a mere drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. Upon swinging the sword, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that it required no further refinement. The ghostly mists within had been entirely purified. This indicated that her spiritual energy could flow freely into it. The sword had transcended from an ordinary weapon to a magical implement through which Lu Xiaoyao could channel her powers, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. After observing for a moment, her initial excitement gradually subsided. Although the blood sword and the statue had undergone a profound transformation, becoming a formidable magical sword, it did not provide any tangible benefit to Lu Xiaoyao at this moment. The mystical patterns on the stone door remained unsolvable. Given the circumstances, it seemed she would still need the assistance of the Insha ghostly fangs. The yin and yang dual evils were inherently connected. Perhaps she could summon the blood-refining demon sword wielded by Yi Yuyin through the Yangsha statue. Contemplating this, Lu Xiaoyao was struck by the thought of trying. However, as she lowered her gaze, she was suddenly reminded that the statue had already fused with the blood sword. If only she could separate them. With a flicker of inspiration, she directed her spiritual sense toward the sword in her hand. Moments later, a joyous expression crossed her face as she softly uttered the word separate. The crimson and white lights flared simultaneously, and the perfectly merged sword transformed into 2 streaks of radiant light, shooting towards her left and right. As the brilliance dissipated, the blood sword floated to her left, while the statue puppet stood on her right. This was truly remarkable. A look of delight graced Lu Xiaoyao's features as she softly murmured, "So it is a sword puppet, no wonder." However, she quickly composed herself and began to explore the statue puppet. Although the yin and yang dual evils had been separately refined, a connection surely existed between them. It was not impossible to establish a link with the ghostly fangs puppet through the statue before her. Yet, it was evident that she was not yet capable of doing so, and she would need to devise another strategy. If it were possible to transmit. Lu Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, her spiritual consciousness delving into the statue puppet, seeking the inscribed spiritual patterns within. Upon initially acquiring the statue puppet, Lu Xiaoyao had merely reforged it, imprinting her own mark without conducting an in-depth study. Now, as her spiritual consciousness explored deeper, she discovered that the spiritual patterns had undergone a remarkable transformation. They were entirely different from the patterns she had observed previously. It remained uncertain whether this change was due to the spiritual patterns on the stone door or an evolution inherent to the statue itself. However, Lu Xiaoyao soon uncovered some hidden intricacies and recognized that certain spiritual patterns were strikingly familiar. They were the very techniques she had once imprinted onto the statue puppet. Chapter 196. Depicting the teleportation array. Upon encountering these familiar spiritual patterns, Lu Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming astonishment. He had not anticipated that the markings imprinted on the statue's puppet had been transformed into spiritual symbols, inscribed within the very body of the statue. After observing for a moment, Lu Xiaoyao's expression shifted, and he promptly withdrew his spiritual awareness, directing his gaze towards the stone door ahead. Could it be that the spiritual patterns above also contained certain information? Unfortunately, with his current realm, Lu Xiaoyao was utterly incapable of comprehending the inscriptions upon them. It seemed he still required a key. Lu Xiaoyao devoted additional time to examining the stone door, ultimately redirecting his focus to the statue itself. After conducting a meticulous inspection of the statue's interior, he finally discovered a unique marking in a concealed location within the heart. This marking was distinctly different, presenting a hue of black. Wasn't black the color of the ominous, ghostly specter? Lu Xiaoyao circled the marking, embarking on a careful exploration as his spiritual awareness drew closer, attempting to activate this emblem. However, upon nearing, he was taken aback to find the marking riddled with fine cracks, resembling a spider's web. How could it have fractured? Gazing at the marking in astonishment, Lu Xiaoyao sighed. It seemed that to activate the marking, he would first need to restore it. With a flicker of intention, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from within him and flowed into the statue. He meticulously guided the spiritual power along the pathways within the statue, directing it to the location of the marking. Cautiously, he spent the better part of a day repairing the marking. Once restored, it was evident that spiritual energy coursed through it, emanating a faint luminescence. Now, it could be activated. As Lu Xiaoyao unleashed his spiritual awareness, the marking was immediately activated. Following the marking's guiding essence, Lu Xiaoyao felt as if his spiritual awareness had instantaneously traversed countless miles, emerging in a blood-red world. This scorching realm seemed saturated with magma, and an exceedingly fierce sword aura, along with an essence akin to black mist, pervaded the surroundings. Lu Xiaoyao could ascertain without a doubt that he had entered the interior of the blood-refining demon sword. However, he could only observe. He could not influence anything within this realm. After all, this was merely his spiritual awareness, perceiving the location of the Insha ghost Fong through the marking, not an actual traversal through time and space into the blood-refining demon sword. At that moment, in the training chamber, the meditating Yi Yuyan suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. A look of surprise crossed his face as he turned to gaze at the nearby blood-refining demon sword. At that moment, the sword radiated a hazy red glow. Yet, within this brilliance, there lingered hints of black mist. Curiously, as he grasped the blood-refining demon sword, he detected a familiar aura emanating from the blade. How could it be Lu Xiaoyao's essence? Since their last encounter, where Lu Xiaoyao had employed a solitary tactic, Yi Yuyan had departed from Tiger's Embrace City, established contact with Tang Qua, and returned to the Tang family base. Now, it had been nearly a month since he had parted ways with Lu Xiaoyao. However, Lu Xiaoyao remained entirely untraceable, with no news returning. Yet, how could the blood-refining demon sword emanate Lu Xiaoyao's essence? Cradling the sword in his hands and resting it upon his knees, Yi Yuyan delved into a trance, probing the depths of the sword in search of the origin of Lu Xiaoyao's aura. Soon, his perception pinpointed a white mark ensconced within a shroud of mist. The essence of Lu Xiaoyao emanated from this very mark. However, as Yi Yuyan approached, he discovered that the mark was riddled with cracks, rendering any connection to Lu Xiaoyao's essence impossible. What could be done? In utter despair, Yi Yuyan attempted to channel his spiritual energy toward the fractured mark. As his energy surged into it, he observed that the cracks began to mend, albeit slowly. Realizing this, Yi Yuyan steeled himself, delicately endeavoring to restore the mark. Time slipped away as he labored. Yi Yuyan felt his perception waning, a drowsiness creeping in, a consequence of overexertion. At long last, when the final crack was painstakingly mended, his consciousness flickered and then faded into oblivion. Exhausted, Yi Yuyan succumbed to slumber. Witnessing his state, Lu Xiaoyao was left in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Reluctantly, she withdrew from the mark, retracting her perception. Opening her eyes, Lu Xiaoyao let out a sigh as she gazed at the microbrain on her left arm. This device appeared quite functional, yet ever since entering the Tiger Embrace Mountains, it had become little more than a mere ornament, incapable of receiving external signals. Advanced technology, it seemed, was still constrained by the practitioners. If only they had the 1,000-mile mirror employed by Du Guangyuan and his companions, such limitations would not exist. Alas, Lu Xiaoyao did not possess such a device, nor knew how to forge one. The next time she encountered a Yueshi, she resolved to procure a few. In her original world, Lu Xiaoyao had grown accustomed to having a mobile phone, enabling her to contact anyone at any time. Upon arriving in the vast land of Xinzhou, although she lacked a phone, the microbrain served as a substitute. However, through her interactions with practitioners, Lu Xiaoyao became acutely aware of the microbrain's limitations. In the boundless wilderness, it was utterly incapable of transmitting signals. After several hours, Lu Xiaoyao sensed Yi Yuyan's spiritual fluctuations emanating from the statue puppet. She directed her perception into the statue, following the mark's instructions, and finally established a connection with Yu Yan. Amidst Yu Yan's incessant inquiries, Lu Xiaoyao responded to a few questions with a sense of exasperation before interrupting his eager questioning. I require your assistance now. We can discuss other matters later. Observing Yu Yan intently, she posed several questions and instructed him to check the status of the ghost Fong puppet. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoyao declared, I shall now teach you how to construct a teleportation array. You will inscribe the spiritual patterns of the array within the midst of the ghost Fong puppet, and then establish a connection with the teleportation array on my end. How do I do this? Am I capable? Night Rainbin felt a sense of apprehension, for the realm of spiritual symbols was entirely unfamiliar to her. These symbols, known as spiritual patterns, are utilized by practitioners and are exceedingly difficult to comprehend for those unversed in the art. Do not worry. Simply follow my instructions, she reassured Night Rainbin encouragingly. With that, Lu Xiaoyao commenced her exposition on spiritual patterns and the teleportation array they construct. It must be acknowledged that while spiritual patterns posed a considerable challenge, the construction of a teleportation array was an endeavor far more daunting for Night Rainbin, who possessed not a shred of foundational knowledge in formations. The esoteric nature of these symbols and arrays, which even seasoned practitioners require extensive time to master, rendered it exceedingly arduous for Night Rainbin to grasp and apply them within such a limited time frame. Yet, she found herself with no alternative. Meanwhile, the situation regarding Yueshi remained uncertain, and Lu Xiaoyao, trapped within the stone chamber, could only forcefully impart knowledge to Yueshi.